Chapter 1, The Doomsday Villain System. What the hell are you doing, little brat? Xia Country, the Magic City. A detached villa in the northern suburbs of the city. Wearing a high-end bathrobe, Lu Mingyuan, who was worth over 10 billion, was lying on the sofa, holding his mobile phone with a puzzled look on his face. A young voice came from the other end of the phone. It's nothing, just do as I say. It's only 5 days anyway. 5 days? That's right. For the next 5 days, try to stock up on as much food, drinks, clothing, and other necessities as possible. 5 days later, on the morning of the 20th, don't go anywhere. Stay in the villa and let Uncle Li and his men protect you. Remember, the more food you store, the better. Ideally, it should last you 3 to 5 years. Are you hiding something from me? Oh, don't ask. I'm your son anyway. I won't hurt you. Is that so? Hearing his son's serious words, Lu Mingyuan nodded thoughtfully. Okay, I'll indulge you once more. After saying this, Lu Mingyuan hung up the phone and said to the middle-aged man beside him, Old Li, go. Do as Xiao Yu said. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and retreated respectfully. At the same time, on the sofa of a 5-star hotel in Yanqing, Xia State, a handsome young man holding a mobile phone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after getting a positive answer from his father. This way, I can repay you for taking care of me during this period of time. The young man murmured to himself. The young man's name is Lu Yu, and he is a time traveler from Earth. It has been 25 days since I came into this world. He was originally just an ordinary poor loser on Earth. When he woke up, he came to this parallel world which was similar to the Earth and became Lu Yu of this world. Yes, in this world, his name is also Lu Yu. The two have the same name and surname, and their figures and appearances are exactly the same. The only difference is that although he was very handsome in his previous life, he was a poor loser who couldn't afford to buy a house. In this life, he is the son of Lu Mingyuan, a billionaire in Shanghai. He is 180 centimeters tall and a typical tall, rich, and handsome man. I remember when I first came to this world, after receiving the memories of this body, Liu thought that he would have no worries about food and clothing from then on and live a luxurious life with beautiful cars and beautiful women. But on the 23rd day after the time travel, that is, the day before yesterday, the system suddenly awakened. The system told him that the end of the world would come in a week. At that time, not only will the animals and plants on Earth mutate, but some monsters that humans have never seen will also appear. Humans will go from being at the top of the food chain to being hunted by these monsters. At first, Liu didn't quite believe the system's apocalyptic theory. You think it's a sunny and windy day outside, how could the world end? But when I think about it carefully, I have traveled through time and space, and now there is a system? If such bizarre things can happen, what else is impossible? So after a brief surprise, Liu believed what the system said. Not only did he start preparing supplies, he also called his parents in this world and asked them to protect themselves. After all, during the 23 days since I came into this world, my adoptive parents treated me pretty well. If you want money, give money. If you want people, give people. This made Lu Yu, who was raised by his grandparents in his previous life and had never felt the love of his father, feel a little warm in his heart. Before the end of the world comes, there is nothing wrong in reminding them to increase the chances of survival for these two cheap parents. As for why Lu Yu didn't return to the Magic City and face the end of the world with them? That's because his system hasn't really been activated yet. Damn it, I'm actually a villain? When Lu Yu thought of the system, he couldn't help but curse out loud. Under normal circumstances, whether in movies or novels, villains basically don't have a good ending. But now I am. You can be a villain, right? You can go to a city and be a serious super rich second generation. What the hell is the villain of the end of the world? Concentrate your attention and enter your own spiritual world. He had been bound to the system for 2 days, so he naturally knew how to use it. As long as he concentrates, he can see the operation panel of his system. The Doomsday Villain System not activated. Activation conditions. 1. Before the apocalypse, the existence of this system and the impending apocalypse must not be disclosed. 2. Before the apocalypse, no one must leave Yanqing. Note 1. If both conditions are met, the system will automatically activate after the apocalypse. Otherwise, the host's memory of the system and the apocalypse will be cleared, and the system will be automatically uninstalled. Note 2. The protagonist will be reborn just before the end of the world. This cannot be stopped by any means. Please do not attempt to deal with the protagonist before he is reborn, as this will lead to a series of immeasurable and serious consequences. Time remaining until the apocalypse, 112 hours and 36 minutes. With these two system activation conditions, Luyu not only has no way to tell others about the end of the world. There is no way to leave this city and return to the Magic City. If you reveal the news of the apocalypse before it comes, your memory will be erased by the system before you can implement this idea. If you insist on returning to Shanghai, the system will automatically uninstall it. In addition, according to the system, he is the destined villain. In the end times, you not only have to face those bloodthirsty monsters and humans who kill each other, but also have to face the protagonist with incredible luck. Luyu, who is familiar with various routine novels, is well aware of the protagonist's power. Not only does he have various powerful golden fingers to protect himself, but his luck is also extremely amazing. If you just go out for a walk, you can also meet all kinds of top-notch girls and powerful treasures. Therefore, if he wants to live safely, he cannot lose the powerful support of the system. Boom boom boom. While Luyu was thinking, someone knocked on the door of the hotel's private room. Come in. He came back to his senses, closed the system panel, and responded casually. Click. As Luyu agreed, the door was pushed open by a bodyguard wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and with a respectful expression. Mr. Liu, Miss Qiao is here. Oh? That's pretty quick. Hearing the bodyguard's words, Luyu raised a smile. Let her in. Yes. The bodyguard agreed and turned to leave. Chapter 2 School Beauty Xiaomanli. Yanqing is the city where Luyu goes to school. In this city, there are two bodyguards assigned to him by Lu Mingyuan. One is called Shueli and the other is called Ding Feng. The bodyguard who reported the situation to Luyu just now was Shueli. As Shueli left, a tall, beautiful and fashionable girl soon appeared at the door of the hotel private room. The girl has a bright appearance, wearing a tight gray t-shirt and dark short jeans. She was wearing a pair of black crystal sandals. Stunning facial features and fair skin. Although she is not wearing heavy makeup, the crystal clear jade bracelet on her hand and the genuine LV bag on her shoulder show that this girl is extraordinary. Mr. Liu? It's really you who asked me out? Seeing Luyu, the girl's face showed some surprise. Luyu is a transfer student. In the second half of his sophomore year, he transferred from a well-known university in Shanghai to a third-rate university in Yancheng. The specific cause is unknown. But that's not the point. The point is, Luyu not only has a good figure and is handsome, but his family is also very rich. I heard that when they first came to school, they all came in Rolls Royces. This makes many girls flock to him. She, Xiao Manli, is no exception. Manli, come in quickly, let's sit down and talk. Luyu smiled and didn't rush. He let Xiao Manli go in and sit down first. His handsome appearance and gentle smile made Xiao Manli feel like spring breeze. After the other party sat down, Luyu began to call the waiter to take the order. During this time, the two chatted about some random things. Only after the delicacies were served did Xiao Manli speak. Mr. Liu, did you only make an appointment with me today? Xiao Manli looked around and asked meaningfully. Although with her beauty and figure, she has no shortage of excellent suitors around her. But in her mind, there is absolutely no boy who is better than Luyu. No, it should be said that there is no boy who is more handsome and richer than Luyu. So she was also very attracted to Luyu. Now that Luyu asked her out alone, didn't that mean she had a chance? Of course. Luyu shrugged casually. Besides you and me, is there anyone else in this room? That's not the case, but... Xiao Manli didn't finish her words, and suddenly there was a hint of loss in her eyes. Luyu saw it and took over the conversation with a smile. Are you wondering why I asked you out alone even though I knew you were Chu Feng's girlfriend? Xiao Manli is Chu Feng's girlfriend? That's right. When Luyu just got the system helped Luyu get through the novice period smoothly. Before activation, Luyu was given some tips for beginners, the early storyline of the apocalypse and 4 character cards. Based on Luyu's understanding of the plot at the beginning of the apocalypse. The protagonist of this apocalypse is his classmate Chu Feng. Chu Feng is an ordinary student, but he will be reborn in 5 days. Rebirth in the end times. He has 10 years of experience in surviving and fighting in the apocalypse. Why do most protagonists in apocalyptic stories get reborn, and usually 10 years later? Don't ask, it's just a setting. Anyway, the first villain that Chu Feng killed after his rebirth was the current Luyu. Knowing this, Lu Yu was extremely panicked. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Lu Yu naturally did not dare to underestimate him. However, he also knew that he was just an ordinary person in his previous life. He had never experienced special combat training or a battlefield. He is definitely not a match for the reborn protagonist Chu Feng. So if he wants to save his life, he not only has to rely on the system, but also has to make plans in advance. In his previous life, Lu Yu only achieved some success in his career when he was 31 years old. I haven't met the one in my life yet. And Chu Feng? If he was really reborn from 10 years later, his soul age should also be 31 years old. There is no age gap between the two, but Chu Feng's 10 years of combat experience is not comparable to that of Lu Yu, a working man. So his only advantage now is the week before Chu Feng's rebirth. So after a night of careful consideration, Lu Yu decided to start with Chu Feng's girlfriend. I added Xiao Manli's WeChat through some simple money skills. I finally got her out this afternoon after school. Then this scene just happened. Yes, that's what I mean. Xiao Manli put away the disappointment in her eyes and glanced at Lu Yu playfully. Hey, handsome Lu, you are not still interested in me, a married woman, are you? Although she was not in the same class as Lu Yu, they were the same age and belonged to the same grade. She is also the arts committee member of the dance department in her junior year. She is a famous beauty in school. With so many people praising her, she naturally speaks more freely. You have such a good figure and are so beautiful. Isn't it normal to be interested in you? Lu Yu looked at Xiao Manli meaningfully. If this school really has such a thing as a school beauty list. With Xiao Manli's figure and appearance, she can definitely be ranked among the top 5 in this university. You know, this university has more than 15,000 students. There are at least 8,000 girls among them. The fact that Xiao Manli can stand out from more than 8,000 girls shows how beautiful she is. But almost all the teachers and students in the school know that she is a famous beauty in the school. But she has a boyfriend, Chu Feng, who is average in all other aspects except for his looks and slightly better academic performance. Chu Feng is of average height, comes from an average family, and has average abilities. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Feng was honest and worked several jobs during the summer vacation just to buy her a brand name bag, she had broken up with Chu Feng a long time ago. But now. Ah, Master Lu, you really know how to talk. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Xiao Manli laughed so hard that she fell over. I'm just stating a fact. Really? But I don't believe you asked me out for something like this. Seeing the other party's directness, Lu Yu no longer hid it. Well, okay, I do need your help with something. What's up? Xiao Manli raised her eyebrows, obviously a little surprised. She does have a good figure and looks, but her family background is very ordinary. And Lu Yu is a true rich second generation. How else can I help him? It's like this. Lu Yu said calmly, clearing his throat. I heard that you have a very good relationship with Yen Yun, a sophomore? Chapter 3 Lobbying. Lu Yu explained his purpose in an orderly manner. That's right. His real target was not Xiao Manli, but Yen Yun. Although Xiao Manli is the girlfriend of the protagonist Chu Feng, this is absolutely true. But in the plot of Chu Feng's End of the World, the real first female protagonist is a girl named Yen Yun. You know, in most rebirth apocalypse stories, there is always an ex-girlfriend who betrays the protagonist. In general, the protagonist will almost lose his life or lose his life directly because of his ex-girlfriend. After the protagonist was reborn, this ex-girlfriend became one of the targets he had to deal with. This is one of the great highlights of apocalyptic writing. And now, Xiao Manli is this ex-girlfriend. As for Yen Yun, she is also a student of the dance department. She is pure, lovely, and kind-hearted, and is the dream lover of countless boys. She is more popular in school than Xiao Manli. In the apocalyptic script of Chu Feng's previous life, the two developed a deep friendship on their road to survival. And almost crossed the line. But Chu Feng in his previous life was a weakling. There is no way to protect the woman he loves. In the end, the villain Lu Yu broke up the couple and joined forces with Xiao Manli to force her to death. So after Chu Feng was reborn, he not only had to seek revenge on Lu Yu and Xiao Manli, but also had to protect Yen Yun and take her into his harem. Otherwise, wouldn't Chu Feng's rebirth be in vain? What Lu Yu has to do is to change the trajectory of Yen Yun's fate so that Chu Feng in this life cannot get Yen Yun. This will not only weaken the power around Chu Feng, but also severely hit his mentality, thereby increasing his chances of survival. Yen Yun? So, the person Mr. Lu wants to date is Yen Yun? After listening to Lu Yu's story, Xiao Manli was stunned at first, and then smiled suddenly. I've heard for a long time that young Master Lu came from a first-tier city to a third-tier city to study for a girl. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems the rumors are true? Just take it as the truth. Lu Yu didn't want to explain. How about it? Are you willing to help me with this? Yan Yun is the key to the conflict between Chu Feng and Lu Yu. He came to the school because of Yan Yun. But this was what Lu Yu did before, and it has nothing to do with the Lu Yu now. Just asking her out for dinner? Xiao Manli asked instead of answering. Of course, and I wouldn't ask for your help for nothing. Lu Yu said, taking out the handbag he had prepared in advance. If you like, these 100,000 are yours. 100,000 is nothing to Lu Yu, but for Xiao Manli, who comes from an average family and is still a student, it is a huge sum of money. Mr. Lu, you don't need the money, right? Seeing the stacks of red banknotes in the handbag, Xiao Manli's eyes suddenly lit up, but she still pretended to refuse. Although she is a vain woman, she is also smart. Do you know what money you should take and what money you shouldn't take? How to get the money so as to maximize your own interests. She knew that Lu Yu was not short of money, but if she took Lu Yu's money, she would no longer have any weight in Lu Yu's mind. But take it. I don't like to owe favors to others. Lu Yu said calmly. In his previous life, the thing Lu Yu lacked most was money. In this life, he is not only the son of a wealthy man, but also money will become completely waste paper in 5 days. So he doesn't feel sorry at all when he gives it. After the end of the world, the genetic chains of all species have been restarted. Humans are no longer the dominant force on this planet. For some, this is the worst of times, with civilization collapsing and the economy paralyzed. There are no wealthy celebrities or internet celebrities. What elite genius! Without certain means to protect your life, you will only become food for the monsters. For some others, this is also the best of times. Because of gene recombination, some humans mutate. Things like flying, invisibility, using water, controlling fire, and even being able to manipulate people's minds. Before the end of the world, they were most likely factory workers, restaurant waiters, and roadside cleaners. In peacetime, people of the same kind look at me with mockery. But after the end of the world, they directly become awakened ones. Compared with ordinary people, they have easier access to life and food. Even those goddesses who could only be seen on computers or TV in the past have become slaves who wag their tails and beg for mercy at their feet. In such an environment, human transaction methods will change from the current currency to the most primitive barter. Xiao Manli didn't know that the end of the world would come in 5 days. So after Lu Yu used his ability to pay out money, he readily agreed to Lu Yu's request. She and Yan Yun were in the same department, although the jealousy unique to women made her dislike Yan Yun very much. But the two of them often participated in some activities inside and outside the school together, and Xiao Manli herself was quite scheming and would not show her dislike on her face. So on the surface, the relationship between the two is still very good. Now, just by inviting Yan Yun out for dinner, you can get 100,000? Of course she wouldn't refuse. So what happened next was a natural progression. Chapter 4, Planning in Advance. After the two had dinner, Lu Yu told Xiao Manli some details about the date with Yan Yun, and then the two parted ways. Since the hotel was not far from the school, Lu Yu let Xiao Manli leave the hotel alone to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xiao Manli also understood this logic, so after the two of them reached an agreement, she left alone. Looking out the hotel window, Lu Yu took a deep breath as he watched Xiao Manli stop a car downstairs. 2 days have already passed, and there are less than 5 days left. We must speed up the progress. The system was bound 2 days ago. Only after being bound did Lu Yu know about the existence of the end of the world. In other words, Lu Yu only had 1 week to prepare. Unlike Xu Feng, he has not experienced the end of the world, so he must be more prepared. Thinking of this, Lu Yu took out his mobile phone and made a call. The call was connected quickly. Xueli, come in for a moment. Xueli and Ding Feng are the bodyguards that Lu Yu asked for from Lu Mingyuan. He is also a talent trained by Lu Mingyuan's own security company. After the end of the world, people's hearts will become very unpredictable. Except for the confidants left by Lu Mingyuan himself, Lu Yu could not trust any other bodyguards. Only these two could be barely trusted. Mr. Lu. After Xueli came in, he nodded slightly. Lu Yu nodded and said, "How are the things I asked you to prepare going?" "It's almost ready." Shueli replied, "Food and water, as you requested, fill 2 entire guest rooms. We also prepared a lot of items, including clothes, shoes, protective clothing, binoculars, crossbows, hammers, baseball bats, and first aid kits." "Well, that's good." Lu Yu nodded, feeling a little more confident. With the coming of the end of the world, humans will temporarily lose their productivity and transportation capabilities. Food and drinking water, use less and you will have less. Therefore, as long as you ensure your own survival, the more food and water you have, the better. In order to survive better, Lu Yu not only took the initiative to strengthen his training during this period, but also tried to use some weapons and learn some fighting skills from his bodyguards. Although the 2 bodyguards aren't particularly strong, they're better than nothing. Where is the person I asked you to find? Lu Yu continued to ask. Mr. Lu, are you talking about Wei Jianjun and Su Hao? Good. We have found the man named Wei Jianjun, but Yanqing is not within our sphere of influence, so it may take some time to find Su Hao. Oh? Have you found Wei Jianjun? Lu Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "That's fine, but don't let your guard down on Su Hao either. To me, Su Hao is more important than Wei Jianjun." I see. Let Ding Feng continue looking for Su Hao. Take me to see Wei Jianjun first. Lu Yu gave orders and walked towards the door first. Okay. Shueli nodded and quickly caught up with Lu Yu. He originally wanted to ask something, but seeing that Lu Yu had already walked away, he had to bury his questions in his heart. Character cards: 1. Qiao Manli. 2. Yan Yun. 3. Wei Jianjun. 4. Su Hao. In addition to the system panel, Lu Yu's system also has a system warehouse. In the warehouse, you can store some special props produced by the system. These 4 character cards are a novice tip given to Lu Yu by the system in order to increase his chances of survival. The front of the character card shows the character's portrait and name, while the back shows their love-hate relationship with the protagonist Chu Feng in past and present lives. If Lu Yu wants to survive the confrontation with Chu Feng, he needs to use these relationships to limit the development of the protagonist Chu Feng. Now the problem of Qiao Manli and Yan Yun has been solved temporarily. The next turn was naturally Wei Jianjun and Su Hao. Wei Jianjun, 35 years old this year, is a retired Special Forces soldier. He and his wife have a 4-year-old daughter. After the end of the world, he tried his best to protect his wife and daughter. As for his relationship with the protagonist Chu Feng, it's also very simple. In his previous life, he was besieged by several thugs in order to protect his wife and daughter, and it was Chu Feng who stepped forward to help him. Although Chu Feng's fighting ability was very average at that time, his willingness to stand up made Wei Jianjun look at him with admiration. So the 2 of them joined forces to defeat the powerful enemy and became friends for life and death in the end times. As we all know, friendship is very precious in the end times. So in this life, Chu Feng must find Wei Jianjun in advance based on his memories of his previous life and make him his right-hand man. But Chu Feng never dreamed that before he was reborn, Wei Jianjun had already been defeated by Lu Yu. Chapter 5: Subjugating the Protagonist's Guard. 7 o'clock in the evening, South City. A Bentley pulled up to the side of the road. There are no tall buildings here, only low buildings. Here, there are no wide and bright roads, only narrow alleys. There are no complete public facilities here, only simple living facilities. This is a shantytown deep in the city. Looking at the dirty, dilapidated shantytown streets in front of him, Shueli was a little confused. I don't understand why my young master would come to a place like this to look for someone. However, Shueli was a bodyguard and not a talkative person. Since Lu Yu didn't tell him the reason, he was too lazy to ask. According to the address he had investigated before, Shueli walked quickly and soon brought Lu Yu to the bottom of a dilapidated building. The low floors and dirty, narrow corridors give people a very depressing feeling. There are advertisements for locksmiths and sewer unclogging everywhere. Lu Yu didn't care and followed Shueli upstairs. 4th floor. Shueli knocked on the door on the left, then stepped aside, and Lu Yu straightened his clothes. Who is it? A gentle female voice sounded, followed by the sound of a woman's footsteps coming from the door. The woman didn't open the door, but looked out through the peephole. Hello, I'm looking for Wei Jianjun. Lu Yu was very polite. Hearing this, the woman became slightly alert. Jianjun, I'm looking for you. Oh, here it comes. A rough male voice sounded, followed by a jog. Click, the door opens. A dark-skinned, strong man appeared in Lu Yu's sight. Lu Yu is 180 centimeters tall, and this man is half a head taller than Lu Yu. Short hair, square face. He was wearing a green stretch vest and blue and white camouflage pants. The chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and biceps are all bulging. Just standing there gives people a feeling of power. As for appearance, there is no need to say. A face with clear contours and a dark complexion. It's not pretty, but it's not particularly ugly either. It fits the image of a supporting character in the apocalypse very well. Who are you? Seeing Lu Yu, who was handsome and dressed in branded clothes, Wei Jianjun was confused. Because he had never seen the other person. My name is Lu Yu. Do we know each other? We didn't know each other before, but we got to know each other very quickly. What do you want to talk to me about? It's like this. Lu Yu smiled and lied casually. I heard from a friend of mine that you are quite skilled. I just happen to be in need of a bodyguard. I wonder if you are interested. Bodyguard? Wei Jianjun raised an eyebrow. How much per month? Is there a probation period? Of course there is a probation period, but even if you fail, I still have a 100,000 yuan work compensation. 100,000? Work compensation? Wei Jianjun widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. My current job is to be an ordinary security team leader in a building, with a monthly salary of only 4,000 yuan. What can you do with 4,000 yuan in today's society? Can't do anything. Especially for a family with children, it is not enough. And this guy didn't pass the probation period, but he was given 100,000 yuan in compensation? Equivalent to 2 years' salary? Are you kidding me? He couldn't quite believe his ears, but seeing Lu Yu's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Lu Yu smiled slightly and waved to Xueli. Xueli understood and handed over the handbag he had prepared in advance. That's right. If you're not sure about my promise, I can give you 100,000 in compensation first. Ah, this. Wei Jianjun was dumbfounded. Li Treying, who was playing with her daughter in the room, was also dumbfounded when she heard this. For families like theirs, the money they earn is just enough to cover their basic monthly expenses. There are no deposits or anything like that. How could they not be surprised when they saw so much cash in front of them? But Wei Jianjun has been a soldier after all and has seen big scenes. Know that there is no free lunch in the world. So he was only briefly surprised before he came to his senses. How do you know me? Lu Yu smiled and said, how about, let's go in and talk. Oh, yes, come in and sit down, Look at my brain. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Wei Jianjun slapped the back of his head and quickly invited Lu Yu and Xueli in. He was not afraid that Lu Yu was a bad person. After all, the other party is so rich, and I am so good at fighting. It has to be said that the end of the world has not yet come. The power of money is still enormous. Take Wei Jianjun for example. He used to be proud, but was tortured by the reality of life. When he heard that Lu Yu was here to work for him, he was extremely grateful to Lu Yu. As for being Lu Yu's bodyguard, might it be dangerous? Sorry, this is his job. If Lu Yu didn't want anything, he would feel uneasy. So it took Lu Yu less than an hour to transform him from Chu Feng's right-hand man to his personal bodyguard. As for Wei Jianjun's character, Lu Yu was not too worried. A person who can become the protagonist's right-hand man in the end times can't be that bad in character. Master Lu, is this kid very capable? After leaving Wei Jianjun's residence and Lu Yu and the other man got into the car, Xueli, who was also a bodyguard, couldn't help but ask a question. Let us not talk about the salary and benefits Lu Yu gave to the other party. The compensation of 100,000 yuan alone is extremely unreasonable. Recruiting someone in this way is not in line with Lu Yu's previous style. You'll know this later, Xueli, please do me a favor first. Mr. Lu, please speak. By Wei Jianjun, a high-end residence near where we store supplies. The closer the location, the better. Put his name on the property deed. The price doesn't matter. As long as they and their family of 3 move in within 3 days. Ah. Mr. Lu, are you being too nice to him? Hearing Lu Yu's request, Xueli was a little surprised and said, he just started working, and you're giving him a house and money. He felt it was a little unfair. I have worked in the Lu family for so many years and have never enjoyed such treatment. Too good for him? Looking out the car window at the bustling city streets, Lu Yu raised a playful smile. If you want a house, I can give you one. Houses, cars, these are all fleeting. After the end of the world, even life is as fragile as a piece of paper. Who will care about these material things? Forget it. Shweli smiled awkwardly. I don't like a place to live now. So you're telling me this? Okay, let's drive. I have to get back to school. Chapter 6: The Awakener. Lu Yu in this world is only 21 years old and is currently in his third year of college. In order to avoid suspicion from the future protagonist, Lu Yu must stay in school. At the school gate, Lu Yu opened the door and got out of the car. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar campus in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now, except for Su Hao, the layout of the others is almost complete. All we have to do now is wait for the end of the world to come. But, I am actually the villain? This feeling is also quite strange. Lu Yu thought to himself that although he was not a good person in his previous life, he was definitely not a bad person, right? Why is he a villain? How did he become a villain? Lu Yu was a little unhappy. Certainly. What made him even more upset was that Chu Feng would be the protagonist? That guy is even more of a loser than I was in my previous life, so how could he be the protagonist? Lu Yu was not convinced. But now he has no choice. Because for him now, how to deal with the end of the world is the most important thing. Originally, Lu Yu had thought about whether he should kill Chu Feng before he was reborn. But the system has made it very clear. Dealing with the protagonist before the end of the world may lead to some immeasurable serious consequences. For example, imprisoning Chu Feng would not only require a lot of time to plan, but also involve the risk of being quickly arrested by the police. Not to mention killing Chu Feng directly. What if Chu Feng is reborn as someone else? At that time, not only will you waste your development time, but you will also lose the advantage of predicting the plot. Therefore, it was impossible for Lu Yu to deal with Chu Feng before he was reborn. There are less than 5 days left until the end of the world. Lu Yu asked Xiao Manli to make an appointment with Yin Yun, and asked Shweli to help Wei Jianjun buy a house. Ding Feng, on the other hand, was helping Lu Yu find Su Hao's whereabouts. As Lu Yu made his plans, time passed day by day. There are 48 hours left in the countdown to the end of the world. Ding Feng finally found Su Hao, which made Lu Yu breathe a sigh of relief. Su Hao is a man with short stature and shifty eyes. Plus he likes gambling, so he has a nickname, Rat. Unlike Wei Jianjun, Haozi is not the protagonist's thug. But he is more important to Lu Yu than Wei Jianjun. At 1 p.m. on the 18th, Lu Yu took some time to leave the school and took Ding Feng to find Su Hao. This is a small town in the southern suburbs of Yancheng. Are you Su Hao? Su Hao said proudly, it's genuine. This is what you call your family heirloom sword? In a yard in a small town. Looking at the rusty sword about 3 feet long in his hand, Lu Yu said with a frown. Yes. The connection between Su Hao and Chu Feng is a long sword. After the end of the world, not only animals, plants, and humans on Earth will mutate. Some antique objects may also mutate. In this world, the history is similar to that of the Earth where Lu Yu is. Qin and Han, 3 kingdoms, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Chang. According to the plot information obtained by Lu Yu. This sword of Su Hao was obtained by his grandfather in an ancient tomb with a few good friends in his early years. When the end of the world comes, the surviving humans may awaken various abilities. Occupation is a general term for all awakened people. Among them are enhancers who are good at close combat, as well as shadow assassins who are good at sneak attacks. There are also people who have awakened special abilities that can control natural elements such as water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth. Of course, there are also some people who will awaken some life skills that have no combat capabilities. For example, builder, caster, enchanter, alchemist, etc. Before the rise of the blacksmith profession, the long sword of Su Hao's family could definitely be regarded as a magic weapon for hunting monsters. In his previous life, Su Hao relied on this sword to become the overlord of this town. Food, women, power, everything. But these are not the main points. The key point is that half a year after the end of the world, Chu Feng fled to this small town with a team of survivors. The captain of the survivor team saw that Su Hao's weapon could cut through iron like mud and kill monsters like chopping melons and vegetables. He immediately had evil intentions. He found an opportunity to kill Su Hao and then seized the magic weapon. Chu Feng, who was in the team, saw all of this. It's just that he was too weak in his previous life and had no qualifications to compete for the divine weapon. In this life, Chu Feng was reborn with 10 years of combat experience. Not only did he become decisive and ruthless, but he was also full of ambition. So if Lu Yu wants to survive from Chu Feng, he must get this sword. But now, this long sword, covered in rust and about to break with the slightest force, is it really the legendary divine weapon? What? You want to regret it? Hearing Lu Yu's words, Su Hao hugged the handbag given by Ding Feng tightly, as if he was afraid that Lu Yu would snatch it back. You came to me first and said you wanted to buy this family heirloom sword for 200,000. Now that I've given you the sword, don't even think about getting the money back. As he spoke, Su Hao held the money tighter in his hand and even subconsciously took a step back. Boy, you are looking for death. Seeing Su Hao's expression, Ding Feng took a step forward, a flash of anger in his eyes. He and Shueli are Lu Yu's bodyguards. The two men are of similar build, about 178 centimeters tall and of medium build. She is the type who looks thin when dressed but has muscular body when undressed. The only difference is that Shueli is a little older and looks more reserved. Ding Feng is a young man of about 27 or 28 years old, with short hair and youthful vigor. At this time, Su Hao's words had obviously angered him. He was in charge of Su Hao, and he also helped Lu Yu complete the transaction. Now Su Hao cheated him out of 200,000 with a broken sword. Isn't this an insult to him? You want to hit someone? Come on, hit me. Instead of retreating, Su Hao advanced, leaning forward with his face, as if a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. Just wait and see if I can trick you. He is a gangster himself, the kind who is good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. If the sword had not been hidden under his grandfather's bed and was not covered in rust and looked worthless, he would have sold it long ago. You! Ding Feng shouted angrily and wanted to step forward to teach the boy a lesson, but Lu Yu stopped him. Okay, Ding Feng, don't be impulsive. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he looked at Su Hao and said, Su Hao, what we want to buy for 200,000 yuan is your family heirloom sword, not this piece of junk. Are you trying to force us to buy it? This sword of mine is a family heirloom. Su Hao felt a little guilty, but he still mustered up the courage to continue explaining, and it was handed down to me personally by my grandfather. Your grandfather? Yes, my grandfather asked me to keep it before he left. Chapter 7 The Heroine Yen Yun. Su Hao argued with his money bag in hand. Hearing this, Lu Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Hao. First of all, Lu Yu was sure that he had not found the wrong person. He can confirm this through the character card given by the system. Because when you are too close to the target person, the character card will emit a faint light. So Lu Yu was sure that the Su Hao in front of him was the Su Hao in the plot. Secondly, Lu Yu was a salesperson in his previous life, so he has some ability to read people's expressions. Although Su Hao had shifty eyes, his face was flushed but his gaze was firm. Coupled with his slightly anxious expression, it was obvious that he looked like he had been wronged. In other words, he didn't lie? Could this sword really be a magical weapon? Lu Yu was a little confused. But at this time, he had no other choice. You can only choose to trust each other. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yu took a deep breath. Is that so? Fine, I'll trust you this time, but you'd better not let me find out you're lying to me, or I'll let you know what it means to be miserable. Don't worry, I wouldn't lie to you. Seeing that Lu Yu was not going to go back on his word, Su Hao smiled and quickly agreed. Ding Feng, let's go. Looking at Lu Yu's back as he left. Su Hao actually had some doubts in his mind. He didn't understand why the other party was willing to pay 200,000 for his broken sword. Could it be that this broken sword of mine is a priceless antique? But when he saw the 20 bundles of red banknotes in the bag in his hand, he immediately put these doubts behind him. He had asked someone to look at this sword before, and it was not an antique at all. I don't even know what material it is made of. And even if they are antiques, the country does not allow the buying and selling of such antiques. So now that it can be sold for 200,000, what else does he have to worry about? As for Lu Yu's harsh words that he would live a life worse than death, he just thought he was talking nonsense. Now we live in a society ruled by law, can he still kill himself? So Su Hao was overjoyed to receive the money. On the other side, Lu Yu returned to the hotel with a sword. He studied it carefully. This sword is not described in detail in the plot. So Lu Yu didn't know what it was called. All I know is that the sword is about 109 centimeters long, the handle is 25 centimeters long, the blade is 78 centimeters long, the blade is 3.6 centimeters wide, and the blade is 1 centimeter thick. Weight without sheath, approximately 1.7 kilograms. With sheath weighs about 2.7 kilograms. Both the sword body and the scabbard are severely oxidized and rusted. Could it be that the effect of this thing can only be seen after the apocalypse arrives? Lu Yu frowned and thought it was very likely. After all, in Xu Feng's story, this sword is a mutated weapon after the end of the world. Only when the end of the world comes can people and things in the whole world change. Thinking of this, Lu Yu was no longer in a hurry. He would be able to see the results in 2 days anyway. He found a place to hide the sword. Ding dong! The WeChat ringtone suddenly rang. Lu Yu took out his cell phone and saw that it was a message from Qiao Manli. Mr. Lu, let me confirm with you again, is it tomorrow night, at the Heaton Hotel? Seeing this news, Lu Yu smiled slightly. Good. There are less than 2 days left until the end of the world. After Lu Yu resolved the issues with Wei Jianjun and Su Hao, the only person left to deal with was Yan Yun. Yan Yun, the campus beauty of Yenching University. She is 165 centimeters tall, with a curvy figure and a pure appearance. She is the object of most boys' fantasies. Her figure and appearance would definitely be a positive benefit in a peaceful world. Whether it is work or marriage, they have more choices than ordinary girls. But in the end times, she is definitely a disaster. No matter where you go with her, there is a chance that other people will miss her. Of course, Yan Yun is not very scheming now. In other words, in front of Qiao Manli, he seemed to have no scheming. When Qiao Manli asked her out for dinner, she agreed without thinking too much. After all, the relationship between the two is pretty good. Countdown to the end of the world, 11 hours and 28 minutes. 9:32 p.m. Master Lu, if we do this, something might go wrong. On the way to the hotel, Shueli, who had helped Wei Jianjun move, couldn't help but give him a reminder. After all, in his mind, a rich young man like Lu Yu can seduce any girl. Is it necessary to use such illegal means to deal with a woman? Problem? What's the problem? Lu Yu looked at the countdown time and said nonchalantly, I'll take responsibility if there's any problem. After saying this, he pushed open the door of the private room. Shueli wanted to persuade Lu Yu, but seeing that Lu Yu had made up his mind, he didn't know what to say. I had no choice but to stop and stand guard at the door of the private room. In the private room of the hotel restaurant, there were 5 girls in total, including Qiao Manli and Yan Yun. At this time, they were chattering non-stop inside. When they saw Lu Yu coming in, their eyes lit up. Mr. Lu? Ha ha. Manli said there was a mystery guest today, and I was wondering who it was. So it was you? Hello? Lu Yu smiled slightly, sat down and looked at Yan Yun next to him. I have to say, this girl is really pretty. There was a white hairpin on her smooth black long hair. The tight white t-shirt and pleated skirt make her look youthful and lively. Hey, Mr. Lu, isn't it a bit inappropriate to stare at our Yan Yun as soon as you come in? That's right, we're here to eat, not to eat dog food. Can't you show off your affection behind someone else's back? The girls in the dance department are all very cheerful and are very good at making fun of themselves in front of Lu Yu. One by one, they made fun of the relationship between Lu Yu and Yan Yun. But as usual, the supporting characters all think that Lu Yu and Yan Yun are a perfect match, but it's impossible for the heroine to like the villain. So Lu Yu, who understood this, quickly spoke up to help Yan Yun when he saw her looking a little embarrassed by everyone's teasing. Don't talk nonsense, Yan Yun and I are not even ordinary friends now. Stop it. Okay, let's order first. Yan Yun couldn't stand the teasing of her companions and quickly changed the subject. It's evening now, and everyone is having a midnight snack. So we didn't order many dishes, we mainly ordered drinks. And because we were all students and had to go to self-study the next day, we naturally couldn't drink alcohol. But this is not a problem for Lu Yu. When Shueli stopped the waiter at the door and brought a bottle of juice into the private room, Lu Yu asked him to bring in a bottle of red wine as well. Roman A. Conti. 60,000 per bottle. Just took it and opened it. Most people can't afford red wine like this that costs tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. So in order not to waste such expensive red wine, everyone drank some juice and poured a small glass each. It's just a small cup, nothing will happen. Not to mention Qiao Manli and the other girls, even Yan Yun thinks so. But just this small cup made everyone feel dizzy. Yan Yun is more cautious, so she drinks less. The other girls didn't have any qualms and drank 2 more glasses. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone went their separate ways. Since he was just a little dizzy, no one took it seriously. Under Lu Yu's arrangement, Ding Feng sent the other 3 back to school. Qiao Manli took Yan Yun and got into Shueli's Bentley. Lu Yu sat in the passenger seat. If you're tired, take a rest. I'll call you when we get to school. Shueli, who was sitting in the driver's seat, said lightly. At this time, Yan Yun's double eyelids had begun to twitch. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she didn't think too much about it because Qiao Manli was next to her. After getting in the car, he leaned against Qiao Manli and closed his eyes to rest. However, Qiao Manli, a seasoned veteran, sensed something was wrong. He looked at the drunk Yan Yun on his shoulder, and then at Lu Yu in the passenger seat. She couldn't help but speak. Mr. Lu, does a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of yuan have such a strong aftertaste? Maybe it's your first time drinking it, so you're not used to it. Lu Yu said casually. Qiao Manli didn't believe Lu Yu's words, but Yan Yun was beside her, so she didn't dare to say it directly. I had no choice but to pick up my phone and send a WeChat message to Lu Yu. You put drugs in the wine? Lu Yu did not reply, but Qiao Manli already had the answer in her mind. How could you do this? What if Yan Yun calls the police tomorrow morning? Lu Yu replied, don't worry, you won't be implicated. I'm not afraid of getting myself into trouble, Before Qiao Manli finished typing, she froze in place. Because Lu Yu, the co-pilot, had already handed over a bank card. And on her phone, a line of words appeared. Here is 1 million, the password is 6 sixes. Chapter 8 I am reborn. Lu Yu directly threw out 1 million, leaving Qiao Manli dumbfounded. Her family is very ordinary, so she understands the importance of money. 1 million is neither too much nor too little. But in this third-tier city, you can already buy a luxurious 3-bedroom apartment. This is the end of many people's lifelong struggle. So when Qiao Manli saw Lu Yu handing over the bank card, she was torn between her conscience and her conscience. On one side is Yan Yun's personal safety, and on the other side is 1 million in cash. What will Qiao Manli choose? Without a doubt, she would choose the latter. This is not to say that she likes money so much or hates Yan Yun so much. It's not that she has no intelligence and doesn't know that this is illegal. But it was because Yan Yun made the appointment herself. If she chose to stand on Yan Yun's side at this time, it would be equivalent to standing against Lu Yu. Will Lu Yu turn himself into an accomplice? Besides, do I have the ability to stop Lu Yu's behavior? It seems not. Give up 1 million for a girl you hate, and then become an enemy of this rich young man? No matter how you look at it, it's not worth it. Thinking of this, Qiao Manli gritted her teeth and took the bank card that Lu Yu gave her. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu smiled and handed Qiao Manli a bottle of mineral water. Seeing Lu Yu's actions, Qiao Manli was stunned at first, then clenched her teeth again. The little bit of conscience that was left was also subjected to endless condemnation. But things have developed to this point and she has no choice. At this time, Yan Yun had no idea that Qiao Manli had been bribed by Lu Yu. With Qiao Manli's help, she fell into a deep sleep. That is right, Lu Yu had only one way to deal with Yan Yun from beginning to end, that was to separate her from Chu Feng and let her stay with him when the end of the world came. Although Lu Yu really wanted to develop some feelings with her first. But the system only gave him 7 days. 7 days? He didn't even have enough time to make plans, so how could he have time to cultivate feelings with her? What's more, Lu Yu's hidden attribute is villain, and Yan Yun's hidden attribute is heroine. If the villain wants to pursue the heroine, the difficulty will increase exponentially. So Lu Yu had no choice but to resort to this last resort. To be honest, this was the first time Lu Yu did something like this, and he was a little unsure. Because if the system countdown is fake, then the end of the world will not come. In this case, under the influence of the protagonist's halo, he would be arrested in 2 days at most, and he might never be able to turn things around in his life. But Lu Yu still decided to take a gamble. I have witnessed such outrageous things as time travel in the system, so the end of the world that the system talks about is likely to be true. So, 8th floor of Rhine Hotel. This is where Lu Yu stores supplies and weapons. Why did Lu Yu choose the hotel as his temporary base? Because he has to deal with the protagonist, he can't be too far away from the school, but he needs some time to develop, so he can't be too close to Chu Feng. So when he couldn't find a villa around the school, he decisively chose the current hotel. The total distance from here to the school is less than 500 meters, which is very convenient for dealing with Chu Feng and stockpiling supplies. Although most hotels won't allow people to hoard goods. But in this world, as long as you have money, not to mention stockpiling goods in hotel rooms, no one would stop you even if you turned the hotel living room into a toilet. So for convenience, Lu Yu converted the first few rooms here into his temporary base. At this time, Shueli and Ding Feng lived in room 8006. Xiao Manli was thrown by Lu Yu to the opposite side 8007. Lu Yu brought Yin Yun to room 8008. Lu Yu did not put the medicine in the wine, but asked Shueli to put it in the juice. It's not a miracle drug, just an ordinary sleeping pill. Originally, Lu Yu wanted to knock everyone down together. According to the system countdown, the world would end at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. When the time comes, will we just let the flood run rampant? But the amount of material Shueli released seemed to be obviously a little less. They remained somewhat lucid until they got on the bus. But fortunately, the final result was still acceptable. Looking at the pure and lovely girl in front of him, Lu Yu took a deep breath. Yen Yun, although we have no grudges against each other, for a better tomorrow, I can only let you down. Dear, are you asleep? Honey, why don't you answer the phone? Honey. When Lu Yu brought Yen Yun to the hotel room on the other side, in the university men's dormitory 502, a handsome young man was hiding in bed and sending messages to his girlfriend. The young man's name is Chu Feng, Xiao Manli's nominal boyfriend. Before Chu Feng was reborn in the future, he was still the dog who loved Xiao Manli deeply. After sending several messages, they fell into oblivion and there was no feedback at all. Chu Feng was a little crazy. I was already feeling a little sleepy, but I woke up instantly. I don't know how long it took before Xiao Manli replied. I'm sleepy today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. After that, there was no more movement from Xiao Manli's side. In fact, Xiao Manli was really sleepy. Lu Yu did not tell her in advance that he put something in the juice, so she was also caught in the trap. It's just that she and the other girls drank more alcohol, so the amount of drugs they took was not as much as Yen Yun. So everyone slept soundly that night. Especially Chu Feng, who received the news from Xiao Manli, slept very contentedly. The next day, 7 in the morning. The weather is clear and sunny. The campus in the morning is beautiful, quiet, and lively. Every morning here is the birth of a new hope. But kill, I will kill all of you monsters. The sudden sound resounded throughout the entire dormitory 502. Chu Feng, who was originally sleeping on the upper bunk, suddenly sat up with endless murderous intent on his face. After a moment, he looked at his surroundings blankly, and a familiar feeling came over him. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually disappeared. Chu Feng, what are you doing? Did you sleep so hard? You're yelling like a chicken, so early in the morning, can you let me have a good sleep? There are 6 people living in this dormitory. Hearing Chu Feng's sudden roar, one after another complained. But Chu Feng ignored everyone's complaints and just looked at his hands with horror. After a moment, he pinched his thigh. It hurts a lot. Subconsciously took out the cell phone next to him. I turned on the phone screen and the date showed September 20th, 2022, 7:01 a.m. I was reborn? Reborn before the end of the world? Chapter 9. Chu Feng was confused. Chu Feng, realizing that he was reborn, was ecstatic at first, but then a strong sense of crisis suddenly gripped his heart. September 20th, 2022, 9 a.m. Some space cracks suddenly opened up on the Earth. Some monsters that have never been seen before have come to this planet. All living things on Earth are also mutating. For a time, the entire planet became a huge slaughterhouse. Civilization collapsed and people's hearts were divided. In peacetime, most human beings are civilized, reading, writing, painting, and dancing. If you break the law, you will be arrested and sent to jail. But when the end of the world comes, human beings turn from civilized people into barbarians. In order to stay alive, people killed each other and ate their own children. For a piece of expired bread, a couple who were once in love may become hostile to each other. In one day, the whole world was reshuffled. Some people live a life worse than death. Some people died, but there are less than 2 hours left until the end of the world? Thinking of this, Chu Feng shuddered all over and quickly put on his clothes. The classmate who lived in the lower bunk diagonally opposite him was named Li Bin. Seeing Chu Feng getting up, he looked confused. Chu Feng? Why are you up so early? Are you going to morning self-study? Morning self-study? Ha ha. An ancient term. While quickly putting on his clothes, Chu Feng looked at Li Bin, and endless memories emerged in his mind. Are you Li Bin? Li Bin. What? You don't even recognize me? Are you really so sleepy? Sleep? He. Chu Feng felt bitter. He really hoped it was a dream. The end of the world is coming, civilization collapses, and alien races invade. If I remember correctly, on the first day of the apocalypse, Li Bin was stabbed through the heart by the sickle mantis with a serrated sickle. Blood spurted everywhere and his body was torn into pieces by the bugs. Thinking of this, Chu Feng, who had already put on his clothes, jumped out of bed. He glanced at the other 5 roommates in the dormitory who were woken up by him. For the sake of our friendship, let me give you a suggestion. What suggestions? Don't leave the dormitory before 9 o'clock today. Why? Chu Feng quickly explained, everyone should have studied physics, right? You know that 1 dimension is a line, 2 dimensions are a surface, 3 dimensions are a solid, and 4 dimensions are. Stop, Chu Feng, what do you want to say? You're rambling. I have no idea what you're talking about. Just listen to me. Chu Feng interrupted his roommate, glanced at his phone again, and released the first depth charge with mocking words. 2 hours from now, the end of the world will come. A cosmic storm will sweep across the globe. Simultaneously, the space on Earth's surface will vibrate, creating countless tiny cracks. Having said that, Chu Feng glanced at his roommates who were bewildered and unbelieving, and with a faint smile on his face, he said in a low voice. Do you know what a cosmic storm is? It's something that will completely disable most electronic devices and precision instruments on Earth. By then, your mobile phones, air conditioners, computers, even lights, everything connected to electricity will be unusable. Chu Feng's words were so outlandish that his roommates looked at him as if he were a fool. Chu Feng, are you out of your mind? You sound so scary, as if you've experienced it all. Are you still dreaming and haven't woken up yet? Exactly. It's 2022 now. Do you still think it's 2012? Have you watched too many movies? You're still talking about the apocalypse and the cosmic storm. Could it be possible that even water can enter your brain while you sleep? The 5 roommates teased Chu Feng one after another, not taking Chu Feng seriously at all. From ancient times to the present, there are countless doomsday prophecies, big and small. Especially after entering 2012, people have become even more scoffing at predictions of the end of the world. What is the end of the world? Anyone who believes it is an idiot. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Chu Feng was too lazy to ask them and just turned around and ran out of the dormitory. Since God gave him a second life, he certainly wouldn't waste his time explaining such boring things. 2 hours, very short, but extremely precious. As long as he uses it properly, he can rely on the memories of his past life to quickly rise in the apocalypse. As for my roommates' lives? Sorry. In the end times, everyone is in danger. Even he can only protect himself, so how can he take care of others? Chu Feng couldn't help sniffing as he left the dormitory. Looking at the floating white clouds, the clear blue sky, and the laughing students and affectionate couples on the playground, he took a deep breath. Just watch, my classmates. What's about to happen will be something you'll never forget. September 20th, 2022, 9 a.m. Chu Feng clearly remembered that unprecedented disasters broke out all over the world at the same time. Thick fog, earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes. Alien invasion. The human casualties were extremely heavy. This is a nightmare for anyone. What is most important in the end times? Supplies, of course. However, after Chu Feng left the dormitory, he did not go looking for supplies immediately. Instead, he took a taxi and headed straight to the shantytown in the south of the city. Whether you admit it or not, in such a harsh environment as the end of the world, it is definitely easier to survive as a team than alone. So he needs to find that reliable teammate first. Wei Jianjun. In his previous life, after the two met, he followed Wei Jianjun back home once. He knew where Wei Jianjun lived. Only. What? Moving? Chapter 10, The End of the World. Chu Feng rushed out of the school regardless of the school guard's obstruction. He took a taxi to the shantytown where Wei Jianjun lived and asked the taxi driver to wait outside the shantytown. I came to the 4th floor alone and kept knocking on the door on the left side of the 4th floor. He originally thought that the other party was just not at home. Who knew that the neighbor next door heard the knock on the door and came out to tell him that Wei Jianjun had moved 2 days ago? Move place? How is that possible? Chu Feng couldn't believe his ears. He had been with Wei Jianjun for quite a while in his previous life, and he even lived here for a long time after the end of the world began. But now. Oh shit. I looked at the house in front of me, which had no response, then looked at the time on my phone. Chu Feng cursed angrily. Could it be that after my rebirth, there was a butterfly effect? Because time is too tight. He didn't have time to investigate further, so he could only choose to leave here and go to a small town in the southern suburbs of the city. He can accept not having reliable teammates. Because after the end of the world begins, he can still search slowly. But that sword must never fall into the hands of others. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate at all. Only. When Chu Feng found Su Hao, who was still sleeping in the small town in the south of the city, the news Su Hao gave him made him realize that something was wrong. What? You said someone bought your sword 2 days ago? Believe it or not. Su Hao, standing at the door, looked at the stranger in front of him and closed the door with an impatient look on his face. Hearing this, Chu Feng frowned instantly. He couldn't believe it was true, so he knocked on the door again and grabbed the arrogant Su Hao and beat him up. But the results did not change at all. The sword was indeed bought. The person who bought the sword seems to be a rich second generation? Could this also be the butterfly effect? Chu Feng muttered to himself, impossible? Isn't the so-called butterfly effect an effect that can only be produced when a butterfly flaps its wings? Now I am like a butterfly, but haven't flapped my wings yet? How is it possible to cause a butterfly effect? The more Chu Feng thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. But there was less than an hour left before the end of the world, and he didn't have time to think too much. I could only take a bus quickly to the school. Shit, if I were to live my life again, would I only be able to live in humiliation and fear? No. Never. I will not let any of those who have offended me in my previous life go. Thinking of those bastards who had bullied him, Chu Feng became furious and subconsciously clenched his fists. The murderous intent that suddenly flashed in his eyes made the taxi driver shudder. As Chu Feng returned empty-handed, time passed by minute by minute. The gentle morning sun began to become scorching hot. The light shining through the window into the hotel room made it impossible to sleep. Where am I? Room 8008 of Rhine Hotel. Yan Yun woke up from her sleep in a daze, only to feel a splitting headache. She rubbed her temples and murmured as she stood up. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. He subconsciously glanced around him. Suddenly, a well-proportioned and handsome man came into his sight. The man was wearing a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. I was sitting by the window in the hotel, looking out the window, wondering what I was thinking about. Seeing this man and recalling what happened last night, Yan Yun's mind instantly became clearer. Ah, you. Yan Yun panicked and pointed at Lu Yu, not knowing what to say for a moment. Lu Yu heard the voice and slowly turned his head. Are you awake? You, what did you do to me? Yan Yun's pretty face was filled with resentment and anger. Although she has never had a serious boyfriend, she is still a 20-year-old college student after all. She naturally knew why she slept here last night. She had also dreamed about what her other half would look like. But she was sure that the boyfriend she wanted was definitely not a spoiled rich second generation like Lu Yu. But now. Can't you feel what I'm doing to you? Hearing Lu Yu's casual words, Yan Yun quickly checked her condition. After finding that there was nothing wrong with her body and her clothes and skirt were still intact, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Why did you do this? I have my reasons. Lu Yu looked at the time on his phone and said, it's 8:59 now. Wait another minute. I'll tell you the answer in 1 minute. Hearing this, Yan Yun's face became even more suspicious. Lu Yu, what the hell are you doing? It's okay for a rich second generation to use such despicable means, but you're actually trying to be mysterious? 10 seconds left, 8, 7. You. Seeing that Lu Yu didn't take her seriously at all, Yan Yun hesitated to speak. I subconsciously picked up my phone to check the time. Boom. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap rang through her eardrums. The thunder was so loud that the window glass vibrated slightly, not to mention how painful it was to the eardrums. Ah. Yan Yun was so frightened by the thunder that she threw away her phone and quickly covered her ears with her hands. Although Lu Yu was caught off guard by the thunder, he was prepared after all. While covering my ears, I felt relieved. Ding, the end of the world is coming, the system is checking the activation conditions. Ding, testing completed. 1. Before the apocalypse arrives, the existence of this system and any information about the impending apocalypse must not be disclosed. Achieved. 2. Do not leave Yinching before the apocalypse. Achieved. Ding, the prerequisites are met, the apocalyptic villain system is being activated. Ding, activation completed, get a villain gift pack. Ding, the villain gift pack automatically opens, granting you the villain's exclusive skills, villain's eye, villain's heart, and villain's aura. Ding, the character attribute panel opens. A series of system prompt sounds brought a smile to Lu Yu's face. People feel refreshed when happy things happen. I'm here at the end of the world. Chapter 11 Cosmic Storm. At the same time that Lu Yu's system was activated, in the university classroom. What is going on? All the male students were stunned by the thunder. Fuck, no way. Is it really the end of the world? Hey, why is there no phone signal? Mine too, the signal is cut off. The students checked their mobile phones one by one, and without exception found that none of them could receive any signal. In the next second, everyone felt a cold energy sweeping through their bodies. The ice is so cold that it seems to freeze the bone marrow into ice. Ah, what was that just now? It felt so cold. It's so uncomfortable I can't breathe. Most people seemed to be exhausted, gasping for breath. Some people couldn't even stand steadily and fell to the ground. Some boys with weak constitutions started bleeding from their noses and couldn't stop it no matter what they did. Chu Feng's roommate Li Bin suddenly thought of something. Looking at the black screen of his phone, his voice couldn't stop trembling. Cosmic storm. That's the cosmic storm Chu Feng mentioned. Go turn on the light and take a look. It's over, I can't even turn on the lights. Is everything Chu Feng said true? Chu Feng's other roommate named Zhou Yu also exclaimed. Everyone looked at each other in horror. Just when everyone was at a loss, a thick fog suddenly rose outside the window. It was a sea of white, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Less than 5 seconds later, the noise started. Fuck, this is... Ah! Monster. Don't come over here, don't come over here. As the thick fog rose, all the plants and animals on Earth began to grow wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless strange figures appeared in human sight. Immediately afterwards, screams and cries for help were heard outside the classroom. Before anyone could react. Ah! A scream suddenly reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a thin female classmate suddenly half kneeling in the aisle. This female classmate, named Su Yao, is the art class representative in the class. She's a pretty cute girl too. But at this moment, she covered her face with her hands. His hair became messy, and his arms were covered with red and black veins. The body seemed to be in great pain and kept shaking. Su Yao, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. A female classmate who had a good relationship with her subconsciously went over to ask what was going on. But what happened in the next second? Ho ho! Su Yao raised her head, and a hideous and terrifying face appeared in everyone's eyes. Her eye sockets and cheeks were sunken, and her pupils had turned grayish-white and were covered with bloodshot. There were blood and pus on his face and the corners of his mouth, and he was roaring like a monster. Yes, she turned into a zombie. The female classmate was obviously frightened by Su Yao's appearance and subconsciously wanted to leave the place. But it was obviously too late. Su Yao, who had turned into a zombie, pounced on her, opened his bloody mouth and bit her neck. Phew! Blood spurted out, it was extremely cruel. Su Yao was incredibly strong, and no matter how the female classmate slapped her, it was of no use. Several male classmates realized that something was wrong and wanted to go forward to help, but another scream was also heard. Another classmate turned into a zombie? Then, the third, the fourth. That's not all. The thick fog outside the window gradually dissipated, and a large number of strange creatures appeared in the open space under the teaching building. This is a group of lizardmen who are green all over, covered with tiny scales, and have long tails. They are not tall, generally between 1.2 and 1.4 meters. But not only do they look hideous and terrifying, their numbers are also exaggerated and outrageous. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, densely packed, and the vertical pupils unique to wild beasts moved around, quickly searching for their prey. This is a creature that humans have never seen. Because people don't understand them, they feel fear when they see them for the first time. Looking at these monsters that suddenly appeared, humans were stunned. There are a large number of lizardmen outside hunting humans, and some humans inside have turned into zombies. The whole world suddenly became a mess. Fear and panic filled everyone's heart. Chapter 12: Awakening of Superpowers. Cosmic storm? Of course Lu Yu felt it too. And following this energy, his brain felt as if it had been bombarded by dozens of artillery shells. The buzzing in his head almost made him lose consciousness in just a moment. Fortunately, this energy disappeared in just a moment, and Lu Yu woke up immediately. But I found that cold sweat had already seeped out of my forehead and my whole body was extremely tired. But ding, your physical condition is being strengthened. Ding, your wind attribute ability is detected to be awakening. Physical enhancement? Wind attribute ability? Seeing these two system prompts, Lu Yu, who had just wiped the sweat from his forehead, was stunned. Oh shit. In addition to the system, I actually have wind attribute abilities? Awesome, my brother. He is worthy of being the first villain boss in the original plot. Obviously, the strengthening of physique and the awakening of wind attribute abilities have nothing to do with the system. This is the power that Lu Yu should have. Originally, Lu Yu needed to explore these abilities on his own. But now, the system directly announced this ability? Lu Yu just wanted to say, 666. I looked at my system. Personal attribute panel. Name, Lu Yu. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 136. Vitality, 16. Normal adult male value is 10. Mental strength, 20. Normal adult male value is 10. Strength, 17. Normal adult male value is 10. Agility, 15. Normal adult male value is 10. Enhancement level, Black Iron Beginner. Ability level, Wind Attribute Black Iron Beginner. Villain exclusive skills, Villain's Eye, Villain's Heart, Villain's Aura. This is Lu Yu's personal attribute panel. Age, height, weight, etc. are not to be mentioned. Just like ordinary people, there is no special change. What we are mainly talking about here are combat attributes and character skills. In the end times, except for some people who have awakened special powers, the general awakened people can be divided into two categories. A strengthener who excels in melee combat and a psychic who excels in controlling the elements. Both have the same level classification: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, etc. Each level is divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Lu Yu's current enhancement level and ability level belong to the initial level of black iron. As for the 4 attributes of vitality, mental strength, and agility on the character attribute panel, their role is obvious. Strength represents the power of fists and feet. 1 point of this attribute is basically equivalent to 10 kilograms of strength. When stimulated by external factors, it may increase by 20%, 50% on the original basis. Agility refers to running speed and body coordination. Vitality represents the body's immunity, resilience, and ability to withstand blows. Mental power is more complicated. It represents a person's attention, reaction speed, control over superpowers, and the speed of releasing superpowers, etc. In short, the higher the attributes, the better. Lu Yu is a typical rich second generation. He used to do fitness and so on, so his usual attributes are higher than those of normal adult men. Because of the time travel, his mental strength is much higher than that of normal people. After being baptized by the cosmic storm, his average physical fitness has exceeded 1.5 times that of a normal person. It's already equivalent to some more professional athletes. I took a look at my other skills. Villain Aura. Although as a villain, you will inevitably attract the protagonist's hatred, you are not only immune to the protagonist's intelligence-reducing aura, but you can also gain the protagonist's abilities after killing him. P.S. After killing the heroine, you will receive some attribute rewards, but if you change the heroine's fate or make her lose her destiny, you will receive some additional rewards. If I kill the protagonist, I can gain his abilities? Seeing this attribute, Lu Yu smiled again. Ha, nice ability. It seems being a villain is pretty comfortable, huh? What happened? Lu Yu stood by the hotel window and studied his system. Yan Yun lying on the bed was a little confused. It was sunny and blue just now, how come it suddenly became like this? Fog appears immediately after thunder? The phone has no signal and then the power goes out? Can't even call the police? Are you kidding me? I clearly remember my phone had 42% battery just now, so why did it suddenly shut down? And the cold feeling just now made her feel extremely tired. What's going on? The end of the world. Lu Yu uttered a few words lightly. Now that the system has been activated, Lu Yu is no longer restricted and can speak freely. What? Yan Yun looked at Lu Yu in surprise. The end of the world? How is that possible? Why don't you come and see for yourself? Lu Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and just pointed out the window. Although Yan Yun didn't believe what Lu Yu said about the end of the world at all. But facts speak louder than words. The loud thunder, the thick fog that rose and dissipated quickly, the sudden screen shutdown of the mobile phone, and the feeling of a cosmic storm sweeping through the body. Everything shows that this world is not normal. So when Yan Yun heard Lu Yu's words, she didn't have time to ask anything else. She quickly got up, tidied her clothes, and went to the window. Looking outside through the hotel window. Next second, Yan Yun widened her eyes, and fear instantly spread throughout her body. This is Chapter 13 Sickle Mantis. Yan Yun is 20 years old this year. She is the kind of girl with sweet looks and simple mind. The ponytail, short-sleeved t-shirt and pleated skirt make her exude the unique youthfulness of a student. The invasion of the cosmic storm just now made her body extremely tired. But she didn't have time to care about these things. Because when she followed Lu Yu's instructions and came to the window of the room wearing slippers, the scene outside the window has completely attracted her attention. Bang bang bang. The sounds of a large number of vehicles running out of control colliding came into her ears from a distance one after another. Car wrecks were everywhere. After getting off the bus, people were a little confused at first, and then they immediately became panicked when they realized something was wrong. Roar! A roar was heard, and a zombie pounced on an old lady who failed to escape in time. Screams were heard, and blood spilled all over the ground. If the visual impact that the zombies brought to Yan Yun was not shocking enough, then the occasional giant flying insects in the sky and the densely packed lizardmen with green scales and long tails on the ground were enough to completely overturn her three views. Ah, weird, monster. A security guard at the hotel entrance was so scared that his legs were shaking and his face was pale. He was originally just an ordinary person, and he had no heroic deeds in his life. Life is not very eventful. I earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, which is enough for me to live a simple life. But he never expected that this monster would appear before his eyes? This is a slender green mantis. He had seen many mantises when he was a child. However, the mantis in front of him was completely different. At least half a person's height and nearly 2 meters long? The security guard clearly saw that the giant mantis's body was covered with special black lines. The two forelimbs are 1 meter long and covered with sharp serrations. Hiss! The sickle mantis glanced at him and let out a cry. Quick, run away! The security guard screamed madly in his heart, wanting to escape from this hellish place. But he was so frightened that he was shaking all over and his legs couldn't move at all. Phew! With a crisp sound, he felt a huge force on his shoulder. Ah! The security guard fell to the ground and almost fainted from the pain. The mantis's sickle pierced his left shoulder and blood spurted all over his face. Kala kala. The giant mantis seemed to sense that the other's life was not yet gone. He bit the security guard's neck. The teeth were so sharp and their bite force was so incredible that before the security guard could react, his head was separated from his body. Seeing this, several other sickle mantises rushed forward and pounced. This scene is bloody and cruel. Not only Yan Yun, but all the other surviving humans also looked pale. Many of them had stomach cramps and vomited all over the floor on the spot. However, it was not just the security guard who was devoured downstairs of the hotel. There were also pedestrians on the street, couples passing by, and elderly people going to the supermarket to buy groceries. No one knew where these monsters came from, and within a few breaths, there were dozens of them. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yan Yun was so frightened that her face turned pale and she had completely lost the ability to think. This kind of scene was too bloody and violent. She had only seen it in disaster movies before. Seeing it with my own eyes now, it completely subverts my worldview. Do you believe what I say now? Lu Yu looked at the sickle mantis and said with a serious expression. Damn, how come this thing is so powerful? Lu Yu only knew some of the early stories about Chu Feng, and he really didn't know much about these monsters. Now seeing the sickle mantis bite off the security guard's head in one bite really caught Lu Yu off guard. The monsters in the early days of the apocalypse are so powerful. How can humans, who are already weak, survive to the later stages? Race, Zerg. Name, sickle mantis. Level, intermediate black iron. Explanation, a type of alien insect that relies heavily on its forelimbs. As long as you don't engage them head-on, it's easy to defeat them. Note 1, aside from humans, all creatures that have evolved to the high-level black iron level including zombies have the potential to condense a crystal core. The higher the level of the creature, the higher the chance of a crystal core appearing, and the stronger the energy contained in the crystal core. Note 2, crystal cores can allow all living things, including humans, to evolve again. Collect them, and perhaps you will become stronger. The sudden line of words made Lu Yu stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. Oh shit! I can actually see the monster's information? The abilities given by the system are truly amazing. Eye of the villain, concentrate your attention to read the basic information of monsters, humans, and objects, and see the betrayal rate of the people around you. Not only can you see the basic information of monsters and items, can you still see the betrayal rate of people around you? Wow, this ability is amazing. With this ability, his rise will definitely not be slower than Xu Feng's. He subconsciously glanced at Yan Yun beside him. Name, Yan Yun. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 92. Betrayal rate, 50%. Chapter 14, Sword Awakens. The betrayal rate refers to the probability that people around you may betray you. The higher the betrayal chance, the higher the value. According to the system, at the beginning, the betrayal rate of all strangers is 50%. If it is less than 50%, it means that the other party may have a good relationship with you. But once it exceeds 50%, it means that this person is likely to have a grudge against you, or have hatred towards you, or even want to kill you. Lu Yu had pursued Yan Yun before, but Yan Yun did not agree, so he was a stranger to Yan Yun. A 50% betrayal rate is within reason. Lu Yu didn't care about the number, but turned back into the house and took out a metal crossbow from under the sofa cushion. The cushion had been hollowed out in advance. According to the information just seen by the villain's eyes, monsters like the sickle mantis rely heavily on their forelimbs, so it is easy to defeat them without fighting them head-on. Doesn't that mean it's easier to attack from behind? Lu Yu wants to try it. Lu Yu prepared the crossbow in advance when he knew that the end of the world was coming. He has practiced it many times during this period and his accuracy is pretty good. Although their Lu family is a legitimate business family and cannot get guns in the gun-banned Xia country, it is still easy for a rich second generation to get a crossbow. And just in case, his room not only had a crossbow, but also a long sword and a hand axe that he had bought from Su Hao before. Holding a crossbow, Lu Yu came to the hotel window, stuck the crossbow arrow into the arrow slot of the crossbow arm, then opened the window and began to look for prey. Seeing Lu Yu calmly take out a crossbow, Yan Yun came to her senses and looked incredible. What's going on with this guy? Not only did he prepare weapons in advance, but he also remained so calm? How could a normal person remain so calm when suddenly seeing so many terrifying monsters appear? This is unscientific. Did he know these monsters were coming? Lu Yu didn't know what Yan Yun was thinking. He just quietly looked at the monster outside the window, looking for an opportunity to hunt it. Why is he so calm? Although Lu Yu did know that the end of the world was coming, he also made some preparations in advance. But after all, he is not Chu Feng who was reborn from the end of the world. Having never experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, he was actually quite panicked when he saw so many monsters appear at the same time. The reason why he appeared so calm was because of Lu Yu's other skill. The heart of a villain. Villain's heart greatly enhances your adaptability and fighting courage, allowing you to calm down more easily than ordinary people when encountering danger. This skill is very similar to the brave heart in a certain anime. Although it has no attack or defense capabilities, it can enhance Lu Yu's adaptability and courage. In some ways, it is more powerful than other skills Lu Yu has obtained. You know, in the early days of the apocalypse, the monsters were not particularly strong. A big part of the reason why humans suffered heavy casualties and were unable to defeat these monsters was because of their fear of unknown creatures. Fear made them lose the ability to resist. Now with the existence of this villain's heart, Lu Yu can directly transform from an ordinary person into a warrior with strong psychological qualities. Ta. While Yan Yun was thinking, a sickle mantis, holding a severed human arm in its mouth, flapped its wings and flew up to the telephone pole next to the hotel. A pair of huge serrated sickles kept cutting the arm, helping it to eat quickly. The utility pole is taller than an ordinary utility pole. Lu Yu is standing on the 8th floor, and the distance between them is less than 10 meters. The effective killing power of this crossbow is 20 meters. So Lu Yu aimed at the back of the mantis's head and pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Whoosh! Phew! The crossbow arrow actually penetrated the mantis's head so easily? And from the back of the head all the way to the front of the face? Hiss! The sickle mantis felt pain and let out a creepy scream. It just shook its head and threw the uneaten broken arm from the air, and looked quickly in the direction of Lu Yu with a brutal and bloodthirsty look. Yeah, it found us. Yan Yun said something nonsense. She really wanted to ask why Lu Yu wanted to provoke this monster at this time. But her brain has obviously lost the ability to think calmly. The words I said did not express my meaning clearly. Can you still move normally after being shot through the head? Lu Yu ignored her and frowned as he watched the movements of the sickle mantis. The power of this crossbow is not much worse than that of a bullet. But it is not a repeating crossbow and cannot fire continuously. If this monster endured the pain and flew towards him directly, he would not have time to prepare a second arrow. But just when Lu Yu was about to use his newly awakened supernatural powers to repel the sickle mantis, the fierceness in the eyes of the mantis flying in the air actually began to dissipate. Soon its eyelids became heavier and heavier, and its wings flapped slower and slower. In the end, it actually fell directly from mid-air? Bang! The 2-meter-long body hit the concrete floor with a slight muffled sound. Dead? So a sneak attack from behind is effective? Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but feel relieved. The eyes of the villain never deceive me. While thinking, countless lizard men on the ground discovered the sickle mantis falling from the sky. They rushed towards the sickle mantis one after another. The lizardman's bite force was also quite strong, and he quickly cut the mantis into pieces. Blood and internal organs were all over the floor. In less than a minute, the mantis was bitten down to only a pair of hard serrated sickles. Half of the arrow was stuck in Lu Yu's head and rolled to the side. The green scales of the lizardmen that ate the sickle mantises were obviously 2 points brighter than before. Evolution. Lu Yu thought of this word. These monsters don't just hunt humans. Will it devour its own kind? By devouring their own kind, they will evolve even without crystal cores. It's just that this evolution is not as fast as directly devouring the crystal core. Realizing this, Lu Yu quickly closed the window. After putting the crossbow back, he took out the long sword he had bought from Su Hao from under the sofa. After taking a closer look at the sword, a line of words suddenly appeared in Lu Yu's sight. A sword still awakening completion rate 91%, 92%, 93%. The degree of completion is constantly increasing. It seems that Su Hao didn't lie to me. Is this broken thing really a magical weapon? Ding, awakening completed. While thinking, the system prompt brought Lu Yu back to reality. Glancing again. Weapon type, sword. Weapon name, Qingguang sword. Weapon grade, black iron, energy value 010. This sword is said to have been used by Cao Cao during the Three Kingdoms period. Cao Cao possessed two swords, one called Etian and the other called Qingguang, known as the Peerless Twin Swords. He wore the Etian sword himself, while Xiahou En wore the Qingguang sword. It was later taken away by Zhao Yun at Changbanpo. Note, cosmic storms have swept across every inch of Earth. Unknown energies have given the planet new life. Some special items will be endowed with magical powers. By making good use of these special items, you may be able to live a better life than others. What the hell? Qingguang sword? Chapter 15. Call me husband and I 1T leave. After seeing the description of this sword, Lu Yu was completely stunned. Although most people are familiar with the Qingguang sword. But Lu Yu, who is well versed in history, knows very well that the Qingguang sword is a weapon in the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This is a weapon specially invented by the author to highlight Zhao Yun's bravery. In real history, this sword is probably fictional. But now, not only does he have the Qingguang sword, he also spent 200,000 to buy it from a gangster named Su Hao. Can you believe it? However, Lu Yu didn't have time to care about this. Now that the end of the world has arrived, who would care about the truth of history? Shaking his head and stopping thinking about it, Lu Yu focused his attention on the attribute of weapon grade. Is the Qingguang sword only a black iron grade weapon? In the end times, weapons are at the same level as people. It is divided into grades such as black iron, bronze, and silver. The only difference is that weapons are not divided into basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. Black iron is black iron, and silver is silver. But according to the plot setting, Shouldn't the sword be very awesome? How to reach black iron level? Alright. The 0-10 energy value behind the weapon grade is enough to show that this sword can be upgraded. As for how to upgrade? There is no mark on it. But Lu Yu could guess it even if he made a random guess. Based on his many years of experience in playing online games, if one wants to upgrade a weapon, he can either ask a blacksmith to forge it, or kill monsters to gain energy, or use the crystal cores mentioned by the system before. Anyway, this thing can't become a magical weapon for no reason. Thinking of this, Lu Yu made a plan in his mind. Where are you going? Seeing Lu Yu take out his sword and seem to want to open the door, Yan Yun quickly stopped him. Although the relationship between the two was a bit awkward. But the tragic doomsday scene outside left her no time to care about this. Go out and clean the corridor. Lu Yu uttered a few words lightly. Corridor? After hearing what Lu Yu said, Yan Yun realized that the corridor outside seemed to be uneasy as well. There were screams, cries, and sounds of running. But, can you please not leave? Yan Yun bit her lip and mustered up the courage to ask Lu Yu. Although their relationship was awkward, she was more afraid of the monsters. It's so chaotic outside now, and the phone screen went black again. When she couldn't call the police, the only person she could rely on was Lu Yu. Don't leave? Lu Yu was stunned at first, then a sly smile appeared on his lips. He stopped and turned to look at Yan Yun. Huh? If you call me husband, I won't leave. Calling you husband? Impossible. Yan Yun came back to her senses and spoke to Lu Yu in a firm tone. Although Lu Yu didn't do anything to her last night, the relationship between the two was very ordinary. In this case, he asked me to call him husband? Don't even think about it. Forget it. Lu Yu didn't care and just turned around and left. You. Yan Yun wanted to say something when a loud noise came from outside the door. Run, run. Fuck. Get out of here, fuck you. Ah. Save me. Husband, save me quickly, you said you would protect me forever. Two lizard men climbed in through the window of a guest room, following the wall. A couple who were sleeping soundly in the room were suddenly frightened. The man reacted immediately, resisted a little, and found that something was wrong. Because there are monsters outside the window? Realizing this, he grabbed his clothes and ran out without hesitation. The woman grabbed the man's trouser leg and tried to ask for help, but she didn't expect her boyfriend to kick her in the face without thinking. Protect your mother, get out. The man seemed to be frightened by the monsters. How can I keep my sanity at this time? What is a woman? If you have lost your life, what is the point of love? The most important thing is to save your own life. So the man kicked the woman down several times, struggled against her restraints, and ran out of the door without looking back. The girl was knocked down by two lizard men, and her screams were soon heard in the room. Lu Yu, please don't leave, okay? I'm scared. Hearing the sound outside the door, Yan Yun was almost scared to tears. When they were in school, Lu Yu did pursue her. Lu Yu came to this university because she traveled to Shanghai during the winter vacation and was noticed by Lu Yu. But she was not at all interested in a playboy like Lu Yu. So when faced with Lu Yu's pursuit, she was absolutely unwilling. But she never dreamed that Lu Yu would bribe Xiao Manli to bring her here last night? At this time, she was very confused. Now, fear replaced doubt. Afraid? Hearing Yan Yun's words, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. What's there to be afraid of? These monsters are not strong enough to break the hotel windows. But I'm still scared. Yan Yun wanted to cry but had no tears. The situation outside is so terrifying, which woman can withstand it? If Lu Yu never comes back, what should I do next? She didn't dare to think about it. So at this time, nothing else matters, the most important thing is to keep Lu Yu stable and stay. Ha, Yan Yun. Seeing Yan Yun so nervous and scared, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. It's useless to be afraid at this time. If you want to survive, you must be strong. But there are some things I need to explain to you clearly. As he spoke, Lu Yu sat back down on the bed, his eyes fixed on Yan Yun. While it's still safe here, tell me, do you have any questions you want to ask me? After all, Yan Yun has the attributes of a heroine, and she won't just cry and scream like other women. Seeing the streets outside becoming increasingly chaotic, she forced herself to calm down. Without any hesitation, he directly asked the questions in his mind. Did you know these monsters were coming? I know a little. How do you know? I have awakened a predictive ability. Lu Yu lied without hesitation. Precognitive ability? Is there such an ability? Even a 2-meter-long mantis can be found. What else is impossible? Okay. Then I want to know where these monsters come from. Will they really bring about the end of the world? I don't know where they came from, but I'm sure this will be the end of the world. After receiving Lu Yu's affirmative answer, Yan Yun felt inexplicably sad, but continued to ask. What does the end of the world have to do with you bringing me to the hotel? Lu Yu continued to deceive him, and instead of answering, he asked, You should have felt that cold feeling just now, right? Yan Yun recalled the icy feeling just now and nodded slightly. After the end of the world, some people will awaken one or even several supernatural powers. Lu Yu began to lie and explain, I foresaw that I would awaken this power and have a certain ability to protect myself. You will be my woman in the future, so in order to prevent you from dying at the hands of a monster, I have no choice but to resort to this last resort. Are you trying to protect me? Hearing Lu Yu's words, Yan Yun couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't believe the nonsense that she was his woman, but she was still a little touched. Then something else came to her mind. Why don't you just tell me directly? Why do you have to use this method? If I tell you, will you believe it? After hearing this, Yan Yun was speechless. Yes, if the other party tells you this, will you believe it? Obviously not. The person you don't like suddenly tells you that the world is ending and still brings you to a hotel? What kind of stupid woman would believe that? Thinking of this, Yan Yun bit her teeth lightly. Lu Yu ignored her and stood up again. Just stay in the room. It's safe here for the time being. I have to go out. Oh, and remember not to open the door to anyone other than me. Before Yan Yun could react, Lu Yu had already walked to the door and opened it. Chapter 16, Transformed into a Zombie. After the cosmic storm passed, most creatures on Earth except humans benefited. Those that mutate, and those that become stronger. Although humans also benefited, only a small number of them were able to become awakened. Combat awakeners will not exceed 10% of the total population. Even if life awakeners are included, the total proportion will not exceed 25% of the total population. Most of the remaining humans are still ordinary people. There are even some humans who have turned into zombies due to genetic problems. There aren't many monsters outside right now. The floor where Lu Yu was located was the 8th floor of the hotel. The population on the ground is enough to meet the hunting needs of these monsters. So as long as you close the windows of the room tightly, it is relatively safe here. Yan Yun was very scared at this time and needed to find someone to share the same boat with her. But what Lu Yu told her was too unbelievable. Let her take some time to digest. So this time, after Lu Yu said that this place was safe, she did not stop Lu Yu from leaving. Mr. Lu, are you okay? As soon as Lu Yu went out, he saw Shueli and Ding Feng who were about to knock on the door. At this moment, they looked at Lu Yu with strange eyes. I'm fine. Lu Yu noticed the strange looks from the two people. What's wrong with you? After hearing Lu Yu's words, the two looked at each other. Then it was the older Shueli who spoke first. Mr. Lu, did you know these monsters would appear? Oh. Hearing this, Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. Why do you ask? When you asked us to prepare food and weapons. Shueli recounted what had happened with a serious expression. 7 days ago, Lu Yu asked them to buy food and water to fill 2 rooms. There was even a dedicated room to store some weapons and a large amount of toiletries. They didn't understand at the time. Now it seems that Lu Yu is truly far-sighted and prophetic. Yes, Mr. Lu. Ding Feng also echoed, just tell us the truth. Shueli and I really want to know. We'll talk about this later. Lu Yu looked at the two of them carefully. Why did you come out? At this time, it is safest to stay in the room, right? Of course we came out to protect you. Ding Feng said as a matter of course. Protect me? Of course. When we came to Yancheng, President Lu told us to ensure your safety. But there are so many monsters out there, you're here to protect me too? Aren't you afraid of death? Bodyguard is our profession. We would not do this if we were afraid of death. Ha, you guys do have a professional ethic. Lu Yu couldn't help but make a joke. The two of them were Lu Mingyuan's own people, so they didn't feel too unfamiliar when talking to Lu Yu. As for whether their words can be trusted? This Lu Yu was not worried at all. He has the eyes of a villain and can see the chances of people around him betraying him. According to the observation just now, the betrayal rates of the two people are 22% and 26% respectively. This probability can be said to be very good. As long as there is no major conflict of interest, the two of them should not betray me. I have to say, this is the good thing about being a villain. Even the loyal subordinates around him have more at the beginning than the protagonist. Shaking his head to stop thinking about it, Liu glanced at room 8007 opposite. The door was open, but there was no one inside. Where's my beautiful classmate? Before the monster appeared, I asked the front desk, and she left at 8 o'clock, saying she was going back to class. Lu Yu was not too surprised to hear this result. Xiao Monli was afraid that she would implicate her, so she went straight back to school after waking up. However, it was also because of this reason that she missed a very safe refuge in the early days of the apocalypse. The place where Lu Yu is located is not only on a high floor, but also has very few guests staying in the hotel. He paid to book half of the rooms on this floor. At school, there are many people and many opinions. Not only will many more people turn into zombies, but the food consumption will also be a terrifying number. In that kind of place, the survival rate would be at least half that of ordinary places. It seems that I can only wish her good luck, Lu Yu said in his heart. Although this woman is good looking, she is also very useful. But she was gone, and there was nothing Lu Yu could do. Next, Lu Yu chatted with the two of them for a few more words. Had them stay in their room and not open the door to anyone else. At first, the two were reluctant, thinking that it was safest for three people to be together. But Lu Yu has his own plans. So the two of them had no choice but to return to their room. Seeing the door of their room closed, Lu Yu took a deep breath and pulled out the Qinggang sword. The scabbard and the sword were still covered in rust, but the sword had a faint black sheen compared to before. Can this thing really kill monsters? Looking at the rusty Qinggang sword, Lu Yu was a little skeptical. However, he has wind-attributed abilities, so he is not particularly afraid of overturning. I casually glanced around and found that the corridor was now empty. Only some scattered clothes and a few open doors showed that something had happened on this floor. At this time, it is indeed safest to stay in the room. But Lu Yu did not forget that he had an enemy named Chu Feng. He came back 10 years after the end of the world. If I don't grow up quickly, I will never be his opponent. That's why he decided to come out and increase his practical experience as soon as possible. When Lu Yu was preparing to hone himself, on the other side, a canteen at Yenching University. Bang! Chu Feng held a fire axe and blew off the head of the convenience store owner who had turned into a zombie with one axe. Then he kicked it away. His movements were clean and neat. While kicking the zombie away, he closed the rolling door. Crash! The rolling door closed and Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, now this little shop is mine. Chu Feng stretched his arms, put the fire axe on a stool beside him, and muttered to himself. The fire axe is an essential artifact for the protagonist in the early stages of the apocalypse. It is readily available and quite powerful. Because he had gone to look for Wei Jianjun and Su Hao before, he wasted the 2 hours of his rebirth. Therefore, if you want to obtain survival supplies, you can only use the method of occupying. After going back to school to get a fire axe, I headed straight here. Fortunately, the end of the world happened during class time. Apart from the owner, there are only 2 female classmates in this convenience store. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to occupy this place. Tong Xiao, what's wrong with you? The anxious voice of a dark-skinned girl with a ponytail came from behind. Chu Feng turned around and saw another female classmate lying on the ground with her body twitching constantly. He walked over quickly and performed some simple examinations on the girl. In addition to having a high fever, she also had a scratch on her arm that was bleeding. The bones are visible, it looks hideous and terrifying. She was scratched by a zombie. Chu Feng said lightly. Zombies? The girl with dark ponytail obviously didn't react and looked at Chu Feng in astonishment. You mean, the owner of the convenience store just now was a zombie? The kind from the movies? Good. That Tong Xiao. She was scratched by a zombie, so she will naturally turn into a zombie. Chapter 17, First Kill of Lizardman. Chu Feng spoke calmly as he unilaterally sentenced the girl to death. In the end times, humans not only have to face those mutated monsters. You also have to face your fellow zombies. Compared to other ferocious and bloodthirsty monsters from other worlds, zombies are actually more dangerous. Because they are the same species as humans, the viruses they carry are extremely lethal to humans. Once scratched or bitten, it is difficult to survive in this apocalyptic world with limited medical conditions. At least that was the case at the beginning of the end of the world. No. He just got his arm scratched, how could he turn into a zombie? When the girl with dark ponytail heard that her best friend was going to turn into a zombie, her face changed. I don't believe this fact at all. Believe it or not. Chu Feng had a sarcastic look on his face, but he didn't refute. At the beginning of the last days, human thought has not yet emerged from the comfortable living circle of a peaceful society. It's normal to not be able to accept reality. However, Chu Feng was not in a hurry, because with his experience of living in the apocalypse, he could kill the other party the moment he turned into a zombie. As for whether you will not have the heart to do it or will not be able to do it, that's impossible. He has experienced 10 years of apocalypse and witnessed countless cruelties of the apocalypse and the ugliness of human nature. Not to mention a human being who is about to turn into a zombie. Even if it is a normal person, as long as he poses a threat to him, he will kill him without any psychological burden. Thinking of this, Chu Feng took a deep breath and didn't care about the two women. Instead, they are thinking quickly about the next plan. Now that I have the convenience store as my base, I won't be short of food for the time being. Then next, I have to recruit 2 younger brothers to prepare for the subsequent journey of survival. Recruiting a younger brother? When Chu Feng thought of recruiting a younger brother, a tall and handsome figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Then, a dusty memory emerged. Chu Feng suddenly clenched his fists, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Lu Yu? Yan Yun? How could I forget about these two people? To live your life again and become stronger is certainly important, but making up for regrets is also a very important part. In his previous life, he survived with Lu Yu and others. After finding a safe place, Lu Yu became the boss of a base with his awakened wind ability. But as time went on, the evil of human nature gradually began to grow. In order to get Yan Yun, Lu Yu tried every means to kill him. In order to keep him alive, Yan Yun was willing to use her own body to negotiate with Lu Yu. As a result, Chu Feng was driven out of the base by Lu Yu under the protection of Yan Yun. After seeing Chu Feng leave safely, Yan Yun jumped from the building to end her life in order to prevent Lu Yu from getting her. Chu Feng, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was in so much pain that he wished he were dying. He still remembers that heart-wrenching feeling. Don't worry, Yan Yun. I will definitely protect you in this life. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and swore secretly in his heart. After Yan Yun died in his previous life, he stayed in the end times in a daze for a long time. Later, his brain actively blocked this memory, and he barely woke up and cheered up. This is also the reason why he did not think of Yan Yun first after his rebirth. But now, I remember that in her previous life, Yan Yun survived successfully in the sophomore teaching building with other classmates. This life should be no exception. So I still have time now. Thinking of this, Chu Feng already had his own plans in mind. At the same time, on the other side, at the Rhine Hotel, Lu Yu carefully searched for the monsters on this floor. Although he is a villain boss, his awakened ability is more powerful than that of ordinary people. But this is reality, not fiction or a movie. If you are too reckless, your life will still be in danger. So you have to be careful. After searching the 2 nearest rooms, nothing was found. Lu Yu closed the window and began to walk deeper into the corridor. Should I draft it? The sudden shout made Lu Yu alert. Right after, a middle-aged man wrapped in a bath towel opened the door and ran out from a room in front. He was taking his morning shower when the end of the world came. He didn't take it seriously when the cosmic storm swept through him. I just thought that it was because I had been looking for girls too frequently recently, which caused some health problems. Who knew that the outside would become like this just after I came out of the shower? He left the window open. A lizard man had crawled to the window. He didn't have time to think and rushed out the door. Seeing Lu Yu standing there with a sword in his hand, he ran quickly behind Lu Yu and hid as if he had seen a savior. He pointed to his room with a look of horror. Brother! Monster, there's a monster there. The monster is crawling in. Lu Yu glanced at him without any expression. Holding the sword, he walked carefully towards the room. Seeing this, the man had no intention of following to help, but just watched Lu Yu from a distance. Name, Lizard Man. Level, Black Iron Beginner. Explanation, despicable, filthy creatures from the lower levels of another dimension. Due to their rapid reproduction, their population is extremely large. Although it is called a lizard man, it is actually more like a large gecko. Because their heads are also lizard heads. It's just that their legs are longer and they walk upright, so they look more like humans. Compared to humans, they are small in stature. It was about 1.2–1.4 meters tall, had poor eyesight, and could not run fast, so it did not chase the man who had escaped earlier. At this moment, the lizard man was in the room, searching through boxes and drawers for something by relying on his sense of smell. Hey, are you looking for me? The villain's heart filled Lu Yu with courage. Holding the sword tightly, he was full of fighting spirit. Hearing Lu Yu's voice, the lizard man turned his head. The moment it saw Lu Yu, it stuck out its tongue and excitement flashed in its eyes. Then he spread his legs and ran towards Lu Yu. Because of their height, they can only run slightly faster than a normal person walking. The power is not great either. As long as you can overcome your fear of unknown creatures, it is actually very easy to deal with them. Just like Lu Yu now. Bring it on! Lu Yu tightened the rusty sword in his hand at the moment the other party rushed over. He took half a step back and raised the sword in his hand. Swish! The lizard man was unable to dodge and was ripped open by the sword. The bright red blood, along with the internal organs, gushed out instantly. Lu Yu was a little surprised when he saw this, but without much hesitation, he took advantage of the situation and went up to meet the enemy. Although he has no combat experience. But his 17 points of strength and 15 points of agility give him stronger combat power than ordinary people. Swish! Another horizontal slash. The Qinggang sword swung towards the opponent's neck with an extremely terrifying momentum. The lizard man was injured and had no time to dodge. Puff! Cut off completely. The lizard's head drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell to the ground. The body standing in place also slowly fell down. That's it? Looking at the body with its head separated from the body on the ground, Lu Yu was stunned. Is this monster so weak? He was beheaded easily by himself? If all lizard men are at this level, then why should I be afraid? Ha! Lu Yu was a little surprised. Because he saw a faint black halo appear on the lizard man's body that had lost its vital signs? The black halo echoes the black luster of Lu Yu's sword. Then, as if being pulled by something, it flew to the Qinggang sword and merged with it. The black halo on the corpse disappeared. The black luster of the Qinggang sword seems to be a bit brighter than before. I wonder if it's an illusion? Lu Yu took a look at the information about the Qinggang sword. Weapon grade, black iron energy value 110. According to the system, high-level black iron monsters may produce crystal cores. This lizard man is at the initial stage of black iron, and obviously has no crystal core. But it can replenish the energy of the Qinggang sword? As long as I kill monsters, I can upgrade my weapon's rank? Ha, sure. Realizing this, Lu Yu smiled. Chapter 18: The Power of the Qinggang Sword. Swords are generally divided into three types: soft swords, semi-soft swords, and hard swords. The soft sword is the sword used by martial arts masters on TV. It is usually hidden at the waist and used against the enemy when necessary. It is difficult for ordinary people to use it. Semi-soft swords are not used by masters or ordinary people. They are mostly used for performances. Lu Yu's Qinggang sword obviously belongs to the third type, a hard sword. A hard sword is a sword used by generals or soldiers in ancient times to fight. The blade of the Qinggang sword is relatively wide and heavy. Originally, Lu Yu thought that his Qinggang sword had awakened. But with so much rust on it, the damage definitely won't be too strong. Moreover, there are some tiny scales on the lizardman's back, so its defense does not seem to be particularly weak. The result of my duel with it should be that I would use this heavy sword to smash the lizard man to death. But he never imagined that this sword was so sharp. After injuring the lizard man, he cut it in half with one sword? And, it seems some of the rust on it has fallen off? Could it be possible to clean off the rust? Thinking of this, Lu Yu did not hesitate and quickly slammed the Qinggang sword against the wall next to him. Clang! After a metallic crisp sound, the rust on it fell to the ground. The brand new blue-black sword body with the word Qingguang engraved on it immediately appeared. Right after, an ancient golden line flashed by. Nice sword! Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Only a sword that looks brand new like this deserves the title of divine weapon. It was worth all the effort I put into finding Su Hao. Little brother, that's awesome. The middle-aged man from before came back after hearing the sound of fighting. Seeing the monster's body on the ground with its head torn apart, he couldn't help but praise, "You killed this monster with just 2 swords? TSK, brother, you've practiced this before, right?" Lu Yu glanced at him and didn't answer his question. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's smile became a little awkward, but in order to ease the atmosphere, he quickly continued. "Brother, my name is Lu Jian, what's your name?" Lu Yu still ignored him and went out to investigate the situation in other rooms. He had no interest in these strangers. I have no interest in teaming up with these strangers to survive. What he cares about most now is improving his own strength. At this height of the 8th floor, there won't be many monsters coming up. So this is a great opportunity to exercise. Seeing that Lu Yu said nothing, Lu Jian felt a little embarrassed. As Lu Yu walked away, his face immediately turned dark. Damn it, it's just a broken weapon. Why are you pretending? Give me a weapon, and I can still kill these monsters. Before he could finish his words, he heard several screams from the street downstairs. He was so scared that he quickly ran into his room and closed the door. Lu Yu ignored him and continued searching for monsters on this floor. The room's door was open and most of the windows were open. Occasionally 1 or 2 lizard men would crawl up. Lu Yu didn't say anything and rushed forward to fight them in hand-to-hand combat. With physical fitness beyond ordinary people and the sharp Qinggang sword in his hand, they were killed very easily. 1 or 2. Weapon grade, black iron energy value 210. Weapon grade, black iron energy value 310. The Qinggang sword was also rapidly absorbing the energy of these monsters. After a series of battles, Lu Yu discovered that these lizardmen were not as bad as he had thought. Although they only have animal instincts. Not only does he have no intelligence, he is also not very fast. But the defensive power of the scales on the back is not weak at all. Even the Qinggang sword in his hand could only barely break it, and was unable to kill it with one sword. Their weak points are in the abdomen and neck. Only by attacking these 2 places can we achieve unexpected results. Before, Lu Yu was able to kill one with 2 swords, but it was just a coincidence that he hit its weak point. Shaking his head and stopping thinking about it, Lu Yu killed a lizard man in front of him and immediately closed the window. Doing this can prevent the strong smell of blood from attracting other monsters. Because fighting with all your strength consumes a lot of physical strength. So after Lu Yu killed the 8th lizard man, his physical strength was severely depleted. Kill 2 more and then you'll have to take a break. Lu Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and took 2 deep breaths. September in the south is still very hot. After the battle just now, Lu Yu's t-shirt was soaked with sweat. However, we still need 2 more lizardmen before the Qinggang sword can be upgraded. So Lu Yu decided to hold on a little longer. But just as Lu Yu was about to get up and continue fighting, hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor. Day. The footsteps were not only rapid, but also extremely dense. You can tell there are a lot of people there just by listening to it. Quick, everyone run upstairs. Have they really turned into monsters? Asshole. Damn, the monster is coming upstairs. Hurry, run. Let me go. Let me go now. Ah, my hand. Yubin, save me quickly. Hastily. I'm going to kill you. Screams, calls for help, and shouts of killing came one after another. Lu Yu looked carefully and saw that due to the cosmic storm, all electrical equipment was paralyzed in an instant. After the monsters invaded the hotel from the front door, a large number of survivors could only run upstairs from the stairs. Because the 8th floor is the top floor of this hotel. These survivors arrived too quickly and there were too many of them. So Lu Yu couldn't go back and ask Yin Yun to open the door immediately. He could only sheath his sword and follow the crowd into an empty room. Crash! The crowd poured in quickly, and in less than a moment, 13 or 14 people came in. The originally spacious guest room suddenly became crowded. Bang! The door was slammed shut and everyone quickly locked it. Who? The man who closed the door was panting and looked like he was exhausted. Leaning against the door, gasping for breath. The others also looked like they had survived a disaster. Lu Yu took a look and saw that this group of people included men, women, old and young. But the majority are men. After all, men are born with physical advantages over women. What the hell, what the hell? A thin man suddenly exclaimed. He pointed at the corner of the wall and stammered, unable to speak. What's wrong? What's going on? The others were also made extremely nervous by his shouting and looked in the direction he pointed. Ha! This is a corpse? A monster's corpse? Someone killed them? Fuck, that's amazing. Who did this? 2 bloody lizardman corpses lay quietly under the curtains in the corner. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene. After discovering that these monsters were dead, the tense mood couldn't help but relax a little. But then they discovered some problems. How long have these monsters been around? Apart from anything else, just fighting these monsters requires tremendous courage. How could anyone kill them at this time? Isn't this too incredible? Most people seem to have thought of this and began to quickly search for possible experts in the room. As their eyes swept over the others one by one, a tall and thin young man suddenly exclaimed. Hey, boss? Luyu was also surprised to see the young man greeting him. Shirley? Boss, why are you here? Chapter 19 Strange Plot. Whether it is urban literature or apocalyptic literature, there are always some villainous rich second generations in it. These second generation rich villains are always surrounded by a few lackeys who help them do things. Shirley is one of Luyu's lackeys. When he was in college, he was attracted by Luyu's family background. In order to find a good job after graduation, he became Luyu's younger brother and served Luyu at his beck and call. Shirley was very surprised to see Luyu in the room. Because it is university class time now, Luyu should not be here. I was going to ask you something. Luyu didn't answer but asked, You didn't stay in school today? No. I was planning to take today off to spend time with my girlfriend, but I didn't expect so many monsters to suddenly appear outside. When Shirley talked about this, he was speechless. He came to the hotel with his girlfriend last night. I was planning to go out for a nice stroll with my girlfriend today, but suddenly I found that the weather outside had changed. As soon as I reached the hotel entrance, I was forced back by the monster. Ha, you have such bad luck. You do not say. Shirley echoed, and then pulled over a non-mainstream girl next to him who looked pretty good. By the way, boss, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend Healy. Healy, this is the boss I told you about before, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu. The non-mainstream Healy was frightened by the monster and only came to her senses after hearing Shirley's introduction. Luyu nodded slightly, glanced at the other party and didn't ask any more questions. Although Healy looks okay, she is not on the same level as Chao Manli and Yen Yun. If a woman's figure, appearance and temperament are scored as a whole, it would be 100 points. Both Yen Yun and Chao Manli should be considered top beauties with a score of over 90 points without makeup. As for Healy, her score after putting on makeup is only 80 points at most. Where on earth do these monsters come from? It's terrible, it's really terrible. Oh, Mom, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Mom is here. It was a small room, with people gathering in groups of 3 or 4. There was a mixture of discussions and cries. The feeling of fear spread quickly among the crowd. Just when everyone was extremely panicked, a very impatient voice rang out. Scream your mother? Be quiet. As soon as these words were spoken, the room suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked towards the direction of the sound. I saw a thin man of medium build and dark skin, looking at everyone with an impatient look on his face. Because he was standing not far from Luyu, the sound sounded very harsh to Luyu and the other two. Seeing that the man was shorter than him, Shirley immediately retorted. Who the hell are you? Why are you yelling so loudly? I'm almost deafened. Shirley is used to acting arrogantly in college. When will it be someone else's turn to show off in front of him? But the skinny guy was not a pushover either. He stood up immediately after hearing what Shirley said. A yellow-haired companion stood up with him. Fuck. You little bastard, say another word? Bastard? Who are you calling a bastard? I'll scold anyone who talks to me. I'm going to kill you. Everyone seemed to be holding back a lot of anger, ready to start fighting if they weren't careful. Shirley has his girlfriend next to him, so of course he won't give in as he is young and energetic. It's just that Luyu observed more carefully. When Shirley clenched his fists and prepared to take a step forward, he put his hand on his shoulder in time. Yo ho! You want to kill me? Sure. Seeing this scene, the thin man sneered and turned to look behind him. Brother Fei, this kid said he wanted to kill us. After hearing what the thin man said, Shirley realized that there was a man wearing a black stretch vest squatting in the corner behind the other person. The man's skin is also very dark, but compared to the thin man, he is much more muscular. In addition to a gold necklace as thick as a little finger on her neck, there is also a tiger tattoo. Of course, he also heard the conversation between the two parties just now. Boy, do you want to kill us? Fei Chen smiled grimly. The burly figure and the tattoo on his neck gave Shirley an unparalleled sense of oppression. Seeing Chen Fei's appearance, Shirley immediately became timid. Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I wasn't talking about you. Although Shirley was very reluctant to lose face in front of his girlfriend. But a hero never suffers a loss in front of him. Chen Fei's look is really scary. He was just a student. If he wanted to avoid being beaten, he could only apologize to the other party first. You're not talking about me? Fei Chen sneered. Shirley was about to cry, I really didn't mean you. The thin man smiled and continued, Brother Fei is my eldest brother. If you want to kill me, don't you just want to kill our brother Fei? The thin man's words left Shirley speechless. He was clearly no match for these thugs when it came to reasoning. Although he has his girlfriend by his side, he also has Lu Yu, his boss, behind him. But the three people opposite are obviously not good people. Don't say that Lu Yu won't stand up for himself in this situation. Even if he is really willing to stand up for me, I am no match for the three people on the opposite side, right? Thinking of this, Shirley felt very panicked. Brother Fei, stop wasting time talking to this guy. Let's beat him up first. That's right, let me satisfy my urge first. The skinny guy and the yellow-haired guy sang the same tune, and it was obvious that they were angry and wanted to take advantage of the situation to vent their anger. Although Chen Fei is a gangster, he is not a fool. How could he possibly take action without knowing the opponent's strength? He looked at Shirley, then at the sword in Lu Yu's arms, and then slowly stood up. Hey, kid, are you the big brother of this coward? The coward is of course Shirley. What's up? Fei Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, did you kill these two monsters? No way. Are you kidding? He looks like just a college student. What's wrong with a college student? He's so tall and has a weapon in his hand. That's right, don't look down on college students. Chen Fei's words stunned everyone, and they all looked at Lu Yu in surprise. Even Shirley noticed that Lu Yu was holding a sword in his arms. Boy, our brother Fei is asking you a question. Seeing that Lu Yu didn't respond, Huang Mao reminded him impatiently. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. Being provoked by a thug in the shelter, and then beating the thug away to show off and get slapped in the face? Isn't this a plot that only the protagonist can have? Why does this happen to me? Isn't this a bit unscientific? Damn it, you don't understand what I'm saying, right? Roll. Bang. Seeing that Lu Yu's sword was still unsheathed, Huang Mao rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go over and teach Lu Yu a lesson. However, before he could get to Lu Yu, he was kicked away by Lu Yu. Chapter 20 Seizing the Sword. Lu Yu's kicks were extremely fast and powerful. Chen Fei and Skinny were completely dumbfounded. Huang Mao was kicked in the stomach and lay on the ground wailing. When others saw the two sides fighting, they quickly hid aside, fearing that they would get into trouble. Boss. Shirley was stunned by this scene. Although in his mind, Lu Yu has always been arrogant. But that was at school? What is happening now? Can't you see clearly? There are three social people opposite us? The kind where you can get beaten up if you're not careful? He totally couldn't understand why Lu Yu dared to provoke the other party at this time. It's over. This young man is in trouble. You're still too young. The people who dodged away were all muttering in their hearts. Although they are numerous, most of them are ordinary people. It is naturally impossible for someone with a family to stand up for a stranger at this time. This is normal. Fuck you, little bastard, I'm going to kill you. The yellow-haired man who was kicked down covered his lower abdomen and climbed up while roaring. He really didn't expect that this guy would dare to fight back. Not only did he dare to fight back, he even dared to call me trash? This is really seeking death. But just as he was about to take out his weapon and kill Lu Yu, he was stopped by Chen Fei. Xiao Yong, stop it. Brother Fei. Fei Chen gestured to step back. He waited until the yellow-haired man retreated behind him before he looked at Lu Yu. Boy, you look awesome, don't you? Chen Fei grinned and moved his arms. Without saying a word, Lu Yu drew out the sword in his hand. Although we have long known that in the end times, human bad nature will be infinitely magnified. But it's been less than an hour since the end of the world, and these bastards are already causing trouble? He is even more of a villain than himself. But Lu Yu didn't care. Killing people in the apocalypse was only a matter of time anyway. He had been mentally prepared for this. It would be nice to practice on these scumbags. Just seeing Lu Yu's long sword unsheathed and the extremely sharp sword body, the thin man suddenly became excited. Brother Fei, look at his sword. Fei Chen was also stunned, and then he couldn't help but exclaimed, TSK, what a good thing. No wonder it was able to kill those two monsters. So this is how it works. Brother, judging by your attire, you don't seem to be in dire need of money. It's a bit inappropriate to suggest buying it. How about you just give me the sword? As long as you are willing to give me the sword, I will not pursue the matter of beating Xiaoyong and will provide protection for the three of you. How about that? After saying this, Fei Chen was still a little worried and immediately added another sentence. Look, the three of us are adults, and our fighting power is definitely much stronger than you three students. Lu Yu's scabbard did not undergo any changes along with the Qinggang sword itself. So the scabbard is still severely rusted. When they saw Lu Yu just now, they thought that the sword in his hand was just an ordinary sword, and that he was lucky to kill the two lizard monsters. Look now! The blue-black sword body flashed with dazzling cold light. At first glance, you can tell that it is a real sword, not one of those fake ones used for performances. So Chen Fei was moved. As long as I have this sword, my strength will definitely increase exponentially. When facing those monsters outside, he will definitely not be as embarrassed as before. Lu Yu ignored Chen Fei and just quickly thought about the current situation in his mind. I just wasted a lot of energy hunting those lizard men. The remaining physical strength he had now was definitely not a match for the three people in front of him. Ding Feng and Xueli were left next door by him, and there was no time to rescue them. So if you want to escape safely, you must find an opportunity to kill the enemy with one strike. Boy, I'm talking to you. Seeing that Lu Yu remained silent, Fei Chen lost his patience. You just want a sword, right? Okay. Lu Yu handed the sword over directly. Come and take it. Draft? You asked for it. Fei Chen cursed angrily, a murderous look flashed in his eyes, and he pulled out a folding knife from his pocket. This style of folding knife is useless against the ferocious monsters outside. But it is a powerful weapon against these humans who have little fighting experience. Today, I'm putting my words here. You have to give me this sword even if you don't want to. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Chen bowed and rushed directly towards Lu Yu. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Although Lu Yu's sword is obviously more lethal than his dagger. But Chen Fei has his own trump card. He had noticed that Lu Yu's t-shirt was soaked with sweat. Coupled with the slight breathlessness, it was obvious that it was caused by excessive physical exertion. With his own strength, wouldn't it be easy to deal with a little bastard who has exhausted too much physical energy? When the time comes, with that magic weapon, I won't be chased by those monsters like a stray dog. So he went straight in. There was not much hesitation on the part of the author. But he was wrong too. This is so wrong. Lu Yu's physical strength was indeed severely depleted. Even with a magical weapon like the Qinggang sword, he might not be stronger in hand-to-hand combat than Chen Fei in full condition. But he is not a pure warrior. Does he need to fight in close combat? Unnecessary. Seeing the other party rushing towards him, Lu Yu swung the sword in his hand without saying a word. A transparent green blade flew out from the sword like sword energy. At the same time, a strong wind with considerable power also flew out. Swish. Whoosh. Crash. The sudden strong wind made it impossible for people around to open their eyes. Some small ornaments were also blown all over the place by Lu Yu's sword. Chen Fei had never expected Lu Yu to have this trick. His expression changed, but he couldn't dodge in time. Puff. Bang. Chen Fei's body froze, and he was instantly blown away by the strong wind and hit the wall behind him. The folding knife in his hand fell to the side, and the black stretch vest he was wearing was cut open. From the left rib to the right shoulder. Blood gushed out from the wound, quickly staining his clothes red. Ah! Chen Fei let out a pig-slaughtering scream. But Lu Yu stared at his left hand intently. His left arm was covered with a layer of ochre-colored rock. So you've awakened your earth-based abilities? No wonder you're so confident. Chapter 21 Like a Sword Immortal. After the cosmic storm, a small number of humans became awakened. Among the awakened ones, a small number of them have awakened special powers. In other words, people with special abilities are extremely rare among the awakened ones. Not to mention compared to ordinary people. After Chen Fei discovered that he had awakened his superpowers, he felt that he was different from others. He never took Lu Yu seriously from beginning to end. He felt that he could use his petrified left arm to block Lu Yu's Qinggang sword and catch the other party off guard. Unexpectedly. You have also awakened your superpowers? Chen Fei covered his chest and said in disbelief. The spectators around were all dumbfounded. Even the thin guy and the yellow-haired guy were shocked. Superpowers? What the hell? Could it be that both of them used supernatural powers just now? It's too late to find out. Sure lay. Originally, Lu Yu was going to go over and deal with this guy directly, but suddenly he thought of something and slowly turned his gaze to Shirley beside him. Boss. Shirley was still a little dazed. What just happened was simply unbelievable. It's okay if those monsters suddenly appear. What's wrong with you two humans? One who throws out sword energy with a long sword? The other one wrapped his entire left arm with rocks? Is this a fucking battle between immortal cultivators and mutants? Go ahead and kill him. Lu Yu directly expressed his thoughts. Whether it is to prevent the opponent from counterattacking before death or to allow his younger brother Shirley to quickly get into the state, Lu Yu should not do it himself. The calm words shocked the injured Chen Fei and also brought Shirley back to reality. Boss, did I hear you right? You asked me to kill him? What? Didn't you understand? No. Boss, it's okay for you to let me kill a chicken, but killing someone is illegal, right? Shirley was obviously a little scared. As a legal citizen, he had never even thought about killing people since he was a child. Illegal? Lu Yu sneered and asked, what do you think of the ability I just used? Of course it's awesome, just like the Swordmasters on TV. Shirley answered without hesitation. The fight between the two just now was very brief. He only saw Lu Yu swing his sword and Chen Fei flew out. Then Chen Fei started bleeding and was almost crippled. If this isn't a sword immortal, then what is he? Then do you think that even if this ability emerges, will the law still exist? Lu Yu's voice was still calm, but it was like a bombshell, leaving everyone present stunned. Originally they were still surprised by Lu Yu and Chen Fei's abilities. But now, Lu Yu's words were no less powerful than the bolt from the blue before. Yes. If superpowers appear, will laws still exist? Before coming here, even before Lu Yu said this, they still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts. It is believed that the monsters outside, although very brutal, have killed many people. But it's actually not that scary. Since the country's thermal weapons are so advanced now, isn't it easy to destroy these monsters? As long as they find a place to hide, our public servants will surely come to rescue them with guns and tanks. Not only Shirley thinks so, most ordinary people think so. But now Lu Yu's words made them suddenly enlightened. The awakening of superpowers means that the world has undergone unprecedented changes. In other words, it is very likely that other places have been invaded by monsters just like Yancheng. In this case, the law will surely collapse quickly. What kind of disaster would it be if humans were no longer bound by laws? They dare not think about it. But, boss. Shirley hesitated for a moment, still seeming afraid, and Lu Yu raised his hand to interrupt him. If you kill him, you can still follow me in the future. If you don't dare, don't call me boss anymore. Lu Yu issued an ultimatum. Superpowers are a type of energy that exists within the body, just like the internal force in martial arts novels. But this thing does not exist in the Dantian. Instead, it exists in all the extraordinary meridians of the human body. The attributes of each person's superpowers are different, so the forms of superpowers they manifest are naturally different. Lu Yu's wind attribute ability can not only release strong winds, but also compress this wind attribute energy to form wind blades. Then throw it out with your own hands. Just like what he did to Chen Fei just now. Yes. Using the sword was just a feint, just to look cooler, but in fact Lu Yu swung it out with his hand. This was a killing trick that Lu Yu had developed while fighting monsters alone. However, the level of his ability is still very low, and the power and frequency of the wind blades he releases are very limited. A wind blade of that magnitude can only be released 5 times at most. It has been used twice to kill lizardmen before, and now it is used again. Fortunately, releasing superpowers consumes mental strength and energy in the body, and the physical strength consumed is almost negligible. So even if Lu Yu has almost exhausted his physical strength, he can still use his supernatural powers to fight. Chen Fei is an Earth-type mutant, but his control over his abilities is obviously not as proficient as Lu Yu's. I could only wrap the skin of my arms around the rocks. It was probably an ability he had just discovered while escaping. Since none of his physical parameters had been improved, he had no time to dodge Lu Yu's windblade. If he became more familiar with his abilities, he would also cover his body with a layer of rock. I guess it wouldn't be so easy for Lu Yu to win. After hearing Lu Yu's words, Shirley fell into deep thought again. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you call Lu Yu boss or not. The main thing is that what Lu Yu said just now was a bit too shocking. If other places were as chaotic as Yancheng, the army would definitely not be able to arrive to rescue in the first time. Or even not come at all. At that time, when the water and electricity grids are completely cut off, humans can only rely on themselves to survive. In this case, it is absolutely necessary to find someone to hug. The ability that Lu Yu demonstrated was definitely a very strong thigh. Is it to disobey Lu Yu's orders and part ways with Lu Yu? Or should I kill Chen Fei and continue to be Lu Yu's younger brother? Okay, boss, I'll kill him. I don't know how long it took, but Shirley finally gritted his teeth. He has made up his mind to continue being Lu Yu's younger brother. Because even if what Lu Yu said was wrong, order would be restored outside in 2 or 3 days. But now so many people have died outside, who would care if one more person died? A wise decision. Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth. Go, pick up that knife. How dare you? Fei Chen shouted angrily. He was seriously injured because he underestimated his opponent and was no longer a match for Lu Yu. But facing death, how could he just sit there and wait for death? You, don't come over here. Boy, do you dare to touch our brother Fei? Looking at Lu Yu with murderous intentions, the yellow-haired man and the thin man were terrified. Even the voice was trembling. Originally they thought Chen Fei was a ruthless person. Now it seems that this student named Lu Yu is not a good person either. If you want to be buried with your brother Fei, I don't mind helping you. Seeing that the two of them wanted to stop him, Lu Yu coldly spat out these words. Chapter 22 Primary Zombie. As a villain boss, Lu Yu must have his own subordinates. Otherwise, if you have to do everything yourself, how can you be a villain boss? What's more, he needs to have some power of his own to deal with the protagonist. So he decided to let Shirley continue to be his younger brother. Anyway, I have the villain's eye, so I'm not afraid of these guys rebelling. Lu Yu's cold voice made Chen Fei's 2 younger brothers dare not act rashly. It also filled Shirley, who was about to stop, with confidence. He carefully picked up the folding knife that Fei had dropped on the ground. Then he slowly walked towards Fei Chen. Is it a draft? Do you dare to touch me? Fei Chen cursed angrily, trying to use his last bit of strength to save his life. But Lu Yu's wind blade caused his wound to be very deep. The bright red blood has not stopped flowing yet. What happens when a person loses too much blood? You will feel nauseous and vomit, and your body will not be able to support normal functions, leading to fainting. So when Chen Fei used up his last bit of strength to stand up and wanted to use his supernatural powers for a final fight, a feeling of dizziness instantly spread throughout his body. Then the world started spinning. Boom! Fei Chen fell straight to the ground. Although he was still conscious, his body was unable to move. Shirley couldn't help but grin when he saw this, and immediately showed his lackey nature and started to add insult to injury. Hey, you're already in this state and you're still saying such harsh words? Weren't you awesome just now? Come on, scream, keep screaming. Damn it. Don't kill me. Feeling his brain fainting, Fei Chen finally became afraid. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Don't you think it's too late to beg for mercy now? Like a demon, Liu continued to induce Shirley, imagine if I were just an ordinary college student, what would have happened to you? Hearing this, Shirley, who was originally hesitant to take action, immediately became determined. Yeah, this guy was so arrogant just now. If Lu Yu hadn't awakened his special abilities and helped attract the hatred towards him, wouldn't I be severely beaten today and lose face in front of my girlfriend? It is even possible that due to the beating, he would be unable to cope with the monsters outside and die at their hands. Thinking of this, he clenched the knife in his hand. Chen Fei's eyes changed from fear to horror. The fear of death prevented him from thinking too much, and he quickly called for help from other survivors. Save me, save me. Hearing this, the crowd became a little agitated, but in the end no one was willing to stand up for him. They didn't dare to offend Chen Fei for Lu Yu just now. Now he dared not offend Lu Yu for Chen Fei. As for those two little brothers, they had already been hiding aside, trembling in fear. Go to hell. Puff. Shirley stabbed Fei Chen's heart fiercely with his folding knife. And as if to overcome his inner fear, he stabbed Chen Fei's body frantically as if he was possessed. Chen Fei was stabbed with knife after knife, and blood flowed out and flesh flew everywhere. People watching it were terrified. 5 minutes later, the mother in the crowd had already covered her 6-year-old daughter's eyes. Chen Fei's body was thrown downstairs from the upstairs window by 2 onlookers. Boom! As soon as the corpse fell to the ground, a large number of lizardmen swarmed in. Soon Chen Fei's body was cut into 8 pieces. In the guest room on the 8th floor, Shirley was gasping for breath, his hands covered in blood, and still in shock. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. This guy actually killed someone? Although the murder was committed at the instigation of Lu Yu. But this is not something that ordinary people can do? Don't be nervous. Lu Yu sheathed his Qingguang sword, patted Shirley on the shoulder, and comforted the nervous crowd. Although we just killed someone, you should know more about what happened than I do. As long as you behave yourself, I promise that what happened just now will not happen again. This. Yes, little brother, you're right. It was Fei Chen who was wrong first. We all saw it. A manager-like man wearing a short-sleeved white shirt came out to smooth things over. Everyone agrees, right? The man originally wanted to ease the atmosphere, but others didn't seem to buy it. There was even a hint of contempt in the way she looked at the man. The man was very embarrassed, but Lu Yu didn't care. Instead, he looked at the man. May I have your name? Me? My name is Zhang Ming. The man was a little flattered, but he still spoke quickly. He is almost 40 years old this year, but Lu Yu showed strength and calmness when ordering Shirley to kill. He has already forgotten the other person's age. Let me give you a suggestion. What suggestions? I'm sure you've already seen what's happening outside. I can tell you clearly now that these days of fear and anxiety have only just begun. Lu Yu continued, if you want to live normally, you'd better choose a wise leader. A wise leader? Good. Little brother, you said these days have just begun? No way? Is this true? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Zhang Ming came back to his senses. Little brother, if it is really as you said, how can we survive? This is your business, it has nothing to do with me. Aren't you with us? Sorry, I have my own things to do. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he looked at Shirley. Shirley, let's go. Okay, boss. Shirley has not yet recovered from the emotion of killing someone just now. After hearing what Lu Yu said, he quickly pulled his girlfriend to follow him. Hey, brother, you. Looking at the backs of Lu Yu and the other two as they left, Zhang Ming wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words back when they reached his lips. The calmness and strength that Lu Yu just showed really gave people a very reliable feeling. But does this guy dare to kill people? As an ordinary person, no one wants to be in the same room with such a person. So, let this kid go, it's better than being killed by him for no reason. As for the yellow-haired and thin guy? These two guys were already terrified by the scene of Shirley killing Chen Fei. Now I don't even have the courage to look up at Lu Yu's back. What should we do next? Let's discuss this. The survivors in the room didn't care about the yellow-haired man and the thin man. Let us gather together quickly to discuss countermeasures. Lu Yu left the room without caring about the lives of these survivors. These people were strangers to him. In peacetime, most people don't care about the life or death of strangers, let alone in this apocalypse. Ho ho! The sudden roar of the monster attracted Lu Yu, who was about to return to his room. Zombies? Lu Yu's eyes flashed. I instantly recognized the type of monster. The only monsters outside now, besides lizardmen and sickle mantises, are zombies. Of the three types of monsters, only zombies can make such a disgusting roar. Boss. Shirley still hasn't recovered from the panic of killing someone just now. When he heard the zombies' voices, his legs couldn't help but feel weak, and even his voice was shaking. Healy was so scared that she hid behind Shirley. Liu ignored the two of them and walked carefully towards the direction of the sound with his sword in hand. Soon, at the end of the corridor, the scene of two zombies gnawing on a corpse appeared in his sight. Liu took a glance. Name: Ordinary Zombie. Level: Black Iron Beginner. Description: created by genetic alterations from cosmic storms, they lack vision and rely on smell and hearing to hunt. Initial abilities vary from person to person, but their abilities increase over time. They carry a highly contagious corpse poison that spreads through wounds, claws, and teeth. Chapter 23. Do you want it? There were two zombies, one male and one female. Both of them were older and were still wearing pajamas. They looked like a couple staying in a hotel. The door to the next room was open and the lock was slightly damaged. It must be that the survivors wanted to break down the door by force, but encountered them after opening the door. Liu looked at it carefully. There is no intact part of their bodies. His body was festering and covered with pus, and his skin and clothes were stained with black blood. At this time, they were squatting on the ground, holding a human thigh and gnawing on it. The ground was stained red with blood. The strong and pungent smell of blood entered Liu's nostrils, making his stomach churn. Fortunately, Liu has the heart of a villain and is very adaptable. Otherwise, I will definitely vomit. He suppressed his nausea and clenched the sword in his hand. Zombies are monsters formed by mutations of human genes, and there are many types of them. Crawlers, claw zombies, giant zombies, etc. These two are the most basic zombies. Generally speaking, primary zombies are not very fast. But because they have corpse poison in their bodies, Liu needs to avoid close combat with them as much as possible. Despair. Liu deliberately made a slight noise. Since they have no vision, they hunt by smell and hearing only. The corridor was filled with a strong smell of blood. When eating with his back to Liu, he couldn't see them or smell them. Can only rely on hearing. After hearing the sound made by Liu, they discovered Liu's presence. Roar. Their hunting instincts made them put down the food in their hands, and they stood up and pounced towards Liu without thinking. Their progress is slow due to the decay of the body. His running speed is not even as fast as that of the lizardmen of the same level. Liu no longer wasted time. He casually swung the sword twice, using the remaining two wind blades. Whoosh! Two wind blades flew towards the heads of the two zombies, one in front and one behind. Having twice the mental strength of an ordinary person is still very strong. At least at this distance, Liu cannot miss. Puff! The strong wind not only cut the zombies' heads, but also blew them away. Boss, that's awesome. Seeing this scene, Shirley came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He didn't see clearly in the room just now. But now he sees clearly. Damn, this is really sword energy, right? It seems that I got the right thigh. Liu ignored him because the fallen zombie stood up again. Can't you cut open the head? Liu frowned slightly. The zombie's information description does not mention their weaknesses. So Liu could only make his own judgment based on the routines of various movies and novels. Attacking the head seems to be the default rule for all protagonists when facing zombies. But now the killing power of my wind blade is really limited, and the effective killing distance is about 10 meters. Width 1 centimeter, length approximately 30 centimeters. Such power can only cut through the flesh of zombies and even damage their bones, but it cannot cut through their skulls. Liu had no choice but to grip the sword tightly and rush over to engage them in close combat. Fortunately, Liu's two wind blades did not cut open its head. But it still has power. Their brains were severely impacted and their speed became slower than before. So, under the sharp blade of the Qinggang sword. Puff! 2 headshots. Zombies. Dead. Weapon grade, black iron energy value 910. Weapon grade, black iron energy value 1010. Congratulations, your weapon's rank has been improved. Weapon grade, bronze energy value 0100. The ancient golden lines flashed by again. The originally blue-black sword body turned into bronze? Can you gain weapon energy by killing zombies? Not bad, not bad. Lu Yu was very satisfied to see that the Qinggang sword had been upgraded from the black iron level to the bronze level. Although I don't know what changes will happen to the Qinggang sword after it is upgraded, this thing will definitely become more powerful the higher the level. I took a quick look at the current situation on the 8th floor. Because most of the people downstairs ran to the 8th floor. So now, apart from the room just mentioned, there are no empty rooms on the entire 8th floor. The corridor security door had not been closed in time, and no one knew who had blocked it. Given the destructive power of the monsters outside, it would be almost impossible for them to rush in unless there was something inside that could attract the monsters outside. Since the elevator is out of service, the monster can only go through the window if it wants to threaten the safety of everyone on the 8th floor. In other words, the floor where Lu Yu is currently is safe for the time being. Let's go. Lu Yu let out a long sigh, casually pulled the curtain next to him, and wiped the broken flesh and blood off the Qinggang sword. Then, suppressing his nausea, he dragged the two zombie bodies into the room and closed the windows and door of the room. Boss, your sword isn't just an ordinary weapon, right? Shirley finally asked the question in his mind. He had wanted to ask before, but he never found the opportunity. Although they did not catch the sight of the Qinggang sword absorbing the black energy in the slightly dim corridor. But the blade of the Qinggang sword changed color, is this real? Moreover, after chopping off the bones in the zombie's head, there wasn't even a tiny crack? This is obviously not common sense. Lu Yu did not hide it and looked at Shirley with a playful smile. Do you want it? Think. Shirley nodded subconsciously, then he thought of something and quickly shook his head. No, I don't want to. It's okay. In such a messed up environment, it's normal to want to use the most convenient weapon. Lu Yu patted Shirley's shoulder and said earnestly, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. As long as you can serve me sincerely as before, you will be indispensable for these things in the future. Really, boss. When have I ever lied to you? Hey, thank you, boss. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Shirley became excited. The uneasiness he felt after killing someone was also thrown behind him in this moment. Judging from Lu Yu's performance, the world outside must have changed. In this environment where you can only rely on yourself to survive, Lu Yu is definitely a very reliable thigh. Now that this thigh has given him such a promise, no matter whether it can be realized or not, it is like a reassurance to him. I feel extremely at ease. This feeling reminded him of the time when he killed Fei Qing just now. He didn't understand what it felt like. He only knew that Lu Yu shocked the entire audience with his strength. And when he went to kill people, no one dared to act rashly. When Chen Fei's body was thrown out of the window, Lu Yu just said a word and two men came to help. This is the deterrent power brought by strength. It is also the power that comes with strength. Yes, it is power. The power that men desire. Although this power belongs to Lu Yu, as long as I become Lu Yu's younger brother, I can completely take advantage of Lu Yu's power, right? Thinking of this, Shirley actually felt a little yearning in his heart. Name, Shirley. Age, 21. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 128. Defection rate, 31%. Seeing Shirley's betrayal rate, Lu Yu knew that what he had just said had worked. Without saying much, he took Shirley and knocked on Xueli's door. You two can rest here for now. I'll arrange other rooms for you in the afternoon. Yes, boss. Shirley is now full of energy. The door opened and Xueli was standing at the door. Mr. Lu. They're staying with you for now. Good. Ding Feng, come with me and get some food. Okay, Mr. Lu. After arranging Shirley and the other two, Lu Yu asked Xueli to take out the key and get some food from the storage room next door. Lu Yu prepared 2 storage rooms and an armory on this floor. All the keys are with Xueli. Lu Yu took a few pieces of bread, some sausages, and 2 bottles of yogurt. After Ding Feng finished taking the food, he locked the storage room and returned to his door. Boom boom boom. Lu Yu knocked on the door. Who? A vigilant voice came into Lu Yu's ears. Hearing this voice, Lu Yu frowned. Because this voice isn't Yen Yun's? Chapter 24, Common Enemy. When Lu Yu realized that the voice inside was not Yen Yun, something suddenly came to his mind. Could the plot where I met the protagonist be related to the heroine Yen Yun? Taking away the heroine is equivalent to taking away the plot of the heroine? But at this time, he didn't have time to think too much, and quickly winked at Ding Feng, who had not walked far. Ding Feng understood and quickly put the food for the two back to 8006, then called Shueli and Shirley. The three of them came over cautiously with weapons in hand. Lu Yu made a hiding gesture to the three of them. After the three of them had finished hiding, Lu Yu spoke softly, "It's me, open the door quickly." At this time, Yan Yun's voice rang out. "Lu Yu? Is it Lu Yu?" "Yes." "Do you know the guy outside the door?" This is the voice of a middle-aged woman. "Yeah, well, he is my classmate." Yan Yun didn't know what her relationship with Lu Yu was now, so she can only use the word classmate to perfunctorily answer. Shirley, who was outside the door, heard Yan Yun's voice and couldn't help but feel that it sounded familiar. Before he could think about it, another man's voice rang out. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yan Yun said as a matter of course, "I'll open the door for Lu Yu." "Open the door? Open what door?" The man said in a dissatisfied voice, "It's so dangerous outside now, how can you open the door for others casually?" "What do you mean by casual?" "Lu Yu is my classmate, not an outsider." "That won't work either." "Why?" Hearing this, Yan Yun couldn't help but feel a little angry. Although she still couldn't forgive Lu Yu for what he did to her last night. But one thing is another. This room was originally opened by Lu Yu. The people in the room now are outsiders. I let them in out of kindness, but they repay me with hatred? Why do you say that? The man shouted, "You saw what happened downstairs just now, didn't you? People bitten by those monsters can get up again and bite people again. This kid has been outside for so long, and he's only knocking on the door now. Who knows if he's been bitten by those monsters? What if he comes in and turns into one of those monsters? He's standing outside right now, how could he be bitten by a monster?" Yan Yun felt that these people were really unreasonable. Those humans who were bitten downstairs turned into monsters because they were bitten to death. Lu Yu is a living person, how could he turn into those monsters? "Beauty, just listen to Brother Zhao." "Yes. Beauty, what Manager Zhao said makes a lot of sense. There are so many people in this room now. It would be troublesome if one of them turned into a monster like that. Can't let him in." "Yes, he can't come in. If anyone wants to leave, it's you." Yan Yun was furious when she heard everyone chattering and trying to stop her from opening the door. "This is Lu Yu and my room. We have the right to use it. Why don't you let Lu Yu in? If you're afraid that Lu Yu will turn into a monster, then why don't you find another place?" "Your room?" Manager Zhao said disdainfully, "TSK, this is clearly a hotel room, how did it become your room?" Manager Zhao is the manager of the restaurant on the second floor. When the end of the world came, he was teasing the girl at the front desk in the lobby on the first floor. As a result, several zombies rushed in and the girl was the first to be bitten to death. This dealt a huge blow to his fragile heart. What scared him even more was that after this girl was bitten to death, she stood up again. This discovery scared him to death. So even if Lu Yu was a guest in this room, he would not open the door for him easily. That is. "How much did you pay for this room?" "We'll pay double." "I just can't open the door." "Right." The others shared the same hatred and stood on Manager Zhao's side. We only have one life, and no one wants to joke with his or her own life. Yan Yun was furious, but helpless. Because the two ants had already cornered her. How could she, a weak woman, fight against these two tough aunties? Just as everyone was arguing, Lu Yu's voice sounded faintly outside the door. "I'm not injured. If you don't believe me, you can open the door and check. If I'm injured, I can walk on my own without you telling me." Lu Yu's calm tone made everyone in the room look at each other in confusion. They all seemed surprised that Lu Yu could say such words. Yan Yun was even more shocked. At the same time, there is a lot of guilt in my heart. The reason why she was shocked was that Lu Yu, a rich second generation, could actually say such selfless words. If you get hurt, just leave on your own? Don't bring trouble to others? The reason she felt guilty was that Lu Yu told her not to open the door for others when he left. But when someone knocked on the door desperately and begged her to open it, she finally softened her heart. It was her wrong decision that led to Lu Yu, who should have been the master, being blocked outside the door. "Are you really not hurt?" Manager Zhao's voice sounded behind the door. He didn't know what Yan Yun was thinking, but the end of the world had just arrived and the evil nature of human beings had not yet been fully released. So after hearing what Lu Yu said, he relaxed his vigilance a little. Why don't you just open the door and take a look? Lu Yu's voice remained calm. The conversation inside was not quiet, and he could hear it clearly from outside the door. Naturally, I know what the specific situation is inside. It's just that Yan Yun is still useful to him, and a violent goal would make things more troublesome later. So the best way to deal with it is to trick the door open first. After hearing what Lu Yu said, Manager Zhao was still a little worried and looked out through the peephole. Seeing that Lu Yu was alone, he let down his guard. Xiao Wang, open the door. He picked up the desk lamp next to him and waved to another young man. The young man named Xiao Wang was somewhat reluctant when he heard what Manager Zhao said, but he had no choice. He is just a waiter in the restaurant, and the idea that the manager is his leader has been deeply ingrained in him. The end of the world had just arrived and human values had not yet been completely refreshed, so he had no choice but to open the door. But just as he opened the door and lowered the safety lock, bang! Lu Yu kicked the door hard. Ah! Xiao Wang was caught off guard and was hit on the nose by the door that bounced back. Bright red blood quickly flowed out of his nostrils, and Xiao Wang covered his nose and let out a scream. The other people in the room were startled by what happened and stood up in an instant. Is it a draft, you little bastard, you? Manager Zhao picked up the desk lamp and wanted to hit someone, but Lu Yu was not alone. The moment Lu Yu kicked the door, Xueli and Ding Feng rushed in first with daggers they had prepared in advance. Before Manager Zhao could smash the desk lamp down, Xueli grabbed his wrist. Then, the dagger was pressed against his neck. Don't move! Chapter 25, The Cuckoo Occupies the Magpie's Nest. Silence. Deathly silence. The silent attack of a dagger made Manager Zhao stop shouting and cursing abruptly. Xiao Wang next to him didn't react at all. When he came to his senses, Ding Feng had already kicked him in the chest. Bang! Xiao Wang was kicked to the ground, covering his nose with one hand and his chest with the other. He curled up into a ball and kept howling in pain. Although he is also an adult male, Lu Yu is the son of a billionaire. The bodyguards around him are all capable of actual combat. If they can't beat the protagonist, can they beat these ordinary people? After Xueli grabbed Manager Zhao's wrist holding the desk lamp, he saw the dagger in Xueli's hand. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. He could only obediently put the desk lamp on the shoe cabinet next to him and put on a smile to everyone. Brother, why bother hitting others if you have something to say? Shirley, who was the last to leave, closed the door and saw that the person in the room was Yan Yun. He suddenly realized what had happened. No wonder I felt this voice was familiar, it turned out to be Yan, the campus beauty from our school. Hey, wait, the boss lives with Yan Yun? Oh shit. Is my boss so awesome? He even slept with Yan Yun, the school belle? Awesome. My brother. Lu Yu ignored him, walked up to Manager Zhao and glanced at him. Talk nicely? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yu suddenly bent down and punched him hard in the lower abdomen. Bang! Ah! Manager Zhao screamed in pain. I subconsciously bent over and covered my stomach. Lu Yu didn't stop at all. He grabbed the other person's hair and pushed it down, then kneed him in the face. Manager Zhao was dizzy and bleeding from his nose after being hit by this series of moves. Before he could react, he was kicked again. You've taken over my place, and you still want me to talk you out of it? At this moment, Lu Yu's eyes were full of coldness. Part of this coldness was directed at Yan Yun, but more of it was directed at others. Although in this situation, Lu Yu did not expect strangers to have any kindness towards him. But since they have done this, they have to bear the consequences. Manager Zhao was kicked to the ground, covering his face and groaning in pain. Lu Yu ignored him and glanced at Yan Yun first, then looked at other people. There were a total of 8 people in the room, including Yan Yun. Except Yan Yun, Manager Zhao, and Xiao Wang. There are also 2 men, a woman, and 2 ants. Brother, there's nothing we can do about this. A man saw Lu Yu coming fiercely and hurried out to explain, it's so dangerous outside, you should be able to understand us. Yes, young man, we just did this for everyone's safety. Besides, didn't we let you in? The ant next to Yan Yun also smiled and said, hurry up and let Manager Zhao and Xiao Wang go. We will make money if we are harmonious. We will make money if we are harmonious. There are 4 men on Lu Yu's side, and each of them is holding a weapon. Although their team also has 4 men, 2 of them have been knocked down by Lu Yu's side. Given the huge disparity in power, even the tone of their voices became friendly. Harmony brings wealth? Sure. Luyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Since you haven't caused me any substantial losses, I can let you go, Shirley. Boss. Throw these guys out. Throw it out? Shirley was stunned for a moment, then asked doubtfully, Boss, are we throwing it downstairs or into the corridor? If you can throw them down the stairs, then do it. Huh? Oh, I get it, boss. Luyu's explanation made Shirley very embarrassed, and he quickly came to Xiao Wang, who was kicked by Luyu and had a nosebleed. Hey, young man, are you still reasonable? When the ants heard Luyu say that he wanted to throw them out, they became anxious first. It's so dangerous outside now, what's wrong with you asking us to hide here? Just, do you have any compassion? This is a hotel room, not your own villa. Why are you kicking us out? Isn't it just that we didn't let you in right away? Was it necessary? At worst, we can just pay you some room fee, right? You're not leaving, are you? Hearing these ants chattering, Luyu drew his sword again. Okay, then you all stay here. No, don't do it. Seeing Luyu draw his sword, Xiao Wang, who was bleeding from his nose, was a little scared. He could see that these guys were not easy to deal with. Even if he doesn't actually kill anyone, he will probably stab himself twice. I'm leaving. Can I just leave? Xiao Wang was about to cry. Just now when he opened the door for Luyu, he thought carefully about a question. This guy named Luyu just came in from outside. So it should be safe outside now. I'm going to die anyway, maybe there's a chance of survival if I leave here. Thinking of this, Xiao Wang ignored everyone else, climbed up using his hands and feet, and then carefully opened the door. Seeing that it was indeed as safe outside as he thought, he quickly fled the room where Luyu was. Hey, Xiao Wang, you. Since Xiao Wang has left, I'll leave too. Brother, can I leave too? The other man in the room felt a little embarrassed and looked at her tentatively and asked. Luyu hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to give up. He should have killed all these guys, but he was running out of energy now. If he did that, it would definitely cause the others to fight to the death. By then, maybe he could rely on Xueli and Ding Feng to kill them all, but if he didn't have the physical strength to deal with the monsters outside, it would not be worth it. So, get lost. The man felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard this. He quickly pulled the woman and ran out of the room. Seeing this, the other man and manager Zhao apologized and followed them out. Soon, only two middle-aged women were left in the room, sitting on the sofa. Luyu walked over slowly and looked at the two of them. You're not leaving? I'm not leaving. One of the aunties was sitting on the sofa with a proud look on her face. She ignored the hint from another woman pulling at her clothes. They are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. I am already old, why should I be afraid of you little bastards? Luyu emphasized again, this is my room. So what? We live in a society ruled by law now. Do you really dare to use a knife on me? Are you sure you don't want to leave? No. I'm not leaving. Swish. A cold light flashed, and the old lady's voice stopped abruptly before she could finish her words. She covered her neck in horror and looked at Luyu in disbelief. Phew! Blood spurted out from her neck and sprayed the face of the old lady next to her. Xueli, Ding Feng, throw her downstairs. Chapter 26 died because of you. Luyu acted decisively without any hesitation. It wasn't suitable to take action before because there were too many people around, but now there are only two aunties left, so he no longer has the concerns he had before. The Qinggang sword, which has evolved into a bronze-level weapon, is sharper than before. Don't mention that the place where Luyu cut was her throat. Even if it was her neck, this sword could easily cut it off. This auntie's name is Wu Lan. He is a demolition household, and his family owns a 6-story building compensated by the government. The old couple doesn't work much and lives on their pension and rent. But Yanqing is a third-tier city. Her house is located in a very remote area and she can't afford to rent it out. So in order to make some extra money, they often find reasons to deduct tenants' deposits. The walls were scratched, the light bulbs were broken, and the floor tiles were cracked, all of which were reasons she used to withhold the deposit. The general housing deposit is not much, just a few $100s. But she just likes to take advantage of this, and there is nothing you can do about it. Today she went to the supermarket to buy things with her friends. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked downstairs of the Rhine Hotel, I was frightened by the sudden appearance of thick fog. Then there are cosmic storms and monster invasions. She followed the others and ran into the hotel in a panic. At the beginning, everyone was at peace. But as time went on, a monster came in from the hotel lobby, and they had no choice but to run upstairs. After finally running to the guest room on the top floor and finding a safe place, you get kicked out? Why? It's so dangerous outside and so safe here, why should I go out? Let me be honest, young people nowadays don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young at all. How dare you threaten me with a knife? Do you really think you were scared? Don't forget that this is not only a society ruled by law, but your son is also a powerful figure. Hey! Why am I suddenly speechless? And, what is this bright red liquid on my hand? Why do I feel so dizzy? Ah! Followed by another aunt's scream. Wu Lan seemed to have noticed something and looked at Lu Yu in disbelief. This guy actually dared to kill someone? How is that possible? Wu Lan couldn't believe her own judgment, but her vision was becoming increasingly blurred. Boom! She fell straight onto the sofa, and the whole world fell into darkness. The bright red liquid on the neck kept flowing. It took away her remaining body temperature. Lu Yu looked coldly at the other screaming auntie, "Shut up! Woo woo!" The old lady quickly covered her mouth, trying her best not to make any sound. Are you still not going away? Hearing Lu Yu's cold voice, the old lady was so scared that she peed her pants and ran away from Lu Yu's room as if running for her life. Murder, murder. After the aunt ran away, frightened voices came from the corridor outside. But no one opened the door to ask about her situation. Because this sound represents danger. They had heard it too many times before running up to the 8th floor. Inside the room, Yan Yun was already frightened out of her wits. At this moment, she was covering her mouth and looking at Lu Yu with fear. She totally didn't understand why Lu Yu dared to kill people. Wasn't he just an ordinary rich second-generation student before? Shirley was also stunned. Because in his perception, Lu Yu is just a rich second generation who can show off in school. Getting involved in fights is the limit for students. Even though he was asked to kill Chen Fei before, he only thought that the other party was just interested for a moment. Maybe he himself doesn't even dare to kill anyone. But now, the ones who were most surprised were Shueli and Dingfeng. They have worked in the Lu family for a long time and have a certain understanding of Lu Yu. When it comes to something like killing someone, not to mention Lu Yu, even they couldn't be so decisive in doing it. But Lu Yu did not hesitate? This kid, isn't he too ruthless? But at this time, they didn't have time to think too much. He quickly followed Lu Yu's instructions and took action. Before the end of the world, it was very troublesome to deal with corpses, and killing people would be punished by law. But after the apocalypse, it will be enough to just dump the bodies outside on the streets. 1 minute later, Wu Lan followed in Chen Fei's footsteps and was thrown downstairs, becoming food for those monsters. The bloodstains on the sofa were cleaned up by Shueli and others. Shueli and Dingfeng took Shirley back to the room. Lu Yu and Yan Yun were the only ones left in the room. Yan Yun sat on the bed, not daring to say a word. Lu Yu sat on the sofa whose cushions had just been changed. Leaning back on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, I let out a sigh of relaxation. Is this what it feels like to kill someone? He. Killing 2 people in a row made Lu Yu feel a little uncomfortable. After all, he was not like Chu Feng who had experienced the end of the world and could not kill people like crazy. But it's okay. He has the heart of a villain. In addition, he had made sufficient mental preparations a week in advance, so the discomfort in his heart did not last too long after he killed someone. Although Wu Lan is not a very evil person, the crime itself is not punishable by death. But if the other party didn't listen to his advice, Lu Yu didn't want to waste time talking to her. After calming down, Lu Yu looked at the girl who was frightened by him and whose hands and feet were shaking. Are you afraid of me? I didn't anything. Yan Yun was panicked and stammered, not knowing how to answer. She glanced at the bloodstains on Lu Yu's t-shirt, and fear filled her mind. You know, an hour ago, she was still a law-abiding citizen. A campus beauty from Yen University who lives in the sunshine. A princess who was held in the palm of someone's hand. And Lu Yu is just a rich second generation. A spoiled rich second generation who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun at school and does not work properly. But just now, this dandy rich second generation actually killed someone in front of him? He actually killed someone? Agog. When Yan Yun thought of Wu Lan bleeding profusely and dying with his eyes open, her stomach churned. He quickly covered his mouth and ran to the trash can nearby. When Lu Yu went out to clean the corridor, she was very scared alone. She had vomited many times after looking out the window at what was happening on the street outside. But just now Wu Lan died in front of her. This kind of close-up visual impact is not something that ordinary people can bear. However, since she didn't eat breakfast in the morning, there wasn't much left for her to vomit. Just when she was about to vomit, Lu Yu's voice sounded faintly. Do you know that she died because of you? Died because of me? How is it possible? Yan Yun was wiping the corner of her mouth with a tissue next to her. When she heard this, she looked up at Lu Yu with disbelief written all over her face. What nonsense is this guy talking about? Lu Yu calmly explained, if you can take my words to heart and not let them in, do you think she will die? You are making excuses. If we don't let them in, won't they be killed by the monster? Yan Yun strongly disagreed with Lu Yu's theory. Yan Yun, it seems you haven't figured out the current situation yet? Lu Yu put the sword aside, then stood up and walked to the window. Come and take a look. Look outside. The world outside is in chaos. No one will come to save us. If we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves. Now tell me, if there was a monster chasing me just now and you didn't open the door for me in time, what would the consequences be? Chapter 27. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Lu Yu's voice was cold, and his tone was full of questioning. The shelter I prepared was occupied by some strangers. It would have been fine if it was occupied by these people. These guys actually kept themselves out? How could he not be angry? And the instigator of all this is the woman in front of him. This extremely stupid woman. Fortunately, this woman was not stupid enough to tell them where she hid her weapons. Otherwise, if these guys got hold of my crossbow and hatchet, who knows what kind of trouble would happen. Aye. Seeing Lu Yu become so fierce, Yan Yun was so scared that she almost cried. Although what Lu Yu said was true, if there were other monsters chasing him just now and he didn't open the door immediately, he would probably have died outside. But Yan Yun, I told you that you will be my woman in the future. Without waiting for Yan Yun to answer, Lu Yu's voice rang out again, but his voice was much calmer than before. Yan Yun held back her tears and looked at the boy in surprise. I don't know why the other party suddenly said this. Lu Yu didn't care and continued, as my woman, I can provide you with protection, but I have no obligation to protect others. If you still want to live to see your parents, don't make stupid decisions on your own. I didn't know they were that kind of people. When Yan Yun heard Lu Yu talk about his parents, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears couldn't stop flowing. At that time, she was only thinking about saving people, so how could she have time to think about anything else? Who knew these people could be so selfish? For his own safety, he blocked Lu Yu from entering the door? How dare you open the door for them without knowing? You. Hearing Yan Yun's words, Lu Yu was furious. But when he thought about how Yan Yun had tried hard to open the door for him, he swallowed back what he wanted to say. Oh, forget it, it's already happened, there's no point in talking about it anymore. Lu Yu knew very well in his heart that Yan Yun could not be blamed entirely for this matter. Because Yan Yun is a kind person. It has only been less than 2 hours since the end of the world began, so it is normal that her mentality cannot be changed. Plus, I have to use her to contain Shufeng. So, Lu Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. He walked out of the room and took back the food that he had put back in 8006. Eat something. Lu Yu handed over some of the bread, sausage, and yogurt. At the same time, he opened a piece of bread and started to eat it greedily. He had eaten before Yan Yun woke up this morning. But hunting monsters is very exhausting, so he is very hungry now and needs to eat a lot. Looking at Lu Yu wolfing down his food, then looking at the small piece of bread in her hand, Yan Yun bit her lips tightly. I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know how long it took, but she seemed to have made a decision. He opened his lips slightly and spoke slowly. Lu Yu. Speak. Lu Yu was a little impatient, and it was obvious that he was still angry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Whoa, I really didn't mean to. I didn't know they could be so selfish, I'm sorry. As Yan Yun spoke, tears began to fall again. At this moment, she didn't know what to feel. After knowing what Lu Yu did to her last night in the morning, she actually felt very disgusted with Lu Yu in her heart. After all, no matter how many reasons Lu Yu had, the despicable means he used were a criminal act against the will of women. It is despised by normal people. Luyu was blocked outside the door by those guys before, and she felt very guilty towards Luyu. Because it was indeed her who put Luyu in danger. Later, Luyu killed the old lady, which filled her with fear and terror again. After all, killing is something that everyone is afraid of. And now? Not only did Luyu not blame herself, he also said that she was his woman and wanted to provide protection for herself? Even got himself some food? At this moment, her heart seemed to be moved by something. Actually started to reflect on yourself? Okay, stop crying. Luyu said casually while eating, it's good that you can correct your mistakes. Yen Yun took the initiative to apologize and admit her mistake? I have to say, it was a bit unexpected. There aren't many women in the world who can admit their mistakes proactively, right? However, when he thought that Yen Yun was the heroine, Luyu felt relieved. After all, the heroines in novels are all beautiful and considerate. Those unreasonable tigresses are not qualified to be the heroine. You don't blame me anymore? Strange, why not? But now is not the time to talk about this, eat first. I heard that Luyu's tone became a little softer. Yen Yun wiped away her tears and felt better. Thank you, Luyu. I promise this won't happen again. Yen Yun seemed to be swearing to Luyu, and also seemed to be swearing to herself. After she said this, her stomach, which had not eaten breakfast and had vomited many times, immediately made a gurgling sound of protest. At this moment, she stopped being pretentious and opened a piece of bread and started eating it in big mouthfuls. After hearing Yen Yun's words and seeing Yen Yun eating bread with big mouthfuls, Luyu couldn't help but smile. In the end times, if you want to get better, you need to keep getting stronger. There are several ways to become stronger. In addition to searching for treasures and hunting monsters to obtain crystal cores like ordinary people, killing the protagonist and seizing the opponent's abilities is also one of the main ways to improve strength. Of course, killing the heroine counts too. There is no doubt that Yen Yun is the heroine. Kill the heroine and you can gain some attributes. If you change the fate of the heroine or make her lose her destiny, you can get extra rewards. As a former game fan, Luyu certainly wouldn't kill Yen Yun just for a few attributes. Therefore, changing Yen Yun's fate, or Yen Yun losing her fate as the heroine, became Luyu's goal. Completely turning her into his woman should also be considered as making her lose her destiny as the heroine, right? Thinking of this, the smile on Luyu's mouth became evil. Yen Yun. Call me husband, please? What? Yen Yun widened her eyes, stopped eating, and looked at Luyu in disbelief. What's going on with this guy? He was furious and wanted to kill people just now. Why is he suddenly asking me to call him husband? This train of thought. Luyu grinned and explained, anyway, we will depend on each other in the future, so it doesn't matter if I call you husband, right? But we don't know each other very well now? You almost killed me just now, shouldn't you make it up to me? Aye. Hurry up, or I might do something to you if I get angry. You, don't force me. When Yen Yun heard Luyu say this, she became a little anxious. Then will you scream? I can scream. Is it not okay for me to scream? Yen Yun was about to cry. I cried before because I felt wronged and guilty, but now I cry because I was bullied by that bastard Luyu. Luyu showed no mercy to the woman and put the food aside with a wicked smile. Come, I am all ears. Husband. Louder, I can't hear you. Husband. Chapter 28 Surprising Discovery. Yen Yun was bullied badly by Luyu. Not only was I deceived by him, but I was also forced to call him husband. Does the shouting have to be loud? Although Yen Yun was very reluctant, she felt a little guilty towards Luyu because of what happened just now. And because Luyu had just killed that old lady, she was still a little afraid of Luyu. So she didn't dare to offend Luyu. However, with the call of husband, the relationship between the two eased a lot. At least as time went by, Yen Yun was no longer as afraid of Luyu as before. Occasionally, I can tell a joke or two. I took a look at the other party's betrayal rate, which has dropped from 50% to 39%. Yes. I believe it won't take long for Yen Yun's extra reward to arrive. Room 8008 of Rhine Hotel. When Luyu bullied Yen Yun. The killing continues elsewhere. Although there was no human being to be seen on the streets outside, there seemed to be fewer monsters as well. But the leaning vehicles and devastated roads seemed to remind everyone all the time that the monster invasion was serious. At around noon, Shufeng dealt with the mutated female classmate in the canteen and appeased the other girl with the dark ponytail. After clearing out a few monsters around and taking a rest, I ate something and headed towards the sophomore teaching building with a backpack on my back. He needs to save Yen Yun. In his memory, Yen Yun in his previous life was trapped in the sophomore teaching building with other classmates. It was the survivors of the school who started organizing a counterattack and saved her. I remember that when I first rescued her, she was already starving. It was that bastard Lu Yu who took the opportunity to pass her some food, allowing her to survive. It was also for this reason that he and Yen Yun were tied together on Lu Yu's pirate ship. In this life, he has secretly sworn in his heart that he will never repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Thinking of this, Shufeng couldn't help but increase the force on his axe. A lizard man was unable to dodge and was easily chopped to the ground by him. Who is that boy? Fuck. Taejeol is awesome. Can he actually fight 3 at the same time? Strong, extremely strong. Ha! That guy seems to be Shufeng from our class? What? Shufeng from our class? To get from the canteen to the teaching building, you need to pass several boys' dormitories. At this time, the survivors in the boys' dormitory saw the guy who looked like a god of war in the distance, and they all showed surprised expressions. Especially on the balcony of the top floor dormitory, there was a boy named Wu Chang. How is it possible? Shufeng usually doesn't dare to fight back when he's bullied? Why did he suddenly become so fierce? Seeing Shufeng's agile and skillful movements in the distance, Wu Chang was stunned. You know, although humans were caught off guard by these alien creatures, most humans didn't just wait to be killed. When people encounter threats, the potential they unleash is enormous. So in the big city, in the first confrontation between monsters and humans eliminated a large number of monsters at a huge cost. But even so, there are still a lot of monsters outside, right? Shufeng actually dared to run outside alone? Ha! What is that? Wu Chang suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and his expression was stunned. Then he rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Brother Yon, come over and take a look. He was very excited, but he didn't dare to shout loudly, so he had to lower his voice and call his companions. Hearing Wu Chang's soft call, a burly boy in the dormitory came out with 2 other roommates. The leading boy's name is Tao Yong. He is strong and has a good physique. You can tell at first glance that he is a guy with good fighting ability. What's wrong, Shanzi? What do you think that is? Wu Chang didn't have time to explain too much, and quickly pointed to a big tree at the corner outside the dormitory. Tao Yong looked in the direction Wu Chang pointed. Where? That tree. Wu Chang was a little anxious. Tao Yong curled his lips. Trees? There are only trees outside. No, I want you to look at the tree in the corner, behind that tree. After hearing Wu Chang's words, Tao Yong finally locked onto his target. There is a high wall connecting the dormitory and the corridor. In the green belt next to the high wall, rows of camphor trees are planted for greening. Because of the cosmic storm, these camphor trees, whose trunks are only the size of bowls, have now mutated. The trunk of the tree is so thick that it takes 4 or 5 people to hug it. But these are not the point. The key point is that behind the huge tree trunk, there is a cluster of silver light spots with a diameter of about 1 meter, like stars. These points of light, like whirlpools, spin gently in the air. Just like the galaxies in the universe. It's just that because of the angle, people in other dormitories couldn't see it. Even they can only see the tip of the iceberg of light. Holy shit, what is that? It looks so awesome. Brother Yon, do you think there are any treasures there? Baby? When Tao Yong heard a classmate say this, his heart started pounding. If it was before 9 o'clock this morning, someone told him there would be treasure there. He would definitely call this person a psycho. But today is different. Zombies and alien creatures appeared outside. He and Wu Chang also awakened some special abilities. It's not surprising to see some special treasures appearing outside nowadays. Thinking of this, Tao Yong's breathing became rapid. Should we go over and take a look? After several boys looked at each other, one of them made a tentative suggestion. Humans are actually very curious, and what's more, there might be treasures there. Tao Yong said, what do you think? I think so. I think I can give it a try. But there are so many monsters out there. You might die if you go out? a shorter and timid boy, was a little scared. "I'll die. Damn it." Tao Yong looked at the boy and cursed, "There are dangers everywhere outside now. If we want to survive, we must not sit and wait for death. Yes, at this time, we can only rely on ourselves. Fuck, Brother Yong, if we want to get over there, we'd better be quick." Tao Yong was puzzled. "Why? Look over there." The boy who was speaking pointed his mouth towards the distance. That direction was exactly the direction Xu Feng was heading towards, cautiously and through thick and thin. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before he reaches the vortex of silver light. "Xu Feng? Damn it. We can't let this guy get ahead of us. Xiangzi, Laowu, quickly grab your weapons and follow me." Tao Yong shouted angrily, then looked at the other timid boy, "If you don't dare to go, just stay here and wait to die." As he said that, Tao Yong took the lead, picked up a steel bar and walked out of the room. There are no powerful weapons in the university dormitories. Their weapons were mostly taken from the beds. However, in order to survive better, they must pick up these inferior weapons and explore this dangerous world. Puff. On the way to the teaching building, a black iron level 1 lizard man was killed by Xu Feng with one axe. Who? Xu Feng gasped for breath. He tightened the backpack behind him and stretched his sore arms. Instead of moving forward, he found a big tree to hide under. Damn, this body is really weak now. I can't handle killing just a dozen lizard men. Xu Feng cursed himself inwardly. Although he had combat experience from his previous life, the strength of his body could not be changed. Even though he used the most energy-saving method, he was still a little exhausted after killing more than a dozen lizard men. "Hey, this is..." Xu Feng, who was sitting on the ground, leaning against a tree trunk, preparing to take a rest, suddenly discovered the existence of a vortex of silver light spots. At this moment, he had an incredible expression on his face. Even though he had experienced the apocalypse for 10 years, his heart couldn't help but start beating wildly after seeing this silver vortex. What the hell, why is there something like this here? Chapter 29: The Entrance to the Secret Realm. Seeing this silver vortex, Xu Feng could hardly believe his eyes. Because he has 10 years of experience in the apocalypse, he knows very well what this thing is. But in his previous life, he was just a drop in the ocean and had no right to snatch anything. And now, looking at the silver light, Xu Feng became more and more excited. He quickly stood up and rushed in that direction. Just at this moment, there were several noises coming from the boys' dormitory building in the distance. 4 boys tried to rush out of the boys' dormitory with weapons. Xu Feng looked carefully through the gaps in the trees and found that the fighting ability of these guys was just as good. The scattered lizard men were no match for them at all. Even if there is an occasional sickle mantis, they can kill it together. That's... Xu Feng narrowed his eyes and immediately gave up the idea of rushing out. The fighting power of the sickle mantis is actually not weak, especially in frontal combat. Ordinary humans, even 2 adult males, are no match for them without suitable weapons. The reason why this team was able to kill the sickle mantis was because of the 2 people in the front. They have clear division of labor and their combat effectiveness is also good. One draws fire from the front, while the other attacks from behind. He attacked the man from behind, with his muscles bulging all over his body, and killed the sickle mantis with the steel bar in his hand. Actually breaking off the scythe mantis's forelimbs and using them as weapons? Tao Yong? Seeing Tao Yong's fighting style, Xu Feng immediately remembered his name. I remember in my previous life, this guy named Tao Yong relied on his awakened supernatural powers and 2 special treasures to win over some subordinates and become a figure like that bastard Lu Yu. Now it seems that Tao Yong's treasure must have been obtained from here? Hey, that guy, is he Wu Chang? See the boy in front who attracted the fire of the sickle mantis. He actually has tiny scales all over his body like the lizard man? Xu Feng also remembered his name instantly. Then a murderous intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. Lu Yu is the villain boss, so of course he has more than one lackey around him. In addition to Shirley before, Wu Chang is also one of them. In the previous life, Wu Chang bullied me a lot. Only, why didn't he stay with that bastard Lu Yu, but teamed up with this Tao Yong instead? Damn, this is a bit troublesome. Xu Feng cursed inwardly, without having time to think too much. With the remaining physical strength, I am no match for them at all, right? For Xu Feng now, he can say that he is not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. But 1 against 2, or 2 awakened ones. There will be some trouble. What should I do now? Just when Chu Feng was thinking about countermeasures, a lizard man that was obviously larger than an ordinary lizard man was attracted by the corpse of the lizard man killed by Chu Feng in the distance. Looking closely, not only is this guy about the same height as an adult, but his belly is even a little bulging? It's obvious that he's overfed, right? Hee. Really, someone gives you a pillow just because you're sleepy? It's you. As he spoke, Chu Feng clenched the fire axe in his hand and hid behind a big tree, waiting to deal a fatal blow to the lizard man. At the school, Chu Feng was on his way to rescue Yen Yun. And the other side. The two people, with less barriers between them, sat on the windowsill and chatted after eating. Lu Yu. Call me husband. Husband. Explain. You were cleaning the corridor earlier, to find these foods? From the time he finished eating until now, Lu Yu had done nothing but change his bloody clothes. Never went out again. As for the reason? One reason is that the Qinggang sword needs to hunt down 100 monsters before it can be upgraded again. There's no need to rush. Another reason is that the monsters nowadays don't have crystal cores. Although Lu Yu had not experienced the end of the world, he did not know what the crystal core was. However, the system has clearly stated that only monsters above the high-level black iron level can produce crystal cores. As for the monsters outside, I haven't seen any that are above the high-level black iron level yet. If there were no crystal cores to kill monsters, there would be no need for Lu Yu to take the risk. What's more, he had consumed too much energy before and needed to rest to recover his physical strength and abilities? No. Lu Yu replied casually, I prepared these things in advance because I knew the end of the world was coming. I went outside just to train my survival skills. Survivability? That's right. Lu Yu replied, there are so many monsters out there. How can we survive without any survival skills? The end of the world? Yen Yun muttered to herself, feeling a little depressed again. Yen Yun is only 20 years old this year. Although I have lived a life of being the center of attention since I was a child, I have never had a love relationship. Well, normally speaking, the more beautiful a woman is over the age of 14, the less clean she is. But the heroine is always different. She has a pair of parents who love her. They are from the social elite and protect her very well. A girl with outstanding looks, a happy family, but has never been in a relationship. Of course, I don't want the end of the world to come at all. You've already asked once before. I just can't believe this is real. You're definitely not the only one who can't believe it right now. Looking at the wrecked car outside the window, Lu Yu took a deep breath, but I think most people will accept the reality in 2 days at most. Okay. Lu Yu's answer was concise and clear, making Yen Yun even more sad. Just at this moment, Yen Yun seemed to see something. Hey, Lu Yu, what do you think that is? Hearing Yen Yun's surprised voice, Lu Yu subconsciously followed her gaze. Lu Yu is in a hotel. Opposite the room he was in was a clothing store with 2 storefronts. Inside the clothing store, there were only some scattered clothes and a few zombies. In a hidden corner, there is a vortex formed by silver light spots with a diameter of about 1 meter. Seeing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but frowned. Because he had observed that place before, and there was definitely no such thing there before. But now, just when Lu Yu was confused, the role of the villain's eye was once again demonstrated. A line of words appeared in his sight. Secret Realm Entrance. Closing time remaining, 23 hours and 48 minutes. Explanation, after the apocalypse, countless tiny space cracks appeared on Earth. In addition to connecting to otherworldly spaces and entrances to the abyss, these space cracks may also lead to some special independent spaces. These special independent space entrances are called secret realm entrances. The entrance to the secret realm is very rare, and powerful treasures often appear inside. P.S. Secret realms are a gift from heaven to humanity. Only humans can enter. The larger the entrance, the more humans it can accommodate. The opening time, location, and duration of each secret realm entrance are not fixed. Whether there are dangers inside depends entirely on luck. This is an age where appearances matter. Chapter 30 The Age of Stupidity. The information read by the villain's eye left Lu Yu stunned. I have absolutely no idea what is going on. Secret realm entrance? Oh shit. Are you playing a game? And there's an entrance to a secret realm? He had felt that the vortex formed by the silver light spots looked familiar. It turns out to be the entrance to a secret realm in some games? Damn, can this guy be trusted? Reality has been turned into a game? But will there be treasures in there? Lu Yu quickly calmed down.
Whether the secret realm is dangerous or not is random.
The opening time and location are random. Even the existence time of each secret realm is random. But Lu Yu discovered that he could see the remaining time in the secret realm? Ah, what a stupid era.
Although Lu Yu had long known that after the end of the world, many magical props would appear in this world.
But I didn't expect that there would be such a thing as an entrance to a secret realm? Not only are there powerful treasures inside, but only humans are allowed to enter?
Needless to say, Lu Yu could guess what this secret realm was like. This thing is not necessarily the hope of mankind. Because once humans know that there are powerful treasures in it, they will definitely kill each other for their own selfish reasons.
Do you know what that is?
Seeing Lu Yu's expression, Yan Yun looked confused.
Lu Yu nodded and said casually, I know a little bit. I have seen this kind of thing when I predicted the future. Can you tell me about it? You'll know soon.
Lu Yu didn't have time to explain too much and quickly took the sword back in his hand. According to the information just read by the villain's eye, the secret realm is a very rare existence. Moreover, whether it is the location of the entrance to the secret realm or the possible dangers inside the secret realm, they are all extremely deadly to humans. In other words, if you want to get the treasure inside, you must have both strength and luck to have a chance.
Strength and luck coexist? Ha ha.
This thing seems to be tailor-made for the protagonist. Lu Yu didn't know why he encountered the entrance to the secret realm.
Was it because he stole Chu Feng's sword and woman? And thus stole his luck? Or is it because the villain's luck is better, but just not as good as the protagonist's? In short, now that Lu Yu has discovered this thing, he must get the things inside. You don't want to go to that place? What else? Let's go next door and discuss it with them first, then make a decision. Lu Yu also knew that he was on the 8th floor. It's not easy to get into the clothing store opposite. Not to mention the monsters on the streets outside. There are so many monsters in this hotel alone. Therefore, if he wants to reach his destination safely, he must consolidate his team's strength. Fortunately, the entrance to the secret realm will be closed for nearly 24 hours. Otherwise, Lu Yu would probably just have to watch it disappear. Sister-in-law, please take a seat. Next door 8006. As soon as Lu Yu entered the room, Shirley quickly pulled Healy up to make room for him. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at Yan Yun. There's no way, Yan Yun is just too beautiful. Any normal man would be subconsciously attracted to her. That figure, that look, that skin, those legs. Which one doesn't men like? Who is your sister-in-law? Yan Yun's face flushed as she retorted in a low voice. Although she and Lu Yu had been husband and wife, she had called Lu Yu husband many times before. But the relationship between the two is not as good as it sounds. At least it has not reached the point where she has to admit that Lu Yu is her husband. We all live together, don't we? Shirley didn't care about this. After saying this, he looked at Lu Yu with a smile. Boss, you are awesome. You even got the beauty from Yen University. When he first met Yan Yun, he wanted to talk about this issue. It's just that the occasion was quite serious, so he could only keep silent. Stop flattering me and sit over there. I have something important to say. Okay. Shirley agreed and sat down beside him happily. Lu Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and quickly told him his idea of going to the other side. This includes his own thoughts and the illusory ability of precognition. What? You really knew all this in advance? After listening to Lu Yu's story, Ding Feng and Shueli looked incredulous. The two of them had already made some guesses before. But it was still incredible to hear it in person. That's about right. Lu Yu nodded. If you want to lead a team, sometimes you need to be honest. So in order to make it seem reasonable that he had prepared supplies in advance, Lu Yu could only use this half-true and half-false lie. Oh my god, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, Shueli and I could have prepared more supplies. Ding Feng said speechlessly. Would you have believed me if I had told you earlier? Lu Yu curled his lips. Let us not talk about whether the system allows you to say it or not. Even if you are allowed to say it, will others believe it? Obviously not. Just like Ding Feng, when he heard Lu Yu's question, he scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems not. That's it? Lu Yu said, and then said seriously, okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's get down to business.
Aha! I'm sure everyone is already very clear about the situation outside. This world is no longer the one we are familiar with, and it's possible that we will never be able to return to the past in this lifetime.
Lu Yu said seriously, so if we want to survive, we must work together. I agree with this. I agree. Hearing what Lu Yu said, everyone agreed. After all, this is the early days of the end of the world, and such heartfelt words can still resonate with people. Especially since the person who said this is Lu Yu, who possesses powerful strength and predictive ability. Boss, do you have any good suggestions? Of course I have suggestions, but before that, I want to know if you have awakened any special abilities? Chapter 31 How can a man say no? When the end of the world comes, some humans will awaken special abilities. These abilities are basically detected and used by the owner shortly after the cosmic storm passes. Just like Lu Yu and the previous Chen Fei. But some people are different. Because the awakened abilities of these people are quite special, they need to encounter certain specific environments to take effect. Therefore, after their abilities awaken, it is difficult for them to notice them at the first moment. This is also the reason why Lu Yu asked them, what if another person in your team awakens superpowers? Then the overall combat effectiveness of my team will be very impressive. But reality gave Lu Yu a hard slap in the face. It made Lu Yu understand what it means that ideals are full of hope but reality is very skinny. Superpowers are very rare. Even among the awakened, it is very rare. There are a total of 6 people in this team, except for Shueli and Dingfeng who seem to have become stronger. No one else seems to have changed. Although Lu Yu is certain that Yan Yun, as the heroine, must have special abilities. But his villain's eyes can only see basic information such as human height and weight, and at most the betrayal rate. You can't see whether the other person has special abilities. So Yan Yun couldn't feel any changes in herself, and Lu Yu couldn't judge what her abilities were. It's over, boss, am I useless? I feel like I'm useless too. Shirley and Healy each said something. It's not that useless. After all, our team will gradually grow in the future. If I can't be a combatant, I can still be a logistics support. Lu Yu comforted casually. Then Mr. Lu, can Dingfeng and I be the only ones who can participate in this operation? That's true. Lu Yu denied this statement, but Dingfeng can go with me alone. Ah. Shueli, Shirley, Healy, the 3 of you stay. Lu Yu gave orders, we have a lot of supplies on this floor. If no one guards these supplies, I'm afraid something will go wrong. That is also true. That's fine with me, but can you take Dingfeng with you alone? How can a man say no? Lu Yu smiled faintly and looked at Yan Yun, besides, isn't there another one here? Ah. Me? Yan Yun was stunned. Of course, but don't worry, I will protect you. Lu Yu paused for a moment and said, besides, we don't need to take the lead. Shueli was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. Master Lu, you mean? Lu Yu looked calm. There are so many survivors on this floor, many of them probably haven't had breakfast? Many people didn't have breakfast? After hearing what Lu Yu said, the others were confused. But Shueli, who was a little older, seemed to understand what Lu Yu meant. Judging from Lu Yu's previous behavior of killing that old lady without hesitation, he had every reason to believe that this was what his young master thought. Thinking of this, Shueli's gaze towards Lu Yu became complicated. Why didn't I realize before that my master was so cruel? He's simply a born bad guy. But on second thought, with the world being so chaotic right now, maybe Lu Yu's personality of only thinking about himself is not a bad thing? Didn't have breakfast? What do you mean? Lu Yu, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? I don't understand either. Me too. Don't you understand this? Seeing everyone's suspicious expressions, Lu Yu was obviously a little surprised, but he still patiently explained, forget it, I'll explain it to you in detail. As Lu Yu spoke, everyone understood what he meant. His idea is actually very simple. Now the secret realm outside will disappear in more than 20 hours. There are so many monsters on the streets that ordinary people can't get through at all. If I couldn't get through first, it would be even harder for others. And at this point, it's already noon. Most of those who didn't have breakfast were starving. What happens when a person is hungry? Of course, to find food.
Although at the beginning, people were afraid of the dangers outside and did not go out to find food. But there are always some impatient guys who are unwilling to sit in the room and wait for death. And it can be judged based on the location of the entrance to the secret realm. There might be other people who discovered the entrance to the secret realm. So it is absolutely appropriate to let these people take the lead. When Xueli heard Lu Yu's plan, he looked as if it was just as he expected. The others were stunned and looked at Lu Yu in surprise. Waiting for others to rush forward and use their lives to blaze a trail for them? How did this guy come up with such a vicious plan? After Lu Yu finished explaining, Xueli and Ding Feng didn't say anything. After all, they were professional bodyguards. Their mission is to protect the current Lu Yu. Other people's lives have little to do with them. Shirley and Healy didn't say anything, but they suddenly felt a little uneasy. Because Lu Yu is their boss now. Lu Yu was so ruthless, how could his subordinates not be worried? What if he sold them out one day? Only Yen Yun. Although after the previous incident of occupying the magpie's nest, she has realized a lot. But she still felt a little uncomfortable watching others die. Would it be bad if we did this? Not good? What's wrong? Lu Yu seemed to have expected this and did not deliberately avoid this question. Lu Yu was not a bad person in his previous life. But he is definitely not a good person with good character. This can be seen from the fact that he was chosen by the villain system and dared to kill people shortly after the end of the world. A person who has no parents since childhood and was raised by his grandparents. How good of a character do you expect a child to have when his grandparents left him at the age of 13? All the close relatives have died, and no relative is willing to take him in. I started working before I even finished junior high school, and was bullied and looked down upon by others. In the end, there was no choice but to hang out with some young people from society. If he hadn't been very smart and hadn't met a noble person who guided him back to the right path in time, he would probably have spent his whole life in prison. There is a saying that goes, "The whole world has abandoned me, and you still expect me to love this world?" Therefore, Lu Yu, who has been beaten, begged for food, slept on the streets, and been a street prostitute, is definitely more selfish than most people. Yen Yun hesitated and didn't know how to answer Lu Yu's question. I always feel like I'm doing something wrong. I know what you want to say. Lu Yu interrupted directly, isn't it just that I think I have a lot of supplies and can share some with others so that they don't risk their lives? In fact, it's not just Yen Yun, even Shirley and Healy have this idea. This is not to say that they are saints. But among those survivors, scum like Chen Fei are a minority after all. Most of them are still ordinary people. In order to protect your own interests, you just watch these ordinary people die? Normal people would feel a little bit uncomfortable. In other words, anyone who has received 9 years of compulsory education and has a little bit of morals and family education would not do this. Lu Yu knew that their mentality would not change so quickly, so he didn't care much and said directly, I tell you, this is impossible. Let's not even talk about whether those people will become dependent on me if I do this. Even if they don't. I spent a lot of effort to prepare those things. You want me to share this food with strangers? How is that possible? The future is so long, no one can predict what will happen in the future, we have to live for ourselves. As for other people's lives? Sorry, that has nothing to do with me. You can call me cruel or selfish, but that's just who I am. Chapter 32 Cooperation. Lu Yu directly admitted his selfishness. This made everyone fall into deep thought. However, after thinking about it, no one objected. Instead, it eliminated many of the concerns of the crowd. Especially Shirley. He is a person with no opinion of his own. When he heard Lu Yu say this, he immediately felt that it made sense. In such a doomsday environment, who the hell has time to care about others? When people are hungry, they should go find food. If Lu Yu hadn't prepared food in advance, would they have died? So why should I feel condemned by my conscience? I think Mr. Lu is right. It's better not to be a good person these days. Xueli thought about it and agreed with Lu Yu. Even in peacetime, doing good deeds and helping the elderly can lead to blackmail, let alone in this apocalypse? Good. Ding Feng grinned, if they are hungry, they have to find food. We are not forcing them to go there with a knife. After hearing what everyone said, Yen Yun also fell silent. Yes. In this end times where everyone is in danger, it is easy for good intentions to lead to bad results, just like what happened to me before. Letting those guys in almost killed Lu Yu. Thinking of this, Yun said no more.
Boss, what if someone wants to join us? Shirley suddenly asked a question that was not a question. Join us? That's a good thing. Lu Yu smiled.
If the other party is very capable, with my consent, he can join directly.
I see. I understand. I understand too. I understand.
Lu Yu nodded slightly, and suddenly thought of something. Alright, a team needs a leader. In order to facilitate future actions and commands, all of you should listen to me.
This should be okay, right?
Of course.
I have no objection. Shirley was originally Lu Yu's younger brother, so of course he wouldn't mind.
Shueli and Dingfeng are Lu Yu's subordinates, so naturally they won't say anything. Yun was like a little girl in front of Lu Yu and had no way to object.
As for Healy, she didn't even have the right to speak. That's good.
Seeing everyone's opinions, Lu Yu nodded slightly. Next, I will arrange the tasks for each of you in detail.
I have to say that Lu Yu is a villain.
Not only do you have to deal with those evil monsters, but you also have to be wary of those survivors with malicious intentions. You even have to quickly improve your strength to avoid being killed by the protagonist. Therefore, when his own strength was not strong enough, Lu Yu felt that it was necessary to form a team.
I don't know if it's because the rich second-generation villain has a leadership aura.
After Lu Yu's remarks just now, many of the people's doubts were dispelled.
At least on the surface, their betrayal rates haven't fluctuated much. Even the simplest Yun accepted this cruel reality under the influence of everyone. After a long conversation just now,
Lu Yu temporarily stabilized the morale of the troops and enhanced the cohesion of the team. In a room on the right side of the hotel, their situation was similar to what Lu Yu had guessed.
People were discussing how to find food.
The guest rooms of the Rhine Hotel are arranged with the elevator as the center line, with rooms on both sides.
Lu Yu is on the left, and most of the others are on the right. And this room is the room of Lu Jian, the man in the bath towel that Lu Yu met before.
After Lu Yu helped him deal with the monster, he randomly found a room without monsters and hid in it. Later, the survivor went upstairs and threatened him to open the door. At this moment, 8 or 9 people gathered in this room.
It seems that we must think of a way. I have to, damn it, my wife and kids are still at home. This is definitely not a solution. These monsters seem to be evolving, and we're getting hungrier and hungrier. Do you have anything to eat? What's there to eat?
These monsters showed up so suddenly.
Yeah, I was just running away. It seems that we must solve the lunch problem first.
Otherwise, if we delay like this, our bodies will become very weak, and we will easily be trapped here and die.
What's your idea?
I saw a few people through the peephole earlier.
They ran out of a room on the left and went to the next room? What do you mean?
What I mean is, since they can run out to the next door, then the corridor should be safe. Since the corridor is safe, then we can call everyone else out and form a team to fight our way downstairs.
Kill them all downstairs? That's easy to say, but don't you see how many monsters there are outside?
A man looked at the monsters who were full and resting in the shadows, and said speechlessly.
Although there don't seem to be many monsters on the streets outside.
But if you throw a corpse down there, who knows how many monsters will come out? We have to leave, there's no food here, there's no water either.
What? Not even water? If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself.
Hearing this, Lu Jian took the lead and went to the bathroom to turn on the faucet. The faucet dripped 2 drops of water symbolically, and then there was no movement.
Fuck, the water is out so soon?
Only after seeing this scene did they realize the seriousness of the problem.
All electrical equipment suddenly lost power and they couldn't even send out a distress signal. And now the water is cut off again? What the hell is going on? What? The water supply was cut off on the first day of the apocalypse? That's right. The cosmic storm paralyzed all electrical equipment on Earth. In this case, even if the water plant workers did not turn into zombies, the water plant's power supply equipment could no longer be used. If it is not possible to use an electric pressure pump, water cannot be delivered to places far away from the water plant. What do we do now? No matter what, we have to find something to eat first. I agree. I agree too. Hearing this, everyone agreed.
So a group of people began to look for weapons and prepare to fight back against the monsters.
What should we do if Shagwa bans guns? It doesn't matter.
bowls, pans, and wooden table legs can all be used as their weapons. Although their combat effectiveness is not strong, they are also a temporary team.
But there is strength in numbers, right? As long as the number of monsters is not large, they feel they can still deal with it.
So, under the initiative of this group of people, all the survivors on the 8th floor gathered in the corridor. There were estimated to be about 60 or 70 people, and it looked like a dark mass at first glance. Among this group of survivors, the leader is named Liao Dong. I heard he was the hotel's security captain. He is strong and has certain combat capabilities. At this time, Manager Zhao, who had been beaten by Lu Yu, was saying something to him.
Captain Liao, you must have seen what's happening at the clothing store across the street. Don't you really want to investigate? I'd love to go.
Liao Dong curled his lips, but do you think these old, weak, and sick people can make it to the other side?
I see, that's right.
Manager Zhao glanced at the survivors.
There are more than 70 people here in total.
But there are only about 10 young and strong men.
And there are no suitable weapons yet. Want to unite and rush downstairs, then cross the street to the clothing store across the street? The difficulty is extremely high.
It's really not realistic to rely on these people, but I have a solution.
What method? Looking for someone to cooperate with. Cooperation? Liao Dong raised his eyebrows. Who? The guy in 8008 is called Lu Yu. Oh. Chapter 33. Look, that woman.
Hearing what Manager Zhao said, Liao Dong narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party, his heart full of doubts. Manager Zhao, whose full name is Zhao Dequan, is the manager of the restaurant on the 2nd floor of this hotel.
To some extent, the two can be considered colleagues.
But this guy Zhao Dequan, his relationship with me is just average.
The type of person who can barely chat for a week. Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic now?
However, at this time, Liao Dong didn't think too much about it, but simply asked Zhao Dequan the reason. Zhao Dequan did not hide anything and told everyone what he had seen and heard.
He is a very petty person. After being beaten by Lu Yu before, of course he would think about revenge. But he couldn't beat Lu Yu, so he could only take those people to other rooms. After much persuasion, the survivors in other rooms opened the door for them. But what happened was that the room he went to was exactly the room where Lu Yu killed Qin Fei. When he went there, those guys were discussing Lu Yu's awakened superpowers? After some understanding, he was instantly surprised when he realized that the guy with awakened superpowers was Lu Yu. Can humans really awaken superpowers? Is it necessary to be so exciting? Originally, he was thinking of seeking revenge on Lu Yu. How do I report this? So out of boredom, he spotted the vortex of silver light in a hidden corner of the clothing store opposite by the window. In this way, a plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife formed in his mind. Although he didn't know what this silver vortex was, as long as he could trick Lu Yu over, even if he didn't kill him, he would be able to make the other party suffer a lot. When the time comes, I can deal with him however I want. As for Liao Dong? This guy is just an arrogant idiot. Staying here would also be a threat to one's own status. It would be best to die outside. There are already many people dead outside now. One more or one less will not make much. What? Status? Yes. Although the end of the world has come for less than 4 hours. But after he went to Zhang Ming's room, he quickly gained the trust of those people by virtue of his position as a manager of a big hotel. And became the leader of that group without knowing it? He didn't care about the position of leader at all. But the group of people seemed to have found a support and kept asking him what to do next. This made him feel needed. This feeling was different from being a hotel manager, and it made him very addicted. He became even more excited when he saw that there was a beautiful young woman with a child among the survivors. So my mind was quickly filled with something called ambition. After listening to Zhao Dequan's narration, Liao Dong was surprised. He has weapons? And superpowers? Good. Zhao Dequan nodded seriously. As long as we can cooperate with him, our chances of reaching the other side will be increased by at least half. Ha, Lao Zhao, do you have any purpose? Liao Dong was not a fool and saw through Zhao Dequan's tricks at a glance. Purpose? Zhao Dequan was stunned. What purpose could I have? How could I not know you? Liao Dong said disdainfully. Zhao Dequan is a manager after all, and his acting skills are absolutely on point. Seeing Liao Dong's expression, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Okay, I didn't expect that I couldn't even fool you. Okay, I admit that I have my own little thoughts. It's not a big deal, but I'm used to a life of luxury and not suited to fighting. If I want to survive in such a dangerous environment, I can only rely on you, Captain Liao. Not only are we colleagues, we're also on the same boat. If you can get some amazing treasure, can't I also get a piece of the action? Oh. I see. I told you that you're a person who won't do anything without a profit. Hearing what Zhao Dequan said, Liao Don laughed and no longer had many concerns in his heart. Because what Zhao Dequan said was true. The relationship between the two is indeed very ordinary, but at least they are semi-acquaintances, right? If I become powerful, I will definitely take care of him more or less. Okay, I understand. Hey, bro, don't knock on this room. This is our room. There's no one else in here. Just when Liao Don was discussing with manager Zhao how to get to the opposite side, a man responsible for gathering survivors happened to come to the opposite side of Lu Yu's room. He raised his right hand and wanted to knock on the door of the storage room opposite Lu Yu. Shueli, who had heard the noise in the corridor a long time ago, went out and stopped him. Is that so? Okay. Although the man was confused, he didn't think much about it. But in the next two rooms, Shueli and Shirley didn't allow him to knock, so he became a little confused. But fortunately, he didn't have time to care about this at the moment. After calling all the survivors on Lu Yu's side, he walked up to Shueli. Aren't you guys going over there? Go, of course you have to go, you go first, we will be there soon. Okay. After hearing this, the man no longer doubted it. After the man left, Shueli pushed the door open and looked at Lu Yu. Mr. Lu, are you okay? All right. Looking at the refreshed Yen Yun in front of him, Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, her clothes were changed into a loose t-shirt, her pants were changed into beggar-style long jeans, and she wore a pair of multicolored sports shoes. Although it still looks clean, it has completely covered her slender figure. Then use makeup to paint your skin a little yellower and put on a black woman's mask. It's like he's become a completely different person. As for where these things come from? Of course, Lu Yu prepared it in advance. In the armory, there are not only many weapons, but also many daily necessities. There are things to wear and use for both men and women. Lu Yu, do I have to dress like this? Yen Yun looked at Lu Yu pitifully, with an aggrieved look. Of course. Lu Yu smiled, if you go out as usual, you might get into a lot of trouble. Although I'm not afraid of trouble, it's better to avoid it if possible. But, okay, I'll listen to you. Yen Yun originally wanted to say that this was ugly, but then she thought that Lu Yu was now the core of the entire team. She had no choice but to follow Lu Yu's arrangements. Soon Lu Yu came to the back of the main force with weapons, Ding Feng and Yen Yun. Shirley and Shueli made some preparations according to Lu Yu's instructions. Come over and watch the fun. Xiaoyong, look, that woman over there. In the crowd outside the corridor, the thin man quickly nudged the yellow-haired man beside him with his hand. Huang Mao was a little annoyed. It's already this fucking hour, and you still have the mind to look at women? No, this woman is really awesome. Hearing this, the yellow-haired man was also stunned and looked in the direction the thin man was looking. A woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with delicate features and a curvy figure, appeared in their sight. Although there was a handsome and tall man standing next to the woman. But the men around her didn't care at all and still glanced at the woman from time to time. From this point, we can see the charm of this woman. Seeing the woman's perfect figure, Huang Mao couldn't help swallowing. TSK, it really is. I didn't lie to you, did I? The thin man looked very proud as he looked at the woman's back. Hey, this peach shape is really beautiful, I really want to go up and take a picture. Clap? Are you really going to die? Have you forgotten how Brother Fei died before? When he heard Brother Fei, the thin man couldn't help but shudder and glanced around vigilantly. Fuck, stop bringing up things that are not related to the topic. Do you think I'm scaring you? Look. The yellow-haired man raised his chin towards the woman, and the thin man also looked over subconsciously. When he found that the woman was leading the man towards Lu Yu, he was completely stunned. Fuck, this woman really knows that guy? Chapter 34 Heroine Li Wanning. Why are there always some ignorant thugs who tease the beautiful heroines in many novels and movies? And then let the male protagonist complete a very cliched wave of pretentiousness and face-slapping? Actually, this cannot be entirely blamed on the author. Because beautiful women are really a disaster.
A woman who is too beautiful can easily attract men. Just like a man who is too handsome can easily capture women. Lu Yu understood this very well, so he changed Yen Yun's appearance and put on a mask. This can cover her figure and appearance and reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. When Lu Yu brought a few people to the corridor. This place is already crowded. This group includes not only Huang Mao, Shouzi, and Zhang Ming, but also Lu Jian, Zhao Dequan, and the ant who ran away. Seeing the curvy woman walking towards Lu Yu, the yellow-haired and thin man were filled with fear. At the same time, I was also glad that I was not as impulsive as before. What if it is really because of this woman that Lu Yu, the god of death, is provoked? Will they follow in Fei Ji's footsteps? The answer is yes. Classmates, you look familiar. Are you from the Yanda University next door? Liao Dong was still counting the number of combat members in the crowd, and Lu Yu was thinking about his next move. A clear and questioning voice reached the ears of several people. Hearing the voice, they turned their heads subconsciously. Ha! Teacher Li? Professor Li. Seeing the person coming, Yen Yun and Shirlei exclaimed at the same time. Even Lu Yu's eyes lit up. Because the person who came was none other than Li Wanning, a beautiful professor who had just transferred to the economics department of Zhenyan University this semester. She is tall, with delicate features, and a pair of gold chain glasses that make her look more mature than ordinary women. Before the end of the world, Li Yu had also taken classes from this beautiful professor. Watching her lecturing on the stage, Lu Yu listened very attentively. Because this beautiful professor's appearance is so tempting. She is different from Yen Yun in her youthful beauty. This is a unique smell of a mature woman, like a ripe peach, which makes these young college students want to take a bite. However, every time she turned around and looked at the students below with a cold and arrogant look in her eyes, most of the students would involuntarily look away, with awe and shame in their hearts. She is so beautiful and so outstanding. She is like a goddess on an iceberg, making people dare not look directly at her. But before, Lu Yu only looked at her with admiration. But now, Lu Yu had to doubt. Could this woman be the heroine? Lu Yu, who is familiar with various novel routines, naturally knows what kind of person the heroine is. First of all, in terms of appearance, they are absolutely one in a million, rare beauties in the world. Whether it is figure or appearance, she is definitely first class. Just like Yen Yun now. She is 165 centimeters tall, with a curvy figure. As a female college student, in this common airport environment, she actually has a C+ bust? This is indeed a bit unscientific. Secondly, their personalities are also different. Pure, cute, passionate, mature, and everything in between. Finally, of course, it is the woman who has a connection with the protagonist and eventually becomes the protagonist. Because only women who become the protagonist can be called heroines. Chu Feng is a protagonist who was reborn in the end times. In addition to the heroine with whom I had a bond in my previous life, I should also meet all kinds of girls in this life. This Li Wanning is a professor in the economics department of a university. A gray tight dress outlines her figure to the extreme. The expression on her beautiful face was unusually serious. It gives people a very special contrasting beauty, which makes people want to conquer it. Such a beautiful woman appears in this hotel less than 500 meters away from the next door Yanda? All signs indicate that this woman is very likely the heroine in Chu Feng's script. After Chu Feng leaves school, he will come here to rescue her and take her on the road with him? He. Could it be that Chu Feng also has a love harmony teacher complex? Thinking of this, Lu Yu suddenly thought of another question. The protagonist Chu Feng wants to bring Li Wanning with him, so he must give this woman some help. If possible, can you also show off and slap someone in the face? Then the target of the slap should be. Are you really from the university next door? Seeing everyone calling out her name, Li Wanning adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. Looked surprised. Yes, Professor Li, I have taken your class before. Yen Yun seemed happy to see the teacher. Wan Ning, are they really your students? The man next to him, who was wearing a shirt and trousers, his leather shoes were polished to a shine, and his hair and face were slicked back, asked politely. Lu Yu looked at the man carefully. A line of information appeared in his sight. Name, Shin Bin. Age, 30. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 142. Betrayal rate, 50. The betrayal rate of strangers is of little reference value. However, it is rare that this guy can still maintain his gentlemanly demeanor in such a chaotic situation outside.
It should be right. Shinbin looked at everyone and finally focused his attention on Lu Yu. Ha, this classmate's family seems quite wealthy. Not only is he wearing all those designer clothes, he's also accompanied by 2 bodyguards? He had a sharp eye and could tell at a glance that Lu Yu's clothes were genuine. He also knew the identities of Shueli and Dingfeng as bodyguards. After hearing what Shinbin said, Lu Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. Why is this guy's focus so weird? Although I did change my clothes. The clothes prepared in advance in the warehouse are indeed brand names. But there are so many weirdos out there, why are you paying attention to other people's clothes? What's wrong with bringing bodyguards? Nothing, I just said that casually. Shinbin, it's already this hour, why are you still concerned about this? Ha, Wan Ning, you know this, right? This is a habit I developed when I was studying design abroad. I just returned to China. Shinbin had an innocent look on his face, but there was a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. Okay, stop talking about your experiences abroad. Li Wanning didn't like Shinbin's constant mention of foreign countries, so she quickly raised her hand to interrupt him. You should think about what to do next. Do we need to go with them to find something to eat? With them? Seeing Liao Dong organizing a counterattack in the crowd, Shinbin's eyes flashed with disdain. Wan Ning, are you kidding? They are so unarmed, aren't they just going to die if they go out? But we have no food left. It's okay, Wan Ning. You trust me. Shinbin said confidently, in 3 hours at most, someone will come to rescue us. What if he doesn't come? Shinbin said nonchalantly, it's not too late to go out and find food if you don't come. He is a highly intellectual person. I stayed abroad for a long time and just returned home recently. Because of his different education and his tendency to worship foreigners, he looked down upon common people like Chu Feng and Liao Dong. After the end of the world came, he still hadn't adapted. It was naive to believe that the country would soon send a large force to the city to rescue people. He is handsome and proud of his status. At the same time, he has a stunning beauty by his side, but he can't accept the reality in a short time? It can be said that this is a typical example of being slapped in the face in apocalyptic novels. But he is very weak and has no awakened special abilities. He is not on the same level as the villain boss like Lu Yu. He is just a supporting role for Chu Feng to show off and get slapped in the face in front of Li Wanning. From the brief conversation just now, Lu Yu could almost tell that this guy was a villain. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Maybe I can make use of Shinbin? Thinking of this, Lu Yu smiled and said, Teacher Li, is this your boyfriend? Chapter 35. Which room are you in? Hearing Lu Yu's question, Shinbin remained calm on the surface, but was actually very happy inside. This guy with the sword is quite smart, right? You have such good eyesight? Unexpectedly, Li Wanning ignored him and just spit out 2 words coldly. No. Shinbin was a little embarrassed. Wan Ning, can't you give me some face? Why save face? I don't like deception. Li Wanning said calmly, yes, it is, and no, it is not. But? Nothing but. Li Wanning interrupted him directly and looked at Lu Yu. Classmates, you have seen the situation outside, right? What are your plans next? I don't have any long-term plans at the moment, but I do have some immediate plans. Oh? We're going to go find something to eat with them. Lu Yu answered honestly. Let's go find something to eat together. Li Wanning was stunned at first, then quickly persuaded, but it's very dangerous outside. It doesn't matter, we have weapons. Lu Yu raised the Qinggang sword in his hand. The hilt was new, but the scabbard was rusty, a very strange combination. Even if you have weapons, it's still dangerous, right? It's okay, we. Hey, little brother, hello, I'm Liao Dong, the security captain of the hotel. I heard you have a sword here. Before Lu Yu could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. The person who came was none other than the security captain Liao Dong. Seeing the other party staring at the sword in his hand, Lu Yu did not deny it. That's what happened. Can I discuss something with you? What's the matter? Lu Yu frowned. Can I have a moment to talk? Can. It's like this. Liao Dong pulled Lu Yu aside and explained his purpose directly. Hearing that the other party wanted to cooperate with him, Lu Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised. You want to work with me? Great. I think there might be something fishy going on with that clothing store across the street. We can go over there and take a look. I have 7 or 8 young and strong security guards here,
plus other survivors. We should have no problem organizing a dozen people in total. With your help, our chances of success will be much greater. You think there might be treasures there, so you want to go there, right? Lu Yu did not rush to agree, but asked this question first. I have to say, the entrance to the secret realm feels really magical. Even if they don't know what it is, they still have the urge to find out. Hearing this, Liao Dong did not deny, almost. What if there's nothing in there? That's not a loss. Liao Dong said directly, anyway, we have to go to the second floor to find food. It's only a matter of time before we clear out the monsters in the hotel. That's right, but I want to know, what good will this do for me? Lu Yu gave a smile that everyone understood. In fact, Lu Yu had never thought about cooperation. But he originally planned to let these people take the lead, so naturally he would not reject Liao Dong's proposal. If there really is some treasure there, we'll each have half. Liao Dong had already thought of the answer. As for the food downstairs? We can share it together, what do you think? Is that so? Fine, I'll discuss it with them. Sure. Liao Dong nodded slightly. By the way, your name is Lu Yu, right? Yes. After Lu Yu finished answering, he turned around and returned to the crowd. Actually, there is nothing to discuss about this matter. After all, he is the one who has the final say in this team. I say this just for show. As for the final outcome of the two, there is absolutely no suspense. 2 minutes later, Lu Yu found Liao Dong, agreed to his request, and spoke. Since it's a cooperation, let your people follow me. I'll give you some weapons. Oh? Hearing this, Liao Dong's eyes lit up. Brother Lu, do you have any extra weapons? Sure lay. Lu Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense. Take him back to the room to get his weapons. Okay, boss. Shirley agreed and turned back to his room. Lu Yu asked them to prepare these weapons in advance. So no one knew that Lu Yu had an arsenal. A few more minutes passed. Looking at the 5 bone-chopping knives, 4 hand axes, 3 baseball bats, and 2 steel bars thicker than thumbs in front of him, Liao Dong was dumbfounded. Oh my god, where did you get all this? When he was the security captain, he did receive a notice that someone in the hotel was transporting goods upstairs and asked him not to stop them. He didn't care about it at the time, he just arranged the matter and didn't ask about it anymore. Now it seems that this guy is the one who was transporting the goods upstairs? Don't worry about that. I've given you the weapon anyway, so you can handle the rest on your own. If you want these people to pave the way for you, you naturally have to let them have certain combat capabilities. Otherwise, you will be defeated by the monster in one blow. What's the point of playing? Anyway, Lu Yu has prepared a lot of weapons like this. There would be no problem even if all the survivors were armed. But Lu Yu is a man who wants to build his own team. It requires a lot of weapons. So whether for himself or for his future team, he couldn't take out all his weapons. Giving them a small portion was already a great mercy. As for lending weapons to others, is it possible that they could become murder weapons? Lu Yu was not too worried about this. After all, this is only the first day of the apocalypse. In the absence of a conflict of interest, it is difficult for anyone to have murderous intentions towards their own kind at this time. What's more, all the weapons Lu Yu gave them were melee weapons, which were very low in danger for him who had superpowers and a crossbow. Plus, the villains I can help prevent gank, so Lu Yu is not panicked at all. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Liao Dong also understood. Brother, sure, with these weapons, our chances of winning will be even greater. With the weapons contributed by Lu Yu, everyone's confidence increased greatly. The dependence on Lu Yu himself has also decreased a lot. Soon, under the leadership of Liao Dong, the survivors headed downstairs in a mighty procession. The reason they were chased to the 8th floor was simply because the monsters arrived suddenly. People can't help but feel fear towards unknown monsters. So the moment they see the monster, they will subconsciously run to a safe place. Now that they are mentally prepared, they are naturally no longer as afraid of these monsters as before. You really want to go downstairs with them? After hearing Lu Yu's words, Li Wanning asked with some concern. After all, Lu Yu and the others are her students, and she doesn't want them to put themselves in danger. Of course. Lu Yu looked at Li Wanning. But don't worry, Teacher Li. If we find any food, we will definitely bring some back for you. This. Li Wanning was touched when she heard this, but she still said, no need, classmate, just take care of yourselves. Teacher Li, which room are you in?
Lu Yu answered the question irrelevantly. 8046, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm just asking.
A meaningful smile appeared on Lu Yu's lips.
Chapter 36, the luck value is unbelievable. This Li Wanning is so charming.
That curvy figure and peach-shaped background make people want to see her from behind. Even though she is not the heroine, Lu Yu has a lot of feelings for her. However, for Lu Yu now, the secret realm outside is the most important. So he didn't say much to the other party. After saying goodbye to Li Wanning, Lu Yu took a deep breath and diverted his attention. Then he took Ding Feng and Yan Yin back to the room and began to arm himself. Each person was given a tactical vest, and each of them put a dagger, a few pieces of chocolate and a bottle of water in the tactical pocket of the vest. The weapon in Lu Yu's hand was still the Qinggang sword. Ding Feng took a fire axe, and Yan Yin took the crossbow that Lu Yu had used before and carried a quiver on his back. A girl with a crossbow? It's a bit difficult, but for her, it's the most suitable weapon. Because among the three people, she is the only one who does not have the ability of close combat. After Lu Yu casually taught her how to use a crossbow, he took the two of them to follow Liao Dong. Thanks to Zhao Dequan's matchmaking, Liao Dong found Lu Yu to cooperate. This saved Lu Yu, who originally wanted them to take the lead, a lot of trouble. However, not all of these survivors are willing to look for food. After all, many people are afraid of death. The people responsible for finding food were the strong men organized by Liao Dong. People like the elderly, the weak, women, children, manager Zhao, Xinbin, and Huang Mao did not join the team. It has to be said that in the early days of the apocalypse, some humans were still very united and friendly. At least Liao Dong was willing to lead people to find food for the elderly, weak, and sick. This alone made him better than most survivors. As everyone in the hotel moved downstairs. On the other side, next to the green belt under the university dormitory building, Chu Feng passed all the levels, stopped and walked, and finally arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Because Tao Yong and his companions were numerous and closer to the entrance, they had already entered the secret realm before him. Look at the vortex of silver light in front of you. He looked at the irregular transparent crystal in his hand, which was about the size of an adult's little fingernail and had black lines on it, and took a deep breath. Whether you can snatch the treasure from them depends on you. Yes. This is a black iron grade crystal core. The lizard man before was a high-level black iron. After he killed him, this black iron crystal core was directly dropped. There's nothing I can do about it, that's just the protagonist's nature. After Rebirth, his luck is incredible. You can encounter secret places as soon as you go out. Just kill a monster and you can improve your strength. Anyone who is saved is a famous boss in the previous life. As for why Chu Feng was able to kill the high-level black iron lizard man? This seems to go without saying. You know, lizard men are a species. Since it is a population, its genes are of course uneven and can also evolve. There is beginner level and intermediate level, and there is intermediate level and advanced level. There's nothing strange about this. The vitality of monsters at the black iron level is not much stronger than that of humans. Even a mid-level black iron scythe mantis has a very fragile body and head. A normal adult male is fully capable of killing this monster as long as he has the right weapons. Just like Lu Yu who used a crossbow before. For Chu Feng, high-level dark iron lizardmen are not particularly difficult to kill. Although they are as tall as adults, their speed and strength have been greatly improved, and even their back defense is more amazing than that of other lizardmen. But the weak points are still the abdomen and neck. The defensive power of these two places is equivalent to the difference between a 1 mm wooden board and a 2 mm wooden board. As a worker who has struggled for 10 years in the end times, Chu Feng certainly knew their weaknesses. With 10 years of combat experience, even high-level black iron lizardmen are no match for him. Lu Yu, I hope you don't die too early in this life. Chu Feng said this with gritted teeth, then stretched out his hand towards the vortex formed by the silver light in front of him. The whole person disappeared on the spot. Chu Feng wanted to kill Lu Yu, and there was no way to change that. Even if Lu Yu deliberately left school on the first night of the apocalypse to avoid fighting with Chu Feng too early, the two will soon meet in the end times due to fate. Lu Yu understood this very well, so while he was rapidly improving his own strength, he was also building his own team. As long as your strength and your team are strong enough, the initiative will be in your hands. Take a look at the progress ahead. There aren't actually that many monsters on the upper floors. Most of them are lizardmen, and occasionally there are 1 or 2 sickle mantises. There are only a few scattered zombies. Faced with more than a dozen men holding Luyu's weapons, they could hardly make any waves.
Hey, these monsters are just like that. Yes, as long as we unite as one, there is nothing to be afraid of.
Everyone should be careful and don't take it lightly.
Try not to make any noise. These monsters seem to be quite sensitive to sound. It's okay, the sound insulation in this hotel is very good. After killing some monsters, everyone was full of confidence. Not to mention the slower zombies and lizardmen.
After all, these creatures are relatively weak in one-on-one combat. Without a large scale, it is difficult to pose a threat to them who have weapons.
The survivors cleared them all out with only some minor injuries. As for how the sickle mantis died? It has to be said that humans are really the species that are best at using tools. After only a brief observation, they realized that the mantis's forelimbs were its main means of attack. Use the hotel's quilt to attract the mantis's attention, and others attack from behind. The 2-meter-long sickle mantis couldn't fly at all in the narrow hotel corridor.
Then one after another they fell down.
Everyone continued on their way. 7th floor, 6th floor.
The other elderly, weak, and sick people on the 8th floor soon received the good news and became bolder. As soon as the main force arrived at the 5th floor, they hurried to the rooms downstairs to search for food and weapons.
Here are 2 loaves of bread. This is mine. Fuck, I'm starving. Can't someone else kill the monster?
Luyu ignored them, just looked at the sword in his hand and frowned.
Weapon grade, bronze energy value 0-100. The weapon's energy value has not increased at all. This shows that there are certain limitations to upgrading the grade of the Qinggang sword.
First of all, killing ordinary people has no effect because ordinary people have no energy.
Just like the old lady that Luyu killed before, she did not provide energy to the Qinggang sword. Secondly, the monster must have at least been injured by this sword to count. Just like now.
From time to time, you can see the corpses of some monsters in the corridor, but the energy value of the Qinggang sword just doesn't increase.
Could it be that this sword has some special power? It requires a connection with monsters in order to absorb their power?
Luyu muttered to himself, then shook his head. Forget it, let's go to the clothing store across the street first. After saying that, Luyu picked up a piece of clothing at random from a guest room. Then the clothes were covered with blood and wrapped in a plastic bag.
Tied around the waist. Master Lu, what a good idea. Seeing Luyu's actions, Ding Feng's eyes lit up. Luyu also grinned, hey, let's go. Chapter 37, One Shot.
After discovering that the monsters killed by others were unable to replenish the energy of his Qinggang sword,
Luyu directly joined the survivor hunting team.
As it turned out, his guess was correct. If you want to increase the energy of the Qinggang sword, you must at least use the Qinggang sword to cause damage to the monster before its life is extinguished.
Otherwise, you won't be able to absorb the monster's energy for your own use.
Luyu did this to avoid attracting other people's attention when the Qinggang sword absorbed energy. He found a suitable solution. That is, only give each monster one sword attack, and keep the sword stuck in the monster's body and don't pull it out.
It doesn't waste physical energy, and others won't notice when you absorb the monster's energy.
No one would suspect anything just by looking at the sharp bronze sword blade.
Then, weapon grade, bronze energy value 1-100. Weapon grade, bronze energy value 2-100. Weapon grade, bronze energy value 16-100. Weapon grade, bronze energy value 17-100.
The energy value of the Qinggang sword continues to increase, proving the survivors' powerful fighting ability.
After the survivors got Luyu's weapons, they became invincible?
That was indeed the case at the beginning, but it didn't last long.
Because the further down you go, the more monsters there are. Moreover, the temporarily formed team is not united enough.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Liao Dong continued to lead his men to advance slowly and had already cleared the 3rd floor of the hotel. Luyu's Qinggang sword has also reached 49-100.
And at this time, someone actually started to fight for a little food? Is it a draft?
I saw this piece of bread first.
Are you trying to steal the coins? What do you mean you saw it first? I saw it first. Can you say something else? Besides, it's me. Yeah, get out. Fuck, you dare to hit me? I'll kill you. If you dare to hit my man, I will fight you.
Several people took tables, chairs, benches, and lamps and smashed them at each other. The sound of collision came one after another. It was only the first day of the apocalypse, and this group of people were already fighting over a piece of bread. It can be said to be extremely ugly. In fact, at this time, although everyone was very hungry, they were not yet at the end of their rope. Especially since everyone has already reached the third floor, the second floor is just around the corner. If you are patient, you may find enough food in the restaurant to keep everyone half full. But they still fought. Not for anything else, just to feel relieved. We didn't know each other in the first place. In this environment, what is humility? I don't know. How dare you be so rude and unreasonable to me? I'm not a vegetarian either. So the two sides started fighting without any scruples. Some people tried to stop the fight, but to no avail. Because people who are angry are irrational. At this moment, the monsters downstairs were attracted by the sounds of quarreling and smashing things upstairs, and they all began to gather on the third floor. 10, 20, 30, soon they formed a certain scale. Among them are lizard men and zombies. The zombies are not so bad, there are not too many of them. There are only 1 or 2 ordinary zombies that have evolved to the intermediate level. Ordinary zombies that have evolved to the intermediate level are not much stronger than the primary level zombies. The speed will be faster than before. They still can't outrun humans who are running for their lives. Lizard men are more powerful because not only are there more of them, but also many of them have advanced to the intermediate level. The running speed of mid-level lizard men is no less than that of humans. Liao Dong and others were not death warriors. When they encountered so many monsters rushing towards them, they could only retreat temporarily. Run! Run! Liao Dong ran up the corridor with a large number of brothers and shouted loudly. Those who were searching for food came to their senses and began to flee in all directions. Fuck! Help! Save me! Save me! Ah! The poor humans were once again torn to pieces by the monsters. The intermediate zombies were quite fast. After biting humans, they were beaten to death by the surviving humans. The survivors who had fought for food had consumed a lot of their energy and were soon caught up by several mid-level lizard men. Then pounce on him and bite him to death. Blood, internal organs, and brains were scattered all over the ground. Screams rang out one after another. Are there already intermediate black iron levels among these lizard men? One has actually evolved to a high level. The third floor is the chess and card room. At this time, Lu Yu and the other two were hiding in a glass house, watching the massacre outside. 2 mahjong tables and some chairs and benches blocked the door and their bodies. Mr. Lu, when are we going out? Don't be impatient, wait until the monsters disperse a little. Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Yen Yun, who had changed her appearance beside him. Yen Yun, did you see that just now? Look, I see. Yen Yun nodded slightly. Although Lu Yu is now the core of the team and she will not disobey Lu Yu's orders, she still feels in her heart that selfish people like Manager Zhao are a minority. But now the facts have proved that, except for soldiers, ordinary people find it difficult to even achieve the word unity. It was obvious that as long as they advanced steadily, they would be able to get a lot of food. But at this moment, they started fighting for a little bit of petty profit. Even attracted a large number of monsters? Some people are just not worth helping. Lu Yu grinned, and seeing that the lizardmen were almost dispersed because of hunting humans, he fixed his eyes on the high-level lizardman who was lying on the ground and gnawing on the corpse. Let's go, Ding Feng, cover me, let's fight our way out. Okay. Ding Feng nodded. Go out now? That big lizard monster is still eating there. Yen Yun came to her senses and exclaimed softly. That big lizard was obviously bigger than the average lizard man. A beginner lizard is generally around 1.3 meters tall, an intermediate one is about 1.5 meters tall, and this lizard is at least 1.7 meters tall. The tiny green scales on its body have even turned black. Big lizard monster? Hey, that's what did it. Lu Yu tightened the sword in his hand, moved the bench away and walked out quietly. Although he consumed too much in the morning. But physical strength and superpowers can be restored by eating. It just takes longer. Not to mention restoring your strength. In a high-intensity battle like his, even if he ate a lot, he could only recover to 80% at most after resting for 4 or 5 hours. However, the recovery speed of superpowers is quite good. Lu Yu calculated that with his current level, he could recover 1 wind blade in an hour. In other words, from 10 o'clock in the morning to now, Lu Yu's wind blade can be used 5 times. After taking a look at the lizard man, Lu Yu took a deep breath and then held his breath.
Name, Enhanced Lizardman. Level, High Level Black Iron. Die.
When he was about to approach the lizard man, Lu Yu suddenly jumped into the air. He gripped the hilt of the Qinggang sword with both hands and stabbed it hard at its head. Although the lizard man looks like a human, it still retains the characteristics of a lizard. The sense of smell is keen, but the vision and hearing are really not that good. When lying on the ground eating, it is difficult to detect the enemy behind you. Lu Yu stabbed the Qinggang sword forward without any intention. The moment the blade of the Qinggang sword touched the lizard's head, a faint bronze light seemed to flash.
Puff. Hit the target with one shot. A high-level black iron enhanced lizard man was actually nailed to the ground by Lu Yu's sword? Good, that's awesome.
Seeing this scene, Yan Yun was stunned. Chapter 38 accidentally advances. This was the first time Yan Yun saw Lu Yu kill a monster alone.
Unexpectedly, I gave her a surprise?
You know, when Lu Yu followed everyone downstairs before, he was just following suit to finish off the enemy. Didn't show much fighting power.
And now?
She had seen how strong the defensive power of the scales on the lizardman's head and back was.
At least you can't cut it open with a bone-chopping knife. This lizardman's defense is obviously stronger than that of ordinary lizardmen. Lu Yu actually pierced its head with a sword? TSK, TSK, TSK.
The lizard man felt pain and twisted his body continuously, sweeping his strong tail around wildly.
High-level lizardmen are much larger than ordinary lizardmen.
Naturally, the power they possess is stronger than that of ordinary lizardmen. In this case, if Lu Yu desperately holds it down, he can certainly kill it. But this will definitely consume a lot of Lu Yu's physical strength. So in order to save energy, Lu Yu didn't hesitate at all and jumped forward. While dodging the lizardman's attack, he twisted the Qinggang sword and pulled it out, then quickly left the spot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The lizard man, freed from the restraint of the sword, suddenly stood up, spitting out tongue from his mouth. Its brain was attacked and it went straight into madness.
It keeps attacking things around it with its front legs and tail.
All the tables, chairs, and benches were knocked over by it. Even the two low-level lizardmen who heard the noise and came to help were killed by its indiscriminate attack. But fortunately, Lu Yu stabbed its head.
Its frenzied attack didn't last long. About 10 seconds later, the lizard man fell heavily to the ground.
The blood in the brain area flowed more and more, and the body moved slower and slower.
Soon it was motionless.
Lu Yu walked over cautiously and poked it with his sword, but saw that it didn't react. He stabbed it twice with the sword. The Qinggang sword is very sharp, and even without much force, the tip of the sword can easily penetrate the lizardman's body. After stabbing the opponent several times and finding that he was indeed dead, Lu Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just at this moment, 3 lizardmen who failed to catch their prey appeared in the sight of Lu Yu and the other 2.
2 beginners and 1 intermediate.
Seeing this scene, Lu Yu didn't have time to think too much and quickly shouted to the dazed Yan Yun.
Stupid woman, what are you standing there for? Come here and help me find it.
Before coming down, Lu Yu did not expect to encounter a high-level black iron lizard man. Therefore, there was no arrangement to search for crystal cores.
But it's not too late to make temporary arrangements now. Looking? Looking for what?
Yan Yun was already confused after being yelled at by Lu Yu, and she became even more confused after hearing what Lu Yu said.
Have you never rehearsed this part before? Something with special energy, resembling a pearl or gem. Lu Yu didn't have time to explain in detail, so he just said it quickly. Something like a pearl or a gem. In its head? I don't know either.
You should look for it first.
Lu Yu quickly said, Ding Feng, come over here and provide cover. Here I come. Are there pearls or gems in the lizard man's head? After hearing Lu Yu's words, Yan Yun was completely confused.
But she didn't have time to think too much at this time.
Quickly ran towards Lu Yu. The people led by Liao Dong were scattered by the monsters.
Lu Yu had expected this. There were so many monsters on the streets outside before, and many of them rushed into the hotel.
With Liao Dong and his dozen men, do they think they can rush downstairs on the first day? It's almost impossible.
Seeing all the monsters rushing up from downstairs, Lu Yu did not go to rescue the survivors. Instead, he immediately took Ding Feng and Yan Yun and hid them. After most of the lizardmen had dispersed, he brought the 2 of them out. After killing the high-level lizardman, Lu Yu was actually speechless. Because he only knew that monsters above the high-level black iron level might have crystal cores.
But he really didn't know where the crystal core was. So he could only let Yan Yun search for the location of the lizard man's brain according to the routine in his memory. Lu Yu's Qinggang sword is bronze grade, and its power is much stronger than when it was black iron grade. I had already pierced its head with a sword, so it would be very easy to break its head open now. It doesn't require much effort. Just step on the lizardman's head, reinsert the sword and pull it hard in the opposite direction. The lizard's head was broken into 2 pieces. It's just that the lizard people look scary and disgusting. Most girls can't even walk when they see it. But Yan Yun is the heroine, so she is always different. Seeing the 3 lizardmen running over, Lu Yu and Ding Feng fought bravely. She took a deep breath, then mustered up her courage, suppressed her nausea, and reached out her hand towards the lizard man's head. But she originally thought that her hands would be made dirty and disgusting by the lizard man's blood and brain matter. But the moment she touched the lizard man, her hand emitted a white halo that she herself did not even notice. Then at this moment, she seemed to understand something. Yan Yun quickly withdrew her hand and looked at her flawless white fingers. She said with a look of surprise and certainty, "I don't think there's anything you're looking for here." Lu Yu stabbed the head of the mid-level lizard man that rushed towards him through the chin with a sword and turned around. "Sure? You finished your search so quickly?" I didn't find it, but please believe me, okay?" Hearing this, Lu Yu subconsciously looked at Yan Yun. Seeing the other person's serious yet extremely anxious expression, he seemed to realize something. "Okay, Ding Feng, let's go. Not every monster can have a crystal core. After the high level of black iron, the higher the level, the greater the chance of crystal core appearing. Since he doesn't have the fate of being the protagonist, Lu Yu has no way to force it. He had no choice but to quickly run downstairs with his sword in hand to protect Yan Yun. Ding Feng kicked over a lizard man coming towards him and quickly followed. There is no reward for killing monsters, and no need to look for crystal cores? They naturally don't need to kill all the monsters. Kick it away and be done with it. Everyone ran wildly and kicked down all the lizardmen they encountered. After getting up, these lizardmen who were kicked did not chase Lu Yu and the other 2. Instead, he quickly ran to the lizardmen killed by Lu Yu and began to devour their corpses. It was as if these corpses were more tempting to them than living people. Lu Yu didn't pay attention to those monsters. The moment Ding Feng ran to the entrance of the corridor, he immediately closed the door to the corridor. After stopping the monster, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and took a look at the Qinggang sword in his hand. Weapon grade, bronze energy value 54-100. A mid-tier black iron monster can increase its rank by 2 points? A high-tier black iron monster can increase its rank by 3 points? Can. Although the strength of monsters is increasing. But the amount of energy that the Qinggang sword can absorb is also increasing? This discovery made Lu Yu feel much more comfortable. At least this can prove that your efforts and income are proportional. And he discovered a problem. That's after the battle just now. My physical strength had reached the middle level of black iron without me noticing? Accidentally, I advanced? I took a look at my personal dashboard. Name, Lu Yu. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 136. Vitality, 20. Normal adult male value is 10. Mental strength, 25. Normal adult male value is 10. Strength, 21. Normal adult male value is 10. Agility, 19. Normal adult male value is 10. Enhancement level, intermediate black iron. Chapter 39. Crystal core obtained. The ability level has not changed. But the mental strength increased by 5 points, and the other 3 attributes increased by 4 points? What's going on? Although according to the system, this enhancement level is determined by the value of vitality among the 4 attributes. As long as the vitality value reaches 20 points, no matter how much the other attributes are, it can be considered a mid-level black iron enhancer. But, system, can humans evolve on their own without crystal cores? The system can answer some questions about Lu Yu's body or the system itself. So after hearing the question in Lu Yu's heart, the system's voice rang out. Cosmic storms will awaken some special powers in humans, but humans cannot fully adapt to these powers immediately. Continuous use of these abilities can increase the adaptation time. In other words, humans can indeed evolve on their own, but the intensity of this evolution is very limited? Yes, host. After hearing this, Lu Yu finally understood. Awakening special abilities is like giving people a special pill.
As soon as these special pills are taken, the body can feel the effects of the pills. But the human body is a very complex thing, and it takes time to fully absorb the medicinal properties of these pills. Through exercise, you can shorten this time. In other words, if you keep fighting, your attributes should increase, but the value may not be very large. Lu Yu estimated that an increase of 5-8 points for each attribute would be the limit. Hey, Lu Yu, what are you thinking about? Yan Yun's voice brought Lu Yu back to reality. Lu Yu came back to his senses and stopped thinking about it. I took a look at the relatively safe corridor and took a deep breath. Nothing. Let's go. Most of the monsters on the first and second floors heard the noise and gathered on the third floor to chase the survivors. So there are no monsters in the corridors on the first and second floors. Lu Yu went from the third floor to the first floor with almost no obstacles. After killing 2 primary zombies and 3 lizardmen, Lu Yu took 2 pot lids from the kitchen on the second floor as shields. The 3 of them carefully came to the first floor. Closed the corridor door. Lu Yu brought the 2 of them to the cashier counter, used the cashier counter as a cover, and casually glanced at the current situation on the first floor. The lobby on the first floor was in ruins. Tables, chairs, and benches were tilted all over the place, and broken glass was everywhere. There are no lizardmen anywhere in sight. There are only 2 mid-level black iron zombies, and 2 sickle mantises that evolved to high-level levels after eating. The sickle mantis did not attack living zombies. The zombies didn't attack the living sickle mantises either? This is a very strange phenomenon. Name, sickle mantis. Level, high-level black iron. Another high-level black iron? Lu Yu didn't have time to think about this. He took a look at the distribution of monsters and spoke in a low voice. Yan Yun, give me the crossbow. Yan Yun obediently handed over the crossbow arrow. Lu Yu put the Qinggang sword aside, took out the crossbow and aimed at one of them and continued in a low voice. Ding Feng, I'll leave those 2 zombies to you. Be careful not to get bitten. No problem, leave it to me. Ding Feng grinned, raised the pot lid in his hand and whispered, with a shield, it won't be so easy to be bitten. Yeah. Lu Yu nodded. Although the pot lid is not a real shield, it can still help block the zombies' attacks and buy some time. For Ding Feng, whose physique has been strengthened, this time is enough for him to kill the 2 zombies. He followed the same method and aimed the crossbow at the back of one of the mantis's head. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Prepare. The 2 sickle mantises have evolved to the high-level black iron level and are larger than ordinary sickle mantises. But it is also because of this that Lu Yu can aim more easily. The 2 sickle mantises had bulging stomachs, and it was obvious that they were full. Lu Yu even wondered if these guys would evolve to the bronze level after digesting the food in their stomachs. Fortunately, the 2 sickle mantises were resting with their eyes closed in the hall at this time, and had completely relaxed their vigilance. Lu Yu did not hesitate. He aimed at the back of the opponent's head and pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Call out. The arrow made a sound of breaking through the air and accurately hit the head of one of the sickle mantises. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sickle mantis felt the pain and instantly became manic. Lu Yu didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly retracted his head back to the cashier counter and handed the crossbow back to Yan Yun. The sickle mantis's roar attracted the attention of another mantis. Just then, Lu Yu took a deep breath and rushed out from the bar. Die. Without saying a word, he gripped the sword tightly and swung a wind blade at the other mantis. Swish. The sharp wind blade, carrying a huge gust of wind, headed straight for the sickle mantis. Because the wind blade was very fast and the mantis was attracted by the screams of its companion, it did not react for a while. Even though it was a high-level black iron, it was caught off guard by Lu Yu's wind blade at this moment. The wind blade slashed its body and blew it away. Ding Feng took the opportunity to rush out and meet the 2 zombies. However, the mantis that was hit in the head by Lu Yu's crossbow arrow did not die immediately. It shook its head, forced itself to support its body, and flew towards Lu Yu. But because there was an arrow stuck in its head and its stomach was too full, it flapped its wings twice and fell from mid-air? Hey! Bye! Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth, and with the help of the flexibility of human feet, he quickly moved to its side. Swing your sword hard. The bronze-level Qinggang sword flew straight towards the neck of the sickle mantis with an extremely fierce momentum. Snap! A head covered with disgusting mucus rolled to a place not far from Yan Yun. The sickle mantis was hit in the head by Lu Yu's arrow. Plus, I ate too much, which slowed me down a lot. So he was beheaded by Lu Yu with one sword. Lu Yu didn't have time to take a closer look, and quickly met another mantis that was hit by the wind blade but was not fatally injured. Because the vitality of high-level black iron is very tenacious, the power of Lu Yu's wind blade is very limited now. So even though this sickle mantis is bleeding and its wounds are very hideous, its fighting power is still very strong. The high-level black iron mantis has a serrated sickle in its hand that is at least 1.2 meters long. And it is extremely hard. But Lu Yu was not at all weak. After dodging the opponent's attack, he swung the Qinggang sword in his hand towards the right forelimb of the sickle mantis. Swish! The serrated sickle on the right forelimb collided with the Qinggang sword and broke into two pieces without any suspense? So strong. Seeing Lu Yu cut off the sickle mantis's sickle with one sword, Yan Yun was stunned again. Is Lu Yu's sword so sharp? He had previously killed the giant lizard monster with one sword, and now he was cutting off the sickle of the sickle mantis with another sword? You know, the serrated sickle of the sickle mantis can pierce people and cut bones, right? Now it was cut off by Lu Yu's sword? I don't know if it's because I've been with Lu Yu for a long time. At this moment, Yan Yun suddenly felt that Lu Yu was so handsome. Yan Yun, come quickly and find the crystal core. Yan Yun was thinking. Lu Yu's voice reached her ears. Yan Yun looked carefully and saw that the mantis, with only a sickle left, had no power to resist Lu Yu at all. After its two hind legs were cut off in succession, Lu Yu had already pierced its head from behind. Oh, here it comes. Without time to think, she quickly responded and ran towards the mantis head that had lost its life signs. Lu Yu took the opportunity to glance at Ding Feng. After seeing Ding Feng successfully kill the two zombies, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly drew his sword, ready to break open the head of the first sickle mantis. You don't have to open your head. I can sense the existence of that thing. Oh? This one doesn't. This one. Hey, this one, quickly cut it with your sword. Crash. The sickle mantis's head was cut open by Lu Yu. Yan Yun put her hand into the mantis's brain and fiddled with it for a few times, then took out the transparent crystal with black lines. I found it, can you take a look and see if it is this one? Chapter 40 The Function of Crystal Core. The black iron high-level mantis is larger than the ordinary mantis. The black lines on the underside of the wings are also darker. The sickle teeth are of course more lethal. Logically speaking, Lu Yu's current physical strength is only at the intermediate black iron level. Even though the sickle mantis hunts by flying, it is not very fast. Lu Yu shouldn't be its opponent. But as I said before, the enhancement level is not the only criterion for judging a person's strength. The advantage of humans is that their brains work better than these monsters. Not only do they use a variety of tools and weapons, but they also employ tactics like sneak attacks and feints. Just like Lu Yu just now. First, use a crossbow to shoot a mantis in the head, use its cry to attract the attention of another mantis, and then use your supernatural power to attack it by surprise. Plus the Qinggang sword that has been upgraded to bronze level. The two mantises were no match for him at all. After killing the two mantises, Lu Yu quickly asked Yan Yun to find the crystal core. Yan Yun, who was in a daze, came to her senses and ran over quickly. Lu Yu was still a little surprised when he heard Yan Yun say that she could find the crystal core without cutting open the head. But the accident only lasted for a moment. Because of the purpose of him bringing Yan Yun out. Besides wanting to develop a relationship with Yan Yun and get the reward from her sooner. I just want to see what special abilities this woman has. Anyway, with my current abilities, as long as I proceed steadily, this woman won't be in too much danger. Now it seems that this woman's ability is perception? She didn't sense the first one. She sensed the second one. Looking at the irregular transparent crystal with black lines in her hand, Yan Yun handed it to Lu Yu with joy. It seemed as if being able to help Lu Yu was a very happy thing. How did you know that was what I was looking for? Lu Yu took the black iron crystal core. Looking at Yan Yun, who was somewhat happy, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This woman's ability seems a bit special? Didn't you say you were looking for a gem with special energy? Yan Yun was stunned. Lu Yu corrected himself, I mean, how did you find it precisely? I don't know either. When I met that giant lizard man before, it was like I could sense everything about its body. Yan Yun answered honestly, you said you wanted to find something that looks like a pearl or a gem and has special energy. I just need to touch it and I will know whether it has it or not. What kind of ability is this?
Forget it, let's talk about it later. Ding Feng, come over and hide for a while. Here I come.
Lu Yu was a little confused, but he didn't have time to delve into it, so he quickly called Ding Feng back to the cashier. Ding Feng followed him to the cashier counter, and Lu Yu carefully looked at the crystal core in his hand.
Non-attribute crystal core black iron grade, a crystal core containing special energy.
After cleaning and consuming it, it not only restores a large amount of physical strength, but also allows the body to evolve again.
Note 1. Crystal cores are divided into non-attribute crystal cores and attribute crystal cores. Consuming non-attribute crystal cores can help humans restore physical strength and strengthen the body. Consuming attribute crystal cores can help humans restore and strengthen their supernatural powers.
Note 2. Ordinary people can use any black iron grade crystal core.
The ability that can be awakened depends on the crystal core used, but there is a mortality rate. The stronger the crystal core energy, the higher the mortality rate.
Black iron grade non-attributed crystal core awakening rate 50%, mortality rate 50%. Note 3. The awakened abilities of the awakened are different, and the crystal cores used are also different. Using crystal cores outside of your abilities will not only have no effect, but may also cause side effects and even be life-threatening, so please use with caution. Since this was the first time Lu Yu obtained the crystal core, the information he saw with the villain's eye was also very comprehensive. There were 3 notes in a row, which made Lu Yu dazzled. In short, it's just a few words. Crystal cores not only have many grades, but also many attributes. Although ordinary people can also use crystal cores and have a chance to become awakened after using them, they can only use black iron level crystal cores, and there is a high chance that the user will die directly after using them. Even if one is an awakened one can only use crystal cores that match one's abilities. Using crystal cores beyond one's abilities will not only have no effect, but may also cause side effects. There is even a certain chance of death. However, Lu Yu estimated that the death rate of awakened people who used the crystal core incorrectly must be much lower than that of ordinary people. Generally speaking, it is ineffective at best. Otherwise, what is the point of calling an awakened person an awakened person? So, now that I've strengthened my body and awakened my wind attribute ability, my crystal core can only use the non-attribute and wind attributes? No, that's not right. If I kill the protagonist, I can gain his abilities. If the protagonist has other abilities, then I can use crystal cores with other attributes, right? That seems to make sense. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lu Yu's lips. Master Lu, what's the use of this thing? Seeing the smile on Lu Yu's lips, Ding Feng was a little puzzled. After they dealt with the monster, would they either continue on their way or find a place to hide? Looking for this thing? It's a complete waste of time. It not only puts a burden on everyone's physical strength, but also increases safety risks for everyone. It can help us improve our strength. Lu Yu did not hide it either. Although according to the normal storyline, things like crystal cores will not be discovered by people until several days after the apocalypse begins. It will take a few months for humans to know the effects. No matter how beautiful the contents of a monster's brain are, most people won't eat them. It will take a year for the function of crystal core to become popular among humans. But for Lu Yu, this secret is of no importance at all. Help us improve our strength? How to improve? Just eat it. What? Eat it? Is it so disgusting? It's really disgusting, but you can't just eat it. Hey, why is there no stain on it at all? Looking at the black iron crystal core in his hand, Lu Yu was a little surprised. The crystal core grows in the mantis's brain. Logically speaking, if it's taken out of the brain, it shouldn't be covered in blood or brain matter? But now, this crystal core with black lines is crystal clear. Where can you see any stains on it? This should also be my ability, right? Yen Yun said with some uncertainty. It's your ability again? Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. Could it be, your ability also includes purification? Chapter 41 Shu Feng is here too? The end of the world is the end of mankind, but it is a paradise for the earth. Humans went from being at the top of the food chain to being lambs to be slaughtered. In order to survive, humans must unite and resist foreign enemies. But the evil nature of human beings makes it difficult for them to unite. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Originally, Liao Dong wanted to cooperate with Lu Yu because of his special abilities and the Qinggang sword. But Lu Yu directly gave him a bunch of weapons, which made their combat effectiveness soar to a higher level. So while cleaning up the hotel monsters, Lu Yu was no longer the main force, but followed the team. Originally, the two of them had agreed to rush to the clothing store across the street together. If there is treasure there, each party will take half. But with Lu Yu's personality, how could he possibly share half with the other party? So he took the two of them downstairs directly. When Yan Yun heard Lu Yu asking about her abilities, she shook her head blankly.
I don't know either.
Well, it's useless to ask. Even I don't know what's going on, let alone Yan Yun. However, judging from the current situation, Yan Yun's hands have perception and cleaning functions, but they do not have much combat power. It seems that the awakened auxiliary ability is inevitable.
That's okay. A doomsday survival team with special abilities cannot rely solely on combat capabilities. Having multiple assists isn't a bad thing. Thinking of this, Lu Yu stopped thinking about it and put the crystal core into his trouser pocket. He did not eat the crystal core immediately, because the information clearly states that it can not only help humans evolve, but also help restore physical strength. I only have at least 50% of my physical strength left.
Wouldn't it be better to eat it when you've almost exhausted your energy? Ding Fong, I'll throw this out to attract the zombies, and then we'll charge straight over. After figuring out the crystal core and Yan Yun's abilities, Lu Yu no longer considered anything else. He took off his blood-stained clothes and spoke very calmly. No matter what kind of monster it is very sensitive to the smell of blood. Using blood-stained clothes can divert their attention.
Okay. Ding Fong nodded.
Just rush over there? Yan Yun was a little scared. What if there is no place to hide over there?
Life is not a game, there is no chance to start over.
In the game, you can pull monsters at all costs, and then look for shelter while running.
If you fail, just try again. But the reality is different.
If you fail once, you won't have a second chance.
It doesn't matter, we don't need a hiding place. Lu Yu said unusually calmly. That is the entrance to the secret realm.
Once you go there, you will enter the secret realm directly.
Why would you need a hiding place?
Ding Fong and Yan Yun didn't know this and felt a little unsure. But Lu Yu is now the core of the team and also has the ability of precognition.
So they can only choose to believe Lu Yu.
Under Lu Yu's leadership, the three of them began to act recklessly. At the same time, on the 7th floor of the hotel,
Zhao Dequan brought his team to this floor.
I live downstairs from Lu Yu. Looking at the bruises on his face in the mirror, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth.
A fight over a piece of bread, and it even attracted a monster? Ah, what a bunch of idiots.
He rubbed the bruises on his face, walked slowly to the chair next to the floor-to-ceiling window and lay down.
Looking at the clothing store from a distance, I breathed a sigh of relief.
It would be great if those two guys could die together downstairs. Zhao Dequan muttered to himself while looking at the ceiling. As long as Liao Dong and Lu Yu die together. In this place, he is the boss. With his management skills, it is very easy for him to win over others and make him the boss. I looked at the beautiful young woman with the child in the room. In my mind, I was thinking about the excellent female teacher I met in the crowd before.
An evil smile appeared on Zhao Dequan's lips. Just when Zhao Dequan was daydreaming, there was suddenly a commotion downstairs. Immediately afterwards, all the monsters around ran in one direction.
When the monsters had almost gathered, three figures emerged silently from another location.
Hey, why are there only these three people?
Where's Liao Dong? Manager Zhao was stunned, and then he saw a huge sickle mantis and 5 or 6 lizardmen chasing after him.
Hey, you guys won't die this time?
Manager Zhao grinned when he saw Lu Yu and Ding Fong throwing the pot cover shield to attack the monster.
But the next second he was stunned. Fuck, it disappeared? Secret realm.
It is an independent space that exists outside the real world.
Due to the angle, not many people can see the entrance to this secret realm.
Apart from Lu Yu and his gang, there is only one Manager Zhao at the moment. Liao Dong, it was Manager Zhao who deliberately told him this news for his own selfish reasons. But Lu Yu didn't care about this at all. Because now in the entire hotel, only 3 of them have come to this secret place. As the 3 of them ran into the clothing store and touched the silver vortex, they felt a sense of weightlessness.
Then everything around the 3 of them became pitch black. Ah!
Yan Yun screamed, but was pulled back by Lu Yu in time. Before she could react, the 3 of them were already on solid ground and regaining their sight.
Oh my god, what is going on? Is this too fantastical?
Looking at the suddenly changing scene in front of them, Yan Yun and Ding Fong exclaimed at the same time. Even Lu Yu had to admire the magic of this secret realm.
This is a sunny canyon.
The mountains on both sides of the canyon are continuous, with green hills, green trees, birds singing, and flowers blooming.
In front of everyone, there is a winding mountain road.
At a glance, after 100 meters, it winds into the deep mountains. Behind him was the familiar vortex of silver light.
In theory, it should be the exit of the secret realm. We actually came to another dimension? Isn't this incredible? Don't be sentimental, let's go in first.
Lu Yu was mentally prepared, so his surprise only lasted for a moment. After saying this, he took the Qinggang sword and prepared to lead the way. Seeing this, Ding Feng quickly chased after him.
Master Lu, let me go ahead. It's okay, let it be. Lu Yu didn't want to waste time.
Although the road ahead is winding, it looks quite wide at first glance. The flowers, plants, and trees on both sides of the road were all normal, and there were no monsters to be seen on the road. In this situation, it doesn't matter who goes first. Of course, we still have to be careful when we need to be careful. Seeing that Lu Yu insisted on doing so, Ding Feng didn't know what to say. However, everyone held their weapons tightly and moved forward cautiously. Suddenly, a stench of blood and offal wafted over. Just when everyone was on high alert, a conversation reached the ears of the three people.
Hey, Chu Feng, there's no point in us continuing to be deadlocked like this. How about we both take a step back? Okay, you guys go lure the monster away, and I'll go inside to get the treasure. You're being ridiculous. Tao Yong said speechlessly, we're classmates after all. How can you be so distrustful of someone? Sorry, I don't trust anyone. Chu Feng scoffed and said, either you lead the monster away, I'll go in and get the treasure, and we'll each take half when I come out, or no one can go in. The brief conversation inside left Lu Yu stunned.
At this moment, he could hardly believe his ears.
Fuck, Tao Yong. Chu Feng? Why are they here? Chapter 42, Who attracts the monster? Who takes the treasure?
Lu Yu led the two of them into the depths of the canyon. There was no danger along the way. The winding mountain road turned left and right, and after about 300 meters, they smelled the strong smell of blood and the stench of internal organs.
Then I walked further in and heard the conversation just now. After hearing this conversation, Lu Yu was really confused.
Because he was very sure that the only people who entered this secret realm were Yin Yun, Ding Feng, and himself.
How did Chu Feng and Tao Yong get in?
Lu Yu didn't have time to think too much, and hurriedly walked in with Yin Yun and Ding Feng.
Soon, a huge clearing in the canyon appeared in front of everyone.
The open space is very large, at least as big as 2 basketball courts. Although there were many big trees on the hill opposite the clearing was very flat and free of weeds, and the yellow soil was firm and dry. The series of footprints and some fallen corpses on the ground were shocking.
Lu Yu glanced at it casually.
Those footprints are slightly larger than those of humans, but I don't know what kind of monster they are. The corpses are those of monkeys, and they look like golden monkeys. But its size is more than 3 times larger than that of the golden monkey. They were of different sizes and lay all over the ground. I estimate there are at least 10 or more. Blood, brain matter, and internal organs were everywhere, and the strong and pungent smell of blood and internal organs came from here.
Of course, these are not the main points.
The main point is that there are 5 people sitting in the open space near the edge of the road.
The ratio of people is 4 to 1, with about 10 meters between them.
Not to mention Chu Feng, Lu Yu is very familiar with him. At this time, he was putting his backpack aside and lying on it to rest.
Lu Yu also knew Tao Yong.
The two of them were the sports committee members from other classes, and they had some friendship. They would chat and talk with each other often.
Oh my god, what's going on here?
Seeing this scene in the open space, Yin Yun couldn't help but exclaimed. If it weren't for her black mask that could help filter out the smell, she would probably have vomited again after smelling it. Ding Feng was much more adaptable, and although he was surprised, he didn't express it too much. The 2 groups of people sitting and resting in the open space also looked in the direction of Lu Yu.
Lu Yu? The moment he saw Lu Yu, Chu Feng was stunned. What is going on? Shouldn't Lu Yu be in the junior building? Why is he here? Fuck, Lu Yu? Boss? Why are you here?
Tao Yong and Wu Chang were also extremely surprised.
Because they had never imagined that besides them, there were other people who could enter the secret realm? And the person who came was a rich second generation that they all knew? Lu Yu did not answer Wu Chang's question immediately. Instead, he quickly glanced at everyone present.
In addition to Wu Chang, Tao Yong has two other roommates. One is called Wan Hai and the other is called Tong Xiaohua. Both of them were seriously injured at this time, with their arms, thighs, even shoulders and lower abdomens all bandaged. The lips are dry and pale, which shows that there is excessive blood loss. Because they were just some simple measures to stop bleeding, Lu Yu could still see the wounds clearly.
Some were caught by monkeys, and some were bitten by monkeys? Wu Chang and Tao Yong were also slightly injured, but their injuries were much less serious than the two of them. Ha, that's interesting, huh? Lu Yu sheathed his sword and grinned. In this godforsaken place, I actually ran into someone I know? Boss, how did you get in? What else do I want to ask you?
Lu Yu took Yen Yun and Ding Feng to a safe location.
Wu Chang, Tao Yong, how did you get in? Hey, that's a long story. Tao Yong, sitting on the ground, held up his exhausted body and said, we were originally taking shelter in the dormitory. Shanzi was in the corner outside the dormitory wall and saw a vortex formed by a silver light. We fought our way there, touched the vortex with our hands, and then came here. But we came from this side.
Tao Yong pointed to the other side in the opposite direction from where Lu Yu came from.
Lu Yu looked over and saw that at the other end of the open space, there was a path similar to the one he had come in by. In other words, this secret realm has two entrances? Is that so? Lu Yu smiled, then turned his head to look at the side and pretended to be surprised. Hey, isn't this Chu Feng from our class? Why are you here too? What the hell is it to you? Stop being so sarcastic.
Chu Feng suppressed his inner surprise and murderous intent and replied coldly.
He never expected that his first meeting with Lu Yu after his rebirth would be in this secret realm. Although he wanted to tear Lu Yu into pieces, it was definitely not at this time. How do you talk like that, kid?
Hearing Chu Feng's impolite tone, Ding Feng acted like a villain and spoke up directly for Lu Yu.
What? You want to teach me a lesson?
Chu Feng glanced at Ding Feng, a disdainful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. He is the protagonist, and he is reborn. He knew Lu Yu and Ding Feng's abilities very well, so he was not afraid at all when facing Ding Feng's provocation.
You? Ding Feng, don't be impulsive. Ding Feng was obviously angered by his disdainful expression. He gripped the fire axe tightly in his hand and wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Lu Yu. As a villain, he knows it very well. Although Ding Feng is quite powerful, even when using the same weapons without using superpowers, he is no match for him. But he definitely couldn't beat Chu Feng. Rushing forward recklessly like this would only give Chu Feng experience. Lu Yu thought about it and ignored him for the time being. Instead, he wanted to ask Tao Yong about the general situation. Following Tao Yong's explanation, Lu Yu had a general understanding. It seems that the secret realm does have two entrances. Tao Yong and the others came in from another entrance. They didn't find any monsters along the way, but when they arrived at this open space, they were attacked by the mutant monkeys in the surrounding trees. These mutant monkeys are all mid-level black iron. They didn't dare to fight and could only fight and retreat towards the entrance. As a result, he happened to meet Chu Feng, who came in. The monkey attacks indiscriminately and naturally will not let Chu Feng go. Chu Feng had no time to think about it, so he could only eat the crystal core to restore his strength and help them get rid of these mutant monkeys. Lu Yu took a look and saw that there were indeed many monkey corpses at the entrance to another secret realm. He nodded slightly and continued to ask. What happens next is even simpler. After dealing with the mutant monkeys, they did not immediately start a war with the other party for the sake of the treasures that might appear there. After a casual discussion on the distribution of benefits, they came to this open space together and worked together to deal with the remaining monkeys. So, the treasure is in that cave? Lu Yu muttered to himself as he looked at the cave and the distant mountain. The two entrances to the secret realm are symmetrical and connected into a line. On the left is a huge mountain that goes straight down without any road at all. That's the open space on the right. The open space is one step higher than the road. At the end of the open space, there is also a big mountain. On the side of the mountain, there is a huge cave that is more than 2 meters wide and high. That's right. Tao Yong didn't hide it, it's just that there's a very powerful monster inside. We can't defeat it, so we decided to let one person with good physical strength lead it away first, and the rest of us go in to get the treasure. But no one wants to be the one who attracts the monster? Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth. Thinking of the conversation he had heard before and hearing Tao Yong's explanation, he instantly guessed the current situation.
The treasure is in the cave, but there is also a very powerful monster inside. The question becomes who will lure the monster and who will take the treasure. If they are all trustworthy people, then there is not much to say. But Tao Yong and Chu Feng obviously didn't trust each other. In addition, after dealing with the monsters, both sides had almost exhausted their physical strength, which led to the current situation. No one wants to go in and attract monsters, so let's just stay here. Judging from the time, both sides spent at least an hour. It seems that I came at the right time? Chapter 43 Yan Yun likes me. Lu Yu didn't expect that a secret realm would have 2 entrances. What I didn't expect was the problem of entrance distance and number of monsters. Tao Yong and Chu Feng came in earlier than him? But if they haven't got the treasure yet, then I'm not too late. It even saves the trouble of cleaning up those mutant monkeys? Thinking of this, Lu Yu turned his gaze to Chu Feng again, with a playful smile on his lips. Do you need someone to attract the monster's attention in order to get the treasure? Chu Feng, you're alone here, why don't you just quit? Boss, don't underestimate Chu Feng. He is very powerful now. Wu Chang reminded him in time. Although his awakened abilities are good now, he no longer thinks of Lu Yu as his boss. But you still have to do some superficial work. Really? Lu Yu pretended to be surprised. Underestimating Chu Feng? How could that be possible? This guy is the protagonist. How could I possibly underestimate him? Chu Feng snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? You want me to quit and I'll quit? Hearing this, Ding Feng got angry again. Kid, watch your words. I wasn't paying attention, and you bit me? Chu Feng still looked disdainful, but he had no intention of taking the initiative. Because in the early days of the apocalypse, whether it is a psychic or an enhancer, the combat effectiveness will not differ too much. The distance between the two sides is now more than 3 meters. This distance can be considered an absolutely safe distance. It is almost impossible to kill the other person. So he needs to look for opportunities. Oh shit. Chu Feng. Lu Yu once again stopped Ding Feng from attacking, and asked knowingly, why are you speaking so harshly? Have I offended you before? No. Chu Feng said with a cold look in his eyes, but I just don't like you. According to the normal timeline, the two are still in a normal classmate relationship. Lu Yu's evil deeds against him in his previous life also began long after the end of the world. But Chu Feng's hatred for Lu Yu cannot be expressed in a few words, so he even disdains to use the method of feigning compliance and waiting for an opportunity to strike. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Although Lu Yu didn't know what Chu Feng's awakened ability was. I also know that as the protagonist, Chu Feng's strength and luck will not be too low. Even if I take action at this time, I may not be able to kill him. But how could Lu Yu endure being provoked repeatedly by the other party? But just when Lu Yu was about to take action, Yan Yun suddenly spoke. Hey, why are you talking like that? We're all classmates, is there any need to target Lu Yu like this? Yan Yun's silver bell-like voice made Lu Yu stop what he was doing immediately. This also made Chu Feng stand there in a daze. This voice, why does it sound so familiar? It's a little after 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The apocalypse lasted more than 6 hours. But for most people, these 6 hours felt like a century. Just like Yan Yun now. She basically stayed with Lu Yu for more than 6 hours. The two of them have been through so much. Her attitude towards Lu Yu also changed 180 degrees. At least when she saw Chu Feng talking to Lu Yu like this, she couldn't help but want to stand on Lu Yu's side. When Lu Yu heard Yan Yun's voice, he came back to his senses. Chu Feng is the protagonist, and it shouldn't be easy for me to kill him. Maybe I can make use of Yan Yun? But Chu Feng was extremely surprised when he heard this. Because this voice was too familiar to him. He subconsciously looked at Yan Yun, sizing her up carefully. What are you looking at? Seeing the other person staring at her intently, Yan Yun curled her lips. Am I wrong? You are Yan Yun? Chu Feng was a little bit unbelievable and asked again tentatively. Because Yan Yun was wearing a black woman's mask at this time. He was wearing a tactical vest and beggar-style jeans, and his hair was tied in a ponytail. She was completely different from the Yan Yun in his memory. It's just that the sound is deeply remembered. You recognize me? When Yan Yun heard Chu Feng's words, she was stunned. Because according to the normal timeline, she doesn't know Chu Feng yet. The two had barely met each other at school. Yan Yun? No.
Is she Yen Yun? Tao Yong and the other three were also surprised. Because the entrance to the secret realm is usually very hidden. The road to the entrance of the secret realm is usually very dangerous. How could a weak woman like Yen Yun get to this point? Are you really Yen Yun? Chu Feng didn't care about Tao Yong and the other three. When he heard Yen Yun admit her identity, he immediately became excited. Because he was able to discover the entrance to the secret realm just to go to the teaching building to save Yen Yun? Now Yen Yun actually appeared directly in front of him? This Nima. Yes, so what?
Yen Yun was a little slow to react, but she still mustered up the courage to admit her identity. It was only when she admitted her identity that Chu Feng reacted.
No. That's not right, you are not Yen Yun. Chu Feng muttered to himself, shaking his head, if you were Yen Yun, why would you be with Lu Yu? Yen Yun appeared with Lu Yu. Whether it's the way they walk or the same tactical vests they wear, it proves that they are now a team. He couldn't believe that his white moonlight goddess was so familiar with a scumbag like Lu Yu. The script in the previous life was not like this. Chu Feng, what you said is wrong.
Hearing Chu Feng say this, Liu couldn't help but smile playfully. The fact that I like Yen Yun is no secret in our class.
How can it be impossible for Yen Yun to be with me? No, it's impossible. You lied to me, you are definitely not Yen Yun, definitely not. Are you crazy? I'm not a celebrity, how could someone pretend to be me? Yen Yun was extremely angry. I'm the same person standing here, but I still can't prove that I'm myself? Take off your mask.
Chu Feng spat out a few words coldly.
Face mask? Oh, yes, masks. Just pick it. Yen Yun was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chu Feng and quickly took off her mask. Soon, Yen Yun's pretty face and delicate features appeared in everyone's sight. Oh my god, is it really Yen Yun? It's incredible. Boss, when did you pick up Yen Yun? Are you kidding? Tao Yong and the other three were surprised again.
Chu Feng seemed to be stimulated by something.
No, how could you be Yen Yun? How could you be Yen Yun? You are really sick.
Yen Yun wanted to refute, but saw Chu Feng talking to himself like a neurotic.
She was too lazy to talk. Chu Feng, are you okay? Lu Yu also pretended to be kind and said, although I know that many people in our school like Yen Yun, but now it seems that you like her too?
Chu Feng took a deep breath, ignored Lu Yu, and turned his gaze back to Yen Yun. 10 years of experience in the apocalypse helped him calm down quickly.
Yen Yun, tell me, why are you with him? Why? I.
Yen Yun was suddenly speechless because Lu Yu had raped her last night.
Although she doesn't care about that anymore. But you can't just say it in front of so many people, right? Chu Feng, you are such a weird person.
Fortunately, Liu came to her rescue in time and put his arm around her shoulders with his right hand. Yen Yun was caught off guard and was hugged by Liu, but after her face turned red, she did not choose to dodge.
That reluctant but willing expression directly shows her position. Although I'm not a narcissistic person, I think I'm not bad looking. With all the chaos out there, I've awakened my ability to protect her. We're a perfect match, talented and pretty. I like her, and she likes me too. Isn't it logical for us to be together? You're talking nonsense. Yen Yun obviously likes me. It's me. Chapter 44, Shrimp Meets Dragon.
Lu Yu's matter-of-fact remarks stimulated Chu Feng so much that he suddenly started yelling loudly. In his mind, Yen Yun is perfect, kind, gentle and pure.
In my previous life, we were in love with each other. But now, how could such a girl like Bai Yue Guang fall in love with a scumbag like Lu Yu? But as soon as he said this, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Wu Chang, Tao Yong, and the two roommates were confused. A moment later. Fuck, Brother Yong, is there something wrong with Chu Feng's brain? You actually said Yen Yun would like him? How hilarious. Who says it's not? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror, you loser?
The four of them mocked Chu Feng one after another, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Well, typical of a supporting role mocking the protagonist. Before the end of the world, money was definitely one of the most lethal weapons for women. In the hearts of all classmates, Yen Yun is pure and beautiful. But being with Lu Yu is not unacceptable. After all, Lu Yu is just as he said, he is not bad looking and his family is rich. Such a boy is simply a girl killer. Although Yan Yun being with Lu Yu would make others think that she has become much more vulgar, it is still better than liking a poor loser like Chu Feng, right? In fact, let alone Wu Chang and Tao Yong, even Yan Yun herself was confused.
Yan Yun likes you? Ha ha.
Lu Yu also smiled and turned to look at Yan Yun. Yan Yun, he said you like him?
Who likes him? I don't even know him.
Upon hearing this, Yan Yun quickly distanced herself from Chu Feng, and even looked at Chu Feng with a hint of disgust in her eyes.
Yes. You read that right, it's disgust.
In the past, Chu Feng was just an unknown commoner. Yan Yun is a goddess-like school beauty who is the center of attention.
How could she possibly notice an unknown guy like Chu Feng?
Besides, Chu Feng's current behavior is really like a psychopath, so.
That's what I said. Never mind, let's just ignore him.
Lu Yu smiled and ignored Chu Feng for the time being, but looked at Wu Chang.
Hey, Wu Chang, you guys are able to make it this far, so you must have awakened some abilities, right? This, he. Wu Chang smiled and did not deny Lu Yu's statement.
Lu Yu didn't beat around the bush and winked at Ding Feng. Ding Feng, go check out that cave first.
Is it the same as what they said? Remember to stay away from it and be careful. Okay. Mr. Lu.
Ding Feng said nothing, and carefully went into the woods next to the clearing, then walked towards the cave.
After a moment, Ding Feng turned back quietly.
Lu Yu tilted his head. How?
Ding Feng suppressed his surprise and replied, it's true.
There's a strange light inside, and there's a giant monkey that looks a bit manic.
A manic monkey? Okay, I get it.
Lu Yu nodded, and with a plan in mind, he looked at Tao Yong again and stated his purpose. Tao Yong, I see that you are quite exhausted.
Do you want to make a deal?
Deal?
What deal?
Help me get the treasure inside, and I will provide you with protection afterwards. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Tao Yong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then seeing that the other party had no intention of continuing, he couldn't help but spit out 2 words, that's all?
Gone. Lu Yu confirmed the other party's guess. Tao Yong couldn't help laughing. Lu Yu, do you think I'm an idiot? Let us attract the monsters and help you get the treasure? Why don't you attract the monsters and help us get the treasure? I can also provide you with protection afterwards?
Although the two had a good relationship in school, they were just superficial friends.
There are so many monsters outside now.
In order to survive in the apocalypse, they paid the price of 2 people being seriously injured and 2 people being slightly injured.
They finally got here. Then this kid Lu Yu actually said such a thing? Doesn't this mean that I should hand over the treasure to him? Are you kidding me?
In fact, let alone him, even Yan Yun and Ding Feng felt that Lu Yu's request was a bit unrealistic.
Because no matter how stupid Tao Yong is, he can't be this stupid. However, they still underestimated Lu Yu's ruthlessness. Lu Yu said calmly, you don't have a choice now.
Tao Yong narrowed his eyes and heard that there was something wrong with Lu Yu's tone.
What's the meaning?
Including myself, there are currently 2 combatants in my team. Lu Yu calmly released his right hand from Yan Yun's shoulders and said, in other words, I can let Ding Feng lead the monster away, and I can go in and get the treasure myself. But I'm a cautious person, so before I take the treasure, I must minimize the risk.
Do you understand what I mean? You.
Hearing Lu Yu's words, Yan Yun and Ding Feng were stunned.
Tao Yong and Wu Chang were also stunned. What does this guy want to do?
Lu Yu ignored him and continued to look at Wu Chang. Wu Chang, although you were my brother before, I'm not sure if you are still willing to be my brother now, so I can only apologize to you.
Oh, by the way, given your current state, no matter what abilities you awaken, you will not be my match, so don't try to resist.
After these words were spoken, Tong Xiaohua and Wan Hai were fine. After all, they have lost their fighting power and can only be slaughtered. Tao Yong and Wu Chang were completely stunned.
What this guy means? If I don't help him lure the monsters, will he attack me? Are you threatening me? Tao Yong clenched his teeth, his face gloomy and uncertain.
Originally, he thought that his performance after the end of the world had been outstanding. Brave, decisive, strong, courageous, but not reckless.
But now after seeing Lu Yu, he understood. What the hell is this about being outstanding?
Compared with this guy's ruthlessness, these characteristics of mine are nothing but a dwarf meeting a giant, a shrimp meeting a dragon.
Right? I'm threatening you. Lu Yu remained calm, and I only give you 30 seconds to think about it. Swish.
As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, he pulled out the Qinggang sword again and slowly walked towards Tao Yong and Wu Chang.
Boss. Boss, are you really going to do something to me? Seeing Lu Yu walking towards him with the Qinggang sword flashing with cold light, Wu Chang came to his senses with a confused look on his face. You know, yesterday, he was still Lu Yu's follower. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, Lu Yu has completely disregarded their past friendship? Help me get the treasure inside, and we will still be brothers from now on. Otherwise, for my own safety, I can only apologize to you. But you can rest assured, for the sake of our past friendship, I will at most make you lose your combat ability, but I won't take your life. Chapter 45 Yan Yun's Ability. Lu Yu's tone was unusually calm, but it made the two of them feel creepy. Because they could tell from Lu Yu's tone that this guy was definitely not joking. Anyone who can come here during this time period generally has some abilities. Plus, the condition of both of them is really bad. So at this time, they only have two choices. Either fight with Lu Yu to the death, or help Lu Yu lure the monster. Fight with all your might? Needless to say. Seeing Lu Yu's confident look, they didn't dare to bet whether Lu Yu had the ability to make the two of them lose their fighting ability. It's so dangerous outside and all medical equipment is paralyzed. Losing combat effectiveness is equivalent to losing life. So Tao Yong wanted to try to divert the target. Why don't you let Chu Feng help you attract the monster? Tao Yong gritted his teeth and asked unwillingly. Anyone who gives away his spoils will probably feel uncomfortable. He's alone. Lu Yu glanced at Chu Feng out of the corner of his eye and said nonchalantly, how can one person pose a greater threat to me than the two of you? Go help me attract the monster, and Ding Feng will help me keep an eye on him. You two should make a decision quickly. We still have 15 seconds. Hearing Lu Yu's unreasonable behavior, Tao Yong clenched his teeth. Wu Chang looked at Lu Yu and then at Tao Yong, and couldn't make up his mind for a moment. To be honest, he is different from Shirley. Shirley is willing to continue being Lu Yu's younger brother because he doesn't know whether he has awakened his superpowers. Only after seeing Lu Yu's powerful strength did he willingly continue to be Lu Yu's younger brother. But Wu Chang has awakened a powerful force. With such awesome power, you still serve as someone else's younger brother? He's not crazy. But now, if I don't want to be Lu Yu's younger brother, do I have to fight Lu Yu together with Tao Yong? It only took a moment to think, and Lu Yu's countdown sound had already reached their ears. 10, 9, 8, 7. Okay, boss, I'll go. In a hurry, Wu Chang spoke quickly and expressed his position directly. A wise decision. Tao Yong, what about you? Tao Yong heard this and cursed angrily after a moment. Damn it, I admit defeat this time. Hearing what the two said, a smile appeared on Lu Yu's lips. There are treasures in the cave, and also a huge monster. If you want to get the treasure, you need someone to lure away this monster. Lu Yu knew clearly that Chu Feng wanted to kill his reborn protagonist. So of course he wouldn't ask Chu Feng to help him lure the monsters. The reason why Wu Chang and Tao Yong agreed to Lu Yu's request was simply because the sense of oppression Lu Yu gave was too strong. The confidence that they can defeat them makes them dare not act rashly. I didn't even have the courage to run away. Why don't you dare to run away? Let us not talk about whether they have the remaining physical strength to outrun Lu Yu. Even if they can, what about the two seriously injured people? Should I abandon them and run away? Throwing them away will not only earn you a reputation for betrayal, but you will also lose two teammates, and you won't get the treasure either. What's the point of running away like this? Although the monster is strong, there is no need to fight it head-on. It is enough to lure it out. So between fighting hard or helping, they can only choose the latter. As for whether they have ever thought about joining forces with Chu Feng to destroy Lu Yu first? Of course I have thought about it. However, this thought was rejected by the two in an instant. Needless to say, Wu Chang often bullied Chu Feng before the end of the world. Let him join forces with Chu Feng to deal with Lu Yu? Would Chu Feng care about him? It would be good enough if he didn't kill him. So the probability is basically zero. Tao Yong was the same. He had always looked down on Chu Feng. Just now, the two of them distrusted each other and almost had a fight to the death. How could he possibly cooperate with Chu Feng? But then again, if they really choose to join forces with Chu Feng to deal with Lu Yu might be in some trouble. Of course, it's just a little troublesome. Because of their current state, they are really no match for Lu Yu. Maybe Lu Yu couldn't kill Chu Feng, who had extraordinary luck, but he was still very confident that he could kill them first. Have you been underestimated? After hearing the conversation between Lu Yu and Tao Yong, Chu Feng came back to his senses.
Although Yan Yun's incident dealt him a heavy blow, he had experienced 10 years of apocalypse after all. It's impossible to be completely devastated because of this.
So no matter what the current situation of Yan Yun and Lu Yu is,
he also planned to kill Lu Yu first. As long as Lu Yu is killed, the truth will be revealed. He had no chance to kill the other party before. But now, in the last days, those who are arrogant and conceited often do not have a good ending.
Since I have been underestimated by Lu Yu, the opportunity has come.
As for why he didn't use threats before to make Tao Yong and Wu Chang help him get the treasure? This is because the abilities of the three of them are very similar, and the two opponents are very dissatisfied with him. If a fight breaks out, it will definitely be 2 against 1. He was confident that he could defeat both of them. But he was not sure if he could defeat one of them while allowing the other to retain the strength to attract the monster, or even save enough strength for himself. That's why he has been fighting with Tao Yong and others until now.
But he didn't expect that there would be other people coming to the secret realm? And this person is Lu Yu, the one he has always wanted to get rid of? Now that we've decided, let's get ready.
Lu Yu glanced at Chu Feng out of the corner of his eye and spoke slowly.
In fact, according to the normal plotline,
this secret realm is truly tailor-made for the reborn Chu Feng. The reason why it has become the current situation.
All the variables come from Lu Yu.
If Lu Yu had not prepared supplies in the hotel in advance, the survivors in the hotel would have no weapons. Without their help in clearing out the monsters in the hotel, Lu Yu would not have been able to reach the secret place in such a short time. Since Lu Yu was not in the hotel, Wu Chang would not appear in Tao Yong's dormitory when the end of the world came. In other words, originally only Tao Yong and his companions, and Chu Feng himself would appear in this secret realm. Everyone else should not exist.
Chu Feng only needs to use iron-blooded means to defeat Tao Yong's companions and threaten Tao Yong alone. But now, because of the variable Lu Yu, there are many more people here.
Wu Chang, Ding Feng, Yan Yun, and Lu Yu himself. Wu Chang's existence prevents Chu Feng from forming an absolute crushing combat power.
Therefore, the time to seize the treasure was forcibly delayed until now.
I'll take them to a safe place first.
Tao Yong looked at his 2 seriously injured roommates and said to Lu Yu.
Attracting monsters would be dangerous, and if they stay here they might get into trouble as they have lost their combat capabilities.
Hearing this, Lu Yu nodded and did not refuse. He was not afraid that Tao Yong would take the opportunity to escape.
Anyway, only one person is enough to pull the monster.
Even though he's gone, isn't there still Wu Chang? Just when Tao Yong was about to take the 2 away, Yan Yun's voice rang out again.
They have too many wounds, let me help them treat them first.
Oh? Everyone was surprised to hear this, including Lu Yu. Because Yan Yun didn't have any first aid kit or anything like that on her. How can she treat other people's wounds? There was only Chu Feng.
My heart felt like it was stabbed with a knife again.
Yes. Yan Yun's ability is neither perception nor purification, but healing.
In his previous life, he liked Yan Yun because of this ability. Even today, he still remembers vividly how the other person treated and bandaged his wounds.
But now. Chapter 46. This kiss contains murder. After the end of the world, humans awaken some supernatural powers. Healing is one of them. This ability has turned some humans who have no knowledge of medicine into medical experts.
They can sense the body structure and problems of all living things and use their abilities to repair them.
It can be said to be an absolute medical miracle. This is the ability that Yan Yun awakened. As for why his hands have the purification function? That's because the awakeners in the later stages have very strong vitality. Even if internal organs are ruptured, full recovery is possible.
In other words, these healing awakeners sometimes need to use their hands to help others repair their internal organs.
When repairing internal organs, a pair of sterile hands is needed.
In the apocalypse where bacteria and viruses are everywhere, there are only countries and some large survivor bases.
Only those awakened ones of the healing type are born with this ability.
After Yan Yun finished speaking, she looked at Lu Yu, as if asking for his opinion.
Sure, go ahead.
Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Those 2 guys have lost too much blood. Even if their wounds are treated now, they have no fighting power. But just in case, Lu Yu still took Ding Feng and accompanied Yan Yun over. Because Tao Yong and the other 3 had experienced life and death together.
So now that Yan Yun wants to treat their injuries, they don't have any other thoughts.
Yan Yun quickly checked the injuries of the two people, and after hesitating for a moment, she began to treat them. She put her hand on the bloody wound on Wan Hai's arm. Immediately afterwards, a faint white light flashed. Those hideous and bloody wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The big ones become smaller, and the small ones become scars.
Oh my god, this is amazing. It's incredible. This is a miracle.
Seeing this scene, everyone was amazed. Even though they had awakened some special powers, they were still amazed after seeing Yan Yun's treatment method.
You know, this is a recovery speed that can be seen with the naked eye? Over time, the treatment was completed quickly. Yan Yun wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a long sigh.
I'm so sorry, my current abilities are limited, and I can only do this much. The treatment of the two people did not last long. Because under Lu Yu's influence, Yan Yun knew that she had to conserve her strength. So she simply treated the two people's more serious wounds.
It's okay, it's fine now.
Wan Hai couldn't help but laugh as he looked at his wounds, which had healed a lot. Tong Xiaohua also said, "Thank you, Yen University Campus Beauty."
You are welcome.
Seeing that it was almost done, Lu Yu went over to help Yan Yun up and handed her a piece of coincidence power.
Ha, I didn't expect that your awakened ability would be healing. I didn't expect that.
Just now, when I saw the injuries on their bodies, I suddenly had the idea to try it.
I didn't expect it to actually work.
Yan Yun looked a little tired, but her face was full of joy. After all, the ability she has awakened now is much more useful than it seemed before. With this ability, she will no longer be a burden to the team.
Okay, you two can go now.
Lu Yu smiled and stopped discussing this. He waved to Tong Xiaohua and Wan Hai and asked them to leave. Because their wounds had stopped bleeding, they had rested for a long time, and now they had been treated by Yan Yun.
So they can already walk with some effort.
Hearing Lu Yu's words, the two looked at Tao Yong, and Tao Yong nodded helplessly at them. Seeing this, the two could only turn around and leave.
Looking at the backs of the two, Lu Yu was not in a hurry.
Instead, he supported Yan Yun and came to a place not far from Chu Feng.
3 meters is a safe distance.
Lu Yu knew that Chu Feng was very alert, so when he reached this position, he did not move forward.
Hey, Chu Feng, look what this is.
Hearing Lu Yu's words, Chu Feng subconsciously looked up. Then he saw a scene that he would never forget. Lu Yu held Yan Yun's face and kissed her directly. Yan Yun was caught off guard and was easily defeated by Lu Yu. At this moment, Yan Yun widened her eyes with an incredible look on her face.
Because she never expected that Lu Yu would suddenly attack her in front of so many people? She wanted to resist, but as a woman, how could she be a match for Lu Yu? And this feeling. Gradually, Yan Yun's strength in pushing Lu Yu's hand away became weaker. And Chu Feng? Seeing this scene, a surge of anger instantly erupted.
In the previous life, the white moonlight girl who gently bandaged his wounds, actually.
Asshole, I'm going to kill you.
Chu Feng roared wildly in his heart. Just at this moment, a wind blade suddenly flew towards him.
Let us go back a few minutes.
In fact, it was at the beginning of the end of the world.
Psychics are weaker than enhancers in hunting monsters.
After all, the power of the enhancer is continuous, while the psychic can only use his power a few times a day. Although Lu Yu is also proficient in both magic and martial arts, it is completely unacceptable to Chu Feng, who has 10 years of experience in the apocalypse. How could Lu Yu, who had never experienced the apocalypse, adapt to it in such a short time?
How did I get to this secret place? And Yan Yun has such a good relationship with him? This is impossible, this is impossible.
Seeing Yan Yun and Lu Yu together, and seeing that Yan Yun needed the consent of that bastard Lu Yu to help the two guys heal their injuries, Chu Feng, sitting on the ground, grabbed his head tightly.
I can't accept this fact at all. Could it be that this world isn't the one I came from? I was just reborn into a parallel dimension? Wei Jianjun is not here, and the sword has been bought by someone? I found that apart from the end of the world and these familiar people.
After everything didn't match his memory, Chu Feng began to doubt his life.
He didn't want to believe this was real.
Just at this moment, Lu Yu brought Yan Yun to a place 3 meters away from him. When he heard Lu Yu calling him, he subconsciously looked up. After seeing Lu Yu and Yan Yun kissing each other in front of him, he, who was already a little unstable, immediately lost control. In his previous life, Yan Yun was his heart knot. After his rebirth, Chu Feng had already regarded Yan Yun as his woman in his heart.
Now, this bastard Lu Yu actually dared to do this to Yan Yun in front of him? It's okay if it happens in front of me. Yan Yun actually struggled a little and then stopped resisting? How could she not resist? How can I not resist? All the hostility burst out at this moment.
At this moment, Xu Feng just wanted to kill Lu Yu to vent his anger.
But who knew that Lu Yu would act faster than him? When Lu Yu realized that he was in a bad mood, he let go of Yan Yun and threw a wind blade at him. Call. The wind is howling, and the blade is hidden in it. Lu Yu's kiss actually contained murderous intent? Chapter 47 Lu Yu vs Xu Feng. Lu Yu's wind blade is still very powerful. Now the distance between the two sides is only about 3 meters. If this wind blade hits Xu Feng accurately, then even if Xu Feng does not lose his combat effectiveness directly like Xin Fei, he will definitely lose the qualifications to compete with Lu Yu. But Xu Feng is the protagonist after all. Not only does he have 10 years of memories, he also has 10 years of combat experience in the apocalypse, and even some combat methods from the late apocalypse. So even though the relationship between Yan Yun and Lu Yu was abnormal, it caused him to have some mental problems. He also keenly sensed the danger the moment Lu Yu raised his hand. Grass. When Xu Feng noticed Lu Yu raising his hand, he subconsciously rolled to the right to avoid Lu Yu's fatal blow. Puff. A piercing pain came from his left shoulder and entered his mind. The cuffs of the white t-shirt were cut open by Lu Yufeng's blade. The flat earth ground behind him was also hit by the wind blade, leaving a trench like a sword mark. The bright red blood slowly dripped down Xu Feng's arm. Oh my god, is this a superpower? Space-related abilities? No, it's the wind type, right? Look at Xu Feng's hair and clothes. Seeing Xu Feng's clothes and hair blown by the strong wind, Wu Chang and Tao Yong were stunned. No wonder this guy is so confident. Turns out he's awakened a wind-type ability? Although when hunting monsters in the early days of the apocalypse, psychics did not have an advantage over enhancers. But if the enhancer and the psychic fight one-on-one, the psychic happens to awaken a powerful offensive psychic ability. For example, fire, wind, thunder, etc. So if neither side has received any special training, the enhanced person will definitely not be able to defeat the mutant. What's more, in Lu Yu's case, he is practicing both magic and martial arts. Oh shit. Xu Feng held the fire axe, covered his left arm, and gritted his teeth and said, Lu Yu, you bastard, why did you attack me? Why would I attack you? Don't you have any idea? Lu Yu held up his sword and blocked Yan Yun behind him, saying coldly, aren't you unhappy with me? It just so happens that I don't like you either. Whether it was for the reward of killing the protagonist, or to get the treasure safely, or because of Xu Feng's previous provocation. Lu Yu was very unhappy with Xu Feng. Lu Yu had planned to take action in this way a long time ago. How so? Xu Feng looked at the coldness in Lu Yu's eyes and found it hard to believe. Because in his mind, Lu Yu is just a stupid rich second-generation guy. He doesn't know anything, but relies on his awakened supernatural powers to recruit followers. He always puts on a false face to everyone. Just like when Lu Yu first entered the secret realm. But now, why did this guy know to use Yan Yun to distract me? So you do it to yourself? Isn't this unscientific? This guy's early scheming shouldn't be this deep, right? It's impossible for him to be so defensive against me. Could it be that I was really reborn into a parallel dimension? Or did he attack me just to steal the treasure inside? Or maybe the words he just said caused a butterfly effect, making him no longer want to hide his true thoughts? Xu Feng quickly shook his head and put these thoughts behind him. Okay, since you want to fight, then go ahead. Are you going to come one by one, or both of you together? I can handle you myself. Ding Feng was also furious and stood up directly. Damn it, do we need 2 more people to deal with you, little bastard? Yeah. Xu Feng narrowed his eyes and focused his attention on Lu Yu's sword. Another familiar object. Of course, it's just familiarity. Because when he saw the sword in his previous life, it was glowing with golden light. It's completely different from the bronze swords of today. Yan Yun. Lu Yu stared at Xu Feng and suddenly spoke. Although he still has many chess pieces in his hand that are not used. But he still didn't believe that with his current strength, plus Ding Feng and a black iron crystal core, he couldn't defeat the half-crippled Xu Feng? Wait for me at the exit of the secret realm. Are you going to kill him? She didn't know why Xu Feng got so angry when she kissed Lu Yu. I don't know why Lu Yu suddenly attacked Chu Feng.
But she didn't know why, but whenever she thought about Lu Yu going to kill Chu Feng, she felt a little uncomfortable.
You don't want to see me kill him? Lu Yu didn't even turn his head and asked instead of answering. I just don't want you to become a murderer.
Yan Yun bit her lip and mustered up the courage to make up an excuse.
Even though she knew that this excuse might make Lu Yu angry. Oh? Lu Yu was not angry when he heard this. Instead, he raised the corner of his mouth. Are you afraid that you will be scared when you lie next to me at night?
Yan Yun was dumbfounded. She had never expected Lu Yu to say this suddenly. She wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Yu. Don't worry, I promise you, I will try my best not to kill him.
Really? Yan Yun was stunned.
Lu Yu said calmly, of course it's true, hurry up and leave.
Good.
This time, Yan Yun nodded and ran in the direction she came from without hesitation.
Hearing the conversation between the two, Chu Feng's heart twitched again. Lying next to him at night? Damn it!
Chu Feng, who had calmed down, became irritable again. Lu Yu ignored him and spoke directly.
Ding Feng, be careful. Don't worry, leave it to me.
Faced with the arrogant Chu Feng, Ding Feng couldn't wait any longer.
He gripped the fire axe tightly and took 2 steps forward.
Lu Yu also gripped his sword tightly, ready to give Chu Feng a fatal blow from the side.
Promised Yan Yun not to kill him? How could he not be killed?
Promising Yan Yun is one thing, but being able to do it is another. Lu Yu can try not to kill other people, but Chu Feng must die.
Ding Feng is Lu Yu's bodyguard and has fighting skills.
Although there may be a certain gap between him and Chu Feng, with Lu Yu's assistance, he will not lose too quickly. Seeing the two men preparing to attack, Chu Feng clenched his teeth.
Because he didn't have much physical strength left.
He was just ambushed by Lu Yu, so what he said just now about letting 2 people attack together was just a bluff.
Although he could still escape from Lu Yu without any problem, but could he fight against Lu Yu and the other 2? He didn't think he had a chance of winning. Do we really have to give up the treasure that is so close to us? No, never.
Thinking of this, Chu Feng prepared to use the fighting skills from his previous life to replace Ding Feng.
But Lu Yu won't give him a chance.
While the 2 men were fighting with axes, Lu Yu was not only waiting for an opportunity to strike.
And Chu Feng, I didn't expect that you also like Yan Yun.
The sudden words made Chu Feng stunned.
Call.
Ding Feng swung his axe with great vigor. He chopped down right at his face, almost breaking his head open.
Chu Feng was startled and quickly collected his thoughts. Lu Yu continued, are you unhappy with me because of Yan Yun? I can understand, men are like that. Chu Feng. Lu Yu, by the way, Yan Yun's lips are sweet, did you know? Chu Feng.
Lu Yu, she has a great figure too, with a slender waist. When she lies in front of me at night.
Chu Feng yelled, Lu Yu, am I drafting it? Chapter 48 Chu Feng's defeat.
It has to be said that the 10 years of experience in the apocalypse have enabled Chu Feng to develop powerful skills. Plus, he has been fighting since the end of the world.
Therefore, his current attributes are no worse than Lu Yu's.
That is to say, if both sides fight in close combat at full status. Even if Lu Yu and Ding Feng were together, they would not be his match. After all, a person's combat effectiveness is not only related to the weapons in his hands and his own enhancement level, but fighting skills are also a very critical link.
Whoever is stronger will not necessarily win.
But now, Chu Feng came in to help Tao Yang deal with those monsters, and almost exhausted his physical strength. Even though he recovered a little after sitting there, his condition was still much worse than Lu Yu and Ding Feng. Coupled with Lu Yu's sneak attack, a large cut was made on his arm, and blood kept dripping down his arm. In this case, the longer it is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Chu Feng certainly understood this as well. So he needed to act quickly. But who knew that this guy Lu Yu seemed to be able to see his weaknesses? While he was fighting with Ding Feng, he kept talking nonsense beside him.
If it was just ordinary verbal attacks, it would be fine.
Chu Feng was fully confident that he could rely on his unyielding heart to calm himself down quickly and repel the 2 guys in front of him. But everything this guy said was related to Yan Yun.
Are your lips sweet? Willow-like waist? Still lying in front of him? Damn it, how can he bear this?
While dodging Ding Feng's axe, he roared and rushed forward to fight Lu Yu to the death.
Are you in such a hurry? Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth. With 25 points of mental strength, his concentration is much stronger than that of ordinary people.
He was the first to seize the flaw in Chu Feng's emotions, and then raised his hand and shot a wind blade at him. This point in time happened to be when Chu Feng's emotions were the most unstable.
Whoosh! Puff!
The wind blade brought up a gust of wind and swept towards Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng had relied on his special abilities to predict the direction of Lu Yu's wind blade in advance. But when he is in a rage, this ability will be greatly reduced. Moreover, his body was not as strong as in his previous life. When facing Lu Yu's wind blade, there was no time to dodge.
Ah! Chu Feng gritted his teeth and let out a scream. A long cut was immediately made on the right side of the abdomen.
The blood soon stained his clothes red. Because the wind blade released by Lu Yu was compressed. The closer to the center of the wind blade, the stronger the wind.
It's too far away to even feel the wind.
So Chu Feng, who was not hit head-on, was just blown sideways by the strong wind and took a step back. At this moment, Ding Feng seized the opportunity and kicked forward.
When people fight each other,
if an ordinary person was hit by Lu Yu's wind blade, it would be easy to lose balance. After losing his balance, he had to face Ding Feng's violent attack. But Chu Feng is not an ordinary person. He has rich combat experience and his reaction is also quick.
He twisted his body forcefully to avoid Ding Feng's kick.
Then, relying on the fire axe in his hand, he forced Ding Feng back while moving quickly to the left.
Asshole, asshole. Seeing the wound on his lower abdomen, Chu Feng couldn't help but curse out loud. There is no way Lu Yu can engage in close combat with Chu Feng.
So he just stood there and looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, kneel down and apologize to me, and I will forgive you.
Apologize? Fuck you. Court death.
Lu Yu snorted coldly.
Ding Feng understood and rushed forward again.
The person who has a grudge against Chu Feng is Chu Feng's previous life. It has nothing to do with who I am now. But the attitude this guy showed from the very beginning was that he wanted to kill himself. The kind that is unwilling to even pretend to be nice and look for opportunities to assassinate.
What's the matter? Do you think you are a bad person and are sure of yourself? Lu Yu, you bastard, just wait for me, we'll meet again.
Seeing Ding Feng rushing towards him again, Chu Feng didn't have time to think too much and quickly ran towards the entrance to the other side of the secret realm.
Yes, he's running away.
Although the fight continued, Ding Feng was no match for him. However, he was already exhausted and was injured twice by Lu Yu's supernatural powers.
The second time, or a heavy blow.
In this situation, he no longer dared to fight and quickly used his life-saving skills to escape into the distance.
Want to run? Ha!
Lu Yu had long anticipated that the other party might run away, so he waited for him on the road he had to pass. By killing him, Lu Yu could not only get rid of a great threat, but also obtain his abilities. But Chu Feng ran so fast and moved so gracefully that Lu Yu's wind blade was completely unable to lock onto him.
The most important thing is that he didn't fight with Lu Yu at all. After dodging Lu Yu's sword, he didn't stop at all. Fuck, how come this guy runs so fast?
Seeing that the other party dodged his sword and instantly opened up several meters of distance, Lu Yu couldn't help but want to curse.
He wanted to catch up, but he couldn't catch up at all? Take a closer look. Chu Feng's feet seemed to have a slight energy fluctuation, and his running speed was at least 30% faster than his own? Considering the distance between the two sides in Chu Feng's running speed, the wind blade has no way of hitting him? Damn it! This is fake, right?
Not to mention Lu Yu and Ding Feng, even Tao Yong and Wu Chang were dumbfounded. Chu Feng's running speed was simply ridiculous.
It was even faster than Wu Chang, who was good at escaping, at full speed. Is this the speed a wounded person can achieve?
Looking at Chu Feng's disappearing back towards the exit, Lu Yu frowned.
Oh shit. Is it because his luck has not been completely ruined that he cannot be killed? Or is it simply a matter of strength?
Lu Yu thought about it quickly and felt that it should be the latter. After all, since the end of the world, only his weapons have become stronger, and his physical strength and supernatural powers have increased naturally, without any active strengthening.
It seems you are still a little anxious?
Thinking of this, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a little regretful, but at this time he had no time to think about anything else.
Ding Feng, go after them and take a look. Be careful. Okay, Mr. Lu. Ding Feng nodded and followed Chu Feng.
Seeing Ding Feng walking away, Lu Yu quietly put the black iron crystal core in his trouser pocket into his mouth.
The black iron crystal core is as big as an adult's little fingernail. It's almost like taking medicine. The crystal core is cold when you put it in your mouth and has no taste. After Lu Yu put it in his mouth, he unscrewed the bottle of water he brought with him and drank 2 gulps. The crystal core was rushed into Lu Yu's stomach. After the cold crystal core entered Lu Yu's stomach, it quickly turned into a warm current. Starting from Lu Yu's stomach, it quickly spread towards his limbs. In less than a minute, the warm current washed away all the fatigue in Lu Yu's body. This feeling is so great. It feels better than taking a hot bath. Before Lu Yu could enjoy this feeling, a system prompt popped up. Ding, you have recovered a lot of physical strength. Ding, you strengthened your body. Strengthening results: vitality +1, strength +2, agility +2. Lu Yu took a look at his attribute panel. Health, 22. Mental strength, 26. Strength, 24. Agility, 22. This is Lu Yu's attribute panel after strengthening. A crystal core without attributes will not enhance mental power. The other 3 attributes will also obtain different non-attribute enhancement crystal cores depending on the type of monster. Different monsters have different energies contained in their attributeless crystal cores. Some are stronger, some are more agile, and some have greater vitality. In short, 4 normal enhancers. Generally, the total enhanced attributes of a black iron grade non-attribute crystal core will not exceed 5 points. Only a few can have 6 points. As for why Lu Yu wanted to eat this crystal core at this time? That's because it took 1 shot of his supernatural power to kill the sickle mantis, and 2 more to deal with Chu Feng. There are only 2 rounds left. Without enough physical strength and only 2 wind blades, he was afraid that he would not be able to subdue the 2 guys in front of him. Plus, I'm going to go in and get the treasure later. So he ate it without hesitation. Looking at the 2 people who were at a loss in the distance, Lu Yu took a deep breath. Tao Yong, Wu Chang, it's your turn next. Chapter 49, Secret Realm Treasure. After Lu Yu and 2 others killed the 2 high-level mantises on the first floor of the hotel, I only had a little over 50% of my physical strength left. Later, after killing several monsters along the way, there were only a few left when we arrived at this secret realm. In order to ensure his deterrent power and absolute safety, he ate the crystal core without any hesitation. So, Tao Yong and Wu Chang were dumbfounded. Originally, when Yen Yun treated the injuries of his 2 roommates, they didn't think much of it. After all, Yen Yun was saving them, and it was impossible for them to repay kindness with evil at that time. But after Lu Yu suddenly attacked Chu Feng, they began to wonder whether they should take a gamble for their future. Take the opportunity to kill Chu Feng and Lu Yu together and take the treasure inside for yourself? Unexpectedly, the battle between the 2 sides ended too quickly. Lu Yu actually verbally attacked Chu Feng and hurt him for the 2nd time? So they decisively gave up the idea. Later, when Lu Yu was seen to be a little out of breath and very tired, he still transferred Ding Feng away? This idea came to their mind again. But now, Lu Yu seems to have fully recovered? What's going on? Don't worry, we keep our word. Noticing Lu Yu's recovery, Tao Yong didn't have time to investigate further and could only say something reluctantly. He didn't dare run away or resist. Because the ability he awakened was just strength. His job title is also very simple, called Hercules. The characteristics are great strength and tenacious vitality. But because his speed was not fast enough and his physical energy consumption was too great, it was impossible for him to use his flesh and blood body to withstand Lu Yu's wind blade. And he doesn't have any special life-saving skills like Chu Feng. What can he do if he can't fight or run away? As for Wu Chang, there is no need to mention him. He had a natural fear of Lu Yu. If it weren't for the fact that he had awakened his special abilities, he wouldn't even have the courage to have second thoughts. Now that he saw that Lu Yu possessed superpowers, he gave up resisting. His awakened ability only allows him to run faster, have higher defense and stronger attack power. With so much physical energy consumed, he can't outrun Lu Yu? So he could only follow Lu Yu's arrangements like Tao Yong. First, tell me what's going on with this monkey inside. Lu Yu led the 2 men and cautiously approached the cave. You said before that you couldn't beat this monkey? Have you ever beaten it? Indeed, we did fight. This is what happened. After Tao Yong's further explanation, Lu Yu finally understood the general idea. The big monkey inside is very special. As long as you don't provoke it, it won't even leave the cave. It won't come out even if all its subordinates die. After they killed the last 10 or so monkeys, they went in and lured the big monkey.
I found that this monkey was very big and looked very aggressive and ferocious.
If they can't win, they can only run away.
However, after running for a distance, they found that the monster did not chase them, so they returned here for the treasure. After some judgment and analysis, they felt that the monster should not be too far away from the cave. That's why they came up with a plan to capture monsters and steal treasures. Lu Yu was not sure how much of what they said was true, but he had his own way of identifying.
Wu Chang, you go and attract the monsters. Tao Yong, you go ahead.
Wu Chang's awakened ability is different from ordinary superpowers. Because the ability he awakened was animal-related. Yes, humans can not only awaken various superpowers, but also awaken animal genes. The awakened person who has awakened the animal genes will not only retain human characteristics and wisdom, but also possess the characteristics of this animal. The power of the two is superimposed on each other.
For example, Wu Chang.
The animal gene he awakened was not that of a lizard,
but a dragon.
Of course, it is not the divine dragon of the east or the flying dragon of the west,
but dinosaurs. Deinonychus.
Normally, his strength and speed are not much stronger than those of ordinary people.
Once in combat mode, his body and limbs will automatically transform into that of a Deinonychus.
Strength, agility, attack, and defense will all be improved to a certain extent. This is also the reason why he only suffered minor injuries after entering the secret realm and facing the siege of so many mutant monkeys. It's just that his abilities have just awakened and their development is not particularly complete, so he looks more like a lizard.
As for whether he would betray him in the future, Lu Yu didn't care at all.
Anyway, he has the eyes of villains and has plenty of ways to subdue them. Hiding at the entrance of the cave with Tao Yong, Lu Yu waved to Wu Chang. Wu Chang had no choice but to stand in the middle of the cave.
It was only at this time that Lu Yu realized that this guy was not wearing shoes. Wu Chang didn't know what Lu Yu was thinking, so he took a deep breath.
The skin on the exposed hands and feet began to mutate, becoming darker in color and wrinkled, and from a distance it looked like it had a large number of scales. Soon the fingers and toes also became claw-like.
Just no tail. This guy's ability seems quite strong.
Lu Yu narrowed his eyes and had some ideas in his mind.
Although he didn't kill Chu Feng, Lu Yu felt it was a pity.
But judging by Chu Feng's performance just now, if this guy doesn't have any other trump cards, he shouldn't be able to cause much trouble. So Lu Yu decided to take the treasure inside first.
Here it comes, damn it.
While thinking, Wu Chang, who had attracted the monster, suddenly cursed angrily and ran out of the cave in panic.
Right after. Squeak.
A monkey with a hunched back and a height of about 1.8 meters caught up with Wu Chang. It moved quickly and violently, and completely ignored Lu Yu and Tao Yong at the entrance of the cave. Lu Yu came back to his senses and quickly called Tao Yong to come inside. At the same time, he glanced at the monkey that ran out. A line of words appeared in his sight.
Name, Mutated Golden Monkey Leader. Level, High Level Black Iron.
Explanation: the power of the abyss has corroded their brains and altered their genes, causing them to lose their original intelligence and undergo varying degrees of mutation. Note, although mutated primates will lose their original intelligence, they will be more adept at close combat than other animals.
Please be careful when dealing with them. A monkey king who excels in close combat?
Lu Yu narrowed his eyes and found that there was a black line on the skin under the golden hair on the monkey's back.
And these black lines have turned a little yellow now? Does that mean it's about to advance to bronze? Damn it, why bother with that now?
Lu Yu complained to himself, shook his head and stopped thinking about it, then quickly followed Tao Yong into the cave.
The cave is not very deep.
Less than 2 meters inside, they could see a 3-meter-high cave the size of a classroom.
The cave is completely enclosed, but the light inside is still good. Because there are many luminous pearls inlaid on the walls around.
In the middle of the cave there is a square platform with 3 stone pillars emitting a faint blue light on it. The middle stone pillar emits a bright blue light, while the blue light of the stone pillars on both sides is much weaker. A treasure floats on each stone pillar.
Floating on the middle stone pillar was a very ancient-looking parchment scroll.
The scroll was folded, about 25 centimeters long, and tied with a red rope. On the left is an antique ring, which is a relatively wide and thick type, with a sapphire on the top that is the same size as the black iron crystal core.
On the right is a jade pendant that looks like a water drop. The material of the jade pendant is very similar to Hutyan jade and is only the size of an adult's thumb. 3 dark blue stone pillars and 3 hanging treasures. At first glance, it seems extremely mysterious.
This is. Seeing this cave full of mysterious atmosphere and the three treasures hanging in the air, Tao Yong's breathing became rapid. Chapter 50. The heroine's reward has arrived. It was obvious that Tao Yong regretted it. When he saw so many treasures, he even wanted to kill Lu Yu directly. You know, these things should have originally been his, right? In his previous life, he also gathered a group of survivors to fight their way in and seize these treasures. But now, these things are neither his nor Chu Feng's, but Lu Yu's. 3 treasures? Ha ha ha. Looking at this magical scene, Lu Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He did not give Tao Yong the chance to get his hands on the treasure. He hesitated for a moment and then walked to the 3 stone pillars. He wasn't afraid of a trap here. Because when I saw the entrance to the secret realm before, the information had already stated clearly that the secret realm is the hope of mankind. It's outrageous enough that there are so many mutant monkeys out there. If we set a trap here, what hope is there? So Lu Yu went straight to the pillar without saying a word and took the scroll from the brightest pillar in the middle first. The blue light of the pillar in the middle is so bright that it looks more powerful than the other 2 treasures. This scroll is good. Rings are fine too. A jade pendant would be fine too. Wow, what a great harvest. Take the scroll first, then the ring, and finally the jade pendant. Once these things were taken down, the dim blue light of the 3 stone pillars gradually dimmed. Without thinking, Lu Yu put the ring on the index finger of his left hand. There was also a red rope on the jade pendant, and Lu Yu hung it around his neck. Oh shit. Seeing Lu Yu put these treasures into his pocket one by one, Tao Yong cursed in his heart. But he had no choice now. Because Lu Yu kept a relatively safe distance from him from beginning to end. If he made the slightest movement, he would face Lu Yu's wind blade. Lu Yu's wind blade is very fast. Unless it is a speed-type awakener, or a battle-hardened master like Chu Feng. Otherwise, even if he concentrated his mental strength, it would be difficult for him to avoid Lu Yu's wind blade. Let's go. You should go ahead. Lu Yu took the scroll in his hand, feeling very happy, and quickly said something to Tao Yong. Grass. Tao Yong was very unhappy. Outside the secret cave, Ding Feng met Wan Hai and Tong Xiaohua at the entrance on the other side. After hearing that Chu Feng had left the secret realm, he did not continue to pursue him. Instead, he returned quickly. I saw a 1.8-meter tall monkey chasing a humanoid dinosaur in the open space outside the cave. He was a little dumbfounded. What the hell, what's going on? Wu Chang didn't have much energy left to begin with, and now that he was being chased by the mutant monkeys, he was extremely panicked. Fortunately, his awakened ability was the Deinonychus gene. Good running speed. Fortunately, the monkey stopped and did not continue chasing after it reached the edge of the open space. Otherwise, Wu Chang would definitely be hunted to death. As for why this monkey won't leave the cave easily? And why did it stop when it reached the edge of the clearing? This is not a hatred value setting in the game. But because there are treasures in the cave. Placing those treasures on the stone pillars is equivalent to activating a formation. This formation can allow the entire cave to automatically condense some of the energy needed by its body. So in its subconscious mind, it has to protect those treasures. This was also the reason why it didn't chase them to the end when Tao Yong and Chu Feng tried to attract its attention. But now that Lu Yu took the treasure, it discovered the abnormality at the first time. Lu Yu could have left the secret realm directly. But after he walked out of the secret cave and read the information on the scroll, I immediately decided to stay a little longer. Because Dark Scroll Fragments 1-3, Special Item. You can use the essence and blood of monsters to force them into a dark contract. Once the contract is established, you will enslave the other party's soul. In addition to their original abilities, the enslaved person will also gain the ability of a ghoul and be forever loyal to their master. This contract cannot be broken unless the master or the enslaved person dies. Note 1, this item is a special item that requires a drop of blood to recognize its owner before it can be used. Once the owner is recognized, no one else can use it normally unless the owner dies. Note 2, the contracted monster's spiritual power should not be higher than 70% of its owners. Otherwise, the contract will be difficult to complete. Too high a spiritual power may even cause backlash. Friendly reminder, the monster's spiritual power is at its lowest when it is on the verge of death. Note 3, this item is a fragment and can hold up to 2 monster souls. 02. Note 4: each monster requires a certain amount of dark energy to assist when being contracted. This dark energy will repair any injuries the monsters suffered before the contract was made. However, this dark energy takes 72 hours to condense. This means that within 72 hours, you can only contract one monster per soul slot.
This thing can help me enslave monsters, and while doing so, it can also repair their injuries? But there's a 3-day cooldown period?
This scroll explains a lot. But Luyu, who had played many games, knew how to use this thing with just a casual glance.
After dripping the monster's blood on it, you can use the scroll to enslave the opponent's soul? Isn't this just the prop used by certain professions in the game to summon battle pets?
Let's catch this Monkey King first and test the waters, Ding Fong. Looking at the monkey with bared teeth and explosions all over its face, Luyu immediately had a plan in mind.
This is the mutant monkey leader who was about to evolve into bronze. Even Xu Feng didn't dare to confront it head-on with an axe. Alright.
The reason why Xu Feng and Tao Yong didn't dare to confront him head-on was not entirely because of this, but also because they lacked physical strength. In fact, after they knew that the treasure was in this cave, they did not dare to move around freely. Because they have limited physical strength, they don't know if there are monsters on the other side of the road.
And once you leave, who knows if the other party will go straight for the treasure?
If you encounter a monster and consume too much energy, and then the monster steals your treasure, that would be really tragic. So they didn't know that the other side was also the entrance to the secret realm.
But they never imagined that their scheming against each other would end up helping Luyu? I am so sad that I can't even cry. Now, the Black Iron Crystal Core has restored Luyu's physical strength to 90%. Plus the Qinggang sword and 2 wind blades, and Ding Feng who returned.
Luyu felt that it would not be particularly difficult for him to beat the Monkey King to the brink of death and then force him to sign a contract. So after he made this decision, he quickly followed the instructions on the scroll while the monkey wasn't noticing him. He first opened the scroll, then gently cut his finger with the Qinggang sword and let the blood drip into the middle of the dark scroll. As the drop of bright red blood dripped into the scroll, it disappeared. A special induction instantly connected Luyu and the scroll. The countless ancient runes on the scroll began to change and soon formed 2 circles. In the middle of the rune circle are 2 fist-sized circular blanks. The 2 blank spaces are used to drip monster blood, and also represent the 2 combat pets that Luyu can enslave with this scroll. But just when Luyu put away the scroll and prepared to join forces with Ding Feng to capture the Monkey King,
a system prompt suddenly sounded.
Ding, congratulations on successfully changing the fate of the heroine Yen Yun.
Basic reward, all attributes plus 10. Additional reward, Villain's Eye evolves. Ding, congratulations on your enhancement level reaching High Black Iron. Chapter 51 Chu Feng's Anger. All attributes plus 10? Holy crap.
The sudden system prompt sound made Luyu stunned.
I have absolutely no idea what is going on now.
Although changing the heroine's fate would bring attribute point rewards and additional rewards, Luyu had already known this. But why would the system prompt to change the fate of the heroine Yen Yun appear at this time?
Isn't this unscientific? Could it be that Yen Yun figured something out alone at the entrance to the secret realm? He quickly glanced at his current attribute panel. Health, 32. Mental strength, 36. Strength, 34. Agility, 32. Enhancement level, high level black iron. All attributes are over 30 points? And evolution of Villain's Eyes, your eyes will now be able to see the attributes of people whose betrayal rate is below 30%. There is nothing special about the extra rewards given by the system. It is to evolve his Villain's Eye. In the past, his Villain's Eye could only see basic information about monsters, items, and humans, as well as the betrayal rate of humans. But now, the Villain's Eye can not only see other people's betrayal rate, but also see the other party's attribute panel when the other party's betrayal rate is lower than 30%? To put it simply, you can see the attribute panel of your teammates. This ability seems useless on the surface. After all, the betrayal rate is less than 30%. Don't you know whether they can fight? But it's actually quite useful. Because there are always people who don't know whether they have awakened superpowers. After awakening, what is this ability? How should we strengthen ourselves? When you don't know before, you need to try it slowly, just like Yen Yun. But now you can see it clearly. Of course, Liu doesn't have time to care about this now. Because the monkey that gave up chasing Wu Chang had already discovered the existence of him and Tao Yong. Hey, this time it's almost certain. Lu Yu came back to his senses.
He was originally a little unsure, but then he felt a warm current that was even stronger than the one he had eaten, the crystal core, spreading from his brain throughout his body.
My confidence immediately soared. All attributes plus 10? What does this mean? Directly upgrade to a lower level, right? This feeling of power, awesome.
Seeing Dingfeng stop the monkey, Lu Yu hurried forward to help.
I want to ask how Lu Yu got this system reward.
In fact, it does have something to do with Yen Yun.
After all, Lu Yu had just kissed her forcefully.
It is normal that this unprecedented feeling reduces her betrayal rate.
But the main reason is because of Chu Feng.
After Lu Yu used Yen Yun to seriously injure Chu Feng, he asked Dingfeng to follow him just in case.
The purpose of doing this:
one is to see if there is another opportunity to kill him, and the other is to prevent him from coming back. However, Chu Feng never thought about going back to compete with Lu Yu for the treasure. Because he knew that in this state, he was no match for Lu Yu.
If I go back, I might die at the hands of the other party.
Although after meeting Lu Yu this time, the information Lu Yu gave him was no different from being dead. But for him who has experienced the end of the world, there is hope as long as he is alive.
Under the big tree outside the dormitory, the silver vortex of light is still so bright.
After Chu Feng appeared, he didn't hesitate at all. He covered his injured abdomen and ran towards the convenience store.
The monsters on the road had been cleared out by him before.
Although some monsters wandered onto this road later, they could not keep up with his speed at all.
Open the door, open the door.
Chu Feng knocked heavily on the door of the convenience store, completely losing his previous caution.
The girl with dark ponytail is named Dai Lian.
Hearing the knock on the door, he quickly opened the shutter door and pulled Chu Feng in. She was extremely surprised to see the wounds on Chu Feng's body and the fact that he was about to collapse.
Chu Feng? What's wrong with you?
Hurry, quickly give me plenty of water and food.
Dai Lian is still an ordinary person now.
Without thinking too much, I quickly handed over the food and water.
Where's your bag? Was it stolen? That's about right.
Chu Feng panted heavily while eating.
Please, help me find the needle and thread. After hearing this, Dai Lian realized that there was such a big cut on Chu Feng's abdomen. Oh my god, who hurt you like this? Don't talk about this for now, find me a needle and thread. Oh, okay. Dai Lian quickly took action.
Chu Feng clenched his teeth and felt severe pain all over his body. In order to escape, he had just used a special combat technique developed in later generations. This kind of combat skill does not rely on awakening, but on learning and practice. You need to concentrate all the remaining energy in your body on your legs to burst out with an extraordinary running speed. Of course, this ability also has side effects. After using it, the muscles all over the body will become very sore within about 3 days. Even for him now, there is no way he can recover without 48 hours. It goes without saying how important the first 48 hours before the end of the world are. Whenever Chu Feng thought of this, he felt secretly resentful. The tall and handsome figure involuntarily appeared in my mind. At this moment, his memory also began to become confused.
He didn't know why Wei Jianjun moved before the end of the world? I don't know why someone bought Su Hao's sword. I don't even know why Yen Yun is with Lu Yu.
He just knew that this world was not normal. Although he used methods from later generations to escape from Lu Yu. However, the aftereffects of this escape method and the injuries left on him by Lu Yu directly brought him back to the time before liberation.
Being injured means you have to recover. Recovering from injuries means that you can't continue to become stronger. In other words, if he is reborn, he can only follow behind other evolvers? You must know.
There are a lot of people in this world, and there will always be some people who have strong abilities in various aspects before the end of the world.
After the end of the world, it is possible that it will become even stronger.
Even if these people have not experienced rebirth after the end of the world, they can still be ahead of all other evolvers. Chu Feng has the advantage of being reborn. As long as he relies on the memories of his previous life and makes steady progress, he can become the strongest person in the world.
At the very least, you can become a hegemon. But most of his early advantages were taken away by Lu Yu. Comrades, weapons, women and treasures from secret realms. In the last days, development is one step ahead of the next. On the contrary, one step behind will lead to steps behind. It is possible that you just develop a few days less than others, and you may become an ordinary awakener in the vast crowd.
This is Chu Feng's situation.
Normally, humans wouldn't care about this issue. After all, who wasn't he an ordinary person before the end of the world? But Chu Feng is different. He is a reborn person and the protagonist. So he couldn't accept it. It would be fine if other things were stolen. The goddess Bai Yueguan, whom he had been thinking about, was in front of him and was talking to this guy Lu Yu. Yes. At this moment, Yan Yun had lost her qualifications as the heroine in Chu Feng's mind. As a reborn protagonist, Chu Feng would never allow Yan Yun to have a boyfriend, never. Not to mention that this boyfriend is Lu Yu. Asshole, asshole. The expression of Yan Yun, who was reluctant but also willing when she was held in Lu Yu's arms, flashed through his mind. Chu Feng roared in pain. Suddenly, poof! Chu Feng was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Chapter 52, Subduing the Monkey King. Chu Feng fainted. However, Lu Yu didn't know that the reason he could get Yan Yun's reward this time was mainly related to Chu Feng. Maybe even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Because for him, the only way to change the heroine's fate is to sleep with her and make her his own. If he can't sleep with her, Lu Yu will kill her without hesitation. Let the male protagonist give up the female protagonist on his own initiative? Lu Yu doesn't always have the leisure time to do that. Besides, he doesn't have time to think about this now. In the open space of the secret realm, Lu Yu leaned against a big tree, pretending to look tired. Damn, I didn't expect this monkey to be so strong. I didn't expect that either. I underestimated it a bit. Ding Feng lay flat on the ground, his ribs sunken, blood at the corners of his mouth, and he was gasping for breath. Yes. He has 2 broken ribs. This mutant monkey is considered the boss of the secret realm, and is about to advance to bronze. That speed, that dodging, that power. Even after Lu Yu advanced, he had to rely on the Qinggang sword and supernatural powers to win. Ding Feng didn't know how powerful it was, so he fought with it before Lu Yu rushed over. After a few rounds, the monkey broke his ribs with a kick. If Lu Yu had not temporarily advanced to the high-level black iron level, with the 2 unstable factors of Wu Chang and Tao Yong, he probably had no choice but to give up on capturing the Monkey King. Fortunately, Lu Yu could barely accept this result. Ding Feng's ribs were replaced with a powerful monkey? Great value. Looking at the burly Monkey King beside him, Lu Yu spoke. Come on, Xiao Jin, roll over. Xiao Jin is the name Lu Yu just gave to the monkey. Because its species is a mutant golden monkey, it is named Xiao Jin. Well, a bit random. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is that after hearing Lu Yu's words, the grumpy Monkey King who had just caused great trouble to everyone rolled on the ground obediently. Squeak! After Xiao Jin finished rolling, he ran to Lu Yu and squatted down, looking at Lu Yu pitifully and bowing to please him. A giant golden-haired creature was acting cute in front of Lu Yu? Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He looked at his other 2 treasures again. Storage ring basic, special item. Description: a special ring that can store items, with 10 cubic meters of storage space. Note, this item is a special item that requires a drop of blood to recognize its owner before it can be used. Once the owner is recognized, even if the owner dies, it will be difficult for others to use it. Sensory Jade Pendant, auxiliary prop. Description: a magical jade pendant that can sense all living things. The range of perception varies depending on the user's mental strength. Maximum range, 100-meter radius. Note, this item is an auxiliary prop. Although it does not require blood to recognize the owner, it does require a certain amount of mental energy to use. When using it, you need to place your hand on the jade pendant to establish a mental connection with it. A ring and a jade pendant. The ring is the storage ring in many fantasy novels and movies, which can hold some personal items. It can be said that it is a must-have treasure for home, travel, and killing. The jade pendant is used to sense living things, no matter whether they are humans or monsters. As long as you don't have special hiding skills, you will not be able to escape the detection of this jade pendant. Although the sensing range of this thing is not very wide, it is definitely very useful in some complex terrains. You know, what are humans most afraid of in the end times? Not those humans who appear to have transformed into zombies. They are not those hideous, scary, and disgusting monsters. Instead, a monster suddenly appears from where you can't see it and attacks you. If it was an ordinary monster, it would be fine, but if it was a zombie that suddenly appeared, even just a scratch could be fatal.
So Lu Yu now has the help of the sensing jade pendant, and the battle pet enslaved by the dark scroll to help him explore the way. His safety factor has been greatly improved. For him, having so many things was definitely a great harvest even if he didn't kill Chu Feng.
Hey, Tao Yong, look at my current state, don't you have any feelings for me?
Having obtained so many treasures and also captured a Monkey King, Lu Yu was in a very happy mood.
Looking at Tao Yong and Wu Chang opposite him, they also started joking. The reason why he pretended to be tired. One reason is that I don't want others to suspect that I am using this system to become stronger. Another thing I want to do is try Tao Yong. No, how would I dare?
Looking at the big monkey jumping back and forth beside Lu Yu, Tao Yong smiled awkwardly.
At this moment he already knew what he had missed. So his smile is uglier than crying. Treasure. An absolute treasure. Tao Yong really wanted to vomit blood.
Although he didn't know what the ring and jade pendant were used for, the scroll was definitely a good thing. Just now, when Lu Yu and the other man used all their strength to beat the monkey to pieces, he thought his chance had come again. Steal Lu Yu's treasure and then leave this secret realm. This was what he was thinking at the time. But before he could do anything, Lu Yu dripped a drop of the monkey's blood onto the scroll. Then a ball of black gas flew out from the scroll and enveloped the dying Monkey King.
In less than 5 seconds, the monkey's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye under the influence of the black air. In less than a minute, he became full of energy.
The most important thing is that this monkey has changed from its previous violent temper.
Not only has it become much more docile, but it also completely obeys Lu Yu's orders? Any fool would know what that scroll is.
I think if you can fully recover your strength.
Lu Yu leaned against the tree trunk and looked at Tao Yong with a smile. Xiao Jin probably can't beat you. Come on.
Tao Yong curled his lips. Stop trying to take advantage of me, kid.
I'll remember this. Oh, you're still threatening me? Lu Yu stretched his arms and said, aren't you afraid that I'll let Xiao Jin keep you here? Squeak. After hearing Lu Yu's words, Xiao Jin cooperated and pouted at Tao Yong. The 1.8 meter tall golden monkey king? Who wouldn't he be confused when seeing this? Tao Yong shuddered in fear. Okay, you are really ruthless. But everything is fine now, right? If not, I'll leave first. Leave? Aren't you coming with me? I told you before that I would provide you with protection.
There are 2 entrances to the secret realm, so naturally there are 2 exits. Now that several people are gathered here, they can of course choose any exit to leave.
No need, I can protect myself. Besides, I don't like living under someone else's roof. Tao Yong directly rejected Lu Yu's kindness.
The one he awakened was a strong man, with great strength and vitality.
As long as you get a suitable weapon, you can definitely stand on your own. So, why not be the boss yourself? Why do you have to be someone else's underling? Besides,
Lu Yu stole the treasure that originally belonged to him, and he couldn't kill him.
Isn't it disgusting to go over and look at him every day? Really not together? What? Do you really want to leave me here? Chapter 53 God of War, Xiao Jin. That's not the case.
Lu Yu thought about it for a moment, then nodded. Okay, since you insist on leaving, I won't force you.
What about you, Wu Chang?
After hearing Tao Yong say this, Lu Yu did not continue to persuade him. After all, Tao Yong's betrayal rate is as high as 70%. If he really goes with me, I'll have to send someone to keep an eye on him, which is not worth it.
As for killing him? This is totally unnecessary.
Lu Yu is not a murderer, and there is no point in killing him if there is no conflict of interest.
It's a thankless task. Me? Wu Chang looked at Tao Yong, then at Lu Yu. Boss, actually, I don't know either.
I know you're still upset about what happened just now, but just now is just now, and now is now. Seeing Wu Chang's hesitation, Lu Yu casually said, if you're still willing to continue following me, don't think about what happened before.
I can promise you that as long as you work for me as before, you will definitely get the benefits in the future. And what happened today will never happen again. This. Oh, by the way, Shirley is also at my place now. If you go over, you can catch up with him. Shirley? Okay, boss, I'll go with you.
After thinking for a moment, Wu Chang nodded carefully, then turned to look at Brother Yong. Brother Yong, I'm sorry. It's so chaotic out there, and it does make things easier to have someone you know well. What's more, Lu Yu is so powerful that his safety is more guaranteed.
Fine. Tao Yong waved his hand casually. In that case, I'll leave first.
Originally, Wu Chang was Lu Yu's younger brother, and he and Wu Chang were a temporary team.
So now that Wu Chang wants to leave with Lu Yu, he has nothing to be sad about. Tao Yong, we'll meet again if we're lucky.
Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth.
Get lost, I never want to see you again.
Tao Yong cursed and turned to walk towards another exit of the secret realm. Lu Yu ignored him, stretched and sat up. As per custom, he dripped a drop of his own blood onto the ring. The moment Lu Yu's blood dripped onto the ring, it was swallowed up by the ring directly, just like a drop of ink dripping into a basin of water.
Right after,
the ring tightened a little and fit the finger perfectly. A surge of mental power also flowed into his mind from where the ring was.
Lu Yu could instantly see what was inside. 10 cubic meters of space?
Yes, yes. Lu Yu placed the scroll on the ring. With just a thought, the sapphire on the ring flashed a blue light. The scroll disappeared immediately. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu smiled. Ding Feng, who was lying on the ground, also laughed. A hint of envy and jealousy flashed across Wu Chang's eyes. In the secret realm, Lu Yu stole 3 treasures and severely injured Chu Feng. He also captured Xiao Jin, his battle pet. At this time, Chu Feng was still unconscious in the convenience store.
The two are growing and declining, forming a sharp contrast. 6 p.m.
The outside world did not stop functioning because of the conflict between Lu Yu and Chu Feng. In room 8046 of the Rhine Hotel, 8 or 9 survivors gathered here. Li Wanning looked at the situation outside and couldn't help feeling a sense of despair in her heart.
Is this what you said, someone will come to rescue us in 3 hours? It was less than 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Xinbin said this. It's already past 6 in the afternoon. More than 5 hours in total. The people organized by Liao Dong couldn't even go down to the second floor of the hotel, and there was no sign of the rescue team in other places. This made her very annoyed. You know, she only ate 2 buns and a cup of soy milk in the morning. Up to now, it can be said that not a drop of water has been taken in. Wan Ning, this was just an accident.
Xinbin twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling a little embarrassed.
Because he did say that someone would come to rescue him. But now. Accident? I don't think it's an accident at all.
Li Wanning felt a little annoyed when she saw the scene outside, and then she thought of something. Alas, I don't know how those classmates are doing now.
Them?
Xinbin found the topic. I saw them rush to the other side earlier.
He rushed to the other side?
Li Wanning raised her eyebrows slightly.
Was he chased by a monster, or did he not find anything to eat in the hotel? I don't know about that. Oh my god, what is that?
A sudden exclamation interrupted Xinbin's words. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound.
What? Why is there a monkey there? Monkey? Where did the monkey come from? Who knows? Fuck, are you sure this is a monkey? Such a strong monkey? Orangutan, right? Bullshit, this is obviously a monkey. Have you ever seen a monkey that's 1.8 meters tall and hunched over? You've seen 2-meter-long praying mantises. What's this? That's right. Hey! Why is it killing those monsters? Fuck you, Jean Jill is awesome. You can just kick one down? That's unscientific, isn't it? Is this a real-life King Kong?
The survivors talked about it and were amazed.
After all, in a street full of monsters, a monkey like this appeared?
A monkey with such strong fighting power.
It's really eye-catching.
The monkey that the survivors saw was undoubtedly Xiao Jin, whom Lu Yu enslaved in the secret realm. Lu Yu's base is at the hotel, so it is naturally impossible for him to go to an environment without supplies through another exit of the secret realm in order to chase Chu Feng.
This is too risky.
Because Ding Feng broke his ribs when he was trying to catch Xiao Jin and lost his fighting ability. So Lu Yu had no choice but to call Yen Yun over again to treat his injuries.
Fortunately, Yen Yun's ability did not disappoint him.
Even if it is a fracture, she can repair it with her own ability without surgery. It's just because her ability has just awakened. She had already used up half of her strength when she treated Wan Hai and Tong Xiaohua. Now he is treating Ding Feng's injuries. As a result, Ding Feng's injuries healed and he regained a lot of his fighting power, but she fainted instead. So Lu Yu could only explore the secret realm and found that other places in the secret realm were just decorations. He threw the Qinggang sword, Yan Yun's crossbow, and quiver into the storage ring. He walked out of the secret realm carrying Yan Yun, who had regained consciousness but was still a little dizzy.
The secret realm is not a game.
The owner does not need to go out first before the battle pet follows. So Lu Yu let Monkey go in front and Wu Chang go second. Ding Feng protected himself and Yan Yun from behind. I have to say, Xiao Jin is worthy of being the Monkey King. Whether it is zombies or lizard men, it is difficult for them to be its opponent. It can bump, bite, kick, slap, and even catch monsters and throw them. Before Lu Yu carried Yan Yun out, it had already knocked down 3 lizard men and 2 zombies.
TSK, Tajier is awesome. Seeing Xiao Jin, who was like a god of war, Wu Chang was full of admiration. Monkeys are extremely sensitive primates.
Now that the end of the world has come, it has mutated.
All body functions have been strengthened.
Otherwise, it would be impossible to break Ding Feng's ribs in a 1-on-2 situation.
Use it to clear the way and attract firepower. The other humans following behind are much safer.
Name, Xiao Jin, the mutated golden monkey leader.
Health, 39. Mental strength, 18. Strength, 32.
Agility, 40.
Level, high level black iron.
Chapter 54. Do you dare to say this is not love?
These are Xiao Jin's 4 attributes.
This attribute was not seen by Lu Yu with the villain's eyes. But it is recorded on the Dark Scroll.
Although the Dark Scroll is incomplete, there are 2 empty spaces formed by runes on it. After Lu Yu dripped Xiao Jin's blood on it, its information was displayed on the empty space.
32 strength and 40 agility. Fortunately, it is a beast and has no fighting skills or weapons to use. Otherwise, with its attributes, if it were placed on a human with a weapon, even if Lu Yu was at the high-level black iron level, it would be difficult for him to compete with the other party.
Aren't these the 2 students who ran away earlier? Really?
They are covered in blood.
Why does it seem like there's one more person? Who knows? Most survivors can't see what's happening in clothing stores. But they can see what's happening on the street. Seeing several survivors following Monkey, he immediately recognized them.
Hurry, go back to the hotel. Lu Yu, who was carrying Yan Yun out, didn't have time to think about anything else and shouted loudly. Although I rested for a while in the secret realm and recovered some strength. But they had lured monsters here before. Even though many monsters on the road had dispersed, Lu Yu did not dare to fight.
Xiao Jin is a mutant monkey that was tamed by the Dark Contract. It doesn't know what a hotel is. But because of the existence of the Dark Contract, it regained its intelligence and could fully understand Lu Yu's thoughts.
Help the master go to the house opposite. This is the voice inside its head. So under the leadership of Xiao Jin, everyone ran quickly towards the hotel. Since the monsters outside were much more scattered than before, no high-level black iron monsters were seen. So it was completely no problem for everyone to run from one side of the street to the other. Ding Feng and Wu Chang took their weapons and followed Xiao Jin through all the obstacles.
Soon we arrived at the first floor of the hotel. Lu Yu didn't think much about it and just found a room to go in. Bang! Close the door. Ha! Lu Yu let out a long breath, then put Yan Yun, who was limp all over, on the stool. Damn, I'm so tired. If it is full. With Lu Yu's current attributes, carrying a woman weighing less than 100 pounds is a piece of cake.
But he had consumed a lot of energy fighting with Xiao Jin in the secret realm. He ran such a long way out of the secret realm carrying Yan Yun on his back, so he took a few breaths.
Lu Yu, am I holding you back again?
Yan Yun leaned back in her chair, looked at Lu Yu and said weakly. She was so weak at this time that she didn't even have the strength to stand up. But in her mind, it was filled with the image of Lu Yu running with her on his back. A man who is not only handsome but also rich.
Even in such an environment, you have not abandoned yourself and are willing to protect yourself? Do you dare to say this is not love? That's right.
It only took her one day to accept the boy in front of her whom she once hated. This feeling is very strange, as if it is irresistible. I don't know if it's because the heroine's fate has been lost. If this had been the case before, it would have been a drag, but now. Both your people and your abilities are very useful to me, so it doesn't count. Lu Yu stretched his arms and looked at Yan Yun. Lu Yu had seen her betrayal rate before.
31%. A lot lower than before. Is that all? Yan Yun felt inexplicably unhappy.
But she is thin-skinned and won't show it too much at this time. Come on, eat up this last bit of food and try to get back upstairs before dark.
Lu Yu didn't care about Yan Yun's emotions and issued the order directly. It's a little after 6 in the afternoon.
Even in summer, it gets dark in the south around 8 at the latest.
You know, the whole world has no electricity now. So the dark night can become very scary. Letting them stay downstairs overnight? That's not very realistic. Okay. Ding Feng nodded.
The three of them had brought some chocolate and water. After catching Xiao Jin, I ate some of it, but there was still a lot left, which came in handy at this moment.
Lu Yu quickly distributed the water and food. TSK, this world is changing so fast.
Looking at the monkey in front of him, which was over 1.5 meters tall even when squatting, Ding Feng, who was eating, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. When the end of the world comes, all kinds of monsters emerge and all kinds of rare treasures appear.
Now even these mutated monsters can become comrades of humans because of a contract? He said he was having trouble adapting. Who says it's not?
Wu Chang took a bite of a piece of chocolate and agreed. His ability is the most peculiar, and he noticed the cosmic storm shortly after it arrived.
I remember that a lizard monster appeared in front of him. He was completely terrified.
Then the monster chased him and he ran away desperately.
It transformed while running.
He still remembers vividly the feeling of being suddenly filled with power.
Hey, boss, your monkey was bitten by a zombie. You won't turn into that kind of zombie monkey, right?
Although Xiao Jin is very strong, he is still a flesh and blood body after all. As you kill more monsters, you will naturally get injured. Looking at the scars on Xiao Jin's arms, waist and back, Wu Chang asked subconsciously. While resting in the secret realm, he already knew that Lu Yu had the ability to predict the future. The reason why he was able to go to the secret realm was because Lu Yu had the ability to predict the function of the secret realm.
So when you encounter something you don't understand, it's always right to ask Lu Yu. No.
Lu Yu peeled off a piece of chocolate, handed it to Yan Yun, and explained casually, after the beasts mutate, the virus antibodies they carry are much higher than humans.
Even if they are bitten, they will not turn into zombies. There are only mutant beasts in this world, no zombie beasts.
This is the information Lu Yu saw in Chu Feng's early plot.
So Lu Yu was very sure of what he said. Phew, that's good.
Wu Chang breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xiao Jin. Otherwise, such a large zombie monkey with no sense of pain will be a devastating disaster for us.
Yan Yun didn't pay attention to the conversation among the crowd.
Although she was also surprised when she knew that Xiao Jin was Lu Yu's pet. But Lu Yu's action of handing her the chocolate made her block out all other information.
Eating chocolate and looking at Lu Yu. The mouth is sweet, and the heart is even sweeter. It's a pity that Lu Yu has no time to pay attention to her. After wolfing down the food, he took out the crossbow.
Come on, Xiao Jin, let's go out and find a companion for you to lighten your burden.
Ding Feng, Wu Chang, you two should come with me. Good. Here I come. Have a very powerful pet.
He also upgraded himself to the high level of black iron.
After freeing up his hands, it was Lu Yu's hunting time. Chapter 55 Errand Boy, Xiao Fan.
The dark scroll that Lu Yu obtained in the secret realm can be used to contract 2 monsters in total.
But the contracted monster's mental power cannot be higher than 70% of Lu Yu's. Otherwise, not only will the contract easily fail, but it may also cause backlash.
So for safety reasons, Lu Yu decided to put the monster in a near-death state before making the contract. This not only increases the success rate of the contract, but also prevents the dark energy that can repair all injuries from being wasted when the contract is signed.
Of course, the dark power of the contract can only repair injuries, but cannot regenerate broken limbs. So when Lu Yu deals with monsters, he cannot kill them. Squeak. Squeak. After receiving Lu Yu's order, Xiao Jin made a few unique calls that monkeys make when they are happy. Why is it so happy? Because it's injured and needs to eat to recover. This is what Lu Yu felt through his connection with its spiritual power. What does it eat? Lu Yu said as a matter of course it's meat. Okay.
Wu Chang was very upset when he heard that monkeys eat meat.
Because before the end of the world, monkeys are omnivores and can eat anything. But after the end of the world, they became carnivores. First floor of the hotel. In order to make it easier for himself to return, Lu Yu decided to capture a second battle pet. At this time, 3 kilometers north of Lu Yu's hotel,
something happened that Lu Yu could not have imagined.
This is a rundown neighborhood.
A young man lived in a simple rental house in the community. His room was very simple, containing only some necessary daily necessities. Apart from a large bed, the only valuable thing was the old computer in front of his window. The young man's name is Xiao Fan and he is 25 years old.
He used to be an errand boy.
Originally, he was just an errand boy, nothing special. The most special thing was that in June this year, he went to deliver a birthday cake to a college student named Lu Yu.
As a result, it was almost hit by a car on the way to transportation.
Although he escaped unharmed, the birthday cake he gave was smashed to pieces.
Originally, this wasn't a big deal.
He thought he should just call to apologize and then compensate the other party with a cake. In the end, the other party did forgive him.
But he only forgave him on the surface.
In fact, when he handed the broken cake over, the other party beat him up. Because the other party was going to give this cake to a goddess named Yin Yun. Now that he has broken it, I can't afford to compensate him even if I kill him.
Xiao Fan remembered that there were 3 people who beat him:
Lu Yu, Wu Chang, and Shirlei.
Why does he remember the names of these 3 people so clearly?
Because these 3 guys beat him so hard that he had internal bleeding, he had to stay in the hospital for 3 months. Although he later called the police, it was of no avail. Because the other party not only spent money to eliminate the disaster and compensated him with a large amount of money, but also came to apologize hypocritically. Under pressure, he had no choice but to forgive the other party. It was also because of his forgiveness that the other party never even went to detention. Xiao Fan was not convinced and wanted revenge, but this was just the reality of the world.
The other party is rich and powerful, he can't afford to offend.
As an ordinary citizen, he has no chance of revenge. He had no chance before, and he has even less chance now.
Because just this morning, the end of the world came.
In order to save a girl named Qin Sharo, he was bitten by an old lady who turned into a zombie on his way home.
Now his body is getting hotter and hotter. The brain's consciousness is becoming more and more blurred.
Looking at the wound on his arm with black blood flowing out, a hint of despair flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes.
Am I going to turn into a zombie? Inside the simple rental house, Xiao Fan was bitten by a zombie.
You will soon lose consciousness.
But deep down, he was very unwilling. Because he is only 25 years old this year and has a lot of things to do, how can he die like this? But unfortunately, there are many things in this world that cannot be countered by human power. So, he could only leave it to fate. At the same time,
a room on the 4th floor of the Rhine Hotel. Liao Dong, who was chased here by the monster, felt a little unhappy. Because after he came here, like manager Zhao, he watched Lu Yu rush to the clothing store across the street. Seeing Lu Yu coming out with a monkey with extremely strong fighting power, he felt even more unhappy.
It seems there really is a treasure inside? That monkey, was it brought out from there? Humph, this brat, we agreed to go together, but he went alone first. Recalling the scene after Lu Yu came out just now, Liao Dong took a deep breath.
Even though he had no bad intentions at the beginning, he was unhappy with Lu Yu's behavior at this moment.
But Lu Yu didn't have time to pay attention to him at this time. Because Lu Yu has now completely taken off. The 2nd floor of the hotel.
Xiao Jinding led the way in front, while Wu Chang walked in the middle with Ding Feng, holding the steel bars he brought out from the dormitory.
Lu Yu was the last one to walk with a crossbow. This combination is simply invincible. Many monsters are killed the moment they appear. After Xiao Jin was injured and continued fighting, would his combat effectiveness decrease? It doesn't matter.
As the most powerful treasure in the secret realm, the Dark Scroll is definitely not as simple as it seems. It can not only help Lu Yu contract 2 monsters, but also allow the creatures contracted by Lu Yu to possess the ability of a ghoul.
What are the abilities of a ghoul?
To put it simply, ordinary monsters will evolve when they eat the corpses of other monsters. But after being tired or injured, they can only rely on the monster's own recovery ability to recover, and this time may be very long.
But the monster that Lu Yu contracted with the Dark Scroll was different. For example, Xiao Jin.
Although it only eats corpses that it likes, it will not eat monsters that taste bad, and at most it will eat their brains. But not only can it digest these brain marrows in a short period of time, it can also convert these things into energy to restore physical strength and wounds.
To put it simply, as long as Lu Yu uses it reasonably.
As long as it doesn't encounter a group of monsters and beats Xiao Jin to death, it is equivalent to a perpetual motion machine that is never tired and has extremely strong recovery ability.
So under Xiao Jin's guidance, Lu Yu only took a dozen minutes to catch his second pet. Name, Xiaoxi Strengthened Lizardman. Health, 32. Mental Strength, 12. Strength, 21. Agility, 20. Level, High-Level Black Iron. A high-level Dark Iron Enhanced Lizardman. There is nothing wrong with calling the Golden Monkey Xiao Jin and the Lizardman Xiaoxi. Sure. Lu Yu was in a very happy mood when he saw the attribute panel of this Lizardman. As far as the monsters that have appeared so far, high-level Black Iron monsters are already considered very powerful. Although his strength and agility at the age of 20 are far inferior to Xiao Jin's, they are more than twice that of an adult male. And now there are two high-level Black Iron monsters. Lu Yu could let them take turns eating and recovering their strength. Plus the flanks of Wu Chang and Ding Feng, and the fire suppression of Lu Yu's crossbow. The scattered monsters in the hotel had no power to resist at all. Even if 3 or 5 of them come at the same time, Lu Yu can use them to attract firepower, and then switch to the Qinggang sword to annihilate them all without any harm. Monsters below intermediate level? Die. It can't withstand even a single blow from one person. High-level lizard? Goodbye. They beat him to death, hacked him to death, and then put the body aside. A high-level mantis that's overfed? Shoot them first. Little guys, come on. The 3 people and 2 monsters defeated all the enemies along the way, and the Qinggang sword was constantly absorbing energy. Weapon grade, bronze energy value 71-100. Weapon grade, bronze energy value 79-100. Weapon grade, bronze energy value 99-100. Weapon grade, bronze energy value 100-100. Congratulations, your weapon's rank has been improved. Chapter 56, The Transformation from Civilization to Barbarism. Weapon grade, silver energy value 0-1000. As the familiar golden rune flashed across the blade of the Qinggang sword, the original bronze-colored Qinggang sword slowly turned silver. This silver is not as bright as real bright silver. With the special patterns and grooves on the hilt and blade, it is not as dazzling as imagined. However, after the sword became silver grade, Lu Yu seemed to be able to feel a special energy contained in the sword. Boss, you have quite a few treasures on you. Wu Chang's voice interrupted Lu Yu's thoughts. He didn't know what Lu Yu got in the secret realm. But it's just what you see with your naked eyes. There is a storage ring, a scroll that can control monsters, and this extremely sharp Qinggang sword. Especially this sword, it is simply a weapon for killing monsters. You must know. Although the dark scroll just obtained in the secret realm is powerful, it can also help Lu Yu enslave monsters. But the damage from enslaved monsters is not that direct. It can be said that attracting monsters and resisting monsters are more effective than killing them. And this sword is the most powerful weapon in Lu Yu's hand. Killing monsters is just like cutting melons and vegetables, it doesn't take any effort at all. You will have it in the future. Lu Yu looked at Wu Chang and smiled meaningfully. Wu Chang's abilities are indeed not weak, but his betrayal rate is a bit high. 60%. Therefore, if Lu Yu wants to recruit this guy for his own use, he needs to use some tricks. Yeah? Hearing Lu Yu's words, Wu Chang smiled awkwardly. Just at this moment, a mid-level lizardman came out from the side corridor in front. Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi are beating a zombie. In order to test the power of the sword, Lu Yu rushed directly towards it. Swish! An upward stroke. What the hell? So strong. Seeing Lu Yu's sword, Wu Chang and Ding Feng were both dumbfounded. Because the body of the intermediate lizard from the middle upwards was actually split into 2 halves by Lu Yu? You know, that's a mid-level lizard? Even if Lu Yu attacked from the weak point of the abdomen, it was split in half, not just the belly. In other words, the thick scales on the back also serve a defensive purpose. But it was still cut in half by Lu Yu's sword? And it's a vertical cut, not a horizontal cut. Mr. Lu, how much strength did you use? Ding Feng couldn't help but complain. At this time, everyone was exhausted. When killing monsters, shouldn't we use the method that saves the most energy? Anyway, there are 2 monsters in front of them, so they are not in any danger. Hearing Ding Feng's words, Lu Yu looked strange and said, I said I didn't use any force, do you believe me? This sword is really powerful. At the black iron level, there will be some hindrance when chopping the back of an initial stage lizard monster. Sometimes it takes 2 swords to break the defense.
At the bronze level, although there would be no obstacles, Luyu still needed to use a certain amount of strength to make it look easy. Not to mention the strength required to chop down a sickle mantis's sickle. But now, not only is it completely effortless to chop monsters, but the sword doesn't seem to be sticky with blood anymore? Even the flesh and brains of monsters or zombies cannot contaminate the sword? Luyu looked at the spotless and shiny Qinggang sword, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. Is this the legendary sword without blood? Got the Qinggang sword upgraded to silver. Luyu's subsequent journey was even smoother. And not only that, a few minutes later. Squeak! Xiao Jin's excited voice reached everyone's ears again. The three of them subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. At this moment, the monkey was jumping around excitedly on the ground. Everyone could clearly feel the energy fluctuations coming from it. Fuck, what's going on? It must have evolved. What? Evolution? Can we still play like this? Following Wu Chang's exclamation, Xiao Jin began to change at a speed visible to Luyu and the other two. First, it became smaller, but its body became stronger than before. Secondly, the teeth became sharper and the fingers became thicker. Finally, the black lines under the golden hair on the back turned directly into bronze. A mid-level zombie attacks. Bang! Xiao Jin smashed its head with one punch. The black blood mixed with the minced meat formed a beautiful arc and sprayed onto the wall next to it. Yes! Xiao Jin, who was about to evolve, successfully advanced to the initial bronze-level Monkey King after eating the brains of more than a dozen monsters. Luyu of high-level black iron, the Monkey King of low-level bronze, and a silver-level Qinggang sword. As Luyu continues to improve his personal strength. In less than an hour, everyone cleared out all the monsters on the first and second floors. As time went by, the number of monsters in the Rhine Hotel decreased one by one. Luyu decisively turned around and took Yen Yun with him. After Yen Yun treated Ding Feng's injuries in the secret realm, she has been in a state of exhaustion. But after returning to the hotel and eating the remaining food and water, her strength gradually recovered. Although it is still impossible to treat people, there is no problem in walking normally and sensing whether there are crystal cores in the body of the corpse. Then, Ding, you have recovered a lot of physical strength. Ding, you strengthened your body. Strengthening results: vitality +2, strength +1, agility +1. Because the end of the world is still coming soon. The monsters that were previously chased into the first floor, plus the monsters on the second floor. Apart from the high-level lizard enslaved by Luyu, there are only 5 other high-level black iron monsters in total. Only 1 crystal core was found among 5 monster corpses. The chances are a bit low. But Luyu is already content. Because according to the system, it is already very good to have a 1 in 10 chance of encountering a high-level black iron monster. From beginning to end, I only killed 8 monsters in total. 8 high-level monsters and 2 crystal cores. This probability is indeed possible. When Luyu cleared the monsters to the 4th floor, it was already 7:43 in the evening. Night begins to fall. The survivors who heard the noise in the corridor outside seemed to realize something and hurried out of the room. When they saw 3 people with weapons and blood all over their bodies appear in the corridor on the 4th floor with 2 monsters, everyone was shocked. Are these 2 monsters going to obey his orders? That's amazing, it's really amazing. They relied on these 2 monsters to get here? Hey, they're coming up. Does that mean it's safe downstairs? Fuck, does this mean we can go downstairs to get food? Go get some food. Wait for me. The fact that Luyu and his companions came up safely proved that the entire hotel was safe. After the people, who were already starving, realized this, they ran downstairs like crazy. Who cares about the 2 monsters that Luyu contracted? Soon. Some scattered ingredients from the restaurants on the 2nd and 1st floors caught everyone's attention. This food looks like it's been raided. But they had been hungry for a whole day and didn't care about this detail at all. This is mine. This is my. Damn, don't grab it, don't grab it. Wow, there's rice. Water, water, I want to drink water. Water in the water dispenser and kettle, leftovers on the stove. In less than half an hour, all the food and drinks in the kitchen and restaurant were looted by the survivors. Most of the survivors don't use chopsticks and just eat with their hands. Even if some people are half full, they still keep stuffing food into their mouths. At this moment, they, who had been hungry for a day, were no longer the civilized people before the end of the world. Instead, they were a group of savages who only knew how to fight for food and water. Seeing these survivors so crazy, Shinbin, who was standing aside and only got a cherry tomato, was stunned. Li Wanning, who got nothing, bit her lips tightly, not knowing what to do. She was very hungry and felt a little dizzy. My mouth is also very dry, and my sexy thin lips have already dried to the point of peeling. But before the end of the world, they were all highly educated people. How can we act like barbarians and snatch food from these people? The first day of the apocalypse. Shinbin couldn't bring himself to do this, and neither could Li Wanning. Just at this moment, the young and handsome figure suddenly flashed through Li Wanning's mind. They should have food, but... Li Wanning blushed instantly at the thought that she might have to ask her students for food. Chapter 57 Mineral Water Bath. When heading to the secret realm at noon, Lu Yu once told Li Wanning that he would bring her some food when he came back. But killing monsters requires a high degree of mental concentration and is also very physically demanding. So Lu Yu was busy for the whole afternoon and forgot about this matter. Lu Yu is very tired now. Even after returning to the hotel and eating another crystal core to restore his strength, he was still very tired. Because although the crystal core can help Lu Yu recover his physical strength, it will not help him recover his mental strength. And mental strength needs to be replenished by sleeping. So he really wants to sleep now. Put the Qinggang sword back into the scabbard and throw it into the storage ring. Everyone returned to the 8th floor, and Lu Yu ignored everyone else. After asking Shueli to make arrangements with Shirlei and Wu Chang, he took Yen Yun back to the room. Of course, he didn't intend to do anything to Yen Yun. Because right now, he really just wants to sleep. As night fell, the hotel became dim. It's pitch dark. Under Lu Yu's arrangement, the two monsters, Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi, guarded the doors of the two storage rooms. With the constraints of the dark contract, their personalities have become much more docile. They will not actively attack humans unless they are attacked or without Lu Yu's order. But even so, Shueli, Shirlei and Healy were trembling with fear when they saw these two monsters. In room 8008. You've prepared quite a comprehensive set of things. Looking at Lu Yu closing the curtains and lighting candles in the room, Yen Yun couldn't help but admire him. The cosmic storm caused all electronic products to fail. For lighting at night, you can only use oil lamps, candles, or glow sticks. Oil lamps are troublesome, and the light is not enough if there are not enough fluorescent sticks. So Lu Yu chose candles. Of course, go take a shower now. I left your clothes by the bed. Lu Yu took off his tactical vest and stepped aside before speaking casually. Everyone had fought their way back, and their clothes and weapons were all covered in blood and dirt. So it has to be dealt with. Take a shower? Hearing Lu Yu say this, Yen Yun couldn't help but be stunned. Is there still hot water? Where's the hot water at this hour? Lu Yu took off his blood-stained t-shirt, crumpled it up and threw it into the trash can. Let's use the bottled mineral water. It's a little cold, but at least it can clean it. It is September in the south and the weather is still very hot. So there is nothing wrong with using cold water. Using mineral water for bathing? Oh my god, isn't that a waste? Yen Yun looked surprised. Although she didn't need to go find water with other survivors, she knew that there was no water everywhere. In this case, shouldn't we save water more? If I tell you to go, just go. Why all the nonsense? Lu Yu became a little impatient when asked. Okay. Seeing Lu Yu getting angry, Yen Yun felt a little aggrieved, but did not dare to refute. I had no choice but to walk into the bathroom with my clothes in my hand. The bathroom is also well equipped. There was a candle lit on the sink and a basin filled with water on the ground. There was also half a bucket of mineral water, a bottle of shampoo, a bottle of shower gel and a towel next to it. Although her hands have the ability to clean. Theoretically, she no longer needs to take a bath from now on. But the power she has now is simply not enough to support her usual consumption. So we can only make do with it for now. Close the door and take off your tactical vest. Looking at the bloodstains on her clothes, Yen Yun suddenly thought of a question. Wait, he's not going to do something to me, is he? What if he really wants to do something to me? Should I refuse? What am I thinking? When Yen Yun thought of this, her face turned red. After all, I didn't feel anything last night, but tonight. Boom boom boom. The sudden knock on the door interrupted Yen Yun's thoughts. Lu Yu asked, who? That classmate Lu Yu, is me. The voice outside the door was crisp and pleasant, but also had a hint of coldness. Hearing this voice, Lu Yu was stunned at first, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
There is no light in the hotel corridor at night.
But there are a few fluorescent balls.
So it's not completely invisible.
Li Wanning, who was standing at the door at this time, bit her lips tightly, as if she had mustered up great courage. Whether you admit it or not, in an environment like the end of the world, people like them who are proud of their status are the most likely to starve.
What can I do if I can't bring myself to snatch food from others? Then you can only starve.
Even if she was asked to ask her students for food, she would feel it was a very embarrassing thing.
But she was so hungry that she couldn't stand it anymore. Not only hungry, but also thirsty.
So she had no choice but to bite the bullet and come to Lu Yu's door. Fortunately, she had a brief chat with Shirley after Lu Yu left. I learned Lu Yu's name from Shirley. Otherwise, who knows how embarrassed she would be right now.
The same is true for Shin Bin.
If Lu Yu had not existed, he could have relied on his own abilities to stand on equal footing with Liao Dong and Zhao Diquan.
At least in the short term, he doesn't have to worry about food.
But Lu Yu's appearance disrupted the original plot.
This makes food distribution extremely unreasonable. Why? Do you think that such a large hotel only has enough food for these survivors to grab for half an hour?
Lu Yu killed his way from upstairs to downstairs, and then from downstairs to upstairs. How could he leave all the food for these people after working so hard to hunt monsters? He packed all the fresh, uncontaminated ingredients and meals into the storage ring he had just obtained.
10 cubic meters can hold a lot. So Shen Bin and Li Wanning couldn't find anything to eat.
For food and for his goddess,
Shen Bin could only follow Li Wanning.
Arriving at Lu Yu's door, Li Wanning knocked on the door, while Shen Bin looked around absent-mindedly.
Next second. Oh my god, oh my god.
Shen Bin was so frightened that he fell to the ground.
Because he actually found a giant lizard next to Lu Yu's room? Under the dim fluorescent light, you suddenly discover an ugly and disgusting lizard monster?
This visual impact. At this moment, he had completely lost his usual gentlemanly image and was almost frightened to death.
This is...
Li Wanning also discovered the lizard monster, but although she was also scared, fortunately she was not as embarrassed as him. He just held onto the doorframe, his legs shaking unconsciously.
Just then, Lu Yu, shirtless, opened the door.
"Teacher Li." Lu Yu called out, then noticed something was wrong with the two of them, and subconsciously looked towards Xiaoxi. "Don't be afraid, it's my pet now, it won't hurt you." As soon as the words fell, Xiaoxi, who had been awakened by Shin Bin and was about to get up, fell back to the ground.
Pet? Pet?
After hearing Lu Yu's words and seeing the lizard monster's actions, Li Wanning was stunned. She did know that when Lu Yu came out of the clothing store across the street, he brought a giant golden monkey. But I didn't know that he also has a lizard monster. I caught it downstairs before.
Huh, so that's how it is. I was so scared.
Shenbin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lu Yu's words. He quickly stood up and smiled awkwardly. "My classmate, you are really good.
You can actually catch these monsters as pets?
Ha, it's just a trifle."
Lu Yu didn't care at all. What do you want to talk to me about? This.
Chapter 58. Sooner or later, it will fall. Lu Yu opened the door with his bare chest. In the candlelight, his handsome appearance and well-proportioned figure were clearly visible to Li Wanning and the others. This image made Li Wanning, who was already finding it difficult to speak, even more embarrassed. She is not only a teacher, but also a professor. He usually appears with a serious face and never smiles. It's only the first day of the apocalypse.
Asking her to ask for food from her own students under such circumstances? How could she say this?
In the end, it was Shin Bin, the man, who spoke first. "It's like this, classmate Lu Yu.
Didn't you say you were going downstairs to find food? Wan Ning was very worried about your safety.
Seeing you rushing back covered in blood, she wanted to come over to see if you were injured or anything." Although Shin Bin was the villain, he was also scared to death by Xiaoxi just now. But before the end of the world, he was an outstanding social elite after all. So he not only spoke on behalf of Li Wanning, but also said it very beautifully.
First remind Lu Yu to find food and see if Lu Yu can remember what he said before.
Then they come over to get closer to each other in the name of concern. There was no mention of them going downstairs to find food first. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Hearing Shin Bin's words, Li Wanning also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Shin Bin is not very likable, this sentence is indeed very well said.
But Lu Yu was not a fool.
He knew what they were here for just by looking at the expressions of the two people by the candlelight in the room.
Oh. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Li.
Lu Yu said calmly, we are not injured, but we are exhausted. The blood on our bodies is from those monsters.
Is that so?
That's good.
Teacher Li, how about coming in and sitting down?
Lu Yu did not embarrass the beautiful girl in the classroom and directly invited her.
Come in and sit down?
Li Wanning was stunned at first, then said awkwardly,
Isn't this a bad idea? Won't it disturb you?
She was so hungry that she didn't know how to start. Lu Yu inviting her in now was exactly what she wanted.
But the same thing.
On the first day of the apocalypse, she couldn't save face and had to pretend to refuse.
No, but. Lu Yu smiled and said, only you, Teacher Li, can come in.
Ah. Li Wanning and Shen Bin were both stunned.
Shen Bin reacted and was a little confused. Why? Only let Li Wanning in and not let yourself in? Are you slapping yourself in the face like this? Ha, don't get me wrong.
Lu Yu gave Shen Bin a playful look and said, it's just that my girlfriend is taking a shower inside, so it's not convenient for you to come in.
This Shen Bin is of some use.
So as long as he behaves himself, Lu Yu doesn't mind sparing his life before the protagonist meets Li Wanning.
I see. I was thinking. Hey, wait a minute.
After hearing this, Li Wanning suddenly realized that Shen Bin had saved his face and had a way out. But then something suddenly occurred to him.
You said your girlfriend was taking a shower? Shen Bin was stunned. Isn't there a water outage here?
It stopped, but this water is the mineral water I put in the room before the monster appeared.
Mineral water? Oh my god, you actually used mineral water to bathe your girlfriend? We're almost dying of thirst, you know?
Hearing this, Lu Yu looked at him as if he were an idiot.
It seems to be saying, you are dying of thirst, what does it have to do with me?
Because he was facing the candlelight, Shen Bin didn't notice Lu Yu's eyes and spoke directly.
Do you have any extra water? Can you give me some? I haven't had any water for almost a day, and my throat is burning.
Although he was proud of his status, he disdained to compete with other barbarians for food and water. But he is a man after all, so it is easy for him to ask others for food.
Look at me, I completely forgot about this. Teacher Li, come in with me and get it. Lu Yu suddenly turned around and walked in. Li Wanning reacted and quickly followed in.
I saw Li Wanning's back as she walked in. Although Shen Bin was very anxious, he had already waited for a long time and was not in a hurry. What's more, he said his girlfriend was taking a shower in there. If I go in rashly and they don't give me water to drink, that would be a big deal.
What if he gets angry and hits himself?
He was just villain A, not an idiot. He watched Lu Yu rush back from outside, bringing two monsters as pets. How could he possibly touch Lu Yu's reverse scale at this time?
Li Wanning followed Lu Yu into the house.
Lu Yu directly took out two 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water from the desk drawer and gave them to her.
I'm really sorry, Teacher Li. You know the situation outside right now, so this is all I can give you for now. Li Wanning was too embarrassed to do so. After hearing Lu Yu say this, how could she care about anything else?
It's okay, classmate.
The teacher understands.
In this situation, you still gave us 2 bottles of water. We are already very grateful to you.
Li Wanning said this without waiting for Lu Yu to answer.
He quickly walked to the door and handed a bottle of water to Shen Bin. When Shen Bin saw the bottle of mineral water, his eyes lit up. He unscrewed the cap and started drinking it without saying a word.
Li Wanning couldn't wait either.
However, she paid more attention to her image than Li Bin. Even though she was extremely thirsty, she did not gulp down the mineral water. He just tilted his head back and swallowed slightly. The white neck and exaggerated bust caught Lu Yu's eye. Lu Yu glanced at it subconsciously. The faint candlelight allowed him to see Li Wanning's model clearly.
It seems to be one size bigger than Yen Yun's, right?
Yes.
Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth and turned back to the house again.
When the two of them had almost finished drinking their water, Lu Yu handed 2 sausages to them. When Shen Bin saw the sausage, he laughed immediately.
Is there any food left? Ha, classmate, thank you.
You are welcome. Lu Yu shrugged casually.
The ham sausage is the kind that costs 5 yuan each.
Given their current level of hunger, although they cannot eat enough, it is enough to significantly alleviate the negative conditions caused by hunger.
Wan Ning, just chat with your students for a while.
I'll be on my way over first. Shinbin said this in a nonchalant manner while chewing on a sausage.
Okay.
After receiving the response, Shinbin did not stay any longer and turned around and left Lu Yu's door. He had already got food and drinks, so there was no reason for him to stay any longer.
As for whether Li Wanning will be in danger,
he is not worried about this.
Because Lu Yu is not only Li Wanning's student, but also so kind as to give her food and drink? What could he worry about with such a model student?
Besides, he also has his own little thoughts. Lu Yu had led a group of people, rushing from upstairs to downstairs, and then from downstairs to across the street. Finally, he rushed back from across the street. He went back and forth several times like Zhao Zilong going in and out of Changban Slope 7 times, but he didn't get hurt at all?
He saw all of this. If Li Wanning isn't allowed to use the teacher-student relationship to bring the two closer together now, when will she be able to do so?
As long as we can get along well with both sides, we will never have to worry about food and drink in the future. I have to say that Shin Bin is a man with some brains.
But perhaps because of his educational environment, he has not been exposed to the dark side of the lower classes of society.
So I don't know how sinister the hearts of people in this world are.
Everything is taken for granted.
Lu Yu really couldn't do anything to Li Wanning today, but since she came to him, naturally, he would not send this woman back.
Besides, Lu Yu's food is not so easy to get.
After Shinbin left, Lu Yu closed the door. The two of them sat on the sofa by candlelight, and Lu Yu spoke softly.
Teacher Li, you should understand our current situation very well, right? Li Wanning finished eating the sausage, took a big sip of water, and nodded slightly.
There are more and more monsters, and no rescue team.
Even a fool can see the problem.
What are your plans for the future?
Plan? Li Wanning was stunned.
Because she had never thought about this question.
Lu Yu didn't need an answer, so he changed the question. Teacher Li, do you know that you are very beautiful? Li Wanning was puzzled. What do you want to say?
Without a military district, Yancheng will fall sooner or later.
Lu Yu explained. Do you know what will happen to a beautiful woman like you in this city full of monsters but without a military zone? Chapter 59, A New Day, A New Fear. Lu Yu asked Li Wanning a series of questions, which confused her. Do you have any plans? She had asked Lu Yu this question before.
The reason she asked Lu Yu was because she hadn't made up her mind yet, so she wanted to hear other people's opinions for reference.
Now that Lu Yu suddenly asked the question, she really didn't know how to answer. As for whether I am good-looking or not?
Although Li Wanning is not a narcissistic person, she is still very confident in this aspect. Because whether she was studying or teaching, she was very popular among boys.
And it doesn't matter whether the other party is a student or a teacher.
When she heard Lu Yu ask the last question, she realized how serious the situation was.
Yes.
Whether you admit it or not, the power of the country is the strongest under any circumstances. In the face of these monster invasions, if anyone could initiate a rescue operation in the first place, it would be no one but the country.
But the key problem now is that all precision instruments and communication equipment cannot be used.
Not to mention atomic bombs and missiles. That is, airplanes, ships, tanks, cars, and armored vehicles cannot start normally. If the National Army wants to rescue, it will most likely have to use the most primitive rescue method, human rescue.
Under such circumstances, Yancheng still doesn't have a military region? Isn't this equivalent to isolating Yancheng from the world? Even if a country comes to Yancheng for rescue, how long will it take? 1 month, 2 months, half a year, or a year? Li Wanning didn't know.
She only knew that among the group of survivors today, several men looked at her with strange eyes. If you don't find a solution quickly, problems will easily arise.
Lu Yu, do you have any good ideas?
Thinking of this, Li Wanning felt a little scared. Lu Yu's courage and clear thinking made her forget the other person's identity as a student at this moment, and she asked this question subconsciously.
Of course there is a way, but forget it, you should eat first, and we'll talk about the details later. Lu Yu hesitated and didn't finish what he was saying.
Because his original purpose was just to give Li Wanning a shot of prevention first. There is a long way to go, so there is no need to rush. After saying this, Lu Yu touched his storage ring with his right hand. A barely perceptible blue light flashed by.
Ta ta ta.
Lu Yu placed a set of bowls and chopsticks and several plates in front of Li Wanning. Next, rice, braised beef, poached chicken, and cold mixed shredded vegetables. These foods are packed in bowls, aluminum pots, and barrels. But all of them have lids.
No doubt.
These are all fresh and clean foods that Lu Yu got from the kitchen downstairs.
What about other fresh and frozen ingredients stored in refrigerators and freezers? Of course, Lu Yu couldn't take it out at this time. Oh my god, this is.
Li Wanning was stunned as she watched Lu Yu place these things on the coffee table in front of him like a magic trick.
Please save some food for two.
Lu Yu was too lazy to explain to her, you and Yen Yun will stay in this room tonight. You are so beautiful, it is not appropriate for you to be squeezed in with those men.
Ah. Hearing Lu Yu say this, Li Wanning was a little surprised. Then, what about you?
I'll just go next door.
Lu Yu didn't say much.
After Li Wanning prepared 2 portions of food, he put the food back into the ring and left the room. For him, he really didn't have the energy to do anything else tonight.
So it doesn't matter where you sleep.
When Li Wanning heard Lu Yu's words, she was surprised and a little touched.
In this environment, Lu Yu is a student. Not only did he give himself food and water, but he also considered that as a woman, it would be inconvenient for him to be with other people. These 3 good qualities are simply role models for contemporary young people, right?
Yen Yun, who had just finished taking a shower in the bathroom, was a little surprised after hearing the conversation between the two.
Because based on what Lu Yu had done to him before, no matter how tired he is today, isn't it reasonable for him to do something for himself? Why now? Could it be that he really just wanted to awaken his own abilities before? Okay. Yen Yun really thought too much. Lu Yu was just very sleepy. I was so sleepy that I didn't have the energy to think about anything else.
After going out, I found an empty room. Many people went downstairs, leaving a lot of rooms empty, ate something and took a shower. Then he moved Xiao Jin to his room and closed the door and went to sleep.
He. This is the first night of the apocalypse.
That night, the cold wind was howling outside the window.
The pitch-black city seemed a little cooler than before. Occasionally, 1 or 2 zombie roars would be heard, making people frightened. Most people couldn't sleep that night. I was afraid that if I fell asleep, I would become food for the monster. This night, all living things on Earth are quietly evolving. Not only that, there are also some strange creatures appearing outside for unknown reasons. For example, there are beetles as big as wellheads, and vampire bats that are as tall as humans when standing up. They appeared without warning, just like the lizard men before them. That night, Chu Feng was in a coma. Li Wanning was asking Yen Yun about the team's situation. That night, Lu Yu slept very soundly.
He didn't do any exercise, nor did he pay attention to the apocalypse outside, nor did he care about the protagonist.
Under Xiao Jin's protection, he didn't think about anything. At 8 o'clock the next morning, sunlight penetrated the atmosphere and fell on the earth. New day, new fear. Holy crap, how did those monsters grow so much bigger in just one night? It's incredible. It's over, the end of the world has really come. Not only have these monsters not decreased, but they have also. What should I do? What should I do? Are we really going to die here? Asshole. Although after a night of baptism, both humans and monsters have undergone certain changes.
But after seeing the evolving monsters outside the window,
people still can't accept it.
Because most of the monsters yesterday were at the initial black iron level, only a small portion were at the intermediate level, and even fewer were at the high level.
And today? The number of primary monsters hasn't decreased, but there are inexplicably many more mid-level and high-level monsters? What should they do? Yes. On the first day of the apocalypse, those low-level monsters were just an appetizer for humans.
The real doomsday has just begun.
School canteen.
Chu Feng, who had been in a coma for a night, slowly woke up.
There is a lounge inside the canteen.
At this moment, he was lying on the small bed in the lounge, covered with a blanket. Chu Feng stood up and checked his wounds first. The wounds to his arms and abdomen had been sutured. Although the wound was crooked and very irregular, it was sutured at least.
Are you awake?
Dai Lian, who was resting with her eyes closed in a chair nearby, noticed Chu Feng waking up.
You sewed this wound for me? Chu Feng was a little surprised.
Yes, I didn't dare to go out, so I could only sew it for you myself, but I haven't learned nursing, so I can only.
It doesn't matter, as long as it can be sewn. I can't find any disinfectant. Will your wound get infected? No. My body is special.
Chu Feng paused for a moment when he said this. I owe you my life. If the other party had not sutured my wound, I would have died from excessive blood loss in the situation last night.
So it really is that I owe the other person a life. You owe me a life? That's not serious. Dai Lian was a little embarrassed. Didn't you save me before?
Chu Feng said, then we're even.
By the way, you know my name is Chu Feng, but I don't think I know yours.
Before, Chu Feng thought Dai Lian was very ordinary in appearance. So he was so focused on his development that he didn't ask the other person's name. As a result, I fainted when I came back and it was too late. Now that someone has saved my life, it would be very rude not to ask his name.
Me? My name is Dai Lian. Dai Lian? Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the name, Poison Lady Dai Lian? Chapter 60 Xiao Fan's Ability. I've said it before.
The protagonist is the son of destiny. Their extremely high luck allows them to encounter opportunities wherever they go. Although Lu Yu killed the protagonist, there was no luck restriction. But that doesn't mean that the protagonist has no luck.
Just like now. Anyone who saves anyone will become a big boss in the future. Although Dai Lian has dark skin and average looks, she will indeed become somewhat famous in the future.
Even Chu Feng remembered her name, Dai Lian.
As for the reason?
One reason is that the two of them were from the same school, even though their survival trajectories in their previous lives were completely different and they didn't even have any intersection at all.
But the distance between them is not too far.
It was normal for Chu Feng to have heard of Dai Lian's name.
Another reason is related to Dai Lian's title. The Poison Lady, as the name suggests, uses poison.
What she awakened was the poison-related ability. This ability will continue to evolve into various toxins as her strength increases. These toxins are not only effective against humans, but also against monsters. Although awakening poison-related abilities is not a rare thing in the end times. But this Poison Lady didn't know why, except for using poison to hunt monsters for fun, her only hobby was to use this ability to capture men.
End of the world.
It's not uncommon for a powerful man to have a group of beautiful women behind him. A powerful woman also has a group of handsome men behind her. Therefore, the title of Poison Lady Dai Lian is still fresh in Chu Feng's memory.
Poison Lady?
Dai Lian was confused when she heard the title.
What is that? Nothing. Chu Feng raised a smile. Dai Lian, after all, we are now comrades who have experienced life and death, right?
Certainly. Then wait until my injury is healed, and we'll fight our way out of here together. Seeing Chu Feng's determined eyes, Dai Lian was stunned at first, then nodded.
Good. I found that the girls around me are a very powerful support.
There was a glimmer of hope in Chu Feng's heart. At this time, on the 7th floor of the Rhine Hotel. Looking at the silver light vortex outside the clothing store that has not disappeared yet,
Zhao Dequan took the initiative to find the security team leader Liao Dong. Captain Liao, should we go over and take a look? Liao Dong was very upset because he didn't die when he went downstairs to look for food.
Not only did Lu Yu not die, he also became the focus of everyone's attention, which made him even more unhappy.
But he had no choice.
In this apocalyptic environment, he could only endure as he was not as skilled as others. It's just past 8 in the morning, and the entrance to the secret realm has not been closed yet.
Lu Yu brought out a monkey with super fighting power. They can't help but be moved. Do you think there are still treasures there?
Liao Dong sneered. If there were any other treasures, they would have been taken away long ago.
There's definitely no treasure, but we have to go and see what's going on, right? Zhao Dequan continued to persuade. If we encounter something like this again next time, we know how to deal with it, right? What you said makes sense, doesn't it?
Liao Dong was stunned at first, then nodded in agreement. That's right, we should go down and take a look. So, you call a few good guys and go down with me.
Okay.
There is no treasure in the secret realm, but the secret realm still exists. In addition, Lu Yuqing had basically dealt with all the monsters on the road. So they gathered a group of people and smoothly arrived at the secret place across the street.
Oh my god, this is too amazing. Is this another world? It's incredible.
When they turned into living people at the entrance of the secret realm, they all appeared in another space in the blink of an eye.
One or two of them dropped their jaws in shock. The morning after the apocalypse.
After a night of thinking, the survivors seemed to have found their future development direction. Because of Lu Yu's selfishness, Liao Dong got together with Zhao Dequan.
But Lu Yu didn't care at all. Let us not talk about how unreliable their alliance is. Aren't the three treasures in the secret realm more attractive than Liao Dong, our ally? But what Lu Yu didn't know was, except Chu Feng was awake and found his teammates.
In the simple rental house 3 kilometers north of the hotel, Xiao Fan, who had slept all night, gradually woke up. His head was a little fuzzy and he looked around in a daze. In the aisle, there were still the roars of zombies.
I guess it's the zombie lady who bit his arm yesterday? Hey, wait, why am I still conscious? Xiao Fan came back to his senses, a little confused.
He had seen with his own eyes those passers-by who were bitten to death get up and continue walking.
And I was indeed bitten? What is going on?
Xiao Fan looked at his arm and found that there were indeed bite marks there, with a row of teeth marks on it.
But it's scarred. But why didn't I turn into a zombie? Could it be that I have awakened some superpower? As a otaku, Xiao Fan also watches TV series and reads novels every day.
After the apocalypse, he also saw a person who could spit fire. Naturally, I know that superpowers exist.
But it's a pity.
After a few minutes, Xiao Fan was sure that he knew nothing.
Not only that, he also confirmed that he is still an ordinary person. Coo. He felt very hungry.
The fact that he is hungry proves that he is still a human being. But he didn't go through the refrigerator in the house. Because he lived alone, there was no food left in the house. There are only 2 paths before him now. Or he could leave the room and fight those monsters to the death. If he won, he might be able to survive.
Or just stay in the room until you starve to death.
He had nothing to hesitate about. He had thought about it countless times before going to save the girl named Shin Sharo. So he gritted his teeth, picked up the kitchen knife, opened the door and walked out of the room.
Crunch!
The door of the room opened, and the crisp sound echoed in the corridor. The zombie lady in the aisle seemed to have heard the sound and turned to look at Xiao Fan. When their eyes met and their gazes were confirmed, it was as if their breathing stopped.
But this time it's different.
The zombie lady just glanced at Xiao Fan and turned her head away, as if Xiao Fan didn't exist at all.
What is going on? Why is this zombie ignoring me? I found that the zombie lady ignored me. Xiao Fan frowned and began to think hard.
Soon he thought of a possible answer.
Could it be? Fuck, if this could be true, then I definitely have a chance of revenge, right? Xiao Fan was stunned at first, then quickly became excited. Why is he so bent on revenge?
Because he clearly remembered that it was Lu Yu and the other 2 who beat him so hard that he had to be hospitalized.
If I hadn't been in the hospital for these 3 months, how could my body have been so weak? I am not so weak, how could I be bitten by that zombie? So he blamed the entire incident on Lu Yu and the other 2. If I really have this ability, then I will definitely have a chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan looked at the zombie lady opposite and took a deep breath.
I remember when I rescued someone and escaped back here, this old lady zombie pounced on me like a mad dog and bit my arm.
And now, this situation is really abnormal? Xiao Fan didn't move and stared at the zombie.
The zombie lady was still wandering around there, completely ignoring Xiao Fan.
Are you really not going to bite me anymore? Chapter 61 I'm awesome.
Seeing that the zombie didn't bite him, Xiao Fan felt a little more confident and walked slowly towards the corridor. As he got closer to the ant zombie, his heartbeat began to accelerate.
And the heart beats faster and faster.
Then the zombie lady still ignored Xiao Fan, just glanced at him and continued wandering around. He quickly bypassed the zombie and ran downstairs.
Ho ho. Ho ho.
Inside the corridor, there were actually 5 or 6 zombies gnawing on corpses and 2 lizardmen lying down with their eyes closed, resting. They heard Xiao Fan's footsteps. The zombies all turned around, and the 2 lizardmen also raised their terrifying heads.
And then, they all ignored him.
Those who were gnawing on the corpse were gnawing on the corpse, while those who were resting with their eyes continued to do so.
As if they thought Xiao Fan was one of their kind? After confirming this, Xiao Fan became even more excited. Fuck, I'm awesome. The other side.
Lu Yu didn't know what happened to Xiao Fan.
Because he had just woken up. 9 o'clock in the morning. The sunlight shone into his room through the glass window. Ah!
Lu Yu, lying on the bed, couldn't help but stretch without opening his eyes. From a little after 9 last night to 9 in the morning, a full 12 hours. Such sufficient and deep sleep allowed Lu Yu's physical strength and energy to return to their peak state. I can't even describe how great this feeling is. Lu Yu did not get anxious, but opened his eyes and scanned the room first. The huge golden monkey was squatting by the window, looking at the scenery outside.
Xiao Jin. Never mind, I'll do it myself.
He originally wanted to ask Xiao Jin to help him get his clothes. After all, thanks to the existence of the dark contract, Xiao Jin has regained the intelligence that a monkey should have, and is even smarter than before. It was completely reasonable to understand what Lu Yu said. But when he saw the dried meat and blood stuck to its hair, Lu Yu immediately gave up the idea. I don't know how I managed to sleep last night when it smelled so bad.
Lu Yu muttered. As I was getting dressed, I began to think about what happened yesterday. He was very surprised to meet Chu Feng in the secret realm before. But it's a pity that Chu Feng was not killed. So Lu Yu's next goal is,
while improving yourself, first clear out the monsters around the hotel. Then go next door to pull Wei Jianjun into the team, and then go to the school to kill Chu Feng. Otherwise, leaving Chu Feng alone would be a hidden danger if the enemy had already been alerted. When he was in the secret realm before, his strength was not enough to stop Chu Feng. But now, not only has he advanced to the high-level Black Iron level, he also has 2 battle pets. If he meets Chu Feng again, it won't be so easy for this guy to run away.
Boss. Boss. Mr. Lu.
Shirley, Wu Chang, Healy, Ding Feng, and Shueli all gathered in room 8006 in the morning. When they saw Lu Yu coming with 2 monsters, they all called out respectfully.
After a night.
The fact that Lu Yu has 2 monsters as battle pets has been known to everyone in the hotel.
Apart from sighing at Lu Yu's good fortune, they were not surprised at all.
After all, the whole world has changed, and having 2 more monsters as pets is really not too normal.
Lu Yu nodded slightly and looked at Wu Chang on the side. The betrayal rate is still 60%? Higher betrayal rate than strangers? All right. This was how much Lu Yu paid him when he took him in.
However, Lu Yu was impressed by his abilities and decided to observe him for a few days.
If it really doesn't work, just exile him. Healy, go call Yan Yun over. Okay. Mr. Lu. Healy did not dare to disobey Lu Yu's wishes and quickly got up and left. In less than a moment, Yan Yun, wearing jeans and a mask, came into the room. Following behind her was Li Wanning, who was wearing a tight dress and looked serious. Lu Yu.
Seeing Lu Yu again, Yan Yun seemed very happy for some reason. At least there was a smile on his face.
Have you had breakfast yet? Have eaten. I wanted to call you, but I thought about how tired you were yesterday, so. It's okay, as long as you've eaten.
Sit down first, I'll arrange today's work.
Aha. Boss, you say? Lu Yu nodded, not too anxious.
He took out 2 pieces of bread and started eating them, while looking at Yan Yun. After Lu Yu's villain's eye evolves, he can see the attribute information of companions with a betrayal rate below 30%.
Yan Yun's information.
Lu Yu had already seen it when he came out of the secret realm yesterday.
At that time it was 31%.
This number is pretty good, but Lu Yu cannot see her personal attributes.
But now, her betrayal rate has dropped to 18%? The lowest among all the people present? Lu Yu didn't know what she had figured out last night.
But Lu Yu had already seen through her personal attributes clearly.
Health, 16. Mental strength, 19. Strength, 7. Agility, 8. Enhancement level, Black Iron Beginner. Ability level, Healing Black Iron Beginner.
Her vitality and mental strength surpass those of ordinary people, but her strength and agility are obviously at the level of a normal girl.
From this point of view, she is just a medic with no melee ability? I don't know if she can use the non-attribute crystal core to improve her strength in her situation. Lu Yu frowned, thought for a few seconds, and then stopped thinking about it. Because no matter what, we must first have enough crystal cores before we can consider these issues. It's too early to think about it now. Shueli, Wu Chang, Shirley, Yan Yun, you have to come with me today.
Healy, work with Teacher Li to find a way to improve the living environment. Now all the rooms on the left side of the 8th floor belong to Lu Yu. But there was still a lot of blood in some rooms. There were even some dead bodies, so some cleaning was needed. Watching Lu Yu arrange everyone's work in an orderly manner, Li Wanning was a little dazed.
This classmate named Lu Yu not only has strong combat capabilities, but also strong organizational skills? Decisive and clear thinking. Is such an outstanding talent really his student? Lu Yu didn't have time to pay attention to her for the time being. After arranging some work and instructing Ding Feng on some things, he left a meal's worth of cooked food collected last night for everyone. Then he placed 2 crossbow arrows in the ring and began his cleaning work. There are many more high-level monsters today than yesterday. But it is good news for Lu Yu. After all, high-level monsters have crystal cores, right? And he? A man with a bronze-level battle pet. Can you imagine the pleasure of having 2 tanks in the front and others output damage from a distance? Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi were exploring the way ahead. Lu Yu and Wu Chang held melee weapons to prevent monsters from attacking them. Shueli and Shirlei used crossbows to shoot from a distance. Yen Yun is responsible for finding the crystal core. Crossbow arrows can be reused and recycled. Tanks, warriors, long-range output, and supports are all available at once. Then, Lu Yu, there's a crystal core in this head, cut it off quickly. There are also. Wow, Lu Yu, look, the color of this crystal core is different? Yen Yun exclaimed and handed a gray crystal core to Lu Yu. Lu Yu took a closer look. Spiritual crystal core black iron grade, a crystal core imbued with spiritual power. Chapter 62, Distribution of Crystal Cores. Because Lu Yu was using a non-attribute crystal core, he had more physical strength than mental strength. However, in this case, you only need to take a nap to recover to full health. But others are different. They were exhausted both physically and mentally, and one night was clearly not enough to recover. So Lu Yu left Ding Feng in the hotel to guard the supplies and brought the others out. After a day of fighting yesterday, Ding Feng has now reached the middle level of black iron. Generally, they are no longer his opponents. With him around, Lu Yu felt more at ease. There is no problem with Li Wanning and Healy working together on logistics. Yen Yun had to bring it with her because she had to help find the crystal core. As for why Wu Chang was brought along, there is no need to say more about this. This guy not only has strong recovery ability, but also has loyalty issues. Who else should we take with us if not him? Outside the hotel, Lu Yu was cleaning up the monsters. The stench of decay filled the air. Occasionally, people could see some lizardmen who could not find food gnawing on corpses that were left with only bones. The wreckage of various cars and signs can be seen everywhere. Because there are rooms on both sides of the street, there may be many monsters hiding. So everyone was very careful along the way. After a morning of hunting, Yen Yun found a spiritual crystal core in the brain of a high-level lizardman. This is a lizardman who looks smart and knows how to escape. As the name suggests, spiritual crystal cores are used to restore spiritual power or increase the upper limit of spiritual power. The total value increased is 35 points, the same as the non-attribute crystal core, and in rare cases it is 6 points. However, the general black iron grade attributeless crystal core is transparent in itself, but has black lines on it. Although the lines on this crystal core are also black, the crystal core itself is gray. Ha, not bad, not bad. Lu Yu smiled and took the gray crystal core in his hand, then looked at the others. Do you all know the function of the crystal core? Yes. Ding Feng told me yesterday. Shueli nodded. He knew that Yen Yun was with Lu Yu yesterday. Although Wu Chang joined later, Lu Yu did not hesitate to keep the secret. From today on, you need to keep this secret. Clear. Don't worry, I promise I won't tell anyone. Wu Chang patted his chest. Lu Yu nodded, that's good. By the way, if it's not absolutely necessary, our team will adopt a centralized training method. Concentrated training? What's the meaning? It means concentrating the crystal cores on one person first, making that person's combat power stronger, and then using this stronger person to collect crystal cores to feed other people. Mr. Lu, it's up to you to decide. Yes, we listen to you. Except for Wu Chang, the betrayal rate of other people in Lu Yu's team is very low. So they would definitely not object to Lu Yu's words. Even if it was Wu Chang, it would be impossible for him to go against Lu Yu on the surface. What's more, Lu Yu's distribution method is the most reasonable. First focus on training one person, and then use this trained strong person to help others. Unless it is due to excessive physical exertion, it is necessary to take the crystal core. These crystal cores should be used by one person. Doing this is indeed easier to survive in the apocalypse than dividing the crystal core equally. Of course, the person who is trained intensively must be someone recognized by everyone, otherwise problems will easily arise.
Lu Yu's team does not have this problem. Therefore, Lu Yu should be responsible for the distribution of the crystal cores. Lu Yu took a look. Seeing that everyone was still in a weak condition, he did not use these crystal cores right away.
He is so awesome.
In room 8008, I looked through the window at Lu Yu and his men on the street as they killed the monsters cleanly and efficiently.
Li Wanning couldn't help but exclaim in praise.
She lived with Yen Yun last night. Being in the same room in such a dangerous environment, the two women naturally put aside their teacher-student relationship and talked a lot. To be honest, she admires Yen Yun very much. A 20-year-old girl dared to go out with her boyfriend to face those monsters on the first day of the apocalypse.
This kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can do.
Even if Yen Yun said that she was forced to go by Lu Yu on the first day, it would still be remarkable.
At least Li Wanning felt that she definitely didn't have the courage. Just like today, Lu Yu took people out to hunt monsters. She could only work as a cleaner in the hotel with He Li. Boom boom boom.
There was a sudden knock on the door of the room.
Who is it? It's me, Shin Bin. Click. Li Wanning opened the door.
Standing in front of him was Shin Bin with his hands behind his back. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, a picture suddenly flashed through Li Wanning's mind.
Shin Bin and Lu Yu are about the same height. Both of them are tall and handsome, but why does there feel such a big difference between them? Shin Bin? Why are you here? I came to see you. They went out?
As Shin Bin spoke, he looked past Li Wanning into the room.
Li Wanning didn't reply to 8046 last night, so he came over.
After knowing that Li Wanning and Yen Yun lived together, he didn't think much about it.
Can't you see it over there? Okay, I just saw them go out, so I came here. Wan Ning, look at what this is?
Shin Bin smiled mysteriously, then took out a bowl and a pair of chopsticks from behind. The bowl contained half a bowl of yellow rice, 2 green vegetables and a handful of kimchi.
You haven't had lunch yet?
I specially asked Manager Zhao for this for you.
Come and eat it quickly. No thanks.
Seeing that the food that Shin Bin usually disdained was now treated as a treasure by him, Li Wanning felt indescribable sadness in her heart. When Lu Yu left, he left a lot of food in Mr. Ding's room.
He left a lot of food? Shin Bin was dumbfounded. No. No? Why would I lie to you? Li Wanning remains serious.
Besides, when he left, he also said that if you come over at noon, we can go eat together.
It happens to be lunchtime now, so I'll take you there.
When Shin Bin heard Li Wanning's words, his eyes lit up and he soon grinned.
This kid really knows how to handle things, huh? The two called He Li and then found Ding Feng.
Then, Shin Bin was confused.
Oh my god, braised beef, poached chicken? And braised pork intestines, and cold mixed shredded vegetables?
There was no plan for Lu Yu's breakfast today. So to be on the safe side, he spent the entire morning building relationships with Manager Zhao and the others. I just grabbed some breakfast from Manager Zhao downstairs. Given Manager Zhao's old fox character, it is certainly impossible for him to give him too much food. And compared to the food at Lu Yu's place, the food at Manager Zhao's place is just like pig food, right?
Seeing so many delicious foods, Shin Bin couldn't wait.
He quickly called a few people together and started eating without any hesitation. But he didn't throw away the bowl of white rice.
Because only when you have experienced hunger can you know how precious food is. Compared to Shin Bin's wolfing down of food, Li Wanning was different.
Because she had eaten breakfast and had food and water provided by Lu Yu.
So she wasn't very hungry. At this moment, her mind was full of Lu Yu's questions from yesterday.
It seems I have to find someone to protect myself.
Li Wanning was not stupid and quickly figured out her current situation.
If I want to live a normal life, I must find a strong boy to protect me.
Otherwise, things could easily go wrong.
However, judging by the current situation, there are only 2 people who can protect themselves.
Lu Yu and Shin Bin. Shin Bin? No way.
Thinking of Li Wanning looking up and looking at Shin Bin who was eating voraciously, he couldn't help feeling a sense of despair in his heart. This guy is so unreliable no matter how you look at him.
As for Lu Yu?
He's so powerful, there's no doubt about it, but he's just my student.
Why should he protect me? Also, those things he told me last night. Hey, why did he tell me those things?
Li Wanning suddenly had an idea and was stunned, could he do the same to me?
Oh my god. No. No way? Chapter 63, Superpower Upgraded. Li Wanning is a person who is good at thinking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a professor at such a young age. With Lu Yu's reminder, it only took her a short time to guess Lu Yu's intention. But Lu Yu didn't care anymore. Anyway, this kind of thing will come to light sooner or later. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A sickle mantis fell from the sky, waving a huge sickle and pounced on everyone. Lu Yu raised his hand and flicked it. Swish. A wind blade knocked the sickle mantis away, seriously injuring it again. Xiao Jin. Lu Yu called out softly. Squeak. Xiao Jin and Lu Yu were in sync with each other. After receiving the order, they ran towards the mantis using their hands and feet. It ran extremely fast and caught up with the sickle mantis that was knocked away in a few seconds. The sickle mantis was originally hit by Lu Yu. The injured animal was about to get up and go crazy, but suddenly found a huge black shadow appeared in front of it. Although the mantis is 2 meters long. But the power of the 2 sickles is stronger than that of the 2 sickles in the whole body. Other parts of his body are very fragile. How can he possibly compare in strength with Xiao Jin, who is at the initial bronze level? So before it could react, Xiao Jin rode on it, grabbed its head, and easily broke its neck. Ding, congratulations, your wind attribute ability has been upgraded to the intermediate level of black iron. The sudden system prompt made Lu Yu raise the corner of his mouth. The superpowers have finally been upgraded. Whether it is physical fitness or supernatural powers, there is room for improvement without using crystal cores in the early stages. And as long as you keep using it, the improvement speed is not too slow. Just like Lu Yu. Less than 2 days after the end of the world, not only did his body become much stronger, but his superpowers also upgraded. Look at your current attributes. Name, Lu Yu. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 136. Vitality, 38. Normal adult male value is 10. Mental strength, 40. Normal adult male value is 10. Strength, 40. Normal adult male value is 10. Agility, 36. Normal adult male value is 10. Enhancement level, high level black iron. Ability level, wind attribute intermediate black iron. Villain exclusive skills, Villain's Eye, Villain's Heart, Villain's Aura. TSK, sure. Seeing this attribute panel, Lu Yu's smile widened. Mental strength and strength have reached 40 points, and other attributes are almost 40. You know, Lu Yu hasn't used the crystal core today. This effect was entirely due to the reward from Yen Yun before and the potential stimulated by the battles in the past 2 days. With the current attribute value, he is already satisfied. As for the difference between the intermediate and basic black iron abilities? Actually, there is no difference. It's just that the storage capacity is doubled. That's 10 wind blades. As for the degree of wind blade compression, release speed, and accuracy? These have nothing to do with the ability level. If you want to strengthen your ability in this area, you need to improve your mental strength. The higher the mental strength, the easier it is to control the supernatural powers. The faster the speed, the higher the accuracy and the stronger the power. When both the mental attributes and the supernatural power levels are high, the supernatural powers released can be more diverse. For example, wind wall, tornado, and so on. Of course, Lu Yu cannot reach this level now. Fuck, why are they so awesome? Isn't that too exaggerated? Are those 2 monsters his pets? You can even bring pets? That's awesome. Hey, although these monsters are scary, it would be awesome if I could awaken a superpower like that guy. Don't you have superpowers? Are you jealous of them getting into trouble? Fuck, can what I have be called a superpower? There were also many survivors inside the hotel and the houses on both sides of the street below. At this time, they were watching Lu Yu and others hunting monsters downstairs, and they were all surprised. Although they are also beginning to organize a counterattack. But they didn't even clean up the monsters in the place where they lived. Not to mention walking out of the building like Lu Yu and others. No matter where the survivors are at this time. After seeing this scene on the street downstairs, some special thoughts began to arise in my mind. Hey, what do you think? Should we join their team? Join? Go and see if they'll accept you. How do you know if you don't try? Boss, I'm so tired. Can we take a break first?
Shirley, holding a crossbow, said tiredly.
Lu Yu glanced at him. This guy's betrayal rate was 27%. It's also below 30%. So Lu Yu not only knew his attributes, but also knew his awakened abilities. Yes, as Lu Yu's subordinate, Shirley is also an awakener.
It's just that his awakened abilities are somewhat useless. His ability is called Hawkeye.
Hawkeye? As the name suggests, it means the eyes of an eagle.
This thing doesn't have any other functions except that it can see things from a very long distance. Except for Shirley's slightly stronger mental power, his other attributes have not changed. If he were given a sniper rifle, this ability would probably be very useful.
But now, this skill is really useless. Okay. Lu Yu nodded. Let's go to the cake shop next door. We can have lunch there. Everyone, be careful. There's nothing wrong with eating at a certain time.
Although the community where Wei Jianju lives is not in a straight line with the hotel school.
But it is closer to Lu Yu, and he can see the gate of the community by just turning a street.
But even on this street, it was difficult for Lu Yu to turn around.
Because there are many monsters in the buildings on both sides of the street.
In order to avoid being attacked from both sides, Lu Yu and his companions had to advance step by step. The cake shop on the roadside is a small shop.
The glass counter inside was tilted and glass fragments were scattered all over the floor.
The cake was also broken into pieces.
Lu Yu asked Xiao Jin to go in and explore the way.
There was no living person inside.
There is a lounge inside the store. At this time, the place was in a mess, with blood all over the floor.
2 lizard monsters, one medium and one tall, were gnawing on 2 corpses inside.
Both bodies were girls.
Now they are all unrecognizable, and one of the girls has half of her face bitten off.
This cruel scene made everyone feel sick.
Coupled with the pungent smell of blood and fishy smell, even Lu Yu subconsciously pinched his nose.
Puff.
He quickly cooperated with Xiao Jin and killed him with 2 swords.
There is no crystal core.
Lu Yu didn't bother to care and quickly closed the door of the lounge to block out the pungent smell. Without the fishy smell, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, Shirley and Wu Chang had already closed the cracked glass door. Lu Yu asked Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi to guard the door, then he pulled over a table and took out the leftover cooked food from last night and placed it on the table. The space inside the storage ring is vacuum, the outside air cannot enter it, and it is bound to Lu Yu's spiritual consciousness. In other words, putting food in a ring is not only easier to preserve, but also prevents it from being moved around at will. But in such hot and humid weather, the food has been left outside for a whole day.
Even if you throw it into the ring, it won't last long. So eat them up as soon as possible. As for whether the food is cold or not, no one cares about that at this time. You two take a rest first. Yan Yun, come with me.
After dinner, Lu Yu pulled Yan Yun to the cashier counter of the cake shop. Lu Yu lifted up 2 stools that had fallen to the ground. Yan Yun sat on the stool and looked at Lu Yu with some confusion.
Lu Yu, what's wrong? I want to ask, what did you talk about with Teacher Li last night? Huh? Why are you asking this all of a sudden?
Answer my question first. We did talk about some things, but they were all trivial matters.
Then do you know who Shen Bin is to her? Shen Bin?
Yan Yun thought for a moment and said, Teacher Li said they seem to have met through a blind date.
Blind date? Yes, it was yesterday morning.
Yan Yun told Lu Yu everything she had talked about with Li Wanning last night. After listening to Yan Yun's story, Lu Yu only wanted to say one word.
This Li Wanning storyline is so ridiculous. If it weren't for the heroine, I would have eaten the Qingwang sword. Chapter 64, Falling in Love with Someone Else?
The reason why Lu Yu knew Chu Feng and Yan Yun was because they were the male and female protagonists. This is because the 4 character cards given to novices by the system clearly mark their relationships.
As for Chu Feng's main storyline, are there any other female protagonists?
Lu Yu could only judge based on his own experience.
Lu Yu had already guessed about Li Wanning.
It was just a suspicion before, and even with Shen Bin's presence, he couldn't be completely sure of her identity as the heroine. After all, it is normal for a beautiful woman like Li Wanning to be pursued by a tall, rich and handsome man like Shen Bin.
But now based on Yin Yun's description, Lu Yu can basically confirm her identity as the heroine. Because although Li Wanning is already 27 years old this year, can you believe that she has never had a boyfriend? Such a beautiful woman, so old, has never had a boyfriend? This is obviously unreasonable. As we all know,
Whether it is a movie or a novel, in order to meet the needs of readers, the author needs to write the heroine as a novice. No matter whether the woman is 18, 28, or 38. It doesn't matter whether the woman is married or not. Anyway, as long as the protagonist is a female, even if this woman has a baby, she is definitely a virgin. Married women are not suitable for men. A woman who takes care of a baby, if the baby is not the protagonist's, must be adopted. Older women either haven't met the right person yet, or they want to save their virginity until marriage. In short, for various strange reasons, the heroine's first time was reserved for the hero. Even if the reason is very unreasonable. Take Li Wanning for example. Her appearance and figure are impeccable, but her personality is a bit old-fashioned and she is very traditional at heart. She is so focused on her studies that she has no time for a relationship. When her parents asked her about it, she said there was no rush and that she was still young, so why would she fall in love? So she has been single until now. Later, her family was really anxious to have a grandson, so they introduced her to this guy named Shin Bin, a social elite who just returned from studying abroad. Coincidentally, the two were not only from the same hometown when they were young, but also attended the same primary school. So Li Wanning, who had originally not planned to go on a blind date with Shin Bin, decided to meet Shin Bin after hearing the news. This Li Wanning is also weird. Others go on blind dates at noon or in the evening. Because in Xia country, eating is a social activity that brings people closer together at the table. After dinner, we have more time to spend together. And her blind date was in the morning? The reason was that after the blind date, she had to rush back to teach her students. Then the two of them made an appointment to meet at the breakfast shop downstairs from the hotel. Then, the end of the world came. The breakfast shop owner turned into a zombie. The two had no choice but to flee all the way to this hotel. According to Lu Yu's guess, she should be one of Chu Feng's concubines, but her appearance disrupted the original plot. If it weren't for me, Li Wanning would have teamed up with manager Zhao and others under Shin Bin's care. By the time Chu Feng finished dealing with the school affairs, the bad habits of his team had almost been released. When Shin Bin loses patience with Li Wanning and is about to do something bad to her, Chu Feng will appear in front of her like a god descending from the sky, hit Shin Bin in the face and take her into his pocket at the same time. But now with Lu Yu, everything has changed. Lu Yu, why are you asking so carefully? Do you like Teacher Li too? After Yan Yun finished her narration, she saw Lu Yu's expression and suddenly reacted. Li Wanning is not only beautiful, but also taller and bigger than her. Especially when viewed from behind, her peach-shaped figure is something that all men yearn for. So she had to doubt Lu Yu's true thoughts. Don't worry about this. Lu Yu was too lazy to explain. There are many ways to improve yourself. But judging from the reward Yan Yun received, it seems like dealing with the protagonist is faster than using crystal cores to increase strength. Apart from anything else, the heroine alone has 10 points of all attributes. What's more, the protagonist's abilities are generally very powerful. Lu Yu believed that in addition to the combat experience and luck gained from Rebirth, there must be other things that enabled Chu Feng to become the protagonist. It's just that I haven't discovered it yet. So obtaining the crystal core is secondary, and I should put more energy into killing the protagonist? It seems to make some sense. Now that Li Wanning has been confirmed as the heroine, the problem is how to make use of this heroine. Just have sex with her? This doesn't seem to have any impact on the protagonist at all. Because the current Chu Feng has no emotional entanglement with Li Wanning at all. Even if he slept with her, it wouldn't affect Chu Feng. Seeing Lu Yu lost in thought, Yan Yun almost cried. You really like Teacher Li? So what? Lu Yu came back to his senses and asked instead of answering, Teacher Li is so beautiful, isn't it normal to like her? That is not normal. Yan Yun was anxious and quickly retorted, others can like her, but you can't. Why? What do you take me for? At this time, Yan Yun had tears in her eyes and felt extremely aggrieved. It took me a whole day to finally forget the crime Lu Yu had committed against me. She also developed feelings for Lu Yu. It only took one day for this guy to fall in love with someone else? How could she accept this? You? Looking at Yan Yun's aggrieved face, Lu Yu smiled playfully, then asked, then what do you take me for? Tears were still welling up in Yan Yun's eyes, but she was stunned by Lu Yu's question. Yes. What do you take him for? Although the two had known each other for a long time, they only really got to know each other when the apocalypse began yesterday morning.
It seems that I have no right to manage him? But. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Just put this. Note, this awakener can only use life and spirit cores. Other cores cannot be used. Forcibly using other cores will cause energy conflicts and cancellations. There is a 90% chance of no recovery or improvement effects, a 9.9% chance of side effects, and a 0.1% chance of death. Note, to ensure absolute physical health, when an awakener uses a crystal core to strengthen themselves, the difference between their vitality and mental strength should not exceed 30%, otherwise some adverse symptoms will occur. If one's vitality is too strong, the mental power will not be able to support the strong body, and the IQ may decrease. If the mental power is too strong, the body will not be able to bear the huge mental power, and the brain will be out of control, which may lead to mental illness or schizophrenia. Lu Yu. Chapter 65 Madman Ingenious. After a whole morning, Lu Yu had a total of 4 non-attribute crystal cores and 1 spiritual attribute crystal core. He didn't want to continue discussing the topic of love with Yen Yun. I just wanted to divert her attention and let her eat a crystal core to see the effect. But just as he took out the crystal core, before he could finish his words, the villain's eye saw a series of prompts. Seeing this prompt, Lu Yu was speechless. Yen Yun can only use life and spirit crystal cores, there is nothing much to say about this. Lu Yu had this guess after discovering that one of the crystal cores was of the spiritual type. If there is a spiritual crystal core, there will naturally be a life crystal core. After Yen Yun awakened, only these 2 attributes were enhanced. It's not surprising that only crystal cores with these 2 properties can be used. However, when strengthening, the difference between vitality and mental strength cannot exceed 30%. Otherwise, you might become an idiot or a psychopath. So some patients in psychiatric hospitals develop mental illnesses because their mental powers are so strong that their bodies can't handle it? Is it true that there is only one step between madness and genius? What's wrong with you? Seeing that Lu Yu didn't say anything, Yen Yun's attention was actually diverted. I quickly asked with a little concern. Nothing, I wanted to give you a crystal core to restore your strength. Lu Yu said casually, but it seems you can't use this. According to the clues obtained from the villain's eye just now, Yen Yun has 16 points of vitality and 19 points of mental strength. Eating a crystal core without attributes will most likely be ineffective. The content of a spiritual crystal core is 5 points. If Yen Yun were to eat a spiritual crystal core, even if it only increased by 3 points, Yen Yun's spiritual power would exceed 30% of his vitality. In other words, she must first be given a life system crystal core before she can use a spirit system crystal core? Thinking of this, Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully. It turns out there is so much to learn about using crystal cores to strengthen your body. Not only is there a greater chance of death, but there is also the risk of becoming idiot and mentally ill. I don't know what will happen in this era when information cannot be communicated. How many people's health or lives will other survivors need to sacrifice in order to develop a scientific method of strengthening? He. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. Xu Feng lived 10 years after the end of the world, so he knew how to use the crystal core. But his current villain's eyes are exactly the same. Even after the attributes are digitized, what you see becomes more intuitive. Are these crystal cores divided into many types? Seeing that the crystal core had 2 colors, Yen Yun couldn't help but ask. That's about right. I'll give it to you when you need it later. Oh, okay. Yen Yun didn't understand these things and could only follow Lu Yu's arrangements. Lu Yu stopped thinking about it and threw a non-attribute one into his mouth. I'm tired after a whole morning, and I can't recover my strength just by eating. In order to save recovery time, there is nothing wrong with eating a crystal core. After taking it with water, the familiar warm current once again spread from the stomach to the whole body. Ding, you have recovered a moderate amount of physical strength. Ding, you strengthened your body. Strengthening results, vitality +2, strength +0, agility +1. Ding, reminder, your vitality has reached the limit of your current body. The black iron crystal core can only replenish your physical strength, but cannot further strengthen your body. Please break through your limit through high-intensity combat. Note, using black iron essence allows you to directly break through. Black iron essence is likely to appear on high-level black iron monsters about to break through to bronze. After Lu Yu ate a black iron crystal core, his agility increased to 37 points. The other attributes are already 40 points. But the system pops up another prompt? What is going on here? Is 40 HP the limit for high-level black iron? If you want to break through to bronze, you either have to fight with high intensity or use black iron essence. Black iron essence is only found in high-level black iron monsters that are about to break through to bronze. In other words, Xiaojin, who had not evolved before, had black iron essence. Are there monsters of this level out there? Even if there is a monster of this level, Liu probably won't be able to find it in a short time. But it's okay. It seems that through high-intensity combat, I can also break through to the bronze level? Is the recovery of physical strength only moderate? Thinking of this, Liu took a deep breath. System, the black iron crystal core can only replenish my stamina, it can't strengthen my body anymore? Even after reaching bronze, I can't use the black iron crystal core to strengthen myself anymore? To strengthen a bronze-level body, a bronze-level crystal core is required. In other words, the black iron crystal core is useless to me except for replenishing a moderate amount of my physical strength? Yes, host. Grass. Hearing the system's answer, Liu wanted to vomit blood. I spent a day and a half to collect the crystal cores with great difficulty. I only ate 3 pills from start to finish, and you tell me they are useless? Alright. Actually, this cannot be blamed on others. Because at the beginning of the apocalypse, the upper limit of everyone's natural evolution is similar. A small number of them are between beginner and intermediate levels. Most of them are in the middle level of black iron. An awakening talent like Liu Yu's, which is almost comparable to that of the protagonist, is of course infinitely close to the high-level black iron. After reaching a high level, it needs to be strengthened by black iron crystal cores. Because Liu got plus 10 in all attributes from Yin Yun, he reached the bottleneck after using only a few black iron crystal cores. Forget it, if it can't be used, then it can't be used. Shueli, Wu Chang. After reaching this conclusion, Liu was too lazy to care about it anymore. If he couldn't use it himself, he could give it to his subordinates. Mr. Liu. Boss, what's the matter? Liu threw out 2 crystal cores from the cashier counter. Here, each of you take 1 to restore your physical strength. Both of their bodies have been strengthened, and both can use attributeless crystal cores. Hearing Liu's words, they reacted quickly and caught the crystal core thrown by Liu from the air. Wu Chang was stunned at first, then he was ecstatic. Apart from Liu, no one else has used this thing yet. But the effect came from Liu eating it. And judging by the importance attached to this thing, it is definitely a good thing. Seeing the black iron crystal core in his hand, Shueli was a little puzzled. Mr. Liu, didn't you say before that we should focus on training? Why now? I don't have much use for this kind of crystal core. From now on, I'll give you all the crystal cores of this level. Liu was straightforward and did not hide anything. Wu Chang's betrayal rate is indeed quite high. But this 60% betrayal rate only shows that he is easily provoked by others or tempted by interests. Less than 90% of people will not have the idea of attacking themselves. At most, they would do some small things behind the scenes. So Liu was not particularly worried about him. What's more, he had seen Wu Chang's situation in the previous battle. Even after he transforms, his strength and speed will not be as good as his current self. At most, their defense is stronger than mine. I have the Qinggang sword that can cut through iron like mud, so why should I be afraid of his defense? Is that so? Thank you, Mr. Liu. Then, thank you, boss. Hearing Liu say this, Shueli no longer refused. Wu Chang's face was full of smiles, and he couldn't wait to put the crystal core into his mouth. As the crystal core enters the abdomen, the warm current that restored their strength and strengthened their bodies made the 2 of them look intoxicated. Fuck, is this so good to eat? It feels so comfortable. Boss, what about me? Don't I have any? I saw that Shueli and Wu Chang both had crystal cores, and they looked refreshed after eating them. Shirley looked envious. The most tired person here is obviously myself. Why do they have it but I don't? The boss clearly has another one in his hand? If you're not afraid of exploding and dying, then go ahead and eat it. Liu said, and handed the one in his hand over directly. Chapter 66 I Want to Be a Villain. After Shirley awakened his eagle eyes, his mental strength was only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. There is no change in the other 3 attributes. According to the information read by the villain's eye, awakeners who have only awakened a single attribute are generally called non-combat awakeners. Apart from this single attribute, the physical fitness of this type of awakened person is similar to that of an ordinary person. Only through some exercise can you make your body stronger. There is no way to use crystal cores for strengthening. In other words, Shirley is just an ordinary person with better eyesight. The mortality rate of eating this crystal core is as high as 50%. As for whether Yen Yun is a non-combat type, this is obviously not the case. Because she can use crystal cores to strengthen herself, and now is only the beginning of the apocalypse. Can you guarantee that this class won't awaken some kind of holy light spell in the later stages? Explode, and die? Shirley, who was about to reach out to take the crystal core, heard Lu Yu's words. His hand stopped in mid-air and the smile froze on his face. No. Try. Lu Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense and stretched his hand forward again, motioning the other party to come over and take it. But does Shirley dare to take it? Obviously not. Unless it's a matter of life and death. Otherwise, even if this thing only has a 10% mortality rate, he would not be willing to gamble with his life. So, Shirley withdrew his hand. The mood became extremely depressed. Okay, boss, I'm trash. Actually, you're not such a loser. Lu Yu said casually, go to the door and look into the distance. Maybe you'll get an unexpected surprise. Look at the distance? Shirley was stunned at first, then he quickly came to the door of the cake shop and looked into the distance through the glass door. It was nothing at first, but after a while. As the scene at the end of the street became clearer and clearer, Shirley's eyes widened. Fuck, how can I see so clearly? This is unscientific. At the end of the street that Shirley could see was a noodle shop. There is a line of words under the noodle shop sign, and the door is also a glass door. In the past, at this distance, he couldn't see the words on the signs at all. Now, let alone words, he could even see clearly a few bloody palm prints and a few drops of blood on the glass door. That's what you're capable of. Lu Yu said directly, from now on, our team's reconnaissance mission will be handed over to you. Haha, no problem, boss. Leave it to me. Shirley patted his chest and promised, then thought of something, but boss, how do you know that this is my ability? Is it strange? Lu Yu asked instead of answering. Well. After hearing what Lu Yu said, Shirley came back to his senses and said with embarrassment, not surprising. Lu Yu has the ability to predict the future, so it's not surprising that he knows everything. And there are too many things in this world that cannot be explained. Just like Wu Chang yesterday. He is at school, but he appears in the hotel with the boss? How do you explain this? So Shirley, who understood this, no longer had any doubts. From now on, you guys cover for me, and let me deal with the monsters as much as possible. Lu Yuka didn't have time to pay attention to him, so he took out the Qinggang sword from his storage ring. People are different from weapons. To upgrade the grade of the Qinggang sword, you just need to absorb energy. However, people still need to break their physical limits through combat or black iron essence in order to advance. Lu Yu wanted to break through to the bronze level, but didn't want to waste time looking for black iron essence. Then the only way to break through is through high-intensity combat. At the hotel, Lu Yu was busy pushing his physical limits. In the school's canteen, Xu Feng was recuperating under the careful care of Poison Lady Dailian. 3 kilometers to the north of the rental house, Xiao Fan, who was carrying a mountaineering backpack full of daily necessities, was also getting stronger. He found a handy steel bar at a construction site next to his rental house. Puff! The steel bar was stabbed into the head of a high-level zombie. The zombie was hit in the brain and fell to the ground. This zombie is already at the high-level black iron level. High-level black iron zombies run at a speed similar to that of ordinary humans. And there are also the prototypes of various evolutionary routes, such as crawlers, lickers, etc. Although Xiao Fan only killed ordinary high-level zombies, this is not something that ordinary people can deal with. The reason why he was so successful was all due to the changes that happened to his body after being bitten by a zombie. Your own aura will no longer attract monsters' attention. Whether it's a sickle mantis, a lizard man, or a zombie. No one seemed interested in him. Even if he took the initiative to use weapons to stab these monsters. These monsters only resisted instinctively. Then this resistance will stop directly after he leaves a certain distance. After discovering this situation, Xiao Fan was overjoyed. I even feel that the world outside is not the end of the world, but heaven. I used to be honest, had a bottom line, had morals, and kept to my duties. But what about you? Not only did you look down on me and bully me, you even beat me up and put me in the hospital?
Okay, since you all want to bully me, then from now on, I, Xiao Fan, will be a complete villain. I will make all those who bullied me pay the price. Xiao Fan clenched his fists and said with gritted teeth. After saying this, he looked towards the building opposite the rental house.
Wangshan, didn't your wife let the dog bite me before? And she even said that the dog's life is more valuable than mine? Since you are closest to me, let's start with you. Remember, your wife is very beautiful. Wangshan is a resident of Xiao Fan's residential complex and is usually somewhat arrogant and domineering. No one dares to mess with ordinary people. Once, his wife Zhou Yan went out for a walk with the dog without a leash, and the dog bit Xiao Fan when he came home from get off work. Xiao Fan subconsciously kicked the dog. As a result, the other party not only refused to apologize, but also falsely accused him of kicking the dog. If you don't kick my dog, how could my dog bite you? These were Zhou Yan's exact words at the time. I have to say that although Zhou Yan is quite pretty, she is actually a tigress. He is really good at framing others. In addition, there was no surveillance in this shabby community, so Xiao Fan had no way to defend himself at that time. Later, Zhou Yan's husband Wangshan came. Xiao Fan originally thought that the man would be more reasonable, but who knew that this guy only sided with his wife? He also said the classic line, "My dog is of such and such breed, but it is worth much more than the life of a stinky errand boy like you." These words deeply hurt Xiao Fan's self-esteem. Although the other party did not ask him for compensation later, he still paid for the rabies vaccine himself. And the other party has not apologized yet. Whenever he thought of this, Xiao Fan wished he could kill the couple. There was no opportunity before, but there is now. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and pulled the steel bar out of the zombie's head. He originally planned to study how to deal with the couple. The steel bar in his hand unexpectedly brought out a transparent crystal with black patterns on it, the size of a fingernail. The crystal was covered with blood and brain matter, but Xiao Fan still found it. Huh? What is this? Xiao Fan was a little surprised and subconsciously took the crystal in his hand. Shine it in the sun. The black lines are mysterious and strange, and the crystal itself is crystal clear. Without thinking too much, he quickly took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and rinsed it clean. The crystal becomes more beautiful. This stone is so beautiful. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. At this moment, Xiao Fan suddenly felt a strong urge to swallow the crystal. This impulse is like the impulse of a vampire when it is hungry and wants to suck blood. Is this thing edible? Chapter 67, A World for Two. The crystal core grows inside the monster's head. Most people are scared to death when they see monsters. Who would bother to crack open the head of a monster corpse? And under normal circumstances, the monster's corpse will be shared and eaten by other monsters. Therefore, it is very difficult for humans to discover crystal nuclei. No one would even think of eating it. But Xiao Fan is different after all. So he was able to discover the existence of the crystal core at the first moment. The other side. Lu Yu didn't know that the errand boy he had beaten up 3 months ago was undergoing a drastic change. Because at this time he was constantly hunting those monsters. Today's zombies, except for their teeth. The claws are not particularly lethal. Just don't encounter a group of them at once or engage in a long fight with them. With Lu Yu's current strength and agility, they could hardly touch the corner of Lu Yu's clothes. Watching Lu Yu slashing at the monsters with his sword. Whether it was the people in the hotel or the survivors on both sides of the street. Or maybe Lu Yu's teammates were all surprised at this moment. So strong. It's so amazing. They knew that Lu Yu was strong, but they never thought he was so strong. Before, there were either not many monsters, or Ding Feng and Xueli cooperated from the side, or Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi were in the front. So they couldn't see Lu Yu's true personal combat ability. And now, Lu Yu's personal combat capability was completely incomprehensible to them. Although he doesn't have many special moves, his movements when killing monsters aren't that good looking. But that reaction, that speed, was simply exaggerated. Even a high-level black iron scythe mantis could not attack Lu Yu with its sickle. Lu Yu, who has reached the bottleneck of black iron, is like a tiger among a flock of sheep with the sharp Qinggang sword in his hand. Almost. Just a little bit more. As time went by, Lu Yu became more and more accustomed to such killings. With the sharpness of the Qinggang sword in his hand, he killed monsters faster and faster. Often, only one sword strike is needed to accurately hit the vital points of these monsters and take them away. The only regret is The silver level Qinggang sword no longer increases energy by 1 point when hunting iron level monsters. But only 0.1? It seems that the energy of the black iron monster cannot meet the requirements of the Qinggang sword? But this is not important anymore. Anyway, the current silver level Qinggang sword is completely sufficient.
Ding, congratulations, your enhancement level has been raised to the bronze beginner level.
Boom!
As the system prompt sounded, all the cells in Lu Yu's body felt sore and weak, as if something was on fire.
Start to feel hot and feverish. But Lu Yu didn't feel uncomfortable, but rather very comfortable.
This feeling is like an old tree welcoming spring, or sweet dew after a long drought.
The power that was previously exhausted is actually beginning to recover?
Seeing that there were still a few lizardmen with scales and hideous faces that had not been dealt with, Lu Yu, who no longer had the strength to fight, shouted loudly.
Xiao Jin, stop him. As soon as the words fell. Boom, boom, boom.
The tall black shadow rushed out from behind Lu Yu using his hands and feet, and met the monsters.
Bang! Xiao Jin used his meatball to attack, instantly knocking the lizard man in front away.
This lizard man was like a bowling ball, knocking all of his kind behind him to the ground. Just then, Xueli, Yan Yun and several other teammates also rushed over.
Finally succeeded.
Lu Yu half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. Everyone looked at Lu Yu's condition, and needless to say, they knew what Lu Yu was doing. The end of the world is approaching, and everyone's body is changing.
Lu Yu's current situation is obviously a breakthrough?
I don't know how long it took before Lu Yu finally recovered. After putting the Qinggang sword back into its rusty scabbard, he stood up and stretched his arms. And took a look at his own attributes.
Health, 50. Mental strength, 50. Strength, 50. Agility, 47. Advancing from high-level black iron to bronze, increasing all attributes by 10 points?
Seeing this scene, Lu Yu was neither surprised nor surprised. He knew that once he advanced to bronze, his attributes would definitely improve.
But I didn't expect it to be so much at 10 o'clock? Wait, if breaking through bronze can increase all attributes by 10 points, does that mean that black iron essence can also increase all attributes by 10 points? Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then wouldn't it be better to just go look for black iron essence? What the hell is the protagonist?
However, the system's answer cut off Lu Yu's thoughts.
Black iron essence can only be used when your health is 40.
It will have no effect if used at other times.
Alright. It turns out that I was just imagining things. This black iron essence is used for advancement and does not provide any attributes itself. The reason why all of his attributes increased by 10 points was because of the breakthrough and had nothing to do with the black iron essence. In other words, if I break through once, it's like I've won over a heroine? That's okay.
He clenched his fists, and with a strength 5 times that of an ordinary person, Lu Yu was full of confidence.
You must know.
This 5-fold power is not as simple as adding 5 ones together. Like an adult male, with 3 times the strength of an average elementary school student.
Is it true that while holding a weapon, he could only beat 3 elementary school students? This is obviously unscientific. Let's go, Yan Yun, find the crystal core. That's all for today.
Lu Yu withdrew his thoughts. It will take more than a day or two to meet up with Wei Jianjun and then go to school to kill Chu Feng. Lu Yu understood this very well, so he was not in a hurry at all. It is definitely more cost-effective to keep the crystal core than to eat it directly.
Oh. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Yan Yun quickly took action.
Wu Chang, on the other hand, couldn't help but tremble when he saw the monster corpses all over the ground.
He made a rough count.
Among these corpses, 37 zombies, 56 lizardmen, and 13 sickle mantises.
Adding up all the monsters, there are 15 high-level ones? How can one person kill so many?
Although Lu Yu killed these monsters, the sharp Qinggang sword played a dominant role.
But Lu Yu's own strength is definitely something he can show off, right?
After all, Lu Yu did not use Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi just now, nor did he use his own special abilities. Instead, he fought purely relying on his own physical fitness.
This is...
Lu Yu, we found 2 crystal cores in total.
Give it to me first, and we'll distribute it to everyone when we get back. Are you going home so early today? It's only 3 in the afternoon. Leave some time and energy to go back and spend some time alone together. 2 people? With whom? Of course I'll follow you, Me?
Yen Yun was stunned for a moment, then her face flushed. When did I ever say I wanted to spend time with you alone?
Hey, this is not up to you. After 2 days of life and death test.
Yen Yun fell in love with this handsome, good-looking boy with a good figure, but a somewhat bad character. So when she heard that Lu Yu likely wanting, she felt very uncomfortable. However, when she heard that Lu Yu wanted to spend time alone with her, she felt secretly happy.
He wants to spend time alone with me? Does this mean that when he said he liked Teacher Li Wanting before, he was just saying it for fun? Well, very likely. After all, Lu Yu is a bad guy who was very good at bullying girls. It is entirely possible that he deliberately said such things to anger himself. Of course, she didn't care when Lu Yu said he wanted to spend his time alone together. I just thought Lu Yu was joking. After all, it's broad daylight now. Even if he wants to bully me, he has to wait until night, right? Unfortunately, she was wrong. It's so wrong.
As soon as everyone rushed back to the hotel, Lu Yu directly dragged her to the warehouse next to 8008. After taking off his bloody shirt, he asked Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi to guard the door.
Lu Yu, you don't really want to do this to me.
Yen Yun was terrified as she looked at the man in front of her with a wicked smile on his face, pushing her against the storage shelf.
I couldn't believe my own guess at all.
Lu Yu slowly reached out and hugged her slender waist. Yen Yun didn't hide, and it seemed she didn't dare to hide.
It's only a matter of time, isn't it? I have to admit that Lu Yu is handsome and has a good figure.
Coupled with the naughty smile on his lips, he has a very strong killing power on most women.
Especially women who don't have the destiny of a heroine. Who said that?
Yen Yun turned her head to the side. I suspect you are lying to me.
It doesn't matter. You are in my hands now. You are violating a woman's will. I'm going to sue you. What are you suing for? This?
The smile on Lu Yu's lips became even more evil. He took out a white, square bag the same size as a shampoo bag from the ring.
A circle slightly larger than a coin is faintly visible in the middle. Huh, what is this? Seeing the thing in Lu Yu's hand, Yen Yun couldn't help but feel curious.
Lu Yu explained, getting pregnant in the end times will be very troublesome, so this is something to avoid trouble.
Swish.
Yen Yun's face turned red all the way to her neck.
Chapter 68 Young and Strong.
Being a villain in the apocalypse means you can't just become stronger and deal with the protagonist.
Sometimes you have to learn to enjoy it. For example, the sleeping heroine or something. Lu Yu was very tired last night and had no energy. But today is different. Yen Yun is so beautiful. Since your strength is sufficient for the time being, shouldn't you communicate with her more emotionally?
Yen Yun is a girl who has never been in a relationship. The night before yesterday I was unconscious again. So it was normal that she didn't know what was in Lu Yu's hand. But now that Lu Yu has made it so clear, if she still doesn't know, she would be a fool.
Then. It was the afternoon of the second day after the end of the world.
Lu Yu smelled the unique body fragrance of the girl and taught her a lot about boys and girls. Although Lu Yu had previously done so in order to improve his strength. My physical strength was almost depleted, but I recovered a lot when I advanced to bronze. Therefore, his current condition is much better than last night.
As for where the thing in Lu Yu's hand came from? This needs no explanation at all. Lu Yu prepared so many daily necessities in the storage room, how could he not have prepared something like this?
It is normal to carry a storage ring with you after you get it.
As for Yen Yun's earlier statement about suing Lu Yu?
The first time she said this, she really wanted to sue. But this time, it was only the woman's last bit of reserve that made her say this.
Lu Yuchuan pretended not to hear.
Damn, seeing the boss like this, I want to find a girlfriend too.
In room 8007 where Qiao Manli lived before.
Seeing Lu Yu pulling Yen Yun to the warehouse as soon as he came back, Wu Chang's eyes were full of envy.
If you are a normal man, you will like women. He is certainly no exception.
With her looks and figure, Yen Yun is definitely at the top of the pyramid in the school.
How could Wu Chang not be moved when he saw her going to the warehouse with Lu Yu?
At this time, Shirlei was sitting next to him, chatting with his girlfriend He Li.
Hearing Wu Chang's words, he smiled and said, "You are more capable than me now, so it's not easy for you to find a girlfriend? I'm stronger than you, but I'm not as handsome as you."
Wu Chang is shorter than Shirlei and has a stockier build. But the facial features are indeed not very good looking, and there are many pimples. So just talking about looks, don't even mention Liu, who is so handsome that he has no friends. Even Shirley is a level higher than him.
What's the point of being handsome these days? You have to speak with strength. Strength?
Of course. Shirley raised the corner of his mouth and clenched his fists. You didn't see the reaction of those guys when the boss asked me to kill Chen Fei.
What's wrong?
Wait a minute, you said, kill Chen Fei?
Shirley was curious. Yeah, what's the problem? Who is Fei Chen?
Shirley looked towards the ceiling.
A gang leader who has awakened Earth-related abilities. How awesome. You mean, you killed someone? Wu Chang looked at Shirley with some disbelief. It's so dangerous outside now, killing monsters is normal. But killing is completely different, right? Wu Chang asked himself if he dared to kill anyone.
Because this not only requires breaking the moral bottom line, but also requires sufficient psychological preparation.
Shirley is very clear about his own abilities. This guy actually dared to kill someone? After hearing Wu Chang's words, Shirley became even more curious. Didn't I tell you last night? Tell me, Jill, what's going on? Tell me quickly. Okay, I'll tell you, the boss killed more than one person.
Shirley hugged Healy and told Wu Chang about Liu Yu's glorious deeds with a proud look on his face.
For example, when killing Chen Fei, no one dared to move.
The old lady was killed with one knife.
Healy also followed suit.
So, Wu Chang was dumbfounded.
When he was in the secret realm before, he thought Liu Yu was just threatening him. Or at most, they might injure themselves in order to snatch the treasure. He definitely wouldn't dare to kill anyone. But he never expected that Liu Yu would actually dare to kill someone? How is that possible?
After seeing Liu Yu kill so many monsters by himself, his betrayal rate dropped a bit.
Now that he heard that Liu Yu dared to kill people, he calmed down a little. 42% is his current value. If you want to find a girlfriend, you can talk to the boss. Maybe he can grab a few for you to choose from. Shirley's last playful words brought Wu Chang back to reality. Wu Chang suddenly felt that it seemed to make sense. Liu Yu and Yan Yun entered the warehouse at 3:30 in the afternoon. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when he came out of the warehouse with a smile on his face.
Yan Yun, who had put on her t-shirt and jeans again, had a look of resentment on her face and followed him with a limp. Fortunately, Liu Yu stopped at the right time the first time.
Fortunately, this is the second time today. Otherwise, according to Liu Yu's strength today, she probably wouldn't even be able to walk. If the young man is strong, then the young girl will be strong, that's the truth. Do you want me to help you?
Looking at the girl walking, Liu Yu's smile became even more pronounced.
Yan Yun looked at Liu Yu angrily, and after a long while, she uttered 3 words, no need. It would be so embarrassing if they saw you like this.
That's your fault. Yan Yun said angrily. She really wanted to beat Liu Yu to death, but she really didn't have the strength.
If you force it, it will seem more like flirting, so you can only give up.
Liu Yu shrugged without refutation.
He just walked over and helped her back to 8008.
Yan Yun did not refuse. Typical verbal abuse. The room was empty at the moment, which was a good opportunity for Yan Yun to recover and then go to Shui Li's room next door for dinner.
Today's dinner is still the leftovers from yesterday. However, after this meal, these cooked foods will basically go bad and cannot be eaten. Of course, Xin Bin and Li Wanning were also present during the meal.
At the dinner table, although Yan Yun was still a little tired, her walking had returned to normal. At this time, he was chatting with Li Wanning as usual.
The two went to the warehouse in the afternoon.
Most people knew about it, but no one acted strangely.
After all, they are a couple. What's wrong with venting in such a depressing environment like the end of the world?
However, when she saw Liu Yu again, Li Wanning's expression looked a little unnatural. Ever since she guessed that Liu Yu might have feelings for her, she has always felt a little resistant in her heart. However, Liu Yu did not say anything, and she could not ask directly.
We can only observe first.
Wu Chang was hesitating whether to ask Liu Yu to help him find a girlfriend. But while he was still thinking,
boom boom boom,
there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Shui Li was closest to the door, so he stood up and opened it. Soon, there was a noise at the door.
You want to join our team?
Looking at the dozen or so survivors at the door, Shui Li couldn't help but frown.
Yeah. There are so many monsters out there now, shouldn't we help each other? If we all unite, we can have hope of survival, don't you think? Little brother, please let us join your team. We are willing to follow your arrangements. Yes, we are willing to listen to your arrangements. Chapter 69 The Special Little Boy. Now in Lu Yu's hands. There are 3 attributeless crystal cores and 1 spiritual crystal core. Although he cannot use these crystal cores to increase his strength, he can use them to restore his physical strength. So Lu Yu did not separate them out. I only gave 1 to Ding Feng and kept the others for backup. Hearing the conversation outside the door, Lu Yu knew what they were here for without saying a word. After 2 days and 1 night of baptism, most of humanity finally accepted reality and began to seek protection from the strong. At the Rhine Hotel, because of Lu Yu's selfishness, Manager Zhao and Liao Dong formed a team. They gathered most of the survivors in the hotel and started their own journey of survival. And these survivors coming from outside the door. It is possible that they were eliminated by Manager Zhao, or it is possible that they were unwilling to team up with Manager Zhao. Or maybe they think I am strong and want to join my team. In short, they all said they wanted to join Lu Yu's team. Xueli was at a loss as to what to do, so he looked towards Lu Yu for help. Mr. Lu, look at them. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu stood up and walked to the door of the room, glancing at everyone. There were 15 or 16 people coming. Except for 2 or 3 young people and a little boy of 11 or 12 years old, most of the others were old men and women. Do you want to join my team? Lu Yu's voice was calm, as if he was a leader interviewing an employee. Seeing Lu Yu so calm, the survivors did not dare to act rashly. Yes. I do have that idea. The 2 elderly men in their 50s who took the lead quickly expressed their position. Lu Yu continued to ask, do you dare to kill monsters? Kill monsters? The sudden question left one of the 50-year-old men confused. Another old man named Zhou said, Hey little brother, look at us, we're already so old, and you still want us to kill monsters? Isn't this putting us in a difficult position? Yeah, little brother, we can't kill monsters, but you can give us some other work. So what can you do? I can drive. I can fix TVs. I can. That's enough. The survivors spoke one after another about what they knew. Before they could finish their words, Liu quickly raised his hand to stop them. There's no electricity outside now. What's the point of being able to drive and repair TVs? Let me be frank. If you dare to kill monsters, you can stay. If not, you can see if you have awakened any special abilities. If you have any special abilities, please tell me. I will handle it as appropriate. If you don't have any, please go back. Lu Yu spoke directly, leaving no room for maneuver. Although he does want to form some forces, he won't accept everyone. The team does not keep useless people, this rule applies to everyone. Whether it's the protagonist or the villain. Hearing Lu Yu's words, everyone looked at each other. Seems a little overwhelmed. There was a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the little boy in the crowd. Soon someone raised his hand timidly. I dare to kill monsters. Can you let me join? The 3 young people are a group of 2 men and 1 woman. The young man among them mustered up the courage to raise his hand. Lu Yu took a closer look. Do these 3 young people know each other? These were the few people who had previously occupied his room under the leadership of Manager Zhao. That young couple, and that little one who had been beaten so hard that his nose was bleeding? The one who raised his hand is this Xiao Wang? Seeing Xiao Wang was there too, Lu Yu raised a playful smile. Aren't you the little Wang from before? Why are you here? I think you're very strong. Xiao Wang rubbed his red nose and said truthfully, following you, my chances of survival are greater. When he occupied Lu Yu's room before, he actually didn't speak to the couple. But Manager Zhao asked him to open the door, and he had no choice but to get beaten by Lu Yu for nothing. At first, he was indeed very unconvinced. However, he had noticed the combat effectiveness of Lu Yu's team in the past 2 days. Just the ability to easily go up and down the stairs a few times is something that Liao Dong's team cannot compare to. So in order to survive, he is here. Aren't you afraid that I'll make things difficult for you? I think no matter what, it's better than that bastard Manager Zhao. Xiao Wang blurted out indignantly. After he finished speaking, he realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly shut his mouth. Is that so?
Hearing this, Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth. Okay, as long as you dare to come, I dare to accept it, come here. After saying that, he waved to Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang quickly came to Lu Yu's side. Brother, we were the ones who let you down before. Look at me and my girlfriend. Another young man also raised his hand. May I have your name? My name is Li Yong, and my girlfriend's name is Fong Wan. You dare to kill monsters? I dare, but... Li Yong scratched his head awkwardly. My girlfriend may not have the ability to kill monsters. I'm still short of 2 people to cook and clean. Hearing this, Li Yong was instantly surprised. Really? That's great, thanks, brother. As he said that, he pulled his girlfriend and quickly stood on Lu Yu's side. You. Lu Yu pointed at 2 more people and said, if you 2 are willing, you can stay. The others can leave. The people Lu Yu pointed out were a man and a woman. Both are middle-aged. Lu Yu kept them not because of the low betrayal rate or anything like that. It's because the 2 of them seem to be more useful than others. Not too noisy, not too trashy. Lu Yu asked. The man's name is Lu Quan and the woman's name is Li Hong. The 2 didn't know each other, but they were extremely happy when Lu Yu called their names. After all, the scene of Lu Yu killing nearly 100 monsters alone in the afternoon is still engraved in their minds. Following Lu Yu, the chance of survival is greater. Little brother, what about us? You won't let us join? You've already let them join, so you don't mind taking a few more of us, right? Lu Yu glanced at the others and then waved his hand. Not even bothering to talk. Hey! Why are you like this? What do you mean by only accepting young people? Alas, I am old, and useless. Forget it, let's go, Mr. Zhou. If you don't want to join, then don't join. What's the big deal? That is... Teacherly, the students you teach are truly disappointing. Seeing Lu Yu so determined, the survivors immediately changed their expressions. The old man who was the leader and whose surname was Zhou turned his gaze towards Li Wanning in the room. He was a survivor of Unit 8046, so he knew Li Wanning's occupation. Before he came, he knew that Li Wanning was on Lu Yu's side. Li Wanning was originally listening to the conversation between Lu Yu and that old Zhou. After hearing what Mr. Zhou said, Li Wanning felt as if her heart was pricked by a needle. Even though she guessed what Lu Yu was thinking of her, she couldn't sit still at this moment. Mr. Zhou, wait a moment. Li Wanning quickly stopped the old man and walked over to Lu Yu. Student Lu Yu, can't you really take them in? Take him in? Lu Yu didn't answer but asked, how? Who will be responsible for the food, drink, defecation and urination of so many people? How long are you planning to keep them? 1 month, or 2 months? Lu Yu asked Li Wanning a series of questions, which once again confused her. Yes. No one knows how long the danger outside will last. At this time, everyone is busy taking care of themselves, so how can they take care of others? In fact, after yesterday's experience, she was very clear about what Lu Yu said. She just couldn't get over the moral hurdle in her heart. After all, she is a teacher. Okay, just wait for me. After hearing what Lu Yu said, Mr. Zhou felt really embarrassed. Before he could even scold Li Wanning, he snorted coldly and turned away with everyone. Lu Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him. But after the crowd had left, he found that the little boy was still there. The boy was about 11 or 12 years old. He is about 1.5 meters tall and dressed simply. And it seems like I've seen Lu Yu somewhere before? In the same room where Chen Fei was killed before. Hey, kid, why aren't you leaving? Lu Yu was a little curious. The little boy was a little scared when facing Lu Yu, but he still mustered up the courage to speak. I also want to join your team. You dare to kill monsters? I don't dare. The little boy lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lu Yu. He said in his slightly childish voice, but I seem to have awakened a special ability. Oh? Special abilities? Hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes became slightly cold. A little boy can awaken special abilities? Isn't this a bit unscientific? Although after the end of the world, it is possible for people of all ages to awaken superpowers. But after a little boy awakened his special powers, he still dared to come here alone to form a team with me? This is totally unreasonable. Now in this hotel, Li Wanning is undoubtedly the heroine. Could this little boy be another opportunity for the protagonist?
Thinking of this, Lu Yu laughed. Come on. Little boy, tell me what ability you have awakened. Chapter 70, Little Ghost, are you very brave? The little boy's name is Tong Ninghao. 12 years old this year. Hearing Lu Yu's question, he lowered his head in fear. I did awaken an ability, but I don't know if it's useful. When the little boy said this, his expression became a little gloomy. But he clenched his fists. You don't know if your abilities are useful, yet you dare to run towards me? Lu Yu looked at the other party's clenched fists, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Little ghost, you are very brave? What's your name? Tong Nenghao. How about this, first tell me what your ability is. If it's useful, then tell me your purpose, okay? At that time, in the room where Chen Fei was killed, the little boy was hiding among the crowd. In other words, he knew that he had killed someone. In this situation, he still dared to come to him, proving that he had his own purpose. Lu Yu wanted to hear what his abilities were first, and then his purpose. After all, what is the point of having a purpose if the ability is useless? Okay. But brother, I don't know how to explain this ability. How about you come with me and take a look? Okay. Lead the way. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Wu Chang, Shirley. Boss. Take them to dinner first. Okay, boss. Wu Chang and Shirley agreed and quickly took action. There are 5 new people joining Lu Yu's team this time. Xiao Wang, Li Yong, Fong Wan. And the middle-aged couple, Lu Quan and Li Hong. When they heard that Lu Yu had food for them, they all looked happy. After all, a whole day had passed since we scrambled for food yesterday. They had finished their food and were starving, so they came to Lu Yu to try their luck. Unexpectedly. I'll tell you the rules of joining my team later. Go eat first. Okay. Thank you, brother. Thank you. The few of them were grateful and quickly followed Wu Chang and Shirley out of the door of Lu Yu's room. The little boy who stayed behind had a childish voice and looked innocent. Plus, the end of the world has just begun, so it's impossible for it to harm anyone. However, just in case, Lu Yu still brought Shueli with him. The 2 men didn't follow the little boy far, but only came to the 4th floor and found the body of a lizard man. The weather in September is a bit hot and humid. The corpse of this lizard man has already started to stink. The little boy pinched his nose, endured the stench, and said to Lu Yu, I can peel off its skin without a knife. The little boy didn't wait for Lu Yu to answer and started to act immediately. He placed his hand on the lizard man's body. Then a faint red light flew out from the little boy's palm and instantly covered the lizard man's body. The red light was very faint, so faint that it could not be seen unless one looked carefully. And it's fleeting. Then the lizard man's skin began to crack and fall off from the wound. He quickly stripped it off completely. All the leather is good leather. All the skins that showed signs of decay were left on the lizardman's corpse. This is... Seeing this ability, Lu Yu narrowed his eyes and had a guess in his mind. Brother, is my ability useful? Tong Nenghao asked uncertainly. He was just curious at first and touched the corpse of a lizard man. Then I discovered this ability, but I didn't know whether it was useful or not. So he was still feeling rather nervous at this moment. It should be useful. Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth. Your name is Tong Ninghao, right? Right. From now on, you can call me Brother Lu. Tong Ninghao's face lit up when he heard this. Okay, Brother Lu. Go eat first, and we'll talk after you finish eating. Well. The little boy wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, he swallowed what he wanted to say. Why did Lu Yu form his own team? Except for dealing with the protagonist. The main purpose is to survive. Because after the end of the world, many things become troublesome. Apart from anything else, just having no water to flush the toilet is a headache. You can't always use mineral water, right? Even though Lu Yu was very well prepared, he was not yet so extravagant. So he needs some subordinates to work for him. Lu Yu had no other ideas now. Stabilize the team first, then kill Chu Feng. Finally, he led the team to leave Yancheng. As for the reason for leaving Yancheng, he had already told Li Wanning before. There is no military region in Yancheng. No matter how much you don't want to admit it, our soldiers are still the best when facing those monsters. Even though the whole world has no electricity, there are still guns, rockets, and other things. In the early days of the apocalypse, bullets are much more lethal than any cold weapons.
Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to leave Yenching, find a place with a military area, and then build a shelter.
Certainly.
Before that, Lu Yu had to survive from the monsters and the protagonist.
Since you have chosen to join my team, you must obey my orders.
After everyone had finished their meal, Lu Yu began to speak.
Starting tomorrow, we will divide the work and cooperate.
Wu Chang takes Lei, Li Yong, Lu Quan, and Xiao Wang tomorrow to find a source of clean water. It doesn't have to be super clean, just enough to bathe, wash clothes, and flush the toilet.
Okay, boss. Sister Li. Well. Li Hong, the only middle-aged woman in the team, quickly agreed. Wait until they find the water.
Take Fong Wan and He Li with you to clean up our area. Throw away anything with blood on it if you can, and wash it if you can't.
Okay, no problem. There are 24 rooms here now. I have rooms 112.
You newcomers can choose any room from 1324.
However, there should be at least 2 people per room. You cannot change rooms easily. Clear. New. That's it for now. Lu Yu glanced at everyone and said, I'll tell you what I think of later. Let's go down.
Lu Yu waved his hand casually, and everyone left one after another. Managing a team is not an easy task. However, with only a dozen or 20 people, Lu Yu still has no problem at all. However, after arranging the work, there were only 5 people left in the room. Lu Yu, Yen Yun, Li Wanning, Xin Bin, and the little boy named Tong Ninghao.
Only then did Lu Yu call the little boy over. Come on, Xiaohao, tell me now why you came here to find me. Brother Lu, it's like this. Tong Ninghao nodded and told the whole story in detail. A moment later, Lu Yu figured out the whole story.
It turns out that the little girl I saw in Chen Fei's room before was this boy's sister?
That pretty young woman who was taking care of the child was actually his mother? The young woman's name is Dong Ying. A family of 4 took 2 days off to go back to attend their grandfather's funeral.
They passed by Yenching and stayed in this hotel. The man went out to buy breakfast for the mother and son in the morning and never came back.
Then last night,
Manager Zhao saw that Dong Ying was pretty and had a child. They threatened her with food in an attempt to force her into submission. As a result, Dong Ying would rather starve than give in. Manager Zhao knew that the other party would not be able to hold on for long since he had a child with him. So he was not in a hurry at all and did not force her. But his threats to Dong Ying were heard by Tong Ninghao. As the only man in the family, Tong Ninghao felt that he should do something. So he found Lu Yu. According to the original plot, he should have waited a few days for Chu Feng to come and then went to find Chu Feng. However, Lu Yu's presence made him change the person he sought help from. After listening to Tong Ninghao's story, everyone except Lu Yu lamented the wickedness of human nature. Yesterday was just the first day of the apocalypse, and Manager Zhao did such a thing? It's simply unforgivable. This Manager Zhao again? Lu Yu found it a little funny. How do you want to deal with him? I just don't want him to bully my mother anymore. Is that so? Okay, go get your mom and sister over here, and don't worry about Manager Zhao. Okay, thank you, Brother Lu. Tong Ninghao agreed and ran out of the room happily. Looking at the little boy's back as he left, a smile appeared on Lu Yu's lips. A 12-year-old metalworker? Haha, interesting. Chapter 71 Caster. Yes. The little boy named Tong Ninghao has awakened the ability of a caster. It was also for this reason that Lu Yu was willing to let him bring 2 burdens to join his team. Although the profession of caster is not of much use to Lu Yu in the early stage. It has no combat power. But their profession is very rare. Sometimes, even in a survivor base of tens of thousands of people, you may not even see a single blacksmith. In the late apocalypse, caster is not the rarest profession, but it is definitely the richest profession. While others are still fighting monsters and leveling up, they have already become rich. As for the reason? That's because the weapons and armor they forged are very popular among the awakened. Especially in the middle and late stages of the apocalypse, when guns cannot cause much damage to monsters. Black iron level monsters are fragile, and guns are very useful. A few random shots to the vital points can solve the problem. Bronze level monster, firearms can barely work. But starting from silver level monsters, the lethality of firearms will be greatly weakened. Monsters at the gold level are even more outrageous.
Even if you use armor-piercing bullets, they may not be able to penetrate the defense. What's more, bullets are consumables.
In today's world without electricity to help with production, every bullet used is one less. When the bullets are truly used up, special weapons made by the foundry master will be needed. Of course, Lu Yu had never seen what a foundry master looked like. The little boy's betrayal rate towards him was no less than 30%, and he couldn't see his career. He simply deduced from the little boy's behavior that he was a foundry craftsman.
In Chu Feng's early plot, there are professions for all awakened people in the apocalypse. Although these occupations only have a job name, there is no so-called detailed introduction or specific performance.
But Lu Yu has studied these professions carefully. It was discovered that except for casters and alchemists, it was almost impossible for other professions to have the ability to decompose monster corpses.
And Yin Yun is a person with healing abilities.
If this child is an alchemist, his abilities would conflict with Yin Yun's. It is very unreasonable for the protagonist's team to have two professions with conflicting abilities around him.
That's why Lu Yu concluded that Tong Nenghao was a foundry engineer. 10 minutes later, the little boy brought the mother and daughter to room 8008 where Lu Yu was.
They came here secretly without manager Zhao's knowledge.
At this time, only Lu Yu and Yin Yun were in the room.
Lu Yu, who was leaning on the sofa with Yin Yun, looked at each other.
Dongying looks to be about 37 or 38 years old.
Her appearance and figure are indeed okay, but at most she would be around 70 or 80 points.
Maybe it's because of my age that I'm more liked by people like Manager Zhao.
Seeing Lu Yu, Dongying protected her daughter tightly.
It's obvious that she's a little scared. Lu Yu didn't say anything. Your name is Dongying?
Yes.
My name is Lu Yu. You can just call me Master Lu like them. Okay, Mr. Lu.
Dongying didn't know what method her son used to convince Lu Yu.
She only knew that Lu Yu killed someone and made a light statement about it. Killing monsters is even more ruthless. Facing such a strong man, how could she dare to go against his wishes?
Lu Yu nodded. Your son has already told me about your situation. His awakened ability happens to be useful to me, so I want him to join my team. I promise you here that as long as you obey my instructions, I can provide you with food and guarantee your personal safety.
Then, will Xiaohao be in danger? Generally speaking, no. Even if there is danger, I will send people to protect him first. Is that so? Well, okay then.
Dongying hesitated for a moment, then nodded cautiously. Lu Yu's ability is obvious to all, not to mention that Manager Zhao is really a coward.
Instead of being bullied over there, it's better to come to Lu Yu.
Xiaohao, take your mother and sister to eat first.
Okay, Brother Lu. The little boy nodded and happily left with Dongying and his sister.
When leaving, he closed the door.
Lu Yu. What did you call me? Husband.
By the way, from now on, when there's no one around, just call me like that.
Can you please stop bullying me like this?
Yin Yun pouted, her face full of grievance. Seeing the little boy taking Dongying away, she wanted to ask Lu Yu something. But Lu Yu's attitude towards her was not like a boy's attitude towards his girlfriend. This feeling made her very uncomfortable.
Is this bullying?
Lu Yu was speechless. Forget it, if you have something to say, just say it.
I just want to ask you, is this child's ability really useful?
Yin Yun no longer worried about this issue. Although in her mind, it would be good to bring more survivors. But this is not in line with Lu Yu's style of doing things. That's why she was a little curious.
Wouldn't it be better to test it and find out?
Test?
How do you test? Come with me.
Lu Yu was too lazy to explain and pulled Yin Yun to find the little boy again. Then he called Shueli and the four of them went downstairs together.
The test results are clear. Besides being able to decompose lizard skin, this little boy can also decompose lizard tendons, mantis sickles, zombie teeth, and bones? Do you still dare to say this is not a foundry? The mantis's sickle and the zombie's teeth, but their bones can't be used as medicine. These are all materials used to make weapons. Yes, it is indeed the ability I want. Xiaohao, go and have a rest. We can talk about it tomorrow if there is anything. Okay, Brother Lu. After arranging everything, Lu Yu stretched.
After confirming that this kid Tong Nenghao was a caster, Lu Yu had some other ideas.
He definitely doesn't need weapons for the time being.
I have the Qinggang sword, and there are so many cold weapons in the arsenal. It is not very realistic to ask Tong Ninghao, who has just awakened his superpowers, to make a weapon more powerful than these modern cold weapons. However, there is no problem in asking him to make a handguard to prevent zombies from scratching and biting.
Huh, gauntlets? Holy shit! Lu Yu suddenly cursed in his heart. Why didn't I think of this before?
I remember that some dog trainers use special gloves to prevent dog bites when training dogs.
Wouldn't it be nice to prepare some for yourself to protect against zombies? Is it because I am too inexperienced and not well prepared?
But it was no use thinking about that now. What Lu Yu can do now is to make good use of the current resources to survive in the end times.
If you haven't prepared well before, there's no point thinking about it later.
Under Lu Yu's absolute strength, all the monsters in the hotel were cleared out.
The area to the left of the elevator on the 8th floor has also become an absolute restricted area for other survivors. This is the second night of the apocalypse.
Of course, Lu Yu was going to sleep with Yan Yun that night.
It's normal for young people to be full of energy. Exercising more will not affect your normal work the next day. Seeing Lu Yu wanted to sleep with Yan Yun, Li Wanning had no choice but to sleep alone.
However, rooms 10, 11, and 12 are Lu Yu's warehouses and weapon storage.
Shueli and Ding Feng live at number 6.
Shirlei and Healy live at number 7.
Lu Yu and Yan Yun live in number 8.
So for her own safety, Li Wanning could only live in room 9, diagonally opposite to Lu Yu's right. Of course, Shinbin couldn't live with Li Wanning, so he could only live in room 5 with Wu Chang. The dim candlelight flickered gently in room 8008. Yan Yun didn't use up much of her supernatural power today, so she used it to cleanse her body. At this time, she had changed back into her t-shirt and pleated skirt. He knelt beside Lu Yu and reported to him what had just happened outside.
Lu Yu, Teacher Li just asked Xiao Wang and the others to take the leftovers downstairs. Let her go. Lu Yu lay on the bed, his hands resting on his head as he looked at the ceiling, saying nonchalantly, anyway, those things have changed a bit at night. As long as it's not given to Manager Zhao and his gang, anything is fine. Last night, I took out too much cooked food from the kitchen. The whole team ate it all day and couldn't finish it. No matter how bad Lu Yu was, he would not force Li Wanning to throw those things away. Well, I told her not to give it to Manager Zhao.
That's good. Lu Yu closed his eyes and reached out to hold Yan Yun in his arms.
Because the two had a fight in the afternoon. So this time, Yan Yun didn't resist at all. Sleep, sleep. Lu Yu didn't care about Manager Zhao at all.
Because as a villain boss, as long as he is not too reckless, it is basically impossible for him to capsize in a place other than the protagonist. No matter what tricks a small fry like Manager Zhao uses, Lu Yu can easily kill him.
Haven't you heard that in the face of absolute power, all plans are nothing? Husband, can we survive? I'm so strong, what do you think? You'll protect me, right? Just be my woman, and I promise you'll live longer than anyone else.
After saying this, Lu Yu blew out the candle on the bedside table next to him.
It was a pleasant evening.
The soft touch of the beauty in his arms made Lu Yu's imagination run wild.
This pleated skirt is so convenient. Chapter 72. This is not love. I have to say that Lu Yu is shameless. In just 2 days, Yan Yun became his woman completely. Pure face, white legs, perfect figure. This existence that all men yearn for has become exclusive to Lu Yu?
Lu Yu knew that in the end times, beautiful women were a disaster.
If you want to protect a woman like this from being snatched away by others, you can only keep getting stronger. This is not love. It's just a man simply taking possession of the bath. Hey, did you all see the food in their room just now? I see. I saw that too. Mr. Zhou's full name is Zhou Changming. They are traveling with a group from other cities. Yanqing was just a temporary stopover during their travels.
They were originally going to rest in this hotel for one night and leave Yanqing by chartered car at 10 o'clock the next morning.
Who knew that when I woke up, the whole world would have changed?
This tour group is composed entirely of elderly people. After some of them were bitten to death, only about 10 of them were left. Because they were unfamiliar with the place and were all elderly, their fighting capacity was not high.
So they need to find support. Seeing how powerful Lu Yu was, they wanted to join him. Didn't he expect to be rejected?
After leaving, they were all filled with indignation at Lu Yu's behavior.
I was wondering why there wasn't much food in the restaurant downstairs. So they took it all? This is outrageous. the food belongs to the hotel. Why are they claiming it as their own? That's right, these young people are becoming more and more outrageous. We haven't even had dinner yet, but they seem to be unable to finish their meal? There are so many food containers in their room, I don't think we can finish it all. Let's go ask Captain Liao and Manager Zhao. Everyone was very dissatisfied, especially since Mr. Zhou had made some harsh remarks before. But what's the use? When they heard from Captain Liao that Lu Yu had thrown 2 people downstairs, no one dared to say a word. After all, in this hotel, Lu Yu is the strongest. Now that the strongest man dares to kill people, what can you do to him? Either speak nicely or don't provoke them. In 2 situations, they can only choose the latter. And Lu Yu's guess was absolutely correct. Manager Zhao was indeed very unhappy with him, but the situation was stronger than the person. Even though he knew that Dong Ying had come to Lu Yu's team. I also know that Lu Yu's upstairs room may have a large amount of supplies stored. But he no longer dared to plot against Lu Yu. Because no one is not afraid of death. This is the second night of the apocalypse. Most of the human beings could only spend this night in fear. And that night, there was something else in the outside world. Bang! 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 On a high-rise building in a certain community, countless giant bats are taking turns hitting the window glass of a house. One after another, the survivors hiding inside were terrified. These bats came on the first night. But not many humans know about them. But tonight, these huge bats that hide during the day and come out at night began their own hunting. Fuck, what's going on? Bat? Oh my god, such a big bat. Why are these monsters banging against the glass? Damn it, if they hit me again, the glass will break. Quick, get your weapons. One of the men shouted loudly. But his realization was obviously too late. Boom! Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the giant bat smashed the living room glass. The man picked up the mop and rushed over to drive the bat out. However, the second bat also rushed in through the broken glass. Then, the third one, and the fourth one. After they came in, they bit everyone they saw without any mercy. Soon, a heart-wrenching scream was heard in the room. After a moment, the scream stopped. Only the sound of eating was left. And the corpses and the blood all over the ground. These survivors never understood until their death that bats hunt by flying using sound waves. Why do these giant bats crash into the glass and rush into the house? This is unscientific. That night, some human homes were attacked by these giant bats. A large number of survivors died tragically at the hands of these vampire bats. As the cruelty and killing continued, the sun of the third day of the apocalypse slowly rose. On this day, Lu Yu's team began to get on the right track. He first separated Shi Lei from Wu Chang's team. Then he asked him to take Xiaohao and a few women to make some handguards to prevent zombie bites. Wu Chang led a small team to find water. Small rivers in the city center, community swimming pools, reservoirs, small lakes and parks, etc. became their targets. Lu Yu took Yin Yun, one of his 2 bodyguards, and 2 combat pets to find Wei Jianjun. As time went by, 3 days later. That is the 7th day of the end of the world. Wu Chang and Shi Lei returned to Lu Yu's team. This morning, on the playground at the back gate of Yenching University, countless black beetles as big as wellheads were using their large, pincer-like mouths to tear apart the rotten lizardman corpses. This black beetle is called a corpse beetle. The shell is as black as ink, very similar to the legendary corpse-eating bugs. But it is larger and more powerful. Although most of these monsters are only at the initial or intermediate level of black iron, they not only have extremely high defense but also live in groups. The scale of each appearance is even more exaggerated than that of the lizard men. The only good news is, they only eat corpses and will attack living humans only when they are extremely hungry. On the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory deep inside the school. Is there anyone? Can someone come and save me? I'm almost starving to death. I'm really starving. Xiao Manli was lying limply on her bed in the dormitory with her hair disheveled. With the quilt casually draped over his body and his back against the wall, he looked out the window at the apocalyptic scene with a look of despair on his face. Her voice was weak, and it was obvious that she had been hungry for a long time. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did you come back to school when you had nothing to do? Wouldn't it be nice to stay in a hotel with Lu Yu and have bodyguards to protect him?
Being trapped in the dormitory with these crazy women is like crying out to heaven and earth for help, but no one can help me. If it weren't for the fact that they are girls, they would like to put some drinks and snacks in the dormitory.
I'm afraid it's dead now. Monli, stop screaming. The girl who called Sufei by the window said weakly, Look, you've been calling for so many days, but has anyone come to save us? That is. Another girl said with her dying breath, Those monsters outside are so scary. We are all in danger, who will come to save us? Hearing this, Xiao Monli became even more desperate. The tall and handsome figure flashed through my mind again. Why did this guy force himself on Yan Yan just one day before the end of the world? Could it be that he knew something in advance? Or is this just a coincidence?
Xiao Monli has thought about this question countless times in the past few days, but she still can't figure it out.
Are all the boys in our school so useless? They can't even organize a rescue?
Su Fei's voice brought her back to reality.
Rescue?
Ha, you've seen what happened to those boys who wanted to save others.
Xiaoya, stop talking.
Another girl wanted to say something, but Xiao Monli quickly stopped her.
Because they have been through so much these days. Watching monsters hunting everywhere, watching classmates being dismembered, and listening to their screams. This is a nightmare. Okay, then don't tell me.
Su Fei's lips were chapped, and he glanced at Xiao Monli across from him. Monli, I have a question I've always wanted to ask you, but I've always been too embarrassed to ask.
Just ask if you want to. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's already this late. You didn't come back on the night of the 19th. Did you go to the hotel with Mr. Liu? Chapter 73 Two Rescue Teams. Yanqing University was established when the city was still developing.
A university converted from a mountain.
Although now the university is within the city limits.
But the roads inside are still complicated and winding. The dormitory building where Xiao Monli and others live is on the left side of the mountain top.
There is a broad road outside the dormitory.
On both sides are roads leading to the foot of the mountain. Although there are many green trees planted on both sides of these roads, these trees will block the view after they mutate. But from their perspective, they could just see part of the situation at the foot of the mountains on both sides. There are 4 girls in the dormitory where Xiao Monli is now. Apart from Xiao Monli, the other 3 were the 3 girls that Lu Yu invited to dinner before the end of the world. Because they were drunk by Lu Yu, they didn't get up for morning self-study. Later, when Xiao Monli came back in the morning, she stayed in the dormitory and chatted with them for a while. As we were chatting, the end of the world came. When they heard Su Fei ask this, they all pricked up their ears. It seemed as if even dying couldn't stop their gossipy hearts. Huh, you guys are really boring, huh? It's already this late, and you're still asking this kind of question? Xiao Monli was speechless. Tell me about it. Let us finish listening to this gossip before we die, okay? Haha, okay. Xiao Monli gave a bitter smile and closed her eyes to conserve her energy. Actually, it's okay to tell you. It's Yan Yun that Mr. Liu wants to sleep with. How could I have that chance? Ah? Yan Yun? No wonder. That's right, although you are no worse than Yan Yun, you still have a boyfriend. Boyfriend? Are you talking about Chu Feng? Who else could it be but him? Forget it, this Chu Feng is just a loser. How could he possibly be worthy of our Monli? That's right, Monli has always treated him as a backup, can't you see that? I can see that, but to be honest, although Chu Feng has no money, he really likes Monli. What's the point of you talking about this now? Xiao Monli said speechlessly, let's quickly find a way to get something to eat. Without food, we will really starve to death. There's nothing you can do about starving to death, unless you have the courage to fight those monsters. I just don't have the courage. Me too. I'd rather starve to death than be bitten to death by a monster. Ditto. Since no one wants to go out, we can only wait for someone to rescue us. But who will come to save us at this time? The women were all exhausted, but they were still chattering non-stop. As if this would make them forget the fear of death. Hey, there seems to be someone over there? Su Fei, who was sleeping by the window, originally wanted to see if there was a rescue team outside. Even though I have experienced countless disappointments during this period. This is their only hope now. I didn't expect that she would actually discover it. Where is the person? Where? After hearing this, the other girls didn't know where they got the strength from. He quickly struggled to where Su Fei was. Looking out through the window.
On the left is the main entrance to the school.
At this time, there was a boy holding a fire axe, leading 4 teammates, 3 boys and 1 girl, to fight hard to kill those monsters. They also knew the boy holding the fire axe.
It was Chow Monli's boyfriend Chu Feng? Oh my god, isn't that Monli's boyfriend Chu Feng? No way? Is it really Chu Feng? Hey, there seems to be someone here too? It's just too far away to see who it is. No matter who he is, call for help first. Oh, yes, yes. Help, help. The road to the right of Chow Monli's dormitory leads to the back door of the school. They saw 8 people in total from this side. There were 6 men and 2 women, 2 of whom seemed to have little fighting ability. The fighting power of the other 4 men is simply off the charts. There are not only heavy weapons such as axes and hammers, but also light weapons such as swords and bows and crossbows. There are even protective gear like shields and gauntlets. Seeing this scene, the survivors in Chow Monli's dormitory were a little confused.
In the past, when other boys appeared in their sight, they would scream soon after.
Either run away or be killed. And the 2 teams that came this time seemed to be quite strong. Realizing this, they prepared to call for help. After so many days of baptism of the end of the world.
Of course they knew that the monsters outside would be attracted by the sound. So the way they called for help was simply to write the word SOS on a white piece of clothing with a marker.
Then use a clothesline and extend it outside through the window.
But just when Su Fei tied the clothes hanger to the clothesline and held up the clothes to call for help, he was in trouble. Because the 2 sides appeared at different times, the combat effectiveness of the side that seemed to be farther away was obviously stronger.
Hello, where should we ask for help? Give me some advice quickly? Su Fei asked. There are 2 windows. One on the left and one on the right lead to the balcony. If you want the one on the left to see it, the one on the right will definitely not be able to see it. Of course it's Chu Feng's side. A girl named Xiaoya suggested. Chu Feng is so close to us, and he is Monli's boyfriend, isn't he? Su Fei looked at Chow Monli and saw that she had no objection, so he quickly nodded. That's right.
Then let's go to Chu Feng's side. After saying this, Su Fei put out the clothesline. Several girls also gathered around the window, looking at Chu Feng nervously.
For those who are at the end of their rope.
As long as a rescue team can pass by here, it is entirely possible to save their lives.
So they don't want to miss any opportunity to ask for help. Monli, I didn't expect this boyfriend to be so powerful. Watch Chu Feng kill the monsters so cleanly and neatly. Su Fei couldn't help but speak. Yeah, it's completely different from what I remembered. I remember he used to be a very honest person, wasn't he? That's amazing, it's really amazing. If this continues, we will be saved.
The other girls also followed suit. They were extremely surprised to see Chu Feng dodging the sickle mantis's attack with a beautiful move and chopping off its hind legs with several consecutive axes. At this moment, they no longer cared about Chu Feng's status as a loser and a spare tire. I don't care about his appearance or family background. As long as they can be saved, none of this matters. Seeing Chu Feng's explosive fighting ability, Chow Monli felt relieved. Even if she really just regarded Chu Feng as a backup. At this moment, I also hope that Chu Feng can arrive here safely. But for some reason, she always felt very unfamiliar when looking at Chu Feng's majestic appearance. He's so awesome, is he really that loser boyfriend of mine? Chapter 74 Let you have fun. On the left side of the school towards the main entrance. The 5 members of Chu Feng's team did not see the distress signal from Chow Monli's dormitory at the first time. Because at this time, after hunting down several monsters, they were hiding behind a wall to adjust their status. Each of the 5 men was holding a weapon and carrying a mountaineering bag. In addition to the poisonous woman Dai Lian, there are 3 boys. They are all courageous and capable people, and they were rescued by Chu Feng when he was hunting monsters. Although Chu Feng is the reborn protagonist, he is well aware of the evil nature of people's hearts in the end times. But he also knew that it was the early days of the apocalypse and human nature was not as fragile as he imagined. Plus the appearance of Dai Lian. So he had wanted to form his own team early on to fight against the end of the world and the scumbag Lu Yu. Chu Feng, your injuries are recovering pretty quickly, aren't they? One of the boys holding the spatula looked at the wound on Chu Feng's body and said in surprise. The boy's name is Wang Chao, a classmate of Lu Yu and Chu Feng. When Chu Feng was in the secret realm before, his shoulders and lower abdomen were injured by Lu Yu. The wound on the shoulder is not so bad, after all, the shoulder is only that big. No matter how big the wound is, as long as the joints and bones are not injured, it will heal easily after being stitched.
But how can an injury like this in the lower abdomen be healed in less than 10 days or half a month without absolute medical conditions?
But Chu Feng's injury miraculously recovered. This is very strange. It is now the morning of the 7th day of the apocalypse, and the wound on Chu Feng's shoulder has already scarred and fallen off. The wound on his lower abdomen no longer affected Chu Feng's movements. After these monsters appear, the Awaken's recovery ability will become stronger to a greater or lesser extent.
Chu Feng tightened the fire axe in his hand and said, "I'm just a little stronger than the average Awakener." "Really? But you're so powerful? Who could hurt you like this?" "Yes, Chu Feng, tell us about it. Who hurt me like this?" "Ha!"
Hearing this question, Chu Feng's eyes flashed with hatred. Who else could it be except that bastard Lu Yu?
"Lu Yu? No way? You mean the Lu Yu from our class? Oh my god, why did he hurt you?"
"To grab the treasure."
Dai Lian answered on behalf of Chu Feng. Now that she has been with Chu Feng for so many days, she will naturally stand on Chu Feng's side. "Steal the treasure?" The boy turned around and looked at Dai Lian in surprise. "That's right." Dai Lian nodded and told everyone about Lu Yu's previous evil deeds in the secret realm.
The world outside is so dangerous now. That guy has awakened such a powerful power.
It's one thing for him not to help save others, but he actually attacked his own classmates? It's simply unforgivable. Oh my god, no way. Is Lu Yu such a person? I can't tell. What can't you do? Chu Feng sneered, "If you have a chance to meet him in the future, you will know that this guy is very hypocritical." Is that so? Okay, let's stop wasting time and eat something to regain our strength. I just saw someone calling for help from the girls' dormitory. Girls' dormitory? Yeah, and, if I'm not mistaken, that seems to be your girlfriend's dormitory.
Xiaomanli is a popular figure in the school, so naturally she attracts the attention of most boys.
It's really normal to know the location of her dormitory. My girlfriend?
Hearing this name, Chu Feng was stunned at first, then his eyes became slightly stern. A murderous intent quickly surged into his heart. He had already adapted to his memories after rebirth, so he naturally knew who the girlfriend the other person was referring to.
Xiao Manli.
If Chu Feng's hatred for Lu Yu was so strong that it made his blood bleed, then his hatred for Xiao Manli was deep in his bones. I was so good to her in my previous life. Not only did he provide her with protection, he also went out to find food for her.
Not only did he waste a lot of his development time, but the other party also betrayed him at the critical moment? Humph, Xiao Manli, don't you like to play with other people's feelings? In this life, I'll let you play with it to your heart's content. Swish. Puff. On the other side, the back entrance of the school. Lu Yu cut a corpse beetle in half with one sword. The hard shell could not block the sharpness of the Qinggang sword at all. The corpse beetle's disgusting white mucus mixed with blood flowed out. The pungent fishy smell not only made everyone pinch their noses subconsciously, but also attracted corpse beetles from other places. Quick, come this way. Lu Yu shouted softly, and led everyone to avoid the corpse of the corpse beetle and ran towards the depths of the school. Corpse beetles do not pose a big threat to humans. They are not fast and not that aggressive. But as long as they reach a certain scale, there will always be some that are extremely hungry. By then, these corpse beetles will become more terrifying than the lions and tigers before the end of the world. Lu Yu, the monsters in the school seemed to have been cleared out. As they walked forward, they saw that there were not as many monsters on the road as they had imagined, and Yen Yun couldn't help but speak. Some outsiders call him Lu Yu, but no outsiders call him husband. There's really nothing wrong with this. After the baptism of the end of the world and Lu Yu's help in the past few days, the relationship between Yen Yun and Lu Yu has warmed up a lot. Her body and abilities have reached the middle level of black iron. And it will soon break through to a higher level. Health, 26. Mental strength, 28. Strength, 8. Agility, 9. Enhancement level, intermediate black iron. Ability level, healing intermediate black iron. This is Yen Yun's current attribute. In addition to the two main attributes, strength and agility are also improved a little. As for superpowers? In fact, superpowers are different from physical fitness. Superpowers can be improved unlimitedly through daily use or some special training methods. However, the improvement speed becomes longer and longer as the stage progresses.
Moreover, ordinary psychics are prone to encounter bottlenecks during the improvement process. Therefore, if a psychic wants to become stronger, a crystal core with the same attributes is essential.
They should be gathered inside, right?
There's no food in the back playground, so there's no reason for them to be hanging around outside.
That's right. Mr. Liu. What are we doing at school today?
The surface of Wei Jianjun's fist had a unique metallic luster. He smashed the head of a zombie blocking the road into pieces with one punch, then turned around and asked Liu Yu.
Wei Jianjun?
Yes. Liu Yu arranged accommodation for him before the end of the world. It was normal for Liu Yu to find him after so many days. What's more, Wei Jianjun was Chu Feng's strong teammate in his previous life, and he is also Chu Feng's right-hand man in this life.
My wife and children are starving at home. How could he just sit there and wait for death? Liu Yu found him yesterday afternoon.
This guy was holding a harpoon and heading towards the hotel where Liu Yu was. The two met at the entrance of the community.
According to Wei Jianjun, he took Liu Yu's money but did not do anything for Liu Yu. He felt a little guilty.
Even though the end of the world has come, the money is of no use at all. But he did enjoy the few days before the end of the world, and he also remembered this kindness in his heart. After knowing Liu Yu's location and ensuring the safety of his wife and daughter, he tried every means to come to the hotel to rescue Liu Yu. The betrayal rate was 29%, this was the betrayal rate when Liu Yu first saw him. Liu Yu didn't expect that this guy would be so loyal to him even though he only spent 100,000.
But this is a good thing for Liu Yu, so he doesn't care about it. Help! Save someone?
Liu Yu didn't say much, but looked towards a dormitory building not far away, which was hidden by the woods, and muttered to himself.
This Chu Feng should have left his previous location? Where is he now? Chapter 75: A Black Minibus. It's obvious.
The well-equipped rescue team on the right that Xiao Manli and the other girls saw before was the team led by Liu Yu. Because Wu Chang had met Chu Feng before entering the secret realm.
So Liu Yu knew Chu Feng's approximate location.
But so many days have passed, it is impossible for Chu Feng to stand still. So it is impossible for Liu Yu to know Chu Feng's current location.
But it doesn't matter, there are other survivors in this school anyway.
There shouldn't be many combat-ready student teams. You just need to find some survivors and ask them to get a general idea of the situation. This time at school, Liu Yu's team consists of 8 people in total. Liu Yu, Xueli, Wei Jianjun, Wu Chang, Shirlei, Yen Yun, Li Wanning, and Shen Bin. Needless to say, the first 4 people are the absolute core combat force of the team. Among these 4 people, Liu Yu is at the initial bronze level, and with 2 combat pets, he is at the ceiling of the team's combat power.
Xueli, Wei Jianjun, and Wu Chang are all high-level black iron.
Belongs to the second tier of combat power. Apart from Liu Yu, the strongest among the other 3 is naturally Wei Jianjun, the right-hand man of the protagonist in the previous life. Xueli can fight, but he is just an ordinary enhancer. Although Wu Chang does not know how to fight, his dinosaur form can make up for many of the shortcomings caused by his lack of fighting ability.
Wei Jianjun is really amazing.
This guy's fighting ability is not only 2 levels stronger than Xueli's. And he is also a double awakener like Liu Yu. If it weren't for the blessing of treasures and superpowers, Liu Yu would never be able to defeat him just by relying on his attributes.
However, the supernatural power he awakened was not related to natural elements. Instead, it strengthens the melee combat ability skin metallization. The higher the grade, the harder the metal, and the wider the area of the body it can cover. His body is now at the high-level black iron level, but his supernatural powers are only at the mid-level black iron level. The only thing that could be metallized was his own hands. So when killing monsters, he would occasionally use his fists to hit them.
Among the 4 core fighters, he was the only one who did not use special gauntlets.
Let's go.
Liu Yu glanced at his teammates and said, "Everyone, be careful." In addition to the 4 strongest fighters in the team, the other 4 are Yen Yun, Shirlei, Li Wanning, and Shen Bin.
Why did Yen Yun and Shirlei follow? Because of their abilities. Yen Yun is now completely Liu Yu's woman.
Not only can it help heal teammates at any time, but it can also help find crystal cores. So Liu Yu naturally had to take her with him when he went out. Shirlei doesn't need to kill monsters now, but Liu Yu needs the inside of his eyes. As for Li Wanning and Shen Bin, they were speechless.
Liu Yu came to the school just to kill Chu Feng.
But when Li Wanning asked him what he was doing at school, he just said it casually.
Go to school and save people.
Hearing Lu Yu's words, Li Wanning was immediately moved by Lu Yu's spirit of self-sacrifice. She completely forgot that Lu Yu had feelings for her and insisted on following him. She also said, "If we encounter a group of monsters and can't escape, you can leave me behind and go first." What else can Lu Yu say about such a great woman? Although he is not a good person, he definitely does not reject good people. So Shun Bin, who couldn't persuade Li Wanning, also came over. The two of them and Shirley were all carrying a mountaineering bag. It was filled with food and water. These foods and water were not from Lu Yu's warehouse, but were taken from a convenience store on the road.
Is that a classmate from our school? Oh my god, that is amazing. Those two monsters are going to listen to him? It's incredible. Hey, isn't that teacherly? Wow, it's really teacherly. Great, we are saved.
The first dormitory building Lu Yu came to was the girls' dormitory of the management department.
There are many survivors hiding inside.
There were both boys and girls, and there were probably about 50 or 60 of them. The girl was originally in the dormitory, and the boy escaped here when he passed by.
Due to the angle, they couldn't see Lu Yu and others enter the room.
It was only when Lu Yu and his group were about to approach them that they noticed Lu Yu's presence. It was according to the normal plot. Lu Yu should settle Li Wanning here, and take advantage of the break to ask these classmates about Chu Feng's whereabouts.
But sometimes, fate is so magical. Lu Yu is the villain and Chu Feng is the protagonist. What happens when the villain of a novel, along with two heroines and a villain A, approaches the protagonist? Anyway, nothing good has ever happened since ancient times. Just like Lu Yu now. Rumble. Just when Lu Yu was about to clean up the dormitory building, a slight vibration sound reached everyone's eardrums. What's going on? What happened? Was there an earthquake? It doesn't look like.
Everyone stopped, looking confused. Even the sleeping monsters in the school woke up and rushed in the same direction.
Rumble. Rumble.
The vibrations did not stop, but became stronger and stronger, and the sound was getting closer and closer.
What the hell? What's going on? From the sound, it seems, it's coming from the back door? I heard it too. Everyone was horrified and subconsciously looked towards the back door. Whoosh!
Outside the sturdy iron gate at the back of the school, a completely black car, the size and shape of a minibus, just happened to whiz past.
This is... car? How is that possible? Damn, where does the car come from at this time? Are you kidding me?
Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, even Lu Yu was surprised.
Because after the cosmic storm, the electrical energy on Earth was greatly weakened.
Even the batteries in mobile phones cannot provide normal power to humans, let alone other electrical devices.
Car? Not to mention electric cars, even gasoline-powered cars would be impossible to start normally. Where did this black minibus come from? But there is no time to think about these things now. Because the thing that actually made the loud noise was not the minibus, but the one behind it. Damn it, everyone run! Realizing something was wrong, Lu Yu quickly shouted. There are many abandoned vehicles on the streets of Doomsday.
But the black minibus seemed to be made of very strong materials, and it was running rampant outside at full speed. A large number of cars were easily knocked away by it, and soon it disappeared at the corner of the street with a beautiful drift. And at this moment, the thing that made the earth tremble quickly appeared in the sight of Lu Yu and others.
This is a large group of monsters, a huge group. Flying in the sky and running on the ground. Various and densely packed.
Seeing so many monsters appear at the same time, everyone's scalp tingled.
OMG. So many monsters. What are you still standing there for? Run away. Student Lu Yu, where are you going?
Li Wanning, who was about to rush into the dormitory, saw Lu Yu preparing to run deep into the school and quickly asked.
At this time, wouldn't it be safer to run inside the building? Don't go to this dormitory, follow me.
Lu Yu shouted, "Xiao Jin, Xiao Shi, clear the way ahead, quickly."
Chapter 76 Dragon Bloodline?
The iron gate at the back of the school was closed. For their own safety, Lu Yu and his companions entered through the iron gate. But this iron gate is a fence-like gate with large gaps on it. It can stop humans themselves, but it cannot stop the lizard people. What's more, among these monsters, there are mantises flying in the sky, crawlers and lickers that can climb walls, as well as some new species that have only appeared in the last 2 days. Plus, the huge noise just now will attract monsters from other places. So Lu Yu was a little panicked. Even though he had the heart of a villain, he was a little panicked at this moment. This kind of panic was something he had never experienced in the past 7 days of the apocalypse. When he heard Li Wanning's question, he had no time to explain. He quickly ordered Xiao Jin to lead the way. Seeing this, the others didn't have time to think about it and quickly followed Lu Yu in front of them. Outside the school gate, on the street littered with car wreckage, the black minibus disappeared. Of those overwhelming monsters, only a few caught up with the black car. The others who didn't catch up ran for a distance and then slowly stopped. So a large number of monsters were left outside the school. Some monsters were devouring the corpses of the monsters that Lu Yu had killed before. And most of the monsters have begun wandering aimlessly. If you look down from the sky, the number of monsters left at the school gate is absolutely shocking. Thousands and thousands, shocking. As Lu Yu and his companions evacuated, some lizardmen had already crawled in through the gaps in the iron gate at the school entrance. Some crawlers and lickers have already jumped onto the walls on both sides of the school gate. Some mantises also flew in. Boom! There was a sudden loud noise. A giant creature had knocked a huge hole in the school's solid concrete wall. In an instant, countless monsters rushed into the school from the huge hole. And as the number of monsters increased, the hole became bigger and bigger. Lickers, crawlers, lizardmen, and mantises. There were also some poisonous zombies, giant zombies, and 2 ground dragons mixed in. Draft it, that idiot. Wu Chang, who was running wildly after Lu Yu, looked back at the situation at the school gate. After seeing this scene, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. What kind of car are you driving? How could it attract so many monsters? Crawlers and lickers go without saying. This monster currently only has these 2 prototype forms. Its level is only high-level black iron, and it has not evolved into a true crawler or licker. But it is enough for humans to drink a pot. Toxic zombies are zombies whose stomachs are much larger than normal zombies. The stomach is filled with corrosive mucus. This type of zombie is not of high level, does not move fast, and even has weak defense. But you just have to kill it. After losing their life characteristics, poisoning zombies will make you understand what a corpse explosion is. Full of corrosive slime, it exploded everywhere. Not only are they disgusting, they are also highly corrosive. If you get touched by these things, you will at least be skinned alive if you don't die. As for the giant zombie, it's also a variant of the zombie. They generally evolved from tall and strong humans. But they are of a very high level. The lowest level is bronze beginner, with a height of at least 2.5 meters. The speed is not very fast, but it has very strong power. And the earth-walking dragon? This is not the same species as the ground dragon of the Jurassic period. Instead, it is somewhat similar to the Triceratops that Lu Yu had seen in a movie. Like lizardmen and mantises, they are monsters from another dimension and are said to have a trace of dragon blood in their bodies. Even though this trace of dragon blood is very small, it still gives them great power. The huge creature that knocked open the concrete wall was one of the ground dragons that broke through to the high bronze level. Asshole. Damn, we finally cleared the monsters from the street over there, but this bastard. Mr. Lu. Stop talking nonsense and run to a safe place first. Shueli wanted to say something while running, but was interrupted by Lu Yu. Zhenjun, go to Xiaojin's left. Good. Shirlei, Shinbin, Teacher Li, give me your bags. Oh, okay. Hurry, catch up. Boss, where are we going? Go to Guowan building a girls' dormitory on the top of the mountain. Ha? Why? Why do you say that? Lu Yu shouted angrily, there are so many monsters coming in from outside. The closer you get to the school gate, the faster you die. Hearing Lu Yu's words, everyone was stunned at first, and then shocked. Li Wanning, in particular, had mixed feelings. She subconsciously turned her gaze towards the girls' dormitory closest to the school gate. There are still 50 or 60 survivors there. Want to save but unable to do anything? This feeling. Although most of the monsters are still outside the school walls. But the number of monsters pouring out from the hole created by the Earth Dragon was terrifying. Such an exaggerated group of monsters cannot be dealt with by 3 or 5 awakened people. This is completely different from cleaning up those scattered monsters. At this time, Lu Yu had no time to hide anything. He directly used the storage ring to put the mountaineering bags of Li Wanning and the other 2 into it. Lu Yu's ring is a separate space. No matter how much stuff is put in it, Lu will not feel the weight. Previously, it was filled with restaurant-cooked food, as well as frozen and fresh produce in the refrigerator. After finishing the cooked food, there is a lot of extra space inside. In addition, 2 women in the team, Dongying and Li Hong, can cook. So Liu got 2 gas tanks and asked them to cook in the restaurant kitchen every day. Those frozen fresh products have almost been consumed. Now, apart from the weapons of a few people and the bagged food and drinking water prepared before going out, it is naturally not a problem to pack 3 mountaineering bags. Certainly. The only people who knew the function of Lu Yu's ring were Yen Yun, Ding Feng, and Wu Chang, who had entered the secret realm together before. Only core members like Shueli and Shirlei know about it. People like Li Wanning, Xin Bin, and Wei Jianjun, who just joined the team, were not particularly clear about it. When they saw Lu Yu put the mountaineering bag into the ring, they finally understood the function of the ring. But no one has time to care about this now. Because the movement at the back door of the campus attracted the attention of monsters in other parts of the school. They began to move towards the school gate, some fast and some slow. Some monsters on the way discovered Lu Yu and his companions. They began to intercept Lu Yu and others. Go left, quick, run along the wall. Follow me. Follow me. Wait for me. Hurry up. Bang. Xiao Jin knocked away a male teacher who had turned into a zombie, and ran wildly towards the direction specified by Lu Yu with Xiaoxi. Others followed closely behind. 2 monsters ran ahead. Wei Jianjun is on the left and Lu Yu is on the right. Wu Chang and Shueli were at the back, and the others were in the middle. Such a formation is like a sharp sword, piercing the heart of the school. As for the high-level monsters killed, is it possible that black iron crystal cores will appear? Who has time to pick this up at this time? Chapter 77. Rest in peace. I saw a lot of monsters passing by the school gate. The other survivors in the dormitory building were already terrified. Hey, those monsters aren't going to rush over, are they? Who knows? It's over, they will definitely rush over. It's over. Wow, I don't want to die. Run, follow Teacher Li and the others. There are too many monsters. We can't stay here, or we'll die. Everyone finally came to their senses and began to stumble towards the door. Even though there were still many monsters outside the door, they didn't care about much. People were panicking and the scene was chaotic. Some people were knocked down by zombies and tried their best to call for help, but no one turned back. Help me. A girl accidentally fell to the ground while going down the stairs. He covered his knees and looked for help in pain. But most people are already busy with their own affairs at this time, so who would care about her? A girl in the crowd couldn't bear to watch it anymore and rushed over to help her up. Just then, a high-level zombie discovered their presence. Ho! The high-level zombies rushed towards them, dragging a body covered in rotten flesh and blood. Its running speed is no less than that of ordinary humans. The injured girl was so frightened when she saw the scene that she fainted. She knew her current situation and knew she would definitely not be able to outrun this zombie. So, she immediately made a very important decision. I saw her eyes change and she pushed with both hands. She actually pushed the classmate who helped her up in front of this zombie? Roar! The zombie showed no mercy and directly grabbed the female classmate's body and bit her neck. Ah! The female classmate let out a scream, but her eyes were filled with disbelief. She didn't understand why she saved the other person, but the other person turned against her and sent her to the zombies? I'm sorry, Xiaoying. The female classmate who was bitten was heartbroken and looked desperate. Why? The injured female classmate felt a little bit sorry when she saw the classmate who saved her being bitten by a zombie. But after saying this, she gritted her teeth, turned around, dragged her injured knee, limped and ran deep into the school without looking back. I don't want to die. Faced with overwhelming monsters, everyone is fighting for their own lives. When there is no conflict of interest, people may maintain unity and friendship before the end of the world because of morality. But once a life is threatened, anyone can become a stepping stone for others. Just like this female classmate just now. The people in Xiao Manli's dormitory naturally noticed the situation at the back door of the school. It's over, it's really over now. Why are there so many monsters coming in? Don't panic. This place is so far from the school gate. We still have hope. The 2 girls looked desperate, and Su Fei quickly encouraged them. But Xiao Manli poured a basin of cold water on her, Even if most of the monsters can't get up, there will definitely be more monsters up here.
Who can save us then?
After hearing this, everyone's only remaining hope was shattered again. It was at this moment that they discovered Lu Yu and his group. Lu Yu and his group of 8 maintained a perfect formation.
And they are extremely powerful. Xiao Jin led the team and they were unstoppable. Ordinary monsters simply can't outrun them.
Even though a few ordinary people in the team slowed down everyone's pace, occasionally 1 or 2 monsters would catch up.
But these monsters will be easily killed by Lu Yu and Wei Jianjun.
Either knock them away with 1 punch or kill them instantly with 1 sword.
Oh my god, it turns out the person here is Mr. Lu? Wow, so amazing. Mr. Lu. So cool. Are you sick? You still care about Mr. Lu's appearance at this time? But he's really handsome, isn't he? Hey, are those monkey and lizard monsters its pets? It seems so. TSK, that is amazing. Hey, look, Xu Feng went to that building over here. Really? Where? It's over there. Because of a black car, a small wave of monsters was triggered.
The fate of Lu Yu and Xu Feng were connected in advance. Originally, it would take a lot of effort for Lu Yu and Xu Feng to reach the girls' dormitory on the top of the mountain. But the vibration at the door attracted the attention of a large number of monsters. Therefore, the resistance encountered by both sides is much smaller than normal.
Especially Xu Feng.
All the monsters ran towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu also needs to find some places where monsters are not so densely populated to break through forward. His team only needs to hide, and after the monsters have almost run away, it will be enough to come out and clean up a few small monsters.
What on earth is that? It doesn't feel like an earthquake, but I still feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Hearing the sound coming from outside, a boy following Xu Feng looked terrified. The expressions of the other teammates were not much better. After all, the noise coming from the back door was too loud. They couldn't see very far from downstairs, and they only saw the monsters running towards the back door of the school. I have no idea what happened. Stop talking nonsense, let's hide first.
Xu Feng had lived in the apocalypse for 10 years, so he naturally knew that these were the footsteps of a group of monsters. He had experienced this once in his previous life, so he calmed down quickly. He quickly took a few people and ran towards one of the dormitory buildings nearby.
Follow me.
Hearing this, everyone followed Xu Feng into one of the dormitory buildings without hesitation.
Shortly after they entered the corridor, Lu Yu and his group appeared on the other side.
But he was different from Xu Feng, and the dormitory building he entered was located in the opposite direction of the other.
Xu Feng was diagonally opposite to the left of Xiao Manli's dormitory. There are several aisles and a lot of green belts in the middle.
The dormitory building where Lu Yu and his group were located was located on Xiao Manli's right side. They didn't see each other, but the 3 dormitory buildings were able to see what was happening in the other 2 buildings.
Hastily. Oh shit.
Lu Yu and his group were going upstream. Even if they were looking for the weakest point of the monster to break out, their physical energy consumption would be much greater than Xu Feng and the others.
But now Lu Yu has no time to think about anything else. Because there are hundreds of monsters chasing them. Xiaoxi, go bite them to death.
Seeing hordes of monsters chasing after him, Lu Yu, who had calmed down, quickly gave orders.
Although after a few days of evolution, bronze lines have appeared on Xiaoxi's body.
This means it is about to advance to bronze.
But with so many monsters chasing them, they couldn't go upstairs normally to find a safe area.
So Lu Yu could only sacrifice the car to save the king.
Hiss.
Xiaoxi spat out her tongue. Although it is not very intelligent, after the dark contract, it and Lu Yu are in tune with each other. So I knew that the they Lu Yu was talking about were the group of monsters behind him that were the same as me. It was originally running wildly in front, but after hearing Lu Yu's order, it did not hesitate at all. He turned around and rushed towards the group of monsters behind him fearlessly. It is larger than the average lizard man, so it has no problem holding back 3 mid and high level monsters at the same time.
But now there are more than 3 monsters behind him. There are more than 130 of them.
As the saying goes, a good tiger cannot stand against a pack of wolves. Faced with so many monsters, let alone Xiaoxi, even if Xiao Jin went there he would only be able to deliver food to them. However, Lu Yu did not waste the time Xiaoxi created for him. Seeing Xiaoxi wrestling with those monsters, he threw out 2 wind blades with his backhand.
Puff!
The 2 lizardmen passed Xiaoxi and caught up with Lu Yu, but were instantly knocked away by Lu Yu. Blood gushed out of his body, which soon attracted other of the same kind.
Lu Yu did not stop at all.
With just a thought, the handguard tied to his left hand disappeared. Then he touched the sapphire ring on his left hand with his right hand. A Molotov cocktail and a lighter appeared in his hands.
I'm sorry, Xiaoxi, have a safe journey. Chapter 78 Goodbye Chufeng. Lighters can still be used in the end times. As long as it's not an electronic lighter, there's basically no problem. As for Molotov cocktails?
This was what Lu Yu asked Shueli and others to make 2 days ago.
This Molotov cocktail has appeared in many apocalyptic movies and games.
The production method is also very simple. Fill the glass bottle with gasoline and then plug the bottle mouth with a cloth soaked in gasoline. When using it, just light the cloth strip and throw it out to break the glass bottle. Cars, strips of cloth, glass bottles.
This kind of thing can be seen everywhere in hotels and on the streets.
So it's not surprising that Lu Yu has this thing. But for Lu Yu now, if he had to sacrifice one person to attract firepower at this time,
Xiaoxi is undoubtedly more suitable than others or Xiaojin.
Because of these people, even Shinbin, who does not have much combat power, Lu Yu has his own uses.
Xiaoxi is neither an important person nor as strong in fighting as Xiaojin.
Now, it has been more than 3 days since the contract with Xiaoxi. By sacrificing it, Lu Yu can directly recontract a more powerful combat pet.
So Lu Yu did not hesitate.
At this time, Xiaoxi had been swallowed by a large number of monsters.
Lu Yu lit the Molotov cocktail without thinking and threw it into the pile of monsters. Go to hell, you bastards.
The Molotov cocktail, with a ball of flame, drew a beautiful arc in the air.
Bang! Boom!
The Molotov cocktail shattered.
The huge flames instantly engulfed Xiaoxi and a large wave of monsters. Roar!
Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monsters burned by the fire roared in pain.
Bang!
Lu Yu felt unsatisfied and threw another one out. There was a huge fire outside, so there was no need to light the second one, so Lu Yu threw it very quickly.
Then the third and fourth. Bang bang bang! Lu Yu threw 5 Molotov cocktails in a row.
Flames shot up into the sky and soon formed a huge wall of fire, separating Lu Yu and the monsters.
Swish!
Lu Yu threw out 2 more wind blades, repelling 2 zombies that rushed through the firewall.
Then he quickly turned around and followed everyone up to the dormitory building.
Hiss, hiss, hiss.
A breeze blows. As Lu Yu turned around and left, he could actually smell the burnt smell of zombies and lizards burned by flames. At the same time, Xiaoxi's name and information gradually disappeared from the dark contract. Bang!
On the 6th floor of the dormitory, the door of an empty room was closed. Under the leadership of Xiaojin and Wei Jianjun, the scattered monsters in the dormitory corridor did not pose any threat. Several people sprinted all the way and finally found a suitable room. Whoosh, whoosh. Shinbin and Shirlei sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Li Wanning was not much better, her exaggerated bust kept rising and falling. Fortunately, when they came out, Lu Yu changed her into a set of sportswear. Otherwise, with the dress she was wearing, she would have been caught up by the monster behind her. As for the other 4 core fighters, there was nothing serious wrong with them. After all, his physical fitness is there, and the combat intensity is not high.
It's just a short distance, so it's not a problem at all. Damn, it's finally safe.
Asshole, asshole.
Wu Chang covered his arm, gritted his teeth and yelled in pain, "Don't let me know who that idiot is driving, or I will kill it."
Originally, relying on the combat effectiveness of Lu Yu's team, they only needed to proceed steadily and not attract too many monsters at once. It is only a matter of time before the monsters in the school are cleared out.
But now,
a small wave of monsters injured his arm. Although he was not bitten by a zombie, he was scratched by the scythe teeth of a sickle mantis. There was so much blood that the bones were visible.
Your injury is quite serious.
Lu Yu glanced at Wu Chang and said, "Yan Yun, help him stop the bleeding first."
Although Yan Yun cannot enhance her strength and agility, her vitality is strong enough.
Therefore, his physical strength and endurance are stronger than Shirlei and others. At this time, she was just slightly out of breath and there was nothing serious.
Hearing Lu Yu's words, she nodded. Oh. Here it comes.
Lu Yu glanced at the others. "How are you guys?"
"I'm fine."
"I'm fine too." Wei Jianjun said, "Fortunately, we have Master Lu's Monkey King, otherwise even if we could successfully rush up, we would definitely suffer heavy losses."
"Yes." It's a blessing in disguise. Hearing Wei Jianjun's words, Lu Yu nodded in agreement.
Because Xiao Jin needed to help clear the way, he didn't have time to stop and eat the monster's brain, so he is now covered in wounds and exhausted. Even Xiao Jin, who has such a strong body, has become like this. The consequences of having a person lead the way can be imagined. Seeing that only Wu Chang was injured, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He directly took out 3 attributeless crystal cores and gave one to each of the other 3 combat members. Take it first, just in case. Lu Yu has only killed 1 bronze-level monster in the past few days.
A bronze-level giant zombie. But he was not lucky and did not get the crystal core.
But, so many days have passed, and Lu Yu has accumulated quite a few black iron-level crystal cores.
He now has 24 attributeless crystal cores in his hand. There are also 2 spiritual ones and 1 life one.
The life-type crystal core has a physical strength recovery effect that is at least twice as strong as that of the non-attribute crystal core.
But Lu Yu never used it. Because Yen Yun cannot use attributeless crystal cores to improve herself.
So of course these 2 crystal cores should be kept for her. This world is really fucked up.
Wei Jianjun couldn't help but smile bitterly after taking the crystal core thrown by Lu Yu. Although he is very strong in combat.
Also awakens superpowers. But if Lu Yu hadn't told him, he would never have known that there was such a thing as a crystal core in the monster's head.
Who says it isn't?
Lu Yu stretched his arms and looked to the side. Shirley, what's going on over there?
Yes, a little tired, but not a big deal.
That's good.
Let's go and observe the situation outside.
Okay, boss.
Shirley nodded, took 2 deep breaths, steadied his breathing, and then went to the balcony to look out into the distance.
Boss, some monsters have come up, but not many.
Most of them are attracted by the pile of monster corpses you burned.
As expected.
Oh my god, so many people died down there.
There are still some survivors up here.
Wait, boss, I think I saw Chu Feng.
Chu Feng?
Yes, it's in the dormitory building across the street. Shirley's eagle eye does not require any consumption. He only needs to concentrate and his eyes can act like an eagle's.
Don't underestimate Lu Yu's dormitory building and Chu Feng's dormitory building, as they are only separated by 1 dormitory building. But the dormitory building is so large and the 3 buildings are not connected. Apart from the green belts and the various distances in the corridors, even with Lu Yu's current eyesight, he could only see whether there was anyone in the building opposite. It is impossible to see clearly who those people are. Before coming to school, Lu Yu had instructed Shirley to pay more attention to Chu Feng's movements.
Although Shirley didn't know Lu Yu's purpose, he didn't ask any more questions.
Seeing Chu Feng at this time, he naturally reported it immediately. Hearing Shirley's words, Lu Yu looked into the distance in the direction he pointed. I could only see a figure in the window opposite, but I wasn't sure who that person was.
Are you sure that's Chu Feng?
It's absolutely true, boss.
Shirley guaranteed.
After hearing this, Lu Yu did not go to the balcony. Instead, he stood by the window and touched the ring on his left hand with his right hand.
Found a high-powered military telescope.
Where did this telescope come from? Of course, Lu Yu prepared it in advance. Because most of the weapons Lu Yu had prepared before were 2-handed weapons. So he forgot to buy the defensive equipment for his left hand.
Other survival equipment is absolutely available.
Through the telescope, Lu Yu quickly saw the survivors in the dormitory building opposite.
It really is Chu Feng? Chapter 79, See If You're Still Alive? Lu Yu came to school originally to find Chu Feng. Saving lives is just a cover.
But he thought that the process of finding Chu Feng would be very difficult. Unexpectedly, because of the tide of monsters outside, he would run into them directly?
This is quite a coincidence.
I let him get away last time, and I must not let him get away again this time.
Go straight over and kill him? He'll definitely be prepared.
Thinking of this, Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then used a telescope to observe other places. There was a huge hole in the school's back door that was knocked open by the Earth Dragon. But the number of monsters pouring in was not as large as expected. Most of them, after failing to catch up with the black car, began to wander aimlessly in other places.
In addition, the school is very large, so the monsters began to disperse as soon as they came in. There were only about 100 or 200 monsters that could reach the depths of the school. And they are all black iron level monsters.
These monsters and the existing monsters together only number about 300 or 400. Judging from the distribution of these monsters, it is only a matter of time to clean them up.
As for the survivors here? That looks like a lot. Most of them are posted on the windows. Help! Please help! SOS help in other words. Hey, ISNT that Xiaomanli?
Before the end of the world, Liu had made an appointment with Yan Yun through Xiaomanli.
Xiaomanli and her friends are all materialistic. It is normal to invite Lu Yu to their dormitory. So Lu Yu knew the location of Xiaomanli's dormitory. At this time, Xiaomanli saw that the person coming was Lu Yu, and had already sent a distress signal to Lu Yu. Seeing Xiaomanli, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile.
I originally thought that even if this woman didn't starve to death in the apocalypse, she would definitely have been retaliated by Chu Feng by pretending to be cool and slapping her in the face.
I didn't expect that now. It's been so many days since the apocalypse, and Xiaomanli is still alive? Lu Yu narrowed his eyes.
If he had not hurt Chu Feng before, Chu Feng and Xiaomanli would definitely have reunited earlier. Naturally, the current situation of facing each other across the road would not occur.
Ha, that's quite interesting.
Lu Yu put down the telescope and took a look at the room he was in. He and Xin Bin are the villains, and Li Wanning and Yan Yun are the heroines. There are two buildings opposite, one houses the protagonist Chu Feng, and the other houses the protagonist's ex-girlfriend Xiaomanli.
With such a large lineup gathered together, it's no surprise that anything happens, right? And
I've been raising Xin Bin as a chess piece for so long, it's time to put him to use. As he spoke, Lu Yu took out some gauze and bandages from the ring and threw them to Wei Jianjun. Old Wei, help Wu Chang bandage his wound.
Okay. Wei Jianjun agreed, took the things Lu Yu gave him and got busy.
In order to preserve Yan Yun's strength, as long as the wound is not fatal.
Lu Yu always asked her to stop when she was satisfied.
Otherwise, if she fainted or became physically tired, it would be very troublesome. But now Yan Yun can only use her supernatural powers to treat wounds, and she is very unprofessional in bandaging wounds.
That's why Lu Yu asked Wei Jianjun to handle it.
After seeing Chu Feng, Lu Yu began to adjust his state.
The other side.
Chu Feng was also observing the situation downstairs on Lu Yu's side. Because except for zombies, other monsters have no combustible materials. So Lu Yu's 5 Molotov cocktails only killed a dozen monsters, and most of the others were burned and scared away by the flames. At this time, the fire had burned out and the ground was filled with smoke. The corpse of the burned monster was eaten by other monsters of the same kind. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel.
Molotov cocktail? Are there other survivors coming up?
Chu Feng frowned. As soon as he entered the dormitory corridor, Lu Yu came up. The two sides just missed each other. So he only heard some noises and didn't know the specific situation on Lu Yu's side. At this time, I saw the building in the distance, with a lot of glass fragments on the ground and traces of gasoline burns.
Of course he could guess something. Chu Feng, what should we do now?
I saw more monsters downstairs than before. Wang Chao was a little scared.
Chu Feng was unusually calm. Don't be impatient, wait until these monsters behave themselves a little.
Seeing Chu Feng so calm, everyone felt a lot more at ease. From where Lu Yu was, he could see a total of 4 dormitory buildings.
The survivors of these dormitory buildings.
Either they turned into zombies, were eaten by monsters, or starved to death.
Not many people survived.
So Chu Feng was waiting for the monsters to disperse.
Lu Yu was also waiting for the monsters to disperse. Over time,
both Chu Feng and Lu Yu's teams have basically recovered their strength.
The monster downstairs also lost its previous frenzy after eating and drinking its fill. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The monsters began to wander aimlessly.
Lu Yu, those monsters seem to have dispersed.
What should we do next?
Seeing that the monsters had dispersed a lot, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Yan Yun quickly asked. Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth. Do you see the dormitory building on the left? I see. Isn't that the dormitory building where Xiaomanli lives? I'm going to go take a look. Going there? Isn't it dangerous?
After so many days of hardship, Yan Yun has adapted to the end of the world. In her mind now, the safety of her own people is definitely more important than the safety of strangers.
What's more, the survivor on the opposite side is Xiaomanli.
For some reason, Yan Yun felt very uncomfortable when she heard the name Xiaomanli again. This feeling is very strange. It's as if the two of them were born incompatible. With my current combat power, there will be no problem advancing steadily. After saying this, Liu directly said, Jianjun and Wu Chang, you stay and protect them.
Yan Yun, Shueli, you two follow me. Boss, let me come with you.
Liu was about to go out when Wu Chang suddenly spoke.
Oh. Brother Jun is enough here.
Wu Chang stood up and scratched his head in embarrassment. Liu looked at his expression and instantly understood what he meant.
The day before yesterday, after careful consideration, Wu Chang told Liu about his idea of finding a girlfriend.
Liu did not refuse this request. Because it is normal for men to like women. A survival team cannot consist of only men. But there was no chance before. Now that he was in the girls' dormitory at school, he naturally had some thoughts. He is injured now and wants to go with them, naturally for this purpose.
Okay, let's go. Liu didn't say anything and threw a backpack of food and water to Li Wanning.
Teacher Li, I will bring the others over. You are responsible for taking care of them.
Okay, no problem.
Li Wanning agreed without thinking too much. However, a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of Liyu's mouth. At the same time, he quietly took out the white jade pendant from the ring.
Chu Feng, with all the members gathered together this time, I wonder if you can survive? Chapter 80. Chu Feng was a little panicked. The white jade pendant is the sensing jade pendant that Liu got from the secret realm.
Since getting this thing, Liu has never used it in battle. Because he has two monsters, Xiaojin and Xiaoxi, who can explore the way, so under normal circumstances, they are not needed at all. So he felt it was a nuisance to wear it around his neck, so he threw it into the ring.
But now Xiaojin is exhausted and has countless injuries of varying sizes on his body.
If it didn't eat, Liu was afraid that it would bleed to death. So if Liu wanted to rush downstairs, he needed to sense the situation outside first and help Xiaojin get rid of a monster and let it recover.
The mental power quickly connected to the jade pendant. Under the effect of the jade pendant, the monster outside the corridor was clearly captured by Liu.
It feels like looking at a thermal image, clear yet blurry.
Liu once tried it at night.
This thing consumes about 1 point of mental power each time, and can last for about 15 seconds each time.
The current coverage area is
50 meters in radius.
Liu sensed it clearly through the sensing jade pendant. There are now 3 monsters outside the corridor. 1 lizard man and 2 zombies.
He should have been the one who caught up with the others earlier.
There are 4 or 5 zombies in the next few dormitories. There are rooms on the 5th, 4th, and 3rd floors.
After obtaining this information, Liu came to a conclusion in his mind. He put the jade pendant back into the ring, thought for a moment, then took out a mountaineering bag and asked Shueli to carry it on his back. Then he took out a special gauntlet from the ring and put it on his left hand. The moment he opened the door with the Qinggang sword, he swung out a wind blade.
Die. Puff. This is a female zombie, wearing a suspender pajamas.
Liu's wind blade hit her head accurately. The skull was cut open and the zombie fell to the ground, never to stand up again.
Yes. Liu's wind blade can now cut open the zombies' heads.
Although after these few days, Liu's apparent strength has not improved much because of the crystal core. But his control over his body functions and abilities is getting better and better. The power of the wind blade is related to mental strength.
The reason why Liu couldn't cut open the zombie's head before.
Because at that time, his mental strength was only 20 points. I have just mastered this ability and am not very proficient in using it. And now, his mental strength has reached 50 points, which is 2.5 times the original amount. In addition, he became more and more proficient in the use of superpowers, so cutting open the head of a black iron-level zombie was almost normal. When Liu felt safe, he started to clear the monsters in the corridor again. On the other side, Chu Feng tightened the fire axe in his hand and began to prepare to clean up the monster that had followed everyone into the corridor. He was injured by Liu before, which delayed him for 3 days.
He couldn't waste any more time.
But just when they were about to go out, they suddenly saw movement in the dormitory building in the distance.
Whoosh, bang.
A zombie head covered in blood and broken flesh fell from the sky. It fell to the ground with a crisp sound.
Blood was splattered all over the ground.
Several lizard men nearby quickly surrounded it and began to fight for the head.
Hey, look, it seems like someone is killing zombies over there.
Wang Chao, who noticed this scene, said with some surprise.
The people they met before.
Either their combat effectiveness is not high and they can only barely maintain their own lives, or they are already dying. It is rare to find someone with such strong fighting power as the one on the opposite side. Just as he finished speaking, another zombie was pierced through the head and died on the balcony. Seeing this scene, everyone was amazed again.
The team on the other side. Fuck, that's a neat move, pretty impressive, huh?
It should be the group of people who just went up. Chu Feng made a judgment immediately.
Why did Chu Feng take this road and appear here?
Because he knew that there was no military district in Yanqing. His goal was to leave Yanqing.
The closest way out of Yanqing is the road leading to the back door of the school.
Although during normal times, any road can lead to the back door of the school. But at the end of the world, of course he had to choose the shortest route, so he prepared to cross the campus.
Chu Feng should have left school long ago.
But he spent a lot of time recovering from his injury, so he appeared here.
Chu Feng, are we going to fight our way out as well? They look pretty impressive. Maybe we can team up with them? Team up?
Chu Feng's eyes were slightly cold.
Is that what you think? Hey, I was just saying that.
Wang Chao smiled awkwardly. In the end times, the more powerful someone is, the more careful you have to be. Chu Feng reminded him coldly, because you are not sure whether he will steal your things.
You're right. Wang Chao didn't dare to refute Chu Feng's words.
Because judging by the performance in dealing with these monsters, Chu Feng is much stronger than him.
Seeing that Wang Chao didn't say anything nonsense, Chu Feng softened his tone and said, "Let's see first.
If the other party is our classmate, we can try to communicate with him."
So, are we going to fight our way out?
No, just wait. Chu Feng said very calmly, when we are not sure whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, we must conserve our energy as much as possible. In fact, what he meant was that it is best to keep some physical strength at all times in the end times.
Because you never know when the monster will come. I don't know whether the person coming from the opposite side is a human or an animal. Just like now.
Chu Feng waited upstairs for nearly 3 hours. But the person he least wanted to see came.
Oh my god, isn't that Lu Yu? And Yen Yun? Why are Lu Yu and Yen Yun together?
Wang Chao and Dai Lian were both dumbfounded.
Chu Feng also frowned. Is the treasure he obtained in the secret realm related to this monkey?
I saw Lu Yu, Yen Yun, Shueli, Wu Chang and a monkey slowly approaching the dormitory building where Qiao Manli was.
To be honest, Chu Feng was a little confused and a little panicked.
He was a little confused because he had seen the monkey that Lu Yu brought with him in the secret realm. Moreover, when he met Lu Yu in the secret realm before, he had been wondering where Lu Yu was in the real world.
The road he was walking on now would neither pass by Lu Yu's dormitory nor the teaching building where Lu Yu was.
So, how did Lu Yu appear here? The reason why Chu Feng was a little panicked. Because he knew that with his current strength, he would definitely not be a match for Lu Yu. If it was before entering the secret realm, Chu Feng was confident that he could kill Lu Yu directly while he was still in good condition. Even if Lu Yu has superpowers, he is absolutely sure of this. But after entering the secret realm, Lu Yu not only obtained the treasures of the secret realm, but also got a monkey. As one side gained strength while the other lost, he really had no confidence in facing Lu Yu now.
And more importantly, the sword in Lu Yu's hand. The sword in his hand is a different color than before?
Seeing the sword in Lu Yu's hand, Chu Feng couldn't help but be stunned. The familiar sword light immediately appeared in my mind.
Oh my god, I was wondering why this sword looked so familiar. Is this the one I'm looking for?
Looking at Lu Yu strolling leisurely among the monsters, Chu Feng's emotions became extremely unstable and he almost vomited blood again. Before in the secret realm, he felt that Lu Yu's sword looked familiar. But at that time Lu Yu's sword was only bronze level. Although the color is almost the same as I remember, the sheen and texture of the sword are very different.
So he thought it was just a coincidence. Now it seems that this sword can be upgraded? Damn it! The sword in Su Hao's previous life actually transformed from an ordinary sword into a golden one? And the rich second generation who bought the family heirloom sword from Su Hao was actually Lu Yu.
My mentality has collapsed.
Hey, wait!
Chu Feng suddenly thought of something. That bastard Lu Yu not only took Yen Yun away, but also bought Su Hao's sword in advance?
It can't be just a coincidence. Could it be, this guy has also been reborn? Chapter 81. The one you are holding is my husband.
Looking at Lu Yu downstairs, who was carrying a golden monkey and easily killing the monster with the Qinggang sword. Chu Feng was stunned and could hardly believe his own judgment. Wei Jianjun was not at home before, and the sword was bought by someone, so he felt that something was wrong. Because I have indeed been reborn, and the end of the world has indeed come. All signs indicate that my memory is correct. But he didn't think much about it at that time. I just thought it was the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth. Later, Yen Yun and Lu Yu appeared in the secret realm together. He felt disheartened and felt that something was wrong. Now see the Qinggang sword in Lu Yu's hand. A flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind, and everything became clear to him as if he had suddenly realized it.
It turns out, Lu Yu was also reborn? And it seems that he was reborn earlier than himself? So that's why he was able to sleep with Yin Yun and buy the sword in advance? So that's why he became familiar with the apocalypse so quickly and developed murderous intentions towards himself? So that's it. Chu Feng figured this out, took a few deep breaths, and forced himself to calm down. But this kind of thing is really too unbelievable. Even though Chu Feng had experienced the apocalypse for 10 years, his mind was still a little confused at this moment. He originally thought that his rebirth was a chance given to him by God.
Rebirth? What a wonderful word this is for people who have experienced the last 10 years of the world.
But now it seems that God is obviously more inclined towards the scumbag Lu Yu? What should I do? What should I do?
Chu Feng was anxious, but his brain was working quickly.
Fight? I definitely can't win. If the other person is really reborn like me.
His combat power is not weak to begin with, and with the treasures from the secret realm and that sword, he has developed for so many days longer than me?
What do you use to fight? Escape? Lu Yu is now clearing out monsters downstairs, so should I take the opportunity to escape?
Take advantage of the fact that the other party is still some distance away before coming to your side.
Should I use this time to clear out the monsters in the corridor and escape? Ha! That Lu Yu, what is he doing?
Dai Lian's surprised voice brought Chu Feng back to reality.
Chu Feng took a closer look.
It took Lu Yu, who was downstairs, more than an hour to come over. Bringing Wu Chang, the bodyguard and the monkey, he came to the dormitory building where Qiao Manli lived.
After they dealt with some monsters, they rescued several girls from the second floor.
They were given some food and water, and then Wu Chang took them back to the previous building.
Are they saving people? No. No?
Wu Chang has taken 3 girls back.
Chu Feng, didn't you say Lu Yu is hypocritical? I saw Lu Yu saving people and providing food and water. Chu Feng's companions were a little dumbfounded.
Because what they saw now was completely different from what Chu Feng described. When Chu Feng saved people, only saved those who have the ability to survive and protect themselves.
For example, the 3 of them.
As for those who were unable to fight, he would at most give them some food.
Let them survive and then fend for themselves. And Lu Yu is saving people now?
It seems like as long as people are not dead, he will save them.
What's going on?
Not to mention them, even Chu Feng was a little confused.
If Lu Yu was really a reborn person, why would he save these girls who are not very good looking but are powerless? This is unscientific. And why didn't he come and kill himself first? Didn't he realize he was in this building? Or is it that he is not a reborn person? Even though he discovered me, he had no conflict of interest and didn't want to kill me? This guy is hypocritical. Don't you believe me?
Chu Feng couldn't figure it out, but no matter what, he couldn't lose his momentum.
No, but, Chu Feng, do we really not need to go out? What are you going out for? Chu Feng asked instead of answering.
Although he had wanted to go over there and show off in front of his ex-girlfriend.
And take revenge at the same time.
But Lu Yu's appearance completely disrupted his plans.
Going out at this time would not only be useless, but might even give Lu Yu a head. But your girlfriend is still over there? If you didn't go, she would have been rescued by Lu Yu.
Chu Feng sneered, then let him save her. A woman like this is not worthy of being my girlfriend. In his mind, Qiao Manli is a green tea bitch. If she hadn't been there in his previous life, even if he had developed a little later, he would definitely be able to join the ranks of the world's top powerhouses.
How is it possible to remain unknown for 10 years in the end times?
However, Wang Chao and others were stunned when they heard Chu Feng's words. Even Dai Lian's eyes changed when she looked at Chu Feng. Before the end of the world, you, Chu Feng, were just a poor loser.
but Xiao Manli is a well-known beauty in the school.
You were able to become Xiao Manli's boyfriend only because of your studies, looks, and your relentless pursuit of Xiao Manli.
And you seem to be just a spare tire? Now, you actually say that I am unworthy? Are you really that embarrassed?
They said they had never seen anyone as conceited as Chu Feng. Ding, congratulations on your wind attribute ability being upgraded to high-level black iron.
Huh, finally upgraded again.
On the other side, Liu took Yin Yun, Shueli, and Xiao Jin and hid on the second floor of Xiao Manli's dormitory to recover their strength. Seeing this system prompt, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Because he got 10 attributes from Yin Yun, and the attributeless crystal core is easier to find.
So it took less than 2 days for my physical fitness to improve from the initial level of black iron to the initial level of bronze.
And this ability?
During this period of time, he had not seen a wind attribute crystal core. On the second day of the apocalypse, after the supernatural power was upgraded to the intermediate level, it has been stagnant since then.
This was true even if he used his surplus energy to practice every day. But now. Lu Yu sensed his situation. If the state is full, the number of wind blades that should be used is about 20. That means the storage capacity doubles again. There are about 12 rounds left now.
When the superpower is upgraded, the upgraded energy will be instantly obtained.
Lu Yu, it's almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Should we go upstairs? Go. Why not? But it seems like those monsters are wandering around again, right on our way back.
Yin Yun looked through the window at the monsters on the road and said worriedly, if we go up, we won't have time to go back. At night, the danger outside is at least 3 times as great.
Therefore, even Lu Yu couldn't go out and wander around at night. Wouldn't it be nice to stay here for one night? Is that so? It seems, that's fine. Okay, stop talking nonsense and let's go.
Lu Yu looked at Shueli, Shueli, give me the bag.
Oh, okay.
Shueli nodded, and Lu Yu continued, you can find a place to rest tonight.
Just help me keep an eye on the other side.
I'll take her upstairs.
Okay, Mr. Lu, be careful.
Shueli took off his backpack and handed it to Lu Yu without saying much.
No.
Lu Yu took the backpack, answered, handed Shueli some food and night supplies such as candles, and then turned around and went upstairs with Xiao Jin and Yin Yun.
There aren't many monsters in the corridor.
After all, so many days have passed since the apocalypse, and the monsters have long eaten up all the edible things. After eating, they will naturally go to other places to look for food. Plus, the roar from the back door just now pulled a group of people away. So Lu Yu neither encountered any monsters that could be contracted nor encountered much resistance. Over time. After Lu Yu rescued some surviving classmates. Finally, before dark, they arrived at Xiao Manli's door. Boom boom boom. Lu Yu knocked on her door. Is it Mr. Lu? Xiao Manli's voice was already a little hoarse. Sounds a bit nervous too. It's me. Click. The door suddenly opened. Xiao Manli saw a familiar figure at the door. Without saying a word, she threw herself into Lu Yu's arms.
Wow, Master Lu, is it really you? If you don't come soon, I'll starve to death. Xiao Manli said while crying. This action left Yin Yun, who was standing behind Lu Yu, stunned. The person you are hugging seems to be my husband? Chapter 82 I'll do anything.
Lu Yu wanted to go upstairs by himself, and Shueli certainly wouldn't stop him. Because before the end of the world, with his physical fitness and fighting skills, he could easily beat 5 Lu Yes.
But now. Except for his vitality, none of his attributes exceeds 30.
Facing Lu Yu, whose attributes were almost 50 in all aspects, even though he had fighting skills, he was crushed in all aspects. If Xiao Jin, the Qinggang sword and the supernatural power are added, the 5 of them cannot get close to Lu Yu.
So Lu Yu wants to leave by himself, what else can he say?
But for Xiao Manli and others.
Although the person who came to rescue them was not Chu Feng, Lu Yu's arrival made them even more excited. After all, before the end of the world, they were loyal fans of Lu Yu. After the end of the world, they were of course happier to see how powerful Lu Yu was. Especially when he saw Chu Feng hiding in the dormitory building and not daring to come out. But Lu Yu was desperately killing monsters to save them. How could they not be excited? How could they not be happy? Alright, let go. Lu Yu pushed Xiao Manli away impatiently. This is not because Lu Yu is a gentleman, nor is it because he is concerned about Yin Yun beside him.
But this woman, in such a hot day, hasn't brushed her teeth, washed her hair, or taken a bath for 7 days. The smell on your body, especially the smell of your hair. It's not much better than the smell of a zombie. No. I'm sorry. Mr. Liu, I didn't mean it. Noticing the obvious disgust on Lu Yu's face, Xiao Manli looked embarrassed and quickly let go of Lu Yu. When Yan Yun saw Xiao Manli again, her face was full of resentment. Especially when she saw her hugging Lu Yu, she became even more jealous. But she was naturally good-tempered, so she didn't lose her temper immediately. I know you didn't mean it. Let's go in first. Mr. Liu, did you bring any food? This was the first sentence Xiao Manli said after Lu Yu brought Yan Yun and Xiao Jin in and closed the door. As she said this, her eyes were fixed on Lu Yu's backpack. If they hadn't taken into consideration that the person in front of them was Lu Yu, they would have rushed up to snatch it away. I brought it. Lu Yu didn't say much. He took off his backpack and threw it in front of them. Take it, eat as much as you want. Seeing Lu Yu's casual action, the 4 girls went crazy. Ha, thank you, Mr. Liu. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Woo, Master Liu, you are so kind. Wow, sauced chicken legs? Mineral water? Potato chips? Chocolate? Ham? Oh my god. That's great. It's really great. Mr. Liu, I love you. Several girls were ecstatic. Xiao Manli even opened her backpack and took out the food one by one and distributed it to everyone. Click, click. Gulp, gurgle. The whole dormitory was filled with the sounds of unpacking bags and drinking water. Wow, it's delicious. It's so comfortable, it's simply the most delicious food on earth. I've never tasted ham so good. 4 women were eating. You talk, I talk, and our whole bodies reveal the joy of having escaped from a desperate situation. Seeing the 4 people eating voraciously, Liu did not stop them. Because this is exactly the effect he wants. Why did he carry a backpack instead of just taking food from the ring? There are 2 reasons for this. One reason is that he now wears a gauntlet on his left hand. This kind of handguard is gray-black in color. It was made by Tong Nenghao using the skin of a high-level lizard man. The foundry craftsman's skills allow these materials to be processed directly into usable semi-finished products. Then several women go through a series of processes and sew it out using lizard tendons. It is generally strong, but it is difficult to cut with a slightly blunt knife. As long as you are not bitten by zombies for a long time, it can play a defensive role. The production process is not complicated. The only troublesome thing is that it requires consuming Tong Nenghao's supernatural powers. At his current level, I can probably only make one a day. The appearance of the handguards is similar to the gloves used by dog trainers when training dogs. It's not very convenient to put your hand inside and use the ring to pick up things. Another reason is naturally that wealth should not be shown off. This ring of mine can be considered a treasure taken from a secret realm. The fewer people who know about it, the better. As for why Lu Yu was so generous in giving them food? Needless to say, apart from the fact that Lu Yu has no shortage of food, the most important reason is to deal with Chu Feng. Chu Feng is now in the dormitory opposite and cannot come out for the time being. At this time, in order to ensure that everything goes well, Lu Yu naturally has to use all the chess pieces he can use. Mr. Liu, is this monkey your pet? After eating something and drinking some water, Xiao Manli regained some strength. Even the sound is much better than before. She had seen Xiao Jin helping Lu Yu fight before, and she wanted to ask this as soon as she entered the door. But they have reached the end of their rope. Such boring questions are obviously not as important as food. Yes. Wow, that's amazing. Master Liu is Master Liu. Even monsters have to obey your orders. Looking at Xiao Jin's golden hair, it was all covered with the monster's dirty blood. Several women kept flattering Lu Yu. Mr. Liu, you are so kind. After drinking the water, Su Fei stuffed potato chips into her mouth and said to Lu Yu, "Not only did you risk your life to save us, but you also brought us so many delicious foods?" Yeah. Mr. Liu, I love you. I love you too. Mr. Liu, can I marry you? Hey, what are you doing? Hearing several classmates talking more and more outrageously, Yan Yun, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't sit still anymore. She quickly stared at the women with hostile eyes, and stretched out her fair jade hands to block Lu Yu from behind, declaring her sovereignty. Normally she didn't feel anything, but now seeing Lu Yu surrounded by this group of girls, she felt uncomfortable all over.
Lu Yu is my boyfriend. Do you think I don't exist?
She could understand Xiao Manli's previous action of throwing herself into Lu Yu's arms as the other party was under too much mental pressure due to facing the end of the world.
Seeing Lu Yu was very excited and couldn't control himself. But now you love Lu Yu and want to marry him, what does that mean? After hearing Yan Yun's words, these women ignored her. Yo-yo, Yan Yun, what are you talking about? When did Mr. Lu become your boyfriend?
That's right, Yun Yun. Xiao Manli also spoke up. Although you and Mr. Lu saved us together, we are very grateful to you.
But when did you and Mr. Lu have an affair?
You, how dare you say that? I haven't even settled the score with you for what happened that night. Yan Yun stared at Xiao Manli and said angrily.
She gets angry when she talks about this.
On the night before the end of the world, Xiao Manli had to coax her into going to the hotel for dinner. You can guess it with just a casual thought afterwards.
This Xiao Manli had already colluded with Lu Yu.
So she was very disliked to Xiao Manli.
That night?
Xiao Manli was stunned at first, then she looked at Yan Yun carefully and couldn't help laughing.
Ha, Yan Yun, your current outfit, white t-shirt, ultra-short jeans, sneakers, you look pretty clean, don't you? What do you want to say?
Yan Yun seemed to realize what the other party wanted to say, but she still spoke stubbornly.
Don't you think you should thank me?
Thank you?
Of course, if I hadn't sent you to Mr. Lu's room, would you still be wearing such clean clothes today? And would you still be able to appear in front of me with a pair of white legs without any scars?
What do you mean by I? Anyway, from today on, young Master Lu is no longer just yours.
Xiao Manli's voice suddenly became serious and firm. What do you mean?
Yan Yun was a little confused, saying that she couldn't keep up with the other party's rhythm.
Literally.
After saying this, Xiao Manli walked directly to Lu Yu, sat down, and pulled his sleeve. She said it pitifully and coquettishly.
Mr. Lu, you wouldn't mind having another girlfriend, right? As long as you're willing to take me away, I'll do anything for you. Chapter 83 Going to the next door to check. Xiao Manli herself is a gold digger, and she has an open personality and speaks boldly.
When she said this, she didn't care about the eyes of others at all.
Even if it was Yan Yun, she didn't care. Because now she can no longer care about so many things.
If it was before the end of the world, she might just want to rely on her beauty to hook a rich second-generation man. She might go with whoever is handsome and rich. But now, after experiencing 7 days of the apocalypse, she has seen countless classmates die tragically in front of her. The scene of being torn into pieces by several lizard men. The scene of the mantis piercing the heart and causing blood to spurt out. The scene of being bitten to death by zombies and then crawling back up from the ground.
Everything was lingering in her mind.
It made her sleep restless. So now she doesn't think about anything else, she just wants to live a good life.
She was originally a little jealous of Yan Yun.
She thinks her looks and figure are no worse than Yan Yun's.
He is even taller than Yan Yun, at 170 centimeters. But why do those rich second generations like her and not herself? Are all the people surrounding Yan Yun rich second generation and tall, rich and handsome? Are the people around you just poor losers and bootlickers? Why?
So when she saw Yan Yun following Lu Yu all the way, her jealousy grew even stronger. When the other three roommates heard Xiao Manli's words, they were a little surprised, but they didn't say much. Because they are people who have experienced hunger, cruelty, and blood.
Know what the end is. Lu Yu is so handsome and so rich. Is it so strong now? If they didn't know that they were not pretty enough, wouldn't they want to throw themselves into Lu Yu's arms? But after hearing this, Yan Yun obviously refused to do it.
Without waiting for Lu Yu to speak, she spoke quickly.
Xiao Manli, do you know what you are talking about? Yan Yun was so angry that she even called out Xiao Manli's name. Let Lu Yu have another girlfriend? Doesn't this mean that he wants to snatch Lu Yu away from him? Are you kidding me? Of course I know. I know you still. I emphasize again, Lu Yu is my boyfriend now. I know he's your boyfriend now. Xiao Manli calmly retorted, but I didn't ask him to abandon you, so why are you so anxious? Hearing this, Yan Yun was speechless. Before she could think about it, Xiao Manli's doubtful voice rang out again, Yan Yun. Haven't you figured out the current situation yet? What's the meaning?
Yan Yun was stunned by Xiao Manli's sudden question.
Look at your silly look, it's because Master Lu has protected you so well during this period. After eating and drinking her fill, Xiao Manli had enough energy and wanted to lament the injustice of the world again, but she suddenly realized that it was not appropriate to say these things at this time. I had to swallow back what I wanted to say. She didn't care about Yin Yun's ignorance, but pointed at the gray sky outside with her slender white right hand and spoke. Look outside. The world outside is so dangerous right now. I'm a woman with no great power. If I want to survive, I can only find a strong person to rely on. Do you understand? Then you don't need to compete with me for Lu Yu? Yin Yun felt that what Xiao Manli said made some sense, and her tone subconsciously softened a lot. But she was also unwilling to give Lu Yu up, so she continued to argue. And, don't you already have a boyfriend? Boyfriend? Xiao Manli was stunned at first, then sneered, you mean Chu Feng? Do you think I can still count on him? It's okay if she doesn't mention her boyfriend, but she gets angry as soon as she does. Chu Feng and Lu Yu came up one after another. Chu Feng was in front and Lu Yu was behind. Judging from the distance from both sides to her, Chu Feng was obviously closer to her. But what is the result? It would be fine if Chu Feng didn't dare to come and save me. That guy saw my distress signal and ignored me? Why would you come with a boyfriend like this? Besides, the boy she originally liked was a tall, rich and handsome guy like Lu Yu. Now Lu Yu not only has a better background than Chu Feng, but also has stronger strength than Chu Feng. If you don't throw yourself into my arms now, when will you? Thinking of this, Xiao Manli grabbed Lu Yu's arm again and started to act coquettishly in a pitiful manner. Mr. Lu, please take me away. I promise to obey you in everything from now on. Most men can't stand such a delicate voice. According to the plot of the previous life, she and Chu Feng should have been trapped in the teaching building. Since the two sides were not far apart, Lu Yu brought Chu Feng and other boys in the class to rescue her early. Because it was the early days of the end of the world in the previous life, everyone had a strong moral bottom line. So Lu Yu didn't touch her for Chu Feng's sake. But she liked Lu Yu even more because of this. Chu Feng could only be her lickspittle. It was not until everyone had experienced a period of apocalypse that the bad nature of mankind began to erupt. The boss of the base where Chu Feng, Lu Yu and others were located took people out to search for supplies, but due to some accidents they never returned. Lu Yu became the new boss of the base relying on his strength. In order to get promoted, Xiao Manli proposed a plan to help Lu Yu get Yin Yun. Lu Yu liked Yin Yun to death at the time, so how could he care about anything else after hearing this plan? However, Chu Feng didn't know why, but he knew Xiao Manli's plan. Just go and criticize Xiao Manli. Of course, his criticism had no effect. Instead, it aroused Xiao Manli's disgust. Xiao Manli thought he was in the way and wanted to get rid of him. As a result, Chu Feng's protagonist halo exploded. Although he was seriously injured, he did not die. He also knew that he was plotted against by Lu Yu and Xiao Manli. So he was disheartened and returned to the base pretending to know nothing. Originally, he wanted to return to the base and die together with Xiao Manli, but he didn't expect to fall in love with Yin Yun while recuperating. Later, he gave up Xiao Manli and fell in love with Yin Yun. For Yin Yun, he was willing to continue staying in Lu Yu's base. There is no need to say more about what happened next. In short, in this life, the fate of many people is different from that of their previous lives. Either it will be disrupted by Chu Feng or by Lu Yu. Just like Xiao Manli, she should have been slapped in the face by Chu Feng 4 or 5 days ago. But because of Lu Yu, she inexplicably survived until now. Having witnessed the cruelty of the 7 days apocalypse, she even confessed her love to Lu Yu directly? After hearing what Xiao Manli said, the other 3 women in the dormitory remained silent, while Xiao Manli looked at Lu Yu expectantly. But Yin Yun had a complicated expression. Because she knew that what Xiao Manli meant by taking her with her was not just giving her some food or water. Instead, he asked her to join Lu Yu's team. But according to Lu Yu's logic of recruiting people, the team doesn't need useless people. If Xiao Manli really doesn't know anything and wants to join Lu Yu's team, unless there are other awakened people willing to take her, it seems that she really has no other way except using her body? If she becomes Lu Yu's girlfriend, he will be very unhappy. But if I don't let her join, am I going to watch her die? Just when Yin Yun was lost in thought, Lu Yu broke free from Xiao Manli's hand and spoke softly. Xiao Manli, you are very aware. When these words were spoken, everyone felt nervous. Lu Yu ignored her and continued, but what Yin Yun said is not without reason. You already have Chu Feng.
Xiao Manli looked at Lu Yu with a wronged look on her face. Mr. Lu, please don't mention him, okay? Everyone in the school knows that we just held hands? But after all, you are still his girlfriend in name only. Oh, Mr. Lu, I know what you care about. Xiao Manli suddenly realized, then ignored Yin Yun's presence and directly took Lu Yu's other arm. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I still have my first time. After Xiao Manli said this, everyone looked at her strangely. Even Lu Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Because Lu Yu's original intention was to make Xiao Manli want to break up with Ti Chu Feng. Although it can't hit Chu Feng now, if I take him there myself, at least I can disgust him. I didn't expect that this woman actually misunderstood the meaning. But then again, why the hell was he still holding on to it from the first time? It's okay that Yen Yun, a good girl, still has her virginity. You, Xiao Manli, have such an unrestrained personality, but you still keep your virginity? Are you kidding me? This is not the way to trick ghosts. What's wrong? Mr. Lu. You don't believe it? If you don't believe it, we can go to the next dormitory to check. Chapter 84 Priority in Choosing a Spouse. I have to say, Xiao Manli is really bold. He also speaks without restraint. But it was precisely because of this that Lu Yu doubted the truthfulness of the other party's words. A woman with such an open personality would still keep her virginity in her junior year? Are you kidding me? In a novel, it is understandable that the heroine is a novice. After all, the heroine of the novel is not a novice. It's impossible for readers to accept it, right? What's wrong with the ex-girlfriend being a virgin? This is obviously illogical. In fact, Lu Yu is not such a feudal person. As long as the woman has good character, has never lived with a man, and has never had more than 2 boyfriends, he can accept everything. Of course, this refers to the previous life. With such powerful strength in this life, he naturally has the right to choose his spouse first. Perhaps as long as the woman is beautiful enough, he will accept such a woman. But such a woman would never be trusted or reused by him. For example, Yen Yun and Xiao Manli. A young, beautiful, gentle, and lovely one. A sexy and enchanting one, passionate as fire. In terms of figure and appearance, the two actually have their own merits and the difference is not much. If Yen Yun scored 96 points in Lu Yu's heart, then Xiao Manli would have at least 94 points. It's just that Yen Yun's pure and sweet appearance and gentle personality make her more popular with boys. But now, Xiao Manli said she is also a virgin? Xiao Manli, you are bullying me. Yen Yun was so angry that she almost cried, and her hands unconsciously grabbed Lu Yu's arms. When it comes to dealing with boys, she is clearly no match for Xiao Manli. Hearing Xiao Manli speak so directly, she felt both scared and confused. Afraid that Lu Yu would abandon her, she took Xiao Manli to the next room to take a shower. Bullying? Of course not. Okay, Xiao Manli, stop talking. Lu Yu spoke in time, but his voice was a little cold. Facing such an unreasonable request from such a beautiful woman like Xiao Manli. Even if she had some personality issues, Lu Yu didn't mind checking her out. But definitely not now. And no matter how you look at it now, Yen Yun is still his woman. Bullying Yen Yun in front of him? This is a bit intolerable. Okay. Seeing that Lu Yu looked unhappy, Xiao Manli quickly stopped talking, fearing that she would annoy Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't say much and took back most of the remaining bag of food. After leaving some for a few people, he put it back on his back. You guys take a rest first, Yen Yun and I will go take a look. Mr. Lu, don't leave. Master Lu, what will we do if you leave? Yes. Mr. Lu, don't abandon us. If you really want to leave, take us with you. Some girls were really scared. They never want to experience the fear of hunger and death again in their lifetime. Seeing the nervous expressions of several people, Lu Yu spoke directly. Yen Yun and I live next door. If you have any questions, come and knock on the door, but remember to knock quietly so as not to attract monsters. Is that all? After hearing what Lu Yu said, they felt a little embarrassed. Lu Yu ignored them and went out with Yen Yun and Xiao Jin. After arranging Xiao Jin at the entrance of the corridor, he found a relatively clean room and moved in with Yen Yun. Seeing Lu Yu leave, several girls followed him out, as if they were afraid that Lu Yu would take Yen Yun away. They finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the other party really took Yen Yun to a room not far away. Half an hour later, Yen Yun's rapid breathing could be heard from the dormitory. It seems that Master Lu really won't leave.
It's okay, it's okay. Monli, you were so bold just now. We didn't expect this. Yeah. You're actually acting like a spoiled brat in front of Master Lu? You're really something. There's nothing I can do. The world outside is too scary. Xiao Monli regained her composure. If you want to survive, you must make good use of everything around you. Isn't a woman's most powerful weapon her own body? Xiaoya nodded in agreement. That's right, but even if I thought about it, Mr. Lu wouldn't look down on me. Su Fei laughed and said, at least you have self-awareness. But then again, young Master Lu has really good stamina. Yan Yun looks so delicate and tender, can she withstand it? That's why Monli took the initiative to help her lighten the burden. Go, you crazy women, you are simply the king of filthy monsters. Ha. The women ate and drank their fill. With Lu Yu as their backer, they are now in a very happy mood. There is no limit to the jokes. But then a sound of flapping wings flew past the window. They were startled and quickly shut their mouths. That night, the world outside was still sad. Yan Yun was in a bad mood. I kept thinking about Xiao Monli. She wanted to ask Lu Yu what he thought, but she didn't know how to start. She could only hold Lu Yu with greater strength than usual, as if she was afraid that Lu Yu would be snatched away by someone else. But Lu Yu didn't care. After one round, you will enter sage mode. He hugged Yan Yun's soft body and looked out the window. The night at the end of the world is very scary without lights. Poor visibility means greater danger. Not to mention ordinary awakened people, even I don't dare to go out at night. So Chu Feng definitely wouldn't dare to escape at night. However, I can't give him any chance to turn the tables, so next, I need to proceed steadily according to the plan. Early the next morning. The road that Lu Yu had cleared before was now filled with monsters that came to eat after smelling the blood. After eating the corpses of their own kind, they began to wander around again. Among these monsters are the previous lizard men and sickle mantises. There is also a poisonous zombie, 2 giant zombies and a ground dragon lying down to rest in the distance. Giant zombie, very powerful. If an average human being has 50 points of strength at the initial bronze level, then the strength attribute of this zombie is at least 100 points. Lu Yu had once seen this thing deform a car with one punch. The power is simply outrageous. Of course, the ultimate power comes at the cost of an extremely slow movement speed. The agility of this zombie is probably only about 7 or 8 points, because it can't even outrun an ordinary person. Therefore, as long as there is a powerful weapon, it is easy for the awakened to solve it. This giant zombie thing isn't suitable for contracting, is it? After waking up in the morning, looking at the huge zombie downstairs, Lu Yu frowned. Whether it is to deal with Chu Feng or to clear out the monsters, both efficiency and safety factors need to be maximized. You can sign 2 monsters as battle pets. After Xiaoxi died yesterday, I haven't met anyone suitable. But now, it seems like there is nothing suitable? Xiao Jin is the Monkey King in the Secret Realm, and his abilities can be said to be quite comprehensive. The strength, speed, burst and ability to withstand blows are all quite good. And after so many days, Xiao Jin is about to advance to the middle bronze level. My next battle pet must be at least bronze level. But currently there are only 2 types of bronze level monsters: giant zombies and ground dragons. If the giant zombies don't work, then the ground dragons. Chapter 85 Human Beast Mixed Doubles. Killing monsters will consume physical strength. Especially when there are no powerful weapons, physical exhaustion will be more serious. After the monster dies, there is a certain chance that a crystal core will appear. So in theory, as long as you have the ability to kill monsters, you will have the possibility of obtaining crystal cores to improve yourself. With the upgrade of crystal core, you can replenish your physical strength and continue to kill monsters. Keep doing this cycle and you will become stronger and stronger. This is why there is a saying about seizing the initiative in the end times. Although Lu Yu is very strong now, he is still very cautious when clearing monsters. Even with Xiao Jin leading the way, he still moved forward slowly. When encountering uncertainties, he would even activate the sensing jade pendant once. If there were too many monsters at once, he would throw 1 or 2 wind blades first, knocking some monsters away before defeating them one by one. The giant zombie has no sense of pain like ordinary zombies, so it is not easy to beat it to the brink of death. In addition, the movement speed is too slow, and when sprinting with him, the giant zombie will definitely fall behind. Reality can't be like in games, where you can summon your battle pet back to your side if it falls behind.
So Lu Yu felt that it was not appropriate to catch a giant zombie. As for the Earth Dragon, this creature is huge. The one Lu Yu saw was even bigger than an ordinary SUV. But this thing only looks awesome, and actually has no combat power. It's a road tank. Its movement speed is faster than that of the giant zombie, but its attack power is not that great. It can't use its teeth or claws, and can only occasionally but with its head. Most importantly, it makes too much noise when it runs. It is easy to attract the attention of other monsters. Once targeted by a group of monsters, the Earth Dragon can easily be beaten to death.
Name, Earth Dragon. Level, High Bronze.
Description: a powerful, low-level dragon-like creature. Its defenses are high, but due to its large size, it can be quite unwieldy. If you have sufficient agility and a powerful weapon, you can try to fight it in a one-on-one duel.
Remember, it's a one-on-one duel. Note, because the Earth Dragon is less severely eroded by the power of the abyss, it is easy to tame. If there is a tamer in your team, you can try to capture one to use as a mount. This is the information that Lu Yu saw with his villain eyes.
It is clearly written above.
Can ground dragons be tamed by humans and used as mounts? Since it can be tamed and used as a mount through normal means, why should I waste a position on the dark contract? What I need is not a mount, but a battle pet. Therefore, the ground dragon must also be ruled out. But now the question arises, if I don't contract these two creatures, can I still have other bronze-level monsters to act as my thugs?
Lu Yu frowned and began to search carefully.
As Lu Yu eliminated the monsters downstairs one by one,
soon he found a different creature in a corner. About 10 meters to the right of the dormitory building, there is a giant mutated camphor tree.
And under this mutated camphor tree, a huge wolfhound was lying there eating the internal organs of a lizard man? Name, Mutated Wolfhound. Level, Bronze Beginner.
Hey, it's you. Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth and quickly arranged the work.
He first took Yen Yun to the dormitory next door. Gave Su Fei and the other 3 girls some food and water.
You 3 wait here.
I'll take Xiao Manli downstairs first. We'll talk about other things later. Ah. Mr. Lu, you won't abandon us, will you?
Yes, Mr. Lu, don't abandon us.
Master Lu, I can also warm your bed.
If you don't like me, let me be your servant, even just serving tea and water. The 3 women spared no effort to survive. Lu Yu seemed to have gotten used to this feeling and showed no expression.
Don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future.
After saying that, Lu Yu no longer cared about them and took Yen Yun and Xiao Manli downstairs.
Su Fei and the others didn't dare to say much. I could only stay in the dormitory and wait for Lu Yu to come back. Wolfhound is a wolf dog. This dog is larger than the average dog and looks more like a wolf. So people generally call them wolf dogs.
Before the end of the world, this kind of dog was a very ferocious creature.
After the end of the world, they became even more ferocious.
Not only his height, but also his weight has doubled.
They are also very bloodthirsty and extremely aggressive.
In fact, after the end of the world, the combat effectiveness of most carnivores on Earth will not be inferior to that of monsters from other dimensions.
Like this wolf dog.
It only took 1 day to complete the mutation, and after the mutation, it directly reached the high-level black iron level. It lost its mind, bit its owner to death, and escaped through the window.
Wander around and eat when you're hungry. Then I ran with a group of monsters and ended up here. It is worth mentioning that the way this wolf dog eats is different from other monsters. It directly attacks zombies or lizard men for food. I want to ask why other monsters don't attack each other when they are alive.
There's actually no special reason. It's just that the auras on their bodies are connected, and they retain a hint of the strength of their own kind.
If their strength is similar, attacking each other will only be a thankless task. Unless you are really hungry. It feels like humans of similar size.
Even if there are no legal constraints, people will not attack each other and rob money under normal circumstances.
Unless you are really crazy because of poverty.
Of course, this does not include some idle bastards who like to use knives to attack. In short, when this wolf dog is extremely hungry, it will rely on its own strength to attack low-level zombies and lizardmen for food. After 7 days of apocalyptic baptism, it is now at the initial bronze level. Ordinary monsters are no match for it. At this moment, it was leisurely eating the lizardman's internal organs. I don't know how long it took, but it seemed to sense something and suddenly jumped to the side. Whoosh!
An arrow grazed its neck and firmly nailed itself into the camphor tree next to it.
When it saw the arrow, it was stunned at first, and then a burning pain came from its neck.
It grimaced in pain. Obviously, the skin was scraped off. It was extremely angry and quickly looked for the guy who dared to hurt it with its fierce eyes.
Soon, it found its target.
This is a human with a crossbow on the second floor. Human? Ho ho!
It bared its evolved fangs and let out a roar unique to wild beasts. Without saying a word, he rushed towards the other party. It was extremely fast and soon arrived in front of the building after twists and turns. At its speed, it is almost impossible to aim with a gun at the level of an ordinary person. It seems very confident in its own strength. With a leap, he jumped directly onto the second-floor balcony. At this moment, a strong wind blew over. For ordinary monsters, Lu's windblade can easily hit them. And if hit, even if the person doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. But it is different, it is a canine.
Movements and reactions are inherently superior to humans.
With the unique sensitivity of dogs, it reacted quickly and twisted its body to avoid Lu's strong wind.
It was at this moment.
A black shadow that was very close to its size appeared in its sight. The opponent's movements were equally swift and powerful, and he punched it on the head.
Bang!
He got hit hard by a punch. The mutant dog was hit so hard that it felt dizzy and had stars in its eyes.
Damn, what is going on? Is this 2-on-1? Can we still have some shame? If this wolf dog were conscious, it would definitely think so. But Lu wouldn't give it a chance to think.
He took out a baseball bat and had a mixed human-animal doubles fight with Xiao Jin. All three of them are at the beginner bronze level.
In a 2-on-1 situation, why would they launch a sneak attack first? Is there any need to imagine this ending? 2 minutes later, the mutant wolfhound, bronze level 1, was captured. Chapter 86: Chu Feng's Opportunity. Why did he go and lure that mutant dog? What does he want? Chu Feng was on the 6th floor of the dormitory.
Therefore, Lu's every move was under Chu Feng's control. Seeing Lu go to rescue Qiao Manli yesterday, Chu Feng didn't care.
Because Qiao Manli is not important at all in his heart. After seeing Lu use a crossbow to attract the mutant dog this morning,
several of his teammates were a little confused. Chu Feng also saw it, and after hearing what several teammates said, he slowly spoke. Of all the monsters downstairs, the only threat to him is this mutant dog. It's normal for him to want to kill it first.
No way. Is he that powerful? Wang Chao was surprised when he heard Chu Feng's words, the poisonous zombies and giant zombies are not a threat to him? And that ground dragon looks pretty powerful too.
He has wind-related abilities, and his range is beyond the explosion range of the poisonous zombies.
Didn't you see the sword in his hand? Any enhancer with a bit of combat ability could easily kill the giant zombie with it. As for the earth dragon? Chu Feng sneered, look at what that thing is doing now.
Upon hearing this, Wang Chao looked in the direction Chu Feng was looking. The ground dragon, as big as a car, was taking a nap at the foot of a big tree.
The monsters coming and going around ignored it. It ignored the monsters. Sleep?
This kind of thing loves to sleep after eating. And once it falls asleep, it can be said to be unshakable, except for its owner who can tame it.
So that's what's going on?
Wang Chao was puzzled, and then something occurred to him. Hey, Chu Feng, how do you know so much about this?
If I remember correctly, this seems to be the first time we've seen this thing, right?
This.
Chu Feng almost blurted out, but then he reacted. I am a reborn person, can I tell you? Don't worry about it.
Anyway, since Lu killed the mutant dog, he will definitely find a way to come to us.
Now we have to think of a way.
As he spoke, Chu Feng lowered his head and began to think hard.
Throw a kettle of warm water over to make a noise to help Lu attract the monster and kill him? No. This is the distance calculated based on the structure and weight of the kettle.
I would need 5 times more strength to throw the kettle over.
But a kettle won't work, but a water cup or a wine bottle seems to be okay?
Thinking of this, Chu Feng lowered his head and began to search. Just when he found a glass and was about to go to the balcony to throw the glass to Lu, several teammates exclaimed,
Chu Feng, come and see.
He has tamed the dog.
What? Oh my god, this is incredible. This dog actually has to obey his orders? How so?
Seeing the mutant dog that was so majestic just now, it was wagging its tail and begging for mercy beside Lu Yu. Chu Feng frowned and clenched his fists involuntarily. Could it be that the treasure he obtained in the secret realm is a contract type one? Can it contract more than one monster? As a reborn person, it is not surprising that Chu Feng knows some strange and bizarre treasures. But this thing was supposed to be mine, right? Seeing the mutant dog rush over, in less than 3 minutes it turned into a well-behaved and obedient pug. Chu Feng clenched his teeth, and the glass in his hand instantly lost its fragrance. They have 2 monsters as pets now, and they're both incredibly fast and powerful. Even if I wanted to run, I definitely wouldn't be able to, right? He had been thinking about this since he saw Lu Yu coming to the dormitory yesterday evening. If Lu Yu was also reborn, the other party would definitely come to kill him. So, should I find a chance to escape today? But when he thought about it carefully, it was not feasible at all. Because the monsters rushed in from the back door, blocking all their ways to retreat. It was impossible for him to rush back alone when there were monsters everywhere else. No matter how fast he was, it would be difficult for him to break out of the encirclement of so many monsters. Therefore, if he wants to survive smoothly, he can only move forward steadily. But the problem arises again. Lu Yu was not far away from him, how could he advance steadily? What if Lu Yu takes advantage of his fatigue and rushes over to kill him? So he had to find another way. But before he could figure out a solution, Lu Yu got a mutant wolfhound as a battle pet? This Nima. Chu Feng felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Chu Feng was of course very clear about the existence of the secret realm. Some of the entrances to secret realms in previous lives existed for a long time, while others existed for a short time. Some contain pits, some are full of dangers, and some contain benefits for mankind. But no matter what kind of secret realm it is, once it is discovered, it will be occupied by some powerful forces without exception. In his previous life, Chu Feng was a nobody. I'm not qualified to get involved in these things. But this life is different. But he thought that with his own strength, it would be easy for him to seize the treasures in the secret realm from Tao Yong. I didn't expect that this bastard Lu Yu got the advantage. Now Lu Yu has obtained the treasure of the secret realm and has contracted with the monkey in the secret realm. He had experienced that monkey before. Very difficult. A monkey is already so difficult to deal with, and now there's a mutant dog? What should I do now? If Lu Yu is really reborn, then I can only wait for death? Chu Feng clenched his fists, frowned, and his thoughts raced. Soon he focused his attention on his 4 teammates. It seems not necessarily. It's true that Lu Yu is stronger than me now, but I'm not a pushover either. If the other party comes to kill me without any reason, I and my 4 teammates will strongly resist. And this guy will lose the support of other survivors. If you want to build a team of survivors in the apocalypse, public support is crucial. Unless he's willing to abandon everything he has and start from scratch, it's impossible for him to just do it himself. In other words, I still have a chance? Thinking of this, Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully. Public opinion? It is indeed important. Especially for villains who are already unpopular. You know, how many villains have died at the hands of the people from ancient times to the present? The person who left the deepest impression on Lu Yu was the king of Western Shu in history. Although the king of Western Shu is not a villain. But he is unparalleled in combat power? If such a great person can lose the support of the people, how much more so myself? Chu Feng is a son of luck. Even if he is killed directly in this situation, there will be many disadvantages. But Lu Yu had been preparing for so long, how could he let Chu Feng get away with it? Whoosh, puff. A wind blade flew over, making a sound as it penetrated the flesh. The poisonous explosion zombie lost its vital signs and fell to the ground. The huge belly began to swell. Bang! A muffled sound. The ugly and disgusting belly burst open, and corrosive mucus splashed everywhere. After it fell to the ground, white smoke rose, but no one was within the explosion range? Obviously it was a lonely explosion. Lu Yu didn't have time to look at the disgusting mucus, so he quickly moved 2 steps to the side. Boom! A huge ankle stepped on the place where he had just been. Relying on his super mental strength and agility, Lu Yu dodged the kick and swung the Qinggang sword in his hand quickly. There was only a flash of cold light. Lu Yu cut off the leg of the powerful zombie next to him at the knee. The giant zombie lost its balance and fell towards Lu Yu. The moment it fell to the ground, Lu Yu quickly moved to the other side. Puff! the Qing Gang's sword pierced into his huge head.
The move was clean and neat, without any delay. Roar! The giant zombie let out a low roar. The huge and bulky body fell to the ground with a loud bang.
Weapon grade, silver energy value 56.81,000.
It's increasing so slowly. Lu Yu couldn't help but complain when he saw the weapon's energy value.
After the weapon is upgraded to silver, the energy value of killing black iron monsters will only increase by 0.10.3.
Killing bronze monsters will only increase 3 points. But Lu Yu didn't care anymore. Anyway, the silver level is enough for now.
I guess even a thick-skinned earth dragon would find it difficult to withstand a few of my swords.
Yan Yun, come and find the crystal core. Oh, here it comes.
Yan Yun, wearing a gray t-shirt, ultra-short jeans, and showing a pair of long white legs, ran to Lu Yu with the big black dog and squatted down.
Under Lu Yu's arrangement, this mutant dog became her personal bodyguard. With it, Xiao Manli's jealousy became even stronger. But Yan Yun's safety is more guaranteed. Name, Haishai Mutated Wolfhound. Health, 51. Mental strength, 46. Strength, 37. Agility, 46. Level, Bronze Beginner. Chapter 87. Let us break up.
These are the 4 attributes of Lu Yu, the mutant wolf dog. Lu Yu used to raise a black Chinese pastoral dog in the countryside, and his name was Haishai. So in order to make it easier to remember, Lu Yu named it Hei Shui. As for the question of who was stronger between it and Xiao Jin,
Xiao Jin is the mutated monkey king.
Therefore, after advancing to the initial bronze level, its strength and agility are higher than that of the dog. But this dog has the advantage in mental strength. So if 2 pets fight without any scruples, Xiao Jin, who has higher strength and agility, may have a slight advantage, but the advantage will not be too big.
Of course, in terms of monster killing efficiency, Xiao Jin is still better.
After all, Xiao Jin is a primate and his attack methods are more diverse.
You can grab, bite, smash, kick and throw. It is enough to just hold the monster back for a while and let Lu Yu finish off the enemy. Hey, Lu Yu, I found it.
Yan Yun smiled and handed a transparent crystal core with bronze patterns to Lu Yu.
Bronze level with no attributes? Can.
Seeing Yan Yun's happy expression, Lu Yu also smiled.
Next time you recover your strength, you won't have to waste the black iron level crystal core. Throwing the crystal core into the ring, Lu Yu began to take Shueli and Xiao Jin to clear out the wandering monsters around. After cleaning up, he went downstairs to his former dormitory and gestured to Wei Jianjun on the balcony.
Let him and Wu Chang clean up the monsters that crawl into the corridor at night.
Done all this.
There are no bronze-grade crystal cores, but 3 black iron-grade crystal cores.
Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Yu finally led everyone into the building where Chu Feng was. Because Chu Feng wanted to survive by relying on the power of the masses, he did not use things like water cups to cause trouble for Lu Yu. Lu Yu came in and took a casual look. There were other survivors in the previous dormitory buildings, and this one is no exception. After arranging Xiao Manli downstairs in the dormitory, Lu Yu began his journey to save people. Not only did he save people, he also generously gave them some food and water. Save people, eat, and continue moving upstairs. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Wanning's place is already overcrowded. The top 2 floors are filled with survivors from the 3 dormitory buildings. It seems there are at least 60 people. Since this is a girls' dormitory, there are more girls than boys. Boss, Teacher Li asked me to ask if you have any food here? Because I can't use my cell phone and I can't make loud noises. So after being injured, Wu Chang became the messenger between the 2 sides. Oh? Are you finally done? There is none left. Lu Yu killed a lizard man and said without looking back, didn't I ask you to take the last backpack of food back? Huh? No way, boss. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Wu Chang was surprised. In order to save people, even we have no food left? We do have some food. Lu Yu corrected, but there's not much left, do you understand? Phew, I was so scared. I thought you gave all the food away, boss. Wu Chang breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest repeatedly. But boss, what should we do if Teacher Li runs out of food? If there's no food, let them come find it themselves? Lu Yu said casually, do you really want me to feed them? Oh, that's right. I'll go tell Teacher Li right now. Wu Chang didn't dare to say anything and ran over quickly.
In less than 10 minutes, Wu Chang and Xin Bin brought a large number of survivors to Chu Feng's dormitory building. When Lu Yu cleaned one floor, they would help him find another floor. Although there were some gains, they were clearly a drop in the bucket.
A little after 5 in the afternoon.
The survivors are still short of food. Lu Yu has arrived at the floor where Chu Feng is. After clearing out the monsters, he asked Xiao Manli to knock on the door of Chu Feng's dormitory.
Chu Feng, quickly open the door for me.
Hearing this sound, Chu Feng, who was hiding behind the door and holding the fire axe tightly, frowned.
Xiao Manli?
In Chu Feng's eyes, Lu Yu was definitely a reborn person. Because the other party not only stole his woman, but also stole his sword.
He even knew to let Yan Yun use her supernatural powers to help him find the crystal core?
The two had a grudge in their previous life, so of course they would fight to the death in this life. So when he saw Lu Yu coming up, he became alert.
But he never expected that the first person to knock on his door was not Lu Yu, but Xiao Manli? What the hell? Chu Feng, what are you doing? Open the door quickly.
Seeing that the other party did not respond, Xiao Manli became a little impatient.
I originally thought that Chu Feng was a loser who suddenly made a comeback and had the courage to kill monsters to save himself? I didn't expect that he was still the useless loser in my impression.
At this time, Xiao Manli had already tidied up her appearance. She tied her hair up and changed into summer sportswear. White short-sleeved t-shirt, black sports casual pants and sneakers.
She is 170 centimeters tall, taller than Yan Yun and Li Wanning.
With perfect curves and a pair of long legs, she can be said to have a standard model figure. The only drawback was that Lu Yu hadn't given her water to bathe. It was impossible for Yan Yun to use her supernatural powers to clean her body at this time. So the smell on her still made Lu Yu feel hesitant. Of course, she doesn't care about these things now. As long as Lu Yu is willing to take me away from here, nothing else matters.
Go away, you are not welcome here.
Chu Feng simply closed the door and refused to see visitors.
Compared to Xiao Manli, Chu Feng's mood was also very complicated.
He was originally planning to rescue Xiao Manli when he gave this green tea bitch a slap in the face. Then use food as bait to humiliate the other person. To avenge all the grudges from the previous life. As a result, Lu Yu's appearance disrupted all his plans.
Let him open the door now? Don't even think about it. Chu Feng, what do you mean? Xiao Manli was stunned when she heard Chu Feng's words. Because I never expected Chu Feng to speak to me like this. Where is the licking dog from before? Where's that licking dog who sends himself messages countless times a day, asking him to drink more hot water? Literally. Chu Feng looked indifferent and didn't care about the change in Xiao Manli's tone at all. You, good, very good. Xiao Manli laughed in anger. It's okay if you don't open the door. I never thought of coming in anyway. I thought you were powerful now and came here to save me? Now it seems that you are just a useless piece of shit. I'm officially informing you that we're breaking up. From today on, I'm Mr. Lu's girlfriend.
Chu Feng felt a tightness in his heart when these words came out. Although he had no thoughts about Xiao Manli, the green tea girl, for a long time. But when he heard with his own ears that this woman liked Lu Yu again, he still wanted to go crazy.
This woman, now, doesn't even want to hide it? Goodbye, I won't see you off.
Chu Feng suppressed his murderous intent.
Just, go.
Xiao Manli stomped her feet in anger. But when she thought that Chu Feng had come up but didn't come to save her, she didn't have any reluctance and turned around and walked behind Lu Yu. Dai Lian, Wang Chao and others who were standing next to Chu Feng and heard the conversation between the two sides felt a little strange.
As Xiao Manli's boyfriend, you not only stayed so close to her but didn't save her. Still despise others? Isn't it normal for someone to break up with you after being rescued? How come it seems like someone did something wrong? Hey, wait. Did Xiao Manli just say that she is Mr. Lu's girlfriend? Shouldn't Mr. Lu's current girlfriend be Yan Yun, who was with him? How come she suddenly became Xiao Manli? Just as everyone was surprised, Lu Yu's voice sounded faintly. Chu Feng, how many people are there among you? Chapter 88. I've worn it before. Because Lu Yu could sense the jade pendant, he asked how many people were inside. This was a question he asked despite knowing the answer. Chu Feng didn't want to pay any attention to Lu Yu at all. What does it have to do with you? Lu Yu didn't care and continued, it's so dangerous outside now, don't you plan to come out and join us? With you? Chu Feng couldn't help but feel amused. Are you kidding me? Shu Feng. Lu Yu smiled. I know you're still brooding over what happened in the secret realm. I understand that. But as a man, I think you should put the overall situation first. What do you think? Don't try that on me. Seeing Lu Yu so calm, Shu Feng was furious. Lu Yu, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Either you break in right now, or stop pretending. I feel sick just looking at you. Break in? Why would I break in? Shu Feng, did you misunderstand something? Forget it, since you don't want to join us, I won't force you. Lu Yu was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. By the way, are your classmates coming out too? Good. Shu Feng spoke each word clearly and decisively. He knew that Lu Yu first went to find Xiao Manli's dormitory across the street. So it was normal for Lu Yu to know that he had several companions. All right then. Lu Yu shrugged and said nothing more. He neither broke the door nor revealed his murderous intent. Instead, he took Xiao Manli downstairs directly. Shu Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed Lu Yu leaving. Looks like my guess was right. Just because I didn't have a conflict with him, he wouldn't attack me in front of so many survivors? He's really hypocritical to the extreme. Listening to Shu Feng mumbling to himself, the mood of several of his teammates became not so good. Although it is true that Shu Feng is their captain. But you made the decision without even asking for everyone's opinion? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? And no matter how you look at it, Lu Yu doesn't seem to have any malicious intentions? Why are you, Shu Feng, so hostile to him? In fact, Shu Feng didn't want to ask for their opinions. But he knew that Lu Yu was a dangerous person. It was obvious that his teammates were already leaning towards Lu Yu in their hearts. If he asked, Lu Yu would easily convince them. By then I will be really alone and helpless. Shu Feng. He seems to have left with your girlfriend in his arms, aren't you angry? While Shu Feng was thinking, Wang Chao woke him up with a word. What's there to be angry about? Shu Feng asked back. Compared to Xiao Manli, Yan Yun's matter made him even more angry. I have worn greener hats before, so what does this hat compare to? Seeing Shu Feng's indifferent look, Wang Chao looked incredulous. This is the goddess you have been chasing for a long time? How could you bear it? I don't want to bother with you. Shu Feng glanced at the other person and didn't want to pay any attention to Wang Chao at all. I found a bed in the corner, lay down and closed my eyes to rest. His attitude made his teammates very uncomfortable. I even have some other ideas in my mind. On the other side, Lu Yu, who was going downstairs, had a smile on his face. It seems he has no other cards up his sleeve, but for safety's sake, it makes more sense to let those cannon fodder go first. Mr. Lu, what are you laughing at? Seeing the smile on Lu Yu's face, Xiao Manli couldn't help but ask. Lu Yu came back to his senses. Nothing, let's go. Shu Feng is the protagonist of the rebirth in the apocalypse. He is the child of destiny. So Lu Yu was very cautious when dealing with him. Even though Lu Yu felt that his current combat power was definitely higher than Shu Feng's, he did not dare to be careless at all. I'm afraid the other party has some useless trump cards. But now that he saw Shu Feng staying in the dormitory and not daring to come out, Lu Yu felt relieved. When Lu Yu took Xiao Manli downstairs of Shu Feng's dormitory, there were two classmates, one boy and one girl, lying on the bed. One of the girls spoke to Li Wanning in a crying voice. What should we do? Teacher Li, Shanshan, is dying. Lu Yu has rescued many people in the past 2 days. But the survivors rescued this afternoon were not in good physical condition. Without enough food supplements, even Yan Yun cannot be saved. Don't worry, there will definitely be a way. Looking at the two people lying on the bed dying, Li Wanning was also anxious. She originally wanted to follow Lu Yu to the school to save people. He believed that Lu Yu had such powerful abilities and was willing to bring him along. Then there is no problem in saving people yourself. But when she came here, she found that the power of one person was too weak. Especially when the monster tide rushed in and submerged all the students in the first dormitory building. She even almost cried. Watching those classmates die tragically and being unable to do anything? This feeling is simply indescribable. And now, although with Lu Yu's help, they barely rescued these people. But the shortage of food put them in a difficult situation. She didn't know how much food Lu Yu brought this time, but she knew that he had rescued a lot of people. The 3 backpacks of food I brought with me were definitely not enough. Teacher Li. Wu Chang appeared at the dormitory door. Seeing Wu Chang, Li Wanning quickly asked, "What did classmate Lu Yu say?" "The boss will be down soon." Less than half a minute. Lu Yu appeared at the door of Li Wanning's dormitory. "Teacher Li." "Student Lu Yu, is there really nothing left to eat?" "I'm so sorry, Mr. Li, you should know how many people we saved, so there's nothing I can do now." "What should we do then?" Li Wanning asked quickly. She didn't know how much food Lu Yu's ring could hold. But she knew that the group of monsters brought by the black car had blocked everyone's retreat, and everyone would have no supplies in the short term. So the situation is definitely very bad right now. After hearing the conversation between the two, the other students looked at Lu Yu nervously. Especially the 7 or 8 male students in the team. When the end of the world came, they passed by the girls' dormitory. Then he ran up in a panic. It was not until recently that he was rescued by Lu Yu. Food was already in short supply by then. They found it difficult to even fill their stomachs, let alone eat their fill. Lu Yu thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I remember someone said that when Chu Feng came to this building, everyone had a backpack on their back. I think they should have enough food." "Huh, it seems so?" "I saw it. I saw that too. They do carry a bag each. I just went upstairs to ask Chu Feng, and he doesn't seem to want to come with us." Lu Yu nodded, showing his understanding. "So now, I'll take some people to find food. Teacher Li, you take some people upstairs to find Chu Feng and see if he can help us out." "Chu Feng? Sure. No problem." After hearing Lu Yu's suggestion, Li Wanning agreed without hesitation. Because it is indeed a very good idea. But the other students heard more crucial information in Lu Yu's words. Chu Feng has food on him, but he doesn't want to share it with them? Is this guy so selfish? So after the survivors discussed for a while, they all became indignant. Chu Feng is too selfish. It's really too much. How abominable. These words appeared in everyone's mind. Yes. Lu Yu's food is not given for free. Instead, he wanted these people to help him test out Chu Feng's trump card. Those people rescued by Lu Yu all thought that Lu Yu had run out of food. After all, Lu Yu did give everyone a lot of food and water. And not only did Lu Yu save everyone, he also offered to go out and help them find food? How could they not be moved? So everyone went upstairs in a mighty procession. Little did they know that Chu Feng was the protagonist who was reborn in the end times. How can the food of the protagonist who was reborn in the apocalypse be so easy to get? Therefore, these people can only become Lu Yu's cannon fodder. Even Li Wanning is just a chess piece in Lu Yu's hand. Chapter 89: An Unbreakable Situation. The survivors discussed going upstairs, and Lu Yu ignored them. Instead, he quickly found several of his teammates. "Boss, this new battle pet you captured looks pretty awesome, huh?" "Stop talking nonsense, Wu Chang, Shirley, come with me to find food." Since we said we were going to find food, we naturally had to pretend to do so. Wu Chang nodded, "Okay, boss." Shirley was stunned. "Boss, do I have to go too?" "Go, we must go, Yin Yun, you come with me." After gathering the two people, Liu took Yin Yun with him and asked Xiao Manli to return to her dormitory. Then he returned to the previous dormitory, found Wei Jianjun, and pulled him aside. "Lao Wei. Come with me." "Mr. Liu, what's wrong?" "Old Wei, even though we haven't been together long, I trust you. Now let me ask you a question." "Mr. Liu, please speak. What do you think we should do if we don't have enough food for ourselves?" Upon hearing this, Wei Jianjun was stunned. I don't know how long it took before his low voice slowly rang out. "How much food do we have left?" 3 days. Lu Yu held up 3 fingers. "If we eat sparingly, we can probably eat for 5 days, but if everyone eats together, we can only eat for 2 meals at most. Given the number of monsters out there, we might not be able to get out in 3 days. 5 days might be enough. Master Lu, what do you think we should do?" Lu Yu smiled and handed Wei Jianjun something. "Help me do something." After saying goodbye to Wei Jianjun, Lu Yu brought his team to the downstairs of Xiao Manli's building. "Wait here for 2 minutes, I'm going upstairs." "Okay, boss." After hearing what Lu Yu said, the others did not react. Only Yin Yun felt a little uncomfortable. But she didn't say anything, just stared at Lu Yu's back in a daze. In fact, Lu Yu didn't do anything else in Xiao Manli's dormitory. Just gave them some more food and water. There wasn't much food or water. Just enough for about 2 days.
But this can at least ensure that they will not starve to death within a week. Seeing Lu Yu's action, several girls were a little puzzled.
Xiao Manli quickly grabbed Lu Yu's hand. Master Lu, you, don't go.
There was a hint of panic and a hint of begging in her eyes.
The other three women were not stupid either. How could they not know what was going on after seeing this scene? Hurry to meet him. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu.
Lu Yu didn't say anything, just glanced at a few people, and finally fixed his gaze on Xiao Manli's face. Looking at this delicate and pretty face that was deliberately dressed up, he raised the corners of his mouth. He slowly stretched out his right hand and lifted the other person's chin. Not only did Xiao Manli not hide, but she also made a pitiful expression.
You really want to come with me? Aha! Xiao Manli was stunned at first, then nodded cautiously. Nothing else matters at this time. The only thing that matters is being alive. If you want to come with me, just stay here for a few days. If you can wait until I come back, I will take you away. Can't you take me away now? No. There are too many of you. I can't carry so many burdens. Okay, let's leave it at that.
After saying this, Lu Yu left the girls' dormitory without waiting for everyone's reaction.
By the time they reacted, Lu Yu had already walked away. Downstairs.
Seeing Lu Yu coming down so quickly, Yin Yun was secretly delighted, and even raised her hand happily to rub Haishai's dog head.
Is it true that Lu Yu's food is only enough for 3 to 5 days? How is that possible?
Lu Yu is a villain, not a selfless protagonist.
How could you not leave yourself a way out? There is 10 cubic meters of space in the storage ring.
No one except Lu Yu knows the size of this ring space. So Li Wanning and Shinbin had no choice but to believe what Lu Yu said about having no food. Now, apart from some weapons and equipment and some frozen fresh produce, it's almost all food. Even if we remove the space in the 3 backpacks and the food for Xiao Manli and the others, there is still a lot of room in it. Not to mention the large amount of food left over, it was enough for me and several of my teammates to eat as much as we wanted for more than half a month. He said this just to complete his plan. Although Chu Feng now seems to be at the end of his rope. But Lu Yu knew that he still had a long life ahead of him.
Even if there are no other protagonists who are enemies with him,
you may also encounter other strong people. So Lu Yu was unwilling to bear the negative impact of killing him directly.
Since Chu Feng is doomed to die, why not wait for 2 more days? This is a chess game. A chess game about human nature.
In this chessboard, there are only a few people who are brought by himself and Xiao Manli and others who have lost their usefulness.
Everyone else can be said to be a pawn. Li Wanning, Shinbin, Wei Jianjun and all the survivors in these dormitory buildings.
His only opponents were Chu Feng and his 4 teammates. Under Lu Yu's arrangement, Wei Jianjun changed his clothes and put on a baseball cap and a mask. Mixed in with the survivors. Because of the night, clothes, masks, baseball caps and the crowd. Chu Feng was busy dealing with other survivors.
So he didn't notice Wei Jianjun's arrival.
After the survivors arrived at Chu Feng's door, Shinbin, as one of the few adult men in the team, wanted to show off in front of Li Wanning. He decisively took the survivors to negotiate with Chu Feng.
Chu Feng, we are all classmates, can't you help?
Help? Chu Feng frowned when he heard Shinbin's words outside the door. The 10 years of experience in the apocalypse instantly made him understand Lu Yu's thoughts.
I had thought of using these survivors to protect myself, didn't I? And now? Chu Feng wanted to curse. So this was the reason why that bastard Lu Yu saved them? He had planned to let these people come to him for food from the beginning? Grass. This bastard is pretty good at overt conspiracy? There are 2 types of strategies, conspiracy and overt conspiracy. You can't see the conspiracy, it's a trick. You can see the conspiracy, but you can't crack it. Lu Yu's move was an open conspiracy that could not be cracked. Why couldn't Chu Feng crack it? Because these students were saved by Lu Yu, they are grateful to him from the bottom of their hearts. Chu Feng gave them food?
Others would just think that Chu Feng deserved it.
The person they are grateful to is still Lu Yu, not Chu Feng. And after giving them the food, what would Chu Feng and the others eat? Without food, how could Chu Feng fight Lu Yu? How could he break out of the encirclement? What if you don't give food? Others will think you are selfish.
At that time, Chu Feng will definitely have a conflict with this group of survivors.
What? Tell these survivors that Lu Yu must have some extra food, and ask them to ask Lu Yu for it?
Who do you think these survivors will believe? Therefore, unless his current strength allows him to find other food in a short period of time. Otherwise, there is no way to break the deadlock.
Damn it, you guys forced me to do this. Chapter 90. The axe in your hand is the truth. As a protagonist who was reborn in the end times, how could Chu Feng give his food to others and gamble on an uncertain future? So he gritted his teeth and made his own choice. I gave you my food, what are we going to eat? A boy said, but, can you bear to watch us die like this? I'm sorry, we have to save these foods for when we leave school, so we can't give them to you. So, please go back. Hey, kid. Isn't it selfish of you to do this? Shinbin played his role as a villain. Because Lu Yu has already left with the team. If Lu Yu couldn't find food, and they couldn't get food from Chu Feng, everyone could starve to death. So what if you're selfish? Chu Feng sneered. What does your life or death have to do with me? You're like a couple, birds of the same forest, yet you fly away when disaster strikes. Can't you give me some first? No. Chu Feng said without hesitation, Teacher Li, I'm not saying anything bad about you. You can't even take care of yourselves right now, and you still want to save others? Don't you think that's a little ridiculous? Only give a little? Human nature is so greedy, if you give a little, you will get 2 or 3 more. Chu Feng knows this better than anyone else. Chu Feng, what the hell are you talking about? Do you still have any humanity? Master Lu and Teacher Li saved so many people. It would be fine if you didn't help, but you actually mocked Teacher Li? That's right, Chu Feng, you've gone too far. And the food in your backpack must have come from the school canteen. Why are you guys monopolizing it? That's right, that's right. If you ask me, the food on you should belong to all of us. Yes, we all have a share. Chu Feng, hand over the food quickly, or don't blame us for being rude to you. Hearing the noise outside the door, Chu Feng looked disdainful. Oh? You're being rude to me? Ha ha. Fine, I'd like to see how you can be rude to me. Come on, Wang Haobua, Chao Wei, kick the door open. Bang! Bang! The dormitory where Chu Feng was staying was kicked several times. Finally, he was kicked away by one of the boys. It was at the moment when the boy kicked open the door. Puff! Chu Feng swung his axe and hit the boy in front of him on the shoulder. The shoulder bone was broken and blood spurted out. The boy didn't even have time to scream before Chu Feng kicked him away. Come on! Chu Feng pointed a fire axe at the people who were kicking the door and said, let me see if any of you dare to take another step forward. A conflict arose between Chu Feng and the survivors. And the contradiction is quite big? In fact, this is inevitable. Because Lu Yu saved a lot of people this time. There are about 60 or 70 people in total. The 3 backpacks of food that Li Wanning and her companions brought with them were naturally not enough to feed everyone. Except for a few girls in Xiao Manli's dormitory, everyone else could only barely recover their strength. This was the case even if Lu Yu took out some of his own food in order to avoid suspicion. Previously, these survivors were trapped in different dormitories. Because there were few people, most of them were girls, and they had no weapons, so they didn't dare to go out. Now that the number of survivors has increased, they will naturally unite and find ways to survive. Now that Lu Yu has run out of food and they don't dare to kill the monsters, what should they do? I can only ask Chu Feng for things. If Chu Feng doesn't have much food, they may only be able to find ways to hunt monsters for food. Or if you really can't bear it, eat the corpses of these monsters raw. But now everyone knows that Chu Feng has 5 hiking bags full of food. The survivors were fighting to survive, while the other side seized a large amount of food. How could there be no conflict between the 2 sides? So under Lu Yu's deliberate arrangement, Chu Feng knocked down one man. Li Wanning wanted to stop it, but it was of no use. Because Chu Feng's axe has cut off all possibilities of reconciliation. Compared to the dormitory, the other side is much more harmonious. There were 5 of us in the group, plus a dog and a monkey. Lu Yu led them to move from the place where Chu Feng came. Boss, it's so late today, are we still going out to help them find food? Looking at the sky that was about to get dark, Wu Chang asked with a puzzled look on his face. If it were normal times, it would be fine. It's so dangerous at night, and you're still looking for food for others? To be honest, he was a little reluctant. Looking for food? Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Are you kidding me? Ah.
Wu Chang and Shirley were both stunned.
Lu Yu, didn't we come out to find something to eat?
Yan Yun was also a little confused when she heard Lu Yu's words.
There are so many survivors out there. How much food do we need to find? Do you really think you're the savior? Then boss, what you mean is, clean up the dormitory building in front.
We'll rest there tonight and start clearing the road leading to the school gate tomorrow.
What if we don't care about the others? How do we manage it?
Lu Yu asked instead of answering. I'm telling you clearly now, the school's canteen has been emptied by other survivors, and the cafeteria has also been occupied by other survivor teams.
The remaining food is only enough for the 5 of us to last 3 to 5 days. If any of you want to go back, I can give you your share of the food.
When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked.
Everyone looked at Lu Yu with disbelief. They can only last 3 to 5 days? Does that mean they might starve to death? Do any of you want to go back? Seeing that no one spoke, Lu Yu asked again. Of course I'm with Mr. Lu.
Xueli raised the corner of his mouth and spoke first.
Shirley quickly shook his head. I won't go back either. I can't even save myself, so how can I save others? Wu Chang also smiled awkwardly. This doesn't need to be explained? Only Yan Yun bit her lip.
Of course I'll go with you, but Lu Yu, I think we should at least take Teacher Li and the others with us, right?
Didn't they come with us?
Yes, and Brother Jun.
Shirley echoed.
They have their own things to do, and you just need to do your own things.
Lu Yu didn't want to explain, and just kept silent after saying this. He began to concentrate on directing Xiao Jin to clear out the monsters together.
On the other hand, because Chu Feng injured his classmate, the conflict between the two sides intensified. Chu Feng became the target of public criticism. However, when these students saw the axe in Chu Feng's hand, no one dared to step forward.
Originally they thought Chu Feng only dared to kill monsters. Unexpectedly, he was ruthless when it came to chopping people. Is this guy really a student from their school? How could you be so cruel to your classmate? Do you have any sense of reason?
Only Shin Bin, who is the villain is Li Wanning's protector. Since he was one of the few adults present, he had no choice but to step forward and argue with Chu Feng. Unfortunately, Chu Feng is the protagonist and no one can reason with him.
Reason? Chu Feng sneered, you're trying to reason with me now? I tell you, the axe in my hand is reason.
It's ridiculous that these rubbish try to reason when they can't win.
You? What? You want to fight me too?
Chu Feng looked at Shin Bin with disdain. Don't say I look down on you.
With your greasy hair and powdered face, 10 of you wouldn't be my match.
You are such a bastard. Shin Bin lost face in front of Li Wanning and his face turned pale with anger.
Get out of here. If you don't, I'll make you all become like him.
Chu Feng's voice was cold, and he pointed the bloody axe at the classmate who was chopped on the ground. After saying this, Chu Feng glanced at Li Wanning in the crowd out of the corner of his eye.
This Teacher Li is really mouth-watering. Chapter 91 Wei Jianjun vs. Chu Feng.
Li Wanning is a university professor and her height is between Yan Yun and Xiao Manli.
About 168.
There is nothing to say about her appearance, with delicate features and a cool face.
It definitely meets the aesthetic standards of the general public in Xia country.
In Lu Yu's heart, giving her a score of 95 is not an exaggeration at all. Generally speaking, Li Wanning always wears her hair in a bun, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a serious expression that usually doesn't smile. She is simply the legendary cold female teacher. But her figure is very special. On the surface, she is not as symmetrical and perfect as Yan Yun. She is not as tall or as long-legged as Xiao Manli.
But she has very unique curves for a woman.
If you wear a tight dress, you will look like a peach from the back, which makes people want to.
In short, the moment he saw Li Wanning, Chu Feng was attracted by Li Wanning's aura as the heroine.
In the early stages of the apocalypse, a woman as beautiful as Li Wanning, even if she had been used by countless people, could at least be exchanged for 3 months' worth of food for a small team of 5.
If you are lucky, you might even be able to exchange it for 2 nice treasures. Don't think that beautiful women can be found everywhere in the end times.
Before the end of the world, most of the most beautiful women were owned by rich people.
After the end of the world, these top beauties can only be possessed by the strong. Women like Yan Yun and Li Wanning can score over 90 points in appearance even without makeup. It's not even something that ordinary strong people can possess. If it weren't for Lu Yu, a potential hidden danger, I would have taken this woman away no matter what.
Whether it is to satisfy one's own selfish desires or for future survival. Chu Feng felt that Li Wanning was a perfect fit for his team.
But as for Lu Yu,
Chu Feng felt very uncomfortable when he thought of Lu Yu.
Always feel like something is wrong? Although this bastard Lu Yu won't attack him directly, he's not someone who gives up so easily, right? How come after inciting these survivors, he took the team away on his own?
Chu Feng didn't understand what Lu Yu was up to, but he didn't have the mind to think about it right now.
Because he has no other way to go, he can only keep moving forward step by step.
The survivors led by Shinbin were forced to retreat by Chu Feng's axe.
Li Wanning had no choice but to take the others back downstairs to discuss countermeasures. The man hiding in the crowd also quietly returned to the lounge he had prepared temporarily. Early the next morning,
Chu Feng observed the situation around the dormitory very carefully.
He breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see Lu Yu. Start trying to go downstairs to clean up the monsters. What should the survivors downstairs do if they are getting hungrier and hungrier but can't defeat Chu Feng?
So some boys wanted to join him.
Girls also want to sell themselves in exchange for food. But Chu Feng's team doesn't recruit anyone at all. I don't even look at ordinary stuff.
In Chu Feng's eyes, these girls who have no strength but average looks are not even as important as a piece of bread.
On the third day, Chu Feng saw that Lu Yu was still not there and prepared to lead the team away.
More and more survivors wanted to join him.
But Chu Feng remained unmoved. Because these people had conflicts of interest with him. It would be easy to join in and stab him in the back.
So Chu Feng ignored them. After clearing some monsters on the road, he returned to his residence. Prepare to lead the team away from here completely tomorrow morning.
Dawn of the fourth day. Hey, didn't you say Mr. Lu was going to find food? Why hasn't he come back yet?
If we don't come back, we'll starve to death.
Yeah, I can't stand it anymore. Do you think young Master Lu will not come back? No, no way? How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. Exactly.
I saw young Master Lu and the others working hard to kill those monsters.
Hey, are you guys mistaken? The main issue right now isn't Mr. Lu at all, okay? Yes, the most important thing now is that bastard Chu Feng. No, I can't stand it anymore, we have to do something. Yes, something must be done. Lu Yu, who went out to find food, still hasn't come back. Some survivors have even begun to suspect that Lu Yu will never come back. But most of the survivors expressed their understanding for Lu Yu. Because it's so dangerous outside, anything can happen. Besides, the most important thing now is not whether Lu Yu can come back or not. But Chu Feng is such a selfish guy that he doesn't even want to share his food with others. So on this morning, the survivors finally couldn't take it anymore.
More than a dozen men and women hid downstairs of Chu Feng's building without telling Li Wanning, and took advantage of the moment Chu Feng came out to launch a desperate attack on him. In their minds, it was obviously easier to sneak attack Chu Feng than to sneak attack the monster. But how could they be a match for Chu Feng when they were already extremely hungry? Facing these survivors who were stealing his food, Chu Feng did not hold back at all. He killed them all with one blow of the axe. In a short time, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river.
Want to steal my food?
Looking at the last person, Chu Feng's eyes were cold.
No. They instigated it. It has nothing to do with me. Chu Feng, don't kill me. It's too late. Go to hell.
Chu Feng didn't listen to the other party's excuses at all and just chopped him down with an axe.
Puff.
Blood sprayed all over Chu Feng's face. The classmate died on the spot, but Chu Feng didn't care at all. He wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve. This scene was just seen by Li Wanning and others who came rushing over after hearing the news.
So, Li Wanning was stunned.
So are Chu Feng's teammates and Shinbin. It was at this time that Chu Feng noticed Li Wanning's presence. He had an idea in his mind and walked slowly to Li Wanning with a sneer on his lips.
Teacher Li? Do you want to live? If you want to live, follow me. You little bastard, you. Roll. Bang.
Hearing that the other party wanted to steal his goddess, Shinbin, who was standing next to Li Wanning, stepped forward and started scolding.
Chu Feng shouted coldly and kicked Shinbin out. You, a piece of trash, dare to talk nonsense in front of me?
Shinbin was already extremely hungry. After being kicked by Chu Feng, all the ribs on the right side of his chest were broken, and his blood and energy surged wildly. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and lost half his life. Chu Feng sneered and didn't even look at him, but just looked at Li Wanning. But just when he was about to further break down Li Wanning's psychological defenses, a man as strong as an iron tower stood between the two of them. Boy, young Master Lu said before that you might be a hidden danger, and I never believed it, but now it seems, you really are a hidden danger? Oh? Another one coming to die? Looking at the man in front of him who was wearing long sleeves and long pants, and wrapped tightly in a baseball cap and a mask, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. I've noticed you before, but your figure looks familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Wei Jianjun's voice was icy, although I don't know why Master Lu asked me to change into this outfit, wear a hat and a mask, but there shouldn't be any need for that now. You are, Brother Jun? Seeing Wei Jianjun's appearance, Chu Feng was stunned. Who the hell is your Jun brother? Stop talking nonsense and prepare to die. Wei Jianjun roared angrily, clenched his fist, and smashed towards Chu Feng. Chapter 92, Black Handsome appears. Lu Yu tried to prevent the protagonist from making a comeback. Also to prevent some accidents from happening. In this battle, he really used all the chess pieces he could. Lu Yu knew it very well in his heart. This Chu Feng is the protagonist. I have already revealed my cards to him. If he is allowed to escape again this time, he will definitely hide. When I grow up, I will find a chance to come back and take revenge. There is no need to tell you how fast the protagonist develops once he hides. Previously in the secret realm, Chu Feng used secret techniques to escape. Lu Yu didn't have much choice. The difference in speed between the two sides and the existence of the treasure forced Lu Yu to let him leave. But now, Lu Yu certainly wouldn't give him any hope of a comeback. Some people say that Chu Feng is more of a villain than Lu Yu? Killing people over a disagreement? Indeed. This is absolutely true. Because before traveling through time, Lu Yu was just an ordinary person. He had never experienced the end of the world, nor a battlefield, nor had he killed anyone. Chu Feng is the protagonist of the apocalyptic novel, and he is also a protagonist who has experienced the apocalypse and been reborn. In all the apocalyptic stories from ancient times to the present, which protagonist who is reborn in the apocalypse is not decisive and ruthless? Whether facing minions or villains, there are only 4 words in the dictionary of the protagonist of the apocalypse. If you don't obey, you will be killed. So it makes sense to say that he is more of a villain than Lu Yu. However, since he has become the villain in the apocalyptic novel, Lu Yu will certainly not sit idly by and wait for death. Wei Jianjun is the only one in Lu Yu's current team who is capable of fighting against Chu Feng. In addition, his loyalty is just barely acceptable, and he also has a certain connection with Chu Feng. So Lu Yu found him and gave him 2 crystal cores and 7 days of food before leaving. Let him pay attention to Chu Feng while protecting Li Wanning's safety. Lu Yu himself led the team to find food and tried to return within 7 days. Although Wei Jianjun and Lu Yu had not known each other for long, they had experienced the monster tied together. Plus, he has already settled his wife and daughter. With his strength, even if Lu Yu never comes back, he can find other survivors and go back to see his wife and daughter alive. So after much hesitation, he decided to take on the task. But he never thought that everything Lu Yu said would become a reality. This kid in front of him is not only selfish, but also openly threatens Li Wanning? Even killing people is as easy as drinking water? Even more cruel than himself? So he acted without hesitation. The moment Chu Feng saw Wei Jianjun throw away his mask and baseball cap, he was completely stunned. Because this doesn't fit his guess at all? Brother Jun, what is going on? Chu Feng shouted loudly while dodging Wei Jianjun's attack. Even Lu Yu is a reborn person. But Lu Yu in his previous life had never seen Wei Jianjun? Neither of them were on the same base, let alone the other. How did Lu Yu find Wei Jianjun? Why did Wei Jianjun keep calling him Master Lu? This is not science. Dai Lian and Wang Chao and others nearby saw the 2 men fighting. I want to help but don't know where to start. Because Chu Feng and Wei Jianjun both have strong physical fitness and fighting skills. Awakened people like them who have no fighting ability. There's no way to get involved at all. Don't call me Brother Jun, I don't know you and I don't have a brother like you. This is a misunderstanding. I saw you kill so many people with my own eyes. Could it be a misunderstanding? Wei Jianjun was furious and threw punch after punch, pushing his fighting skills to the extreme.
From the first day, Li Wanning went upstairs.
He was entrusted by Lu Yu to rush to the scene of the conflict between the two parties to protect Li Wanning's safety. It was just that on the first day, Chu Feng injured someone just in self-defense. It's not worth his effort.
But now, it's okay that this kid in front of me doesn't give food to others. Killing people directly?
It is certainly wrong for others to steal your food.
But wouldn't it be better if you just beat them up and let them fend for themselves? Do you have to kill them all?
It has to be said that Wei Jianjun's mentality had not changed at this time. I totally cannot understand Chu Feng's behavior of cutting the grass at its roots.
But he couldn't care less about anything else.
He just had to take this guy down first.
As time went by, after the two fought for several rounds, Wei Jianjun suddenly realized something was wrong.
As a retired special forces expert, his fighting skills are unmatched by ordinary people. The fighting ability is even above the combat level, coupled with the awakened metal ability.
An ordinary awakened person can't possibly be my opponent, right? And this kid in front of me doesn't he seem to have any special abilities? He could actually fight me on equal terms? Are today's college students so awesome? Wei Jianjun, stop it immediately. If you don't stop, I'll be angry. Falling out? Why should I fall out with you? Grass.
In his previous life, Wei Jianjun was a strong teammate of Chu Feng. In this life, he is also Chu Feng's right-hand man. But because of Lu Yu, Wei Jianjun became Chu Feng's opponent. At this moment, Chu Feng really wanted to explain their relationship to Wei Jianjun. But when the words came to my lips, I didn't know how to start.
Tell him that he is reborn?
Let us not talk about whether the other person believes that he or she is reborn.
Even if he or she believes it, so what? Given Wei Jianjun's current condition, would he still consider himself a teammate?
Dai Lian, Wang Chao and the other three were unable to intervene and were still discussing countermeasures. Li Wanning was already scared silly at this time. She looked at Chu Feng who was fighting with Wei Jianjun, and then looked at the dozen or so corpses in the distance.
I was completely confused. It turns out that in today's world, there are more than just monsters that eat people? People also eat people? This period of time. Many survivors' immunity becomes extremely low because their bodies cannot replenish food. Many people fall asleep and never wake up again after they get sick. For food, people became irritable and fights and injuries occurred frequently. Even she herself almost fainted from hunger. Now, for food, this boy named Chu Feng actually killed more than a dozen classmates? And Shen Bin was seriously injured? How could this happen? How could this happen?
Li Wanning's mind was in a mess, and she subconsciously came to Shen Bin and squatted down.
Shen Bin, how are you?
This kid has so much strength. Shen Bin covered his chest and gasped for breath. I feel, my lungs are like they are on fire. Chu Feng kicked him and broke the ribs outside his lungs, so he was having difficulty breathing.
Seeing Shen Bin like this, Li Wanning became even more desperate.
In fact, she had already realized it after Lu Yu left.
If you don't have enough food for yourself, how can you save others?
But before that, Lu Yu's team had no worries about food and drink, so she realized this truth too late. The food was so scarce that she, like other survivors, was starving and feeling a little panicky.
My health is getting worse day by day. If Wei Jianjun had not secretly given her a piece of bread and half a bottle of water yesterday evening, she might not even be able to stand up now.
Li Wanning had eaten some food, but Shen Bin was not so lucky.
Because it was Lu Yu who arranged for Wei Jianjun to give food to Li Wanning. Wei Jianjun is a man with strong adaptability.
Having undergone brutal training, he knew the importance of food at this time. Although he also has the spirit of selflessness. But for the sake of his wife and daughter, he had to become a little selfish. So when Lu Yu said that except for Li Wanning, he didn't need to worry about anyone else. Although he felt a little reluctant, he did it without hesitation. So the current situation has arisen.
What should I do? What should I do? Now. Yan Yun is not here.
Seeing Shen Bin with blood on the corner of his mouth and looking weak, Li Wanning felt extremely sad. She wanted to call a few classmates to help carry Shen Bin to a safe place. But when she looked up, she saw a shocking scene. All these students were staring at the backpacks of Chu Feng and his group. In their eyes, there was only the food in those backpacks, and no one cared about Shen Bin's life or death.
Seeing this scene, Li Wanning was completely desperate.
just when she was in despair. Woof! A sudden dog bark reached her ears. Right after, a giant mutant dog rushed over from a distance. After it came over, it did not launch an attack directly, but ran behind Chu Feng and stopped. Ho ho! It was slightly bent and drooling. He made a gesture ready to attack Chu Feng at any time. Seeing this big wolf dog blocking his retreat, Chu Feng couldn't help but curse out loud. Lu Yu, did I draft it? I already knew it. Chapter 93 He Shui, bite him. The mutant wolf dog that Lu Yu contracted had its back about 1.5 meters off the ground. It is more than 2 meters long. Including the height of the dog's head, it is even taller than Yan Yun. For such a giant mastiff, the speed at which it runs is simply outrageous. When Chu Feng saw the mutant dog appear, he knew that Lu Yu had returned. Although he had known for a long time that Lu Yu would not let him go. But he had nowhere else to go. Lu Yu left with his subordinates on the pretext of looking for food. In these dormitory buildings, they are the only ones who still have food. If they want to leave alive, they must clear out the monsters around them as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be besieged by the survivors. When people are extremely hungry, what can't they do? Chu Feng has a deep understanding of this. As for asking him to share the food with other survivors? To delay the conflict? Are you kidding me? Lu Yu rescued so many survivors. How many days would the food he had last them? If we really gave them our food, no one would be able to leave the school alive. When Lu Yu comes back, he will still be dead. So he could only hope that he could clear a way to leave the school before Lu Yu came back. But these monsters cannot be cleared out in a day or two. So he was still besieged by the survivors. It's not like he hadn't thought about showing mercy. But in the end times, this situation is a fight between life and death. Once the fight starts, it's either you die or I die. He has to give it his all. Lu Yu? After seeing the giant mutant dog, Lu Yu and Xiao Jin's figure slowly appeared behind her, and Li Wanning couldn't help but be stunned. Because she never expected that Lu Yu would appear at this time? During this period, all the survivors lived downstairs in Chu Feng's dormitory. Due to the angle, they couldn't see what was happening on Lu Yu's side. Even Chu Feng only knew Lu Yu's general direction. So she was very surprised to see Lu Yu suddenly appear. Looks like I'm not late after all? Teacher Li. What's going on? Hearing Li Wanning's voice, Lu Yu turned his head to look at Li Wanning and Shin Bin, and asked a question knowingly. Since he had set up the trap himself, he naturally had to keep an eye on it from beginning to end. His main purpose was to kill Chu Feng, not to find food. So he never went far from the beginning. He was on the top floor of the dormitory, and he could just see part of the corridor on the first floor. Shirley did not participate in the battle. He found a seat by the window to rest, and used his eagle eyes to help Lu Yu keep an eye on this place all day long. After discovering the conflict here, he immediately notified Lu Yu. Then Lu Yu, with his 2 combat pets, found the safest passage and attacked. Seeing more than a dozen corpses on the ground with fresh blood flowing, Lu Yu knew that his plan had succeeded. Even after seeing the seriously injured Shin Bin, he felt that his plan had exceeded his expectations. In the evening a few days ago, I led the team towards the main gate. A path was cleared in the middle. At night, other monsters would wander over and block the road. The scattered monsters on this road pose little threat to himself and Chu Feng, but they are deadly to other survivors. With the monster blocking the road, the other survivors had no choice but to go to Chu Feng for food if they wanted to survive. The conflict between the two sides is exactly what Lu Yu wants to see. As long as there are casualties, Lu Yu can take action with justification. However, his plan did not include Shin Bin being beaten. The reason why Shin Bin became like this should be related to his own villain attribute. Well, Chu Feng doesn't want to give us food, and Li Wanning narrated what had happened in a concise manner. Her mind was originally in a mess, but after seeing Lu Yu coming back, she subconsciously regarded Lu Yu as the backbone. As I spoke, I couldn't help but want to cry. However, due to long-term dehydration, tears have become a luxury for her. He killed all those people, right? Aha! Li Wanning took off her glasses, rubbed her red eyes, and nodded slightly. Chu Feng, you're so cruel. You killed so many classmates in one fell swoop? Lu Yu looked at Chu Feng in the field, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The direction Lu Yu left was the direction Chu Feng came from. In order to avoid Luyu, Zhu Feng had no choice but to go through the back door. A lot of monsters were pulled to the back door by the black car. It cannot be cleaned up in 3 to 5 days. This is also one of the key reasons for the success of Luyu's plan.
The battlefield between Zhu Feng and Wei Jianjun is now in the corridor directly opposite Xiao Manli's dormitory.
The man and the dog sandwiched Zhu Feng in the middle. Neither side took action, but was in a standoff.
Cruel? No matter how cruel I am, I'm not as cruel as you.
Zhu Feng hunched over with his axe in hand, adopting a defensive stance, and angrily cursed, "With your strength, you could have taken them away from here, but you left without a word? You are at least half responsible for their deaths."
What a good excuse. You really are. Never mind, I'm too lazy to waste time with you. Luyu sneered and looked at Zhu Feng's teammates. Wang Chao, what do you guys say?
Wang Chao is Luyu's classmate, so of course Luyu knows him. They just stood there without taking any action, so Luyu certainly wouldn't attack them for no reason.
Hear what Luyu said.
While Zhu Feng was wary of Wei Jianjun and the mutant dog, he glanced at his 4 teammates out of the corner of his eye.
The answer I got was completely unexpected.
A boy quickly spoke up, "Mr. Lu, this matter has nothing to do with us."
Wang Chao simply agreed, "Yes, Mr. Lu, we were just acting in self-defense and did not kill them. Zhu Feng killed them all."
Ha ha.
Zhu Feng laughed as expected. The world is truly fickle. Wang Chao, Maonian.
I saved you before, and this is how you treat your savior?
No, Zhu Feng, we just think you're a little extreme.
Yes.
Zhu Feng, you. That's enough.
Before the two could finish their conversation, Zhu Feng interrupted them. "Aren't you just worried that Luyu is strong enough and might take you down too?"
"I understand. You don't need to find other excuses. Zhu Feng, I actually think you've gone a bit too far."
Dai Lian, who had been silent the whole time, also spoke up. "You didn't have to kill those students just now."
"Dalian? You're blaming me too? They didn't hold back when they stole our food."
Dai Lian's words undoubtedly broke Zhu Feng's defenses. After all, they had experienced life and death together.
They attacked us because we didn't give them food.
We're all trying to survive, so we can't say who's right or wrong.
But we're so powerful, wouldn't it be better if we just knocked them out?
Dai Lian replied as a matter of course.
Knock him out?
Zhu Feng was stunned at first, then sneered. Because these 2 words are very unfamiliar to him.
So many survivors came to steal my food at all costs, and I just knocked them out? Are you kidding me?
Anyone who has experienced the true end of the world knows this. In the last days, stealing other people as food is like killing their parents and taking their wives and daughters.
Killing a person like this 10 times wouldn't be too much, and even knocking him unconscious?
But things have come to this point now, and there is no point in saying anything. That bastard Luyu had already planned everything before he left. Unless he was willing to distribute the food to the survivors and then lure them to go to the main gate of the school to confront Luyu head-on. Otherwise there is no way to crack it.
But can he win over these survivors? Cannot.
These people were grateful to Luyu and only hated Zhu Feng.
Is there any food near the main entrance of the school?
No.
Although there are some outside the school gate, there are also many monsters there.
Without food, taking these survivors on the road would also mean death.
Asshole. Zhu Feng gritted his teeth and glanced at his teammates. Everything was arranged by this guy Luyu, can't you see it? Not only did the people who heard this not see it.
Instead, he frowned.
Is Zhu Feng this guy mentally ill? He was the one who killed the person, but he said it was arranged by young Master Lu? What kind of logic is this? Even if it was arranged by Master Lu, he did save so many people. Wang Chao, Maonian.
Luyu looked at Wang Chao and the others and said, "If you guys are not going to fight, just get out of here. This guy seems to have gone crazy."
"Oh, okay, Mr. Lu. Master Lu, let's go now." "Fuck you, Luyu. I'm going to kill you first."
"Boy, get past me first."
"Wei Jianjun, get out of here."
"Hey Shuai, bite it."
Chapter 94 Go with Peace of Mind.
This was a morning more than 10 days after the end of the world. In the depths of Yenqing University, near the school, the surrounding monsters have been almost cleared out.
But today, the smell of blood here is unusually strong.
There were more than a dozen bodies lying in front of the dormitory door. Blood was all over the ground. I believe it won't be long before the smell of blood will attract a large number of monsters. But Chu Feng no longer cares about these things now. Because in his eyes, there is only one goal. That is to kill Lu Yu first. Lu Yu, this scumbag, took away everything he knew. Wei Jianjun, a powerful comrade in the previous life. Yan Yun, the confidant from the previous life. The magical weapon from the previous life. There are also secret treasures of this life. All of this should have been mine, it should have been mine. But now, all of this has become the property of this guy opposite? And that's not all. This bastard deliberately set a trap for himself after seeing him? A situation that he couldn't break at all right now. This situation makes everyone stand on the other side? Even his teammates are no exception? Lu Yu, this bastard, is so hypocritical and disgusting to the extreme. Seeing Dai Lian, Wang Chao and others retreating into the distance, Chu Feng became furious. Although he knew that he might not be Lu Yu's opponent, he had no choice now. Opposite Chu Feng. Wei Jianjun didn't know why Chu Feng knew his name. But he was sure that he didn't know the other person. In his mind, the other party might have just awakened some special ability and was able to read his information. Not really knowing yourself. So he didn't think much about it. Seeing Chu Feng coming, Wei Jianjun went to meet him without thinking. The two sides fought again. Wei Jianjun, get out of here. You're aiding and abetting the evil. Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Shit. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and almost told the truth. But his remaining sanity reminded him. If I were to tell others about my rebirth at this moment, I'd probably be considered a psychopath. So he was very helpless and could only bite the bullet and make one last attempt. Who is stronger, Chu Feng or Wei Jianjun? If we talk about the enhancement level, the two are similar, both are high-level black iron. It's just that Chu Feng was injured. Wei Jianjun retired as a special forces soldier. His natural strength and agility are much higher than that of ordinary people. Therefore, in terms of physical fitness, Wei Jianjun has a certain advantage. But in terms of fighting skills, Chu Feng, who had lived in the apocalypse for 10 years, was stronger than Wei Jianjun, who had just experienced the apocalypse. Even though Chu Feng lost a few days of growth time, how could the two of them be able to fight on equal terms? But Wei Jianjun is not the only one on Lu Yu's side. He also has a bronze-ranked dog and a bronze-ranked monkey. With the arrival of Black General on the battlefield, Chu Feng quickly showed signs of defeat. Bang! In order to avoid the mutant dog's attack, Chu Feng was knocked away by Wei Jianjun's punch. After landing and stabilizing his body, Chu Feng did not stop at all. He rubbed the injured area casually and rushed up again. In this kind of battle, if it is a one-on-one duel, Chu Feng, as the protagonist, has a very high chance of winning against any person or creature. But now, facing Wei Jianjun and a bronze-level mutant dog at the same time, he was already a little overwhelmed. But it's okay. The protagonist is the protagonist after all. Even if he was forced into a desperate situation by Lu Yu, he still had the strength to fight. As the battle on the field entered a white-hot stage. After Chu Feng dodged He Shuai's attack again, he forced Wei Jianjun back with an axe. Then, without thinking, he stepped his right foot to the side and crossed his arms. Assholes, since you guys want to fight, I'll fight you to the end. Boom! The moment Chu Feng crossed his hands, his aura began to rise rapidly. Clothes and hair move automatically without wind. It was as if a huge amount of energy was surrounding his body. Just at this moment, two lizard men appeared in the woods not far away, attracted by the smell of blood. Lizard man? Oh no! That's not good. Hurry, run! When the other survivors saw this, they quickly fled towards the dormitory building. The smell of blood is so strong here. Since monsters have already appeared, there will only be more and more monsters in the future. So they ran without any hesitation. Seeing these two lizard men, Lu Yu, who was standing next to Li Wanning, also narrowed his eyes. Teacher Li, you should also quickly hide in the dormitory. Oh, okay. Li Wanning stood up, then thought of something else, but classmate Lu Yu, Xin Bin. It's already this late, and you're still caring about others? Lu Yu frowned slightly, and after glancing around, he became a little angry. If you want to die, I will grant your wish immediately. Walk! Lu Yu suddenly shouted. Li Wanning trembled all over. As if waking from a dream, she looked at Lu Yu, then at Xin Bin, and then gritted her teeth.
Okay, I'm leaving.
After saying this, she no longer lingered and quickly turned around and ran towards the dormitory.
Wan Ning. Wan Ning, you can't leave. Looking at Li Wanning's leaving back, Shinbin couldn't believe his eyes.
Having experienced the apocalypse for so many days, as an elite, he naturally adapted faster than others.
He didn't trust anyone, not even Lu Yu.
The reason why I came here with Li Wanning.
I just don't want to see the woman I like have the chance to be touched by other men.
The moment he saw Chu Feng coming forward, he subconsciously walked up.
Who knew that in the end times, weakness is the original sin? He couldn't withstand Chu Feng's kick at all.
In this apocalyptic environment, Shinbin knew very well what it meant to suffer such an injury. But the moment he saw Li Wanning turn around, his heart was still filled with resentment.
Lu Yu, what the hell do you mean? Seeing Li Wanning leave, Shinbin covered his chest and angrily yelled at Lu Yu, why did you let Wanning leave?
Lu Yu just glanced at him and ignored him. Instead, his gaze was focused again on Chu Feng, who had suddenly exploded.
Xiao Jin, hurry up and help. Squeak.
Xiao Jin scratched his ear and complained, but after receiving the order, he rushed towards Chu Feng using his hands and feet. This Chu Feng is worthy of being the protagonist.
He was about to die, yet he still exploded?
At this time, Chu Feng didn't know what method he used to improve his combat effectiveness by more than one level. Veins on his forehead were exposed, and his skin and eyes had turned a bright red.
It's like a monster that has gone berserk.
He Shuai was injured and Wei Jianjun was also beaten by the opponent.
Liu did not dare to be careless at all, and quickly ordered Xiao Jin to come forward to help, while at the same time tightly gripping the Qinggang's sword in his hand. Fuck, Lu Yu, you bastard, answer my question quickly.
Seeing Lu Yu's indifferent expression and the fact that he didn't want to pay any attention to him, Shinbin became furious. During this period, he lived very comfortably in Lu Yu's team.
Not only did he have food and drink, but everyone was also polite to him. Days like this made him forget Lu Yu's strength and that Lu Yu was the core of the team. What did you say?
Hearing Shinbin's angry curse, Lu Yu's eyes became slightly cold and he turned his head slightly to look at him. It was just a normal turn of the head. But there was no trace of emotion in those eyes that were usually clear.
Some only have murderous intent. I asked you why you wanted Wan Ning to leave?
Noticing that something was wrong in Lu Yu's eyes, Shinbin quickly changed his words.
No, I'm asking what you said in the second sentence. I.
Seeing Lu Yu ask this question with a cold expression, Shinbin was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Only then did he remember that the boy in front of him was not only good at killing monsters.
And he has killed people. Lu Yu. I was just anxious at the moment, I didn't mean it. Swish.
Before Shinbin finished speaking, a cold light flashed across his neck.
Immediately following,
Shinbin covered his neck and looked at Lu Yu in disbelief. Blood flowed quickly from between his fingers.
Why?
Because he hadn't drunk water for a long time, his throat was cut by Lu Yu again. So his voice was hoarse and intermittent. He had no idea that he had just accidentally cursed the other person.
Why would the other party kill himself? You're so smart, you wouldn't have thought of it, right? After receiving Lu Yu's reminder, Shinbin suddenly felt enlightened. Wan Ning. It's Wan Ning. So you also have feelings for Wan Ning.
Your role is only to protect her while exacerbating the conflict between you and Chu Feng.
Otherwise, why do you think I would support you, an old man?
Lu Yu didn't look at Shinbin, but turned his head with a sneer to Chu Feng, who was in the middle of the field with explosive strength. You are useless now, so go with peace of mind. Chu Feng just beat you so badly that you can't recover.
I will avenge you. Chapter 95 Chu Feng's Death.
After Lu Yu said this, he ignored Shinbin. He immediately grasped the Qinggang's sword in his hand, ready to find an opportunity to kill Chu Feng. At this time, Shinbin, who was standing next to the grass, no longer had the strength to call for help. He only felt that his vision was becoming increasingly blurred and his body was becoming increasingly tired. Every drop of blood flowing from his neck could take away the strength and warmth of his body. As his body grew colder, Shinbin's life came to an end. His eyes were wide open, and before he died he was still looking in the direction Lu Yu left, with an unwilling look on his face. Obviously he died with his eyes open. Although he never believed Lu Yu. But he never thought that Lu Yu would kill him because of Li Wanning? He was unwilling to accept it, really unwilling to accept it. But he is not the protagonist and will not have a chance to do it again.
Oh my god.
How could this happen? Looking at the situation downstairs,
Xiao Manli and the other 4 girls squatted behind the balcony, covering their mouths and not daring to make a sound.
Due to the mutation of animals and plants, the flowers, plants, and trees became extremely lush.
In addition, the place where Xinbin was kicked away by Chu Feng was under the grass after the green belt mutated.
So the others didn't see Xinbin being killed by Lu Yu, but they saw it.
He actually killed the man who was with Teacher Li?
First, Chu Feng killed so many people, and then it was Lu Yu.
What's wrong with this world? The women were terrified, even Xiao Manli couldn't help but tremble. It's one thing to see a monster kill someone. But seeing someone kill someone is another matter.
Those survivors had ambushed Chu Feng before and were all killed by Chu Feng, which scared them enough.
But that is at least when there is a conflict between the two parties. But now, what's going on between Lu Yu and Xinbin? Why did Lu Yu kill Xinbin? Xiao Manli and the others were completely puzzled.
Center of the battlefield. Chu Feng was fighting fiercely with Wei Jianjun, Xiao Jin, and He Shuai, 1 man and 2 beasts. After going berserk, he not only lost most of his sense of pain, but also his various attributes soared.
When he was fighting 1 against 3, he was only slightly at a disadvantage? See this scene.
Even Lu Yu had to admit that this was very much the protagonist's role.
A high-level Black Iron Beast faced 2 low-level Bronze Mutant Beasts, plus a high-level Black Iron Melee Psychic. He's only slightly behind? Whoosh! Puff! Lu Yu didn't have time to think too much. He seized the opportunity and swung out a wind blade from behind Chu Feng.
Chu Feng, who was like a god of war, was finally unable to withstand the 4th person's long-range sneak attack from behind.
He was blown away by Lu Yu's wind blade. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground.
The wind blade left a long gash on his back, and blood quickly dyed the back of his shirt red. Seeing this, Xiao Jin took advantage of the situation and pursued the enemy.
Bang bang bang!
After catching up with Chu Feng, he launched 3 consecutive irregular attacks.
It hit Chu Feng's chest and lower abdomen.
He Shuai followed closely behind, and his bloody mouth full of fangs directly bit Chu Feng's wrist holding the axe. The vicious dog's crazy bite made him feel like dying.
Ah!
Chu Feng screamed in pain.
It's obvious.
His frenzied skill has reached its limit.
Chu Feng had no choice but to keep waving his right hand in an attempt to shake He Shuai off. But He Shuai is a mutant beast, and once he bites someone, he will bite them to death.
So his swinging of his arms not only failed to shake He Shuai off, but instead aggravated the wound on his wrist. In other words, Chu Feng's body has been strengthened and is in a frenzied state. Otherwise, his wrist would have been bitten off.
Die!
The moment Chu Feng struggled, Lu Yu's cold voice suddenly rang out. Then Chu Feng saw a long sword with silver light stabbing towards him from the front.
How fast?
In his current state, there is no way for him to dodge.
Puff!
The Qinggang sword pierced his body. As Chu Feng held Lu Yu's sword with his left hand, new injuries, internal injuries, and the aftereffects of frenzy broke out at the same time.
Wow!
A large mouthful of blood spit out. The bright red liquid sprayed onto Lu Yu's Qinggang sword and slowly slid down the silver blade of the Qinggang sword. His crimson skin and eyes gradually returned to normal.
The frenzied state was forcibly interrupted by Lu Yu? I didn't expect this kid to be so strong.
Seeing that Chu Feng had recovered and no longer had the strength to fight, the breathless Wei Jianjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he thought that he was a very awesome person.
Didn't he expect that these young people nowadays are better than each other?
It's okay for Lu Yucheng, after all, after he joined Lu Yu's team, he knew that Lu Yu had awakened superpowers. And also got treasures from the so-called secret realm.
But this Chu Feng was really unexpected. Yeah, it's really strong. Puff!
Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth and pulled out the Qinggang sword. Suddenly Chu Feng's body twitched and blood gushed out of his body like a fountain.
The ability Chu Feng just used can be considered a big move. But this ultimate move is just a defensive life and death ability.
The duration is not very long and the side effects are very severe. If you're at the start of combat, just use this ability.
It's fine if you can kill the opponent, but what if the opponent doesn't fight back when you use your ultimate move?
It would be stupid to wait until your ultimate skill is over before coming to cause trouble for you. So when Chu Feng was in the secret realm, he was not sure he could kill Lu Yu, so he did not use this ability. Now he has no way to run away, so he just wants to save his own life, so naturally he will not care about the consequences. Unfortunately, there are too many people with high combat power on Lu Yu's side. 4 against 1, plus Lu Yu's determination to kill. Even if he exploded, it was too late to save the situation. Is it finally over? The weak Chu Feng no longer had any strength to resist. Even though the mutant dog was still biting his arm, he no longer had the strength to struggle. At this moment, Chu Feng looked at the sky with a look of despair. Chu Feng, do you have any last words? I didn't expect. I lost to you again. Chu Feng endured the severe pain and looked at Lu Yu. Seeing that Lu Yu had no expression and no intention to speak, his smile became a little bleak. There was despair in his smile, but no regret. Because he had done the best he could without being able to escape. I tried my best, so I have no regrets. You have also been reborn, right? Chu Feng suddenly asked. Rebirth? Lu Yu was stunned at first, then he smiled suddenly, looked at Wei Jianjun, and pointed at Wang Chao and others. Ha, Lao Wei, please go and settle those guys over there. Okay, Mr. Lu. Upon hearing this, Wei Jianjun knew that he was not suitable to listen to the following conversation. Without much hesitation, he stretched his arms and walked towards Wang Chao and the others. Both of Lu Yu's combat pets were injured. Hai Shai was cut in the waist and abdomen, and blood was flowing. Xiao Jin's arm was also chopped off by an axe. Following Lu Yu's signal, they went to find the corpse to recover. Chu Feng, I'm not surprised at all that you can come to this conclusion. Seeing Chu Feng in this state, Lu Yu was no longer anxious. Could it be that you weren't reborn? When Chu Feng heard Lu Yu say this, he was stunned. Because in his subconscious, he already regarded Lu Yu as a reborn person. Otherwise, how can we explain how Lu Yu has seized so many opportunities? But Wei Jianjun's existence made him somewhat suspicious. Now that Lu Yu said this, doesn't it prove that he is not really reborn? You don't need to know this. You're going to die soon anyway, so there's no point in knowing this. Chu Feng. Forget it, why am I telling you so much? Let's just end it like this. The villain dies because he talks too much. Especially when facing the protagonist. So Lu Yu, who originally wanted to say something, didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore and directly sent the Qinggang sword in his hand into Chu Feng's heart. Chu Feng no longer has any trump cards. He was at the end of his rope and couldn't even move to avoid vital points. Puff! The metal entering his flesh made Chu Feng open his eyes wide. But at this moment, there was a hint of relief in his eyes. For him, rebirth is something worth being happy about. But not only did the other party take away so many opportunities from me, but he also tried every possible way to put me to death? What is the meaning of such a rebirth? If we have you, why do we have Liang? Maybe this is the feeling, right? But now, I don't have to worry about becoming stronger and surviving anymore. Everything in this world has nothing to do with me anymore. Is this what death feels like? He. As Lu Yu pulled out the Qinggang sword again, Chu Feng's life also came to an end. Unlike Xin Bin, he did not die with his eyes open. He just kept a miserable smile and slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, ding, congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist Chu Feng and obtaining Chu Feng's innate ability, Divine Body. Chapter 96 Reward for killing Chu Feng. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist Chu Feng. You have obtained Chu Feng's innate ability, Divine Body, and Chu Feng's personal combat skills, Berserker Modified, Soul Gathering Step, Concentrated Combat Method, Axe and Hammer Mastery Advanced, Fighting Skills Top Level. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the protagonist's first kill, obtaining the Villain's Eye Special Evolution, and Combat Skill Selection Privilege 1. A series of system prompt sounds made Lu Yu dazzled. By killing the protagonist, Lu Yu can obtain the other party's abilities. Lu Yu knew this a long time ago. But there are first kill rewards? This Lu Yu is really unclear. And after seeing Chu Feng's talents and abilities, Lu Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Holy Body? What is this? Why does this name sound so awesome? Chu Feng is a person, to be honest. Lu Yu didn't feel that he was very strong. Apart from some combat experience and knowledge from later generations, only the ability to go berserk seems a bit powerful. The others are not very impressive. But now, I see that Chu Feng also has a natural ability called Sacred Body. Lu Yu was really confused. Boom! Thinking room. A large amount of memory and energy suddenly surged out from Lu Yu's consciousness space. It quickly became part of his mind.
Lu Yu didn't have time to think about anything else, so he quickly squatted down and covered his head.
This memory is about Chu Feng's fighting ability and some combat skills of later generations. This energy is the energy of Chu Feng's sacred body. The memory is not much, and with Lu Yu's current mental strength, he can quickly receive it. But the energy of that sacred body made Lu Yu feel very special. I don't know how long it took. When Lu Yu came to his senses and saw the sacred body in the system again,
he was completely bewildered. Fuck. Chu Feng's cheats, are they too strong?
Divine body, evolved to the ultimate form, it can achieve immortality and cannot be killed by weapons below the level of artifacts.
Lu Yu's system has a skill bar. After killing Chu Feng, all the skills obtained will appear on this skill bar. To be honest, the feeling Chu Feng gave Lu Yu was really not that strong. Although after he goes berserk, he can fight 3 people alone. Moreover, there were 2 mutant beasts, both of which were at the initial bronze level, more advanced than him. But isn't it normal for the protagonist to fight against enemies of higher levels? So when Lu Yu saw Chu Feng fighting 3 of them alone, although he was a little surprised, he was not surprised at all. On the contrary, after killing the other party, I felt that he was a little weak. But when Lu Yu saw that Chu Feng's innate skill was holy body, he was really dumbfounded. Even though he had the heart of a villain, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly at this moment. Because this skill cannot be simply summarized as strong. This is simply ridiculously strong, okay? Not only can they be immortal, but they can also not be killed by weapons below the level of divine weapons? Lu Yu guessed that even Chu Feng himself didn't know how awesome he was. Ha! Lu Yu let out a long breath and forced himself to calm down. Because he saw the most crucial words on this talent skill. Need to strengthen to the ultimate form? After Lu Yu calmed down, he didn't have time to think about it and continued reading. After some research, Lu Yu basically confirmed that this was indeed a bug level skill. Although this skill has little attack power, its recovery ability is extremely amazing. The holy body will gradually show different recovery effects as the enhancement level increases. The black iron level that has just started can increase a good recovery ability. This recovery ability will accelerate wound healing. It also slowly restores the epidermis and automatically removes soft tissue hyperplasia. That is, no matter how exaggerated your wounds are. Just a simple stitch can restore the wound to its original state without leaving any scars? Bronze level, recovery ability continues to grow stronger, immune to corpse poison of the same level. Silver level, recovery ability continues to grow stronger, and physical strength can be continuously restored. Gold level, regeneration of severed limbs. Dark gold level, automatically repair internal organs. Seeing this, Lu Yu didn't know what to say. If Chu Feng is allowed to continue developing, the consequences will be unimaginable. All I can say is, the protagonist is awesome and needs no explanation. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of a sickle mantis flapping its wings brought Lu Yu's thoughts back to reality. He took a quick look and saw that more and more monsters were coming over here smelling the blood. Without thinking too much, he quickly shouted towards Wei Jianjun. Old Wei, retreat. Okay. Just go to the dormitory next door. Receive. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he was ready to evacuate, but suddenly he glanced at the bag that Chu Feng had thrown on the ground before the fight. He quickly picked it up, called his 2 combat pets, and ran towards the dormitory building where Qiao Manli was. Dai Lian and the others originally wanted to save Chu Feng. After all, no matter how excessive Chu Feng was, he had saved them before. But they haven't developed yet. Compared with top awakeners like Lu Yu and Chu Feng, there is a big gap in strength. So they could not intervene in the battle between the 2 sides. Seeing Chu Feng dead, they felt a little sad and thought that no matter what, they should take his body back and keep it intact. But more and more monsters once again dissuaded them from the idea. He quickly followed Wei Jianjun and hid in the dormitory building where Chu Feng was before. After killing Chu Feng, Lu Yu finally felt relieved. He felt relaxed at this moment. Even the running speed was 2 points faster than usual. I just found a room to hide in. Lu Yu let out a long sigh and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Quickly check out the other abilities you just gained. Eye of the Villain Special Evolution, congratulations on taking out your first protagonist in life. The Eye of the Villain Special Evolution is a first kill reward.
With it, you can more clearly identify your hunting targets and better discover potential awakeners. Your villain's eye can now identify the protagonist and read all of his character relationships and plot lines. Your villain's eye now sees the upper limit of human betrayal rate, increased from 30% to 50%, and can also see their ability types and characteristics.
This means you can now read strangers' information.
Note, if your villain's eye's betrayal rate limit for reading information is already 50%, this ability will be enhanced to 80%.
If it is already 80%, the enhanced value will be 100%. Chu Feng was the first protagonist killed by Lu Yu.
After killing him, in addition to Chu Feng's abilities, the system also gave 2 first kill rewards.
One of them is the villain's eye. A bit too much skill description. To sum up, there are 2 points. First, Lu Yu can now use these eyes to determine whether the other person is the protagonist and read the other person's storyline. Second, we can see a 50% betrayal rate, which is the personal attributes of strangers. The first point means, will there be other protagonists? Alright.
Lu Yu had expected this. Although there are several protagonists in one world, this setting is really a bit strange.
But if there is only one Chu Feng, it would be too boring.
However, this ability to identify the male protagonist and read the plots of these protagonists is quite crucial.
As for the second point, that's even more amazing. He can now see the stranger's personality attributes and special abilities. In other words, as long as the opponent is not hostile to you, you can know what ability the opponent has awakened and how to use this ability. With this power, can I better discover other buried awakeners? TSK, yes. Combat Skill Selection Authority?
This is also a first kill reward, let's try it. The villain's eye, the first kill reward, has very good functions, making Lu Yu eager to use another first kill reward. Ding, Combat Skill Selection Permission successfully used.
Please choose one of the following abilities. 1. Fighting skills maxed out. 2. Swordsmanship mastery maxed out. Lu Yu.
Seeing these 2 skills, Lu Yu only wanted to say one word.
Fuck, I'm taking off again? Ha? Why did I say again? Chapter 97 Li Waning's Mental Breakdown. After killing Chu Feng, Lu Yu not only obtained Chu Feng's abilities.
I also received 2 first kill rewards from the system.
The combination of the 2 rewards made Lu Yu's strength take a qualitative leap.
From this point of view, the protagonist Chu Feng is more like a test given to Lu Yu by the system.
Or a probation period. After passing the probation period, Lu Yu will be promoted to a truly powerful villain?
Before, Lu Yu could only get familiar with Chu Feng through the initial plot and character cards provided by the system, and then formulate a series of combat plans.
And now, he can not only directly read the protagonist's information and related plots, it also allows him to find those awakened strongmen in the vast sea of people and build his own power? Is this the difference between interns and regular employees?
Thinking of this, Lu Yu couldn't help laughing, and then, without hesitation, he chose to master the swordsmanship to the maximum level. According to the system, these combat skill levels can be divided into 5 levels in total. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top Level, Full Level. Now you have 2 full-level skills to choose from, fighting and swordsmanship. After killing Chu Feng, he gained a fighting skill top level.
Then if I also choose to upgrade my fighting skills to the maximum level, won't the 2 abilities overlap?
So I decisively chose to master swordsmanship to the maximum level without any explanation.
Swordsmanship is not about sword energy or something like that. But use sword moves. Feeling the massive amount of muscle memory and sword techniques coming through his brain,
Lu Yu even felt, if he was given a semi-soft sword now, I can definitely use exquisite sword moves like 9 swords of Dogu.
Baji.
Hiss. After Lu Yu and Wei Jianjun evacuated, monsters attracted by the smell of blood had already gathered in droves.
Mantises and lizards were sharing the corpses with sickening noises. Shen Bin is dead. He was killed by Lu Yu.
Lu Yu had never intended to kill him. After all, there was no grudge between the 2 of them, and since he was already seriously injured, it was completely sufficient to wait for him to fend for himself. But Shen Bin's word bastard made Lu Yu unable to control the murderous intent in his heart.
So just kill him without any explanation. Chu Feng also died. He was also killed by Lu Yu.
Chu Feng was selfish and killed so many people.
It has long caused dissatisfaction and fear among other survivors.
Lu Yu killed him at this time. Not only was he not blamed, but it seemed more like he was on the side of justice upholding justice. In addition, the two sides were originally enemies arranged by God.
So there is nothing to say if Lu Yu kills him. Li Wanning was on the second floor of Qiao Manli's dormitory at this time.
When Lu Yu killed Shin Bin before, she was looking for a place to hide, so she didn't know that Lu Yu had killed Shin Bin.
She found an empty room and hid in it. She saw Lu Yu killing Chu Feng and also saw Lu Yu abandoning Shin Bin. When Lu Yu ran over with Chu Feng's backpack, those monsters were already gnawing on the bodies of Chu Feng and Shin Bin. They bite and pull.
The scene was bloody and cruel.
Boom, boom, boom. Lu Yu accurately found Li Wanning's location by sensing the jade pendant.
There was a soft knock on the door.
Li Wanning was stunned at first, then came to the door and asked cautiously, Is it Lu Yu?
It's me.
Click. The door is open.
After Lu Yu came in, he ordered his two battle pets to guard outside the door and then closed the door. Teacher Li, I'm sorry, but there's no point in saving Shin Bin in that condition, so? Although he was sure that Li Wanning did not see him kill Shin Bin.
But that's what I have to say. No.
It's okay, Lu Yu, I understand. Li Wanning was in an extremely low mood, but she did not blame Lu Yu for it. Because during this period of time, she has seen too many lives and deaths. I know that Lu Yu would never put himself in danger for a stranger.
Besides, Shin Bin is already dead, so what's the point of her blaming Lu Yu? As long as you understand.
Lu Yu. Lu Yu slowly raised his head, and a very soft body suddenly fell into his arms.
Whoa, Lu Yu, why is this happening?
Li Wanning leaned on Lu Yu's shoulder and burst into tears. At this moment, she no longer had the serious expression she used to have. He didn't care about the difference in status between himself and Lu Yu. All there was a woman who had a complete mental breakdown. During the days that Lu Yu was away, she experienced so many things. Chu Feng was selfish in not giving food to everyone. The survivors fell ill and died from lack of food. They even tried to ambush Chu Feng for food, but were all hacked to death by Chu Feng instead. Blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. When Chu Feng walked up to her and asked her if she wanted to live, she felt like her soul had been struck and she was at a loss. Then Lu Yu rushed back in time. Chu Feng was killed and Shin Bin died tragically. All of this completely destroyed the three views she had established since childhood.
She really couldn't hold it any longer.
They are all dead, they are all dead. Feeling the soft body trembling slightly, Lu Yu smiled. He put the Qinggang sword into the ring, and then placed his right hand on the other person's back. He didn't say anything, but just quietly felt the touch of Li Wanning's body. It was unknown how long it took before Li Wanning finished venting her emotions. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong with their actions, so he quickly let go of Lu Yu.
I'm sorry, Lu Yu, No need to say sorry. Lu Yu interrupted the other person and walked to the bed and sat down.
You have been able to endure from the first day of the apocalypse until now and not cry.
You are stronger than many women. Is it?
Li Wanning was still depressed, but Lu Yu, they are all dead, they are all.
All right, Teacher Li. This is the end of the world. Death is normal. You should adapt to it as soon as possible. Teacher Li, I want to ask you a question now. What's the problem?
Li Wanning took off her glasses and wiped her tears.
Do you still want to live?
When Lu Yu said this, he looked at the beautiful university professor in front of him very seriously.
Do you still want to live?
For other people, this question can be answered without hesitation.
But for Li Wanning in the past, it was not so easy.
Because she is a university teacher and Lu Yu is a student. She could never admit in front of her students that she wanted to live.
But now.
Li Wanning hesitated to speak, then bit her lip tightly. Lu Yu, this isn't the question you really want to ask, right?
You guessed it? Not bad.
Lu Yu admitted generously, before when we were in the hotel, you kept deliberately avoiding me. I knew you must have guessed it, but it doesn't matter, it's not a big deal anyway. A beautiful lady is a perfect match for a gentleman. You are so beautiful, and as a normal man, it is normal for me to like you.
I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I want to take you away, but the premise is, you must be my woman. Chapter 98 Prince Charming.
Li Wanning was stunned when she heard Lu Yu's words.
Because she never expected that Lu Yu would confront her so directly under such circumstances? So many things have just happened outside. In fact, after spending some time together, she had a pretty good feeling about Lu Yu. Young, handsome, cool, courageous, strong, and capable. Such a man is simply the Prince Charming in every woman's mind. But appreciation is one thing, being together is another. Not only do the two have differences in age and status, but the other party also has a girlfriend. Thinking of this, Li Wanning had to put her sadness aside temporarily. Lu Yu, I appreciate your love for me. But, we are not suitable for each other. What's inappropriate? Lu Yu frowned slightly. Now the outside world has become a world where the strong prey on the weak. It's normal for a strong man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Forget it, I don't want to reason with you, just tell me the answer directly. Is it really necessary to do this? Good. What if I don't agree? Li Wanning looked at Lu Yu with a complicated expression and asked tentatively. Don't agree? Hearing this, Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth, but did not rush to answer the other party. Instead, he slowly stood up and walked in front of Li Wanning. Because of the height difference between the two, Li Wanning involuntarily took a step back. Just when she was about to say something, she was stunned by Lu Yu's next words. Then I will end your life with my own hands. When the end of the world comes, everything will be decided with fists. Whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak. So when no one was around, Lu Yu expressed his intention directly. However, before killing Li Wanning, Lu Yu must of course do everything he should do. Otherwise, why would I spend so much effort just to kill Chu Feng? This is indeed a bit of a loss. Looking at the handsome boy in front of him with a smirk on his face, Li Wanning was a little panicked. It's not just because of the meaning of Lu Yu's words. Also, it was the first time in her life that she was held in the arms of another man like this. She didn't have this feeling when she was crying on his shoulder just now. You're really going to kill me? Li Wanning couldn't believe it and her body couldn't help shaking. I don't know if it's because of nervousness or fear. Or maybe you're nervous and scared? Certainly. Lu Yu didn't care about Li Wanning's emotions at all. Instead, he raised a wicked smile and raised his right hand to hook the other person's chin. I will never allow other men to touch the woman I like. Since you don't want to go with me, I have no choice but to kill you. Lu Yu's words were so subversive that Li Wanning was a little slow to react. Looking at the beautiful face so close to him, Lu Yu couldn't help himself, and kissed her directly. Mum. Li Wanning was still a little confused, so she didn't dodge immediately. Feeling the warmth coming from her cracked lips, her mind went blank. From childhood to adulthood, she has never felt what it feels like to be kissed by a man. I didn't expect that now, I would be. Li Wanning reacted and subconsciously wanted to push Lu Yu away. But she didn't expect that Lu Yu would let her go earlier than her. What are you doing? How many days have you not had water? Your lips are so dry? Li Wanning is a woman after all, and she has her hair tied up. We're only here for 5 days in total. So she smells much better than Xiao Manli before. But these cracked lips really cannot satisfy Lu Yu. Li Wanning subconsciously wanted to answer, but suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. Did Lu Yu, this kid, just kiss me? Surely, right? Why didn't I push him away? Was it because I was scared? And after he kissed her, she actually complained that her lips were dry? Taking advantage of others? Before she could think about it, Lu Yu had already handed her an opened bottle of mineral water. Have a drink of water first. Li Wanning wanted to refute something, but she hadn't eaten much since the day after Lu Yu left. I haven't even drunk any water. It was only last night that Wei Jianjun gave her something. So food and water are indeed in great need now. Seeing the water Lu Yu handed over, she didn't have time to care about Lu Yu's excessive behavior just now. I took the mineral water and drank it directly. Gulp, gurgle. The sound of drinking water became the only sound in the entire room. Wait until she finishes drinking the water and screw the cap back on. Lu Yu naturally handed over 2 pieces of bagged bread. Be my woman, I will protect you. The calm voice made Li Wanning freeze in place holding the mineral water bottle. It was hard for her to imagine that the words "I will protect you" would come out of the mouth of a student who was much younger than her. However, when Lu Yu said this, there was no sense of incongruity at all. Because not only does he have this ability, but she has also unknowingly regarded Lu Yu as her support. Li Wanning was originally the heroine prepared for Chu Feng,
but Lu Yu knew her before Chu Feng. His mind recalled all the difficulties and dangers they had experienced together during this period.
In fact, Li Wanning subconsciously wanted to agree.
But her deep-rooted ideas made it impossible for her to accept the fact that a man had 3 wives and 4 concubines.
Especially, I am the third party. So she hesitated.
But this time, Lu Yu didn't give her much time to think.
The other party did not directly refuse, but was hesitant? This clearly shows that one is on the verge of wanting to agree but is too embarrassed to do so.
At this time, as long as you are brave enough, the other party can directly take maternity leave.
So Lu Yu, who understood this, threw the food aside without saying a word and hugged the other person again.
This time he not only kissed her, but his hand also.
This is something Lu Yu had wanted to do for a long time but never had the chance to do. Now I finally got what I wanted. This feeling. Li Wanning was confused by Lu Yu. She never expected that he was so bold. Actually, her mind was blank just now, so she didn't have time to push Lu Yu away. And this time? Although she regained consciousness, she still didn't push Lu Yu away. Just grab the other person's hand and resist symbolically? She doesn't know why she is like this. Are you afraid that Lu Yu will kill you? No, absolutely not.
After seeing such a tragic scene at the end of the world, she was not as afraid of death as she had imagined.
Li Wanning can be sure of this. But if it's not fear, then what is it? Could it be that I really fell in love with this guy who faced the apocalypse and remained calm from beginning to end? While thinking, Lu Yu let her go again. Whoosh, whoosh.
Because she held her breath for a long time, her brain was somewhat deprived of oxygen.
After being released by Lu Yu, she took 2 deep breaths.
As her exaggerated bust continued to rise and fall, Lu Yu's playful voice once again reached her ears.
Come on, call me husband and let me hear it. Chapter 99, want to fight me to the death? Are you qualified? Husband?
Li Wanning was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on her face.
Even though she was still in Lu Yu's arms, she hadn't agreed to him yet? Is this guy really going to get more and more? Well. Lu Yu agreed immediately. Li Wanning was caught off guard again. No, Lu Yu, can you give me some time to adjust? Just calling me husband directly makes me feel. Li Wanning was at a loss for words. Not to mention that her previous experience has not completely dissipated her current sadness.
In her mind alone, the word husband is very serious.
I haven't even agreed to him yet, but he wants me to call him husband? Are you kidding me? No matter what, she couldn't scream out. Li Wanning didn't notice it at all at this time. Although she is much older than Lu Yu, she is also Lu Yu's university teacher.
But in her subconscious, she had already regarded Lu Yu as her peer or even her senior.
There is no way. Who made Lu Yu's performance after the apocalypse so outstanding? Okay, no problem. Lu Yu agreed directly, but what do you think it should be called?
Although Li Wanning did not agree directly.
But not only did she not refuse, she even negotiated conditions with him? How is this different from just agreeing directly?
So Lu Yu was in a very happy mood at this moment and didn't care about what he was called at all.
I'd better call you classmate Lu Yu.
Li Wanning thought for a moment and said, also, I think I should discuss this matter with Yen Yun first.
Hearing Li Wanning say this, Lu Yu also felt that it made sense. But? You're right, but I can't call you student Lu Yu. That sounds too unfamiliar. Just call me by my name.
I'll still call you Teacher Li from now on.
With the teacher. It feels a bit like a Japanese love action movie. This is also possible.
As long as you don't ask her to immediately change her words to some terms that are only used between lovers.
It doesn't matter what happens to Li Wanning.
After getting a definite answer, Lu Yu no longer worried about this issue. He put the 2 pieces of bread back into Li Wanning's hands, then took out some other food from Chu Feng's backpack and handed it to her.
By the way, I took a closer look at the other party's information. Name, Li Wanning. Age, 27. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 106. Defection rate, 26%. Health, 10. Mental strength, 13. Strength, 9. Agility, 7. Enhancement level, none. Ability level, special occupation, Enchanter Black Iron Beginner. This is the information about Li Wanning that Lu Yu saw after his villainy evolved. Although I've long known that the heroine in the apocalypse can't be just a pretty face, but this enchanter, what a great profession. After Lu Yu's villain eye evolved, he could not only see the abilities and attributes of strangers. You can also see the other party's special abilities. Li Wanning didn't see Lu Yu kill Shin Bin, so her betrayal rate is only 26%. As for her profession as an enchanter, the awakened enchanter is similar to the awakened ones like Shi Lei and Tong Ninghao. He cannot strengthen himself through crystal cores, and his physical fitness is not much better than that of ordinary people. But they can use this ability to increase the power of their equipment. Weapons, armor, rings, etc. However, this ability is only effective on equipment that already possesses special powers. Ordinary equipment won't do. Moreover, in order to enchant weapons and equipment, the enchanter needs to have a certain level of ability. Some special materials are also needed. Just like the caster Tong Ninghao. The effect and success rate of enchantment will be different depending on the materials. The enchantment effect and success rate will vary depending on the level of the enchanter. In short, the higher the enchanter's talent, the higher his level, and the better the enchanting materials, the better the enchanting effect and success rate will be. Li Wanning doesn't know yet that she is an enchanter. Because the enchanter must come into contact with these special equipment before he will know that he possesses this power. Just like Yen Yun had to touch the monster's corpse before she knew that she had the ability to perceive. Li Wanning never encountered any special equipment from beginning to end. So she still thinks she is just an ordinary person. After Lu Yu gave Li Wanning food, he did not take any further action towards Li Wanning. After all, the other party has tacitly acknowledged their relationship, so there is no need to rush. Plus, Li Wanning's mental state hasn't adjusted yet. So, it's enough to satisfy my urge. I'll go back to the base after leaving school, take a shower, and then enjoy it slowly. However, just when Lu Yu was studying Li Wanning's profession as an enchanter. 3 kilometers north of the Rhine Hotel. Bang! The door of the 5th floor of a small building. Wang Shen, who is short but usually arrogant, was knocked to the ground by Xiao Fan with a club. During this period of time, Xiao Fan not only searched for supplies and hunted zombies to obtain crystal cores. Most of the rest time was spent on finding out about Lu Yu and seeking revenge on Wang Bao. After waiting for so many days, he finally waited until Wang Shen ran out of food and came out to look for food. No way! The food at home is always more complete than the food at school. Originally, with Xiao Fan's current strength, he could break into the room directly. But breaking the door will attract a large number of monsters and will also cause Wang Shen's strong resistance. This is very disadvantageous for his revenge. So Xiao Fan chose to wait patiently. When Wang Shen came out of the room because he was so hungry, he deliberately appeared in the other person's sight with a bag on his back. Seeing that he was carrying a large bag of food, Wang Shen thought that Xiao Fan was a young and inexperienced person who was easy to deceive. Then, with false pretenses and ill intentions, he brought him to his doorstep. Unexpectedly, he was knocked unconscious by Xiao Fan the moment he opened the door. Xiao Fan pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger? Bang! Xiao Fan pulled Wang Shen in and closed the door. Ah! Seeing her husband being dragged in by Xiao Fan, Zhou Yan, who was wearing pajamas, screamed in shock. Shut up! Xiao Fan turned his head and shouted coldly at Zhou Yan. But his scolding had no effect at all, instead it aroused Zhou Yan's anger. You hit my husband, I'll fight you. Bang! Before he could rush to Xiao Fan slapped him in the face. Then Zhou Yan felt that her throat was stuck by the other party. She wanted to struggle, but the other party was too strong and no matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. And soon I couldn't breathe. Want to fight me? Are you qualified? Xiao Fan sneered and looked at Zhou Yan's pajamas. Summer pajamas are as thin as a cicada's wing. The graceful figure came into Xiao Fan's sight, making his blood boil. Ms. Zhou, didn't I realize you have such a nice figure? Zhou Yan seemed to have realized something. She wanted to speak but her throat was blocked and she couldn't utter a word. Xiao Fan took 2 quick steps and pushed her down on the sofa. The other hand moved quickly. Aren't you really arrogant? Aren't you going to let the dog bite me? Today, I will kill you in front of your husband. A few dozen minutes later. Zhou Yan's face was covered with bruises. She curled up in the corner of the sofa, trembling all over, looking at Xiao Fan with fear on her face. Ha ha ha. Is this what it feels like to be a bad guy? So cool.
Xiao Fan straightened his clothes, threw Wang Shen down the building, and let out a wild laugh. This unbridled feeling feels so good. Next, it's your turn, Lu Yu. Xiao Fan said viciously, then looked at Zhou Yan. You, crawl over here. Chapter 100. Wherever you go, I will follow you. When Zhou Yan heard Xiao Fan's words, she shuddered all over. But she was already scared by Xiao Fan. Even though she was injured, she could only support herself with her hands on the ground. Then he slowly crawled towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan squatted down, reached out, and roughly pinched her chin, with a sneer on his face. If you don't want to die, just wait here for me to come back. If I don't see you the first time I come back, I will definitely find you and make you live a life worse than death. Do you understand? Understood, understood. Very good. Xiao Fan let go of his hand, nodded with satisfaction, then took the room key and walked out of the room. But before leaving, he gave Zhou Yan some food and water. After all, he wanted to take revenge on this woman. It would be too boring if this woman just starved to death. Seeing the food such as ham sausage, snow cakes and mineral water left by Xiao Fan, Zhou Yan quickly opened the packaging and stuffed them into her mouth. At this moment, she had completely lost her usual shrew image. Seeing this, Xiao Fan was even more satisfied. He put on the backpack he had prepared in advance, closed the door and went downstairs to the community. He did nothing else but rode on a 28-inch bicycle in the parking shed. In this apocalyptic world where electricity is unavailable, what car can be as useful as a 28-inch truck? This thing is the coolest car for a successful person. In order to avoid attracting attention, he found the most remote road and walked towards the school. Riding a bike among a herd of monsters? I guess there aren't many people in the world who can do such an outrageous thing, right? Feeling the surprised looks of the few survivors on this road, a smug smile appeared on Xiao Fan's lips. What if these people knew their abilities? There's nothing I can do about it. He likes this kind of look, where you are unhappy with me but can't get rid of me. Shaking his head and stopping thinking about it, Xiao Fan quickly rode his bicycle to a location not far from Yenching University. Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are there so many monsters here? Looking at the street ahead blocked by monsters, Xiao Fan was stunned. There are still so many abandoned vehicles on this street. But the rooftops, the buildings in the middle of the street and on both sides of the street are all full of monsters? There is a sickle mantis standing on the roof, motionless, looking like it is sleeping? The lizard men on the ground either lay down to bask in the sun or wandered around with the zombies. Occasionally, a few lizardmen would form a group and try to attack those zombies that looked weaker and were alone. During the previous period of time, Xiao Fan not only collected supplies and crystal cores. Most of the rest time was spent seeking revenge. He didn't actually put in much effort to take revenge on Wang Shen and Zhou Yan. His main target is still Lu Yu and the other two. But when he came here before, he didn't find Lu Yu according to the address where he had delivered the cake. He even asked some survivors of the school, but still didn't know where Lu Yu was. After coming 3 times and not finding it, he got too lazy to come again. I didn't expect that after 5 or 6 days, the monsters here have become so dense. Fortunately, Xiao Fan's ability is very special. None of these monsters would attack him. Xiao Fan put his 28-meter-long carrying bag in a secluded corner. Then he carried his backpack and held his weapon and headed towards the school quietly. At the same time, school dormitory. Looking at the cold female professor in front of him who was full and had a blush on her face. A smile appeared on Lu Yu's lips. Li Wanning is a very traditional woman at heart. But in fact, she is the type of person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She is very thin-skinned and cannot say many things. But as long as you can get her body, her heart will easily become yours. Of course. It's not easy at all to get her body. Because she has a very strong character and would rather die than surrender. No matter whether you use threats or bribes, it won't work on her. Unless she actually likes you a little bit. Just like Lu Yu. Deep down in her heart, she actually really wants to find a man who is stronger and more outstanding than her. This man can protect her and give her spiritual support. She had never met such a man in peacetime. Even an elite like Shun Bin could not catch her eye. But after the end of the world, Lu Yu did it. Many times when she faced desperate situations, the person she thought of was Lu Yu. So when faced with Lu Yu's coercion and inducement, she did not agree immediately due to the values she had established since childhood. But he didn't refuse either. Teacher Li, please wait here for me. Where are you going? For some reason, after Lu Yu confronted her, she didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, I felt a sense of relief. This feeling is very relaxing. I'll go upstairs and take a look. Lu Yu answered casually as he walked to the door. Li Wanning tacitly agreed to be his woman, and Lu Yu was in a very happy mood. But at this time he didn't think about anything else. Because there is another Xiao Manli upstairs. Lu Yu thought that as Chu Feng's ex-girlfriend, Xiao Manli was able to survive in Chu Feng's story for so long, and it must be more than just her figure and looks that made her rely on it. So after the villain's eye evolved, he wanted to confirm it first. Boom boom boom. Lu Yu knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. See Lu Yu again. The four girls in Xiao Manli's dormitory were obviously no longer as excited as before. After all, the scene where Lu Yu killed Xin Bin was still very shocking. It's so chaotic outside, it's normal for conflicts and murders to occur. But killing one's own people without any conflict is a bit. Did you see it? Seeing the expressions of the four people, Lu Yu raised a playful smile. There are still many survivors left in these buildings. Lu Yu didn't expect that his action of killing Xin Bin would not be seen by others. Lu Yu was not particularly clear about the others. But Xiao Manli and the other three must have seen it. Especially after seeing their expressions, Lu Yu became more certain of his inner thoughts. No. Mr. Lu, we didn't see anything. Yeah, Mr. Lu, we didn't see anything. Su Fei and Xiaoya quickly spoke up. Lu Yu was amused. I haven't said anything yet, why are you so eager to deny it? Hearing Lu Yu's words, several girls panicked, and Su Fei even knelt directly in front of Lu Yu. Master Lu, we didn't mean it. Don't kill us. We promise not to tell anyone about this. Yes, Mr. Lu, don't kill us, we promise to keep our mouths shut. I don't know if these girls have watched too many police and gangster movies. They believe that if they see the murderer's appearance, they may be silenced. So he quickly knelt down in front of Lu Yu and begged for mercy. Okay, I'm not interested in your lives. Lu Yu glanced at them impatiently and said, I came here just to ask, do you still want to come with me? This. Hearing Lu Yu ask this, the girls looked at each other. Everyone who originally wanted Lu Yu to protect them was now in hesitation. After all, they saw Lu Yu kill Xin Bin. Will my life be in danger if I stay with Lu Yu? Master Lu, I'll go with you. Xiao Manli was the first to muster up the courage to speak. The bolder the people, the more fertile the land. Xiao Manli is an egoist by nature. But before, she could only do small things. But now Lu Yu's behavior gave her hope. Following Lu Yu, not only is safety definitely greater than danger. And it is possible to achieve great things. A life of ups and downs is what she pursues. As for Chu Feng being her boyfriend? Would she be sad if someone died in front of her? This is not really the case. The other party is so powerful, but he is unwilling to come to save me. What else can I expect from the other party? Besides, Chu Feng killed so many people, didn't he? Oh. Lu Yu smiled playfully, aren't you afraid that I will kill you to silence you? No. I'm not afraid, Master Lu, please take me away. Determine your goals. Xiao Manli's eyes became firm. I said, I will be your girlfriend from now on. Wherever you go, I will follow you. Yes, you are very aware. Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the other three people. What about you? I'll go with you too. Me too. And me. With Xiao Manli taking the lead, the other three girls followed suit. No way. The end of the world is so terrible. Only by experiencing it yourself can you know what fear is. They really don't want to live a life where they don't have enough to eat, don't have warm clothes, and are worried about sleeping. Lu Yu glanced at a few people. 4 women, 2 ordinary people and 2 awakened ones. Not to mention ordinary people. As long as she is a woman with a little bit of beauty, she will be of some use to the team if brought back. As for these 2 awakened ones. Su Fei, water purifier. Xiao Manli, animal tamer. Animal tamer? Xiao Manli is actually an animal trainer? Chapter 101 Collect some interest first. Water purifier is a livelihood profession. Their function, as the name suggests, is to purify water. After the end of the world, all the water on the ground exposed to the air will be filled with a lot of bacteria and viruses. These bacteria and viruses are weird.
It cannot be killed by the Earth's high temperatures, low temperatures, or even disinfectants.
But it can be filtered. And the filtration pore size does not need to be too large. All you need is an ordinary PP cotton filter element, that is, a filter pore size of 1 micron. That is to say, when tap water cannot be transmitted normally, most well water is drinkable. If you are not sure whether your well water is safe to use, then a water purifier and a water purifier may be your only option. The profession of water purifier is not rare, but its role is not small. This is especially true when the team does not have enough drinking water.
As for the animal trainer, the effect will be more obvious. Beast tamer, a profession that allows one to contract different mutant beasts based on one's own spiritual power. Limited to mutant beasts that are not severely eroded by the power of the abyss. The animal trainer is not the kind of animal trainer who used whips to train lions and tigers before the apocalypse. Instead, he is a tamer who relies on his own special abilities to sign a spiritual contract with mutant beasts. Their physical qualities are the same as yin-yun's, and they can only strengthen their vitality and mental strength. As long as your mental strength is high enough, you can have enough contracted beasts. However, when contracting a mutant beast, there are not only restrictions on the type of monster. These contracted mutant beasts may also be injured and disabled. The injured and disabled mutant beasts could not eat monster corpses to recover from their wounds like Lu Yu's battle pets. It can only be restored through healing magic and herbs made by alchemists. That is, unless they can contract a powerful mutant beast. Otherwise, the combat effectiveness can only be considered average. Seeing Xiao Manli's occupation, Lu Yu smiled. As expected, the women who have relationships with the protagonist are not ordinary people? Even the protagonist's ex-girlfriend is no exception? Xiao Manli is an animal trainer? Ah, that is fine. In that case, you guys should clean up. Xiao Manli, come with me first. The hotel where Lu Yu stayed didn't have many women's things prepared. So they were able to bring their own, which saved Lu Yu a lot of trouble. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Su Fei quickly stood up. Without thinking much, Xiao Manli followed Lu Yu to the dormitory next door, then turned around and closed the door. Mr. Lu. Lu Yu nodded and turned to look at the woman in front of him. Don't you want to follow me? Show some sincerity. Ah. Xiao Manli was stunned at first, then a little surprised. Master Lu, you don't want to. Although she has no experience with men, she has done a lot of research on men. Of course she could understand the meaning of Lu Yu's words. I was a little tired just now and wanted to relax. Lu Yu raised Xiao Manli's chin playfully. What? Do you want to regret it? Of course not. Xiao Manli said quickly, but didn't you dislike the smell of me before? I haven't been able to take a shower these days. It's okay, I'll collect some interest first. Interest? Xiao Manli was stunned again and was a little unable to react. Until she saw Lu Yu handing her a bottle of mineral water, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. Use this to rinse your mouth. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Manli understood immediately. However, not only did she not refuse, but she took these things and smiled at Lu Yu. Okay, Mr. Lu, wait for me for 2 minutes. Xiao Manli is Chu Feng's ex-girlfriend, not to mention that Chu Feng is dead now. Even if Chu Feng didn't die, she would have no resistance to Lu Yu. After all, the protagonist's ex-girlfriend was tailor-made for the villain, a rich second-generation man. So when Lu Yu asked her to do this, she not only did not refuse at all, but was extremely happy. Even the previous worries about whether Lu Yu would silence him disappeared. For her, this is an equal exchange. She would only feel at ease when Lu Yu agreed to such an exchange. As for why she is so open, she is still a virgin? This question is actually not particularly complicated. It's true that Xiao Manli is a gold digger. But gold diggers have one characteristic, which is that they mature early. And they have their own set of criteria for choosing a partner. Because of her childhood experiences, she understood how important it is to find a good and outstanding man. So when she was in high school, Xiao Manli studied very hard. She believed that even if she wanted to find a rich second-generation man, she couldn't find one who couldn't even go to college. The goal she pursues is a highly educated and wealthy second-generation man. However, her academic talent was limited and she could not go to a good university. In the end, she was only admitted to Yenching University. With no other options, she could only look for the possible rich second generation in this university. As a result, most of the suitors at school did not meet her standards for a partner. Either too ugly or not rich enough. Whenever they find someone they like, they will go after Yen Yun.
Instead, it was a bunch of poor losers who showed concern for her. When facing these people, she smiled on the surface, but in fact she was not interested in them at all. Among the many suitors, only Chu Feng is pleasing to the eye. So she started looking for a better job. Because she realized early on how important a woman's first time is to a man. So for the sake of her own future, it was naturally impossible for anything to happen between her and Chu Feng. Until Lu Yu appeared. In other words, she likes men like Lu Yu who are rich, powerful, handsome, and capable. As long as Lu Yu is strong enough, she will not have any second thoughts about him. Of course, since the two of them have not been in contact for a long time. So her current betrayal rate is still a bit high, at 44%.
As for why Lu Yu didn't touch Li Wanning? Because Li Wanning had just experienced a human slaughter.
A large number of survivors died tragically. Chu Feng and Shen Bin also died in front of her. So Lu Yu needs to take care of her emotions.
Otherwise, if you can't relax your body and mind, it's meaningless.
But he was not so gentle with Xiao Manli. It would be normal to collect some interest from her while the monsters disperse. But Lu Yu never expected that the guy named Xiao Fan would be a dark protagonist.
Moreover, at this time, he had already sneaked into the school under the cover of the group of monsters.
As Lu Yu and Xiao Manli communicated verbally, time passed by minute. Looking at the hole in dormitory building knocked open by the Earth Dragon, Xiao Fan couldn't help but admire in his heart. It's a good thing these monsters have lost interest in me, otherwise I would be like them and become their food.
Xiao Fan secretly rejoiced and didn't have time to think too much. Quickly search for survivors to find out information.
Soon, he found 2 survivors who were hiding. Both survivors were girls. When a large number of monsters came in, they had no time to run and could only hide in the corner of the dormitory and shiver.
Unexpectedly, he managed to survive by relying on the little food left in the dormitory. After some brief questioning, Xiao Fan found out that there were 2 girls inside.
Hello, 2 beauties, do you know this rich second-generation kid named Lu Yu in your school?
Lu Yu?
You, what do you want with him? Inside the room, 2 girls were stunned. They didn't know how this young man appeared here. I don't even know what this young man wants to do with Lu Yu.
It looks like you 2 know each other? That would make things easier. Have you seen him in the past 2 days?
Yes, what's wrong?
What? Have you seen it?
Hearing this, Xiao Fan was stunned.
Chapter 102 Lu Yu is my boyfriend.
Every time Xiao Fan came to Lu Yu's school before, he would enter through the main gate in the evening. He went to Lu Yu's classroom and dormitory, but did not find any news about Lu Yu.
This information made him think for a time that Lu Yu was bitten to death by a monster.
But I didn't expect that this time I would follow these large numbers of monsters to the back door of the school.
Someone actually said they had seen him?
When Xiao Fan heard what the 2 girls said, he was stunned at first, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tell me his whereabouts, these food and water are yours. As he said that, Xiao Fan took out 2 bottles of mineral water and 4 bagged breads and placed them on their window. Seeing that Xiao Fan was going to give them food, how could the 2 girls care about anything else?
He told Xiao Fan everything about Lu Yu. 5 days ago?
Okay, I get it. Here's your reward. After listening to this, Xiao Fan nodded thoughtfully. After handing these things to the 2 girls, he walked deeper into the school. In order to avoid attracting other people's attention, Xiao Fan did not move very fast. He hid his body using various cover along the way. But relying on his awakened abilities and the backpack of food, Xiao Fan was able to quickly determine Lu Yu's approximate location from other survivors. Lu Yu is a rich second-generation dude who has his own little brothers around him. Of course, Xiao Fan would not rush over and confront Lu Yu head-on. So he found a shelter far away and started observing with a telescope he had prepared in advance.
Xiao Fan is very patient.
This can be seen from the fact that he waited for more than 10 days to take revenge on Wang Shen. But this time, he only waited for Lu Yu for less than 2 hours. By the time Lu Yu had collected the interest from Xiao Manli, the monsters outside had almost finished eating the corpse and were wandering around.
He didn't do anything else.
He first taught Xiao Manli how to use her special abilities, and then took Xiao Manli and others to meet up with Li Wanning. At this time, Li Yu had cooperated with Wei Jianjun and other survivors to clear out the monsters on the road. Li Wanning and Xiao Manli stood behind him, and the group was discussing something. Seeing the 2 women beside Lu Yu, Xiao Fan, who was holding a telescope, swallowed subconsciously.
My god, are these two women so beautiful? TSK, leaving two such excellent women to this useless rich second generation, what a waste.
In the minds of most protagonists, the second generation of rich people are all idiots and trash.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Although because of the end of the world, Xiao Manli and Li Wanning looked very tired and their complexions were very bad. But that is not something that ordinary vulgar women can compare with.
Xiao Manli's long legs and Li Wanning's S-curve,
coupled with their exquisite facial features and unique temperament. This made Xiao Fan feel restless. For Xiao Fan, revenge is the best way to get revenge. In addition to torturing the other person to a point of exhaustion, he also slept with his most beloved woman in front of his enemy.
Just like Zhou Yan before. But compared to these two women, Zhou Yan's figure and appearance are almost like rotten cabbages in a sewer. Ha! That's... Xiao Fan was originally admiring the figures and beauty of the two women.
But suddenly he discovered something that surprised him.
This idiot actually has two battle pets and a very sharp sword?
Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan frowned.
The other side has more people, unique abilities, and such good equipment? It's a bit difficult?
Xiao Fan muttered to himself. After thinking about it carefully, Xiao Fan's brows immediately relaxed and a look of joy appeared on his face. Because he suddenly thought that if he killed this guy, it would not only be the two women.
Even the sword in Lu Yu's hand is his? Are you a little excited when you think about it?
There is more than one protagonist in this world. And because of some fate arrangements, they will stand against Lu Yu. Lu Yu had known this for a long time. Whether it is the villain's halo or the villain's eyes. This information was revealed to him very clearly.
But Lu Yu was not panicked at all.
Because he always believed that as long as he was strong enough, everything else would be nothing. After Chu Feng died, Lu Yu became much stronger and no longer felt too much pressure.
So after he cleared out the monsters, he prepared to take everyone to meet up with Yan Yun.
At this time, he was followed by Dai Lian and his group and other survivors.
There are more than 100 survivors along the way.
Dai Lian and others did not team up with Lu Yu, but just followed Lu Yu's team from a distance. I guess they felt that even just following Lu Yu was better than staying in the dormitory and waiting to die.
Lu Yu was too lazy to ask them.
He let Wei Jianjun and Xiao Jin stay on the flanks, while he led He Shui to the front to open the way.
Why did Lu Yu lead the way himself?
Because he gained a lot of abilities by killing Chu Feng. He has not used these abilities yet.
So he needs to adapt to these abilities as quickly as possible. Mr. Lu is so handsome. That is so cool. Manli, I really envy you. Yeah, I'm envious too.
Without Chu Feng, Dai Lian and the others distributed some of the food to the survivors in order to rush out together. Most of the girls in the team ate something to recover some strength. It was as if he had completely forgotten the danger. They all stared at Lu Yu, who was leading the way in front, with a crazy look on their faces.
Although Xiao Manli also looked at Lu Yu with admiration.
But she was better than other girls and asked with forced calmness.
Envy? What are you envious of? Stop pretending.
That is. I'm so blessed to have such a strong man like Mr. Lu protecting me.
Hey, Manli, can you talk to Mr. Lu and ask him to give me a chance too? I want to, too.
You wish. Several women chattered and talked in low voices, just trying to offer themselves to Lu Yu.
There is no way. Not to mention that Lu Yu's figure, appearance, family and background are all top-notch. His current strength alone can give them a great sense of security.
If it were the previous Lu Yu, he would need to concentrate to deal a fatal blow to the monster. So now Lu Yu can do things with ease just by closing his eyes. He didn't even need to look when 2 or 3 monsters rushed towards him.
Just holding the sword in your hand will give you a feeling of unity between man and sword.
From which angle should you stab, how much force should you use, and how can you dodge the opponent's attack and kill him with one sword at the same time?
Lu Yu understood all of this clearly. The movements are so skillful that they seem to be innate.
This is the effect of mastering swordsmanship to the maximum level and using the Qinggang sword. Not to mention Xiao Manli, a woman who already liked Lu Yu. Even Li Wanning, who was still a little nervous, was impressed by Lu Yu's handsome moves in killing monsters.
When facing ferocious monsters, Lu Yu often only needs to slightly turn sideways to avoid them perfectly.
Then the sword was like a meteor. It was the first time she saw someone wield a sword so beautifully in actual combat.
Boss. Mr. Lu. Lu Yu, Teacher Li.
Lu Yu had cleared out the monsters on this road countless times, so there were not many monsters. When Lu Yu brought the survivors to the dormitory downstairs, Wu Chang, Shueli, and others came forward to greet them. Wu Chang saw a girl among the survivors behind him and his eyes lit up. After calling out boss, he quickly walked towards the survivors. Yan Yun hurried over and took Lu Yu's arm. For no other reason than that she spotted Xiao Manli among the survivor team.
Xiao Manli is a very dangerous woman.
If she isn't careful, she might snatch Lu Yu away from her.
So we have to keep a close eye on it.
At this time, Xiao Manli and the others were each carrying a bag.
The rest of the daily necessities were packed into the suitcase and thrown into the ring by Lu Yu.
Seeing Yan Yun holding Lu Yu's arm, Xiao Manli didn't care at all.
Instead, she took the initiative to greet Yan Yun. Hi, Yun Yun. Student Yan Yun.
When she saw Yan Yun again, Li Wanning looked a little unnatural.
But Yan Yun's attention was all on Xiao Manli, and she didn't notice Li Wanning's abnormality at all. Xiao Manli? You finally came. What else? Who made me fall in love with Mr. Lu like you? Hey, do you still have any shame? Lu Yu is my boyfriend. So what? Not only was Xiao Manli not angry, she deliberately rubbed her cheeks.
Don't tell me it's so chaotic out there, you can't get married.
Even if you could get married, aren't you just boyfriend and girlfriend now? So, let's compete fairly, okay? Chapter 103 The Owner of the Black Car. Ever since I had a verbal conversation with Lu Yu this morning, Xiao Manli now has some confidence. Because Lu Yu knew that the villain's halo was different from the protagonist's halo. There will be no harem halo attached.
Although he is a tall, rich, and handsome villain, it is normal for him to have many women. But if these women were the heroines, it would definitely be a different matter. So in order to sleep with more beautiful girls with a legitimate reason, Lu Yu gave Xiao Manli a task and asked her to persuade Yan Yun.
Xiao Manli is a smart woman.
At this time, she doesn't care whether Lu Yu has other women. I also know what it means that more haste makes waste. So she didn't brainwash Yan Yun right away, but chose a step-by-step approach. So, the conversation just now happened.
Why are you like this? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to talk to Teacher Li.
Yan Yun knew she couldn't convince Xiao Manli, so she quickly changed her target. Hey, Teacher Li, I knew Lu Yu wouldn't abandon you.
By the way, where's your boyfriend you met on a blind date? He's dead.
Hearing Yan Yun's words, Li Wanning's face showed a trace of sadness, and she became even more unnatural. Although she didn't like Shin Bin, they knew each other. And after spending so many days together, we can be considered half friends.
But when Lu Yu cleaned up the scattered monsters and led them out of the dormitory,
the bodies of Shin Bin and Shu Feng have disappeared. In fact, not to mention the corpse, even the head was eaten alive by the lizard man. Seeing this scene, even though she had experienced countless life and death situations, she couldn't help but feel a little sad.
Hearing Li Wanning's words, Xiao Manli glanced at Lu Yu and didn't dare to say anything more.
Yan Yun also realized that she had said something wrong, and her mood became depressed.
I'm sorry, Teacher Li, I don't know. Fine. Shall we go sit inside and talk? Good. Yan Yun quickly pulled Li Wanning into the dormitory. Xiao Manli was also very proactive and quickly brought a few girls to join the chat. Lu Yu sent out Xiao Manli and didn't care about the intrigues among the women. After arranging some defensive work, we began to plan the next breakout route.
Because there are too many monsters at the back door, even if you pull the monsters and kill them slowly, there is still a certain degree of danger. And it takes a long time. So in order to save time, Lu Yu planned to take a detour through the main gate.
What? A detour? Oh, it would be great if I had 2 Gatling guns at this time. I heard that Lu Yu wanted to take a detour.
Wu Chang, who came with a girl, couldn't help but complain. As the saying goes, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. No matter how powerful these monsters are, if you have 2 Gatling guns that can spit blue fire, you can definitely kill most of them.
And it is safer than physical combat. Gatling? Here, do you know how to use it? Why wouldn't this be useful? Just load it up, fire it, and it's done. That's easy to say.
I think no one here except Junge would use this kind of thing.
I think so too. Okay, stop talking about this nonsense. What about Gatling guns? Why don't you talk about tanks and fighter jets? That's right, let's hear what Mr. Lu has to say. Mr. Lu. Don't say that. Hearing everyone talking about looting, Wei Jianjun suddenly thought of something. Even though we can't find a Gatling gun, maybe we can try other guns? Oh? Lu Yu's eyes were slightly stern. You mean, the police station? If we choose to take a detour, we will pass the street next to the police station. Wei Jianjun nodded cautiously. We can stop by and take a look. If it hasn't fallen, forget it. But if it has, it's a good opportunity to get some equipment. Well, if it's on your way, that's fine.
There is no military district in Yenshan, but there are police stations and other things.
And there will definitely be some good weapons in there too.
If we can get these weapons, the combat effectiveness of our team will definitely be improved by several levels.
Although these things may be dangerous if they are taken by other people.
But since he has the eyes of a villain, he doesn't have to worry about his subordinates rebelling.
What's more, I can completely control these weapons in my own hands. Thinking of this, Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully. But after deciding on this marching route, he suddenly felt something was wrong? I seem to remember that every apocalyptic novel has a police station plot? And it is usually occupied by a group of criminals? Then the protagonist goes to the police station to show off and gets slapped in the face for equipment or a girl? Could it be that I will also meet the protagonist this time? Don't mention it, Lu Yu actually guessed some of it.
Because when he was making a plan to return to the city, a very special battle also took place on the street not far from the Rhine Hotel. This is a young man with a well-proportioned figure and handsome appearance, wearing a black t-shirt and black sweatpants. At this moment, he was fighting with a high-level lizard man with a bone-chopping knife. There were already several monster corpses lying on the ground around him. The young man was full of energy, but his movements were obviously a little clumsy. At first glance, he is an enhancer who is not good at close combat.
But
behind him was a completely black minibus.
This minibus is different from ordinary minibuses.
In general, minibuses have windows on both sides to facilitate ventilation and allow passengers to enjoy the scenery. This minibus, in addition to the front and rear windows, has only 4 windows on the left and right sides for ventilation. All car windows are covered with deep reflective film.
You can't see inside at all from the outside. But you can clearly see outside from inside.
Other places are also covered with black steel with a metallic texture. Even the car doors are surrounded by black painted steel.
If you can get inside the car door,
you will see that this is not a simple minibus, but a huge RV. This RV is extremely stable and has a bedroom, toilet, and kitchen. Television, washing machine, refrigerator, all the daily necessities are available.
Judge based on the amount of space left inside the minibus. There is no problem sleeping 10 people in this car.
At this time, a window of the minibus opened. A pretty girl with 2 ponytails was leaning against the car window, waving her hands and cheering for the handsome young man.
Brother, come on.
Brother, that's great. Her voice was not loud, but it attracted the attention of both the high-level lizardman and the handsome young man.
Hiss.
The lizardman spat out his tongue, then walked around the young man and ran towards the pretty girl with an excited look on his face.
Hey, brother, it's running towards me. Asshole, you want to bully my sister? Go to hell.
He saw the lizard monster trying to go over him to find his sister.
The young man got angry. Using his strengthened body, he seized the opportunity and leaped into the air. The knife hit the high-level lizardman's head and directly split the lizardman's head.
The lizardman fell to the ground with a thud. He was worried, so he knocked the other person twice in a row. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the monster stopped moving.
Yeah, long live brother, the girl cheered.
Seeing the girl still looking childish, Lin Chen was furious.
Xiaoxue, you're already 18 years old. Can you please stop being so childish? Isn't it because you are so awesome, brother?
Lin Shui didn't care at all, with a happy smile on her face.
Oh, you girl.
Lin Chen walked up to Lin Shui and rubbed her head with a doting look in his eyes. Forget it, let them come out quickly to collect the crystal cores.
Oh, okay.
Upon hearing this, Lin Shui did not dare to delay and quickly pressed her thumb on a sensor switch next to the window.
Ding, fingerprint verification successful.
As the intelligent voice prompt ended, an LCD screen popped out from the car body inside the window.
Please enter the number of crystal core collectors you need to use.
Lin Shui took a look at the number of bodies outside, then pressed 3 on the display screen. A secret door about 20 centimeters long and wide immediately opened outside the car body corresponding to the window.
Immediately afterwards, 3 silver-white, fist-sized, metallic mini robots flew out.
They look like spiders, but have the mini propellers of drones.
After I came out, I didn't do anything else.
He flew directly to the pile of monsters and started scanning. When they scan and detect the presence of a crystal core, they will open a small hole in their body, and a drill will emerge from it, accurately drilling into the monster's head. After the hole is drilled, they would use something like tweezers to pick out the crystal core from the monster's head and put it into the robot's built-in recycling bin. Seeing these robots working, Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. Seeing the petite and cute appearance of Lin Shui beside him, he smiled even more happily.
That's right, his name is Lin Chen. Not only the owner of this black minibus. I am also a sister con. Chapter 104. Everyone has a share.
Lin Chen, 23 years old this year, has just graduated from university for a year.
He suffers from paranoid delusions and works as a hard-working office worker in Yancheng. Since I just graduated from college, I don't have much work experience. It is easy to find a job, but hard to do it.
Either they think the salary is too low, or they are criticized for lacking experience. So after a year in society, I still have achieved nothing. His sister Lin Shui, 18 years old, is a senior high school student in Yancheng. Although she is not tall, she is very popular among boys because of her petite and cute face. If she wears a princess dress and pairs it with twin ponytails, she will definitely be a pretty loli.
As for why Lin Chen became a sister con?
There's actually no special reason.
It's just because they are half-siblings on the surface.
When Lin Chen was 3 years old, his parents divorced. Lin Chen grew up with his mother. 3 years ago, his father's business failed and his second wife ran away with the money in the account. Only his daughter, Lin Shui, was left to Lin's father. His father felt that life was meaningless, so before he died, he found an excuse to send Lin Shui to Lin Chen's house. He also secretly gave the private money he had saved to Lin Chen's mother, asking her to help take care of Lin Shui.
Who can resist a cute and playful 15-year-old girl? Lin Chen's mother couldn't refuse because of her responsibility. Lin Chen himself couldn't refuse because of the other person's cute appearance.
In this way, the brother and sister lived with their mother. Although Lin Chen was in college at the time, the two were rarely together. But during this short period of time together, Lin Chen obviously fell in love with this girl. But their lives should have been ordinary. At most, when her sister grows up, she can use her cute looks to marry a rich second-generation man who dotes on her, and then spend the rest of her life taking care of her husband and raising children.
But a dozen days ago, things took a turn for the better.
That morning, the end of the world came. Lin Shui is attending classes at school, while Lin Chen is unemployed and staying in a rented house.
Others were lamenting the thick fog and fearing the monsters.
Only Lin Chen had his roof smashed through by a fist-sized meteorite. The meteorite fell into my living room. It even smashed a hole in the living room floor. Fortunately, the place Lin Chen rented was on the first floor, so the fire didn't hit anyone else's house. Otherwise, he would have no chance of getting this thing.
As for what this meteorite is? In addition to containing special energy, it is also an awesome super artificial intelligence.
After he picked it up, the artificial intelligence showed him some information. The information shows that this is a core energy stone from an alien high-tech chariot. Super artificial intelligence was implanted into this energy stone through space technology. Because they had experienced a huge interstellar war, they did not have enough energy when they were teleported to Earth.
If you want it to work, you have to replenish energy.
And these energies can be replaced by the monster crystal cores of this world.
So it recognized Lin Chen as its master.
Lin Chen helped it find the crystal core, and it helped Lin Chen control a minibus.
And use its power to comprehensively transform this minibus.
A chariot was built specifically for use in the end times. Lin Chen drove this doomsday chariot to the high school to rescue his sister.
The two fled all the way here. By the way, brother, are we really not going to save others?
Looking at the 3 robots still scanning the monster's corpse, Lin Shui asked in a low voice.
No. Lin Chen replied, if we want to survive, this car is the key. What if someone with bad intentions wants to steal our car? So before I become stronger, it's best not to save anyone. Yeah, that's right. Lin Shui nodded thoughtfully, but, brother, didn't you just say that you should be able to break through fighting? How do you feel now? I always feel like there's still something missing.
Cars need to be upgraded, and people also need to be upgraded. They parked the car here just to allow Lin Chen to break through.
Is that so? It's okay, I'm pretty strong now, I can protect you. Ha, I know you're awesome, okay?
But I still want to tell you, being careful is the best strategy.
Okay, you're right. So what should we do next? I feel like we need to take a different route. Change route? Why? The road ahead is so blocked that we can't get through, and we can't be as reckless as before. Lin Chen calmly analyzed, if it weren't for the monsters on this road before, I don't know who cleared them out.
With the remaining energy in this car, it would be difficult for us to escape from those monsters chasing us.
Well, I'll listen to you. Let's go.
Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 spider-like mini robots flew back to the secret door of the black minibus. Lin Chen got into the car directly, closed the door, and turned the minibus in another direction. Then drive towards the street on the other side of the Rhine Hotel.
I have to say, sometimes fate is so magical. In the direction Lin Chen is heading, 2 kilometers ahead and then turn right, there is a Bayun Street. There is a police station in the middle of Bayun Street. This is also one of the few official armed forces in Yancheng.
But now, a young man's screams were heard from an interrogation room.
I'm not going to let you go, you bastards. Even if I turn into a zombie, I won't let you go.
The man was covered in bruises, his hands were handcuffed to a bench, and his bruised face was full of despair.
No wonder he was so excited.
Because he was planning to marry his girlfriend. I came out in the morning to book a hotel for the wedding banquet, but I didn't expect the apocalypse to suddenly break out. They hid from place to place and finally came here, wanting to seek shelter from the police. Who knew that most of the police officers here died in the line of duty protecting the people? Only a group of thugs occupied the place.
The man is just a programmer. My fiancée is a receptionist at the hotel.
The 2 of them broke up and got back together many times before finally getting together.
But I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He would never forget the scene of his fiancée being humiliated by those dozen thugs. A good girl was tortured to the point of looking like neither a human nor a ghost. He was finally tortured to death and finally felt relieved. The evil nature of human beings is fully revealed at this moment. It takes a certain process for ordinary people to become evil. So for these thugs, it was like returning to heaven. They are born devils, the kind that have lost their humanity. There are 16 people here now, almost all of them are serious criminals. Fraud, robbery, bullying of women, and even murder.
In short, they are the dregs of society who do all kinds of evil. The person with the shortest sentence was sentenced to 20 years or more. After the end of the world, some of them awakened special abilities and attacked the police here.
Occupy here.
They also used the disguise of police uniforms to attract some ignorant survivors to fall into their trap.
You won't let me go even if you turn into a zombie?
Hearing the young man's words, the tattooed man leading the mob sneered, "Alright, when the monsters outside can't handle it, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies."
Ah, this idiot. After turning into a zombie, is he still conscious? That is. Ha ha ha.
Several thugs laughed loudly. She didn't take the man's words seriously at all.
But after laughing, one of the men suddenly thought of something. By the way, Brother Bao, that female police officer has been trapped in the police station dormitory for many days, right? Should we send a brother to check on her? Don't worry.
The man called Brother Leopard had dark skin and a face full of flesh. This woman is quite capable.
If we go in directly, we might suffer a loss.
Just send 2 brothers to watch her.
She has no food anyway.
If we starve her for 2 more days at most, she will surrender.
Hey, Leopard. I've never played a policewoman in my life.
Thinking of the policewoman's beautiful face and slim figure, the man raised a lewd smile at the corner of his mouth.
Don't worry, once that policewoman is out of energy, we'll all have a share. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 105. If you can't bear it, remember to call me. The thought of that usually arrogant and pretty policewoman who will soon be humiliated by everyone is heartbreaking. The group of thugs couldn't help but burst into laughter.
This policewoman not only has a good figure, but is also beautiful.
And he's also very good at fighting.
Before the end of the world, at least half of the 16 thugs here were caught by this female police officer.
Under the dual suppression of law and force, they did not dare to shout in front of the female police officer.
But after the end of the world, the awakened became the mainstream.
Fighting ability is no longer the only criterion for measuring a person's strength.
So they turned the tide. The leader of this group of prisoners is named Su Bao. To be able to stand out among a dozen thugs, he must have his own unique skills. He has been hanging around in society since he was a child, and fighting and bullying men and women are common occurrences for him. 2/3 of his short life was spent in prison. His awakened ability is very special and has nothing to do with his size, appearance, or occupation.
It's the spiritual department. That's right, mind control is his ability.
After discovering that he had awakened this ability, Su Bao began to think about escaping from prison. After controlling the prison guard and getting the key to escape, they found that the outside world was in chaos.
A large number of prison guards were killed or injured? He immediately thought of an opportunity and released all the other thugs.
Then he led the thugs to the police station and occupied the arsenal. With these hot weapons, no matter how capable the female police officer is, she cannot defeat the majority. When he thought of the arrogant look of the policewoman, Su Bao wanted to press her in front of him and ravage her immediately.
But he didn't dare.
Even though he had awakened his superpowers and had firearms in his hands, he still didn't dare. Because the policewoman not only awakened powerful powers, but was also immune to his mental control.
So he could only rely on the long-range advantage of thermal weapons to trap the female police officer in the police station dormitory. Get ready for a desperate fight. Honey, how do you feel? Evening. In a room in the dormitory building facing the main entrance of the school.
Yen Yun knelt on Lu Yu and gently stroked every inch of his skin with her hands as white as jade.
This feeling.
Very comfortable. Lu Yu closed his eyes comfortably, but, without water rushing over me, I always feel like something is missing.
Isn't it cool enough? That seems to be the case.
Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully. No one in my team was injured in the past 2 days. Yen Yun's ability has no use for the time being except for finding crystal cores. So as soon as Lu Yu returned to the dormitory, Yen Yun turned on the cleaning function for him. She absorbed all the purified dust and sweat into her hands and then gently threw them to the ground.
The white jade hands immediately became spotless. But there's no electricity now, and I can't help you find ice or anything. I didn't say I must. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh, and said without raising his head, if you don't have it, then don't. Husband. Do you think I'm useless? Why do you ask that suddenly? It's just. I don't think I can help you at all right now.
Yen Yun bit her lip tightly and said very aggrievely, I feel.
Xiao Manli is more useful than me. Xiao Manli? He.
Hearing Yin Yun's words, Lu Yu turned around. Looking at the pure and lovely girl in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
This woman. I'm obviously very innocent, but you still want to play tricks on me? Is he trying to find out his attitude towards Xiao Manli? But what she said seemed to make sense. Xiao Manli is an animal trainer.
As long as you are lucky enough and your mental strength is strong enough, you can contract a monster with good strength.
And Yen Yun? If it were in the past, Liu might still need Yen Yun's healing ability.
But after seizing Chu Feng's sacred body, he strengthened himself to the bronze level. Not only did he have super high recovery ability, but he was also immune to the same level of corpse poison.
Other common bacteria and viruses cannot cause harm to your body.
Therefore, Yen Yun's only role for him now is to find the crystal core.
But you're wrong. Xiao Manli's ability is only average. Yours is even rarer. Why envy her? There's no need at all.
Lu Yu's words were not just comfort.
Because the trainer cannot use dark energy to heal the mutant beast's injuries.
In this case, it would be difficult to beat the monster to the brink of death before making a contract. Unless there is a healing psychic to help you heal your pet, or you can find monster cubs and mutant beast pet eggs.
Otherwise, you can only contract some mutant beasts of the same level as yourself. How strong can a mutant beast of the same level as its tamer be?
It's really not that strong. So what Lu Yu said was also true.
I don't care. I just envy her. I want to go kill those monsters with you. Yen Yun pouted and said unhappily.
Xiao Manli gave her a great sense of crisis, so she wanted to stay with Lu Yu all the time.
You're a nanny, why are you killing monsters?
Lu Yu smiled and rubbed Yen Yun's head, then took out 6 crystal cores from the ring and handed them to her.
All 6 crystal cores have black lines.
But 3 of them are blood red, and the other 3 are gray.
Here, these are the monster crystal cores I've accumulated over time. There are 9 in total. Keep 3 as backup, and you can use the rest first.
If you really want to kill monsters, wait until you're stronger and have awakened offensive skills. Real? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Remember to use the life-related skills first, then the spiritual-related skills. Yeah, I know. Thank you, husband. By the way, can Xiaomanli also use crystal core enhancement? Can. What kind of crystal core did she use? Same as you. Ha? Yan Yun was stunned. Same as me? Then if you give me all the crystal cores, what will she do? I say, is there something wrong with you, woman? Lu Yu looked at Yan Yun curiously. You are my woman, of course I will take care of you first, why do you care about others? Lu Yu. Hearing Lu Yu's matter-of-fact words, Yan Yun was so moved that she almost cried. It turns out that I still have a place in Lu Yu's heart? And this status is even higher than Xiaomanli? Thinking of this, Yan Yun gently hooked her arms around Lu Yu's neck. She looked at the boy in front of her with affectionate eyes, the boy whom she should have hated and despised. I have to say, if we put aside Lu Yu's illegal behavior on the first day, this guy still has many good points. At least now, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Are you touched? Then you should work harder later? You are annoying. I won't pay any attention to you. The touching emotions and romantic atmosphere were shattered by Lu Yu's words. Yan Yun punched Lu Yu hard on the chest, then stepped off him angrily. After coming to the bed next door, he glared at Lu Yu fiercely. But even a fool could see that she was very happy inside. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yan Yun's fierce expression, Lu Yu was also in a good mood. He also took out 2 bronze crystal cores to strengthen them. In the past few days, he has also dealt with many bronze monsters. However, although the appearance rate of bronze monster crystal cores is higher, the number of such monsters is really limited. So Lu Yu now only has 3 bronze attributeless crystal cores in total. With his current fighting power, it is difficult for him to use up all his physical strength in a day. So it is basically enough to use 2 and keep 1 as a spare. Ding, you have recovered a lot of physical strength. Ding, you strengthened your body. Strengthening results, vitality +3, mental strength +1, strength +3, agility +2. Ding, your stamina is full. Ding, you strengthened your body. Strengthening results, vitality +2, mental strength +1, strength +3, agility +4. Is your stamina full? Alright. Bronze level crystal cores can already enhance and restore some mental strength. After using 2 bronze non-attribute crystal cores in succession, it is normal for the physical strength to be fully restored. The same is true for Yan Yun. So it was another sleepless night. Early the next morning. It was also a sunny day. Yan Yun yawned and followed Lu Yu towards the police station. Yun, why are you yawning all the time? Was it because Master Lu was too powerful yesterday and you couldn't handle it? Yan Yun. Next time you can't bear it, remember to call me. I can do it. Yan Yun. Chapter 106. Is this an electromagnetic gun? Okay. What is possible? God damn, it is possible. Xiaomanli, what are you talking about? Listening to the words that the tall woman said in his ear as she walked up to him, Yan Yun's pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her neck. How can this woman Xiaomanli be so shameless? You dare to say anything in public? Without a doubt. No one else except Xiaomanli could say such vicious words to Yan Yun just now. Although she has never experienced any other man except Lu Yu. But in order to study men, she has watched countless movies. Did I say something wrong? Xiaomanli whispered with a playful look on her face. With your current physical condition, you can yawn during the day? This proves that not only did you not sleep all night, but you also consumed a lot of physical energy. Yan Yun wanted to refute, but didn't know how to refute. Because what Xiaomanli said was true. The two of them did play all night last night, but... Look at how shy you are, and I know what I said is right. TSK, I don't want to bother with you. Seeing this, Xiaomanli's smile became even more obvious. Yun. What? How about, let me try it tonight? Don't give me that. I won't give Lu Yu to you. Yan Yun looked at Xiaomanli, her face full of anger. But her pure and pretty appearance makes her face cute no matter how you look at it. Xiaomanli didn't care. You can't do it alone. Why do you care about me? Yan Yun wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lu Yu's voice.
Everyone, be careful. There are a lot of monsters ahead. If you are not capable of fighting, stay where you are. After hearing what Lu Yu said, the two stopped chatting.
The people behind him who had no fighting ability also stopped.
But there are only two exceptions. These two people are the girl with dark ponytail Dai Lian and Lu Yu's classmate Wang Chao.
Perhaps it was the result of a discussion among several people.
After the others stopped, the two of them walked quickly to Lu Yu. Mr. Lu. Seeing Dai Lian, Lu Yu frowned. What's the matter? Mr. Lu, can I talk to you?
Lu Yu raised his eyebrows, then made some arrangements and nodded slightly.
Can. The poison lady Dai Lian was originally Chu Feng's teammate.
But after Chu Feng died, they seemed to have lost their backbone and didn't know what to do next. Although they were also a little sad about Chu Feng's death. But apart from saving them, Chu Feng's emotions from beginning to end were rather extreme. Moreover, the scene of mindlessly slaughtering other students made them feel very uncomfortable. So they would not be heartbroken because of Chu Feng's death. He would not seek revenge on Lu Yu for Chu Feng. The dead are dead, and the living must continue to live. So after they discussed it for a night, Dai Lian and Wang Chao came to see Lu Yu as representatives.
Your name is Dai Lian, right?
After listening to Dai Lian's story, Lu Yu also understood what the other party meant.
Since it is the early days of the end of the world, human nature has not yet been completely destroyed.
They felt sorry for the other survivors and wanted to take them to a slightly safer place.
And wants to team up with Lu Yu.
Yes, Mr. Lu. I have no problem with you guys wanting to bring people or form a team, but I won't waste my time protecting them, and I ask them not to hold me back.
That's no problem. Dai Lian nodded.
There's an old residential complex not far ahead, with a large supermarket next to it. I plan to settle them there and leave them alone.
Okay, let's go. Lu Yu nodded.
Lu Yu also knew that old residential area, which was not far from the police station.
There are only two 11-story buildings inside.
The area is surrounded by a wall more than 2 meters high. The only entrance is an iron gate with a small gap and as high as the wall. Compared to schools and shopping malls, it is obviously much safer there. In the end times, being able to bring so many people to such a safe place. Dai Lian has done his best.
In other words, Dai Lian and his group temporarily joined Lu Yu's team. Over time. In the afternoon, 4:30. Inside the police station. Hey, you two, come over here and throw this guy out.
Su Bao waved to the two thugs and pointed at the handcuffed young man. He said it lightly, as if throwing someone out was a normal thing.
This is indeed the case.
Before the end of the world, they dared to kill people even though killing people would be punished by law.
After the end of the world, they became even more unscrupulous.
Ever since Su Bao occupied the police station, ignorant survivors would come to the police station for help from time to time. But they could never have imagined that the once solemn and sacred place would become a devil's den.
Of course, they abused some young women in every possible way.
Some elderly women or men had their limbs broken and were imprisoned to serve as food for the monsters.
Serve as monster food? Yes.
Su Bao is indeed a thug, but being a thug doesn't mean he is not afraid of death. Although they have guns, they also have a mutant and 2 enhancers.
But the monsters outside are so scary.
He was violent but not arrogant, knowing clearly that these people could not resist the attack of a large number of monsters. So after cleaning up the police station, Su Bao came up with an idea. Whenever a large number of monsters come and they cannot resist them, they throw out these survivors who only know how to waste food. Once the monster is full, it will naturally stop attacking others. You know what, this method is very effective. At least in the past 10 days, they used this method to avoid many casualties.
Here I come, brother leopard. Hey, you're unlucky.
2 younger brothers came over with a grin and uncuffed the man first. Then he pulled the man out. Soon the man's screams were heard outside the door. Su Bao did not ask any questions, but sat on a chair and took out something like a pocket watch from his jeans pocket. This watch has no chain and only one pointer on it, and the style is very simple. He frowned and looked at the watch carefully, as if trying to find some clues.
At this time, bang!
The sudden muffled sound frightened Su Bao so much that he trembled and the pocket watch in his hand almost fell to the ground. The other thugs in the police station were also shocked. Because the noise was so loud that it was deafening. To them, it sounded like a bolt from the blue on the first day of the apocalypse.
What the hell? What's going on? What kind of plane is this? Bomb? A bomb? No way. Su Bao also frowned.
A Guang, a Chang, hurry up and go out and take a look.
Okay, Brother Leopard.
The two men with crew cuts received the order, agreed, and left through the back door with their weapons.
Because the scattered monsters outside were attracted by the loud noise. So they had a pretty smooth journey.
The two men walked forward carefully, and after going around 2 streets, they soon saw what made the loud noise.
This is a car. A black minibus is moving. However, it did not drive towards the police station. Instead, it stopped after it reached a certain distance from the two people. A metal secret door opened in the very center of the front of the minibus.
A silver metal gun barrel full of technology stretched out from the metal secret door.
The diameter of the barrel is about the same as a volleyball, and there are arcs of electricity all around it.
At the back of the minibus, there were monsters lying on the ground.
The total number of monsters is estimated to be at least hundreds.
Some are injured, some are disabled, and some die. A smell of blood mixed with a burnt smell entered the nostrils of the two men.
Car? No way. Didn't those cars all stop starting? Where did this car come from? Who knows? But this is definitely not an ordinary car. Look at that metal muzzle. TSK, a Guang, do you know what kind of cannon that is? I don't know, it seems to be an electromagnetic gun? Chapter 107. It must be a treasure.
A Guang and a Chang are a pair of brothers who share weal and woe. They are also a pair of robbers.
During the robbery, they accidentally killed someone. Because of his bad behavior, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a 2-year reprieve.
Later, because of his good behavior, his sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. After being rescued by Su Bao, they naturally became Su Bao's younger brothers. They were originally sent by Su Bao to gather intelligence, and they were very unhappy. After all, there are so many monsters outside, and anyone who comes out will be in danger of his life. But after the monsters outside were attracted by the loud noise, they became much safer. At this time, the black car stopped not far from them. The monsters attracted by the sound did not attack the black car, but all pounced on the corpses of the monsters behind the black car.
Monsters want to eat corpses? That's not surprising.
But the existence of this black car made them look incredible. At this time, all the cars could not start.
Where did this car come from? And electromagnetic gun? The electricity is dead. Where does the electromagnetic gun come from? I don't know about that. Hurry back and tell Brother Leopard.
The two of them made a decision immediately. However, because it was very dangerous outside, they didn't dare to leave one person to keep watch or one to report the news.
Only 2 people can choose to turn back together. What? A black minibus?
After hearing the 2 people's reports, Su Bao was also confused. It's a mess outside right now, and any loud noise will attract monsters.
Don't say the car can't be driven, even if it can be driven. It is also easy to attract monsters and eventually be overwhelmed by the monster group. Where did this minibus come from?
Forget it, a Guang, a Chang, the 2 of you go out in your police uniforms and find a way to get this car back. Using police uniforms, they deceived survivors into falling into their trap. They are already familiar with this method.
Ah. Brother Leopard, why us again?
Yeah,
Brother Leopard, we've already been out once. Even if it's Monkey and Shale's turn, it should be theirs, right? Stop talking nonsense and just do whatever I tell you to do.
Seeing that the 2 men disobeyed his orders, Su Bao's brows showed a hint of cruelty. If you talk nonsense to me again, do you believe I will throw you out to feed the monsters? As the only psychic in the team, he is also a psychic. Su Bao has absolute prestige among this group of thugs.
It can be said that he controls the life and death of everyone. So seeing Su Bao getting angry, the 2 of them didn't dare to say anything more. He quickly picked up his weapon, put on his police uniform, and walked out of the police station.
Seeing this, Su Bao said no more, found a place to sit down, and continued to study the pocket watch.
Brother Leopard, how do you use this thing? It looks like a compass.
Seeing this, a thin thug sat down next to Su Bao and asked casually.
Because this thing was found by him and Su Bao together. After finding it, the 2 of them have been studying it, but they don't know what it is for. Who knows what it's used for?
But I'm sure it's a treasure. Su Bao said affirmatively. This pocket watch-like thing was obtained by him from a silver light vortex the size of a basketball when he escaped from prison. He clearly remembered that the vortex was located in the prison toilet. I touched the vortex of silver light. Then he was teleported to another space. It was a sealed room. There was nothing inside except 2 wall lamps and a bronze box with antique patterns. And this watch is in that bronze box. The box is not very big, about the size of a shoebox. But it was embedded in the ground and could not be picked up at all. So he had no choice but to take out the watch-like thing. But after taking it out, I still didn't know how to use it. I think so too. The man thought carefully and said, "Isn't this a tracker?" Tracker? Yes, you see, there's only one pointer on it, and it keeps moving. Maybe there's a treasure or something where the pointer is pointing? Hey, now that you put it that way, it seems to make some sense, doesn't it? Hearing the man's words, Subao's eyes lit up. He quickly laid the pocket watch flat and studied it. But judging by the direction this thing is pointing, we have to leave the police station? Shit. Thinking of this, Subao couldn't help but curse. There are so many monsters out there. What's the difference between leaving the police station and going straight to die? But if you don't leave the police station, this treasure will be useless, right? It seems that I can only find another opportunity to go and see it later. Damn it, didn't we just kill a woman? Why is it necessary to take revenge on her? Exactly. If Subao hadn't been lucky, wouldn't he have been the one to show off in front of us? In the police station, Subao was studying the treasure he had obtained. Outside the police station, a Guang and a Chang, who came out again in police uniforms, couldn't help but complain. The young man's fiancée was killed by them. So they had reason to suspect that Subao was seeking revenge for personal gain. However, the two people's complaints did not last long. Because they saw several lizard men returning from the black car in front of them. Don't underestimate them because they are thugs and have guns in their hands. But the world outside is so dangerous. Once you encounter a group of monsters, not only will a pistol not be able to hit them, but the sound of the gunshots will also easily attract the attention of other monsters. I remember that there were a total of 40 or 50 prisoners in their prison before. It was because of the blind use of firearms that they attracted the attention of other monsters and were surrounded and killed by them. Now there are only a dozen of them left. Who? While the two of them were thinking. The sound of a wild beast tearing its prey reached their ears. What the hell? What's going on? No. It's not some large beast, is it? The two were startled. Although some of the monsters that were attracted by the black car before have come back. But this sound obviously did not come from the direction of the black car. But it came from the other side of the street. If it really was a giant beast, they would have no other way except to use guns. So the two men didn't have time to think too much. They quickly pulled out the pistols from their waists and stared at the street ahead with nervous eyes. Next second. Bang! A skinny zombie was knocked out from the corner of the street. Right after. A huge golden monkey covered in blood and minced meat appeared in their sight. Following behind was a giant mastiff with a lizard man in its mouth. The lizard men noticed something was wrong and rushed forward, but were easily killed by the two monsters. Damn! See these two giant monsters. The two were stunned, and their legs began to shake unconsciously. A Guang subconsciously wanted to shoot. Fortunately, Ah Chang was quick enough to stop him. Don't shoot, there seems to be someone behind us. Anyone? A Guang was stunned. Then he saw a young man in casual summer clothes, walking leisurely from the corner of the street with his hands in his pockets. Hands in your pockets? Damn it, is this guy so pretentious? Chapter 108. Let us go see the Buddha together. The young man is handsome, well-proportioned and dressed casually. The clothes on his body were all very clean. He doesn't look like someone who has experienced the apocalypse for so many days. The most important thing is, it's so dangerous outside. What the hell do you mean by putting your hands in your pockets? Do you look down on these monsters? However, when he saw two comrades with highly concentrated mental powers following behind the young man, a Guang understood what was going on. Damn, I was scared to death. I saw that it was a person coming over. A Guang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at the person who came. There were 5 people in total, in addition to the young man in the lead and the two monsters. There are 2 men and 2 women. A tall and strong man and a boy with acne all over his face were holding weapons such as an axe and steel bars respectively. It seems to be the main fighting force of the team besides the two monsters. With them acting as thugs for the young men, there was naturally no need for him to do anything anymore. The two girls, like the young man, were unarmed. The girl with dark skin and a ponytail didn't look special. But the student girl in a loose t-shirt and jeans is a bit intriguing. Although the student girl did not show her shoulders or legs, she even wore a mask. But she followed closely behind the young man in the lead. It was obvious at first glance that she was the young man's girlfriend. And judging from the way this girl is dressed and how she walks, she is definitely a top-notch beauty, right? If I could play it. Thinking of this, Guang couldn't help swallowing. These two monsters might have awakened their abilities. Ah Chang, hurry back and inform Brother Bao about the situation here, and have him send other people to contact that car. Remember to go out the front door. I'll take these people back through the back door. Okay. Ah Chang nodded, turned around and left without much hesitation. Guang paused, then took a deep breath. Pretending to look worried, he quickly went towards the group. Friends, it's so dangerous outside, how did you get here? Ho ho! Seeing Guang coming forward, the giant mastiff threw away the lizard man it had just bitten to death without thinking. Then it bared its teeth at him, revealing its fangs, and let out a low growl from its throat, a sound unique to a vicious dog. This is a warning for him not to come near. Seeing this, Guang quickly stopped and smiled awkwardly at the few people while being wary of the vicious dog. I'm a police officer, responsible for gathering lone survivors. The police station is just ahead. Would you like to come with me and take a look? Police station? The handsome young man in the lead raised his eyebrows, looked at the man in front of him meaningfully, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If we go to the police station first, that seems to be okay. What do you think? I think so. Mr. Liu, it's up to you to decide. We'll listen to you too. Okay, please, this policeman, lead the way. Xiao Jin, hey Shuai, don't be so nervous. This man is a good man. Hearing the young man say this, Guang raised a triumphant smile. Everyone, please follow me. No doubt. The people Guang met were Liu Yu, who came out with 2 combat pets to clean up the monsters. Although Liu Yu himself became stronger, he did not become bald. Plus, there are so many survivors around who have no fighting ability. The risk of trying to break out through the back door is too high. Moreover, based on the comparison of the number of monsters at the front and back doors, the time taken to go back from the front door is definitely shorter than the time taken to clear the monsters at the back door. So Liu Yu decisively chose to take a detour through the front door. Originally, after settling Li Wanning and others in that community, Liu Yu was planning to bring a few people with him and go to the police station to get weapons first. But the loud noise before attracted his attention. So he decided to go to the place where the loud noise came from to investigate the situation. Unexpectedly, when I was halfway through clearing the monsters, a man who claimed to be a policeman suddenly appeared. Seeing this man, Liu Yu really wanted to laugh. There is a saying that describes it very well: even wearing a dragon robe, he doesn't look like a prince. Liu Yu had only seen it on TV before, but now he saw it with his own eyes. This guy has a hunched back and a wretched look on his face. It would be fine if the clothes didn't fit, but he actually deliberately turned up the collar to try to cover the tattoo on his neck. The guy with the tattoo on his neck, are you telling me you're a policeman? Of course, the most important thing is, this guy's betrayal rate is as high as 95%? How can you expect Liu Yu to trust him when he has such a high betrayal rate right after they met? Mr. Liu. As a former soldier, Wei Jianjun naturally noticed the abnormality and quickly gave a careful reminder. There were a total of 5 people who came out with Liu Yu this time. Except Liu Yu himself. There are also Wei Jianjun, Wu Chang, Yan Yun, and Dai Lian who has just joined the team and wants to come and help. In order to facilitate their movements, Xueli, Li Wanning, Xiao Manli and others were arranged by Liu Yu to live in the community that Dai Lian had mentioned before. Although Yan Yun has no combat power, she can save time in finding crystal cores. So Liu Yu temporarily put together a team of 5 people. It's okay, just wait and see. Liu Yu lowered his voice and gave a wink to several other teammates. Except Dai Lian. The other few people had also cooperated for quite some time and knew that the message Liu Yu was conveying was a warning. Although Dai Lian didn't understand, with Yan Yun by her side, she could understand a little bit. Hearing Liu Yu's answer, Wei Jianjun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After spending some time together, both sides have gained a certain understanding of each other. He admired Lu Yu for both his precognitive ability and his combat ability. Therefore, he was more concerned about protecting Lu Yu. After hearing what Lu Yu said, he knew that Lu Yu also noticed something unusual.
With Lu Yu's current strength, he can just spot the abnormality.
This way the team won't be in a panic when encountering sudden danger.
Want to go to the police station to get a weapon?
On this side, Lu Yu followed Guang towards the police station. On the other side, Xiao Fan also launched his own actions.
Ever since Lu Yu's whereabouts were discovered, relying on his special abilities, he kept following Lu Yu's army from a distance.
Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the night to test Lu Yu's strength. Unexpectedly, after Lu Yu settled everyone, he brought a few people here directly. Xiao Fan was not stupid, so he naturally knew why Lu Yu came to the police station.
Now 2 of these 5 people are his enemies.
So he followed without thinking. In order to avoid being discovered by others, he deliberately avoided Lu Yu's route.
Unexpectedly, this detour made him unable to determine the specific location of the loud noise. But it doesn't matter. For him, as long as he can kill Lu Yu, it's enough.
Humph, I've been to this police station before, and it's full of thugs. Xiao Fan's voice was cold. After saying this, he immediately assessed his current position.
Since you want to come here to get weapons, then go to see the Buddha with these thugs. Chapter 109 Everything for the People. Has Xiao Fan been to this police station? I have indeed been here. He is a dark protagonist. This type of protagonist is usually an ordinary weakling before he turns evil.
But after turning evil, he will immediately change. Become a calm and clear-minded tough guy. Take Xiao Fan for example. Those monsters wouldn't bite him, turning him into a real-life Mundo, free to go wherever he wanted. After collecting a large amount of supplies, it is normal for him to want to get some weapons.
When he was trying to gather information about Lu Yu, he came over to take a look once.
After discovering that this place was occupied by some thugs, he did not immediately think of how to deal with these thugs. Later, because the journey was too far and he still had a lot of things to do, he kept putting it off.
But now,
he was actually happy to see Lu Yu go in and fight with this group of thugs. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Fan immediately took action.
The other side.
Lu Yu has already brought several teammates and 2 combat pets, and followed Guang to the back door of the police station.
Woof! Before entering the door, Haishai suddenly called out. Although the 2 combat pets could not communicate with Lu Yu through language.
But due to the existence of the dark contract, the master and the 2 servants are in tune with each other.
Often, just a simple communication is enough to understand the other person's mind.
When Lu Yu heard Haishai's cry, he of course knew what it had discovered. I'm so sorry, there are too many monsters at the front door, so we can only go through the back door. Seeing Lu Yu stopped, Guang quickly explained.
I understand. Little brother, you monkey, and this dog. I caught it on the way. Lu Yu said casually. Oh? It seems like this little brother is not an ordinary person? Guang exclaimed, but they look pretty powerful.
There are quite a lot of survivors in there. If you bring them in, they might scare the others.
It's okay, I'll just let them rest outside the door.
Lu Yu said indifferently, Xiaojin, hey Shuai, you can rest here.
You don't need to follow me. Woof! Squeak!
Xiaojin and He Shuai responded at the same time, then one squatted and the other lay down, and they actually took a rest on the spot?
Seeing this scene, Guang couldn't help but feel happy. I thought to myself, this guy looks easy to fool, doesn't he? I'm really sorry, I'm doing this for everyone's safety. It doesn't matter. We are police officers. Everything we do is for the people.
After Lu Yu finished speaking, he gave Dai Lian a signal while Guang was not paying attention.
Dai Lian nodded in understanding. Guang didn't notice this detail.
He pushed the door open with Lu Yu and others and walked into the depths of the police station. The group walked forward and soon arrived at the corridor connecting the backyard to the hall. There is usually a slight breeze at the entrance of the corridor due to the temperature difference between the 2 sides of the building.
This time is no exception. As soon as Lu Yu walked here, a breeze blew over. He sniffed subconsciously. Is this the smell of blood? Although those monsters also smell of blood.
But the smell of monster blood is often accompanied by some special stench. This bloody smell is not mixed with much stench, and it is obviously the smell of fresh blood.
In other words, is this human blood? Someone died here not long ago?
Guang also smelled the blood.
But the smell of blood he smelled was mixed with a special fragrance?
Guang was a little confused, but didn't think much about it. Because the most important thing now is to bring these guys back to the hall. A minute later, they arrived at the police station's front yard. The back door of the police station is not directly behind the police station, but on the side. So when everyone came here, Lu Yu and others saw a monster in the front yard and a human corpse that had just died. Several lizard men were still gnawing on the corpse. Other places were also filled with blood, bones and flesh, and the scene was extremely bloody and cruel. Lu Yu took a casual glance and saw that there were at least 20 human skeletons. A strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of internal organs hit me in the face. The purgatory-like scene and the extremely pungent smell made Lu Yu and Wei Jianjun frown at the same time.
Wu Chang's face turned pale and he couldn't help but feel like vomiting.
Yan Yun and Dai Lian covered their mouths and noses and quickly turned their heads to the side. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Guang also revealed a sinister smile, pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at them. "What are you looking at?
Hurry and get in. The real purpose is revealed."
Seeing the destination ahead, Guang immediately tore off his disguise. In Guang's mind, the strongest people in this group are the two monsters as tall as humans. Now the two monsters were placed at the back door by Lu Yu.
No matter how powerful the remaining people are, can they withstand my bullets? Indeed.
Lu Yu and his companions are still flesh and blood, and their various superpowers are not enough to withstand bullets.
But they are fast and responsive. The moment Guang took out the gun, he suddenly found himself feeling a little dizzy.
When he came to his senses, the gun in his hand had been snatched away by the tall and strong man. Then he felt his neck being strangled by the other party.
"Boy, playing with a gun in front of me? Are you awake?" The axe in Wei Jianjun's hand ended up in Wu Chang's hand at some point.
He had already locked Guang's neck and pointed the gun at his forehead. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun in front of him, Guang was completely stunned.
"I have absolutely no idea what is going on. Why did I suddenly feel dizzy? Why did the other party snatch the gun away the moment he pulled it out? Big brother, don't shoot. Don't move, or I'll break your neck." Okay, I won't move. Feeling the strength coming from Wei Jianjun's arm,
Guang was so frightened that he didn't dare to move at all.
Just at this moment,
Lu Yu's voice reached his ears.
"Dai Lian, your poison works pretty quickly, doesn't it?" "No way. He just smoked too much," Dai Lian said modestly.
"Her poison is expelled from her body through breathing. The toxicity is not particularly strong now, and it takes a long time to take effect on awakened people and monsters. It can be released over a large area, or its direction can be controlled through mental power.
However, the most labor-saving way is to use wind direction." Well, these were all taught to her by Chu Feng. After receiving Lu Yu's instructions, she deliberately moved closer to Guang.
So this guy was poisoned for no apparent reason. Guang was completely dumbfounded when he heard Lu Yu's words.
"Poison? Was that scent just now poisonous? I was poisoned, so I felt dizzy? Oh shit."
Before Guang could react, Wei Jianjun had already released the hand that was strangling his neck.
"Don't look back, or I'll blow your head off."
Yes.
"Go and open the door."
Wei Jianjun put the gun into his trouser pocket and shouted softly.
Guang is just a thug who has not awakened any special abilities. Facing Wei Jianjun holding a gun, he did not dare to show any sign of disobedience. "I can only lead everyone forward."
Lu Yu took the weapon from Wu Chang's hand back into the ring and followed the two of them.
Soon we arrived at the main entrance of the hall.
Guang knocked on the door and the glass door of the hall opened. 8 or 9 ferocious-looking men appeared in everyone's sight. They drank strong liquor and smoked cigarettes, filling the entire police station lobby with smoke. Seeing Lu Yu and the other 4 coming in, 2 of them immediately took out daggers and walked to the door, blocking the 5 people's retreat. At the same time, his eyes were filled with malice and ferocity.
Brother Leopard, I'm back. Is this the top-notch product you asked Ah Cheng to talk about?"
Seeing Guang walking in front, Su Bao realized something was wrong. But when he saw that 2 of the 5 people were women and the other 3 men were unarmed, he didn't care. He glanced at Lu Yu and the others, and finally set his eyes on Yan Yun. Although Lu Yu had deliberately asked Yan Yun to wear a loose t-shirt, long jeans, and a mask, But sometimes, the temperament of a beautiful woman is irresistible. Just by looking at Yin Yun's gait and the eyes that were exposed, Su Bao had already concluded that she was a top-notch girl.
Yes, yes. Didn't they say there was also a monkey and a giant dog? Put it outside the door. That's good. Let's keep these two women here. As for the others, we'll treat them as we always do. Break their limbs, strip them naked and throw them aside.
Just make sure they don't starve to death. After saying that, Su Bao waved his hand casually. For him, kidnapping people is a piece of cake. Among these people, except Wei Jianjun, the other one looks a bit troublesome.
The other students are not worth mentioning at all.
But just when his two subordinates agreed and were about to step forward to knock Wei Jianjun unconscious, Lu Yu suddenly spoke.
Don't you use guns? If you don't use guns, then you won't have any chance at all, right? WH. What do you mean?
Old Wei, Wu Chang, just leave two of them alive.
Chapter 110, One Shot, One Kid.
In fact, before coming to the police station, Lu Yu had already guessed that things might not be peaceful there. But he still came.
Because he wanted to see, if he really encountered such a bloody plot, would he meet the next protagonist?
Don't think that only the protagonist can find the villain. The villain can also take the initiative to find the protagonist. Just by killing Chu Feng, he gains so many awesome abilities.
If I kill another protagonist, wouldn't I be in trouble?
So Lu Yu came over to commit fraud without hesitation. But now it seems that this place is as chaotic as imagined.
But no protagonist?
So, kill them all without explanation. There are now a total of 10 thugs in the police station lobby, excluding those who are searching for supplies and those who are on guard upstairs. After hearing what Lu Yu said, they all looked at him as if he were an idiot.
Leave two alive? What's the meaning? These 5 unarmed guys. Did he want to kill these 10 heavily armed thugs?
Although Su Bao wanted to prevent his men from rebelling, only he, his close associates, and those who went out to search for supplies were equipped with guns.
But except for that tall man, the other 5 of you are all students. How can we resist them? What nonsense is this kid talking about? Ha ha ha, there are still 2 survivors? Who the hell do you think you are?
Come on, you little bastard, if you dare, try to touch me.
Swish.
A cold light flashed. The thug who was grinning and trying to grab Lu Yu's collar hadn't even finished saying the word try when Lu Yu slashed his neck with the Qinggang sword.
Lu Yu took the sword from the storage ring too quickly. As a result, he only saw Lu Yu's Qinggang sword unsheathed after he realized that his throat had been cut. Feeling the hot liquid gushing out of his neck,
the thug covered his neck with his hands, looking incredulous.
His last thought in life was, where did his sword come from? The last sound of his life was, did you all hear that? He asked me to touch him. I've never heard of such a request in my life. Boom.
The first thug fell to the ground.
Fuck you. Roll.
Su Bao had the highest mental strength among everyone and was the first to react. But Lu Yu shouted coldly, kicked a guang away, and shot a wind blade at him. A guang had been disarmed by Wei Jianjun before, and with his bare hands, he no longer posed a threat to anyone.
So Lu Yu didn't waste time killing him. Although Su Bao had enough mental strength, he was able to sense the energy fluctuations from Lu Yu. But he wasn't agile enough.
Lu Yu's wind blade had already flown in front of him before he could barely dodge it.
Puff. Bang. Su Bao was hit in the shoulder and flew backwards, hitting the wall behind him with a dull thud.
At the same time, blood spurted from his shoulder. By the time the others came to their senses, another thug had already died under Lu Yu's Qinggang sword.
What a fast sword. Grass. Quick, kill them.
Seeing that Lu Yu injured Su Bao and killed another person,
the 2 thugs blocking the door then discovered that the gun in the holster on the back of the fallen Aguang was gone.
When they realized something was wrong, they immediately wanted to go forward and kill Wei Jianjun, who was closest to them.
But it was too late. Bang. Bang.
2 gunshots were heard, and the 2 thugs were shot in the head and taken away by Wei Jianjun. After all, he was Chu Feng's powerful comrade in his previous life. When he was in the army, he was not only a top soldier, but also a top shooter. At such a close distance, it is natural to kill them one by one. A thug on the side wanted to draw his gun and fight back, but suddenly found a man covered with scales appeared in front of him.
The opponent is very fast and his claws are very sharp. While one claw was pressing down on his holster, the other claw pierced his throat. He looked horrified and incredulous. There is no doubt that the one who took action was Wu Chang.
Faced with these scum who threatened his life, let alone Wei Jianjun, who had a strong psychological quality, even he directly killed him. Originally, Wu Chang had never killed anyone. But the actions of these people have seriously threatened his life. In addition to the chaotic order of the end times, after being influenced by Lu Yu, he did not dare to hold back at all. He immediately transformed and killed the thug who was about to draw his gun. Yan Yun and Dai Lian took the opportunity to rush out and just happened to meet Xiao Jin and He Shui, who came to reinforce. The two women opened the door in tacit understanding and found a place to hide. Two huge beasts rushed into the hall without any resistance. Bite if you want, kick if you want. The entire police station hall instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. Now this time period, except for the protagonist and Lu Yu's team, no one else knows about the existence of the crystal core. So when faced with Lu Yu in full condition, where would they get the strength to resist? Although someone once said that compared with martial arts, a gun is fast at 7 steps away, and accurate and fast within 7 steps. But that only applies to ordinary people who practice martial arts. For Lu Yu, who has wind-related abilities and 5 times the mental strength of an ordinary person, it is not worth mentioning at all. No matter how fast a bullet is, it still requires a person to shoot it. After people's reaction speed was completely crushed. As long as the opponent's firepower is not intense enough, Lu Yu is even confident that he can dodge the bullet the moment the opponent opens fire. Even if he didn't use the concentration technique, he could still give these people a wind blade before they drew their guns. What's more, Wei Jianjun had seized a gun in advance. In less than a minute, the battle in the hall was over. Wei Jianjun, who got the gun, was like an ADC with 6 pieces of equipment in 15 minutes. One shot, one kid. The police station hall was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. The enhancer among the thugs is the deputy leader of this team. After meeting Lu Yu, he hung up immediately. Mind control? Sensing that a spiritual force was trying to invade his brain, Lu Yu placed the Qingguang sword on Su Bao's neck, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The awakening ability is quite good, isn't it? Unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. Brother, don't kill me. Feeling the murderous intent in Lu Yu's heart, Su Bao immediately began to beg for mercy. He put the gun in his hand that he was about to use to fight back on the ground and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. These people in front of me not only have ridiculously strong fighting abilities, and he brought 2 powerful monsters? Most importantly, his special ability seemed to have no effect on this sword-wielding kid? What's going on? Su Bao didn't have time to think about these things. After all, saving his life was the most important thing. Wei Jianjun picked up the gun and skillfully searched Su Bao's body. There was no one else alive in the hall except Su Bao and a Guang who was lying on the ground wailing. Lu Yu was no longer in a hurry. Wu Chang, see if there are any others pretending to be dead besides that kid. Okay, boss. You ner. Ah. For safety reasons, Yan Yun and Dai Lian had just walked in with their noses covered when they heard Lu Yu calling them. Help me move that stool over here. Oh, here it comes. Yan Yun obediently moved a stool next to her and placed it behind Lu Yu. If she had felt a little resistance when she saw Lu Yu killing people before, so now, she has adapted to the end of the world. Seeing Lu Yu killing these inhuman thugs, she not only did not feel uncomfortable at all, but instead felt a sense of exhilaration. These bastards are lawless and kill their compatriots for no reason. It is simply a crime worthy of death. And Lu Yu, who killed them, looked so handsome at this moment. He is worthy of being her husband. Not killing you? Please give me a reason not to kill you? Lu Yu sat on the stool and asked slowly. I. Su Bao was suddenly speechless. Because he suddenly realized that he really had no reason to let the other party let him go? But then he thought of something and spoke quickly. By the way, as long as you don't kill me, I can tell you a secret. What secret? You must first promise not to kill me. Hearing this, Lu Yu narrowed his eyes. Okay, as long as your secret is worth a life, I can promise not to kill you. Real? Don't believe me? Then I'll kill you. No, I'll tell you. Su Bao quickly said, I have a treasure. Chapter 111 Hunter. The total amount of attributes enhanced by the black iron crystal core is 5 points, and the best will be 6 points. The total amount of attributes enhanced by the bronze crystal core is 11 points, and the best will be 12 points.
Moreover, the attributeless crystal core of bronze can already help humans improve a small amount of mental power.
Health, 55.
Mental strength, 52. Strength, 56. Agility, 53. Enhancement level, bronze beginner.
Ability level, wind attribute high level black iron. Villain specific skills, Villain's Eye special evolution, Villain's Heart, Villain's Aura. Personal skills, Holy Body, Berserker Revised, Spirit Gathering Step, Concentrated Combat, Swordsmanship Mastery Maximum Level, Fighting Skills Top Level, Axe and Hammer Mastery Advanced.
This is Lu Yu's current attribute panel.
After Lu Yu advanced to bronze, the 4 attributes would no longer increase naturally. Also, due to the number of bronze monsters, Lu Yu's attributes did not increase much. But he has a lot more personal skills. In addition to mastering swordsmanship to the maximum level. The rest are all abilities gained by killing Chu Feng. There is no need to explain proficiency and skills.
Proficiency means being good at something.
Concentrated combat method, it is to enter a special combat state. This state consumes mental energy, making the attention more focused and the reaction faster. Spirit Gathering Step, this is the ability Chu Feng used when escaping in the secret realm. Use the method of later generations to concentrate the strength of the whole body on the legs. According to the proportion of remaining physical strength, increase the running speed by this proportion on the original basis.
The duration depends on the enhancement level.
For example, a fully stated black iron high-level enhancer can increase the movement speed by about 100%, which lasts for about 15 minutes. However, a high-level black iron enhancer with only half of his physical strength left can only increase his movement speed by 50%, and the duration is also about 15 minutes.
This skill is not very useful.
It will only be used when you encounter a strong enemy and cannot defeat it and need to escape.
As for Berserker Revised,
this goes without saying.
Chu Feng's final explosive skill.
It has strong explosive power, but also strong side effects.
Chu Feng's ability is not Berserker.
This skill was developed specifically for ordinary enhancers based on the abilities of later Berserkers.
Combined with Chu Feng's own sacred body, the side effects can be minimized. It's a pretty good desperate skill.
There are a total of 16 thugs in the police station, only 1 mutant and 2 enhancers.
Now an enhancer is on guard on the top floor.
The only people left in the hall were Su Bao, a psychic, and another enhancer. It is basically impossible for such a lineup to compete with Lu Yu's team.
Because talent is something not everyone has.
That enhancer, despite trying his best, was still just short of reaching the middle level of black iron.
His strength and agility are around 20 points.
He can only fight and has no serious combat abilities. Facing Lu Yu, who is at the initial bronze level, top level in fighting, and has the maximum level in swordsmanship.
He couldn't even take a single move. As for Su Bao,
this person's ability is quite special, but due to his talent problem, he cannot pose a threat to Lu Yu.
Why couldn't he control Lu Yu with his psychic powers?
Because in order to control the opponent with mental power, it not only takes a certain amount of time, but also requires a certain distance. At least now Su Bao is limited by distance and time.
The distance cannot exceed 2 meters.
The stronger the opponent's mental strength is, the longer it will take Su Bao to control the opponent.
And the most crucial point is that your mental strength must be stronger than others, right? If your mental strength is weaker than others, how can you control others?
Although they are psychic beings who have awakened to the power of mind control, their natural vitality and mental strength are higher than those of ordinary awakened people. Even when using this ability, mental power will be slightly increased.
But given Su Bao's current level, a 30% increase would be remarkable. Without using the crystal core, can Su Bao's mental power reach 30 points? Definitely not.
A guy like Lu Yu, who has extraordinary mental power and talent after traveling through time, is only at this level. Why does Su Bao have it?
And even if there are 30 points, after an increase of 30%, it will only be 40 points. How does he control Lu Yu?
Unless he is the protagonist or a master in the national camp, at worst he must be a master in the villain camp. Otherwise, he can only control ordinary people and bully those rookie awakeners.
In front of Lu Yu? He couldn't make any waves at all. Now in the lobby of the police station.
8 of the 10 thugs are dead.
A Guan was controlled by Wei Jianjun, who had confiscated his weapons.
Xiao Jin and He Shui, one at the door. The other one came to Lu Yu and protected his safety.
Su Bao was hit by a wind blade from Lu Yu. Although he reacted in time due to his high mental strength, he was only hit on the shoulder. But as the leader of the mob, Lu Yu must give him special care. So as soon as he pulled out his gun and before he had time to aim, Lu Yu's Qinggang sword was placed on his neck. After being searched by Wei Jianjun, he knelt in front of Lu Yu. Treasure. Hearing his words, Lu Yu raised his eyebrows and felt a little curious. What is going on? How could this guy have treasure? Although villains have their own luck, it shouldn't be this high, right? I just came to the police station to get equipment, but I never thought of taking any treasures. That's it. Su Bao did not dare to delay. He endured the pain from the wound on his shoulder and took out the pocket watch from his trouser pocket with his blood-stained hand. At this moment, he felt a little nervous and his hands were shaking. Because he didn't even know what this thing was for. If Lu Yu looks down on this thing, will he kill himself directly? However, after seeing this watch, Lu Yu couldn't help but be stunned. It's really a treasure, huh? Hunter, tracking item. Explanation: this is a tracking item that only the strong possess. With it, you can track any prey you want, including humans. Note 1: this item is a tracking tool. Although it does not require blood to identify the owner, tracking prey requires items or body tissues used by the prey, such as flesh, hair, feces, clothing, etc. Note 2: this item can be used as a compass at other times. When using the tracking function, simply place the tracking item into the groove on the back of the hunter. Tracking priority, body tissue takes precedence over the item, and using the item to track may fail. He took the pocket watch in his hand and looked at it carefully for a while. After confirming the information of this thing, Lu Yu calmly threw it into the storage ring. A bit too much explanation. In a nutshell, this is a tracker for the strong to use for hunting. In this apocalypse filled with blood, the tracking ability of canine mutants will undoubtedly be affected to a certain extent. This tracker makes up for this shortcoming very well. Although this thing is not very useful to Lu Yu, it is better than nothing. Where did you get this thing? In a special room. Su Bao recounted the process of how he obtained it. All right. After listening to Su Bao's story, Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh at this guy's good luck. Can I actually encounter a secret realm in prison? This operation is so fucking weird. This thing is indeed somewhat useful, but it's not worth your life. So, what do you want to do? How about this, answer me a few more questions. If your answers satisfy me, I'll let you go. You ask. Su Bao originally wanted to scold Lu Yu. But when he saw the corpses and blood all over the ground, and the giant dog staring at Lu Yu hungrily, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and admit defeat. Whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak. This statement is not without reason. Besides you, how many survivors are there in the police station now? I didn't count. Lu Yu frowned. Haven't you counted? I really haven't counted. Su Bao was about to cry. He said he had never felt so aggrieved in his life. As soon as the survivors arrived, he had his men throw them into the interrogation room. If there were a large number of monsters coming, or if there were survivors who were about to die, he would have his men throw them out. Everything is handled by his subordinates, so why would he care about these things? So where are they being held now? Most of them are locked up in the interrogation room. Where are your people? How many are there in total? 10, 16. 16? That means 6 are missing? Yes. Su Bao answered honestly. I sent 2 of them out to search for supplies, 2 more are on guard on the top floor, and the other 2 were just sent out. In order to save his life, Su Bao told everything he knew. Send people out to search for supplies? Lu Yu could understand. After all, in the end times, supplies are the key to survival. The people in charge of security on the top floor should just be checking for outsiders or large numbers of monsters. He might have heard the gunshots in the hall and is hiding now. But 2 people were just sent out? Lu Yu frowned. What are the 2 people you just sent out doing? You should have heard that loud noise earlier, right? I heard it came from a black minibus, so I sent 2 people through the front door to check. What? A black minibus? Chapter 112 Crazy Xiao Fan. Before Su Bao could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Yu's surprised voice. Wei Jianjun, Wu Chang, Yen Yun and others also exchanged glances with Lu Yu. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. Damn, is this such a coincidence? When I was in school before, the scene of a black minibus pulling up thousands of monsters is still fresh in their memory. Now appearing here again? Are you sure it's a black minibus? Lu Yu put the matter of the treasure behind him and asked his doubts. Ah, Aguang, this is what you reported to me.
Su Bao grimaced in pain, but still answered Lu Yu's questions honestly. He didn't know why Lu Yu and his group were so awesome. I don't know how Lu Yu, this student, could be so cruel. But he knew that when facing someone who was stronger, more ruthless, and calmer than himself,
only by being obedient can you save your life. It looks like it should be the same car as before.
Lu Yu muttered to himself. From the end of the world to now, Lu Yu has not seen any other vehicle that can be started except that black minibus.
So Lu Yu had reason to believe that this was the same car. But why does this black minibus appear here? Could it be?
Lu Yu thought of a possibility, and then looked at Aguang.
You are Aguang, right?
Yes. What your boss said just now is true.
Hearing Lu Yu's question, Aguang nodded fearfully.
Yes, it's true.
Well, that's good. Now, can you let us go?
Su Bao gritted his teeth.
Sure.
Lu Yu slowly stood up. Old Wei, take Aguang away, this guy might still be of some use.
Aguang was poisoned and kicked by Lu Yu. In this state, he no longer has much fighting ability. So Lu Yu decided to keep him and ask him for some other information. Good. Wei Jianjun nodded and kicked Aguang on the head. Get up.
At the same time, He Shui next to him suddenly pounced towards Su Bao.
It opened its mouth full of fangs and bit Su Bao madly.
Seeing this scene, several teammates who were familiar with Lu Yu's working style were not too surprised.
Aguang was scared silly. Ah! Su Bao desperately resisted the giant dog's attack, yelling, "Fuck you, you little bastard. You're not trustworthy." Not trustworthy? Who said I'm not trustworthy? You said you would let me go. Did I kill you? No. This mutant dog of mine is wild and untamable. I'm determined to bite you to death. What can I do? I can't stop you at all.
Lu Yu shrugged and said with a look of helplessness.
Did I draft it? Fuck I. Hearing Lu Yu's shameless words, Su Bao really wanted to curse. Because he used to treat others like this, but he didn't expect that it would be his turn now?
It is really karma, no one can escape it. He was already injured and had no weapons, so he was no match for He Shui. He had barely finished cursing when He Shui grabbed his throat and bit him to death.
Soon we will suffer the defeat in the northwest.
Lu Yu ignored him and familiarized himself with the use of the gun.
Then he left one for Wei Jianjun and put the rest into the ring.
I don't know if the glass in this hall is soundproof.
Lao Wei, I'll give you this gun.
Take Aguang and He Shui with you and kill those two guys on guard.
Good. Wu Chang, Dailian, Yen Yun, the three of you follow me, we. Whoosh. Bang. Lu Yu hadn't finished speaking yet. Something like a flare hit the sky with a loud bang. Right after. Whoosh. Bang. The second sound again. What the hell? What's going on? Is this fireworks? Who's setting off fireworks? Fuck, the fireworks are in the backyard. Is anyone trying to use them to attract monsters? Come with me.
Su Bao and his group are thugs. Since they occupied this place, the other policemen should have been killed by them as well. Faced with such scum, Lu Yu killed them without any psychological pressure at all.
I've said it before.
Lu Yu is not a good person, but he does not reject good people. Today is the end of the world when monsters from other dimensions invade the earth.
It is also a game between humans and monsters. Lu Yu could understand that humans would kill each other for survival. But if everyone was like Su Bao and the others who killed for the sake of killing, Lu Yu would definitely not want to associate with them.
Not all people who do evil can be called villains.
Villains are not necessarily allies. If all the people in the world become people like Su Bao, by then, all human beings in the world will be killed. What is the point of me, a villain, living?
Therefore, Lu Yu remains neutral towards some good people who are willing to sacrifice themselves for others in the end times. I will neither risk my life to help them save others nor kill them for no reason. But Lu Yu didn't expect that just after he killed Su Bao and arranged the work, a huge firework rose from the backyard. The huge explosion immediately attracted everyone's attention. When the second firework sounded, Lu Yu had already rushed out of the hall. Then he saw where the fireworks appeared. The backyard of the police station lobby? Police station backyard. This is the place where Lu Yu and his companions came in and passed through before. But now, there are several large bundles of fireworks here. The kind that flies into the sky and explodes instantly. Xiao Fan was carrying a backpack and holding a lighter in his hand. While quickly lighting the fuses of these fireworks, he laughed wildly. Ha, go to hell, all of you go to hell, ha ha. Before the end of the world, fireworks were used for celebration and represented joy. But after the end of the world, it became a weapon of mass destruction. Its characteristic of exploding only when it flies into the air allows it to attract not only nearby monsters, but also many distant monsters. If the sound of the explosion lasts longer, it may even trigger a wave of terrifying monsters like before. Hey, kid, what are you doing? When he saw Xiao Fan, Wu Chang didn't recognize him immediately. I just thought Xiao Fan was Su Bao's accomplice. Hey, you're here so soon? Seeing several people rushing out from afar, Xiao Fan lit a string of firecrackers he had prepared and threw them at Lu Yu and the others. I didn't do anything, I just wanted to send you off to heaven, bye. After saying this, Xiao Fan turned around and ran towards the back door without looking back. He was very fast and was not far from the back door. In the blink of an eye, he ran out of the room. Even Wei Jianjun didn't have time to aim his gun. The fireworks are still going up. The firecrackers started to explode with a crackling sound. Damn it, hey Shuai, go bite him to death. Lu Yu's eyes were slightly cold, and he had no time to think about anything else. Although he didn't recognize Xiao Fan at first. But he knew what the continued explosion of fireworks would bring. The previous shooting in the police station lobby was done indoors. The sound of gunfire was about as loud as ordinary firecrackers. Even if the glass door of the police station lobby has poor sound insulation, the sound will not attract too many monsters. But these fireworks are different. The explosion occurred in the air without any sound insulation. It can also be seen by monsters far away. So he ordered Haishai to bite the man while he rushed over to deal with the fireworks. The silver-grade Qinggang sword is extremely sharp. These flaming fireworks were cut in half with almost no hindrance. Xiao Fan, who was running away, saw the dog chasing after him over the firecrackers and couldn't help but curse. Fuck, this dog runs so fast? Chapter 113. This kid is cheating. Fireworks are Xiao Fan's most powerful secret weapon at the moment. This was also the solution he came up with after encountering these thugs. This thing can attract a large number of monsters, but the monsters will not bite you. Using fireworks to attract monsters and deal with enemies is simply a perfect weapon for him to kill with a borrowed knife. When he saw Lu Yu leading a large group of people into the community in the afternoon, he had already prepared these things. Later, when Lu Yu entered the police station, he decisively moved these things over. Xiao Jin and He Shuai were left outside by Lu Yu, but they immediately went around through the front door after the door was closed. The two thugs on guard upstairs were attracted by Xiao Jin and He Shuai's actions. He took advantage of this opportunity, climbed in through the back door and opened it. For him now, climbing over the wall is too easy. After hearing the gunshots inside, he quickly started moving the fireworks. Then this scene just happened. But it's no use running faster, ha ha ha. Xiao Fan burst into laughter. Although dogs have mutated after the apocalypse. But he has also been strengthened? With the distance between the two sides so far, even if a human cannot outrun a dog, it will be very difficult for Haishai to catch up with him. So when he saw He Shuai chasing after him, Xiao Fan remained calm although he was shocked. Keep diving into the pile of monsters. Soon Haishai was trapped by 3 high-level zombies and 7 or 8 lizardmen. It was unclear whether these monsters were attracted by the previous gunshots or by Xiao Fan's fireworks. In short, due to the existence of the dark contract, Haishai and Xiao Jin will be judged as aliens by these monsters. When monsters face other species, they will fight as soon as they meet, even if there is a gap in strength between the two sides. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan stopped and a smug smile appeared on his face. For him now, what he likes to see most is those guys who don't know how to live or die chasing him and then being beaten by monsters. It's so cool. That was when Xiao Fan looked very proud. Swish, bang. A wind blade knocked a high-level zombie away. Then several cold lights flashed by. Several lizardmen fell to the ground. There is no doubt that after arranging the finishing work, Lu Yu brought Xiao Jin out. Even if he didn't recognize Xiao Fan at the first time, the other party's behavior of setting off fireworks in the end times was enough for Lu Yu to kill him. Fuck, why is this guy so awesome? Xiao Fan was a little surprised to see Lu Yu kill several monsters as soon as he appeared. When I was in school before, he had inquired about Lu Yu's strength from other survivors. But the other survivors only knew that Lu Yu had wind-related abilities, and they didn't know that Lu Yu was also so good with a sword. Later, he followed Lu Yu's team from a distance and could not see Lu Yu killing the enemy. So I only have a rough understanding of Lu Yu's strength. But now, Xiao Fan was observing Lu Yu. While Lu Yu was taking Xiao Jin to help He Shui deal with the monster, he was also observing Xiao Fan. Why don't these monsters bite him? After stabbing 2 lizardmen to death, Lu Yu had a big question mark in his mind. There were a few monsters running towards him in the distance, but they all passed Xiao Fan and pounced directly towards him and his 2 pets? What's going on? Lu Yu didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly killed the 2 zombies closest to him and quickly scanned them with the villain's eye. Next second. Ding, congratulations on discovering the new protagonist Xiao Fan. The plot is loading, please wait. Ding, plot loading completed, please check. The protagonist? Xiao Fan? The sudden 2 system prompt sounds made Lu Yu stunned. Fuck, this guy is actually the protagonist? Lu Yu, prepare to die. Originally, Xiao Fan felt a little panicked when he saw how awesome Lu Yu was. But when he saw more and more monsters attracted by the fireworks in front of him, he became unscrupulous again. I was wondering why there would be treasures in the police station besides thugs. So that's what's going on? Discovering that the other person was Xiao Fan, and he was the protagonist, Lu Yu was not surprised but delighted. Xiao Fan? I remembered you. When he traveled through time, he absorbed the memories of this world and naturally knew who Xiao Fan was. Now Xiao Fan has become the protagonist and appears here to seek revenge on me? Is the treasure on Subao prepared for this guy? Did I just accidentally intercept it? So what if I remember? I'm going to kill you here today. Come on, everyone, kill this guy. Xiao Fan's awakened power is unable to control the monster. But the dozen or so lizardmen, 2 sickle mantises and 7 or 8 zombies that came from behind, after discovering Lu Yu, rushed towards him like crazy. There are both intermediate and advanced levels, and the number is increasing. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu couldn't help but frown. At the same time, he also realized how tricky the other party's awakened ability was. No matter how many monsters there are, they won't bite him? What kind of a fucking ability is this? But at this time, Lu Yu didn't have time to think about it. Seeing the protagonist so close, he couldn't let go of the opportunity to kill him. Lu Yu originally wanted to use a gun, but a gun was a very unfamiliar weapon to him. If used directly, the accuracy of this distance is obviously not enough. And judging from Xiao Fan's running speed before, he must be an enhancer. Seeing that he had a gun, the other party would probably run away. So Lu Yu had already thought of a countermeasure in a flash. He quickly moved his right hand to his left hand, and the gauntlet made of high-level lizardman scale armor appeared on his hand. Then he closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, Lu Yu opened his eyes again. Everything around me became clearer than before. Concentrated state consumes about 20% of your mental power, temporarily increasing your mental power limit by 20% 50%. The more stable your mind is, the greater the increase in mental power limit. This is a combat state obtained from Chu Feng. The steadier your mind is, the more your mental strength will increase. In other words, Lu Yu, who has the heart of a villain, is more suitable for this ability than Chu Feng. Facing Xiao Fan standing in the pile of monsters, Lu Yu wanted to kill him. So he immediately entered combat mode and began his own slaughter. The sword follows the heart and is invincible. These monsters that caused great headaches to other survivors were like lambs to be slaughtered to Lu Yu. No ability to fight back. I saw Lu Yu moving freely among the monsters with his sword. With every step taken, 1 or 2 monsters would be killed. Xiao Fan was completely dumbfounded. Fuck. Is this kid cheating? Chapter 114: The Hunter and the Prey. Xiao Fan asked himself that he had experienced the apocalypse for quite some time and had a strong ability to adapt. He has seen many survivors of various kinds. But he had never seen Lu Yu like this before. How could a single person, facing a massive attack from a large number of monsters, manage to remain unscathed? Is this too exaggerated? You know, 2 fists can hardly beat 4 hands. Even a tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves. This isn't a movie. The leading actor is fighting in the front and the extras dare not go forward.
Is this really a one against many situation? No matter how strong you are, don't you still have to be hit by clubs and sneak attacks? But now.
Although Lu Yu had experienced a one-on-many battle before in order to advance to bronze.
But the difficulty of the two battles is completely different. Last time, the monster level was not as high as it is now.
His purpose was just to consume his physical strength. When killing monsters, you can fight and retreat at the same time.
I have never faced more than 3 monsters at the same time. But this time is different. In order to kill Xiao Fan, he couldn't retreat.
There are more than 10 high-level monsters that need to be faced at the same time. In this situation, how many people in the entire Xia country can be found who can achieve the goal of not getting even a single leaf on their bodies? The concentration battle method plus Qinggang sword plus full-level swordsmanship mastery made Lu Yu's combat effectiveness increase exponentially. No, this guy's fighting ability is too strong.
I have to leave here.
Seeing Lu Yu, who was like a sword master, Xiao Fan felt like retreating. Even though the monsters behind him continued to rush towards him, he did not feel safe at all. But just as he turned around and prepared to evacuate,
swish! An extremely powerful wind blade flew out from the group of monsters and headed straight for Xiao Fan's back.
For his own safety, Xiao Fan always kept a distance of more than 20 meters from Lu Yu.
This distance is already a very safe distance.
Whether it was a gun or the supernatural power that Lu Yu usually used, he could not hit the opponent accurately. But this wind blade was obviously faster than the one Lu Yu usually used and had a wider attack range. Although due to the width, the cutting ability is not as strong as before.
But because of its length, it is easier to hit the enemy.
Normally, most people would not be able to react to such a sudden attack. But Xiao Fan is the protagonist after all. It was as if he had eyes on his back. He suddenly turned around and crossed his arms to protect his head to block.
Puff! Bang!
The wind blade hit Xiao Fan's arm and shoulder.
Before, Zhu Feng was hit in the arm, but he was just knocked back a step.
But this time, the stronger wind blew Xiao Fan away. Blood dripped to the ground.
Ah!
Xiao Fan fell heavily to the ground and screamed in pain, fuck. Feeling the pain in his arms and shoulders, Xiao Fan was furious. But he had no time to care about these details now.
After landing, he quickly got up.
Without thinking, I rushed into the monster pile. Lu Yu dealt with a large number of monsters blocking the way and prepared to bypass the remaining few and continue chasing Xiao Fan.
But I saw Xiao Fan had already run away? Run away? How could that happen? Seeing Xiao Fan's receding back, Lu Yu couldn't help but frown.
He had planned this attack long ago. Although in order to increase the hit rate of the wind blade, he deliberately lengthened and widened the wind blade.
The consumption has doubled and the cutting ability is not as good as before.
But if the attack hits the shoulder, it would be impossible for the opponent to stand up in such a short time.
Just like Su Bao before. After being hit on the shoulder by an ordinary wind blade and sent flying, wasn't he also unconscious for several seconds? Why was Xiao Fan able to stand up without any pause? This is illogical, isn't it? Could it be that besides not being bitten by monsters, he also awakened other abilities? Xiao Fan, don't let me catch you, or I will make you live a life worse than death.
Looking at more monsters swarming in, Lu Yu decisively gave up the idea of continuing to chase Xiao Fan.
Xiao Fan's ability is really too cheap.
If you chase after them in this situation, you will be the only one who suffers. Besides, my goal has been achieved, so there is no need to chase it.
Just survive first, stupid. Oh, damn.
Before Xiao Fan could even curse out the word idiot, he was startled by a high-level zombie next to him.
Because this zombie actually wanted to attack him?
Seeing this scene, not only Xiao Fan was a little confused. Lu Yu was a little confused when he saw his back through the gap between the monsters.
What's going on? This monster, why did it suddenly attack him? Damn it, never mind, Xiaojin, hey Shuai, cover me. At this time, Lu Yu didn't have time to think about it.
He quickly killed the 2 monsters around him and broke out of the monster's encirclement. Although Xiao Fan ran away, a few drops of his blood were left on the ground.
With Lu Yu's current eyesight and mental strength, he would definitely not be wrong. This is also the reason why Lu Yu did not pursue forcibly. Yes.
From the very beginning, Lu Yu had prepared for the worst. The other party is the protagonist who was blessed with good fortune.
If it's really that easy to die, then why is he even called the protagonist?
Just like Chu Feng before. Even with the plot already in place, I still put in so much effort to kill him. How could this Xiao Fan be killed by me the moment they meet? So he had thought about it from the beginning. If you can't kill Xiao Fan, try to make him leave something behind, and then use the hunter to track his location. In this way, the roles of hunter and prey are reversed. Hey, I was told this treasure was useless before, but I didn't expect it to come in handy right away. Lu Yu's state of concentration has not disappeared yet. With the cover of the two battle pets, he quickly ran to the place where Xiao Fan was injured just now. Then he took out the hunter he had obtained from Su Bao from the ring. The trapper is made of a special metal. Lu Yu was not very clear about the specific material. It is about the same size as an ordinary pocket watch, and the front also looks like a pocket watch. There is a protective shell on the back. Open the protective case and you will find a thumb-sized groove about 1 centimeter deep inside. According to the instructions seen by the villain's eye, Lu Yu collected Xiao Fan's blood on the ground with a tissue. Then he opened the back cover of the hunter, tore off the paper towel with Xiao Fan's blood and put it into the groove. Finally, put on the back cover. The hunter's pointer began to shake rapidly. Finally, it pointed to the place where Xiao Fan escaped. If I don't know the instructions for using this treasure, I don't know how long it will take to study it before I can figure out its true purpose. After doing all this, Lu Yu couldn't help but complain. Why did Su Bao get this thing but didn't he know how to use it? One reason is that he is too weak and even protecting himself is a problem, so how can he hunt others? Another reason is that he didn't have an instruction manual. Su Bao has actually watched some movies and read some novels. I know about the blood oath. So he once tried it by dripping his own blood on it. He just wiped the blood off when he didn't feel any effect. After wiping off the blood, the thing will turn back into a compass. It's useless. But none of that matters now. The important thing is that this treasure is now in Lu Yu's hands. He used this thing to lock onto Xiao Fan's location. What does the instruction manual mean when it says tracking priority for body tissues over items used? It's like you take a piece of paper and collect a pile of shit. This thing will only help you track the owner of this piece of shit, not the owner who used this piece of paper. Xiao Jin, He Shui, retreat. See the hunter successfully lock onto the target. Lu Yu did not stay any longer and quickly called his two combat pets to evacuate towards the police station. Xiao Fan? Is he the guy driving the black minibus? That shouldn't be him. Chapter 115 Policewoman, Lu Ruobing. I encountered that black minibus twice in a row. Lu Yu could basically confirm that the minibus driver was the protagonist. But Xiao Fan's sudden appearance made Lu Yu a little confused. Could Xiao Fan be the minibus driver? After a brief thought, Lu Yu felt it was unlikely. Because according to the routine he was familiar with, Xiao Fan awakened superpowers, and was obviously a protagonist with superpowers as the core. The black minibus is more like a protagonist with the car as the core. The two people are completely different types. But it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, if there is only one protagonist, he will be killed. If there are two protagonists, they will be killed as well. It doesn't matter whether it's the same person or not. As for the reason for killing them, this goes without saying. It doesn't matter what grudges he had with Xiao Fan in the past, just based on his action of lighting the fireworks. Lu Yu will definitely not let him go. As for that black car, Lu Yu didn't bother to pay attention to the monsters that blocked the road and killed so many people before. But he could not forgive himself for wasting so much time returning to the city. If it weren't for him, I could have gone back to the hotel earlier and taken a bath in the bathtub with my girl. Why do we need to take a detour here? Inside the police station, some scattered monsters have been attracted by the fireworks. After Lu Yu returned with his two combat pets, he quickly searched for Yen Yun and the others. Lu Yu, this way. At the door of an office building in the backyard, Yen Yun waved anxiously at Lu Yu. Seeing this, Lu Yu hurried over. He glanced at a few people casually. Yen Yun, Dai Lian, Wu Chang, Wei Jianjun, and even a Guang are here. However, a Guang now had a bruised face and his hands were handcuffed by Wei Jianjun. Boss, who was that guy who set off the fireworks just now? He looks familiar to me. Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. What? You mean Xiao Fan? Wu Chang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. Is it Xiao Fan, the one we beat up and sent to the hospital? Holy shit, there are so many monsters out there, how did he find us?
Now is not the time to talk about this. Lu Yu calmly interrupted Wu Chang's question. Old Wei, what's going on here?
More and more monsters were attracted by the sound. I only killed one, but judging by the current situation, the other one probably won't survive either.
Yeah, okay.
In order to kill Xiao Fan, he took both of his battle pets away. The two thugs on guard were not in the same location.
It's normal to kill only one. Lu Yu, what should we do now?
Seeing more and more monsters outside, Yan Yun felt a little panicked. Don't worry, we can just deal with the bloody smell on our bodies and hide somewhere without corpses or blood. Lu Yu has the heart of a villain, and he calms down much faster than a normal person. Therefore, he thinks faster than the average person.
Find a place to hide? Dai Lian was a little confused. Can't we just break out? Of course not.
Lu Yu decisively refused. Monsters from all directions are rushing here.
How can you break through if you don't know the exact number of monsters? That's right. But the hall is definitely not suitable. We left in such a hurry that we didn't close the door.
There are also many corpses and the smell of blood inside.
Where's the interrogation room? That won't work.
Not only are other survivors imprisoned there, but it's also very close to the main hall. If a ground dragon follows, it will be very troublesome.
Yan Yun suddenly thought of something and quickly said, there are 2 dormitory buildings in the back. We can go there and take a look. Dormitory building?
Lu Yu raised his eyebrows and looked towards the backyard of the police station.
On the left side of the backyard is a 5-story office building. If you go around the area blocked by the office building, it seems there is actually a dormitory building? Okay, let's go to the dormitory building.
Not only are the dormitories unsuitable for human habitation, but both the doors and windows are relatively narrow.
Easier to defend than the lobby or something.
Plus, staying away from the bloody halls, it wasn't particularly difficult to avoid attacks from these monsters.
This is indeed the case. There are 2 dormitory buildings in total. Positioned one in front and one behind. Moreover, Su Bao had almost cleared out the monsters on the ground.
In order to save time, Lu Yu brought everyone to the outermost dormitory building, asked Yan Yun to deal with the bloody smell casually, and then found 2 rooms to go into.
Dai Lian, Wu Chang, and 2 combat pets shared a room. Wei Jianjun brought a Guang, Lu Yu, and Yan Yun to a room. After Lu Yu went in and sat down, he didn't do anything else.
Instead, he immediately started studying the information of the protagonist Xiao Fan. Although the other party's location had been locked using a tracker. But only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Especially Xiao Fan's ability, which really made Lu Yu curious.
From the current perspective,
he must have other abilities besides not being bitten by monsters.
Just don't know what it is.
But just when Lu Yu had been studying for less than 3 minutes, Yan Yun's voice suddenly rang out.
Hey, Lu Yu, does that building across the street look like there's someone there? Anyone? Lu Yu came back to his senses, his eyes slightly stern. Is it the remaining thug? No.
Wei Jianjun denied Lu Yu's idea. I forced that thug to the office building of the Criminal Investigation Department.
He won't appear here. Who could it be? Lu Yu looked at the bruised Guang and said, Brother policeman, shouldn't you explain? Don't kill me, don't kill me.
Guang came to his senses and replied in panic. It was obvious that the scene of Lu Yu killing someone just now had left him with a psychological trauma.
Seeing Guang's performance, Lu Yu was furious. Kill your mother, I'm asking you who the person in the building opposite is. What the hell are you talking about? Yes. I'm sorry.
Guang quickly apologized. Yes, the person opposite is a policewoman.
Policewoman? Hearing this, Lu Yu was stunned. What's going on? Tell me in detail. It's like this. When we occupied this place before, Guang did not dare to delay and quickly told everyone what he knew.
After listening to Guang's story, Lu Yu became even more curious.
Even with firearms, they don't dare to attack? This policewoman is so awesome? I quickly looked at the dormitory building opposite. The 2 dormitory buildings are not facing each other. But one is the front and the other is the side.
From Lu Yu's angle, he could only see the vertical row of dormitories on the far right of the building opposite. At this time, it was on the 3rd floor of the dormitory opposite. A woman wearing a tight black t-shirt is standing at the window. She seemed to be writing something. In less than 2 minutes, she raised a huge calendar in her right hand. There were a few big words written in marker on the white part behind the calendar.
Who are you? Do you have anything to eat?
Since the two dormitory buildings were not far apart, Liu could not only see the words clearly, but also see the other person's appearance. The policewoman's hair was not very long, and she could barely tie it into a high ponytail. After so many days in the apocalypse, your complexion doesn't look very good and you look a little tired. But her delicate features and pretty face make people want to look at her twice more.
Not only is he strong, but he's also so beautiful? Lu Yu's eyes were slightly stern. This is a bit unscientific?
There was a little dust on the policewoman's face and she was standing in the room. So Lu Yu couldn't see her full appearance. But just based on this tip of the iceberg, Lu Yu could conclude that the other person's figure and appearance were definitely not bad. Lu Yu had only seen this kind of policewoman who was both brave and beautiful on TV.
When in real life did you find a policewoman who was so good at fighting and so beautiful?
Then Lu Yu thought of something and quickly focused his attention back on Xiao Fan's plot information.
I was bitten by a zombie. This is the name of Xiao Fan's plot information. Overall,
he is just a poor loser who is bullied. After being bitten by a zombie, he awakens a special ability that is regarded as a fellow monster by the monster. There was no record of Xiao Fan's other abilities, which made Lu Yu a little disappointed. But after seeing Xiao Fan's character relationship diagram, Lu Yu was a little surprised. Because according to the plot information, Xiao Fan is a dark protagonist.
The script also has no female lead.
In other words, in his scripts, no matter how beautiful the female characters are, they are just tools for him to vent his emotions.
She's not even a heroine at all. But there are two female characters that stand out. A name called Qin Xiaro. Another name is Lu Ruobing.
And this Lu Ruobing is a policewoman.
Lu Ruobing? Ha ha. I didn't expect it was really her. After reading Lu Ruobing's information, Liu raised a smile. Yen Yun, quickly find a piece of paper and pen, tell her our identities, and let her hold on for another 2 or 3 hours.
Chapter 116, One Man, One Sword, as fast as lightning.
Name, Lu Ruobing. Age, 25. Height, 172. Weight, 108.
She is beautiful, has long legs, is good at fighting, and has a six-pack abs. These are all her characteristics.
She was not originally from Yanqing and came to Yanqing just to hunt down a few fugitives.
Thugs like Su Bao were just caught by her and her colleagues when they were investigating a case here. When the end of the world came, she had just arrived at the police station. I am discussing with my colleagues which rice noodles are more delicious. Then some colleagues and civilians who were doing business turned into zombies, and there was a sudden attack by monsters from another space.
The police station immediately fell into chaos.
The surviving policemen had no idea how powerful the monsters were, so they engaged them immediately. The result was countless casualties. Later, the prisoners escaped from the prison and occupied the police station's armory. She used thermal weapons to wipe out all her remaining colleagues. With her awakened supernatural powers, she killed 2 thugs and escaped to this dormitory building. Seeing how powerful she was, the thugs naturally wanted to kill her in order to prevent future troubles. Faced with a large number of hot weapons, she didn't have much to do. While trying to break out, he accidentally got injured. So she could only rely on the few foods in the dormitory and fight those thugs to the death. The thugs have limited ammunition, and the gunshots will attract monsters. So they decided not to attack her forcefully and just sent someone to watch her. He tried to trap her to death here by using the method of trapped beast fighting. Then, the two sides remained deadlocked for more than 10 days.
Originally, Lu Ruobing was alone in the dormitory.
Not only was she injured, but she also ran out of food and water.
The whole person has fallen into despair. But suddenly heard gunshots coming from the direction of the hall? Not long after, you see gorgeous fireworks over the police station? There is a dormitory and an office building between her and the hall. So she didn't know what was going on outside.
But she was well aware that sound would attract monsters. But she never expected that the sound of fireworks and firecrackers, which should have made the situation worse, actually gave her a glimmer of hope. A burly man and several young men and women escorted a thug into the dormitory building next door? Why did she dare to ask Lu Yu and others for help? It's because this thug had a pair of handcuffs on his hands. Although she didn't know how these young men and women could kill those thugs. I don't know whether they are good or bad people. But she felt that anyone who could clash with these thugs couldn't be that bad. So she wanted to give it a try. Seeing that the other party seemed to have seen her message, Lu Ruobing breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I began to feel nervous again. Because the other party was able to kill those thugs, it proved that his fighting ability was superior to his own. If the other party has bad intentions, forget it, the worst that can happen is death. Lu Ruobing muttered to herself. She had witnessed too many deaths and lives during this period, especially 2 days before the end of the world. Now she was tired, and knowing that those thugs had received the punishment they deserved, she had nothing to worry about. So, why fear death? Thinking of this, Lu Ruobing took a deep breath. Looking at the bandage on her shoulder, she quickly calmed down. Just then, the other party's reply appeared in her sight. Ha! The other party used 2 posters with the words, "We are students of Yen University, we have food on us. Hold on for another 2 or 3 hours until there are fewer monsters." I saw that the other party also replied to my message in the same way. Lu Ruobing was stunned at first, and then hope arose in her heart. 2 or 3 hours will be enough? But, the other party is just a student? When did students become so powerful? A big question mark arose in Lu Ruobing's heart. Even subconsciously think so. It should be the credit of that burly man to kill those thugs. At the same time, outside the police station. Although the monsters around the police station had been cleared out by Lu Yu, they had also been attracted by the black minibus. Even the fireworks that Xiao Fan set off were stopped in time by Lu Yu. But no matter what, the fireworks made so many loud noises. Plus the sounds of gunfire and firecrackers. So many voices gathered at the police station. It's impossible not to think of those monsters. At this time, a large number of monsters have swarmed in from all directions. The smell of blood in the police station lobby quickly attracted the monsters' attention. Plus the corpses of the monsters outside. When Lu Yu discovered Lu Ruobing, the police station had already become a gathering place for monsters. 300, 500, 700, 1000, the number of monsters has been growing continuously. Brother, what should we do? On the black chariot, seeing more and more monsters, the pretty lowly Lin Shuai asked with extreme fear. The 2 guys in police uniforms wanted them to go to the police station together. Because Lin Chen suffers from paranoia, he certainly won't trust others easily. Who would have thought that after rejecting the other party 2 or 3 times in a row, the 2 guys became angry and pointed their guns at Lin Chen, who was in the driver's seat. Fortunately, the glass of this car is completely bulletproof. Otherwise they would be in real danger. But bad things keep happening. Just after they got rid of the 2 fake policemen, fireworks suddenly appeared from the police station. This situation shocked Lin Chen. But Lin Chen was the protagonist after all, so he quickly calmed down. Don't worry, these monsters are targeting the police station. As long as we stay calm and don't move, we will definitely be able to make it through. Is there enough energy for defense? No problem. Phew, that's good. Hearing this, Lin Shuai breathed a sigh of relief. This apocalyptic chariot is so strong that even the sickle mantis' sickle can hardly leave many marks on the body of the vehicle. There are also various protective devices inside. As long as there are no major accidents, they can definitely stay standing in the monster tide. As time goes by, there are more and more monsters in the police station. All the monsters that could travel such a long distance to the police station were extremely hungry. So the bodies of Su Bao and others were eaten clean by them. They even did not spare the disgusting pieces of meat and blood on the ground in the front yard. At 7:30 in the evening, there was only a hint of light left in the sky. After the monster finished its raid, it began to wander around. Lin Chen and his sister, relying on the sturdy doomsday chariot, remained unharmed in the tide of monsters. Xiao Fan also found a place to hide. Although he encountered a small accident during his escape, it did not affect his fate as the Son of Destiny. It is very difficult for a Son of Destiny with his ability to die. And here is the police station dormitory building. I saw that where there were originally only a few scattered monsters, there were suddenly hundreds of wandering monsters. The hope in Lu Ruobing's heart turned into disappointment again. There are so many monsters, they shouldn't come over, right? There are so many monsters, even if you stand still and let them kill you, you may not be able to kill them all. Besides, the monster will fight back, and it's almost dark. How could the other party put himself in danger just to send him food? In fact, Lu Ruobing's thoughts are also normal. In the current weather, it will be pitch dark in less than 20 minutes. No one would dare to selflessly give food to a stranger in such a situation.
even if this stranger is a beautiful policewoman.
But Lu Yu, who read Xiao Fan's plot information, did not play by the rules at all. So less than a minute had passed since Lu Ruobing had this thought. The figures of Lu Yu's team appeared in his sight. This time, Lu Yu left Wu Chang and Dai Lian to guard a Guang.
He only brought Wei Jianjun, Yan Yun and 2 combat pets.
1 man, 1 sword, as fast as lightning.
Oh my god, is he the reincarnation of the sword god? Chapter 117 Special Heroine.
I saw sword lights flashing downstairs and monster corpses flying everywhere.
Lu Ruobing widened her eyes with an expression of disbelief. You must know. The fighting skills to kill the enemy cannot be obtained through awakening. You can only rely on hard work and practice.
And Lu Yu, his sword is very sharp and he can draw it very quickly.
The most important thing is to be able to do it cleanly and neatly while looking good in posture. This is simply not something that ordinary students can do. Even if you awaken your superpowers, it won't work. After the monsters discovered him, they pounced on him. But often when they lunged forward, they would be stabbed by the sword and die instantly. If it weren't for my amazing eyesight. I can't even tell how he draws his sword? The burly man whom I thought was stronger before. Although his strength is not bad, he is not as good as this handsome young man. It's completely like an auxiliary.
But soon, she discovered something wrong.
Why are those 2 pets dragging a corpse? Looking at Lu Yu's 2 battle pets downstairs, they not only did not participate in the battle.
Instead, he kept dragging the bodies of some of Lu Yu's victims into a room on the ground floor of his room.
A hint of doubt appeared on Lu Ruobing's face.
But at this time, she had no time to think about anything else.
Because Lu Yu only took 20 minutes to kill all the monsters around the open space downstairs. There are at least 300 monsters? Only took 20 minutes? Killing 15 monsters per minute on average? How is that possible?
Although due to their movement speed, most of the monsters downstairs are lizardmen, sickle mantises, and zombies.
But this is also exaggerated, okay?
Old Wei, you and Xiao Jin and the others should stay in this room tonight.
Okay, Mr. Lu.
The conversation outside the door reached her ears.
Right after. Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door.
Hey, are you still in there? Lu Ruobing came back to her senses and quickly responded, I'm here. Just open the door, why are you standing there?
Hearing the other party's impatient words, Lu Ruobing was not surprised but happy. Because she could hear the difference between the way the other person spoke and the way the thugs spoke. Moreover, given the opponent's strength, even if he was not injured and recovered to his peak condition, he would not be his opponent. So she opened the door without much hesitation. Because it was too dark. The first thing Lu Yu did when he came in was not to find a place to sit, but to seal the window and light a candle.
With the faint light of the candle, Lu Yu looked at the other party again. Lu Ruobing's special female lead, a policewoman trapped inside a police station by thugs.
She escapes after Xiao Fan defeats the thugs.
Special heroines, these heroines are very special. Killing them will not grant you any attribute bonuses.
Changing their fate or causing them to lose their heroine status will also not provide any additional rewards.
However, you can recruit them into your villain camp.
When they voluntarily join your villain camp, you will trigger at least 1 hidden plot. Hidden plot refers to plots that only happen to the heroine. These plots often feature less powerful protagonists who will not be affected by your villain aura. In other words, they are not your natural enemies, and you can freely choose your interpersonal relationships with them. Friendly reminder, the protagonists in the hidden plot are still protagonists no matter how weak they are. They may not have the potential of other protagonists, but they are definitely stronger than most villains. In addition, some protagonists will carry powerful treasures with them, so please be careful.
This is after the villain's eye evolves.
This is what Lu Yu read from Xiao Fan's plot information.
The plot information he read was equivalent to a novel outline. The relationship between various characters and the protagonist is clearly marked. Although some details may not be relevant. But there are definitely key people who can help you. And the font color is different.
Although Xiao Fan is a protagonist without a female lead.
But in his script, the 2 female characters Qin Xiaro and Lu Ruobing are both very special. What makes them special?
In addition to the words special heroine marked after the name, and the explanations just mentioned. The most special thing is that although they only appear briefly in Xiao Fan's script, their influence on Xiao Fan is huge.
For example, Qin Xiaro.
Before the end of the world, she was the daughter of Qin Zhang, the richest man in Yancheng. Xiao Fan was bitten by a zombie because he was trying to save her. When Xiao Fan woke up, he could no longer find Qin Xiao. The two never met again in the end of the world. This is a regret for Xiao Fan, and it is also the reason why he is going further and further on the path of evil. As for Lu Ruobing's plot, that's even more nonsense. According to the original plot, Xiao Fan should come to the police station to get weapons 2 days later. In other words, it is impossible for him and Lin Chen to appear in the police station at the same time. After he trapped the thugs to death with fireworks, he also found Lu Ruobing, who was starving. After turning evil, he didn't want to have any feelings for Lu Ruobing at all. He used force and food to coerce and bribe Lu Ruobing into submission. As a result, Lu Ruobing would rather die than surrender and fought Xiao Fan with all her might. After forcing Xiao Fan to retreat, she simply set herself on fire. For Xiao Fan, this is not only a regret, but also a blow. In other words, Lu Ruobing was originally a character in Xiao Fan's plot. But since the relationship between the two was not that great, no matter what method Lu Yu used, he could not get any reward from her. But now that I have saved her, it is equivalent to rewriting her fate. As long as you can make her your teammate, you may be able to trigger a hidden plot. To put it bluntly, the hidden plot is another plot. In this plot, Lu Ruobing will become the new heroine. She is beautiful, strong enough, and can help you attract a new protagonist who is not your enemy. This is why Lu Yu couldn't wait to come and save her. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Yu. And this is my girlfriend, Yen Yun. After lighting the candles, Lu Yu found a seat with Yen Yun and sat down. He handed her some bread, biscuits, and water and said, "Eat something first." At this time, Lu Yu was also very tired. After all, at night when visibility is poor, we have to face so many monsters. The consumption of mental energy will be greater than during the day. Even though he had eaten the spare bronze crystal core, he could still feel a little tired. Fortunately, Yen Yun is more sensible. When she heard Lu Yu introduce herself as his girlfriend, she was extremely happy. After coming in, he started massaging Lu Yu's shoulders and back, and was very busy. Seeing Lu Yu being so direct, although Lu Ruobing had many doubts in her heart, she had no time to think about anything else. He took the food from Lu Yu, opened the package and started eating. While eating, he spoke. "Lu Yu, Yen Yun? Thank you for the food. My name is Lu Ruobing, and I'm..." "Never mind, my previous occupation isn't important." "Are you hurt?" "Yeah, I was injured by those thugs." "No wonder you're trapped here despite your strength." "So you're injured? How do you know me?" Hearing Lu Yu's words, Lu Ruobing was stunned again. He stopped eating and looked at the other person in disbelief. This guy, what's going on? Chapter 118, I am your future husband. By the faint candlelight. Looking at the bandage wrapped around Lu Ruobing's shoulder, Lu Yu seemed to be thinking about something. Lu Ruobing has a good figure and delicate facial features. She completely meets the standard of a beautiful policewoman in my mind. At this time, she was wearing a black tight t-shirt on her upper body and camouflage pants and military boots on her lower body. But the sleeve was rolled up slightly on the left shoulder. It was wrapped in gauze and a bandage, with blood stains on the bandage. Are you unable to break through because you are injured? Can only maintain strength here to confront those thugs? Hearing Lu Yu's question, Lu Ruobing ate biscuits and replied unusually calmly. She was injured during a standoff with the thugs. Although one was killed, several were injured. But she also took a bullet in the shoulder because she was not familiar with her abilities at the beginning. I have to say, this policewoman is different. Even though he was physically and mentally exhausted, the heroic spirit between his brows did not diminish in the slightest when he spoke. But after hearing Lu Yu's next words, she was shocked again. You know my abilities?" Although those thugs had fought with him before. But she was certain that none of the thugs knew what their true abilities were. But from what Lu Yu said just now, it seems like he knows his abilities very well. Not only do I know, I understand it very well. How is that possible? There's nothing impossible about this. Our Lu Yu can see the future. Looking at Lu Ruobing's surprised expression, Yen Yun explained with pride. Then she thought of something and looked at Lu Yu with a flushed face. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the other party didn't have any special expression. She was slept with by Lu Yu using this excuse. So when she thought of this, she blushed a little. But one must always be on guard against others. This is also the lesson Lu Yu taught her. As a result, because of Lu Ruobing's profession, she subconsciously relaxed her guard and blurted out the answer. Fortunately, Lu Yu didn't mean to blame himself.
See, the future? Lu Ruobing herself is an awakened person.
Naturally, we know that humans will awaken superpowers after the end of the world. Judging from Lu Yu's previous performance, he felt that Lu Yu's awakened ability should be related to the sword.
But now. That's about right.
Lu Yu was calm. You don't have to be so surprised.
Some people are gifted and have more than one awakened ability, just like you. That's right. Is your wound infected? Yan Yun also saw the wound on Lu Ruobing's shoulder and asked tentatively.
What seeped out of the bandage was not only blood, but also pus.
And it was obvious that it was an old injury from many days ago.
The wound has become somewhat ulcerated and is quite large.
If it continues to rot like this, the arm will be lost.
Yes. Lu Ruobing explained, I was shot, and the medical facilities here are very limited, so I can only deal with it myself.
After all, not everyone is Chu Feng. There is no divine body.
In the absence of food and any disinfection tools, it is not easy to avoid infection when facing such a gunshot wound.
Let me show you. You? Lu Ruobing looked at Yan Yun doubtfully. Are you a doctor? No. Yan Yun answered honestly, I'm a healing psychic. All right.
She has come into contact with too few people with superpowers.
So when I heard the words healing psychic, I felt a little uncomfortable. But now.
As Yan Yun removed the gauze, he placed his hand on her arm. The injury on her arm was healed in just a few minutes, and Lu Ruobing's worldview was refreshed once again.
Yan Yun's current healing ability is indeed beyond reproach.
The purification ability of healing magic has a natural inhibitory effect on this type of infected wound. Yan Yun could treat 10 wounds like Lu Ruobing's in a day without feeling exhausted.
Oh my god, this treatment is so effective. This world is really. Thank you, classmate Yan Yun. You gave me food and healed my wounds. I don't know what to say.
He moved his arms.
Is it true that there is no pain at all? This feeling.
It was unknown how long it took for Lu Ruobing to accept these realities again.
You're welcome, it's just a piece of cake. Speaking of which, how did you come into conflict with those thugs?
Lu Ruobing calmed down and began to understand the situation.
It's like this. You guys want to come here to get weapons?
Yeah, we originally wanted to investigate the source of the loud noise, but we were tricked into coming here by a thug. As time went on, the two sides got to know each other better. Lu Ruobing also knew the purpose of Lu Yu coming here. The two women asked and answered each other, quickly bringing them closer together. Yan Yun knew that the other person was a policewoman, so she felt less wary and more friendly. Lu Ruobing soon developed some trust in the two men because they gave her food and drink and treated her injuries.
So that's it.
Lu Ruobing nodded thoughtfully.
After the two women had finished chatting, Lu Yu spoke. Officer Lu, are you the only police officer left here? That should be it.
When mentioning this, a hint of sadness flashed in Lu Ruobing's eyes.
After all, those thugs are not good people.
If she didn't have such a strong mental state, she would have collapsed on the first day of the apocalypse.
So what are your plans for the future?
Lu Ruobing was stunned for a moment, then shook her head helplessly.
I don't have any plans. Before you came, I didn't even know how many days I could live. Will you come with me? With you? Where to?
Lu Yu nodded straight to the point. I have a team of survivors and I need a strong helper like you. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Lu Ruobing smiled bitterly and said, classmate Lu Yu, please stop making fun of me.
In front of you, how can someone like me be considered powerful?
Of course. Lu Yu said as a matter of course, at least among the survivors I have seen so far, except for Chu Feng, your awakened ability is the strongest.
This is the awakened person Lu Yu has seen so far. The strongest one is the former protagonist Chu Feng.
Although Chu Feng's awakened ability seems ordinary in the early stage, it is very powerful in the later stage.
It's just immortality, right? The next one should be myself and Wei Jianjun. Strengthen the psychic, double strengthening. Judging from the attack method, he might be stronger than Wei Jianjun. After all, it can be near or far.
But the ability that Lu Ruobing obtained was stronger than that of himself and Wei Jianjun. If you don't count the Qinggang sword and the maximum level of swordsmanship, as well as the skills obtained from Chu Feng.
I am totally not good enough. Do I really have no secrets at all in front of you?
After hearing what Lu Yu said, Lu Ruobing found it hard to accept this reality. This feeling is like being stripped naked and displayed in public. It makes people very uncomfortable.
What do you think?
Lu Yu said in a pretentious tone, don't even mention your personal abilities. Even if it's your future husband, I know who he is.
My future husband? Who is he?
Lu Ruobing asked subconsciously.
Lu Yu suddenly smiled playfully. I said it was me, do you believe it? Yan Yun. Lu Ruobing.
After a moment, Lu Ruobing curled her lips.
This joke is not funny at all. Then do you want to join us? Lu Yu didn't care. I don't seem to have any other choice.
Hearing Lu Ruobing's words, Lu Yu smiled and stretched out his right hand.
Welcome, delay, welcome to join my team, Ms. Lu Ruobing. Student Lu Yu, please give me some advice. Chapter 119 Need to replenish some yang qi. Two hands of different sizes and colors were gently clasped together. It can be considered an alliance.
Lu Ruobing was a martial artist, so his palms should have been very rough. But the touch it gave Lu Yu was soft as if it had no bones.
And a little chilly? It's so hot, but your hands are a little cold?
This is obviously a sign of severe uterine coldness caused by excessive yin energy.
Menstruation is definitely painful and you need to replenish your yang energy. Of course, at this time Lu Yu would not say something like replenishing yang energy that would damage his image. It can be said that Lu Ruobing joined Lu Yu's team very smoothly.
She is a very decisive person and has her own ability to distinguish.
Her home is in Yanjing City, thousands of kilometers away from Yancheng.
Of course, I wouldn't be naive enough to think that I could return home in a short time.
Therefore, teaming up with other survivors is indeed a good choice. Although she didn't know why Lu Yu had such strong fighting ability.
I don't know why Lu Yu can become the leader of a team at such a young age. But through the brief conversation just now, she knew that the handsome boy in front of her had no ill will towards her. And they are not the same as those thugs. He's not even an ordinary team leader.
Now the order outside has collapsed and I can't do anything by myself.
Following him, perhaps you can do many things that you couldn't do before. So she decisively accepted Lu Yu's invitation.
The next thing is relatively simple.
The two sides chatted casually about the current situation, and Lu Yu prepared for Yan Yun to go to the room downstairs where the monster corpses were stored. Lu Yu didn't have time to collect the crystal cores of the monsters that Xiao Fan had killed before. He was busy saving people just now and didn't have time to collect the crystal cores. But just now he asked his two battle pets to store all the corpses of these high-level monsters. Now that the people have been rescued, of course he has to come and collect the crystal cores.
Crystal core? What is that?
When Lu Ruobing heard that Lu Yu and Yan Yun were going to collect some crystal cores, she looked confused.
It's something inside the monster's brain.
Yan Yun had nothing to do, so she explained the function of the crystal core to her. Thus, Lu Ruobing's worldview was refreshed once again.
Can crystal cores enhance human strength? Allowing humanity to evolve again? Is it really that magical?
After her injuries and strength had recovered a little, she offered to help. Lu Yu declined the offer with the reason that he had just recovered and needed more rest.
Why do we need so many people just to find a crystal core?
It was pitch black outside the dormitory, and many monsters were attracted to the open space by the corpses.
It's just because of time constraints that not many people gathered.
Lu Yu brought He Shui with him, and with the help of the sensing jade pendant and two fluorescent sticks, they quickly arrived at the room where the body was previously stored. In total, more than 80 bodies had been snatched away. Among them, more than a dozen are of the initial bronze level, and the rest are all of the high-level black iron level.
Yan Yun suppressed her nausea and began to search quickly.
Lu Yu, there is a crystal core here.
There's one here too. This bronze monster has it too.
Hey, Lu Yu, why is this crystal core different from the previous ones?
Yan Yun asked with a puzzled look, holding a round and full black iron crystal core. An ordinary black iron crystal core, the size of a little fingernail.
There are black lines on it, and the shape is irregular. Although this one has fewer black lines, it is obviously larger than an ordinary crystal core. And it is round and full, like a smaller marble. Seeing the crystal core handed over by Yan Yun, a smile appeared on Lu Yu's lips.
Black iron essence?
I didn't expect to find one after searching for so many days.
Black iron essence. It's a crystal specifically used to advance to bronze. Although it is about to evolve into a bronze-level monster, there is a high chance that black iron essence will appear. But this kind of monster must be stuck between two levels. High-level black iron 1T work, and low-level bronze 1T work either. Moreover, this monster is not like Shaojin in the secret realm, which can naturally advance by absorbing the energy of the secret realm. When they are about to advance, they will instinctively attack their own kind and eat their corpses to achieve the purpose of evolution. This means that they are destined to be less numerous than bronze-level monsters. Since Xiaoxi died, Liu has only seen 2 such monsters in these days. And no black iron essence appeared. This is the third one. Black iron essence? What's it used for? Used to advance to bronze. Can it help us advance? Then let's quickly take it back and give it to Uncle Wei. Having been with Liu for so long, Yan Yun certainly knew that human awakeners were divided into different levels. Moreover, this level is named according to the patterns on the crystal core. Now, in Luyu's team, apart from Liu himself, the strongest person is Wei Jianjun. Liu is now a bronze rank and no longer needs this thing, so it should naturally be given to Wei Jianjun. Wei, Uncle Wei. Hearing Yan Yun's name, Liu couldn't help but curl his lips. Because Wei Jianjun is 14 or 15 years older than Liu and the others, the boys all call him Brother Jun. Girls all call him Uncle, there's nothing wrong with that. No need to give it to him. He can break through combat, but you can't. So this thing is actually for you. Ah? Is that so? I'm so embarrassed. Stop it, hurry up and find the crystal core. If there are too many monsters outside, we won't be able to get out. Oh. Okay. As the work continued, the bodies were soon found. Liu did some statistics. In total, I got 2 bronze attributeless crystal cores, 7 black iron crystal cores, and 1 black iron essence. Among the black iron crystal cores, one is of the life system and the other is of the spirit system. And one that's fiery red? Black iron fire attribute crystal core? This was found in the brain of a high-level zombie. This zombie is no different from ordinary zombies. At least Liu didn't remember any difference between killing it and killing an ordinary zombie. It's a pity that it's not wind attribute. Liu muttered to himself. Improving the level of supernatural powers is different from strengthening physical fitness. There is no need to use so many crystal cores to stack. Because after the end of the world, the natural elements in the air increase dramatically. People with special abilities can absorb natural elements from the air through breathing and practicing, and use them for their own benefit. So as to achieve the goal of improving one's own supernatural powers. In other words, the biggest function of attribute crystal cores is to increase the amount of energy stored. Theoretically, as long as your physical fitness is strong enough, this storage capacity is infinite. My current physical fitness is at the initial bronze level. The ability level is only high-level black iron. Judging from the amount of supernatural powers he currently possesses. If you improve normally, you will automatically be promoted to the initial bronze level within a month. But if there is a black iron grade wind attribute crystal core, we should be able to break through soon. After placing the crystal core into the ring, Liu took Yan Yun back to Lu Ruobing's dormitory. He took a glance at Lu Ruobing's current attributes. Name, Lu Ruobing. Health, 33. Mental strength, 31. Strength, 32. Agility, 35. Enhancement level, high level black iron. Ability level, psychic warrior high level black iron. Talented skills, melee grandmaster, danger sense, fire phoenix sword host. Chapter 120 Hero Template, Lu Ruobing. Looking at Lu Ruobing's attribute panel. Even though Liu had known her abilities for a long time, he was still envious at this moment. Not to mention her physical fitness, which can naturally evolve to all attributes above 30. After all, Liu's natural evolution is about this level. The policewoman's physical fitness was better than Liu's before the apocalypse, so it's normal for her to evolve to this level. But she has so many skills that it feels really unfair. You know, innate skills are not personal skills. This thing is like a superpower, it needs to be awakened. Yes. There is so much unfairness in this world. Some people are mediocre all their lives, while others are born extremely smart. Others are the second generation of rich people who were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Even if the end of the world comes, There are also many injustices for the awakened at the moment of awakening. Take Lu Ruobing for example. Not only does she have more awakened abilities than ordinary awakeners, and their potential is greater than that of ordinary awakened people. Even the speed of improving strength is faster than that of ordinary awakeners. Perhaps it is out of inner dissatisfaction with God, or perhaps it is out of envy and jealousy of their abilities. In later generations, people jokingly called them the awakeners of the hero template. The hero template means that the awakened ability is like the hero in the game. Not only are there a lot of them, but they are also very strong. Lu Ruobing is not only an enhancer, but also a psychic warrior. Psychic powers are not the ability to kill ghosts. It is an energy that is unique to warriors. Its function is similar to the fighting spirit in fantasy novels. It has no attributes and can attack from a distance. Although the attack distance and killing range are not as good as the elemental powers of water, fire, wind, and thunder. But this energy also has its advantages. That is, any kind of crystal core can provide a small amount of psychic energy to the psychic warrior. This is one of the main reasons why psychic warriors can improve their strength quickly. Moreover, the energy of the psychic warrior can be attached to some of his special weapons, used to enhance the defense and cutting ability of your own weapons. As for her other 3 talents, Danger Sense has an extremely keen sense of danger. When confronting the thugs before, Lu Ruobing used it to block many bullets flying from blind spots. If she hadn't just awakened this ability, even if those thugs used guns, they wouldn't be able to hurt her at all. Melee Grandmaster possesses a strong talent for melee combat. No matter what method is used in close combat with the enemy, there is a certain chance that they will learn some powerful melee techniques without any instruction during the battle. Host of the Fire Phoenix Sword, a divine weapon from another space. Seeing Lu Ruobing's 3 talents, Liu just wanted to say hee hee. In front of her, I don't deserve the word gifted at all. If it were a female-oriented novel, someone like Lu Ruobing could definitely be the heroine. I have to say that Lu Ruobing's awakened ability is really enviable. If the male protagonist she met was not Xiao Fan, with her awakened abilities, she will definitely shine in the late apocalypse. But now, it doesn't seem too late? After Lu Yu killed Chu Feng, he was surrounded by supporting actors and actresses like Wei Jianjun and Yen Yun. With their presence, Lu Yu seemed to have gained some of Chu Feng's luck. It was fate that made him meet this policewoman before Xiao Fan. Lu Yu, I'm sorry for tonight. Lu Ruobing took out a blanket and handed it to Lu Yu. It's okay. You guys should go to sleep too. This night, in order to conserve his energy, Lu Yu had no time to think about anything else. So, the 2 women slept on the bed and he slept on the sofa. After hearing what Lu Yu said, Lu Ruobing said no more and turned back to bed. After Lu Yu gave Yen Yun 6 crystal cores. Yen Yun reached the bottleneck of high-level black iron. Now that she has the black iron essence, she is of course busy breaking through. Lu Ruobing recovered from her injuries with the help of Lu Yu and Yen Yun. I ate a lot of food and recovered my physical condition. Listening to the roar of the monster outside, he looked at Lu Yu lying on the sofa. Lu Ruobing let out a long sigh. Everything she had experienced during this period seemed like a dream. Monsters? Apocalypse? Thugs? Hee hee. No words all night. The next morning, the open space downstairs was once again filled with monsters. Xiao Fan attracted too many monsters with fireworks. It would be too easy to attract monsters from other places with the corpses of the monsters we killed last night. Lu Yu looked at these monsters carefully. There was no sign of the ground dragon. This is good news. After all, this thing has thick skin and flesh, and it is a hassle whether to kill it or not. In addition to the monsters mentioned above, you can occasionally see a few mutated mosquitoes, flies, dragonflies and so on. These mutated creatures are basically as big as soup bowls or even wash basins when their wings are spread. But its actual combat effectiveness is limited. As long as they don't form groups, the threat to humans is not as great as imagined. What do we do next? Let Lao Wei break through first. Where is the police station's weapons depot? It's right behind that office building. Okay, let's go, Lao Wei. Here's the crystal core for you. Use it to break through first. Lu Yu saw that he already had 32 black iron attributeless crystal cores. Wei Jianjun was only 5 points away from reaching the high-level black iron bottleneck, so he decisively threw 5 to him. Okay, Mr. Lu. Wei Jianjun nodded and did not refuse.
He has been in Lu Yu's team for quite some time, so he naturally knows what he needs to rely on for a breakthrough. After absorbing the energy from the crystal core, he walked directly towards the group of monsters. He is protected by Lu Yu, Lu Ruobing, and Yen Yun.
It's not dangerous at all. An hour later, Wei Jianjun successfully broke through. Health, 50. Mental strength, 42. Strength, 62. Agility, 41. This is Wei Jianjun's attribute after the breakthrough. How did he gain that mental strength? Of course, it was Lu Yu who had forcibly brought it up using the spiritual crystal core. However, through his attributes, Lu Yu also confirmed a fact. That's it. For the enhancers. Everyone's physical condition is different, and the attribute points obtained after using the crystal core are also different. Wei Jianjun is obviously a power-type enhancer. Therefore, every time he used the crystal core, the strength he gained would definitely be more than the agility, and sometimes even no agility at all. It's not as balanced as the attributes I got. So even though his strength and agility were not much different before the end of the world, there is still a certain gap between these two values now. Ms. Lu Ruobing, I will be in charge of distributing the crystal cores. Do you have any objection? Lu Yu looked at Lu Ruobing beside him and suddenly asked a question. Of course not. Lu Ruobing shrugged indifferently. If it weren't for Lu Yu, she wouldn't have known about the existence of crystal cores. Lu Yu nodded, and then said, That's good, can your sword cut through the lizard man's back now? Sword? What sword? Hearing Lu Yu's words, Wei Jianjun and Yen Yun were both stunned. I have no idea what Lu Yu is talking about. Lu Ruobing's face was also full of helplessness. I really don't have any secrets in front of him. No, the smaller ones are barely okay, but the larger ones are a bit difficult. Is that so? Leave the lizard men to me, the mantis to you, and the other monsters to you. No problem. Lu Ruobing nodded, then grabbed at the air. A slender, fiery red sword appeared in her hand. Weapon type, sword. Weapon name, Fire Phoenix Sword. Weapon grade, black iron. Explanation: a divine weapon from another dimension, brought to Earth due to the intersection of time and space, automatically chooses a master. The weapon's rank will gradually be unlocked as the master's physical level increases. Chapter 121 Fire Phoenix Sword. What's going on with this policewoman? Wu Chang in the dormitory building opposite was bewildered by Lu Ruobing's actions. Although Wei Jianjun didn't say anything, he couldn't hide the jealousy in his eyes. Is this the talent gap between awakened ones? Sister Ruobing, so cool. Even after spending a night together. Yen Yun and Lu Ruobing have become like sisters. But Yen Yun still didn't know Lu Ruobing's abilities. So when he saw Lu Ruobing take out the sword, he was also amazed. Lu Ruobing's sword is also a kind of hard sword, but it is thinner and longer than Lu Yu's Qinggang sword. Lu Yu's Qinggang sword is only 1 meter and 1/2 in length. She is at least 1.3 meters tall. The fiery red sword body is covered with black lines from the hilt to the tip of the sword. It is obvious that it is not an ordinary item. Although it is not surprising that Lu Ruobing owns a mutated cold weapon. But the way she took out the weapon was really beyond everyone's understanding. Grab this weapon directly from the air? Just like Lu Yu taking something out of the storage ring. But she doesn't have any storage treasures on her? And when she took the sword, everyone clearly saw that the space where her hand was located was distorted? In other words, this sword exists in another dimension? Buzz. Lu Ruobing shook her wrist, and a ball of light blue energy emanated from the hilt of her sword. And through the black lines of the sword, it quickly covered the entire sword body. The originally fiery red sword now has a light blue halo. This woman's weapon will not only gradually unlock its power as the host's strength increases? Is he a psychic warrior himself? Lu Yu just wanted to say, With the addition of Lu Ruobing, the combat effectiveness of Lu Yu's team has been raised to a higher level. Lu Ruobing's sword is not suitable for chopping because of its slender blade. But the stabbing effect is better than the Qinggang sword because of its length. It is most suitable for dealing with sickle mantises. Wei Jianjun did not participate in the battle because he had just broken through. He just followed behind everyone and tried to recover his strength. Wu Chang rushed downstairs and joined the team. The 3 men and 2 beasts began to reap the battlefield. Under the effects of the Qinggang sword and the Huohuang sword, the monsters downstairs in the dormitory building died one after another. Lu Yu collected the crystal cores one by one. Black iron crystal cores? The more the better. Bronze crystal core, yes, yes. Water attribute? Keep it as a backup. Wind attribute? Ha, I finally found you.
When Lu Yu found a wind attribute crystal core from a high-level zombie, he couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Lu Yu has been thinking about this thing for a long time. However, the probability of a black iron level monster producing attribute crystal cores is pitifully low. Therefore, it is not easy to find a crystal core that belongs to you. Based on the experience gained during this period, Lu Yu also discovered the pattern of the appearance of crystal nuclei. It seems that only 3 types of crystal cores will appear for lizardmen and scythe mantis. Without attributes, life and spirit. There are obviously more types of crystal cores in the bodies of zombies. Whether it was the fire before, or the water and wind just now, they were all found from the bodies of zombies.
Ding, congratulations! Your wind attribute ability has been upgraded to the initial bronze level. Feeling the energy contained in his body, Lu Yu clenched his fists. With my current ability level, using defensive wind, wind step, or something like that shouldn't be too much, right? Boss, is this kid still useful? After dealing with the monster downstairs in the dormitory, Wu Chang pulled a guang over and asked. It's useless, just kill it. Lu Yu waved his hand casually. A guanyas role to Lu Yu is like that of a waiter in a martial arts movie. If the police don't understand something, it's definitely a good idea to ask him. But now with Lu Ruobing joining, this guy is naturally useless. After finding out the location of the black minibus, he became a discarded pawn. Don't kill me. Go with peace of mind. A guang wanted to beg for mercy, but Wu Chang didn't give him any chance to argue. In a few seconds, he was pushed into the pile of monsters. Ah! A guang's scream was heard. In less than 2 minutes, he was torn into pieces by the lizardmen. Seeing this cruel scene, Lu Ruobing did not stop it. Having experienced so many days of the apocalypse, she hated these thugs to the core. If she didn't consider that there were other things to do, she would have wanted to do it herself. How can it be stopped? Hey! This is... After clearing out the monsters and collecting the crystal cores, Lu Yu was about to follow Lu Ruobing to the police station armory. But suddenly I sensed something? He quickly took out the hunter from the ring. Hunter! After tracking the target, when you approach the target within 1,000 meters for the second time, the pointer above will flash a faint red light. The closer you get to the target, the more frequently the red light flashes. The hunter is flashing at this time. Although the frequency is not high, this also means that Xiao Fan has come back? Xiao Fan has returned? That's right. Because Xiao Fan was very unwilling at this time. My awakened ability is so awesome, why can't I defeat Lu Yu? So after he made sure he was safe, he wanted to come back and see the results of his fireworks. So after I bleed, those monsters will attack me too? At this time, his wound was no longer bleeding and had been bandaged. But when he thought of the scene where the high-level zombie attacked him before, Xiao Fan couldn't help but curse angrily. After a night, he certainly figured out why he was attacked by that high-level zombie. There is no problem with my own abilities. But the smell of blood will still be detected by the monster. The zombie attacked me because it smelled the blood. Damn it, never mind, let's see what happens to that guy first. Xiao Fan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He hurried and walked cautiously towards the police station. His ability is very special. Even if he is discovered by Lu Yu, he has a chance to escape. So he was not panicked at all. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the monsters in the front yard and the hall were still basking in the sun. The monster is still there, which proves that Lu Yu has not rushed out yet. Xiao Fan didn't rush in, but searched for survivors in the 2 buildings in the hall. Originally, he wanted to find out if there were any surviving thugs and ask about Lu Yu's situation. But found that the survivors with broken limbs in the interrogation room? At this time, these survivors looked completely desperate. When he saw Xiao Fan opening the door, he didn't even think of asking for help. Xiao Fan was too lazy to ask them, so he closed the door and continued searching. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Fan was attacked. Oh? Still an awakened one? Looking at the man who was attacking him, Xiao Fan raised a disdainful smile. He has no system and doesn't know anything about enhancers. In his words, all those who have awakened special abilities are called awakened ones. The thug who escaped from Wei Jianjun was named Zhou Ping. Although he is quite strong, he is no match for Xiao Fan. Even though Xiao Fan is not very good at fighting, he can easily win with his absolute attribute crushing. After being kicked to the ground by Xiao Fan, Zhou Ping covered his chest with his hands, looking indignant.
Xiao Fan ignored him and asked Zhou Ping a few questions casually.
He originally wanted to kill the thug after questioning him, but when he raised his foot, he suddenly thought of something.
May I have your name? Zhou Ping. Be my dog and I'll get you out of here.
Xiao Fan's voice was calm, as if it was a matter of course. Hearing this, Zhou Ping was stunned at first, then he gritted his teeth.
Okay, as long as you are willing to take me away, I will do anything. Wei Jianjun wanted to kill him.
If he stayed here, he would just wait for death. So it doesn't matter whether it's a dog or not, the most important thing is to leave here and survive.
A wise choice. After receiving Zhou Ping's loyalty, Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction.
After learning from him the hiding place of Lu Yu and his companions, he found a secluded place and began to observe.
Unfortunately, from this position, I can't see what is going on inside Lu Yu. Xiao Fan didn't dare to go in either.
In the end, there was no other choice but to get Zhou Ping out first. But just as Xiao Fan killed the two survivors to attract the monster and brought Zhou Ping to the side street outside the police station,
a black minibus with a metallic texture appeared in his sight.
Hey, this car looks a little unusual? Looking at the black minibus from a distance, Xiao Fan frowned. Then he quickly found a shelter and took out his telescope.
There seems to be someone else in the car? Chapter 122 The Real Arsenal.
Lu Yu himself is very strong in combat, and he has several teammates who are also quite strong around him. If Xiao Fan wants to take revenge, it is not enough to just lure monsters and trap the other party.
Xiao Fan understood this very well.
So after seeing Zhou Ping, he had the idea of recruiting him as a younger brother. On Lu Yu's side, looking at the hunter, Xiao Fan moved from far to near, and then from near to far.
I couldn't help but feel a little confused. What does this kid Xiao Fan want to do?
Judging from the frequency of the hunter's red light flashing, the distance between the two sides was no more than 300 meters.
But this guy didn't stay for long and just left? What is going on?
Lu Yu frowned, and at the same time, a question came to his mind.
There are so many monsters outside now. If I want to kill Xiao Fan, it seems that this tracker alone is not enough. The other party is not a fool.
If he runs away as soon as he sees me, I will have no way to deal with him. Even though the two sides were only 100 meters apart, it was extremely difficult for me to kill him.
So?
No, we have to find a way to kill him. Otherwise, this guy will keep jumping around there, it's really annoying.
But, how can we kill him? Lu Yu frowned and began to think hard. Unexpectedly, before he had thought for 2 minutes, Lu Ruobing's voice brought him back to reality. Captain, we're here. Lu Yu's fighting ability and calm way of thinking got the approval of Lu Ruobing.
He himself is the leader of a team. So for the sake of action, Lu Ruobing called Lu Yu captain. It was already 12 o'clock noon. After collecting the crystal cores, Lu Yu strengthened Wu Chang and Lu Ruobing to the black iron bottleneck. Although if too many crystal cores are used continuously in a short period of time, the effect of restoring physical and mental strength will decrease. Especially when it consumes a lot of physical energy and is used repeatedly. However, if used continuously at full status, this diminishing effect can be ignored. So in order to ensure the smooth operation of the subsequent operations, Lu Yu gave them enough spiritual and attributeless crystal cores. Strengthened vitality to 40 points at one time. Anyway, there are plenty of crystal cores now, and there will be even more black iron crystal cores in the future, so there will be no problem of insufficient supply. At this time, everyone had arrived at the police station's armory. The police station's armory is behind the office building between the lobby and the dormitory. There are 2 rooms in total, one inside and one outside. The outer room only contains some common equipment. For example, handcuffs, batons, 92 pistols, 95 assault rifles, explosion-proof shields, etc. There are not many bullets because the weapons here are only used by armed soldiers for patrolling. In the peaceful Xia Kingdom, there is basically no need to fire a gun.
So the real ammunition and weapons depot is in this room inside.
The 2 armories were connected, separated by a heavy steel door.
The armory inside is like a huge safe.
There is no other entrance except through this heavy steel door. This door requires not only a key, but also a rotating combination like a safe.
Subao didn't know where the key was before, let alone the password. So his weapons and bullets are limited.
After so many days of the apocalypse, he had almost used up all the bullets in his assault rifle. He had no way of opening the weapons storage inside.
So they usually can only use pistols.
But now, before the director died, he gave the key and password to Lu Ruobing. Su Bao and his group of thugs were killed by Lu Yu again.
So now this arsenal belongs to Lu Yu's team.
Lu Yu glanced at it casually. In addition to the 2 weapons mentioned above and a large amount of bullets, there are also some items in it. There are also 88 sniper rifles, 97 explosion-proof guns, as well as grenades and flash bombs, etc. These are weapons that the police station prepared in advance to prevent riots outside. It was also the weapon that other police officers did not have time to grab when facing the end of the world. There are special people to maintain it, but in the peaceful Xia country, it is used less than once in 3 to 5 years. Looking at the dazzling array of weapons in front of them, everyone was surprised.
Oh my god, there are so many weapons here. This is amazing.
Luckily, the door inside this armory is strong enough.
Otherwise, if Su Bao and his men got hold of these weapons, the consequences would be disastrous. This is the real arsenal, right? Now that we have these weapons, we don't have to worry about the monsters outside.
Lu Yu also came back to his senses and temporarily put Xiao Fan's matter behind him. Every man has a dream about guns, and Lu Yu is no exception. Looking at the metallic assault rifle in front of him, a smile appeared on his face.
Come on, choose the weapons that suit you, and don't point the guns at your own people. Yan Yun, you and Dai Lian don't need to take guns.
Just put on your bulletproof vests and help change the magazines.
Okay. No problem.
The group was under the command of Lu Ruobing and Lu Yu.
Put on a bulletproof vest and a tactical vest.
Pistols, tactical daggers, and magazines can be hung on the waist. Or hang it in a tactical vest.
Wei Jianjun had an explosion-proof gun hanging on his body and a row of bullets on his shoulders.
He was holding an assault rifle in his hand. He was equipped with all the magazines and other supplies, looking like an outlaw. The same goes for others. Just other assault rifles, only one equipped.
When everyone is equipped, Lu Yu put all the remaining weapons back into the ring.
After all, this is a police station, not a military area.
No matter how many weapons you have, they are limited. Lu Yu only needs to load all the bullets, grenades, and flash bombs.
Take as many pairs of handcuffs as you can and as many guns as you can. Previously, the luggage of Qiao Manli and others was thrown into that community by Lu Yu.
So after consuming a wave of ammunition, Lu Yu's ring can barely hold all the ammunition here.
By the way, Captain, who set off the fireworks earlier? Lu Ruobing asked while tying the laces of her military boots. When she saw Lu Yu using a storage ring to store weapons, she was surprised but not too surprised.
Because she asked Lu Yu this question last night.
When Lu Yu just came here last night, the sword disappeared. When giving her food, it also appeared out of thin air. So it's normal for her to ask some questions about this.
Someone who has a grudge against me. Does he have a grudge against you? Does he want to trap everyone here to death? It's the end of the world outside, and you still expect him to consider other people's feelings? Hearing this, Lu Ruobing was stunned at first, then sighed helplessly. Yes. It's the end of the world. Among the current 6-member team, Wu Chang has the highest betrayal rate.
Taller than Dai Lian and Lu Ruobing who just joined the team.
But as long as it is less than 50%, Lu Yu won't care.
After all, it is difficult for people to never betray each other. If there really is a reason enough to betray myself.
Even if the other party's betrayal rate is only 20%, those who are supposed to betray will still betray. 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Inside the police station, Lu Yu and his team got the guns they had always dreamed of and were making preparations for war.
Outside the police station,
the black minibus was still parked steadily on the side of the street not far from the police station. The large number of abandoned vehicles and dense monsters around them made them dare not move easily. Xiao Fan was not stupid enough to touch the car directly. Because he is a very cautious person.
He wouldn't be bitten by monsters. With such a special ability, how could the other party not be on guard against him?
So even though he knew that this car was not simple, he decided to take a long-term view.
Brother, are we just going to keep waiting like this? Of course, these monsters are resting now because they are full. When they get hungry and want to find food, it will naturally leave. Oh. Then tell me, are there any survivors at the police station?
There should be some, but judging by the number of these monsters, even if they are not bitten to death, they will definitely be trapped and killed in there.
Huh? Should we go rescue them? Save? He.
Lin Chen looked out the car window at the two police uniforms on the ground that had been torn to pieces by the monsters.
He couldn't help but laugh and said, "What happened to those two guys just now? It's not like you didn't see it. Do we still need to rescue them?"
That's right, but...
Bang!
The sudden sound of a gunshot startled the two men. It also made the monsters around who were well fed and basking in the sun wake up instantly. Some of them looked up, some turned around. They all looked in the direction of the sound.
Immediately afterwards, several more gunshots were heard. Bang bang bang. Is that a gunshot?
Oh my god, such dense gunfire.
Chapter 123. I am actually a reborn person.
I heard heavy gunfire coming from the direction of the police station. The brother and sister looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes.
They originally thought it was after yesterday's fireworks. There are very few survivors left inside.
Even if there are survivors, they will never dare to make a sound.
I didn't expect that now. How could it be?
Lin Shui asked in surprise, don't the people inside know that the gunshots will attract monsters?
That's impossible.
Lin Shen denied the other party's statement. I feel that they are a bit like giving up on themselves.
Giving up on yourself?
Looking at the monsters around her and starting to move towards the direction of the sound, Lin Shui suddenly felt that what Lin Shen said made sense. After all, we are trapped by so many monsters.
If there is not enough food, it is better to die and be done with it than to face hunger and fear every day. However, what happened next was completely beyond their expectations. Because there were not only dense gunshots, but also the sounds of bombs? This isn't right.
Looking at the monsters around who were originally full of food and sunbathing, they all ran towards the police station at the same time, and there were many monsters running towards them from a distance. Lin Chen made a decision immediately.
Wait until these monsters are gone, then we'll follow and take a look. At the same time, inside the police station. Bang bang bang. Da-day. Boom. Boom. Ruobbing, just pay attention to the sky. Good.
Xiaojing, hey Shui, you guys are responsible for covering, don't rush forward.
Woof. Squeak. Hit me hard.
Kill them all.
Ha 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 ha. Fuck, boss, we can't win, why don't you light the gas can? What a panic, wait until there are more monsters.
Hold the gun steady for me, don't waste my bullets, damn it.
Sorry, boss, this is my first time using a gun. I didn't know the recoil was so strong. Now you understand? If you can't suppress it, transform for me.
With the help of Lu Ruobbing, Lu Yu got the hot weapons from the armory behind the director's office building. Then he leaned his back against the dormitory building and used gunfire to attract all the monsters around him to come and die. Anyway, whether he wants to break through or pick up Li Wanning and others,
it is necessary to kill all the monsters around.
So Lu Yu decided to go all out and just took the plunge. The gasoline barrel Wu Chang mentioned is not the round iron barrel filled with gasoline. Instead, they were some small white plastic barrels of 10 to 20 liters. They were collected by Su Bao and his gang of thugs to fight monsters. The production method is very similar to a Molotov cocktail.
There are also a lot of them.
Lu Yu placed these oil drums on the open space outside. There are several rows of them placed in front and back. Then Wei Jianjun and Wu Chang were standing at the windows of two rooms on the first floor respectively.
Lu Yu and Lu Ruobbing were standing at the two doors. Two pets stand on both sides to prevent monsters from attacking from the sides. The corner of the office building became the focus of everyone's fire.
Monsters and zombies who heard the sound swarmed in from the corner. When the monsters were close enough, everyone started firing with assault rifles. Although Lu Yu has never used a gun, he is at least a rich second generation in this life. He definitely spends much more time studying these things than Wu Chang. Under the guidance of Lu Ruobbing and Wei Jianjun, he quickly became familiar with the rhythm of firing the gun. Wu Chang couldn't hold down the gun, mainly because he was too unfamiliar with this thing. But even if he doesn't transform, he still has twice the attributes of an ordinary person. So with Lu Yu's reminder, he quickly became familiar with the situation.
There were so many monsters anyway, so there was no need to aim specifically. Da-day. Boom, boom. Bullets and grenades were fired continuously towards the monsters. Magazine, magazine. Ah, killing monsters like this is so cool. Watch out for the sides. It's okay, leave this to me, just pay attention to the front. Yes, yes. Good cooperation. For the lizard men on the ground, 2 headshots will make them lose their combat capability.
A mantis in the sky can be shot down with just 1 volley of bullets.
If there are too many monsters to defeat, just bring 2 gasoline barrels and 1 or 2 Molotov cocktails. Or throw a few grenades while changing magazines.
The monsters that were close to him were either bitten to death by Haishai or knocked away by Xiaojin, and then Liu casually fired 2 more shots. Since everyone was standing with their backs to the dormitory, the space in front for the monster to come over was relatively narrow.
Liu Yu and his companions had the best of both location and people. The monsters soon suffered countless casualties.
Yen Yun and Dai Lian had nothing to do, so they were helping the 4 people change magazines in the dormitory on the first floor. They have made full preparations for this battle. Under Lu Ruobing's guidance, he not only learned how to change magazines, but also how to load bullets.
As long as there are enough bullets, magazines, and guns. They didn't have to do anything else.
They just had to keep changing the magazines of the guns, and then put the guns with changed magazines next to Lu Yu and the others.
Over time,
the corpses of monsters on the ground are becoming more and more numerous.
100, 200, 300, 500. Soon the entire dormitory building was filled with corpses. The monsters rushing towards them were not as dense as before.
Boss, those crystal cores won't be burned by the fire? Looking at the raging fire, Wu Chang asked with some concern. The crystal core is the key to improving the strength of the awakened.
As long as there are enough crystal cores, the team can cultivate more awakeners.
So he is also very concerned about this issue now.
The crystal core contains special energy and cannot be destroyed by fire.
Besides, the crystal core is inside the monster's head.
How can it be burned that easily? Phew, that's good, but there seem to be a lot fewer monsters than before.
Liu shot 2 zombies to death with his gun and glanced at the situation outside. Let's prepare for close combat.
Hey Shuai, you stay and protect them, everyone else follow me.
The 4 of them had been shooting non-stop before, and they all felt like they couldn't win. Even if there are gasoline barrels and Molotov cocktails placed in advance, monsters will occasionally get close to you.
But now,
the monster's corpse has turned into a mountain of corpses. The ground was also littered with the corpses of monsters. Only other monsters that have eaten their fill and have nothing to do will cross the wall of corpses and run over to die.
Liu Yu and his companions even had to aim for several seconds before shooting, otherwise it would be a waste of bullets.
So in order to save ammunition, Liu Yu decisively ordered a close combat.
Here I come. Hearing Liu Yu's order, Wei Jianjun took off his gun and threw it aside. He took out a fire axe and jumped out of the window. Boss, wait for me.
Wu Chang also picked up a steel bar and made the same movements as Wei Jianjun.
Although they don't use weapons, they are also very strong in close combat.
But having a weapon will save a lot of effort and also increase the attack range.
Swish.
Liu Yu also unsheathed his Qinggang sword, and while holding the hilt tightly, he stared closely at the monsters rushing towards him.
Come on, bastards. Captain, are you really only 21 years old this year? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I just feel that your abilities and behavior are not like those of someone your age. Liu Yu. To be honest, I'm actually a reborn person who came back from 10 years later. Rebirth? Chapter 124, 2 swords combined, no grass will grow. Liu Yu's sudden answer left Lu Ruobing a little unresponsive. Rebirth? If someone else said this, she would definitely not believe it. After all, this kind of thing is really outrageous. It's even more outrageous than the end of the world and the awakening of the ability to predict the future. But what Liu Yu said seems to be completely reasonable and well-founded. He is only 21 years old, but not only does he know a lot, he is also so strong. Most importantly, does he know his own abilities? This really feels like rebirth, doesn't it? What? Draw your sword quickly. Liu Yu's cold shout brought her back to reality.
When she came to her senses, she saw the monster was right in front of her. He had no choice but to put what happened just now behind him and rushed forward with sword in hand. The sickle mantis is a nightmare for ordinary enhancers below the middle level of black iron.
But for Lu Ruobing, it's not that powerful. Not only is she more agile than the sickle mantis, the sword in her hand is also longer than the sickle mantis's sickle. It is often able to pierce the opponent's head at the moment of dodging the sickle mantis attack. Then, the Qinggang sword and the Huohuang sword, two swords combined. The entire basement of the dormitory building became barren again. 4:30 p.m. The black lines on Lu Ruobing's fiery red sword turned bronze. Wu Chang's claws are sharper and his scales provide stronger defense. A tail grew behind him. Obviously, both of them advanced to bronze. From the first shot to now, it has been more than 2 hours of fierce fighting. There were so many monster corpses in the backyard of the police station that it was impossible to count them. Puff! The last zombie fell under Lu Yu's sword. Ha, ha! Looking at the zombies that are not yet dead and some scattered monsters, Lu Yu collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily with exhaustion. No, no! Xiao Jin, come here. The recovery effect will decrease with continuous use of crystal cores. Everyone has been promoted to bronze level. Now that the bronze crystal cores have been used up, the people who have used the crystal cores many times today can no longer use the black iron crystal cores to restore their strength. So Lu Yu is very tired now and can only let Xiao Jin do the finishing work. Xiao Jin is now at the middle bronze level. After receiving Lu Yu's order, he walked over without saying a word and crushed the zombie's head with one foot. Red and white things were scattered all over the ground. I have to say, the dark contract is awesome. As long as there are enough monster corpses, they will have endless physical strength and energy. There is not even talk of diminishing returns. Damn it, I'm so tired. With so many monsters, we still have to collect crystal cores? How long will it take to collect them? Wu Chang also felt like crying but had no tears. At this time, he didn't even want to move. Let's take a break and talk later. I'm so tired, I can't do it anymore. Me too. Lu Ruobing was also leaning against a wall at this time, looking exhausted. Yan Yun was responsible for treating the injuries of several people. After such a tough battle, it would be unrealistic to not have any injuries. Not to mention Wei Jianjun and Wu Chang, even Lu Yu and Lu Ruobing suffered minor injuries due to physical exhaustion. Under Lu Yu's arrangement, Yan Yun first treated the two seriously injured people, Wu Chang and Wei Jianjun, and then Lu Ruobing. Finally it was Lu Yu. It was unknown how long it took, but Yan Yun healed the injuries of several people one after another. Dalian, please pass them the water and food. Okay, Mr. Lu. Hey, Lu Yu, are these wounds caused by zombies? After treating the last Lu Ruobing, Yan Yun looked at the clear scratch on Lu Yu's arm with surprise. Others also subconsciously turned their gazes towards Lu Yu. Yes, I'm about to become a zombie. Are you afraid? Lu Yu smiled. He was exhausted just now, and faced with the attack from 2 mantises and 5 or 6 zombies, he really couldn't dodge them all. He could only avoid the main issue and chose to take a claw from the zombie. After all, his current sacred body is immune to the same level of corpse poison. Once the corpse poison enters the body, it will be immediately eliminated by the immune system and excreted through the wound. No. No? Mr. Lu. Boss. Even Lu Ruobing was a little surprised. She was also injured, and her injuries were more serious than Lu Yu's. But it's not because of zombies. How could it be? How could you turn into a zombie? No way, it definitely won't happen. I don't believe you'll turn into a zombie. Yan Yun was panicked, her eyes were red, and she hurriedly checked Lu Yu's physical condition. After a moment, she stopped what she was doing and looked at Lu Yu with a wronged look on his face. Bastard Lu Yu, you bullied me again? Haha, you're my woman, who else should I bully if not you? Don't make jokes like this anymore. What's going on? Aren't those scratches on boss's arm from zombies? Everyone was confused, and Yan Yun began to explain. He was caught by a zombie, but there is no zombie poison in his body at all. Yes. After Yan Yun was promoted to bronze, his detoxification ability was awakened. No matter what kind of poison it is, she can cure it. Although it is impossible to completely eliminate the toxins, it can reduce most of the damage caused to the human body. Even if it's corpse poison. Ah? How so? Actually, corpse poison is not as scary as you think. Lu Yu casually explained, although it is fatal to ordinary people, most awakened people have a certain resistance to corpse poison. The higher the level of self-enhancement, the higher the resistance.
If the awakened one's level of enhancement is lower than that of a zombie, they will definitely become a zombie. However, if the level of enhancement is higher than that of a zombie, they will not become a zombie after being infected. At most, they will have a high fever for 10 days to half a month. Is that so? Several people looked confused, but they had to believe it. After all, Lu Yu's predictive ability is there. If not him, who can I trust? Of course it is. What good would it be for me to lie to you? Lu Yu replied as a matter of course. Woof! A sudden barking of a dog interrupted the chat of several people. Hey Shuai, what did you find? Ho ho! Hey Shuai growled towards the mountain of corpses, causing Lu Yu to frown. Then, at Lu Yu's signal, Hai Shai ran towards the mountain of monster corpses. Yan Yun, continue healing. Dai Lian, hurry up and go over and take a look. Okay, Mr. Lu. Dai Lian's awakened ability is poison. Because before the end of the world, she was just an ordinary student. And she's a female student. So in the battle just now, her role was not very big. I can only work with Yan Yun on logistics. I have to ask if Dai Lian will take advantage of everyone's weakness to kill people and steal treasures? That's not the case. Because right now, Dai Lian is just a female student who has just experienced the end of the world. She is not the poisonous lady from the previous life. Even if she is, Lu Yu has the villain's eye to prevent her from betraying. Moreover, from ancient times to the present, has there ever been a betrayal that did not require reasons and interests to support it? Although I don't have much fighting power now. But Xiao Jin and He Shuai have it. In this situation, even Wu Chang didn't dare to betray her, so why would she dare? So while Yan Yun was treating the injuries of others, Dai Lian did not hesitate too much and followed He Shuai up the mountain of corpses filled with blood and stench. Soon the scene on the other side of the pile of corpses came into his sight. Dalian, what's going on? Is it a group of insect monsters? No. Mr. Lu, this looks like a group of robots? What? A robot? Hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Then something occurred to him. Yeah. They're like spiders, but they can fly, and they're all digging monsters' heads out? Fuck, boss. Hearing this, Wu Chang didn't know where he got the strength from, and he turned over and sat up. Someone wants to steal our crystal core? Damn it, Xiao Jin, go and shoot these robots down for me. Chapter 125 Wu Chang vs Lin Chen. Lu Yu knew that Xiao Fan was not far away. And it just exceeded the range of 1,000 meters. But apart from being a bit annoying, this guy no longer poses a threat to me. His own hunter had locked onto his position. It was basically impossible for him to use fireworks or something to trick him like before. So Lu Yu was not afraid that Xiao Fan would take advantage of the situation at this time. But he forgot that there was a black minibus not far from the police station. Can't say I've forgotten. He probably didn't expect that this black car would come to his door on its own. When he heard about robots, the first thing he thought of was the black minibus. All the vehicles couldn't start, only this one car stood out. Who else but him could have such advanced technology as robots? Although Wu Chang didn't know why there were such things as robots. But the robot's action of digging into the monster's head is obviously an attempt to steal the crystal core of its own team? Robot? Where did the robot come from? Lu Ruobing also raised her eyebrows slightly. During this time she hadn't heard any cars or seen any lights. Nature thinks that electrical energy is unusable. Lu Yu's arrival also confirmed her guess. But if there is no electricity, how can there be robots? How do these robots work? No matter where it comes from, we can't let these robots take the crystal core away. Lu Yu supported his tired body and stood up. Damn, this minibus driver. I didn't have time to look for him, but he came to me on his own initiative? Court death. Lu Yu, the injury on your arm hasn't been healed yet. Lu Yu looked at his arm. There are 4 claw marks in total, and none of them are particularly deep. The bleeding has now been stopped by Yan Yun, but the healing process is only half done. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. It's more important to solve the problem of the crystal core first. Just follow me. Although Yan Yun had cured the injuries of the others, they were all extremely weak now. Especially Wei Jianjun and Wu Chang. They lost too much blood and couldn't recover in a short time. But we all worked hard to kill these monsters, and now someone wants to steal the fruits of our labor? No one would allow this to happen. So even though everyone was extremely weak, they quickly walked towards where Dai Lian was. At the same time, in the black minibus at the back door of the police station, there is a 7.0-inch display screen on the headrest behind the driver's seat. Lin Shui sat behind Lin Chen, holding a drone remote control in her hand, staring carefully at the large number of monster corpses in the video in front of her. Brother, these guys are pretty powerful. They don't look like the bad guys from before. Lin Chen's central control screen also displayed the situation in the police station. What does it matter whether they are bad guys or not? We just want the crystal cores, and we don't intend to go to war with them. That's right, but wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for us to just take their crystal cores like this? What's wrong with that? If a man doesn't care for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. They don't even know about the existence of the crystal core. We are helping them recycle their waste. Lin Chen said as a matter of course. They came following the last wave of monsters. After arriving at the police station, I parked the car at the back door of the police station. At that time, Lu Yu just ordered a close combat with the monster. He has a stealth drone in his car that he uses to gather intelligence. This drone is not an ordinary stealth drone, but it is a drone that can achieve optical invisibility. After entering the invisible state, it is invisible to the naked eye. Through this drone, Lin Chen can see the battle taking place in the open space below the police dormitory without being discovered. Seeing that Lu Yu and others did not collect the crystal cores after the battle, he thought about it and took decisive action. Hearing Lin Chen say this, Lin Shui said no more and stared intently at the crystal core collector on the screen. Crystal core collector is the name of the robot that is specifically responsible for collecting crystal cores for this tank. There are 20 in total. Just like the stealth drone, this is the black technology that comes with this tank. At this time, all 20 crystal core collectors were dispatched, shuttling back and forth in the pile of monsters. Hey, brother, it seems they have discovered us. Found it? Yeah, no, that monkey is hitting our collector. Don't worry, the collectors are made of special materials. Ordinary creatures can't hurt them. Just call the collectors back. It's already being adjusted. Oh my god, that dog is following them. What should we do? Looking at the display, the giant dog and the others were rushing towards her, and Lin Shui was a little anxious. It's okay. Lin Chen calmly calmed his sister's emotions. I'll negotiate with them. Why did he dare to come here directly to search for crystal cores? One reason is that his car requires a large number of crystal cores to keep running. Another reason is that, in his mind, it is impossible for other people to know the existence of the crystal core. In this case, even if the other party discovers your behavior, you can also exchange the secret of the crystal core with the other party. There is no possibility of conflict at all. And even if a conflict occurs, given the other party's current state, they are no match for him. Thinking room. 6 people and 2 beasts appeared in Lin Chen's sight one after another. In order to avoid Xiao Jin's attack, the crystal core collector flew too high and was unable to return to the tank's hatch. At this time, it was forced to stop on the roof. All the monsters around were attracted by Lu Yu's gunshots and killed. So everyone followed the collector and found the location of the black car very easily. Bang bang bang. What the hell, you idiot, get off here. As the younger brother, Wu Chang was the first to come to the front of the black car. He knocked on the bumper of the black car impatiently with the steel bar in his hand. He was already furious when he saw the spider-like robots trying to snatch the crystal core. Now you see the owner of these robots is this black car? He became even angrier. Previously, at the back door of the school, this black car attracted a monster, causing him to suffer serious injuries while fleeing. If it weren't for Yin Yun's healing skills, he might have lost his arm due to wound infection. This revenge. He has remembered it from the first day he entered school to today. Seeing Wu Chang being so rude, Lin Chen, who had originally wanted to say a few polite words to a few people, immediately became unhappy. Idiot? Try swearing at me again. Lin Chen's car is very soundproof. So his voice was also transmitted to the outside of the door through the special loudspeaker in the driver's seat. Hey, you're so arrogant? What's wrong with me scolding you? I advise you to be more polite. You're polite? I'm polite to your mother. Wu Chang was even more impatient. He knocked a steel bar on the front of the car and said, "Get off here right now." I won't get off the bus. Just tell me what you want to say. Seeing Wu Chang's foul language and no intention of speaking properly, Lin Chen frowned even more tightly.
For him who suffers from paranoia. He doesn't trust anyone except his sister. Only by staying in the car can he feel safe. Wu Chang made him feel very uncomfortable, so he immediately changed his mind when he wanted to have a good discussion with the other party. Fuck you. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Wu Chang became furious and wanted to hit the windshield of the black car with the steel bar in his hand. But Lu Yu stopped him. Wu Chang. Boss. Let me talk to him. Wu Chang didn't dare to say anything more, nodded quickly, and stepped aside. Lu Yu moved his sore arms. He walked up to the black car and looked at Lin Chen in the driver's seat. Hey, kid, those little gadgets on the roof, are they yours? So what? Don't you think that's a bit excessive? We worked so hard to kill these monsters, and you use these things to steal our crystal cores? You know this is a crystal core? Hearing this, Lin Chen was stunned. During this time, besides myself, there was actually someone else who knew the function of the crystal core? What's going on? But on second thought, it's no wonder that this group of people are so strong. It turns out that they already knew about the existence of the crystal core? Oh. Hearing Lin Chen's words and seeing his expression, Liu instantly understood Lin Chen's thoughts. So you thought we didn't know about the existence of the crystal core, so you did this? Forget it, just return the crystal cores you just collected to us. I won't pursue other matters for the time being. Let's not pursue this for now? What if I tell you that I don't want to return these crystal cores? Chapter 126, Seizing the Car. Let's not pursue this for now? What if I tell you that I don't want to return these crystal cores? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, then asked back with a sneer. There were 6 people in Lu Yu's group, 3 of whom were women. 2 of the women are top-notch in both figure and appearance. One is young and beautiful, the other is heroic and dashing. If you only look at the appearance of this group of people, Lin Chen feels that he should not be a sinister and cunning villain. They are fundamentally different from the previous thugs. So Lin Chen did think at the beginning that if the other party knew about the existence of the crystal core, the worst that could happen was that he would help them collect the crystal core. Then we can discuss it and get a little compensation. If it really doesn't work, well, he never thought about returning these crystal cores from the beginning. After all, strength is respected in the end times. It's really not normal to snatch cultivation resources or something like that. What's more, Lin Chen was very dissatisfied with Wu Chang's style of doing things. Very dissatisfied. This kid called himself an idiot as soon as he came. And hit the front of your car with steel bars? You can tell at first glance that he's a pretender. The young man he called boss didn't look like a good person either. That condescending tone made Lin Chen feel uncomfortable all over. Not pursuing it for now? Who the hell do you think you are? Not returning it? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Yu's eyes turned cold. Then you can try. After confirming that the minibus driver was named Lin Chen and was also another protagonist, Lu Yu also determined his position. The other person is the protagonist and you are the villain. The protagonist and the villain are inherently incompatible. Even if there have been no conflicts between the 2 people before, they will dislike each other the moment they meet. What's more, the 2 of them have had a feud for a long time. So when Lu Yu heard Lin Chen's arrogant words, he had a plan in mind. But who is Lin Chen? He is the master of the apocalyptic chariot and also the son of destiny. None of the sons of destiny in the end times are cowards. If Lu Yu had spoken nicely, or even been a little more polite, he might have compromised directly. But he just couldn't stand the way Lu Yu threatened him. Looking at Lu Yu outside the car, Lin Chen gripped his steering wheel tightly and was about to explode. The voices of other people outside the window suddenly rang out. Hey, are you being reasonable? We killed the monster, why are you trying to steal our crystal core? That's right, kid, do you want to rob me? After hearing Lin Chen's words, the others were also a little angry. Even Lu Ruobing, a police officer, was disgusted by Lin Chen's behavior. But think about it. In any era, strength is respected. For some resources such as oil and ships, major powers will scheme against each other, not to mention it is the end of the world now. So Lu Ruobing didn't say anything, just wanted to see how Lu Yu would deal with it. I'm so sorry, ladies. I originally wanted to return your crystal cores, but now I suddenly don't want to. Lin Chen grinned and said, that's it, we'll see you later. Boom. After Lin Chen said this, he started the car. I have to say that beautiful women are indeed pleasing to the eye.
The presence of Yan Yun and Lu Ruobing also made Lin Chen's anger disappear a lot. But this does not mean that he will bow to the evil forces. I have this doomsday chariot, so why would I be afraid of your threats? Are you kidding me? Want to leave? When Lu Yu saw Lin Chen starting the car, a murderous intent immediately surged in his heart. Although it is normal to snatch treasures and cultivation resources in the end times. But sometimes people are just so double-standard. For Lu Yu. I can only rob others, when will it be their turn to rob me? What's more, the other party is the protagonist. What a draft! Seeing this, Wu Chang quickly hit Lin Chen's windshield with the steel bar in his hand. He wanted to smash the glass and catch Lin Chen and beat him up. Unfortunately, his physical strength had already been exhausted, and the opponent's windshield was bulletproof. The steel bar hit the glass without leaving even a trace of white mark. Asshole! This kid! Seeing Lin Chen starting the car and wanting to leave directly, everyone was indignant, but there was nothing they could do. Because they were already out of energy and their ammunition had almost been used up. The remaining ammunition is either on Lu Yu or still in the warehouse. The other party's car is obviously bulletproof. In this situation, if Lin Chen wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But just when everyone thought they could only swallow this loss, Lu Yu's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Ruobing, Lao Wei, please help me take care of Yan Yun. Xiaojin, Haishai, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator and rushed out in the black minibus. Wu Chang dodged in panic, and Lu Yu and his two combat pets also disappeared from the spot. Boss. Lu Yu, you. Oh my god, where does he get the strength? Seeing Lu Yu, with Xiaojin, easily leap onto the roof of the minibus using a nearby electric pole? He Shuai, who had received the order, followed closely behind. Everyone was surprised, especially Lu Ruobing. Although Lu Yu's action is not very difficult for an enhancer. But given Lu Yu's current physical condition, how could he do such a thing? Aren't we all exhausted? Besides, you don't have to fight so hard just for that little bit of crystal core, right? Everyone was surprised and puzzled, and all kinds of emotions came to their minds. Only Wei Jianjun looked at Lu Yu's red skin on the roof of the car, and couldn't help but think of something. Isn't this the ability Chu Feng used before? When did Master Lu learn it? Yes. Lu Yu is indeed exhausted now. The bronze crystal cores have been eaten up, and eating black iron crystal cores has no effect anymore. But he also has a life-threatening skill. Berserker Revised. This ability requires no physical strength or supernatural powers. It provides energy to humans through human blood. Before the end of the world, the human body's blood will circulate twice more at most, increasing the body's immunity, increasing the body's compensation ability, repairing functions, and so on. It will not help humans recover their strength. But after the end of the world, every cell in the body of the enhanced person contains a certain amount of energy. Although under normal circumstances, human blood functions the same as before the apocalypse. But the birth of the berserker profession has changed the inherent thinking of human beings. Because once a berserker gets angry, the blood in his body will boil. Although they tend to lose their minds when angry, their combat effectiveness will also increase exponentially. Scientists in later generations studied this ability, and then improved it and used it on ordinary enhancers. When ordinary enhancers use this ability, the side effects may be greater. The increased combat power is not as much as that of the berserker. But they will not lose consciousness due to frenzy. The development of this ability has increased the survival rate of human enhancers by at least half when facing desperate situations. As for why Lu Yu works so hard? Just for that little bit of crystal core? Of course not. There are only 20 crystal core collectors in Lin Chen's car now. A collector can carry up to 3 crystal cores. If He Shuai discovered these collectors in the first place, Lin Chen could only take away 20 or 30 crystal cores at most. Even if there were 2 or 3 bronze crystal cores among them, it would not make Lu Yu fight so desperately. Is that for face? Lu Yu couldn't get over the fact that Lin Chen had robbed him of his things? Of course not. In the end times, how much is face worth? A handsome and strong guy like Lu Yu doesn't need to risk his life to win back his face. So Lu Yu's real purpose from beginning to end was only one: to steal the car. Chapter 127. Lin Chen finally panicked. In fact, the moment I saw Lin Chen and confirmed that he was the protagonist. Lu Yu didn't even need to read the other party's script, the idea of seizing the car had already come to his mind. There's no way around it, this car is just too cool. The car body is full of metallic texture, with a fully enclosed metal shell and bulletproof glass.
Black technology like crystal core collector? Any normal person would be tempted by this car after seeing it up close.
Lu Yu is naturally no exception. It's just that now the team has people like Wei Jianjun and Lu Ruobing who have relatively positive values. If Lu Yu took the car for no apparent reason, it would inevitably cause their dissatisfaction.
Lu Yu doesn't want to lose such a powerful teammate easily.
So he needed to find a reason to seize the car. Just at this time, Lin Chen's protagonist Halo collided with his own villain Halo.
This guy actually has no moral bottom line and stole my crystal core? Then it wouldn't be too much to do anything to him, right?
Although the other party is the son of luck, this car may not be so easy to steal. But the bolder the people, the more fertile the land.
Try your luck and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. If you miss this village, you don't know when the next store will come.
Originally, Lu Yu thought about asking Xiaojin to smash the glass, but after a brief thought, he immediately rejected the idea.
Because the glass of this car is obviously bulletproof, even if Xiaojin wants to smash it, he can't do it in a short time. A started vehicle won't give you much time.
So since he couldn't rely on anyone else, Lu Yu could only jump onto the roof of the car with Xiaojin.
Damn, where does this guy get the strength from?
Noticing that Lu Yu and Xiaojin had jumped onto the roof of the car, Lin Chen, who was driving, cursed angrily. He knew that Lu Yu and his men were very powerful.
But their previous state clearly showed that they had no fighting power, right? How could Lu Yu jump onto the roof of his car so easily? Brother, what should I do?
Seeing Lu Yu chasing after her regardless of everything, Lin Shuai asked anxiously. In fact, in her heart, she felt that her brother's behavior was inappropriate. But to survive in the end times, you can't have too strong a moral bottom line. During this period, she had seen too many survivors who left their companions behind and fled alone. So she knew that most humans were selfish. My brother just wanted the two of them to survive. There's nothing wrong with stealing some crystal cores from others.
As long as she doesn't actively hurt good people, she won't care.
But now, Lu Yu caught up with her, and she was a little panicked.
Don't worry, Sonorous.
Lin Chen remained calm, but before he could finish his words, a crisp metallic sound reached the ears of both of them. Lin Shuai subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and was instantly stunned. The roof was originally made of such hard material that even a sickle mantis could only leave a shallow mark on it.
A silver sword tip actually appeared? Oh my god, he pierced the roof of the car? How is that possible?
Hearing his sister's words, Lin Chen was also incredulous. Although he had long known that Lu Yu and Lu Ruobing had two powerful swords. But the previous two used these weapons to hunt monsters. It is normal for a mutated sword to have such power against a flesh and blood body.
But the roof of my car is made of steel plates?
Although the steel plate isn't very thick in order to maintain the vehicle's power, it shouldn't be pierced by a sword, right?
Hurry up and use electric shock to knock these two guys down.
Lin Chen made a prompt decision. The feud between the two sides has already been formed, and we must not be soft-hearted at this time. As long as we kill the two guys on the roof, the mutant dog following behind will be nothing to worry about.
I have to say,
Lin Chen perfectly demonstrated the calmness and decisiveness that a protagonist should have in the end times.
The black minibus is still moving forward quickly.
Due to the speed of the vehicle, the robots collecting crystal cores were unable to return to the vehicle hatch immediately. It can only move slowly towards the tank hatch by using the suction cups or magnets on the spider's feet. Lu Yuzheng and Xiaojin were crawling on the roof of the car. At this time, Lu Yu's skin and eyes turned red, and all his fatigue disappeared. A large amount of energy in the body overflows out of the body, and various attributes of the body are also greatly improved. If Lu Yu's previous physical strength was close to the middle bronze level, then he is definitely at the high bronze level now. In this state, if he fights one-on-one with someone, he will definitely be hard to beat.
But now,
Lu Yu's opponent is not a human being, but a doomsday chariot covered in black. There was nothing on the roof of Lin Chen's black chariot except the 20 collectors.
A bare patch.
So even though Lu Yu and Xiaojin had excellent physical fitness, it took them some time to regain their ability to move.
Is this electricity? Holy shit. Just after Lu Yu adapted to the speed of the car and stabbed the Qinggang sword into the roof, a strong sense of numbness suddenly came over the car body. Although Lu Yu didn't know how many volts this voltage was, it was definitely higher than the 220 V used in ordinary household electricity.
Because he is now in berserker form. Not only are the body and skin protected by the energy erupting from the body, but the sensitivity of the pain nerves is also reduced by at least 70% compared to usual. Even in this state, he could feel a strong sense of numbness. If it was a normal state, would I be electrocuted and fly away directly? Sizzle! A powerful electric current spread throughout Lu Yu and Xiao Jin's bodies. Xiao Jin's golden hair quickly stood up, and soon a burnt smell appeared.
Squeak! Bang! Xiao Jin couldn't withstand the electric current and fell directly from the roof of the car and landed heavily on the ground.
Due to inertia, it rolled on the ground countless times before it barely stopped. Xiao Jin still wanted to chase, but the electric shock just now caused burns over a large area of his body. The severe pain and numbness throughout his body also greatly reduced his ability to move.
In this case, how could it catch up with the moving tank?
He Shui, who was following closely behind the chariot, was startled by Xiao Jin, who fell to the ground. But the existence of the dark contract made it ignore the injury of its comrade and directly passed Xiao Jin and chased in the direction the black car left.
Did I draft it? Seeing this scene, Lu Yu knew that there was no turning back.
He endured the pain from the electric shock, gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands, and pressed it down hard. Then he pulled the Qinggang sword in front of him.
Crunch! The teeth-grinding sound of metal cutting reached everyone's ears. If I don't kill you, my surname is not Lu. Lu Yu shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the current coming from the car body suddenly disappeared. What is going on?
Warning, warning, the tank's energy is insufficient. Please replenish the tank's energy in time. Warning, warning, the tank's energy is insufficient. Please replenish the tank's energy in time.
Oh my god, what's wrong with this guy? Electric shock doesn't work? You saw only a monkey falling down and the roof of the car was pierced? The alarm coming from the tank again? Lin Chen finally panicked. Chapter 128 My Doomsday Chariot. Why was Lin Chen so confident when he was at the police station before? In addition to the fact that he had the protection of a chariot, the biggest reason was that Lu Yu and his companions were exhausted. In this situation, as long as you don't get too entangled with them, they will definitely not pose a threat to you. Later, Lu Yu took Xiao Jin and jumped into his car. Lin Chen was a little surprised. But he still knew that the crystal core could restore physical strength. So although Lin Chen was shocked, he remained calm. But now, the situation Lu Yu showed was completely beyond his understanding. Even if the remaining energy of your tank is not sufficient, it can only release 380 V low voltage electricity. And it won't last too long. But that is not something humans can withstand, right? Even an enhancer could withstand this kind of voltage for just a few seconds? But now. Damn it, Xiaoxue, sit tight.
Lin Chen didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly shouted at Lin Shui.
Good.
Lin Shui reacted quickly, fastened her seatbelt, and grabbed the armrest of the seat next to her.
The moment she did all this. Crunch! Ah! Following Lin Shui's exclamation, the black car made a sharp turn. It's obvious. He wanted to use the powerful inertia of the car body to throw Lu Yu out. Under normal circumstances, there is no object on the roof to provide leverage. No matter how strong Lu Yu's physical fitness is, it is impossible for him to violate the principles of mechanics. But at this time he was in berserker form, and he had already thought of various countermeasures before getting on the car. How could I not be on guard against this move from the other party? So his sword remained half inside the car body from beginning to end. At the same time that Lin Chen made a sharp turn, Lu Yu, relying on his terrifying physical fitness in the berserker form, tightly grasped the hilt of the Qinggang sword and pressed it down hard. The powerful inertia not only did not throw him out, but instead widened the hole in the roof. Lin Chen sensed something was wrong and wanted to do a few more drifts. But because the car body is so huge, not only is the interval between two drifts long, but the car also has to slow down. The moment the vehicle turned and slowed down, Lu Yu had regained his ability to move. He used the Qingguang sword in his hand to pry upwards along the opening. Although the chariot was sturdy, even with the Qinggang sword one could clearly feel the strong resistance. But in this form, Lu Yu's strength is already 1,000 pounds. Lu Yu pried it open, then took out a one-handed hammer with his other hand. Bang bang! 2 hammers hit it. A fist-sized gap appeared, slanting downwards. Go to hell! This is the price you have to pay for stealing my crystal core. Lu Yu shouted coldly. Before the enemy tank spun for the second time, a grenade was thrown into the gap. Ding ding!
The grenade rolled down the slope of the roof to the ground inside the car, making a crisp and pleasant metallic impact sound. Noticing a grenade had fallen in, the brother and sister were horrified.
Xiao Xue!
Elder brother! They both exclaimed at the same time.
Next second. Boom!
A huge explosion sounded inside the tank. The cries of the brother and sister were instantly drowned out. Lin Chen's minibus has bulletproof glass, and all other parts are made of steel plates. Even the chassis is welded with special steel plates. Coupled with the car body's built-in defense system, although its defense is not comparable to that of a tank, it can at least be considered indestructible. There are only two ways for Lu Yu to hurt the people inside. Or use violence. Or trick Lin Chen out and kill him. But how difficult is it to trick Lin Chen out?
My Doomsday Chariot. This is the name of Lin Chen's script.
When I saw this name, I thought of Lin Chen's previous reluctance to get off the car. Even though Lu Yu didn't have time to read Lin Chen's information, he knew that the other party was a very cautious person.
Unless you can follow him all the time, do you want to see him get off the car? It's basically an impossible thing.
So he had no choice but to use violence. But Lu Yu was also very clear. Since Lin Chen's car can be called the Doomsday Chariot, then stealing the car is definitely a very dangerous move.
This is especially true when you don't know to what extent the enemy tanks have been upgraded.
So Lu Yu had already thought it through the moment he jumped into the car. If his Qinggang sword could break the shell of the chariot, he could try to seize it. But even the Qinggang sword cannot break the shell of the chariot. Then I can only wait until the next time fate arranges for the two of them to meet, and then find a way to take the car away. However, at that time, the difficulty of seizing the car will definitely increase significantly because of my actions today.
Fortunately, the final result is obvious.
Although the tank's hull and defensive devices are very good. But the power unleashed by Berserker Modified and the Qinggang sword did not disappoint Lu Yu.
He withstood the electric shock and pried open the roof of Lin Chen's car. A grenade was thrown in along the path where the Qinggang sword had pried open the door. This moment, the hard chariot shell that was supposed to protect Lin Chen and the other two has instead become a cage that restricts their movements. Lu Yu was a little surprised to hear a woman scream inside. Because he had never heard the woman's voice before cutting open the roof. But now the grenade has been thrown, there is no point in saying anything. Plus this woman calls Lin Chen brother? So, since they are brother and sister, it doesn't matter if they die. There is nothing to regret. Boom!
The huge explosion was deafening. The chariot braked suddenly and stopped. The shrapnel from the grenade and the unique iron sand inside it instantly flew all over the carriage. Smoke and dust quickly covered the entire carriage. However, this car has a strong ability to resist shocks, and even a grenade explosion could not shatter the glass around the car body. A large amount of air gushed out from the pried open hole. After stabilizing his body, Lu Yu waited for the air spray to finish, and then continued cutting the roof while the berserker state had not disappeared.
A moment later. Bang!
A large piece of steel plate and the internal partition fell into the car.
Drink!
Just as Lu Yu was about to check the situation inside through the cut entrance, a woman's cry suddenly rang out. Almost at the same time, a transparent ice cone about 10 centimeters long shot towards Lu Yu's face.
Lu Yu seemed to have expected this.
But after activating the berserker mode, not only will you be unable to use the concentrated mind combat technique, your reaction will also become much slower. So even though Lu Yu made a dodging move in advance, his cheek was still cut by the ice spike.
And the ice cones behind them, one after another? Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be this easy.
Lu Yu wiped the blood stains from his cheek, cursed angrily, and then wiped the ring on his left hand with his right hand again.
Ding ding ding. He threw in another grenade.
At the same time, he hit aside and quickly covered his ears.
Xiao Xue, be careful.
Lin Chen quickly spoke up to remind her when he saw this.
The grenade exploded instantly. But this time, Lu Yu threw not a grenade, but a flash bomb. Bang! Buzz! A burst of bright light and loud noise. Although the two people in the car took defensive measures, they didn't have time to look away. Because he didn't react in time, he let out a scream due to the bright light and noise coming from the flash bomb. Ah! Oh, brother, my eyes!
Hearing these two voices, Lu Yu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He released his hands from covering his ears and jumped into the car. After landing, Lu Yu immediately looked for Lin Chen's location. Seeing Lin Chen holding the handrail with his eyes closed in the driver's seat, he directly stabbed the other party with the Qinggang sword in his hand.
Lin Chen? Die. Chapter 129. Lin Chen's sister is really nice. Lu Yu is actually not a bloodthirsty person.
If the other party has not offended you or has no conflict of interest with you,
Lu Yu usually doesn't kill people.
Even if this person is what the system calls the protagonist.
But Lin Chen's actions clearly exceeded Lu Yu's bottom line. Stealing my crystal core right in front of me? Are you kidding me? I am the one who robs people, how can I let others rob me?
So Lin Chen wanted to kill Lu Yu so that he could leave safely. Lu Yu also wanted to kill Lin Chen and seize his chariot. After a struggle between the two sides, Lu Yu successfully entered the tank. But just when Lu Yu determined Lin Chen's position and stabbed the sword at Lin Chen,
the accident still happened. Clang! A crisp metallic sound. The Qinggang sword that was able to break through the steel plates of the chariot was actually blocked by something? This is... Lu Yu frowned and looked carefully. What blocked his attack was actually a layer of energy shield. A blue spherical energy shield, like in science fiction movies? Energy shield? Even the Qinggang sword can't penetrate it?
Lu Yu didn't have time to think too much and quickly changed his target. Damn, it's really not that easy. In this case, I can only deal with this woman first.
Lin Chen is the owner of the Doomsday Chariot. This car is not only completely bulletproof in its exterior. Most of the stuff inside is also bulletproof.
Lin Shui is an ice-type mutant. The thickness of the ice layer created is enough to block bullets.
So even inside the tank, the two of them successfully blocked Lu Yu's first grenade. Lin Chen used a special protective device.
Lin Shui hid behind a bulletproof seat and activated her ice ability. Lu Yu knew that Lin Chen was the son of destiny, and it would not be easy to kill him. Before jumping down, they were on guard against the people inside who might fight back before dying, but in the end, the two of them were really not hurt at all. After being attacked by Lin Shui, he threw a flash bomb in. Although the two people's protective abilities are extremely strong, they are both transparent. It was not blocked for a while.
The result was the scene just now.
The strong light and noise caused the brother and sister to suffer from temporary blindness and tinnitus.
After Lu Yu came in, the first thing he chose to do was kill Lin Chen. But the opponent was protected by a blue spherical energy shield.
I don't know the principle behind this energy shield.
Even the Qinggang sword can't penetrate it?
Lu Yu had no choice but to shift his target. Lin Shui is only 18 years old this year, younger than Yan Yun. Without experiencing true cruelty, no matter how powerful one's awakening ability is, it will be limited. Combined with the effect of the flash bomb, before I could react, I felt someone grabbing my hair. The other person was very strong and pulled her hair and pressed her onto the stool next to her.
She didn't even have the strength to struggle. Ah, brother, save me.
Lin Chen's vision and hearing had not yet fully recovered when he heard his sister's cry for help.
He was horrified and spoke quickly. Don't hurt my sister. It's too late. I beg you.
Sensing Lu Yu's rage, Lin Chen didn't have time to think too much and quickly yelled, I beg you, it was my idea to steal the crystal core, it has nothing to do with my sister.
If you want to kill someone, just kill me. After saying that, he opened his energy shield.
He didn't know how Lu Yu recovered his strength.
I don't know why Lu Yu can withstand his electric shock.
He didn't even know why the other party's sword could break through the roof of his car. He only knew that because of his wrong decision, he and his sister were in danger. At this time, nothing else matters, saving my sister is the most important thing.
Kill you? Ha, you two really have a deep brother-sister relationship, huh? In that case...
Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Yu, who was holding Lin Shui's head with his left hand, narrowed his eyes, then put the Qinggang sword in his right hand into the ring. He took out a Type 92 pistol and shot Lin Chen, then die.
Bang! Gunshots rang out.
Elder brother. Lin Shui's vision also hasn't recovered, but she has mostly recovered her hearing. Hearing the gunshot, he immediately shouted. Although the brother and sister have only been together for 3 years, their relationship is extremely deep. If the other party died like this, the other party would definitely be heartbroken.
But did this shot kill Lin Chen? Of course not. Lin Chen is the son of destiny, how could he die so easily?
Seeing the protective shield rising again to block his bullet, Liu frowned again.
Damn it, how dare you play tricks on me? Let yourself kill him, and then open the shield to block your own bullets? I didn't. Lin Shen seemed to have noticed something and quickly replied, it's this car, yes. My protective device is connected to this car. Xiaowei, release the protective device. The chariot has been damaged. The host is being attacked by strange humans. The protective device cannot be disarmed. This is a cold, mechanical female voice. I have to save my sister. Lin Chen roared. The protective device cannot be disengaged. Fuck. Lin Chen wanted to curse. Damn. Hearing this voice, Lu Yu was also very unhappy, but he did not take action immediately. Because he couldn't break Lin Chen's defense now, the berserker power activated in his body was about to collapse. In this situation, killing Lin Shui will not only fail to take the car, but will also make Lin Chen go berserk. Is the only option left to me? No, never. I've been suffering from the side effects of berserker and wasted so much time, how can I just give up like this? But if I don't give up, what should I do now? The fading of the berserker's power made Lu Yu's mind clearer. In just a moment, he thought of a good way to kill Lin Chen and seize the chariot. Okay, kid, you're lucky today. If you still want your sister to live, open the car door immediately. Lin Chen? Hurry and open the car door. If you hesitate for even 1 second, I'll kill her right away. Lu Yu shouted angrily. After saying this, he didn't ask Lin Chen any more questions. Instead, he quickly took out 2 pairs of handcuffs and handcuffed Lin Shui's hands to the seats on both sides. Lin Shui's hands were handcuffed and her back was facing Lu Yu. Don't dare to move at all. And Lin Chen's vision also recovered a lot at this time. As a son of destiny, he saw Lu Yu's red skin and eyes, as well as the series of actions just now, and seemed to have noticed something. But in order to ensure his sister's safety, he had no other choice. I can only follow Lu Yu's arrangements. Okay, I'll drive. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and opened the car door. Woof! Ho ho! The giant mastiff, as tall as a man, caught up with the chariot and immediately rushed up. It wanted to pounce on Lin Chen, but was stopped in time by Lu Yu. Hey Shui, come here. Hearing his master's order, Haishai decisively gave up attacking Lin Chen and rushed towards Lu Yu. Help me watch this woman. Lu Yu took a deep breath, then looked at Lin Chen. You, get out of the car. You. I told you to get off the bus. Lu Yu roared, causing Lin Chen to clench his fists. But there is no place to vent my anger. I'm going to get off the car. You, don't hurt my sister. The dog was already in the car, what else could he do except get out? As Lin Chen got out of the car and closed the door, Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He Shui loyally protected his master and stood in front of Lu Yu, his eyes fixed on Lin Shui who had her back to him. And Lu Yu before the berserker's power completely dissipated. Take a closer look at the woman in front of you. Ha! Lin Chen's sister is pretty good looking, isn't she? Look at her delicate skin and tender flesh. Chapter 130 Lu Yu's soul torture. There is no doubt that Lu Yu asked Lin Chen to open the car door in order to let He Shui in. Don't kill Lin Shui. It was only because he discovered the deep brotherly love between the two and wanted to use Lin Shui to restrain Lin Chen. He didn't believe that the energy of the protective shield on Lin Chen's body was infinite. Hold the opponent back for some time, and then seize the car after the opponent's protective shield disappears. As it turned out, Lu Yu was right. The energy of Lin Chen's protective shield is indeed not infinite. But it seems that the persistence time is not short. At least after He Shui got in the car, his energy shield had not disappeared. So to be on the safe side, Lu Yu called He Shui and drove Lin Chen away. Although Lin Chen was very reluctant to get off the car, Lin Shui was now in Lu Yu's hands. Unless he doesn't want his sister's life. Otherwise, you can only compromise. After Lin Chen left, Lu Yu finally had time to observe the interior of the car. The front half of this tank is full of seats just like an ordinary minibus. In addition to the driver's seat, there are about 12 other seats. 6 on each side. But all these seats have been modified. Not only are they all facing forward, but they are also larger and more comfortable than ordinary bus seats. The distance between the front and rear seats is also wider. The chair has a thick layer of cushioning on the outside and solid steel on the inside. The gaps are not too big, so it's bulletproof. The back half of the bus should be used for living. The rest area was fully enclosed, and Lu Yu couldn't see what was going on inside except for a small locked door. As for Lin Shui, although she is shorter, she has very good skin. She looks pure and lovely. Twin ponytails, JK uniform with over-the-knee white stockings and black leather boots. She is definitely a JK little lowly. But Lu Yu doesn't have much time to appreciate her now, because his red skin and eyes have returned to their original color. Weakness, fatigue, and body aches immediately spread throughout his body. Even breathing became difficult. Lu Yu felt that except for his brain, every part of his skin felt as if it was burning. The blood on the wounds on the arms and cheeks has completely coagulated. The throat and lips are also unusually dry. It's obvious. The previous electric shock caused many of his body's cells to die, and the boiling blood also caused a large amount of water to be lost from his body. He didn't have time to think about anything else, and quickly took out a life crystal core and a bottle of mineral water from the ring. I had taken 2 sips of this bottle of water before, so half of it was left. But even so, Lu Yu used all his strength to unscrew the bottle. Gurgle gurgle. The life crystal core was thrown into his mouth, and a large amount of the source of life was also poured into his mouth by Lu Yu. The cool feeling went down his throat, through his esophagus, and into his stomach. The combined irrigation of the life crystal core and the source of life reduced Lu Yu's burning pain all over his body by 2 points. Call. In less than a moment, Lu Yu finished drinking most of the bottle of water and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he felt a little unsatisfied, he did not drink the second bottle. Instead, he looked at Lin Shui in front of him and spoke slowly. Don't try to resist or commit suicide, or I will make your brother's life worse than death. The sudden words made Lin Shui tremble all over, and then she decisively gave up the idea of attacking Lu Yu. Yes. She had regained her sight and was just using the car's rearview mirror to look for an opportunity to attack Lu Yu. As long as he kills Lu Yu, he can use his ice ability to block the dog, and then hold on until Lin Chen gets in the car to save him. Unfortunately, Lu Yu's body was blocked by the big dog behind him. She searched for a long time but couldn't find a suitable angle. And Lu Yu found out? You, what do you want? After hearing what Lu Yu said, Lin Shui didn't dare to act rashly. She is just an ice-type mutant, not an enhancer. She felt this when Lu Yu came in and fought with her. Although in the early days of the apocalypse, people with special abilities are indeed more powerful than those with enhanced abilities in single combat. But that is only the case when the strength of both sides is not much different and there is a certain distance between them. People like Lu Yu and Lin Shui are not on the same level at all. And Lin Shui's vision and hearing were affected by the flash bomb? In this situation, let alone fighting with Lu Yu, any enhancer who gets close can easily subdue her. What do I want? Lu Yu sneered when he heard this. When you guys were trying to steal my crystal core, didn't you ever think about this? At this time, Lu Yu's whole body could not move, but his brain was still clear. And after drinking water, there is no big problem in speaking. Next, just drink some water, eat something, and wait for the sacred body to slowly help repair your body. We stole your crystal core, which was wrong of us, but. Lin Shui thought about it for a long time but couldn't explain it clearly. Because the rules used in the end times are the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. Failure is failure, and any excuse is unnecessary. Will you kill us? Finally, Lin Shui gave up her excuses and asked with a crying tone and extreme fear. She is only 18 years old this year and has not yet enjoyed the prosperity of this world. She doesn't want to die at all. Meeting. Lu Yu's voice was calm. Lin Shui cried out wow and burst into tears. Wow, you're going to kill us, wow. Can you please not kill us? I'm still young. I don't want to die. Lin Shui cried and begged for mercy. The crying made Lu Yu very annoyed. Just about to open his mouth to scold. Bang! Asshole, what did you do to my sister? Lin Chen suddenly opened the car door and ran up, shouting at Lu Yu. At this moment, the energy shield on his body had disappeared. But Lu Yu no longer has the strength to draw his gun. He would not be stupid enough to let Haishai challenge the opponent in a one-on-one duel at this time. I am extremely weak now and need Haishai's protection. If Haishai left, he might be killed by Lin Shui. Even though Lin Shui had already handcuffed her hands. Who the hell let you up here? Seeing Lin Chen coming up, Lin Shui stopped crying, but Lu Yu's eyes were slightly cold. Get out. You. Lin Chen wanted to say something but stopped himself.
Seeing that his sister was not seriously injured, he breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to Lu Yu.
If you are still a man, don't bully my sister.
Ha, whether I am a man or not is not for you to judge, but.
Lu Yu raised the corner of his mouth. If you don't want me to bully your sister, go and do something for me. What's going on? Go hunt down 2 monsters, and then throw their bodies to my monkey.
What? Hearing Lu Yu's words, Lin Chen was stunned. It seemed that he had guessed Lu Yu's intention.
It's up to you whether you go or not. Anyway, if my monkey dies, your sister will be buried with him. Lu Yu now finds it very difficult to speak and doesn't want to say anything more. Before, Xiao Jin was knocked out of the car by the electric current from the car body. Lu Yu can no longer see it, but he can still feel that it is not dead.
So he planned to let Lin Chen rescue it.
Okay, I'll go. But if I come back and see that my sister is missing a hair, I will never let you go.
Lin Chen uttered a harsh word, then picked up the battle axe from the car and ran towards the place where Xiao Jin had fallen before. Seeing Lin Chen leave, Lu Yu ignored him and instead raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth.
Your name is Lin Shui, right?
Yes.
Lin Shui didn't dare to contradict Lu Yu.
Because she knows it very well. Although my brother is very powerful, he may not be able to beat the dog inside the carriage.
It would probably be about the same if the brother and sister went together. You 2 brothers and sisters have a good relationship, don't you? What do you want to say?
Lin Shui suddenly had a bad feeling.
Really? Lu Yu's soul-searching questions followed. If I only let one of you 2 siblings live, who do you think is more suitable to live?